Chapter 1 Death. The scoundrels of the demon sect deserve to be eradicated by all. Do you have any last words? In the rain, Xianyu struggled to maintain his stance, desperately resisting the urge to kneel. Alas, while others traverse realms with grace, he finds himself in a nightmare. In his previous life, Xianyu was quite content with his existence. After all, having grown up in an orphanage on Blue Star, he never envisioned crossing over. He merely wished to endure life, waiting for the inevitable end. But fate is often cruel. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Just a game, and he was thrust into another world. How absurd. He couldn't even showcase his worth in the end. It would have been better to save someone, thus boosting the performance of the interdimensional transport driver. The most unfortunate twist was being transported to such a wretched world, only to be captured by the demon sect. What sins had he committed to deserve such misfortune? After being taken by the demon sect, survival seemed impossible. Was this not akin to nurturing a venomous insect? Driven by the harshness of his environment, he fought his way out, truly embodying the saying that those who dwell in hell have no choice. Despite having endured for so long, feeling as if he had grown accustomed, he still could not confront his own heart. Perhaps this moment could be considered release. I can only lament why this isn't a cliff for me to leap from. Glancing at the few individuals surrounding him, Xianyu thought that if it were a cliff, he might have had the chance to jump. Then let us proceed. As a powerful rush of air surged from behind, Xianyu, contemplating that death might be a form of liberation, instinctively raised his left arm in defense. With that, his left arm fractured, and he was violently hurled backward, crashing against the stone wall, his body seemingly embedded within it, appearing as though he had fused with the rock. His physical condition was utterly dire. His internal organs were severely damaged, his left arm was broken, and his leg was injured, rendering him utterly immobile. Pooh! Xianyu spat out a mouthful of blood. He was perilously close to death. The assailant showed no intent to delay further, charging at him with a longsword engulfed in crimson flames, signaling that this strike was undoubtedly a full-powered attack. Thunder roared, and the rain ceased. As he beheld the oncoming blade, Xianyu realized that he truly had no means of escape. It seemed his life had reached its conclusion. The sword pierced through his heart, igniting his body in flames, and a rapid montage of his life flashed through his mind, akin to a fleeting panorama. Ironically, this marked his first death, and perhaps his final one. As his consciousness gradually faded, Xianyu caught a glimpse of the individual who had dealt the fatal blow, yearning to utter something, yet ultimately, no words escaped his lips. Xianyu slowly closed his eyes, vitality dissipating from henceforth. There would be no more Xianyu, nor would there be another from the demon sect. After what felt like an eternity, when a certain individual, reborn from the dead, regained consciousness. What is this? Am I alive again? At this moment, he felt a throbbing headache, incredulous at the absurdity of it all. Could he truly be an ordinary person? How remarkable that an ordinary person could traverse realms, die, and return. This defied all logic. He struggled to open his eyes, the surroundings feeling bizarre and unfamiliar. After a considerable duration, he finally comprehended that this was not merely a crossing over. He had been reincarnated. Moreover, there was not just one of him, he was a twin. Thus, this tale could be titled My Journey from Death to Rebirth as a Twin. Absurd. Now, Xianyu could only silently pray that this world was devoid of magic. He simply wished to be an ordinary person. Chapter 2. Chen Shien. Time sped by, and soon it was the destined day of the protagonist's birth. After a series of compressions and peculiar sensations, he finally emerged from the womb. However, before he could open his eyes, a jubilant voice resonated. Splendid. They're indeed a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. The man cradled them and began to pace within the chamber. Occasionally, his voice would betray a sense of conflict. What should I name them? What would be fitting? After much contemplation, the man resolutely declared, the boy shall be named Chen Shien, and the girl shall be Chen Shui. Upon hearing this, Xianyu felt a wave of unease wash over him. No, he was to be called Chen Shien now. As someone who had avidly read web novels in his first life, he was naturally familiar with the name Chen Shui. Though it might be a coincidence, he felt he had traversed into the world of Douluo, and now he was to become the elder brother of Chen Shui. But wait, was he the first to be born? No, this wasn't the time to ponder that. Goodness, Chen Shui was already facing dire straits, with her divine position shattered by Tang San. What fate awaited him? Surely, it would be even worse, considering he was merely a celestial being. No, he was Chen Shien having lived 3 lives. He shouldn't be faring worse than a mere sewer rat. In his previous life, he had garnered a reputation, so much so that many parents would invoke his name to frighten their children. warning them that if they misbehaved, the great demon Shien would come to devour them. If he were to awaken his martial soul only to find it lacking. When Tang San was born, Chen Shien intended to rally the spirit hall's offerings to eliminate him. Even if he were the protagonist, how could he escape from so many titled Douluo? After all, Tang San had just been born, and surely the unreasonable Shura had yet to notice, for Shura was notorious for resurrecting even the dead. Yet, Chen Shien still felt uncertain protagonists never abide by logic. Alas, if this plan faltered, he had a backup B and C plan, though he harbored no desire to resort to the C plan. Confidence was key. He had lived 3 lives. What was there to fear? He, Chen Shien, would not be inferior to anyone. Indeed, that was the mindset he needed to adopt. With an infant's limited energy, Chen Shien soon succumbed to drowsiness. Such instincts were unavoidable. Days passed, and he and Chen Shui spent their time eating, sleeping, and attending to their needs. The sustenance they received was certainly not comparable to Bibi Dong's. She would undoubtedly wish for their demise. What if, during feeding, she could no longer restrain herself and harm the children? Yet, Bibi Dong likely hadn't reached such a point of hatred. Perhaps. However, Chen Shien surely wouldn't dare to act so recklessly, thus hiring a wet nurse for them. To be fair, Chen Shien had quite the discerning eye. The nurse was truly fair-skinned and remarkably plump. Whoops, that was a slip of the tongue. She was genuinely blue-eyed. The air was fragrant and refreshing, filling the space with a delightful aroma. Yes, this air was splendid and invigorating. Burp. It was entirely normal to belch after a satisfying meal. The ensuing days remained monotonous. Currently, Chen Shien's body was still too small, and most of the techniques he had mastered in his previous life were demonic in nature, though he certainly possessed legitimate methods. They were just not particularly powerful. Now, how much larger was he compared to Tang San? A decade or so. It was reasonable to forget the exact time from his prior lives. However, today, a minor incident disrupted the tranquil lives of the siblings. The door suddenly swung open. A figure clad in an exquisite gown entered. It was late at night, and the visitor did not appear friendly. Chen Shien thought silently. The figure approached Chen Shui's crib, observing her for a moment, revealing a complex expression, one filled with intense hatred. At that moment, she abruptly turned toward Chen Shien's crib. As she gazed upon him, their eyes met, and he found himself locking eyes with her golden orbs. On Chen Shien's cherubic face blossomed an innocent and healing smile as he waved his tiny hands, babbling incomprehensible words. He recognized her. This was none other than their mother, the future Pope, Bibi Dong. Truth be told, Chen Shien felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Although ultimately, blood ties would prevail, how could the shadows of the past be so easily dispelled? Thus, he felt apprehensive. Yet Bibi Dong merely gazed at him, making no move, though her expression was far from amiable. After a prolonged silence, Bibi Dong quietly departed. Prior to her arrival, she had deemed the birth of the children a mistake, resolutely deciding not to waver. But upon witnessing Chen Shui and Chen Shien, her once steadfast resolve began to falter. Especially at the sight of Chen Shien's smile at that moment, Bibi Dong found herself at a loss on how to confront the 2 children. She was uncertain of what to do. Perhaps she ought not to harbor hatred toward them. Yet who could truly articulate such feelings? Bibi Dong hopes you will not do anything foolish, a voice muttered to herself. Has she left? Chen Shien mused. To Chen Shien, Bibi Dong possessed unparalleled beauty and grace, yet she was undoubtedly insane. She had likely lost her sanity long ago during the trials of the spirit Douluo. Conceiving them had been born of coercion. Subsequently, with the rise of the Rakshasa god and other circumstances, she became even more unhinged, driven to annihilate everything, her psyche twisted. Yet, at present, she had not descended to such depths. Thus, there was still hope that it is truly challenging to be born into this world. After all, in the future, Bibi Dong is destined to eliminate Qianrenji, which complicates matters greatly. To be fair, Qiang Sunji is also a despicable individual. Honestly speaking, the fact that Bibi Dong has developed affections for someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan causes the Spirit Hall to question their very existence. The representative saintess of the Spirit Hall has run away. They must have poured their heart and soul into her. Moreover, he is utterly useless who wouldn't question their life under such circumstances. Qian Rengshuan feels that it would have been better for Qian Douluo to take Bibi Dong as his disciple, or at least clarify her future role as the wife of the future pope. Perhaps it wouldn't have escalated to such a degree. Ultimately, this is merely a conjecture, and taking it too seriously would be pointless. A sudden bout of weeping interrupts, and it certainly cannot be attributed to Qian Rengshuan. Young master must not let your sister down. Upon hearing this, Qian Rengshuan is once again filled with existential doubt. Just because you see me with her, does that mean I am bullying her? Qian Rengshu has been crawling around, crying due to her own antics. Qian Rengshuan genuinely wishes to explain that he crawled over to comfort Qian Rengshu. How could you think I am bullying her? The more he contemplates, the more frustrated he becomes. Why can't he articulate his thoughts? Must he resort to whimpering? Why is it that some individuals can speak upon their arrival in this world, while he cannot? It defies logic. Now, do not cry, do not cry. The nurse gently lifts Qian Rengshu, swaying her slowly. What if Qian Rengshu continues to cry? What can be done? Perhaps play with a ball? Chapter 3. Siblings. Ever since Bibi Dong's visit that day, Qian Rengshuan had believed she would not return. Yet the situation proved to be quite surreal, as Bibi Dong visited several more times. One wonders if Qin Daolu and Qiang Sunji are genuinely unconcerned about Bibi Dong, or if they're simply prepared. However, after observing Bibi Dong for a considerable time, Qian Rengshuan feels there is little danger present. Day in and day out passes in a mundane and monotonous manner. Time flies swiftly. Now, Qian Rengshuan is nearly 6 years old. With golden eyes and hair, fair skin, and a youthful visage, he radiates charm akin to a nobleman stepping forth from a painting, though he remains less striking than the esteemed reader. At this moment, a sneaky golden-haired little girl appears, her demeanor and actions unmistakably indicating that she is up to no good. Guess who I am? A childish voice exclaims, accompanied by hands that cover Qian Rengshuan's eyes. Qian Rengshuan feels utterly speechless. This routine is so predictable. Who else could it be but Qian Rengshu? Yet, despite his resignation, the performance must go on. He removes the hands from his eyes, turning to face Qian Rengshu. Of course, it is you, my dear sister, Xiao Xue. You should be calling me elder sister, and what does that disdainful expression mean? Qian Rengshu places her hands on her hips, gazing at Qian Rengshuan with a haughty demeanor. Faced with this proud, little golden-haired girl, Qian Rengshuan finds himself at a loss. Hurry and call me sister, or I shall teach you a lesson. Qian Rengshu is exceedingly arrogant at this moment. Truly, 3 days without discipline leads to the roof being torn off. I am so frightened, my esteemed elder sister. This teasing tone, coupled with her infuriating antics, instantly provokes Qian Rengshu. Seeking a beating, Qian Rengshu angrily lunges at Qian Rengshuan. Yet, to Qian Rengshuan, this attack is riddled with flaws. If he dodges, she might fall and hurt herself, leading to more tears. What a hassle. After a brief moment of contemplation, he swiftly catches Qian Rengshu and pins her down on the ground. This is not much different from allowing her to fall in the first place. Either way, it ends in a dismal state. At this moment, Qian Rengshuan pats himself on the back for his cleverness. Truly, I am remarkable. Let me go. I will not release you unless you call me dear brother, and I might consider it. Upon hearing this, Qian Rengshu grits her teeth in frustration. Please, my adorable little brother. Seeing Qian Rengshuan's lack of response, she reluctantly endures. My detestable brother. Qian Rengshu's heart is in turmoil at this moment. After a prolonged internal struggle, Qian Rengshu finally speaks. My foolish brother, please release me. This is her final act of defiance. What? That is not what I asked for. My dear elder brother, I beg you to let me go. Qian Rengshu's tone is far from pleasant. She looks as if she could devour him whole. However, as an elder brother, one must yield to their beloved sister. How could he stoop to the level of a mere child? Once he releases Qian Rengshu, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. As soon as Qian Rengshu is free, she swiftly bites his arm and darts away. Farewell, my foolish brother. Remember, I am the elder sister, and you shall never be the brother, unless... Qian Rengshu flees at an astonishing speed. I truly that terrifying? But what was that last part? Qian Rengshuan falls into deep contemplation. To be honest, his relationship with Qian Rengshu is quite good, yet he cannot fathom why she is so concerned with who holds the title of eldest. It truly baffles him. Hey, could you please be serious? Qian Rengshuan gazes at Qian Rengshu, who seems lost in thought and feels an overwhelming headache. Then you need to teach me seriously too. I'm not teaching seriously. He is genuinely a loss for words. You must also teach me the essentials. For instance, how did you create these techniques? Qian Rengshuan is utterly exasperated. How can he explain how he created them? Should he divulge knowledge from his past life? Would you like me to provide a theoretical framework as well? It is simply like this, then that, and finally it becomes the sea. Isn't it easy? Upon hearing this, Qian Rengshu becomes quite irate. What do you mean? What nonsense are you spouting? Realizing that continuing this argument is futile, Qian Rengshuan decides to drop the subject. He feels that the younger version of Qian Rengshu is quite different from her older self. However, the essence cultivation technique is rather esoteric, as it pertains to mental fortitude, whereas the red sun technique is a common method for cultivating physical vitality. With enough effort and perseverance, success is guaranteed, not to mention that Qian Rengshu possesses considerable talent and has made notable progress. Yet, the essence cultivation technique primarily relies on comprehension, which is why Qian Rengshu finds it so bewildering. Enlightenment, what does it truly mean? I find myself utterly perplexed. At this moment, Qian Renshue is engulfed by an overwhelming sense of frustration. Yet she must embrace the path of understanding. Having already traversed this journey in a past life, she, predictably, achieves success once more. Observing the still despondent Qian Renshue, Qian Renshien resolved to establish a mental connection. Days later, through his unwavering guidance, Qian Renshue finally triumphed, a feat not easily accomplished. What? If one were to inquire how this is possible without reliance on enlightenment, I must convey that this matter is profoundly intricate. Those who comprehend it truly understand. While its essence eludes verbal expression, engaging in a literal interpretation serves no purpose. My friend, how could Qian Renshien ever deceive you? The various martial arts techniques were never intended to be imparted to Qian Renshue at this moment. It was not out of stinginess. After all, he was not like Tang San, who withheld knowledge from his brothers and loved ones, keeping the treasures within the Xiantian treasure record to himself. What? You mentioned the rules of the Tang sect? That is truly beyond comprehension. Such adherence is commendable. If one were to follow those rules so strictly, what would be the point of subterfuge? Nevertheless, he eventually did share the knowledge, which is indeed true, yet it cannot be denied that he harbored secrets. The so-called rules of the Tang sect were not followed in his past life, yet here, they are upheld with great diligence. Now, returning to the original topic, he simply felt it was not the right time, as explaining everything would be quite cumbersome. However, once the martial soul awakened, he would surely teach Qian Renshue and the others, for if their martial souls manifested as six-winged angels, such talents would be recognized. If their abilities were lacking, then the techniques themselves would hold intrinsic value. Should one find the notion of talent unconvincing, consider that Tang San was far more formidable from a young age. Who taught him about hidden weapons and poisons after his reincarnation? Was it not his own experience that shaped him? Who dared to question his prowess? Regardless of the outcome of the awakening, the blood of the Qian family coursed through his veins, ensuring a certain level of success, certainly not akin to a certain teacher who struggles with mediocrity. Ultimately, it would be a matter of marriage and offspring. One could only wait to see how his children would fare, as the techniques he possessed might not even be his own creation. For even with the protective influence of the spirit hall, dangers may lurk, and he would naturally delegate certain responsibilities to others. Qian Renshue was an unexpected variable. She inadvertently stumbled upon his secrets. Fortunately, their only conflict was singular, as she generally complied with his wishes, thus avoiding any significant troubles. Chapter 4. Training and conversation. The techniques he could impart were limited. The Qiang Classic would enhance physical vitality, the Ningxin Classic would bolster mental fortitude, and the Qing Xian Step would increase agility and speed. Additionally, there was a boxing technique, the Gung Jin Fist, which was quite commendable. This is quite commendable, especially considering it does not account for the demonic martial arts, such as blood-refining sorcery and devil's decimation. Which of these two would you choose? As dawn broke and the sun peeked over the horizon, Qian Renshue was roused from her slumber by Qian Renshien, which left her somewhat displeased due to her morning grumpiness, though she refrained from voicing her dissatisfaction. After attending to their personal hygiene for a while, both of them successfully awakened. Naturally, the next step was to partake in breakfast. Qian Renshien did not employ any particularly profound teaching methods. Given their identities, an invigorating medicinal bath and various fine delicacies were certainly in abundance. For now, his activities were limited to jogging and practicing on the wooden dummy. This illustrates that no matter how profound his teaching methods may be, he is incapable of effecting a significant transformation in another person. If one were to truly expect him to completely change someone into an extraordinary individual, then could Qian Renshien merely be seen as a brother nurturing a bug? Shall we compete once more? Qian Renshue feigned ignorance and silently began to run, contemplating the absurdity of the competition, chuckling inwardly at the notion of comparison. After all, she had never emerged victorious. Engaging in such a contest would only serve to make her appear foolish. Qian Renshien said nothing, merely keeping pace with her, and soon caught up. Observing Qian Renshue to his right, he felt a sense of satisfaction. She was now far more loquacious while running than she had been at the outset, her strides numerous, which often left her short of breath. Running in this manner and engaging the chi of the sun has yielded satisfactory results. However, to truly harness its potential, even the most formidable of challenges should not be recklessly attempted. While exercise is indeed beneficial, one must not overexert oneself, especially given the tender age of one's body. Today, in a moment of folly, I added some weight to my regimen. Now, having completed only half of my run, I already feel a sense of fatigue, for I am still but a child. Chen noticed his discomfort. Honestly, I advised you against adding any weight, yet you chose to disregard my counsel. Now, you find yourself in this predicament. It serves you right. Despite her inner thoughts, she remained concerned for him. How about we call it a day? I'm feeling weary too, and there are other activities to attend to. Chen Shien, understanding her worry, realized that her suggestion was made out of concern. However, responding was a challenge. To decline might come across as ungrateful, yet agreeing would undoubtedly lead her to hold it over him. Nonetheless, he was not one to stubbornly cling to pride and endure needless hardship. Recognizing his misjudgment today, and with time pressing on, he decided to halt his run. Panting as he replied, "All right, breathe." His body was awash with aches and pains, a sensation both exquisite and torturous, yet he considered it trivial. Chen Shui offered no further admonitions, and she certainly had no intention of continuing the run herself. "Isn't my little sister rather adorable?" he mused. "What? Was I not adorable before?" "No, you should call me sister." Observing Chen Shui's mildly irritated expression, he boldly inquired, "Why do you care so much? Isn't it obvious? You were born just a moment earlier, so you think you can be called brother?" "Naturally, I refuse to accept that. If you truly didn't care, why not call me sister?" Her annoyance was palpable. Did he care? Perhaps. In truth, Chen Shui harbored a small desire, if Chen Shien was her younger brother. Being older naturally entitled her to command him. Moreover, having a younger brother of such genius would surely enhance her own status as an older sister. Or perhaps it was precisely because he was her brother that he possessed such talent. Not to mention, wasn't it delightful to be addressed as sister master? Thus, she was determined not to concede. After a brief respite, Chen Shien slowly rose to his feet. "Let us proceed, sister master." "Well, you actually called me sister." At that moment, Chen Shui felt as though she were in a dream. In the past, when Chen Shien uttered such words, it was usually with sarcasm, a teasing mockery that made one wish to retaliate. But now, that sensation had vanished. As for why Chen Shien suddenly addressed her as sister, he merely wished to bring some joy to the little one. A series of rhythmic thuds echoed around them. The two were currently engaged in a training exercise with wooden dummies. This wooden dummy was undoubtedly crafted by someone he hired. It is exclusively for training purposes and will certainly not reveal anything. The mastery of the Gingjin fist can only be described as a golden radiance enveloping it, with the fist resembling gold and iron, delivering a powerful strike. These are the only and most suitable options available, and perhaps improvements may be made in the future. Currently, the two have only acquired a modicum of knowledge. 1,000 words cannot compare to the swiftness of practical experience. Their present routine consists of morning runs, midday rest, afternoon boxing, evening meditation, and therapeutic baths, supplemented with the flesh of soul beasts to nourish their bodies. Soon, they are to pay a visit to their grandfather. Upon hearing Chen Shui's words, he too was reminded of that benevolent elder. After years of companionship, he acknowledges that this esteemed elder, a divine angel and one of the three unparalleled Douluos, is indeed quite remarkable. Is the moment of fate, the day of martial soul awakening, drawing near? This inevitably brings to mind the so-called master. There are no worthless martial souls, only inept soul masters. Have you not seen that his disciple is a once-in-a-millennium genius, possessing twin martial souls and innate full soul power? What need has he for his master's guidance? What difference does his presence make to Tang San? If he truly wishes to validate his claims, should he not instruct a worthless individual to ascend to the rank of titled Douluo? And is Tang San not also a mere experiment of Yu Shaojing? His theories were ultimately trampled upon by his beloved disciple. Nevertheless, the fates of countless families and the fate of the spirit hall are beyond Tang San's capacity to destroy or impede. As night falls, the starry sky glimmers with resplendence. The myriad lights within the spirit city create a lively atmosphere. Within a grand hall, a towering celestial elephant stands. Its holy visage and 6 pristine wings spread majestically behind it, exuding an air of dignity and sanctity that compels one to bow in reverence. Below, an elder clad in a golden robe, with golden hair cascading behind him, appears neither robust nor aged, seemingly in his 30s or 40s. Handsome with a gentle smile that emanates kindness. In this moment, Qian Daolu gazes earnestly at the celestial elephant. "Grandfather," they exclaim in unison, turning to him with faint smiles. "Come here." Qian Rinxue and Qian Rinxian approach his side. This venerable figure is the progenitor of the Qian family, the creator of the Spirit Hall, who for a millennium suppressed the evil soul masters, ultimately achieving divine recognition as the original angel god. Chapter 5. Awakening Grandfather, you have recounted this many times. Hearing Qian Rinxue's remark, Qian Daolu merely chuckles. Is that so? The elderly often forget. Goodness, where is the evidence of your age? Among the three unparalleled title Douluo, the invincible angel Douluo boasts a lifespan extending a millennium. How could you possibly be old? Of course, Qian Rinxian would only dare to ponder this internally. In a day's time, the martial soul awakening will occur. Do not be anxious. The glory of the angel will be inherited by you siblings. The two merely stood beside Qian Daolu, listening to his narration. As for the glory of the angel, he remained unaware of how it once was. But as for Qian Daolu, Qian Xuanji, and Qian Rinxue, one could say they were thoroughly defeated by the Haotian hammer, with Qian Daolu faring slightly better. Alas, the generations of Haotian hammer angels. The glory is not easily attained. Grandfather, now that my brother and I have awakened our martial souls, will mother cease to resent us? Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, Qian Daolu's expression shifted, leaving him uncertain. Alas, this is indeed tragic. Ultimately, it is Qian Xuanji's fault. Yet what recourse does Qian Daolu have? Can he wield his sword against his own son? Or should he persuade Bibi Dong to relinquish her hatred? That would be a jest. For Bibi Dong would relish the chance to eliminate Qian Xuanji. Does Qian Daolu not see this? He is incapable of killing Bibi Dong. Consequently, Qian Daolu can only compensate Bibi Dong in other ways, turning a blind eye to many matters. Sigh, one can only do their utmost, and leave the rest to fate. Maytime dull all wounds. This was the only thought Qian Daolu could entertain, for what else could he do? Unsure of how to respond, he merely ruffled Qian Rinxue's hair, muttering that the child is blameless. Bibi Dong. Regrettably, these words were unheard by either of them. Observing Qian Rinxue's expression of eager anticipation, Qian Rinxian sensed that this little one would weep bitterly come dawn. Yet Bibi Dong's grievances were limited to two, Qian Xuanji and the teacher Yu Xiaojiang. All Qian Rinxian could do was strive earnestly. The following day, the siblings arose early, for today marked the day of their martial soul awakening at the Hall of Offering. The Hall of Offering, where the 7 offerings reside, represents the pinnacle of martial prowess, accessible only to those of Super Douluo rank 96 or higher. The Hall of Offering holds a status above both the Hall of Pope and the Doa Hall, yet the architecture of the Doa Hall remains the tallest. A gesture of respect in itself. As they entered the Hall of Offering, it was a markedly different atmosphere from their previous visit, which had been solely with their grandfather. This time, during the martial soul awakening, 6 other offerings were present. While Qian Rinxian felt relatively at ease, Qian Rinxue was noticeably anxious. Upon their entrance, the hall was predominantly adorned in gold and silver, with Qian Daolu seated beneath the statue of the angel. Below Qian Daolu stood 3-peaked Douluo, radiating an aura of authority simply by their presence. In the presence of the angel statue, only Qian Daolu, as the angel's spokesperson, was permitted to sit. The others, despite their status as offerings, had no seats. The 7 were clad in garments exclusive to the offerings, embroidered in gold and silver. Qian Rinxian and Qian Rinxue's grandfather wore a golden robe embroidered with the 6-winged angel martial soul. The other 6 donned robes adorned with their respective martial souls, a lifelike giant crocodile for the 2nd offering, a book for the 3rd offering, a mirror for the 4th offering, a bell for the 5th offering, and 2 identical staffs for the 6th and 7th offerings. Qianjun and the demon subduing staff. This is the 7 offerings. After the brother and sister greeted all the offerings, they approached Qin Dao Lu. Qin Dao Lu retrieved 6 black stones from the soul guiding device and arranged them in a formation. Subsequently, he produced a blue, spherical crystal ball, which, under the enhancement of his soul power, floated mysteriously in midair. Immediately thereafter, a terrifying aura emanated from Qin Dao Lu, and 6 golden wings unfurled from his back. 8 black and 1 red soul rings rose rhythmically from beneath his feet, while the ethereal shadow of his martial soul radiated a sacred and luminous aura. This is still the reason why Qian Daolu exhibits considerable restraint in the presence of his grandchildren. Otherwise, with such a terrifying aura, how could an ordinary person, devoid of an awakened martial spirit, possibly remain unscathed in this situation? This marks the first encounter for the 2 siblings witnessing Qian Daolu unleash his martial soul. At this moment, Qian Rinxue remains relatively composed, yet she harbors a tinge of envy within her heart, for after all, it is 100,000-year soul ring, the aspiration of every soul master. In recent years, although the two had yet to awaken their martial souls, they had absorbed a substantial amount of theoretical knowledge. They had access to the extensive records within the Martial Soul Hall's library and were guided by dedicated instructors. Focusing their minds, they closed their eyes and endeavored to attune themselves to the experience. Upon hearing this, the siblings stepped into the resplendent hexagonal formation radiating brilliant light. They cast aside their wandering thoughts, closed their eyes, and sought to immerse themselves in the sensation. The dazzling golden light enveloped them, imparting an indescribable sense of comfort. At this moment, Qian Rinxue felt something within her being drawn forth. Subsequently, a majestic six-winged angelic apparition emerged behind her, gradually merging with her essence. Yet, this was not the end. The angelic figure emanated a sacred aura, and a beam of light illuminated Qian Rinxue. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers understood its significance. It was indeed the divine bestowal of soul power. However, only Qian Dalu comprehended the true nature of the event. This was a resonance, signifying the angel's acknowledgement of Qian Rinxue. Feeling the transformation within her, Qian Rinxue hastily opened her eyes, clenched her fists, and meticulously sensed the strength coursing through her body. Is this the essence of martial soul power? She then glanced at her brother, a fleeting sense of concern crossing her mind. Yet, she swiftly extinguished such thoughts. How could anything go awry? He was far stronger than she, so what could possibly happen? Her brother was still in the process of awakening, making it an unsuitable moment for testing soul power. To be frank, bearing the surname Qian and possessing the six-winged angel martial soul, along with divine bestowal, provided ample assurance in that regard. As for our protagonist, what was he experiencing at this moment? Qian Rinxue felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Yet there was an inexplicable strangeness accompanying it. He sensed that something was gestating within him, poised to emerge imminently. At this moment, Qian Dalu too felt a twinge of anxiety, hoping that no mishap would occur. The next instant, a formidable presence surged forth, and golden radiance soared into the heavens, creating a spectacular display that was nothing short of magnificent. It has gained notoriety once more. Several of the worshippers are somewhat astonished. They have never witnessed such grandeur before. Meanwhile, Qian Daolu appears to be quite fervent, as the spectacle suggests that the martial spirit is undoubtedly astonishingly powerful. When you inquire about the towering pillar of light, one might ponder, what can be done? What else could be done? With only 9 individuals present, can any secrets possibly escape? If one wishes to know, they should approach the temple and engage in amiable discourse with this venerable elder. Qian Daolu harbors considerable confidence in such interactions. Chapter 6. Angels and Ambitions. The golden radiance gradually dissipated. A golden mark emerged at the center of Qian Rinxuan's brow, and behind him, an ethereal angelic figure materialized, seemingly imbued with a profound essence. Subsequently, the angelic manifestation appeared to sense something, emanating a burst of light that enveloped Qian Rinxue before it too slowly vanished from sight. This differs from the six-winged angel. The ethereal silhouette emanates a more potent aura of sanctity than the six-winged angel. The most notable distinction lies in the number of wings. This is a 12-winged angel. The highest among the myriad is merely 6 wings, and that ancestral angelic deity also possesses 6 wings. Is this meant to surpass the ancestors? Upon reflection, a sense of excitement stirred within him. Qian Daolu composed himself briefly and instructed the two to test their soul power. Qian Rinxue placed her hand upon the azure crystal sphere. In the next moment, the sphere emitted a dazzling radiance. Qian Daolu's pupils constricted, and then a satisfied smile spread across his face. Innate soul power at level 20. At that moment, Qian Daolu comprehended that among the siblings, the angel god had chosen Qian Rinxue, a fact that had been evident during the awakening of their martial spirits. Qian Rinxue envisioned the delight her mother would feel upon witnessing her achievement. Next, it was Qian Rinxuan's turn. He placed his hand on the crystal sphere. Innate level 20? At this point, Qian Rinxue felt a significant weight lifted from his heart. Now he could strategize on how to deal with Tang San. The worshippers found the day to be exceptionally thrilling. Initially, Qian Daolu himself had not possessed innate level 20. Now, with Qian Rinxue achieving this milestone, there was yet another formidable sibling, Qian Rinxue, to consider. One could only marvel at the prowess of these siblings. Although Qian Daolu was elated, a shadow of concern loomed in his heart. What was he worried about? Naturally, it was the divine position. The angel god had selected Qian Rinxue, a reality that this divine envoy could not alter. This is indeed a divine inheritance. It is destined to lead to godhood in the future. Might this not evoke a sense of injustice in Qian Rinxian, as he is her elder brother? After all, Qian Rinxuan's martial soul is undeniably superior to that of Qian Rinxue. Should this ignite a conflict among siblings? It would not be a fortunate occurrence for the Spirit Hall or for the Qian family. In truth, Qian Daoliu's concerns are not unfounded. Familial discord and fraternal strife are not unheard of. The legacy of the divine is even more formidable. However, were Qian Rinxue to discover the worries that plague his mind, he would undoubtedly respond, "Grandfather, you are overthinking this." Qian Rinxue harbors no desire to inherit the position of the angel god. Why is that? He perceives a troubling issue with the angel goddess inheritance, and upon learning that this angel god is an ancestor of the Qian family, his apprehensions are only intensified. One must ask, which ancestor would harbor disdain for their own descendants? What a peculiar notion. What purpose does the angel goddess disdain for his descendants serve? Thus, there appears to be some underlying issues with the divine inheritance. Although it may have originally been without fault, did not Tang San also inherit a divine position? Yet, it seems the angel god has fallen. Will those two shameless deities take any action? Therefore, he intends to find time to converse with Qian Rinxue and contemplate a solution, trusting that his sister will likely believe him. Chen Shien, Chen Shue, rest for the night. Tomorrow, I shall take you to hunt soul beasts. Upon hearing these words, the several worshippers were taken aback. This esteemed elder had not left Wuhuan City for quite some time, yet he was now preparing to venture out. Was it truly necessary for him to personally engage in the mere hunting of the first soul ring? Alas, it was merely a matter of concern. As the two completed their martial soul awakenings, the worshippers began to take their leave. However, Qian Rinxian, upon hearing the voice in his mind, could only smile helplessly. Nightfall. A cool breeze swept through, bringing a sense of comfort. Qian Rinxian arrived once more at the worship hall, observing the elder standing beneath the statue of the angel god. He was well aware of the reason for Qian Daolu's summons. "Grandfather, I have come." Qian Daolu waved his hand. "Did you call for me for a reason, grandfather?" Qian Daolu gazed at his intelligent grandson, aware that he was feigning ignorance. "Chen Shien, why not take a guess?" Qian Daolu regarded the angel god statue, patiently awaiting his response. Silence lingered for a considerable time. Qian Rinxian, also fixated on the statue, finally spoke. "Is it because of our ancestors?" Qian Daolu did not respond but began recounting the tale. In days past, the malevolent soul masters roamed the continent, causing untold suffering to its people. At that moment, a woman emerged, a six-winged angel, heralding the arrival of light upon the world. Her divine aura served as an absolute suppression against the evil soul masters. Noticing that Qian Rinxian remained silent, Qian Daolu continued. The woman wielded a sacred sword, slaying evil soul masters far and wide. More and more individuals joined her ranks, forming what would become the original Wuhuan Hall. People extolled her remarkable deeds, supporting and venerating her. As her following grew across the continent, she established the Wuhuan Hall, subduing the evil souls and spreading her teachings. For a millennium, she traversed the land, ultimately quelling the evil soul masters, and due to her monumental achievements, the people's faith in her led to her apotheosis. Qian Rinxian remained perplexed. Was it truly necessary to recount the story of their ancestors at such a late hour? By his estimation, Qian Daolu ought to be providing him with some psychological guidance or inspirational words. What do you think would be a suitable name for the empire if the Wuhuan Hall were to be established? Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxian was suddenly startled. What did this mean? Should not the idea of establishing an empire have originated from his mother? Yet, Qian Daolu seemed rather disinterested. What was the current situation? Faith in the divine is indeed a profound journey. Our ancestors traversed this path over a millennium. Even now, the Spirit Hall possesses the capability to achieve such greatness. I, your grandfather, remain steadfast, and I am still able to wield this sword. I wonder if the world still remembers me, the angel Douluo. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue suddenly grasped the essence of the words. It was not that he was foolish, but rather that his thoughts had never ventured into such realms. One morning, Qian Daoliu's assessment of Qian Rinxue was that he lacked courage, which, upon reflection, seemed accurate based on certain behaviors. Yet now, he harbored aspirations to attain divine faith, leaving one at a loss for words. As for who would ascend to this divine status, the answer is painfully evident, is it not? Grandfather, do you wish for me to embrace this faith in the divine? Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu erupted into laughter. Is this not the mark of my grandson? Presently, on the Douluo continent, whether it be the two great empires or the three esteemed sects, none can rival the Spirit Hall in strength. The Spirit Hall possesses a greater number of titled Douluo, yet we are lacking in military might. This matter requires careful planning. This is a method that Douluo has contemplated for a considerable time. Since there can only be one divine position, why not create a deity? He believes this approach is remarkably effective, with a high likelihood of success. After all, even if it takes time, the Qian family can endure it. Once Qian Rinxue ascends to godhood, great achievements can be realized. Having a deity to unify the continent would indeed simplify matters greatly. Furthermore, the entire continent's belief systems would likely suffice for his descendants to attain divinity. Chapter 7. The deterioration of relationships and the journey ahead regarding Qian Daolia's thoughts. He considers whether to disclose to him that his martial soul possesses certain peculiarities. However, reflecting on the original storyline, he concludes it is inconsequential. Regardless of whether it is his mother or grandfather, they would eventually harbor similar thoughts. It is merely a matter of time. Why bother to persuade him? Undertaking the grand endeavor of unifying the continent is far more worthwhile. As for Tang San, he ceased to be a threat long ago. Following the awakening of his martial soul, grandfather, you should observe this. Qian Rinxien had long prepared several martial arts techniques to present to Qian Daoluo. To instill belief in him, the Gangjin Fist would serve as evidence, not for instantaneous mastery, but for its feasibility. Qian Daoluo became utterly captivated after merely a glance, utterly amazed by the extraordinary works before him. Did you conceive this? Qian Daoliu's voice trembled slightly. Indeed, a genius, truly a genius. Qian Daoluo was overwhelmed with excitement. The items in his hands were singular across the entire continent, the papers undoubtedly containing for martial arts techniques. I have imparted all this to Shuer. With the training over these years, we can attempt the Millennium Soul Ring tomorrow. Indeed, these must not circulate. They hold immense potential for advancing belief in the future. Qian Rinxien nodded in agreement. I nearly began to doubt you, little Qian. Despite Qian Daoliu's words, Qian Rinxien remained unfazed. For the only reason was that he bore the surname Qian and possessed the 12-winged angel martial soul. After further exchanges and imparting some guidance to Qian Daoluo, he took his leave. Following a bit more conversation, Qian Rinxien departed as well. The Grand Hall was left with Qian Daoluo alone, the papers in his possession having vanished. In the Tiando Empire, within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, a building resembling the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower's martial soul stood. A man clad in a blue robe stood by the window, gazing into the distance. What a tumultuous autumn. What do you make of Sword Uncle's light pillar? Ning Fengji, the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, renowned for possessing the world's most formidable auxiliary martial soul and wealth-rivaling nations, felt a sense of unease. A figure with flowing white hair and garments, sword Duluo Chen Shien, silently appeared behind Ning Fengji. Fengji, why burden your mind so? There are far greater concerns than ours. They surely wish to uncover the truth as well. Such a significant matter, the Spirit Hall will undoubtedly keep it confidential. They will find nothing of value, ultimately returning empty-handed. May nothing untoward occur. Ning Fengji shook his head. At this moment, the resplendent pillar of light emanating from the awakening of the Qian Rinxien martial soul has plunged numerous factions into fervent discussions. The Heaven Do Empire, the Star Luo Empire, the Haian Sect, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan have convened a clandestine meeting. In the early morning, two siblings hasten towards a certain destination. The gentle breeze caresses them, causing their robes to flutter gracefully. Today, Qian Rinxue rose with the dawn, and she took her perceived younger brother, Qian Rinxien, along with her. They set out to seek their mother, Bibi Dong. He found it impossible to dissuade his sister from her intentions, truly a case of self-inflicted hardship. Pushing open the door to the room, Qian Rinxue exuberantly dashed inside. Mother, I awakened my martial soul yesterday. The innate level 26 winged angel is truly formidable. Upon hearing her exuberant cries, Bibi Dong appeared before them, but her expression was gravely somber. Qian Rinxue was not surprised by Bibi Dong's demeanor. For years, her mother had often worn a similar expression when regarding the two of them. In that moment, Qian Rinxue merely surmised that her mother might be skeptical. Hence, Qian Rinxue felt compelled to manifest her martial soul as proof. Before Qian Rinxien could grasp her intentions and call out for her to halt, it was too late. The ethereal form of the six-winged angel materialized behind Qian Rinxue. The sight of the angelic apparition caused Bibi Dong's pupils to constrict. An angel? What nonsense! She would forever remember that night, that man, and the events that transpired within that secret chamber, possessing the sacred light of the six-winged angel martial soul. Yet having committed such acts, what justice, what light, merely empty words. Bibi Dong's emotions began to spiral out of control, her countenance contorted in rage. Her eyes ablaze with hatred and murderous intent. Had it not been an angel that had awakened, her ire might have been diminished, yet this was the inevitable outcome. After all this time, she had merely been deceiving herself. Qian Rinxue had never witnessed such a terrifying expression on her mother's face, and she was instantly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. You wretched spawn, you all deserve to die. Bibi Dong spat out a venomous greeting. In the next moment, she swung her hand toward Qian Rinxue. No. Reacting swiftly, Qian Rinxien pulled Qian Rinxue to safety. Fortunately, Bibi Dong merely executed a common strike, refraining from unleashing her martial soul or utilizing soul power. When her palm met emptiness, Bibi Dong stood frozen in place, momentarily lost in thought. Mother, you must be weary. Please take a moment to rest, he said tenderly before embracing Qian Rinxue and departing. Alone in the room, Bibi Dong sank to the floor, her gaze vacant, tears beginning to stream down her cheeks. The sight of the six-winged angel had sent her into a frenzy. The dark memories had driven her to madness. After delivering that strike, Bibi Dong was filled with regret. Given another chance, she would not have acted in such a manner. Bibi Dong gazed at the door that had yet to be closed. Rising to her feet, she gently shut the door, then slowly sank to the floor. The relationship between her and Qian Rinxue had deteriorated to an unbearable extent. Qian Rinxien silently held her as they made their way to their residence. Qian Rinxue buried her head in his embrace, her voice trembling with tears as she questioned, Brother, why must it be this way? I have always cherished Mother. I have strived to earn her approval. I believed that upon awakening my martial soul, she would be pleased and treat me differently than before. Yet, why has it become even worse? In the throes of her weeping, did she finally remember to call him brother? Despite being her child, why had she never experienced maternal love? She could only see the hatred reflected in her mother's eyes. This time, the exchange of harsh words was particularly intense, and the terrifying sensation nearly led Qian Rinxue to believe that Bibi Dong intended to end her life. Bibi Dong had never been as menacing as she was today. The six-winged angel had a profound impact on her. As for Qian Rinxue, he found himself at a loss for words. Should he reveal the truth to her? Was Qian Sunji truly a scoundrel? Her respected master had violated her and imprisoned her. Our very existence was never her desire. Did she despise all of this? Yet, such revelations would be exceedingly cruel for the 6-year-old Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue remained silent, simply holding Qian Rinxue close, allowing her to cry freely, hoping that this release would bring her solace. They made their way to their quaint villa, where he gently placed Qian Rinxue on the bed. Just as he prepared to leave, she called out to him, Brother, will you stay with me for a while? Did you bully your sister? Yunguang inquired, observing Qian Rinxue's swollen eyes with curiosity. Sister Yunguang, brother did not bully me. Qian Rinxue replied with a faint smile. Yunguang chose not to comment further on the matter. Really, why do you all harbor such thoughts? Qian Rinxue found himself exasperated. Did he truly come across as that kind of person? Wait for your grandfather. We'll be departing for the Star Doe Forest shortly. Chapter 8. The soul skill that was a bit too strong and odd. Qian Rinxue silently scrutinized Yunguang, the nameless figure from the original story. To be honest, he was quite astonished. Yunguang was a female with golden hair and eyes akin to those of ordinary people. Were there not several female soul masters in Doi? This individual is indeed a pinnacle of the 98th generation of Douluo. Little brother, do you always gaze at your sister? Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue felt a tinge of embarrassment. Is our little brother feeling shy? Yunguang chuckled softly. She bore no malice. Observing Qian Rinxue's scrutiny, she decided to tease this adorable little fellow. However, Qian Rinxue appeared somewhat irritated. This is a gift for you, Qian Dalu remarked, placing 2 soul-guiding devices into the hands of the siblings. You really ought to inform me. I had no time to prepare gifts, which is quite embarrassing. Upon hearing Yunguang address her grandfather, Qian Dalu, in such a manner, Qian Rinxue felt a peculiar sensation. After all, even Genie would dare not. Yet, Qian Dalu merely shot her a glare and retorted, Isn't what you've extracted from your soul-guiding device sufficient? Mine contains only some garments, gold coins, and what else? I owe you a gift, and I shall make it up to you in the future. Yunguang spoke no falsehood. Her soul-guiding device truly contained nothing else. As for gold coins as gifts, they might suffice for others. But these two certainly lacked nothing in that regard. Do not forget to request gifts from the remaining old fellows. Yunguang winked at the siblings. Ah, this truly raises doubts about her character. Grandfather, does the ring have a name? Shui, name it whatever you wish. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue immediately fell into deep contemplation. Let us proceed, ponder as we go. With that, a luxurious carriage arrived, drawn by 4-century-old soul beasts, the crimson flame horses. These creatures are inherently gentle. and after training, they pose no danger whatsoever. Esteemed guest, please board, one of them said, using its back as a step, a broad smile adorning its face. This coachman is undoubtedly dedicated to serving the esteemed figures of the Spirit Hall, to the extent that he can pass down this legacy through generations. Even if his descendants lack talent, while some may look down upon his subservient demeanor, he, in turn, holds a disdain for them. For he reaps substantial rewards and ensures a secure future for his lineage. The prominent figures of the Spirit Hall are indeed ordinary individuals, devoid of any perverse tendencies. Although the coachman was unfamiliar with Qian Daolu, he was well aware of the notorious figure known as the Third Offering, Yunguang Douluo. Naturally, Qian Rinxue and her 3 companions were not incapable of boarding a carriage. It was merely a matter of attitude. Once aboard, the 4 of them each found a seat and settled down. Brother, let us name the ring Xuanxue ring, drawing inspiration from their names. This was the best title that Qian Rinxue could conceive. What you say goes. Interestingly, since that incident, this younger sister had ceased to argue about who was the leader. This issue had finally been resolved. How delightful. Throughout this journey, the 2 individuals dedicated themselves to their cultivation. It was not until Qian Daolia's reminder that they emerged from their meditative states. The carriage came to a halt in a quaint little town. Qian Daolu and Yun Guang did not soar into the Stardow forest but instead ventured within the Stardow forest. The 2 esteemed guardians did not conceal their formidable presence, ready to obliterate any foolhardy intruders. Qian Daolu and Yun Guang possessed the confidence to act so boldly. Being a peerless Douluo and a super Douluo, respectively, capable of effortlessly vanquishing the likes of the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. Naturally, there was no need for them to venture into the core area. Eliminating those 2 spirit beasts aged over 100,000 years would serve little purpose for the time being. Finding suitable soul rings for the angel martial spirit proved to be a challenge, even for them, requiring a considerable investment of time. The 6-winged angel embodies the properties of light, holiness, and fire. While locating a fire attribute was relatively straightforward, the search for holy and light attributes posed a significant challenge. When pondering the distinction between holiness and light, Qian Rinxue found herself at a loss, only able to assert that holiness diverges from mere illumination. In the context of evil soul masters, holiness proves to be more effective than light. The specifics eluded her understanding. Little brother, what do you think of that one? Following Yun Guang's gaze, they spotted a golden bird soaring through the sky. This bird, roughly the size of an ordinary eagle, shimmered in gold with hints of red. Having spent considerable time in the Spirit Hall library, Qian Rinxue recognized it as a daylight sparrow, a rare spirit beast embodying both light and fire attributes, which could likely cultivate for up to 100,000 years. What a fortunate coincidence it was for it to appear now. Such occurrences were rarely without significance. Unfortunately, the bird had only managed to cultivate for 2,000 years. Well then, thank you, Sister Yun Guang. Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, Yun Guang promptly summoned her martial spirit. The Book of Light, and 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul rings manifested beneath her feet. A terrifying aura enveloped the area, causing the daylight sparrow to become immobilized, plummeting from the sky. At this altitude, a 2,000-year-old spirit beast would not perish from the fall. This appears to be a deliberate control by Yun Guang. Otherwise, it would be a simple matter for a peak Douluo of the 98th rank to eliminate a mere 2,000-year spirit beast. The daylight sparrow lying on the ground has succumbed to unconsciousness. Qian Rinxue, wielding a dagger drawn from the Xuanxue ring, approached its side and swiftly slashed at the creature's throat. Blood gushed forth, yet it did not perish immediately. Thus, he was compelled to deliver several more strikes. A pitiful fate for the daylight sparrow to endure such torment before its demise. Discarding the bloody dagger, a circle of purple spirit rings emerged from the lifeless body. Qian Rinxue then settled into a cross-legged position, using his soul power to draw the spirit rings from above and envelop himself. Absorbing this 1,000-year spirit ring brought him no pain. Rather, a surge of energy continuously nourished his being. Within less than half an hour, Qian Rinxue effortlessly absorbed the spirit ring of the daylight sparrow, carefully attuning to the abilities granted by this soul skill, and a sense of joy blossomed within him. Excitedly opening his eyes, he glanced at the few individuals guarding him and spoke. Grandfather, I wish to seek out a few spirit beasts to test this soul skill. Qian Daolu did not refuse but merely nodded in acknowledgement. He was eager to understand the nature of the soul skill, if it were akin to an angel assault. There would be no further discussion required. A profound curiosity gleamed in Yun Guang's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Rinxue declared, the first soul skill is angelic light. which alters my attack method. Does it allow me to engage in ranged attacks? Noticing their slight bewilderment, Chen Shien directly summoned his martial soul. Golden wings unfurled from his back, exuding a sacred aura. A halo of golden spirit rings encircled his form, shimmering brightly. With a flourish of his hand, akin to wielding a sword, he conjured golden sword energy that surged forward. This enhanced his attack by 90%, compounding damage with each strike and upon impact. It possessed the ability to erode soul power. Whether the sword energy attack could be controlled remained to be seen. He mused that even without invoking the sword energy, his physical strikes would yield similar effects. The expressions of those present were decidedly peculiar upon hearing this. This soul skill is quite formidable. Curiously, why is this soul ring golden? Xiao Xian, what is the meaning behind the color of your soul ring? Chapter 9, A Trial. The original text states that a golden soul ring signifies 1,000,000 years, yet he was certain his soul ring did not possess such age. Perhaps this martial spirit felt the color of the soul ring did not match its own grandeur and thus altered its hue for aesthetic appeal? How superficial. Nonetheless, given the peculiar nature of his martial spirit, it was reasonable that it harbored some unique abilities. My martial spirit might indeed be a tad extraordinary. Chen Shien intended to gloss over it, as there was little chance anyone would delve deeper. Brother, will my soul ring also be golden? Ah, that is an excellent question. But the answer is certainly no. You will discover this upon absorbing the soul ring. Very well then. As night fell, they located a suitable soul beast for Chen Shien, and her soul skill unexpectedly surpassed expectations. Although it bore the same name, its effects were significantly enhanced. Angelic Strike concentrated the divine energy of the six-winged angel in her fist, simultaneously increasing her speed and attack by 50%. When attacking, a golden light shield would form, providing both offense and defense. The divine energy had a corroding and suppressive effect on the target's soul power. Brother, could you tell me a story? After much contemplation, Chen Shien finally recalled a rather intriguing tale. Once upon a time, a little girl wandered the frigid streets clutching a nuclear bomb. Barefoot, she approached a middle-aged man and implored, "Uncle, please buy a nuclear bomb from me. I haven't eaten in 3 days." The man ignored her. If she failed to sell even one bomb, she would truly face starvation. As darkness enveloped the city, the girl trembled against the cold wind, curling up in a corner, her body shaking uncontrollably. She felt her strength waning and contemplated igniting a nuclear bomb, believing it might offer her some warmth. Memories of her late grandmother flooded her mind, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Slowly, she fished a red button from her tattered dress pocket, a button that promised a modicum of surprise. She pressed it. In an instant, a colorful mushroom cloud blossomed above the city, and that night, she joyfully reunited with her beloved grandmother alongside the entire populace. Brother, what is a nuclear bomb? Why did everyone see the little girl's grandmother? Chen Shien innocently inquired. Chen Shien offered an awkward smile. You simply need to know it is a very powerful weapon. The following day, the group embarked on another lengthy search. For finding an appropriate soul ring was no easy task, heavily reliant on fortune. Clearly, their luck was lacking, as hours passed without success. At this moment, Douluo felt it prudent to bring more people along. The radiant feathered sparrow, which had existed for 5 millennia, was indeed perfectly suited for Xiao Xue. With a casual wave of his hand, the ethereal figure of a six-winged angel emanated a terrifying aura. In the next instant, Douluo vanished from his position, only to reappear moments later, clutching a half-dead radiant feathered sparrow. I almost exerted too much force. I thought you would refrain from intervening, came the voice of Yun Guang. However, Douluo paid her no heed. A purple soul ring emerged from the corpse, and, drawn by the power of the soul, it encircled Qian Rangshu. Having experienced this process once before, the second attempt progressed much more smoothly, devoid of any signs of agony on her face. It was likely far quicker than the last time. In less than half an hour, Qian Rangshu effortlessly absorbed the soul ring of the radiant feathered sparrow. Closing her eyes, she began to meticulously perceive the abilities bestowed upon her by this soul ring. Her second soul skill, Angel's Feather Barrage, allowed her to condense her soul power into golden feathers, inflicting widespread damage while reducing her opponent's defense and speed by 60%, thereby eroding their soul power. Upon hitting the target, it could stack marks, and after 5 layers, it would detonate, dealing additional damage. Furthermore, her soul power had ascended to level 23. Qian Rangshu was immensely exhilarated. Little brother, can you guess what I have brought back? She inquired. Sister Yun Guang, I already saw it. What is there to guess? Yun Guang, unfazed by any embarrassment, responded, but you didn't voice it aloud. did you? Do not concern yourself with this matter. The 9,000-year-old golden serpent, let us vanquish it. Dear brother. Yun Guang cast the serpent to the ground, choosing not to pursue the previous topic. A violet soul ring materialized instantaneously, and Qian Rinxue sat cross-legged, channeling the soul ring. Before long, the absorption was complete. The second soul skill, Angel's Protection, allows for the negation of certain attacks, while providing absolute defense against foes of the same rank and below. When faced with a lethal strike, it automatically transforms into an invincible shield beneath the divine, offering a 7-day grace period. Even those of higher rank may find themselves momentarily thwarted, as the soul power has now ascended to level 23. This further corroborated the thoughts in his mind. Upon hearing this, Yun Guang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Little brother, let me attempt the absolute defense." Alas, you have gone too far, Yun Guang, Qian Dalu lamented. A careful observer would notice a peculiar glimmer in Qian Daolia's gaze, as if tinged with guilt. Can't you even take a joke? Or do you truly believe I would act in such a manner? Qian Daolu shook his head and chose to disregard her. You are being excessive, Qian Rinxue declared, now quite incensed. Little brat, what do you understand? Yun Guang retorted, stepping beside Qian Rinxue and placing a hand atop her head. Remove your hand and let me go. Qian Rinxue protested as Yun Guang held her in place. Grandfather, you must intervene. Yet Qian Dalu feigned ignorance. It was only through Chen Shien's mediation that Yun Guang finally released Qian Rinxue. Over the past few days of interaction, it often appeared that Qian Dalu would yield first in their exchanges, though perhaps yield is not the most fitting term. It was more a sense of acquiescence that he perceived. There is undoubtedly a tale between these two, and it is likely that Qian Daolu, the grandfather, is the one with issues. The spirit of gossip ignites fervently. Alas, even if one were to inquire, it is probable that no revelations would ensue. Yun Guang harbors no malice, yet she is undeniably intrigued by the absolute defense beneath the gods. Isn't it true that he can utilize it again after just 7 days? Why the anxiety over returning to the spirit hall? Are they not curious? Yun Guang finds it incomprehensible. Let us proceed and seek out a soul beast to test our mettle. Consequently, Yun Guang and Qian Dalu each took flight, soaring into the sky. After a brief moment in the air, Qian Dalu cast his gaze towards the group of crocodiles below. These are your targets. There is no need to worry about safety. Once they landed on the ground, Qian Daolu concealed himself. The crocodiles, observing these two visitors from beyond the heavens, were met with unwavering stares from the brothers. Thus, both parties remained motionless, enveloped in a profound silence. The eyes and abdomen of the crocodiles are their weak points, and perhaps it is feasible to keep their mouths shut with both hands. I have heard, Qian Rinxue added. Why was I not informed? In the small eyes of Qian Rinxue, a sea of questions swirled. Well, let us simply give it a try. After all, we both can fly. And with our strength, what do we have to fear from a few crocodiles? With that, Qian Rinxien, embodying the essence of an angel, unfurled his golden wings and swiftly ascended into the air. As he waved his hand, the first soul skill, Angelic Light, was unleashed, sending forth streams of golden sword energy towards the crocodiles below. Most of these crocodiles have lived for decades, with only 3 or 4 reaching a century. Thus, it can be said that the sword energy penetrated them as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Qian Rinxue's approach was even simpler. Angel Domain, activate. A radiant light emerged, enveloping the entire crocodile swarm. In Chapter 10, the god observed Qian Rinxue unleash her domain with astonishment, questioning why she would resort to such a display when it was not merely a matter of overwhelming the weak. He possessed a sacred domain himself, yet chose not to employ it. Undoubtedly, the angel domain significantly enhanced Qian Rinxue's abilities. This domain allowed her to become ethereal, augmenting her power by 30% while simultaneously diminishing that of her foes by 10%. The domain was infused with divine energy that inherently possessed purifying and dissolving properties, continuously eroding the soul power of her adversaries. Within this realm, Qian Rinxue could substantially impair the sensory capabilities of her enemies and anchor them to the center of the domain. Even if they attempted to teleport, they would remain in place. Should they move a distance using her attacks, they would instantly revert to the central position once the effects dissipated. Qian Rinxue charged forward. With her second soul skill, Angel's Feather, she was enveloped in a flurry of golden feathers, leaving several crocodiles unable to escape, brutally wounded and battered. This scene terrified the century-old crocodiles. The ancient reptiles sought to flee, yet within the domain of the angel, Qian Rinxue reigned supreme. With her first soul skill, Angel Assault, She unleashed the golden fist. The golden fist struck the back of the crocodile, and the force was far beyond mere arithmetic simplicity. In an instant, the century-old crocodile burst apart. Subsequently, 2 more crocodiles fell victim to Qian Renshiwe's prowess. Exhausted from the exertion of soul power, Qian Renshiwe began to plummet from the sky, only to be caught by Qian Renxian in a swift princess carry. What was the point of that? You made yourself look like a fool, and it was entirely unnecessary. She remarked. What about you, brother? Qian Renshiwe smiled at her. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxian was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Why are you laughing so loudly? He inquired. Oh, nothing, just reminiscing about a few things. That strike was rather intriguing. Such talent is not something that the foolish Qian Xuanjie could ever hope to rival. Qian Douluo glared at Yun Guang with an unfriendly demeanor. Nevertheless, Yun Guang remained unfazed and spoke up. And what of it? To me, Qian Xuanjie merely inherited your emotional failures, a love unrequited, and a scoundrel. Truly, they are father and son, aren't they? The same can be said for the 2 women who also became victims. Do you think they too will inherit this fate? Love unfulfilled and a scoundrel? Enough, Yun Guang. Qian Douluo thundered. Perhaps I will depart soon. I wish to witness the scenery at level 99. When I reach that level, let us have another bout. With that, Yun Guang vanished from sight. Qian Douluo recalled the girl who once needed to endure in silence, now on the verge of becoming a peerless Douluo at level 99. Yet, he felt no concern regarding Yun Guang as a threat. Whether he could win was one matter, but even if he lost, it would merely be another round of punishment. Indeed, I still possess the demeanor of my youth, Qian Douluo said, unabashedly. Let us return to the small town for a brief rest before heading back to the spirit hall. Ah, I'm finally back. I haven't slept well for the past 2 days, Qian Renshiwe exclaimed as she collapsed onto her bed, drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, Qian Renxian was in his room experimenting with a small project, crafting a longsword suited to him using his soul power and martial spirit attributes. In the future, wielding a sword effortlessly may become commonplace. However, one cannot overlook the demeanor of a true master. Yet, while the notion appears simple, the reality proves to be quite challenging. Nevertheless, given his innate talent, success is merely a matter of time. Observing his efforts dissipate without formation, Qian Renxian resolved to attempt it again later. For now, he was determined to uncover the essence of the inheritance hidden deep within the martial soul. Since awakening as the 12-winged angel, this inheritance had accompanied him. Yet he had refrained from sharing it with anyone or exploring its depths. Today, he felt it was time to investigate. Qian Renxian began to commune with the inheritance within the depths of his martial soul. In the next moment, he found himself enveloped in mist. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld a sanctified hall, a place beyond description. Suddenly, a golden apparition materialized in midair and spoke. Welcome, my inheritor. Allow me to introduce myself. I possess many titles, yet I shall refrain from revealing them. Congratulations, you are the rarest of fortunate souls. Simply by touching the book of truth at the center of this hall, you will accept the divine test. My divine trial is not burdensome. It merely requires the completion of some exceedingly simple challenges. With that, the apparition vanished. Qian Renxian sensed that this deity might be somewhat unwell. Nonetheless, he approached the location of the Book of Truth. It resembled an open tome, entirely silver in hue, adorned with incomprehensible runes. As he passed his hands through the white barrier, he grasped the book. Instantly, the Book of Truth radiated a blinding white light, which began to coalesce. Once sufficient energy gathered, it transformed into a luminous sphere, which then cracked open. Qian Renxian perceived this sphere as a mouth, and indeed, it spoke. Greetings, my beloved master. You have accepted the legacy of my deity. To inherit divine status, you need only vanquish the beings sealed by my deity across various realms. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask, though I may not have answers for many of your questions. What kind of deity are you? He inquired. A deity is simply a deity, came the reply. Ah, that is entirely reasonable and makes perfect sense. Why ask? Aside from a few worlds, what else is there? Qian Rengshuan pondered a profound question regarding his ability to eliminate Tang San directly. Was Tang San summoned by the Sure God? Upon reflection, the orb confirmed that his fate had indeed been orchestrated by the Sure God, from death to reincarnation, even bestowing upon him a modicum of fortune. Yet, there was no cause for concern. The Sure God was not a caretaker, and even should he wish to end your life, there was no need for alarm. Do you believe I could subdue a Sure with just one hand? But you lack even a hand. Qian Rengshuan mercilessly exposed its limitations. Yet, what did he behold? Astonishingly, The orb sprouted 2 hands. What manner of being is this? If you find that inadequate, I could even grow full arms. What exists in the world? As Qian Ringshuan spoke, a peculiar radiance illuminated the space, casting its glow upon him. Suddenly, Qian Ringshuan grasped something, and the world shattered like a mirror. Shortly thereafter, he regained his senses and gazed at the trial panel. Trial of the Gods, illusion description. This is a world crafted by the divine, within which lies a terrifying entity that commands powers of the mind, soul, and illusions, excelling in ensnaring hearts. The illusions are so vividly real that one might become eternally ensnared within them. When the line between the illusory and the real blurs, what then is truth? Can you still discern it? Reading the description induced a headache. Could a mere soul master like himself truly handle such a challenge? Are you certain this is something I can overcome? Qian Ringshuan felt as though this endeavor was designed to ensnare him. Of course, it only seemed a tad daunting. A tad daunting? I would argue it feels more like a billiarfold. Then perhaps I shall return when I am stronger. Very well. Following the conventions of novels, one usually exits with a mere thought. Qian Ringshuan prepared to do just that. A shroud of mist enveloped him once more. After Qian Ringshuan vanished, the orb dissipated. Accompanied by a crisp voice, has it begun? Several figures began to intertwine, ultimately fading away as the ethereal light commenced. Upon opening his eyes and surveying the familiar surroundings, he realized he had returned. Discovering that Tang San had been deliberately summoned by the Shura god, he resolved to alter his strategy against Tang San. Originally, he intended to eliminate Tang Hao and his son after Qiang Sunji's demise, subsequently wiping out the Haian sect entirely. Though his grandfather had some trivial agreement with Tang Chun, what did the Qian Daoliu's pact have to do with Qian Ringshuan? Moreover, considering Tang Chen's nearly lifeless state in the city of slaughter, could he truly wield the Shura demon's sword against him? There was indeed a possibility. For now, it would be prudent to strike at Tang San's resolve. Exploiting his feelings for Xiao Wu would serve him well. Does he not love Xiao Wu dearly? To eliminate her, one must first tread upon Tang San's lifeless form. The act of murder is so commonplace. If Tang San were to engage in a duel with his esteemed master and father before Xiao Wu, what would that rabbit think? Would Tang San not crumble under such pressure? Imagine if everyone were to duel. How tragic it would be for the 7 members of the Shrek team to fall, one by one. Ultimately, would Tang San be able to endure it, or would he succumb to despair? If he were to break, would the Azura still regard him with favor, akin to how Tang Chen was dismissed? Even if he does not shatter, the torment until death is far more dreadful. For death itself is not the most terrifying fate. However, to achieve all that he envisions requires a degree of cunning. Killing is simple. Yet to strike at the heart is a far more intricate endeavor, especially when orchestrating a duel. Disrupting their mental state is inevitable. Reflecting on the chaotic soul technique, he decides to postpone its practice, opting instead for alternative strategies. He has conceived of a superior method, albeit one that presents greater challenges. For now, he will focus on cultivating his powers, particularly mastering the holy energy, as a sword forged from the essence of his martial soul would be most harmonious. After a night of cultivation, he feels invigorated. Following a meal, he wanders through the spirit city, considering it a form of respite. Have you heard? 100,000-year soul beast has appeared. Is that so? I have heard as well, and it seems that this soul beast is notorious for its malevolence, preying upon humans. What? Where did you hear that? That soul beast is a person. How can a soul beast transform into a human? I believe you are merely fabricating stories. It is evident that the truth is intertwined with falsehoods, and these individuals hardly qualify as formidable. One of them is even oblivious to the art of transformation. Nonetheless, the news has spread rapidly, almost astonishingly so. Furthermore, the Tang father and son duo, parading around with their transformed spirit beasts, are truly deserving of a reprimand. He must change partners. His beloved is a soul beast in human form, and it is essential to keep her hidden, emerging only when absolutely necessary to remain undetected. Since their love is genuine, life takes precedence. Adventures and competitions are mere trifles. Rumors have spread that Chen Shien is soon to hunt down Tang Hao and Haian. Ultimately, he will face a backlash from Bibi Dong, leading to the onset of the Rakshasa divine test. Therefore, has Bibi Dong been involved with the Rakshasa for some time now? He can assert that he possesses the power to prevent all of this. Yet he also lacks the ability to do so. If he attempts to persuade others, the massacre of 10,000-year soul beasts could yield numerous tidal Douluo. Alternatively, he could also stop Bibi Dong. But should he take action? In every aspect, allowing things to unfold naturally is the wisest choice. Furthermore, He must find a way to extricate Bibi Dong from the Rakshasa divine test while simultaneously resolving her inner turmoil. Moreover, having offended the god of Azura, Bibi Dong will likely bear the brunt of the blame. Strength is still required. After some contemplation, he resolved to return to his training. Brother, let us have a competition. Qian Rinxue proposed, her tone slightly different, yet he did not refuse. 3 days without sparring, and you become complacent. Very well, let us begin. As soon as Qian Rinxien finished speaking, Qian Rinxue launched a surprise attack with Angel Assault. Unsurprisingly, it was blocked by Angel's protection. What? Are you attempting a sneak attack? Qian Rinxien chuckled. He noticed Qian Rinxue's advance, but chose not to evade, instead opting to test his second soul skill. He ascended into the air, employing the same fist technique as Qian Rinxue, and the two engaged in a fierce melee. Naturally, he refrained from using his second soul skill, deeming it unnecessary in this scenario. However, Qian Rinxue was no match for him in this regard, and soon found herself at a disadvantage. In a moment of distraction, Qian Rinxien seized the opportunity and grasped her neck, prompting an involuntary remark to escape his lips. Do you wish to dance as well? Qian Rinxue paused momentarily before kicking him away. Second soul skill, Angel's Feather. Countless golden feathers shot forth from her wings. The sheer volume of Angel's protection allowed him to evade most of them, yet some could not be avoided, forcing him to activate his second soul skill. The golden feathers left no trace on the shield, rendering it unmarked. First soul skill, Angel Assault. Qian Rinxue swiftly approached him, augmenting her attack with the metal fist. With a thunderous boom, the impact erupted against the shield, creating a rather loud sound. First soul skill, Angel's Light. Qian Rinxien hastily took flight, increasing the distance between them, and unleashed several streaks of golden sword energy. Qian Rinxue, unwilling to confront them head-on, was compelled to evade. In that fleeting moment, Qian Rinxien darted forward, his speed so rapid it was almost untraceable. You have lost, my foolish sister. Qian Rinxien pressed Qian Rinxue to the ground. And although she attempted to struggle, it was evidently futile. Brother, I'm so scared. Why do you treat your dear sister so cruelly? Qian Rinxue even made a face as if she were about to cry. Enough of your theatrics, Qian Rinxien said flatly, exposing her charade. Later that evening, the four of them gathered for dinner, and it was quite remarkable how Qian Xuanji managed to bring everyone together. The meal lacked any semblance of familial warmth. Qiang Sunji still held a degree of concern for them, yet the animosity between Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxu, coupled with Qiang Sunji's presence, transformed their relationship into one of irreconcilable enmity. It is indeed perplexing. Now, Qian Rinxu's attitude towards Bibi Dong has also soured. He then realized that among the four of them seated together, the true fool was none other than himself. Quite remarkable indeed. He may not have dined in vain, for at the very least, he became aware that Qiang Sunji was soon to embark on a mission to hunt down Haian. The journey henceforth leads to ascension. Night falls. Lying in bed, he gazes at the orb in his hand, lost in contemplation. At present, he can only stabilize a light sphere, which remains rather unstable. He has made little advancement in the divine powers, though there has been slight progress in the realms of light and fire. Chapter 12. Haian now. Qian Rinxien scarcely sleeps, his vitality remarkably exuberant as he practices diligently each day. Meanwhile, in the Pope's palace, Qian Xuanji studies the intelligence in his hand. Pondering for a moment before speaking, Tang Hao is preparing to return to the Haian sect with the 10,000-year soul beast. To avoid prolonged uncertainties, we shall depart tomorrow. Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo, you shall accompany him, and simultaneously draw a portion of personnel from the Spirit City. Your Holiness, are you certain you do not wish to bring along a few titled Douluos? The one who spoke was the Ghost Douluo, Gu Yechen. Old Ghost, you are overthinking this. It is merely a soul Douluo and a transformed soul beast, Yu Guan retorted. There is no need for further discussion. A minor ghost bringing so many people already signifies his regard for him. With Qian Xuanji's decision, the Spirit Hall swiftly mobilized its forces. The movement of this colossal entity inevitably caused concern among other factions, for it had been quite some time since the Spirit Hall acted in such a manner. Although their manpower was limited, it was still an ominous sign. Your soul rings are already full. What preparations have you made for this soul beast? Qian Dalu appeared silently in the Pope's hall. Father, what brings you here? Qian Xuanji inquired, somewhat taken aback. As for the Haian sect, I have no idea where that old fellow Tang Chen has gone. It would be wise for you to tread carefully. The situation is somewhat tense. Qian Dalu remarked before departing. He was not particularly interested in the identity of the soul beast's intended capture. He merely came to offer a warning to Qian Xuanji. The Qian family possesses a divine inheritance, which naturally allows for an extension of lifespan. Otherwise, how could he have enhanced his soul rings? However, Chen Shien indeed fell short in comparison, perhaps as Yun Guang suggested, lacking in favorable hereditary traits. Douluo shook his head vigorously, dismissing such thoughts. In his view, there was no need for the elders of the Spirit Hall to offer their services, nor was anyone seeking to break through to the title Douluo realm. To whom could the soul rings possibly be given? There were merely a few candidates, such as Bibi Dong or the Qian Rinxue siblings. Or perhaps to prepare for the descendants of other offerings. The latter option held some probability, albeit slim. I hope everything goes as I envision. Chen Shien mused to himself. One can only say that imagination is beautiful, while reality is harsh. Father, are you truly going to hunt 100,000-year soul beast? Observing Qian Rinxue's gaze, Chen Shien crouched down and gently stroked her head. When you both grow up, I will take you to seek the 100,000-year soul ring, all right? Chen Shien spoke with utmost sincerity. All right, they replied in unison. Father, do you really not need to bring anyone else along? My son, you must trust me. What danger could there possibly be with merely an 8th ring and transformation? Understanding that he could not persuade them otherwise, he awaited a conclusion that would satisfy everyone. With a farewell wave, Chen Shien set forth with his team. This journey will undoubtedly span several days. Considering that the battle in the original text raged for 3 days and nights, a truly fierce confrontation, culminating in the defeat of the newly conferred Tang Hao. What more can be said about this outcome? The 10,000-year soul ring is truly remarkable, as is the secret technique of the Haian. Brother, could something go awry? Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, he felt an overwhelming urge to declare her a prophet. Instead of pondering such matters, it would be more prudent to devote oneself to cultivation. Understood. Meanwhile, the love-struck Tang Hao and Haian remained blissfully unaware of the imminent danger that loomed. I feel overwhelmed, Tang Hao confessed. Haian, just hold on a little longer. It will be safer once we return to Haian Sect. Tang Hao's expression radiated affection. He considered himself fortunate in life, for the one he cherished reciprocated his feelings and bore their child, yet he longed for a wedding. Haian, let us hold a wedding once you have given birth to our child. Tang Hao grasped Yin's hand tightly. Tang, you are so wonderful. Tang Hao gazed skyward, sensing that fate was particularly kind to him. Alas, he remained oblivious to the ominous undertones of life, which often defy one's desires. Night descended, the stars twinkling in the sky as a gentle breeze caressed the air. Tang Hao and Haian hastened their journey, yet an inexplicable unease settled within Tang Hao. Despite his uncertainty, he suppressed his apprehension and pressed onward. I feel like I'm about to give birth. Damn, it's my fault. Tang Hao lifted Haian, witnessing her expression of pain, and inquired, can you not endure? Haian shook her head. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tang Hao swiftly set her down. After a lengthy pause, another momentous event unfolded in a different realm. Send forth my decree, summon all disciples of our sect. Seek out Tang San, alive or dead. We must find him. The Shura God, far away in the divine realm, began to orchestrate everything. The wheels of fate began to turn. As the sun rose, Haian, drenched in sweat, wore a blissful smile. Let me see our child. Tang Hao presented the infant before her. He resembles you so much. I shall name him Tang San. Meanwhile, on the other side, Your Holiness, we are closing in. Proceed. Suddenly, Tang Hao sensed a shift in the surrounding atmosphere, swiftly shielding the sleeping Tang San and pulling Haian behind him. They are here. There are people all around. Tang, where are you rushing off to? Accompanying Chen Shien's voice were several incoming attacks. Damn, the Haian hammer. Summoning the Haian hammer, Tang Hao rapidly employed his soul technique to defend against the onslaught. Is it any wonder that it is revered as the world's foremost martial soul? At this moment, Chen Shien stood poised in midair, a phantom of 6-winged angels emerging behind him, his hands clasped behind his back, and his eyes filled with disdain. Is the Pope attempting to incite a conflict between the Haian Sect and the Spirit Hall? This inquiry was undoubtedly posed by Tang Hao. The Haian Sect? What is Tang Hao's intention in shielding the soul beasts? Could it be that the Haian Sect is in collusion with the soul beasts? Damn it. Tang Hao's expression changed drastically as he realized that matters could not be resolved amicably. With his 6th soul skill, Earth Shatter, and his 8th soul skill, 1,000-ton Strike, he unleashed 2 attacks toward Chen Shien before swiftly retreating alongside a Haian. What punishment awaits you for confronting the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Tang Hao? Chen Shien effortlessly deflected the 2 strikes, his expression unchanged. With his 6th soul skill, Angelic Blade, as Chen Shien's voice resonated, 15 golden small swords materialized. Merging into a colossal golden sword of light, which then descended upon Tang Hao. Meanwhile, the ghost Douluo was not idle either, employing his sixth soul skill, Golden Petals and Flowing Twilight, followed by his sixth soul skill, Night of 100 Ghosts. The floral whispers and the ghost shadows surge forth. In the midst of this, even those idly observing unleashed their soul skills. In an instant, the area was awash with a myriad of soul techniques. Witnessing the incoming onslaught, Tang Hao, having entrusted the child to Haian, immediately activated his martial soul's true form. Haodan's 9 Absolute, Shock. The Haotian shield wall absorbed a significant portion of the attacks, while others were obliterated by his Haotian hammer. With a roar, Tang Hao raised his hammer to strike at the ghost Douluo with his Ling Tian strike. The massive hammer startled the ghost Douluo, yet at that moment, Tang Hao's Ling Tian strike seemed rather underwhelming. In the end, the Haotian hammer merely created a large crater in the ground, truly a burden for the earth. The ghost Douluo narrowly evaded the final blow, sustaining no injuries. You may leave if you relinquish this soul to me, Tang Hao declared. In your dreams, a mere 8 soul rings, why seek your own demise? The Haotian 9 Absolute, Shock, and Ling Tian strike were once again directed toward the ghost Douluo. This time, there was no escaping. Douluo gritted his teeth and unleashed his 7th soul skill, the true body of his martial soul. At that moment, Mei was almost able to become immune to the impending assault. The 9th soul skill, Chrysanthemum's remains, left a trail of devastation as petals transformed into razor-sharp blades. Hurtling towards the trio, the Haotian shield activated with the 8th soul skill, deflecting the onslaught as the Haotian hammer was wielded fiercely by Tang Hao. From the ground, sinister black arms emerged, as if the malevolent spirits of the underworld sought to drag Tang Hao down into oblivion. Faced with such a dire scenario, Tang Hao had no choice but to summon the true body of Haotian and bellow, chaotic wind hammer technique. Each blow was mightier than the last, showcasing an overwhelming display of power. Tang Hao swung the Haotian hammer with unrestrained fervor, one strike after another. Meanwhile, Haian, though recently having given birth and feeling weakened, still summoned what strength she could muster. 81st Hammer. Break for me. Together, they united their efforts, successfully neutralizing the relentless attacks. Dust swirled around them, and the ground became a chaotic landscape of craters and pits. Yet, Tang Hao did not relent. Instead, he became even more fervent, channeling an indomitable spirit. Great Samurai Hammer. Exploding Ring. Instantly, 3 soul rings vanished, transforming into a surge of power that coursed through Tang Hao's body. The strike was aimed at the formidable Ju Douluo. Although it merely destroyed 3 soul rings, it posed a significant threat to him. Ju Douluo sought to evade the range of the Grand Samurai Hammer's assault. Yet evasion proved to be a daunting task. Realizing that escape was futile, he unleashed his martial spirit's true form along with various soul techniques in a desperate attempt to withstand the impending impact. Witnessing his brother in peril, the ghost Douluo could not remain passive. Qianqiu and Ji also contributed his strength, culminating in a violent collision that triggered a fierce explosion, the residual force radiating in all directions. Meanwhile, Tang Hao seized Haian and fled, leaving several onlookers in astonishment. The fierce determination they had just witnessed was swiftly replaced by a hasty retreat. However, their surprise was fleeting, for Bai Zhang was a tidal Douluo. At that moment, Ju Douluo coughed up blood, being the closest to the epicenter of the blast. Though this was the extent of his injury, the most tragic aspect of this battle lies in the untimely demise of the unknown formidable warriors from the Spirit Hall, who were inadvertently caught in the fray. Behold, a mere minion attempted to obstruct Tang Hao, only to be obliterated in the process. Pursue. With a commanding shout from Qiang Sunji, the crowd swiftly gave chase. During this period, the clashes of soul skills were inevitable, and it can be said that Tang Hao sustained numerous injuries. When the sacred sword of Qian Xuanji struck, he was unable to evade in time, and it was Haian who shielded him. Haian, being the Blue-Silver Emperor, theoretically possesses the ability to withstand fatal blows within the confines of the Blue-Silver domain. She successfully deflected a significant number of attacks. Why must Tang Hao remain so obstinate? The voice of Qian Xuanji echoed, "How, if you stay, you may leave unharmed." Before Haian could finish her words, Tang Hao immediately interjected, "What nonsense are you speaking?" The relentless chase had persisted for nearly 3 days, intermittently interrupted by fierce skirmishes, leaving both factions battered and bruised. The final confrontation loomed ominously on the horizon. At this juncture, with no avenues left, Haian resolved to take decisive action. In the blink of an eye, a resplendent blue radiance enveloped her. "Are you truly willing to sacrifice yourself? This will lead to your utter annihilation. Damn it, stop her." Yet, This endeavor was destined to be futile. Oin, do not sacrifice yourself. You must go with them. Farewell, my beloved Hao. With that, a brilliant blue light surged skyward. And within its embrace, Tang Hao manifested a blood-red soul ring of 100,000 years. A tidal Douluo with 100,000-year soul ring? The astonished Douluo exclaimed. Great samurai hammer. Exploding ring. A torrent of formidable power surged into Tang Hao's being, causing the Haian hammer to swell to an immense size. Grasping the Haian hammer, he charged fiercely at Chen Shien. Not good. Chen Shien sensed the impending peril and immediately fortified his defenses, encased within the ethereal form of the six-winged angel. The moment the great samurai hammer collided with the six-winged angel, a cataclysmic shockwave erupted, obliterating everything in its vicinity. The ethereal form of the six-winged angel dissipated, and Chen Shien was sent hurtling through the air. He crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Witnessing this, both Douluo and Gu Yechen were rendered nearly speechless with fear. At that moment, they could think of nothing but assisting Chen Shien, hastily lifting him to his feet. Once upright, Chen Shien regained his bravado, declaring, Tang Hao, this grievance shall be remembered by our spirit hall. One must bear their own burdens. If you seek me, I, Tang Hao, shall be ready. Subsequently, Douluo and Gu Yechen aided the Pope, Chen Shien, along with the remaining survivors, as they departed slowly. Tang Hao, too, limped away. In the end, the conflict yielded no tangible benefits for either side, save for perhaps one individual acquiring a 100,000-year soul ring, though it remained uncertain whether he would accept it. Meanwhile, Chen Shien returned to the spirit hall, grievously injured. It's utterly laughable to be bested so thoroughly by a fledgling title Douluo. Do you not realize how inept your son is, Qian Daolu? Enough of your insipid remarks, Yun Guang. Is that all you can offer? A heated exchange ensued between Qian Daolu and Yun Guang, but how could Qian Daolu's skills hope to prevail? The current pope of the Spirit Hall has been grievously wounded by Tang Hao of the Haian clan, which seeks to instigate discord across the continent, a crime most unforgivable. How about I take a few men and pay a visit to the Haian clan? To be so thoroughly vanquished by a mere newly minted title Douluo? Yun Guang, do you still have the audacity to confront the Haian clan? Hearing this, Yun Guang scoffed derisively. Qian Daolu, you remain as cowardly as ever. And your family's reputation is tarnished. What concern is that of mine? How insignificant is the Haian sect? It does not concern you, does it? Or are you merely afraid? Qian Daolu, as per usual, paid no heed to Yun Guang and instead prepared to visit Chen Shien. As night fell, he reassured Xiao Shui, do not worry. Your father has merely sustained some injuries. A few days of rest will suffice. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber, Chen Shien found himself engulfed in existential doubt. It is time for you to take your medicine, remarked Bibi Dong, entering with a bowl of concoction. She approached Chen Shien's side, her expression devoid of malice, which might lead one unaware to believe they were a loving couple. Suddenly, Chen Shien felt a flicker of diminished sorrow. Chapter 14. The Death of Chen Shien. He attempted to compose himself, gathering his emotions. Donger, But before he could finish, a spider leg pierced his heart. Turning in terror, he confronted Bibi Dong. Do you know how much I loathe you? I have yearned for your demise day and night. Gazing at Bibi Dong's menacing visage, Chen Shien realized that his aspirations for change were but a delusion. What remained from his past actions was a profound and enduring hatred. Ultimately, it was his own fault. Perhaps this was the cycle of karma. Bibi Dong hoped that upon my death, you would find peace and cease to transfer your hatred towards the child. Chen Shien spoke in fragmented sentences, his remaining life failing to articulate his thoughts. He closed his eyes, succumbing completely. Witnessing this, Bibi Dong erupted into mad laughter. He was finally dead. Had she emerged from it all? Finally, she could. Before she could ponder further, the Rakshasa deity activated its temptations in her mind. Not only with whispers but also with insidious strategies. Consume the angel, and you shall unlock the divine trial, ascending to become a lofty deity. Though Bibi Dong hesitated, the Rakshasa interfered with her thoughts. In the next moment, murderous intent surfaced, leaving Chen Shien with no chance to preserve his remains. Bibi Dong successfully devoured the angel, thus commencing the Rakshasa divine trial. At this moment, she felt fearless in the face of Qian Daolu. This notion can only be regarded as overly ambitious. We are still at the very beginning of our journey. This night was destined to be a sleepless one, for the demise of Chen Shien was swiftly discovered. Upon receiving this news, Qian Daolu could no longer maintain his usual composure. After all, Bai Zhang was indeed his own flesh and blood. The heart-wrenching tragedy of a parent mourning their child weighed heavily upon him. Douluo stood frozen, at a loss for words, until tears of sorrow began to stain his face. Bibi Dong, he cried out to the heavens, fully aware of the identity of his son's murderer. Yet, he also understood the dark methods Chen Shien employed when he left Bibi Dong behind. Ultimately, this was a consequence of Chen Shien's own actions. The anguish of losing his son ignited a desire for vengeance against Bibi Dong, though reason restrained him from acting upon it. At this moment, he was consumed by impotent rage, a fury that radiated an ominous aura around him. After a considerable time, Douluo managed to regain his composure. The fact that Bibi Dong had killed Chen Shien was irreversible. Death was an immutable reality that no one could alter. All he could do was vent his feelings. However, once he had expressed his grief, what else could Douluo do? With Chen Shien gone, the papacy required a successor. Regardless of the circumstances, Bibi Dong emerged as the most suitable choice. No one else could claim greater fitness for this role. Perhaps there was another candidate, but the thought of that individual led Douluo to dismiss it. In light of his personal vendetta, Douluo was more concerned about the future of the Spirit Hall and the future of the Chen family. Until Chen Shien and Chen Shien matured, Bibi Dong could effectively lead the Spirit Hall during this prolonged interim, prompting Douluo to support her ascension. He convened a meeting of the elders to discuss the forthcoming strategies. Douluo, you may deceive others, but do you truly believe you can fool us? One elder remarked. Who among us is unaware that Chen Shien's wounds were not fatal? The words of Yun Guang induced a sense of awkwardness amongst the elders. Indeed, it was common knowledge. Douluo was equally enraged. Damn it, who here doesn't know? Everyone is aware, so why bring it up? What kind of madness is this? How can we proceed with this discussion? Silence enveloped the room until Yun Guang finally broke it. Very well. It is clear that you have your own plans regarding that woman. We understand the need to keep family matters private. Let us focus on addressing the issues concerning the Haian clan. Family matters should remain private, he reiterated, almost mockingly. You've articulated that sentiment to the point of redundancy. Do you even have the audacity to suggest such a thing? I believe Bibi Dong is exceptionally well suited for the papacy. Does anyone have any objections? The leader has already been determined. What opinions might they hold? Observing that no one voiced any objections, Douluo felt a sense of relief, particularly as Yun Guang refrained from interjecting. As for the matters that follow, you may handle them, but do refrain from causing too much disturbance, Yun Guang. Douluo's words were tantamount to endorsing Yun Guang's remarks. One could only marvel at Douluo's composure. Yet, he departed in a state of despondency, offering no rebuttal. Ahem. Shall we deliberate on when it would be most appropriate for the Pope to assume office? Jin Yi suddenly interjected. The sooner, the better, Ling Jing expressed his sentiments. How about tomorrow? Jin Yi surveyed the room, keen to gauge everyone's reactions. Isn't Qian Sunji supposed to be holding a funeral tomorrow? This remark left Jin Yi somewhat flustered. Perhaps in a couple of days. Let us instruct preparations for now. Besides, that matter is not of utmost importance. The pressing issue remains the eradication of the Haian sect. Upon hearing Yun Guang's words, the assembly fell into a contemplative silence. Let us discuss this further once the Pope has taken office. Agreed. Yet we must first announce to the world that Tang Hao the Haian sect launched a surprise attack, resulting in grievous injuries to the Pope, who subsequently succumbed to his wounds. This act not only jeopardizes the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Haian sect, but also disrupts the peace of the continent. The Haian sect and Tang Hao are deserving of condemnation, their crimes unforgivable. Furthermore, let a decree be issued for the highest level of pursuit and bounty on Tang Hao, and effective immediately mobilize personnel. The words spoken were rather unsettling, yet no one seemed to voice any objections. The meeting concluded, and Yun Guang gazed into the distance, lost in thought. The following day, Qianren Shui felt as though the heavens had crumbled. She had merely taken a nap, yet upon awakening, she learned of her father's passing. The various factions outside were equally astonished by this shocking news, realizing that just days prior, she had summoned people to offer their heads. The most bewildered were the Haian sect, caught utterly off guard by calamity that had befallen them. Truly, one can be at home when disaster strikes from above. And Tang Hao had indeed done a commendable deed. After the funeral, Qianren Shui found it difficult to grasp the reality of the situation. At that moment, she buried her head in her brother's embrace, allowing her sorrow to seep forth. Once again, Qianren Shui succumbed to tears, marking the umpteenth time that day, each time. It was he who comforted her, who could truly comprehend the weight of his burden, no matter how he tried to soothe her. He felt as if he had exhausted every method in his repertoire. Chen Shien remained silent, simply holding Chen Shui close. This was his way of providing solace. Brother, please do not leave me, okay? All right. She had but 2 family members left, and she could not bear to lose another. At that moment, a subtle shift occurred within Chen Shui's heart. Chapter 15. Let us share the blame together, unfilial child, unfilial child. The Haian sect has brought upon itself such calamity. Truly, one can be at home when disaster strikes from above. This is Tang Tian, the current leader of the Haian sect, who is on the verge of being utterly exasperated at this moment. It must be said that a certain Douluo, whose title was stripped away, truly met his demise out of sheer rage. It is nothing short of a farce. Go and retrieve that scoundrel Tang Hao. He has left us with a myriad of troubles, all for the sake of a single soul beast, and now he simply retreats and hides away. The Grand Elder exclaimed with fury. This is not the fault of Brother Hao. Tang Xiao, do you have a say in this matter? The Grand Elder directed his gaze at Tang Xiao. You all. Tang Xiao wished to retort, but upon witnessing the expressions of those around him, he swallowed his words. Enough. Let us first locate that ungrateful wretch, and remain vigilant regarding the movements of the Spirit Hall, declared the sect master, rendering further argument unnecessary. Reluctantly, Tang Xiao returned to his quarters. As he walked, he overheard numerous individuals speaking of Brother Hao, trivializing the situation as merely the issue of a single soul beast. How could they be so callous? Haian is not merely a soul beast. She is exquisite and compassionate, unlike those wretched creatures. Once she transformed into human form, she is undeniably human. The Spirit Hall is truly heinous. This left Tang Xiao feeling ashamed to be associated with such individuals. Haian, recalling the beautiful silhouette. Tang Xiao couldn't help but reminisce about the moments they shared during their travels, which were so splendid. Save for the fact that Haian had developed feelings for Hao Di. However, is there not a saying that love sometimes means letting go? Observing her happiness brought him joy. He was the kind of person who would step aside for Haian's bliss. Yet now, Tang Hao had failed to protect Haian, an unforgivable transgression. No, this should be attributed to the Spirit Hall, which, driven by selfish desires, sought to eliminate such a kind and beautiful soul. Distorting right and wrong, truly a malevolent organization. He firmly supported Hao Di, believing that the Haian sect should safeguard him and seek justice for Haian. Meanwhile, the leader of the Ning sect, who had consistently supported the united front of the Three Sects, felt increasingly out of touch with the changing times. In just a few days, the Pope of the Spirit Hall had perished, and it seemed they were poised to wage war against the Haian sect. What a tempestuous turn of events, causing him immense distress. Uncle Gu, if the Spirit Hall intends to strike decisively against the Haian sect, we must intervene. What do you mean, Fengxi? Perhaps we should have a discussion with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. They surely understand that without the Haian sect, they too would face difficulties. Very well, I shall take it upon myself. I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Gu. Now, there is a pressing issue. The coronation ceremony for each pope has traditionally been conducted by the previous generation's sovereign. We must find a suitable individual to officiate this ceremony. Is the grand offering not coming? Several offerings shot a glare at Zhenyu, incredulous at the question. If he were to come, would we still be gathered here? I shall take on this responsibility. Yun Guang spoke slowly. She indeed possessed the qualifications to crown the pope, aside from her identity as a third offering. She had intricate ties with Qian Douluo and the Qian family. In every aspect, she was more than sufficient. Inform the other factions. The coronation ceremony will be held in 3 days. Is it excessive to mobilize forces significantly for the Pope's coronation ceremony? Is the little brother so diligent? As Yun Guang approached Qian Renshua, she remarked, Sister Yun Guang, could you refrain from being so touchy? For some inexplicable reason, after this fellow gently caressed his face once. It seems he has become enamored with the sensation. How peculiar. In a few days, my little brother will seek vengeance on your behalf. Upon hearing Yun Guang's words, he realized that this endeavor against the Haian sect would likely be deemed unsuccessful for various reasons. Is my little brother so composed? Would you care to share your thoughts with your elder sister? Why are you interested in the musings of a child? Chen Shien was quite perplexed. Because you are exceptionally astute, can you guess why I have come to seek you out? This left him somewhat speechless. What are your thoughts? What else could there be? Yudian inquired. Is it about the Haian sect? You're quite astute, my young friend. Allow me to share my perspective, Yun Guang replied as he walked. In my view, your grandfather is excessively timid. Such an endeavor as the eradication of the Haian sect is bound to end in failure under his leadership. Therefore, I require a reliable partner. You intend to annihilate the Haian sect? Before Yun Guang could finish his thought, Chen Shien discerned her intentions. What a genius you are, little brother. She remarked with a smile, while Chen Shien muttered under her breath. What kind of genius is that? Yun Guang, oblivious to her comment, continued his discourse. With our standing, we can rally the majority of the elders and offerings. No matter how talented Bibi Dong may be, her current authority is limited. As the Pope, she cannot command us. With 4 offerings, several elders, and titled Douluos, along with numerous soul masters, our collective strength is sufficient to crush the Haian sect. However, we must also consider the 2 other sects that may complicate our plans, so we need to finalize the details. After hearing Yun Guang's words, Chen Shien felt that Yun Guang possessed more resolve than Chen Douluo, resembling him closely. Thus, he remarked, so you wish to persuade me to take the blame for you? And you want me to convince Chen Shien as well? Then, under the pretext of seeking vengeance, we would frame the planners and instigators as ourselves? This way, if anything goes awry, grandfather would not hold us accountable? But why would grandfather believe that? Are you so confident? That sounds plausible. But it would be best if we 3 share the burden. My identity still holds some weight, and Chen Douluo would trust you. It matters not whether you are the architects of this plan. What is crucial is that you are involved. Yun Guang's demeanor was notably serious at this moment. I can find no reason to refuse, but we must either abstain from action or commit fully. It would be most prudent to leave no survivors. Yuan-Ti wants someone returning with a hammer to exact revenge in the future. Naturally, but Tang Hao is exceedingly shrewd. He has dispatched a considerable number of people already, yet they have found nothing. With fortune on your side, you might not uncover anything even in their presence. Those such sentiments must remain unspoken. Under the guise of searching for Tang Hao, we should deploy a considerable number of individuals. Ideally, we can position a group of formidable forces near the Haian sect without arousing suspicion. Upon hearing this, Yun Guang was naturally pleased. Deploying a large number of people means you cannot precisely ascertain each individual's identity and strength. They need not be too close. It suffices that they can arrive in time. Ultimately, we should commence gathering before the operation. It would be best to encircle them. You are far more clever than Chen Shien. Haha, what else could he say? Well then, I shall go seek out Schwer. As he gazed at the departing figure of Chen Shien, Yun Guang found himself lost in thought. There was still a word unspoken by Chen Shien. Merely shielding a soul beast was insufficient, especially if one were to consider the detestable evil that accompanied it. Chapter 16, Shifting Blame and the Coronation of the Pope. After briefly elucidating the situation to Chen Shien, she readily agreed. Her spirits lifted. For Chen Shien, utterly obliterating the Haian sect was undoubtedly a favorable development, as the Haian sect and the 4 major single attribute families had indeed provided some assistance to Tang San. Since he has chosen to participate this time, none shall depart. The clan of the original text, known for their unwavering loyalty, can be described as devoted. In less flattering terms, they resemble obedient hounds. The broken clan has subjects who, despite their subservience, refuse to heed the commands of the spirit hall. It baffles me how some individuals can be so oblivious, yet they still receive courteous treatment. The 4 clans have their share of flaws. The Haian sect has outright abandoned them, yet they continue to fight valiantly for the Haian sect. Their loyalty is commendable but ultimately futile in the eyes of the Haian sect. Truly, they are pitiable creatures. However, merely possessing the accusation of sheltering soul beasts is insufficient. What if the Haian sect were to be accused of harboring evil soul masters, crafting sinister techniques, protecting soul beasts, and plotting to endanger the continent and incite war? While some may certainly disbelieve this, the might of one's fist speaks volumes. Regardless of belief, transforming members of the Haian sect into evil soul masters is no trivial task. Fortunately, they have dispatched numerous individuals in search of Tang Hao. Additionally, a conversation with Yun Guang is necessary, though his whereabouts remain unknown. It seems this young master has been rendered quite ineffectual. Meanwhile, the 7 treasures, Blue Lightning, Hao Tian, Tian Do, and Xing Luo have all received invitations from the Spirit Hall. The question of who to send to the new Pope's coronation ceremony looms large. Ultimately, the 7 treasures dispatched the Bone Douluo, Blue Lightning sent an elder. And both Tian Do and Xing Luo sent individuals of notable rank. As for the Haian sect, they dared not attend. For the previous Pope met his demise at the hands of a member of the Haian sect. They likely feared that attending would seal their fate. Everything now hinges upon the Pope's coronation. Artificial evil soul masters? Chen Shien, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Yun Guang glared furiously at Chen Shien. Unfazed by her piercing gaze, Chen Shien continued, let me clarify, They are not evil soul masters. They are practitioners of demonic arts, if you will. Such practices are indistinguishable from those of evil soul masters, perhaps even more sinister and terrifying. Moreover, are you aware that you are the successor of the angels? The spirit hall thrives on suppressing evil soul masters. Yet this presents a considerable challenge for him to explain. To say it was found? He has only ventured into the spirit city once, and there were others who accompanied him. From where could he have found it? To claim it was self-created is even more absurd. What on earth would compel one to create such a thing? Thus, Chen Shien intended to steer clear of this topic. I understand your concerns. You fear that this matter may spread, but this is an extremely flawed creation. Anyone who attempts to practice with it is doomed to perish. And this cursed object guarantees survival for no more than 5 days. Should a malevolent soul master truly engage with it, the consequences would be catastrophic. Are you truly determined to pursue this reckless path, Chen Shien? Yun Guang, however, remained unfazed by his words, gazing at him earnestly. If I were to be obstinate, why would I seek your counsel? This matter is known only to us. And it is indeed the most prudent course of action, one that can silence the world and keep the two sects from further interference. For a moment, silence enveloped them. Alas, Chen Shien, your hands may be stained with blood, but they must never be tainted by evil, for you bear the surname Chen. And your martial spirit is that of an angel, a symbol of sacred light. The angel that suppresses malevolent souls should not harbor wickedness. How could the future pope of the spirit hall commit such an act? Perhaps, as you say, this is indeed the best solution. Let me bear the burden of this evil deed. Yun Guang's declaration was filled with resolute determination. Chen Shien longed to convey to her that such matters were inconsequential, that the means employed were of little importance, and that everything could be rewritten. Even if he were to act, it would hold no significance. Yet, upon seeing Yun Guang's expression, he resolved it best to remain silent. Very well, allow me to impart to you the things you must heed and offer a lesson. Yun Guang nodded in agreement. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Pope's coronation arrived. The 3-day interval had elapsed, and the spirit city buzzed with excitement. At this moment, a multitude had gathered outside the Pope's hall. The Bon Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the elders of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex School, representatives from the 2 empires, and the leaders of the lower 4 sects were present. The sight of these rare tidal Douluo powerhouses felt almost commonplace on this day. The spirit hall had grown increasingly formidable. As the time approached, everyone awaited the appearance of the most captivating woman of the day. When the moment arrived, the soul masters of the spirit hall knelt on one knee before the Pope's hall, and under the guidance of several elders, they collectively proclaimed, "We welcome your holiness." Those not belonging to the spirit hall offered their respects as well, though they did not kneel. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of all, the grand doors of the Pope's hall slowly opened. Bibi Dong, adorned in splendid attire and accompanied by several maidens, gracefully emerged from the hall. Addressing all the soul masters of the spirit hall, "There is no need for excessive formalities. Please rise." Yet, the multitude of soul masters remained seated, for the ceremony had not yet reached its conclusion. Presently, another figure emerged from the Pope's chamber. Yun Guang approached Bibi Dong, cradling the coronet that symbolized the Pope's authority. He arrived beside her and offered a subtle gesture. Bibi Dong slowly bowed her head. Yun Guang proclaimed, to suppress the evil spirits, to disseminate light, to uphold justice, and to allow the radiance of angelic light to grace the earth is the duty of the spirit hall, and indeed, the responsibility of the Pope. Most esteemed Pope, may I crown you? I would be delighted for you to do so, Yun Guang, she replied. With that, Yun Guang placed the emblem of power upon Bibi Dong's head. To be honest, I hold a certain admiration for you, Bibi Dong, he murmured, a whisper meant solely for her ears. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Yet she quickly regained her composure and smiled warmly at Yun Guang. Such a fleeting anomaly would naturally go unnoticed. Behold, His Holiness the Pope. Within the Soul Master city, the Soul Masters shouted with fervor. Indeed, it was the same individuals as before. Yet, their faces were illuminated with zeal and loyalty, a testament to the fact that the Spirit Hall is truly the sacred sanctuary in the hearts of Soul Masters. The Pope's status is unparalleled, serving as an embodiment of the Spirit Hall itself. Everyone, please rise. With these words from Bibi Dong, the crowd began to stand. At this moment, Bibi Dong radiated an aura of unparalleled nobility and holiness, leaving no room for any other thoughts. The coronation ceremony was, of course, far from straightforward. Following this, there would be a blessing bestowed upon the Pope, acceptance of congratulations from the kings of both nations, blessings extended to both countries. and to all soul masters across the realm, as well as blessings for the 3 sacred sects, among other ceremonial events. It could be said that it was quite a cumbersome affair. Chapter 17. The beginning of the plan. What followed was a display of mutual flattery and well-wishing between the two nations and Bibi Dong. It was merely a collection of empty compliments, devoid of substance. Smiles were broad, and the tone was as sincere as could be. Yet one could only imagine the scathing remarks concealed within. Only 2 representatives from the 3 sacred sects attended, while all 4 leaders from the 4 lower sects were present. They began to collectively extend their blessings to the new pope, uttering kind words while attempting to glean some information. The most insipid moment was undoubtedly the blessings directed towards the soul masters of the world. The individual tasked with composing these blessings truly excelled in verbosity. Managing to keep Bibi Dong speaking for an eternity, one must admit, such talent is rare. What followed was the final banquet. Once the guests had departed, Chen Shien made his entrance. Congratulations, mother. What is there to congratulate? Indeed, she has assumed the role of a pope, yet her authority has waned considerably. Yunguang has chosen to bypass her as the pope of the spirit hall to initiate his endeavors. Who could bear such a burden in their heart? You may leave now. In response to Bibi Dong's rather unfriendly demeanor, Chen Shien chose to remain silent and departed. Finally, he had achieved success. Gazing at the luminous sword in his hand, Chen Shien felt an overwhelming joy, yet it lacked a name, and calling it merely a luminous sword seemed inadequate. He decided to name it the Holy Sword of Light. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed over. Upon seeing the sword in his hand, Chen Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was not that she lacked a sword, but this one was distinctly different. Brother, teach me. I wish to learn, I implore you. Dear brother. At the sound of Chen Shui's plea, a chill ran down his spine. Can you not act normally? Hurry and teach me. I want to master it too. Do you understand? To this, he sighed, contemplating whether to relent. Ultimately, Chen Shien found himself once more embarking on the arduous journey of teaching. Feel with your heart. You walk with the light. You are the light, and the light is you. Note, the author is being whimsical. At this moment, Chen Shui delved into a state of profound contemplation, yet success in such a pursuit could not be achieved overnight. Time was essential. Meanwhile, on the other side, one must either practice or face death. Hearing Yunguang's words, the person slumped to the ground, caught in a dilemma. One option was shrouded in mystery, while the other led directly to demise. How could one possibly choose? Is there any need for choice? Undoubtedly, one would opt for the latter. For this individual is the first of his kind, an experimental subject, akin to a laboratory mouse, unaware of the potential consequences that may ensue. The individual's name is Tang Yi, who ventured out in search of Tang Hao. Unfortunately for him, his timing was quite unfortunate. He was apprehended just after Yunguang had issued the command to capture the disciples of the Haian school. Hastily, Tang Yi picked up the papers scattered on the ground, and upon examining them, he was astonished to discover the remarkable content within. The treatise detailed a method of cultivation that promised mastery over soul power, the ability to combat beyond one's level, and the dream of acquiring a title, suggesting that even those lacking the qualifications of a soul master could attain formidable strength. When did the spirit hall become so benevolent? This technique is, in essence, a truncated version of the blood refinement demon art. Chen Shien has distilled a fragment from the complete blood refinement demon art, subjecting it to extensive modifications, crafting a narrative that is both extravagant and enchanting. This subtle concealment from the little white mouse could indeed be deemed a blessing. What if one were to openly write about a mouse that trains through blood-sucking? Tang initially followed the records on paper to cultivate. As time gradually elapsed, an ominous aura began to emanate from Tang. Yunguang struggled to suppress the urge to eliminate him, but a sudden turn of events occurred. Tang's eyes turned crimson as he violently surged forth, wielding the Haotian hammer to strike at Yunguang. With an air of disdain, Yunguang merely sidestepped, evading the attack. However, Tang abruptly collapsed to the ground. Emitting anguished cries, his form now transformed into a bloodied figure. Despite his struggles, Tang ultimately succumbed to death. Cursed fate, a failure indeed. Yunguang gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, his expression grim. In accordance with her plans, she intended to successfully capture at least 5 individuals, imprison them, and retain a dozen more, allowing them to cultivate during their subsequent campaign against the Haian Sect. The Haian Sect, being the sole faction possessing secret techniques, seemed to warrant such a nefarious undertaking. Labeling it as the work of evil soul masters appeared justified, for with evidence in hand, who would dare dispute it? Now, however, a plethora of complications arose regarding how to make the inhabitants of the continent aware and convinced. Should she consult the other elders? Not to mention, the act of capturing individuals posed its own myriad of challenges. Plans are ever evolving, thus she resolved to seek out Chen Shien. The execution of such schemes was fraught with difficulties, and the act of abduction would inevitably attract attention. Coordinating with the other elders would also prove troublesome. Why do you worry about the elders? Chen Shien, well-versed in the original text, expressed no concern regarding their loyalty, for they had survived long enough to witness myriad shadows. Light and darkness exist concurrently. The spirit hall itself embodies a paradoxical entity. Any desire to alter this reality must be postponed for the future. If you wish to conceal, do so, but it is best to weave a tapestry of deception, blurring the lines between truth and falsehood. In due course, the Haian sect shall be branded as the source of evil, harboring malevolence and wreaking havoc upon the world, Chen Shien articulated. You would do well to devise a method to enhance the success rate. Otherwise, merely capturing individuals becomes a troublesome endeavor. Upon hearing Yun Guang's remark, Chen Shien shook his head and replied, how can I manipulate the success rate? Each individual is unique. It is a matter of fate. However, I can ensure that those who practice this technique live a tad longer. We shall first capture them and then confine them to a prison, allowing them to cultivate once our other plans near fruition. Yun Guang nodded in understanding, choosing to remain silent. Thus, those dispatched from the Haian sect in search of Tang Hao found themselves in dire straits. What are you doing? I am a member of the Haian sect. We seek you, seize him. Third soul skill. Such circumstances prevail everywhere, and within the confines of the Spirit Hall's prison. There are already over 20 individuals from the Haian clan. Time passes gradually, as the coronation ceremony of the Pope has diverted a substantial number of personnel while simultaneously deploying a considerable force. Within the Spirit City, coupled with various undercover agents, a Soul Master Legion of over 4,000 can now be organized, indicating that the plan is on the verge of execution. During this period, the Spirit Hall has not only engaged in these activities but has also begun to condemn the Haian sect and Tang Hao. Naturally, the Haian sect dared not voice their grievances, retreating like a turtle into its shell, resulting in a flurry of rumors circulating. Internally, the Haian sect was not idle. Heated arguments erupted daily. Some believed it prudent to retreat from the world and find a place to hide, while others contended that the Spirit Hall would not dare to initiate a conflict, leading to mutual reproaches. The least supported faction was undoubtedly those who advocated for Tang Hao and sought justice for Haian. The Haian sect also sensed something amiss, after all. The individuals they dispatched had yet to return, and only a handful of messages had trickled back. Surely, they could not have all vanished without a trace. They have now begun to contemplate retreating from the world and sending some members of the Haian sect away. Chapter 18. The Enigma of the Evil Soul, however. Reaching a consensus on a decision is not easily accomplished. This is precisely the predicament faced by the Haian sect. Today, a shocking incident occurred. A suspected evil soul master appeared and slaughtered an entire village. The reason for the suspicion lies in the operations of Chen Shien. The incident originated from a remote area where a village of fewer than 100 inhabitants suffered a massacre, transforming the scene into a veritable hell on earth. With the sole survivor left in a state of delirium. Upon discovery, the local Spirit Hall immediately suppressed the information and reported it to Spirit City. Promptly dispatching personnel to investigate, it was determined that the perpetrators were not evil spirit masters, but rather likely bandits or wolves. The crime scene, typically reeking of malevolence in the presence of evil spirit masters, was surprisingly devoid of the usual signs of vampiric activity. Aside from the bloodshed, the bodies remained intact, leaving many perplexed. Initially, there was a desire to disregard the matter, yet inadvertently, Chen Shien became aware of it. He instructed Yun Guang to summon all involved individuals to Spirit City, employing only those he could trust implicitly, while ensuring the information remained sealed. Fortunately, the transmission of news in Douluo was relatively slow. The majority of the corpses were buried, granting a semblance of peace to the deceased. Subsequently, the captured members of the Haian sect were coerced into practicing dark arts, cast into that place where they would be led to slaughter one another, thereby creating a scene that appeared ominous and sinister, artificially constructing a site reminiscent of an evil spirit master's massacre. Ultimately, a careless misstep resulted in the capture of those from the Haian sect who had engaged in dark practices in front of other factions. A series of maneuvers executed with ferocity ensued. As for the true culprit, the inquiry is indeed a perplexing one. Seeking the mastermind from a secluded valley, entirely unaware, is simply preposterous. There are no surveillance cameras here, nor any substantial evidence. The sole witness is in a state of confusion. Where, then, will you seek the true culprit? This individual, known as Chen Shien, intends to replace himself with another person, allowing them to identify the Haian sect in the name of a survivor. There is no need for conspiracy theories. It is merely the occurrence of an unknown massacre, neither orchestrated by the Spirit Hall nor by Chen Shien for the purpose of targeting the Haian sect. It is simply a matter of unfortunate coincidence. And to not capitalize on it would be a grave oversight. Given that evil soul masters have been absent for quite some time, this incident is indeed of significant consequence. Naturally, the Spirit Hall has announced a thorough investigation, and several sects from the two great empires have echoed this call. Thus, several teams have set forth in grand procession towards the scene of the incident. What do we call this? Divine providence, perhaps. Divine providence, indeed. Do you not find it peculiar? The identity of the perpetrator remains unknown, and even whether they are human or ghost is a mystery. Chen Shien shook his head. In a world where such events transpire without any clues, locating the true culprit is akin to scaling the heavens. It is one thing for the survivor to be in a state of confusion, rendering them incapable of speech. How then are we to uncover the truth? Sister Yun, you are not unaware that without any leads, how can we investigate? However, despite this, I sigh. What is the plan? Chen Shien inquired. This statement drew Yun Guang's thoughts back. Things were progressing relatively smoothly. 7 Treasures and Blue Lightning were merely novices, likely seeking merely to make an appearance without much intent, not to mention the two great empires. And the fact that Haian sect seemed to be engrossed in some undisclosed research, remaining utterly silent. Isn't that preferable? The absence of Haian sect works to our advantage. Why would they not emerge? Surely, it's due to their own insecurities. For this charade to appear genuine, there must be an audience, victims, and survivors. Who among them will endure? Personally, I believe that under normal circumstances, Blue Lightning has a greater chance of survival since they possess a level 42 Soul Master. However, such a scenario would be a typical mishap, while our situation is evidently anything but ordinary. If Blue Lightning is entirely eradicated, then the two great empires need not return alive. 7 Treasures might spare a few individuals, but only to ensure that our people can rescue them at a critical moment. Their lack of fondness for the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus is evident. The two great empires are bound to become adversaries eventually. As for 7 Treasures, they cannot afford to leave anyone behind. Those 2 strongest soul masters should be deployed, accompanied by several weaker ones to engage in combat, ensuring they appear right under their noses, ideally causing chaos. If they cannot finish the task, we shall intervene. Yun Guang nodded thoughtfully. The plan seemed sound. Various factions would converge, releasing the members of Haian sect, who would then be recognized and subsequently enter a slaughter mode, leaving only 7 treasures. The Spirit Hall would save them, capturing the evil soul masters, thereby placing pressure on Haian sect. Additionally, other patrons had begun to harbor suspicions. No worries. I never intended for you to be fully content. If you wish to be satisfied, then so be it. Otherwise, you may address it with me. Yun Guang nodded, his expression peculiar. After this matter, I have another notion. The Spirit Hall's presence spans every city and village across the continent. Such a formidable network should not go to waste. What a bizarre idea. Let us clarify. Is this even a reasonable thought? Yun Guang regarded Chen Shien with skepticism. What kind of statement is that? It is undoubtedly a serious idea, but I shall not disclose it just yet, Chen Shien replied. Currently, the Douluo continent does not boast advanced technology. Most people are limited to information from their immediate surroundings. Although Chen Shien may not be capable of technological inventions, there exists another tool at our disposal, public opinion, a formidable force indeed. Meanwhile, several factions were nearing their destination. What on earth are we doing in this wretched place? Isn't it sufficient for the Spirit Hall to handle this alone? What do you understand? If this were to be genuine, it would be a significant accomplishment, both publicly and privately, with the Spirit Hall seizing the accolades. How could we manage? Your perspective is rather limited. If it were truly the case, why would they send us, a bunch of nobodies? Is this not akin to courting death? This statement immediately enveloped everyone in a profound silence. It is perhaps better left unspoken, yet once voiced, it stirs a sense of disquiet. A few days hence, a group of individuals convened and collectively resolved to rest until the morrow, for the night harbored dangers. At dawn the following day, they resolved to venture to a nearby village for an inspection, but not before engaging in discourse with the representatives of the Spirit Hall. What? Your people have already entered? One inquired. Isn't that only natural? Why else would they have arrived so early? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoming felt a flicker of irritation, yet upon reflection, the logic was undeniable. Let us go and see for ourselves, he proposed. Are we truly going? Another questioned. What is there to fear? The people from the Spirit Hall have been here for who knows how long, having visited multiple times without incident. What misfortune could befall us? Yu Xiaoming retorted with fervor. Besides, at worst, we can merely wander around the outskirts and return. Upon hearing this, the members of the Blue Lightning clan found themselves in agreement. With Blue Lightning having made their decision, the other factions also ceased their hesitations, thinking, what is there to fear? We shall simply stroll around the periphery. Thus, the group set forth together, oblivious to the grim reality that awaited them, where few would return. Chapter 19. The onset of carnage. This accursed place truly exudes an air of foreboding. The village lies deep within the forest, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Do you not find it exceedingly quiet? Yu Xiaoming remarked. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. Some matters are best left unpondered. After traversing for such a length of time without encountering a single trace of life, perhaps we should simply linger here. Linger? The sun is nearly set. We ought to return directly. What could the people of the Spirit Hall be engaged in? Surely they must be present at the scene. One cannot help but admire their dedication as an organization devoted to suppressing malevolent soul masters. How earnest they appear. Yet, is it not merely a fade? Do they truly believe themselves to be virtuous? The group conversed as they continued onward. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling washed over Yu Xiaoming, prompting him to shout, "Be cautious. There is a scent of blood." Instantly, the group became alert. No, please do not frighten us," one individual stammered. At that moment, an oppressive silence enveloped them. Meanwhile, on the other side, are you prepared? Yes, a sudden, beastly roar echoed through the air, and in the next heartbeat, a shadow lunged forth. Moving with such swiftness that it became a mere blur, appearing before a disciple of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, with blood-red eyes and a malevolent aura. It seized the disciple by the throat, crimson blood gushing forth from the unfortunate victim. Help me, but within moments, the disciple was drained to the point of desiccation. Evil soul master. Fear gripped the hearts of the onlookers. How long had it been since they had encountered such a being? A chilling roar erupted from the bloodied figure. And soon, a dozen more shadows emerged around them. Do not stand there in shock. Lingering any longer could spell our doom. If we wish to escape today, we must fight our way out, and the Seven Treasures shall assist us. The soul masters of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school quickly responded, bestowing enhancements upon Yu Xiaoming and the Blue Lightning group. Excellent. The Seven Treasures are renowned. First, Strength X2. Second, Speed X3. Third, Soul X2. Draw some to protect and assist. The rest, advance together, Yu Xiaoming commanded. Understood. Fourth soul skill, Blue Lightning Divine Dragon Charge. Empowered by the enhancements from the Seven Treasures, Yu Xiaoming felt invigorated, charging forward toward the first figure to appear, none other than Tang Yong. As Yu Xiaoming observed Tang Yong standing motionless, he believed he had him in his grasp. Yet, in an instant, the unexpected occurred. Tang Yong summoned the Haian hammer. While the other figures unleashed their own spirits, the sharp-winged swallow, mighty gorilla, and soul-breaking spear, Tang Yong, too, activated his fourth soul skill, and as their powers collided, waves of energy erupted in all directions. Yet, is it not common knowledge that demonic power multiplies strength? With a chilling cry of blood and malevolence, the formidable Haian sect launched an assault upon Yu Xiaoming. Curse be it, Yu Xiaoming had no choice but to evade with all his might. Fortunately, the enhancement provided by the Seven Treasures glazed pagoda allowed him to narrowly escape. As Yu Xiaoming gazed at the Haian hammer that had crashed to the ground, a wave of alarm surged within him. Had he not dodged in time, he would have faced a fate worse than death. Why, one pondered. Would the members of the Haian sect be necromancers? This indeed is astonishing. The foremost weapon spirit of the world harbors a sinister soul master within the ranks of the three supreme sections. How about releasing us? We assure you, we shall not speak of it. Do not waste your efforts. Their demeanor is awry, remarked Yu Xiaoming. Damn it, if we manage to return this time, I shall never venture out again, and we must demand an explanation from the Haian sect. The third soul skill unleashed, as the malevolent soul master charged forth. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and his companions stood no chance. It was nothing short of a massacre. Save me. Ah, Haian sect, may you meet a dreadful fate. After a single round, numerous lives were lost. Is this the reason for the Haian sect's silence? Is this why they eliminated the former pope? How could such a prestigious sect harbor a sinister soul master to slaughter villages? Should I survive this ordeal, I shall ensure the continent witnesses your vile countenance," declared a member of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Yet, the sinister soul master held a victim aloft, ravenously draining their life force. As the air thickened with the stench of blood, a dark, blood-tinged glow emanated from the malevolent soul master, enveloping him in an aura of wickedness. As despair began to seep into the hearts of the onlookers, from the shadows, a voice remarked, "Indeed, this lad possesses a sound mind. It seems he may yet live." Completing this scheme is no easy feat. Many brothers have been injured. It is unclear what the higher-ups are concocting. Truly, it is a burden upon us. Speak less. Act more. We were never meant to bask in the light. Yet, who would have thought they would conjure a sinister soul master? The illustrious Spirit Hall, alas. There is no need for further discourse. Let us contemplate how we might survive. Upon hearing these words, the group fell into silence. Indeed, they had embarked on a perilous endeavor, for the existence of a sinister soul master is a taboo, and most critically, it was birthed from the Spirit Hall. One can only imagine the consequences should this news reach others. The Spirit Hall would become the enemy of all forces on the continent. Nonetheless, they would not betray the Spirit Hall. The sovereign demands the loyalty of his subjects, and they must comply. If life permits, it is best. If not, then they shall die in allegiance. This, one could say, is their destiny. The battle raged fiercely. The second soul skill, the shock dragon arm. The third soul skill, thunderous strike. The scene was chaos incarnate, as the combatants from the two empires were utterly decimated. The ground was littered with severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Yet little blood remained, for it had all been siphoned away. With a fierce rush, the thunder dragon surged forth. Yu Xiaoming once more charged at Tang Yong. The clash of blue and blood red erupted, and it was no surprise when Yu Xiaoming was sent flying by a powerful blow. Yu Xiaoming collapsed to the ground, expelling a mouthful of fresh blood. It seemed that he would not survive this day, facing two soul kings of the fourth ring, only one of whom could still fight due to the enhancement of the seven treasure glazed tile. He found himself utterly outmatched. The adversaries were not merely formidable, for the remaining evil soul masters were exceedingly powerful in comparison to his own side. Accepting his impending demise, he resolved to make a worthy exchange. If he could take down two opponents, it would not be in vain. With this determination, Yu Xiaoming charged towards the individual possessing the sharp roof swallow martial soul. This time, the azure electric divine dragon pierced directly through the man's heart. In the next moment, the blood-red hammer surged towards Yu Xiaoming. Yu Xiaoming looked up to see the crimson hammer descending upon him, casting a shadow over his very being. Was there no escape? Yu Xiaoming stood in a daze, and ultimately, the hammer of Haian Sect descended, reducing Yu Xiaoming to a mere pulp. Witnessing his demise, the crowd felt their hearts turn to ashes. With the strongest among them fallen, what was the point in their struggle? Could they still survive? No. Please, I implore you. Spare me. It seems we are about to take action. Well, retaining one or two individuals will suffice. Chapter 20, Plans and Conclusions. Are we nearing our end? Ning Lin gazed at the malevolent soul master rushing towards him, burdened by the weight of his own actions. If it were not for his insistence on coming, Ning Qiu would never have followed. Holding Ning Qiu, who had fainted in his arms due to his recklessness, he realized there were still unfulfilled desires within him, wishes that he had once dared not articulate, yet now felt the urgency to embrace. Ning Lin resolutely shielded her with his body, determined to perish before her. Perhaps dying together could be considered a form of happiness. If given the choice, he would rather continue to live alongside her, journeying together to the very end of life. The sixth soul skill, Dark Prison. Black vegetation emerged from the ground, which in an instant transformed into a triangular black cage, ensnaring all the evil spirit masters. The malevolent sorcerers struggled with all their might, yet the disparity in soul power rendered them unable to break free. A woman with crimson hair stepped forward before the man and shouted, "Sixth soul skill, Firebird Devour." A firebird composed of flames surged towards the cage, its brilliance illuminating the sky, as the evil spirit masters were purified of their deeply ingrained sins within the inferno. Only one, Tang Yong, survived. Several shadowy figures appeared before him, swiftly overpowering him and taking him away. "Are you from the Spirit Hall?" "Thank you. Thank you for saving me and Xiao Qiu." Ning Lin felt that his gratitude was insufficient. He placed Ning Qiu on the ground, then knelt down and prostrated himself. While bowing, he exclaimed, "I am truly grateful to you." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. The overwhelming sensation of being on the brink of death, the profound feeling of being reborn, could only be truly understood through personal experience, which encapsulated his emotions at that moment. Ning Lin continuously repeated those words and gestures. As he was at a loss for how to articulate his thanks, suddenly struck by a thought, he sprang to his feet and rushed towards the two, stumbling several times along the way. Seniors, I implore you to save Sister Ning Qiu. She shielded me from an attack and then fainted. Upon hearing this, the two did not respond, for they had not brought a healing soul master with them. How could they possibly save her? They would not. Ning Lin, believing it to be her own fault, knelt down once more and began to prostrate herself. Please, senior, save her. I possess only a handful of gold soul coins. I am aware that these hold no value for you. Yet, I am willing to do anything, even if it costs me my life. Seeing this peculiar individual, who readily kneels and bows at the slightest disagreement, the two of them felt for the first time that he was truly an oddity. Such feelings arise from the inherent disconnect between individuals' joys and sorrows. Can you rise? The woman in red inquired. It is not that we are unwilling to assist, rather, we lack a healing spirit master. Yet, Ning Lin remained indifferent, persistently knocking. All right, you've made your point. I shall take a look, but should anything untoward occur, do not blame us, she declared, approaching Ning Qiu. In her heart, she believed the girl was beyond saving, primarily due to the fragility characteristic of support-type spirit masters. Having endured a blow from an evil spirit master, her chances seemed grim. The woman in red squatted beside Ning Qiu, carefully assessing her condition. While she was not adept at saving lives, she could at least ascertain whether the girl was alive or dead. Good news. It is not as dire as it seems. Your right arm may be irreparably damaged, but your life is not in jeopardy. You will certainly survive, she reassured. Hearing this, Ning Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was perhaps the silver lining amidst their misfortune. Meanwhile, on another front, what do you make of this? Isn't this merely a piece of paper? Yun Guang responded, puzzled. Not at all. Look closely at what is inscribed upon it. Yun Guang picked up the newspaper to examine it. The Spirit Hall Daily. The headline read, shockingly, within the esteemed Haian Sect, renowned for possessing the world's foremost weapon spirit, lurks an evil spirit master who has been slaughtering villages. Amidst investigations by various factions, the Haian Sect's evil spirit master has dealt significant blows to multiple forces. Recently, Tang Hao of the Haian Sect launched a surprise attack on the former pope. Can we conclude that the Haian Sect has fallen from grace? It may have devolved into a haven for evil spirit masters, plotting a cataclysmic conspiracy. Will we revert to the dark ages of tens of thousands of years ago? Then there were the fanciful musings of Chen Shien, who, in his ignorance of the current events, conjured bizarre tales. Yet, this was of little consequence. In due time, they could enlist specialized personnel to investigate such matters and subsequently assign an editor. You know, your writing is rather impressive. Were it not for my knowledge of your hand in this, I might have believed it. Returning to the dark ages of you truly have a flair for storytelling. And what of this piece regarding a man in the dead of night? Does it reflect a distortion of humanity or a decline in morality? I feel as if I am only just getting to know you, Yun Guang remarked, gazing at Chen Shien. Shall we reintroduce ourselves? Chen Shien replied with a smile. Greetings, I am Yun Guang. Chen Shien. He was perplexed by Yun Guang's seriousness over what was meant as jest. But what harm could there be in a fresh introduction? Yun Guang offered a gentle smile. Honestly, you look quite charming when you smile. Am I unattractive when I do not smile? Not at all. You are always appealing. Chen Shien chose to shift the topic, his compliment devoid of ulterior motive. Merely a simple praise. So, do you comprehend now? No, what purpose does this serve? Yun Guang was utterly perplexed. Cough, cough, one should read more and learn diligently. Consider the Spirit Hall, which has established its presence in every corner of the continent. By vigorously promoting the newspaper at a low price, we can ensure they learn what we wish them to know. When the people are informed, even the false can become the truth, Chen Shien chuckled. To speak of poison. You are indeed the master, Chen Shien, he continued. But what you suggest is not acceptable. This is called a war of public opinion. We are merely guiding it. How can I be accused of poisoning? We are not coercing anyone. Let us exert our utmost efforts, Yun Guang replied. But you must understand that this necessitates a meeting and a vote for resolution. Is there not a way to expedite this process? Chen Shien inquired. Yes, it can be done shortly. Then what is the purpose of this discussion? Has my grandfather ceased his secluded training? If Qian Dalu were to learn of certain strategies, adjustments would be required. Not at all. I can make decisions on his behalf now. Yun Guang merely sought to tease him. I find myself increasingly curious about your true identity. Many significant matters require convening a meeting, and the Grand Elder Qian Daolu is known for his unwavering authority. The fact that Yun Guang can make decisions in his stead is indeed intriguing. What identity could I possibly possess? Merely a soul existing in sorrow. Yun Guang refrained from voicing her final thoughts, her tone noticeably somber. Chen, perceptive as ever, chose not to probe further. Some matters are better left unspoken when the involved parties prefer silence. Chapter 21. The winds rise thus, Chen. What if the two great empires and the top 3 sects decide to act against us? Grandfather Genie need not worry. We are the first to undertake such actions on the continent, and we possess an unparalleled advantage. The Spirit Hall is omnipresent. We have a presence in every location. However, the two great empires are limited to their own influence, while the top 3 sects are even less capable. Moreover, the Haian sect is on the brink of disappearance, which will pose a headache for the next 2 sections. Upon hearing this, Grandfather Genie nodded. And what of the matter concerning the evil spirit masters? Do the esteemed elders wish to hear the truth or a fabrication? I can assure you that this matter does not involve evil spirit masters. Beyond this, my sister Yun Guang has instructed me to refrain from further elaboration. However, should you be exceedingly curious, I shall naturally divulge more. The esteemed elders, upon hearing this, refrained from further inquiry and remarked, since Yun Guang does not wish us to know, there is no need for additional discussion. We trust in Xien's judgment. It is prudent to act swiftly regarding the Haian sect. Otherwise, we may encounter unforeseen complications, Chen Jun stated. Indeed, the plan is proceeding smoothly, and we will require the assistance of several esteemed individuals at the appropriate time. The assembly nodded in agreement with Yun Guang's words. Xian, you are aware that I have a granddaughter who recently awakened her martial soul just a few days ago. What does Genie mean? The interpretation varies depending on one's understanding. I have heard my elder brother mention that Xian possesses certain martial arts techniques. Genie is indeed a generation above Tang Hao and Chen Douluo, yet he devoted his entire life to the Spirit Hall, remaining loyal to the Qian family of the angelic lineage. For an ordinary person, unblessed by divine favor, Genie's life can be regarded as having reached the pinnacle of existence. At Jialing Pass, he cried out fervently, "The angels have descended." Subsequently, to save Qianrenxue, he sacrificed himself in an explosion. This venerable elder dedicated his life to the Spirit Hall, contributing to the angelic lineage. The 7 offerings can be described as devoted followers of the angels, fighting valiantly without retreat, unwavering until the very end. These matters were never truly secrets. What is there to conceal among ourselves? Thus, Chen remarked that he could document these points for Grandpa Genie, as they might prove beneficial to several esteemed elders. I believe, Xian, it would be prudent for you to instruct her personally. Naturally, that is an option, yet honing these skills could also yield substantial progress, perhaps even leading to further advancement. Chen chuckled. Further advancement, you say? Then let us borrow Xian for that purpose. Subsequently, the Spirit Hall established a daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly publication. Alongside this, regulations for new journalists were formulated, along with the establishment of prizes to encourage ordinary individuals to submit their writings and ideas. Finally, farewells were exchanged as they prepared to depart. Your talents and intellect are completely dissimilar to those of Qian Xuanji. Must this sentiment be reiterated endlessly? Chen stated. With a sigh, it is indeed lamentable. I can't help but feel that Chen Douluo, a figure of great renown, has been burdened with a son of little merit. Alas, if he were to hear me call his father a failure, Qianrenxue would have been infuriated. Yet, I truly wish to convey that Chen Daolia's greatest misfortune lies not in having such a son, but in being surrounded by romantic-minded individuals, especially his granddaughter, Qianrenxue. If not for me, Qian Daoluo, after a lifetime of toil, finally elevating Qianrenxue to divinity, would find his efforts thwarted as she repeatedly allowed Tang San to escape. Her actions, though seemingly well-intentioned, have borne painful consequences: the demise of the 7 elders, countless casualties within the Spirit Hall, the fall of the Empire, ultimately leading to the ruin of a century-old legacy, leaving the world bereft of angelic beings and 6-winged angels. Bibi Dong has ascended as well, her divine status shattered. Truly a tragic tale. I am left to coexist with that fox, uncertain if I am destined to endure eternal anguish. However, with my arrival, the narrative has shifted significantly. I initially intended to depart, yet curiosity about you lingered, and many dark deeds require execution by someone. Thus I resolved to remain and observe how far you might ascend. At that moment, Yun Guang stood with his back to Chen, one hand resting behind him, embodying the essence of a recluse. Ascending to what heights? Naturally, it is to attain divine status, ruling the world in the name of the angels. On another front, do you require our assistance to return? Ning Lin, upon hearing this, felt no embarrassment, for he possessed a thick skin. Senior, it is somewhat perilous for us, two defenseless support types, to navigate our way back, especially since Xiao Qiu has yet to awaken. Enough already. You've caused enough trouble without contributing anything worthwhile. I will summon a few individuals to escort you back shortly. This cursed place is unsafe, with the potential presence of the Haian Sect's evil soul masters. Do not follow us. We still have inquiries to pursue, and your presence would only jeopardize safety. Remain here, and soon enough, someone will come to find you. Upon hearing the words of the woman in red, Ning Lin bowed deeply once more, expressing his profound gratitude to his predecessors. He vowed that should his assistance ever be required in the future, he would never shy away from it. The two did not pay heed to what seemed to be a rather inconsequential promise. As he watched them depart, Ning Lin began to contemplate his future. This narrow escape from death had illuminated many truths for him, and he resolved to return and confess his love to Ning Qiu. Having lost his father unexpectedly and with his mother passing shortly after giving birth to him, he was raised by Ning Qiu's parents. Over the years, he gradually realized that his feelings for Ning Qiu transcended mere sibling affection. However, he feared that she viewed him solely as a brother. Fortunately, his current parents supported his sentiments, and having faced life and death, what was there to fear? Upon returning, he would boldly approach her. Days passed, and under the vigorous operations of the Spirit Hall newspaper began to circulate across the continent, given that the entertainment options on Douluo continent were rather limited. The newspaper offered both economical and premium editions, the latter essentially serving to exploit the wealthy aristocrats. Yet, those affluent patrons reveled in such arrangements. The emergence of the profession of journalism had paved a new path, leading to an explosion of sensational news. However, the most shocking revelation pertained to the evil spirit masters of the Haian Sect, which incited a growing clamor for their eradication. Unprecedentedly, the two great empires allied with the Seven Treasures and the Blue Lightning Sect stood alongside the Spirit Hall. Consequently, discussions over meals became more frequent, with at least one person in every gathering denouncing the Haian Sect. Truly, it seemed everyone was united in their disdain. The Haian Sect's reputation plummeted at an astonishing pace, with the majority of individuals indifferent to the truths or falsehoods, or perhaps genuinely believing in the allegations. There was little room for skepticism, for several factions had united against them. It is largely thanks to Ning Lin that, in the face of Ning Fingji and several members of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, he has furiously tarnished the reputation of the Haian Sect, articulating every conceivable defamation. With numerous assurances and the undeniable truth of having witnessed the atrocities committed by the Haian Sect, the veracity of his claims is indisputable. Consequently, the factions that have suffered significant losses have once again dispatched formidable warriors to investigate the matter. Although they currently align themselves with the Spirit Hall, this does not equate to unconditional trust. Chapter 22. The commencement of the crusade. It is time to initiate the endeavor. There is no further need for delay. Before anyone has a chance to react, let the Haian Sect be utterly eradicated from this world. Without your prompting, I am well aware of the course of action I must take, Yun Guang declared. The scale of this mobilization, coupled with the formidable strength displayed, can be regarded as the most powerful operation undertaken by the Spirit Hall in recent years. 4 esteemed offerings: 5th offering Jinyue, 3rd offering Yunguang, and 6th and 7th offerings Qianjun and Jiangma. 5 elders: Zhu, Gue, Mo Xiong, Gue Bao, and Yin Feng. Initially, there were plans to include several titled individuals, but a minor mishap occurred. However, with the addition of over 4,000 soul masters, their presence or absence bears little significance. This display undoubtedly paid ample respect to the most esteemed sect in the realm. To perish under such formidable strength could be considered a noble demise. Typically, the offerings would refrain from intervening, yet the presence of both him and Qian Rinxue rendered the situation exceptional, thus persuading them to act. After all, one is destined to become a celestial deity, while the other is also poised to ascend to divinity. The offerings were certainly aware of this, and with myriad factors at play, the assault on the Haian Sect was overwhelmingly powerful. I shall also participate, declared Qian Rinxian. What purpose do you serve in this endeavor? Should you encounter danger and sustain injury, would not Qian Daolu seek to engage me in a life-or-death struggle? What peril could arise? Moreover, beneath the divine threshold, there exists absolute defense. Could the Haian Sect possibly summon a deity to strike me down? You may go, but ensure that an elder accompanies you for protection. Yun Guang conceded, aiming to mitigate the risks involved. If Qian Renshua learns you have not included her, she is likely to become quite upset, Yin Guang remarked. This presents a degree of danger for her, but I trust she will not act irrationally. Even if she does, I can easily placate her. Qian Renshien dismissed her concerns. Then let us depart. Although the transmission of information across Douluo continent is rather sluggish, should such a large-scale operation attract attention, it would prove troublesome. Thus we must exert our utmost effort. Master, cease your hesitation. Tang Hao is nowhere to be found. And the outside world is rife with rumors that our Haian sect has become a haven for evil soul masters. If we do not depart soon, the Spirit Hall will attack, the Grand Elder urged anxiously. This must be the machination of the Spirit Hall. They harbor insidious ambitions. We should unite with the 7 treasures and the Blue Lightning to teach the Spirit Hall a lesson. Enough. Tang Xiao, are you foolish? Both the Blue Lightning and 7 treasures believe we are the culprits. What does that signify? The third elder bellowed in anger. Esteemed colleagues, it appears we cannot escape even if we wish to. Tang Tian's words instilled a sudden alarm among the assembly. What do you mean, father? Alas, the Haian sect has been encircled. Even if we desire to flee, we are unable to do so. With over 2,000 soul masters, we cannot break free in a short span. Even given ample time, the situation remains precarious. We must send members of the 4 major single attribute families to seek external assistance. The Haian sect must prove its innocence, expressing our willingness to undergo any form of investigation. We shall open our doors to them for scrutiny. Is this condition acceptable? Before he could conclude, Tang Tian erupted in fury. Fool! What time is it? Why do you still concern yourself with such matters? By any means necessary. We must gain the trust of the 7 treasures and the Blue Lightning. If we cannot break through, we shall fill the gap with our lives. Understood, master. Alas, where are you, father? The Haian sect is undergoing an unprecedented crisis. At this moment, Tang Tian lamented. He should have stood firm against the majority earlier. But now it was too late. Surrounded by the Haian sect, the soul master Qian Renshien had no intention of concealing himself for long, nor could he remain hidden. The winds of change were becoming increasingly ominous, and the Spirit Hall was behaving unusually. With the emergence of the malevolent soul masters, unrest within the Haian sect was palpable. Escape was inevitable, and it was wiser to utilize these soul masters as a means of intimidation. By the time the Haian sect truly realized the gravity of the situation, they would be nearly upon them. Meanwhile, among the 4 major single attribute families, the patriarch remarked, This Haian sect intends for us to walk into our demise. Upon hearing this, the patriarch did not express anger but simply replied, If the skin is gone, where will the hair attach? Let us march to our doom. However, another voice interjected, But we still can. The patriarch, incensed, retorted, I am the patriarch. Do you dare to rebel against me? The response was tinged with trepidation. Our mission is to disseminate the news, to seek a means of escape while avoiding direct confrontation, the group whispered furtively. Yet, the soul masters of the Spirit Hall had already taken note of them, biding their time for the opportune moment. As the group ventured deeper into the dense forest, a voice from the shadows commanded, Go, eliminate them. In an instant, a blade sliced through the throat of the individual lagging at the rear. Blood gushing forth as he, the individual, consumed by despair, charged directly towards the nearest soul master of the Spirit Hall. A reckless pursuit of death. Third soul skill. Earth Fist. The punch landed with a force reminiscent of striking a watermelon, resulting in the man's head bursting open. This scenario is unfolding everywhere. It can be said that all members of the 4 major single attribute families have been intercepted by the Spirit Hall, leading to a massacre. As night falls, a surprise attack is no longer feasible, for the Haian sect has become aware. Why resort to stealth when the Haian sect defies the heavens and harbors ill intentions? We are merely enacting judgment upon them. Such words are indeed eloquent, remarked Qian Renshua. Naturally, it is to be expected after spending considerable time by your side. They have merely conspired against the Haian sect. A mere day of observation seems to stretch into an eternity. By the way, Yin Feng will remain by your side to protect you. Very well. Although Qian Renshua found this arrangement somewhat unnecessary, he did not wish to dismiss it. As Yun Guang was considering his safety, Greetings, young master. Yin Feng offered a slight nod. Greetings, Elder Yin Feng, Qian Renshua replied with a smile. As for the Haian sect, it will soon vanish. Just ahead lies the stronghold of the Haian sect. Once the main forces converge, a full-scale assault can commence. This night is destined to be one of carnage, a night where blood shall flow like rivers. Chapter 23. The 4 major monoprop elemental families. Before launching an assault on the Celestial Heaven sect, it is imperative to first deal with the four major monoprop elemental families. In moments such as these, a stirring speech is necessary to elevate morale. The Haian sect's treachery against the former pope, its concealment of evil spirit masters, and its protection of soul beasts with the intent to destabilize the continent and bring calamity upon humanity cannot be overlooked. As the bastion of order on the continent and the vanquisher of evil spirit masters, the Spirit Hall declares the Haian sect guilty beyond redemption, sentencing it to death in the name of justice. You are all embodiments of righteousness. Let us restore clarity to the Douluo continent. For the sake of the continent. For the light, let us fight fiercely. With Jinyue's impassioned address, the Spirit Hall's soul masters surged forth towards the four major single attribute families with renewed fervor. Indeed. What a remarkable orator, Yunguang remarked, glancing at Qianrenxue. Isn't this a rendition of your words? The original was far more eloquent, wouldn't you agree? One cannot help but appreciate the artful manipulation at play, an old hand at such tactics, indeed. Chief, trouble is upon us. The Spirit Hall's forces have arrived. Why panic? Let us meet them head-on. My family will fight to the last breath. The Haian sect harbors treacherous ambitions. All of you, follow me into battle. As a subordinate family of the Haian sect, they had exerted their utmost efforts, charging toward the Spirit Hall's soul masters, undeterred by the vast chasm in strength. Yet, the immense disparity in power is not something that mere will can bridge. The sounds of agony and despair echoed, with lives extinguished almost every second. Flames began to rise. For how could there be slaughter without fire? Spirit Hall, you shall pay for your sins. Titan roared, witnessing his can perish one by one. Abandon your futile struggles. If you surrender, you may yet survive, Qianrenxue taunted. With a thunderous crash, Titan repelled several soul masters from the Spirit Hall, turning to Qianrenxue with fury. You insolent child, do you expect me to surrender? Such dreams are folly. I recognized your vile nature at first glance. Being insulted. One can only marvel at the tenacity of the Strength Clan. As the most loyal adherents to the original text, perhaps their existence is now rendered unnecessary. Then, I implore you to choose your words more wisely in your next life. Upon hearing Qianrenxue's words, Titan burst into laughter. Insolent child, do you believe you can withstand my ninth soul skill, Radiant Light? As Yunguang's proclamation echoed, golden rays shimmered, transforming the night into a radiant day. The book of light in the sky began to gather energy, and in the next moment, a blinding beam shot skyward, enveloping the entire area in resplendent illumination. Be purified. In the next heartbeat, a colossal pillar of light erupted beneath Titan, soaring into the heavens. Athe, the Titan emitted a mournful cry of agony. The Titan's form dissolved into nothingness within the radiant beams of light. Yet, despite the Titan's demise, this spectacle was far from over. Several beams of light surged skyward, piercing the clouds, while the echoes of anguish faded into the background. At this moment, the scene was nothing short of breathtaking, with golden light radiating in all directions. The pillars of light soaring to the heavens, as if the divine had descended, illuminating the world. One cannot help but ponder the Titan's state of mind. In such an environment, how could he still manage to smile? One might say that he was robust in physique, but lacking in intellect. Oh, Sister Cloudlight. You are indeed formidable. This soul skill is a formidable weapon for group attacks. One merely has to observe to discern that this technique undoubtedly possesses tracking or locking capabilities. After all, no matter how those individuals attempt to flee, the beam of light consistently rises precisely beneath their feet. However, this does evoke a sense of using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Isn't this merely stating the obvious? Yunguang remarked. Haha. Today marks the first time witnessing Yunguang in action, not counting the soul hunting, and indeed, this soul skill is truly awe-inspiring. Its destructive power and visual effects are maximized. A peak Douluo personally intervened, leaving the enemies with no chance of resistance whatsoever. The second soul skill, penetrate. The fourth soul skill, pierce. Yang Wudi charged at Qianrenxue with a spear. Yunguang was formidable. And Yang Wudi was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between their side and the Spirit Hall. He felt profound sorrow for the death of his old friend. Yet, in such circumstances, there was no room for excessive contemplation. He sensed that Qianrenxue was the key to breaking the stalemate. The identity of this child must be extraordinary, with golden hair, perhaps. The fifth soul skill, Crimson Fire. The sixth soul skill, Flame Phoenix Fire. Enhanced by the fifth soul skill, the Flame Phoenix Fire surged towards Yang Wudi. The fifth soul skill, Shatter. The destruction wrought by the Shatter Soul Gun, along with its piercing and attacking capabilities, had accumulated to a terrifying level. Yang Wudi, wielding the Shatter Soul gun, swept horizontally, effortlessly dispelling the Flame Phoenix fire. One must commend him for being able to contend with two titled Douluos despite possessing only an 82-level soul power in the original narrative. However, the Flame Phoenix was no ordinary foe. How could it allow him to approach Chen Shien so easily? The seventh soul skill, True Martial Spirit. A pair of fiery red wings manifested behind the Flame Phoenix, engulfed in flames, transforming into a magnificent giant fire phoenix, radiant in crimson and surrounded by flames. The eighth soul skill, Celestial Firefall of the Flame Phoenix. A colossal fireball morphed into the Fire Phoenix, charging toward Yang Wudi. The Fire Phoenix, seemingly alive, relentlessly pursued him, growing stronger with each passing moment. Yang Wudi halted his steps and activated the True Martial Spirit. A black hue radiated from the Shatter Soul gun, enveloping both him and the weapon in flickering black light as the seventh soul ring shrouded them. The Shatter Soul gun transformed entirely into a form of black flames. Yang Wudi's body mirrored the black hue of the Shatter Soul gun, yet he bore no flames. His life had been wholly devoted to his martial spirit. Apart from the gun, nothing else mattered. In this moment, his gun intent surged, reaching its zenith. The eighth soul skill, Surge. The Shatter Soul gun suddenly expanded, and Yang Wudi charged forth. Shatter, he shouted. Upon contact with the Fire Phoenix, it crumbled as if made of mere paper. The Flame Phoenix, witnessing this, was taken aback and unleashed her ninth soul skill, Divine Fire Descents. As this soul skill was activated, several fireballs appeared beside the Flame Phoenix, slowly merging until they transformed into an enormous sphere, reminiscent of the sun. Yet, this had a clear drawback. The merging of the fireballs required time. The reason the Flame Phoenix sought to complete the fusion swiftly was due to her incomplete merging process. Because of this, Yang Wudi still had the capacity to confront her directly, but he was not there to receive skills. Seizing the brief moment of opportunity, he dashed towards Chen Shien. He was close. Yet, he ultimately overlooked a critical point, or perhaps he was bidding on a chance. It was evident that he had failed. The domain of duality stasis. Once the domain was formed, Yang Wudi was abruptly frozen in midair. The domain of duality stasis, once established, could simultaneously restrict the opponent's skills and movements. In this fusion of martial spirits, once formed, everything within its range would be rendered immobile, and no one could escape its grasp. This is certainly not absolute. But given Yang Wudi's current strength, escape is utterly impossible. Chapter 24. Annihilation and Submission. In the next moment, a fireball enveloped Yang Wudi. Is this the end? Have I been unable to change anything? Is this what fate entails? No, please. Stop. We surrender. We beg you to spare my brother. We yield. However, this strike cannot be retracted, and even if countered by other soul skills, the resulting explosion would be sufficient to end Yang Wudi's life. There remains another possibility that could rescue Yang Wudi and distance him from the range of attack, but that entirely depends on the will of these individuals. Chen Shien was about to speak, but fell silent as Yang Wushuang charged forward. Since matters have escalated thus, there is no need for further words. Yet, what a touching display of brotherly affection. Brother, you have always led the way. Allow me to stand before you this time. Hearing these words, Yang Wudi was moved to tears. Yang Wushuang exerted all his might to attempt to block the divine fire descending upon them. However, although this strike was not in its complete form, it was still beyond Yang Wushuang's capability to withstand. After all, he was not Yang Wudi. The flames engulfed him, yet they remained potent enough to claim Yang Wudi's life. Nonetheless, his actions were not in vain. Yang Wudi had succumbed to a frenzied state, his eyes ablaze with rage, as if he longed to consume them alive. Chen Shien anticipated the emergence of a classic narrative. However, this time, the prediction faltered, though perhaps it was not a miscalculation. Yang Wudi, driven by the loss of his kin, family, and friends, was consumed by extreme fury, and it seemed as though his gun intent might ascend to new heights. Yet, Yang Wudi was ultimately not a destined protagonist. This state would merely allow him to unleash one final strike. He fused all his soul power into this singular attack, a shot that represented the culmination of his life and his final flourish. Its soul skill, Wave. Yang Wudi cried out, launching the broken soul spear. And in doing so, he too was consumed by flames. Yet, the spear blazed with black fire, surging forth like a meteor towards Chen Shien. Ah! This shot left Chen Shien bewildered. After all, I did not slay this man. Why has he aimed this at me? Ultimately, his strength was somewhat lacking. Had he been a titled Douluo, he would have faced not just this shot but 100 more without fear. One strike would suffice to vanquish all. Presently, however, Chen remained unperturbed. Have you ever witnessed the absolute defense beneath the divine? Neither have I, but perhaps today will present such an opportunity. Yet, Yin Feng held a different perspective. This was inherently her oversight, and she alone must rectify it. Yin Feng rushed towards Chen, positioning herself before him. Truly, why do you not trust me at all? Chen thought helplessly within. At present, the fiery phoenix lacks the strength to withstand this blow. However, she is not alone. Behind her stand her teammates. Ultimately, they strike together. Boom. The clash resulted in a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated all structures along its path, even causing fissures in the mountainside. As the dust and smoke gradually dissipated from the air, the shattered soul destruction spear lay in ruins, and Yang Wudi met his demise. Although his body was left in a state of disarray, Chen surmised that he would likely not succumb to eternal rest. This incident, rather unfortunate in nature, was indeed preventable. For instance, what if Yang Wushuang had refrained from charging forth? Yet, there is a saying that resonates: they may be considered as sharing the same grave. A sentiment that seems somewhat peculiar when applied to the brothers Yang Wudi and Yang Wushuang. Among the 4 clans, 2 have nearly been obliterated. Sister Yun Guang, do not forget to search for the remnants of the Pa clan, known for their adeptness in alchemy. Naturally, why must you all struggle so desperately? The Haian sect shows no concern for your demise, yet you fight valiantly for them. It is utterly ludicrous, remarked Chen with disdain. The 8th soul skill, control. Niu Gao unleashed his 8th soul skill to withstand the fierce assault, stating, "Do the bastards of the Spirit Hall dare to fight in such a manner?" Those surrounding him were of similar rank. Aware of his robust defense and inferior attack, they would strike and flee, knowing that enduring a blow from him posed little risk. Gradually wearing him down. "Old Rhinoceros, surrender?" White Crane exclaimed, observing the grim state of the battle. With the deaths of Old Gorilla and Old Goat, the Li clan has been utterly decimated, while the Pa clan fared slightly better. The dire state of the battlefield and the inaction of the Haian sect rendered their continued resistance futile. "What are you saying, old Bai Niao?" Niu Gao bellowed. "Take a good look for yourself. It is meaningless now." Upon uttering these words, Bai He immediately knelt on the ground and declared, "The Min family is willing to surrender, pleading only for the Spirit Hall to spare our lives. This decision is undoubtedly the correct one. The proud Min family can hardly make an impact in this predicament. Continuing the fight could indeed lead to their annihilation. However, unlike Yun Guang and Chen, who view surrender as a favorable resolution for all, the justification they employ is the suppression of the evil souls. Bai He is well aware that the Haian sect does not harbor any soul masters, and should he disseminate such information, it would inevitably result in another troublesome situation. One might say the situation is equally balanced in its merits and demerits. After pondering for some time without arriving at a conclusion, Chen suddenly realized he was falling into a misunderstanding, no matter how Bai He chooses to promote his narratives. It relies on others' belief, and even survival is not guaranteed. "What are your intentions, Chief Niu?" Chen inquired with a courteous tone. "How absurd. You young whelp dare to suggest I surrender? Dream on." It was truly exasperating. Despite his polite demeanor and gracious tone, this individual still chose to insult him, displaying a lack of decorum. Chief Bai He, too, needed to demonstrate some sincerity. Upon hearing this, Bai He felt a sense of impending doom. Indeed, Chen spoke in a tone that seemed to consider his well-being, saying, "This sincerity I perceive is that Chief Niu's life is quite valuable. Trading his life for the survival of your entire clan is a deal that guarantees profit." Bai He gazed at Chen smile. He truly was a devil. Though he yearned to curse Chen, he refrained. "You jest. My strength is insufficient to slay him," he replied. Following this statement, the demon bear and ghost leopard surged towards Niu Gao, and those surrounding them exerted their utmost efforts. Niu Gao could only evade a few attacks, ultimately having to endure the rest. He summoned all his strength to face the impending onslaught. However, after such a prolonged battle, he was far from his peak condition, making it exceedingly difficult to withstand the full force of 2 tidal Douluos. "Break." With this exclamation, a thunderous crash resounded, creating a massive crater in the ground. Niu Gao was drenched in blood, teetering on the brink of death. Goodness, how could one strike with such ferocity? "Chief Bai He, please." Upon hearing Chen words, Bai He trembled uncontrollably. Yet ultimately, he cast a glance at the others, slowly rising and unsteadily approaching Niu Gao. "Forgive me, old rhinoceros." Chapter 25. Investigation, you coward. Niu Gao uttered intermittently. Hearing this, Bai He did not perceive himself as a coward. Unlike them, he could not disregard everything. He had intended to sever ties with the Haian sect, but alas, he was a step too late. He could only blame his indecisiveness. I am sorry, Niugao. I shall repay you in the next life. With the white crane completely disregarded Chen Xien's words and knelt down, saying, Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. The Min clan follows you. Alas, although the Min clan suffered the fewest casualties, there were still losses, and since Chen Shien had ordered the death of Niugao, it was impossible for the white crane to harbor no resentment. Ultimately, it stemmed from his unwillingness to trust one who harbored animosity towards him. It is quite natural for tasks to entail danger. Indeed, facing peril and even death is an entirely ordinary occurrence. Now that the clan leader of the White Crane has aligned himself with us, would it not be prudent to explore the depths of the Haian sect? Chen Shien remarked. After much hesitation, Bai ultimately acquiesced. There was no alternative, after all, as one could only tread a single path to its bitter end. Observing Bai's silhouette ascending the mountain, Chen Shien contemplated sending Bai to the Haian sect for a spell. Whether he returned was of little consequence, for his absence would serve as a justification for his demise. Furthermore, there seemed to be something amiss with the Haian sect, which remained secluded and reclusive. It was indeed intriguing. Were they truly that fearful? The spirit hall has come knocking at the door, and the affiliated families are nearly annihilated, leaving not a trace behind. Yet, is there still a hidden card to play? If the Haian sect truly regards that agreement as a definitive means of victory, it would indeed be disheartening. Perhaps one should seek out some information. With the words of the elders, the soul masters of the spirit hall once again sprang into action. As the affiliated sect of the Haotian clan, it was certain that there were treasures to be found. However, the most significant of these would not be mere trinkets. The original 4 clans possessed skills in forging, architecture, alchemy, and reconnaissance, yet it seems that only the latter remains following the recent slaughter. The Li clan and the Yu clan were completely eradicated, while the Pa clan has but a handful of infants surviving, no more than 5, including a pair of twins. The Min clan, however, still boasts a considerable number of living members. They possess a 5,000-year-old crystal blood dragon ginseng. While the Pa clan has been known for their proficiency in alchemy and poison crafting, Yang Wudi has spent a lifetime in search of the ethereal Xiang Qilua, indicating that there are records of divine herbs. Although it may prove of little use to him, it will undoubtedly benefit Qian Rinchue, who will surely have companions in the future, gifted with divine herbs. He resolved that his next endeavor in seeking a 3rd spirit ring would lead him to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Additionally, he recalls that Ayin does not seem to be entirely lost. Retrieving her would certainly infuriate Tang Hao. However, the eventual outcome left Chen Shien somewhat disheartened. They did manage to uncover information on poison crafting, yet there was not a whisper regarding alchemy or divine herbs. While he could comprehend the whispers surrounding divine herbs, how could records of poison crafting exist without those of alchemy? Were they not shared in the same breath? Relying on others proved to be premature. Had I known earlier, I would have retained a few individuals. Now, the remnants of our clan consist solely of 5 infants. Who can take on this responsibility? Fear not, for Elder Ju is still with us, though it is certain that further searches will be necessary. These toxins have been refined. I wonder if they can stand against Tang-san. Which is truly stronger, the otherworldly or the native? It piques one's curiosity. Are you still interested in such matters? Naturally, one should engage in learning to enrich oneself. Upon hearing these words, Yun Guang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Meanwhile, Bai He, after an arduous struggle, finally returned to the Haian sect. Bai He, we owe you an apology, said the elder. At this, Bai He's anger flared. What use is such talk now? Do you have any idea how many lives have been lost? Old Goat and the others are dead. We fought valiantly for the Haian sect, while you cowered in the shadows. A wave of friendly banter ensued among the group. The elder, unaccustomed to such disrespect, was incensed. After all, they were merely a subordinate of the Haian sect. How dare they speak against their masters? How audacious, Bai He. Who gave you the gall? The elder thundered. Who gave me the gall? Go down the mountain and ask our fallen kin why they fought so fiercely. Do you have the audacity to question me here? The impact of these words was undeniably potent, evoking a sense of guilt amongst several present, albeit only fleetingly. The elder, however, felt not a twinge of remorse. Just as the elder was about to speak, he was interrupted by the sect leader, Tang Tian. Bai He, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. We do not wish for such occurrences, but circumstances have left us no choice. Ultimately, it is we who owe you an apology. After this matter concludes, feel free to voice any request you may have. With a wry smile, Bai He departed, his sleeves sweeping behind him. If your loyalty were truly unwavering, how did you return alive? To die in that place would have been your truest fidelity. Bah, you are merely a coward clinging to life. Must you speak so freely? What will others think of our Haian sect if these words spread? The elder paid no heed to Tang Tian's admonitions. Send someone to keep an eye on him. There is no need to overly concern ourselves with the spirit hall. Worry not. It is merely self-deception. The Haian sect has existed for so long. We undoubtedly possess hidden cards, but those are our last resort, and employing them would likely cost many lives. Yet, for the sake of the Haian sect, he has no alternative. Meanwhile, he was escorted by the members of the Haian sect to a room for rest. Rest? What a farce. Chen Shien had sent him to probe the depths of the Haian sect, and he had gleaned nothing substantial. How could he possibly rest? The notion of betraying the spirit hall had never crossed his mind. After all, his kin were below the mountain. The immediate priority was to discern what hidden strengths the Haian sect possessed before returning, an arduous task indeed. The best course of action seemed to be inquiry. While he felt quite satisfied with his earlier performance, it was a genuine display of emotion. The loss of kin, brothers, and clansmen warranted a reaction. To feel nothing would be the true anomaly, and he harbored no concerns that the Haian sect would suspect him. Yet, the Haian sect members were rather naive, and it was certain that someone would be keeping watch over him. Thus, he resolved to return once more. He re-entered the hall and declared, "The spirit hall lies just below. Will you not take some action? Surely, this matter should not be a source of undue anxiety. The spirit hall cannot extinguish the Haian sect. You may remain here with peace of mind." Peace of mind? How can we find solace? Someone retorted, "Ask those who have perished if they feel at ease." Chapter 26. I have arrived, and I departed by he. The Haian sect indeed owes you an apology. Yet you must not discount our strength. Should we be willing to sacrifice certain elements, the spirit hall cannot contend with us. Let us be frank. It is quite audacious to claim that the illustrious Haian sect would care for the fate of insignificant individuals such as ourselves. After the white crane finished speaking, it departed. Tang Tian paid little heed to the crane's emotions. After all, it had lost considerably in this battle, and experiencing some sentiments was entirely natural. If the crane exhibited no feelings at all, that would indeed be unusual. Furthermore, given the formidable power of the Haian sect, what tempest could the crane possibly stir? This reflects a certain confidence and strength. Once the crane returned to its dwelling, it began to ponder how to return. This time, it had indeed gathered information. The Haian sect intended to utilize certain resources, but would need to pay a price, which was sufficient insight. Should it perhaps create some trouble for the Haian sect before departing? The sight of the Grand Elder's arrogance stirred the crane's ire. Had it not been for the inability to defeat him, it would have relished the opportunity to subdue him. Perhaps it should take a few individuals with it, particularly those who had made its ascent troublesome. With a strategy forming in its mind, the crane felt a sense of calm. As dawn broke, sunlight bathed the earth, and everything appeared so splendid. Ahem. Are we to launch our assault under the cover of night again? Yes, it seems so. Meanwhile, on another front, the voice of Tianyu, granddaughter of the golden crocodile Douluo, inquired, "Grandfather, did you not say you would find someone to teach me?" "Ah. Xiao Xian has pressing matters to attend to. Your grandfather will teach you just the same." Tianyu pouted at this. It was hardly her primary concern. Getting closer to Qian Rinxue would suffice for her. After some preliminary training, the golden crocodile had nearly mastered everything, save for the focus on the spirit energy. This is largely thanks to the meticulous writings of Qian Rinxue, who has shared invaluable insights and various points of attention over the years, facilitating their cultivation process remarkably. Since approaching Qian Rinxue directly was not an option, Tianwei resolved to take bold action. With determination, she inquired, "Grandfather, could you take me to find Sister Qian Rinxue?" Although Genie was somewhat perplexed, he did not decline, responding, "Very well, let us go." Upon hearing this, Tianyue's joy was palpable. What does the White Crane clan leader intend to do? Am I not even allowed to move? The White Crane voiced his discontent. Then allow me to guide the White Crane clan leader on a tour of the Haian sect. Despite his inner turmoil, the White Crane kept his grievances concealed. As you wish. Thus, the White Crane began to follow the individual assigned to monitor him, wandering aimlessly. What was there to explore? As the leader of a prominent clan, he had visited many times before. At this moment, the White Crane was preoccupied with thoughts of escape, acutely aware that his observer was a soul Douluo. And he found himself within the confines of the Haian sect. Though he possessed great speed, being discovered would not bode well for him. After much contemplation, the White Crane could devise no effective plan. The most straightforward solution would be to burst forth directly or to claim he wished to descend the mountain to investigate the true nature of the spirit hall. Not long after ascending, he found himself returning, perpetually sensing that the Haian sect was being underestimated. Were the members of the Haian sect truly so naive? With this thought, he turned to his companion and inquired, "May I ask how to address you?" "Tang Li." "Ahem. Dear brother Tang Li, are you not concerned?" He queried, his confusion palpable. "Naturally not. What could the esteemed leader possibly intend?" He pondered for a moment before speaking. "I wish to descend the mountain and ascertain the activities of the Wuhuan Hall, to investigate its true nature." Upon hearing this, Tang Li burst into laughter. "Leader Bai, there is no need for concern. Your intention is commendable, and should you wish to proceed, I shall not hinder you." He was taken aback, perplexed by the ease of Tang Li's acquiescence. Wasn't this rather awkward after contemplating for so long? Indeed. Then brother Tang Li, await my good news. As Tang Li watched Bai depart, he pondered his thoughts but soon turned away himself. Bai did not rush down the mountain but walked at a leisurely pace, already formulating thoughts regarding Tang Li's peculiar demeanor. Nonetheless, he felt no apprehension, for the Haian sect had not surmised his genuine defection. What does leader Bai intend to do? Observing the familiar faces and hearing the well-known voices, Bai lamented internally, "What a pity, not all are present." It was clear that his ascent had involved more than just these two individuals. It seemed he would have to make do with this pair. Nothing in particular. "I simply found myself yearning for your company and wished to engage in heartfelt exchange." Upon hearing Bai's words, the two exchanged glances, ready to respond, only to witness Bai vanish before their eyes. "Leader Bai, do not jest." In the blink of an eye, Bai reappeared behind them, swiftly incapacitating both with a single strike. As they collapsed to the ground, Bai seized one by the arm and sped down the mountain, his pace reaching its utmost limit. Meanwhile, Tang Li was reporting the situation to the Grand Elder. Indeed, Bai has not only betrayed the four major single attribute clans but also the Haian sect. This ascent seems to be a flight from guilt. He harbors sinister intentions. The Grand Elder's words held a certain truth, and had Chen Shien been aware, he would have commended Tang Li's astute calculations. Alas, they remained oblivious to the fact that Bai had genuinely submitted to the Wuhuan Hall, having gathered intelligence and absconded with two disciples during his visit. Would the Grand Elder regret this revelation if he were to learn the truth? Upon descending, Bai sought out those who held decision-making power. "Gentlemen, the Haian sect intends to employ certain tactics, but these will come at a cost, the specifics of which I cannot ascertain. However, it seems to be a final resort. Potent in nature, it is prudent to exercise caution." Bai cautiously observed the expressions of several individuals. "All right, you may leave now." Upon hearing this, Bai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It at least indicated that neither he nor the Min clan would encounter any trouble in the near future. After Bai departed, Chen Shien inquired, "Does our spirit hall possess any final resort?" He believed that if the Haian sect had one, the spirit hall should also have its own, making a comparison worthwhile. Of course, it is divine. Upon hearing Yunguang's words, he was certain that the ultimate means of the Haian sect was certainly not divine. Is there a price to be paid? That sounds formidable, but the specifics remain unclear. There is no need for excessive concern. Nothing will go awry. Even if there are truly horrifying means, the Haian sect will keep some in reserve. The original plan need not be altered, Yunguang replied. Chapter 27, The Agreement. The Haian sect? If all goes as planned tonight, it should vanish. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. It is those from the Spirit Hall. Quickly, summon the elders and the sect master. Since it was an extermination and represented justice, why resort to stealth? The auras of the few individuals were unabashedly formidable. A terrifying presence enveloped the area, causing some disciples to collapse to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Why be so tense? We are not villains. The disciples of the Haian sect, lacking the power of resistance, were swiftly subdued by the soul masters of the Spirit Hall. Is the Spirit Hall truly so brazen? Do they genuinely believe that the Haian sect is a place where one can come and go as they please? If Douluo were to personally arrive, perhaps I would still hold some respect for you. A figure soared from the tallest edifice. Chen Shien regarded him. Noting his robust physique, however, he sensed a lack of intellect. Could he truly be oblivious to the presence of the 4 offerings and the 5 elders today? Such audacity and boasting. If Douluo were to arrive in person, would he still dare to flaunt himself so brazenly here? Yet, he certainly carries himself with a certain bravado. It appears the Haian sect is exceedingly confident in their hidden cards. Tang Tian, suspended in midair, locked eyes with the 4 offerings. to confront them with his level 96 soul power. What audacity! Who bestowed upon you the audacity to stand before us? Huh, you jest. Is it possible that the world still remembers me, Yin Guang? You jest, for all your actions have been earth-shattering. How could the world forget you? The reason Tang Tian was so courteous was due to Yun Guang's considerable reputation, which was indeed formidable. Every deed she had accomplished in the past was widely known. Could it be that the Haian sect has fallen to the ranks of evil soul masters, sneaking attacks against the former pope, sabotaging the actions of the spirit hall, and harboring soul beasts? Does the Haian sect wish to bring calamity upon the continent? You jest. How could the people of the Haian sect possibly be evil soul masters? Produce the evidence, Yun Guang proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian felt an ominous premonition. Although rumors had circulated about the evil soul masters slaughtering villages and annihilating other factions, labeling the Haian sect as a gathering place for evil soul masters plotting grand conspiracies seemed exaggerated. Those familiar with their own affairs could tell these claims were fabrications. Moreover, how long has it been since evil soul masters made an appearance? Previously, he merely considered it a baseless accusation from the spirit hall. But seeing Yun Guang's confident demeanor, could there truly be evil soul masters among them? Or within the Haian sect? Surely not. Then, Tang Tian witnessed a scene that left him questioning his own existence. Several members of the spirit hall brought forth the so-called evil soul master and cast him towards Tang Tian, just as he prepared to unleash a tirade. He noticed the malevolent aura emanating from the individual, followed by the Haian hammer descending upon him. Tang Tian caught the blow with one hand. Yet he found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Could this truly be an evil soul master? If so, how could he also belong to the Haian sect? At this moment, Tang Tian was ensnared in a spiral of introspection. Was it possible that the Haian sect harbored secrets unknown to him? It was not that he doubted the spirit hall. Rather, the spirit hall had made the greatest contributions to suppressing evil souls, without question. Is the spirit hall truly attempting to manufacture evil soul masters? Surely, this is no jest. There must be some misunderstanding. Our Haian sect harbors no evil soul masters, and you are welcome to investigate. Now, Tang Tian has altered his strategy. The existence of evil soul masters is most likely genuine, and indeed, they are affiliated with our Haian sect. However, as the sect master, there should be none within the sect at present. Therefore, he intends to allow the spirit hall to conduct their search and refrain from any desperate measures. As for harboring soul beasts in the ambush on the former pope, that was initiated by Tang Hao and holds no connection to our Haian sect. Tang Tian believes that if they can clarify their innocence, it will all be revealed as a misunderstanding, and every challenge will be effortlessly resolved. One cannot help but admire his optimism. Sect Master, how can you say such things? This is clearly a frame-up by the spirit hall. An attempt to cast blame. What crime have we committed? The elder exclaimed as he flew to Tang Tian's side. A frame-up? An unjust accusation? How absurd. Would our spirit hall deceive you regarding the matter of evil soul masters? Or do you harbor suspicions against the spirit hall? Upon hearing Yun Guang's words, Tang Tian felt an overwhelming fury towards the elder. If only he had remained silent, perhaps they could engage in meaningful dialogue. Did he truly wish to provoke a conflict? To speak further is futile. The Haian sect must face judgment for its transgressions. Does the Haian sect acknowledge its sins? What crime have we committed? The elder thundered. It is the responsibility of the spirit hall to suppress evil souls. In the past, the spirit hall paid a heavy price to fulfill this mission. We shall never allow the resurgence of evil souls. We shall not tolerate it, nor shall we cease any related actions. Today, the Haian sect has violated taboos. For the safety of the continent, in the name of the spirit hall, and in the name of the angels, we shall pass judgment upon you. Your sins are unforgivable. Sentence. The Haian sect shall be eradicated. With Yun Guang's final decree, numerous soul masters from the spirit hall surged forward. Damn it, despite my efforts to negotiate. You initiate combat the moment you arrive. Are you a spy sent by the heavens? Is there truly no possibility for dialogue? The actions of the Haian sect are intolerable. Annihilation is the only recourse. Said Q. The ancestral teachings of the spirit hall dictate the suppression of malevolent soul masters. This is the duty of the spirit hall and, indeed, the responsibility of Qian Douluo. Even if Qian Douluo were to personally arrive today, he could not alter the fate of the Haian sect's annihilation. Tang Tian laughed heartily, exclaiming, what a spirit hall it is, twisting right and wrong, truly shameless. Tang Tian had lost any desire for reconciliation. For Chen Shien and Yun Guang had spoken with such conviction. Yet, he could not refrain from voicing his disdain. Was not Qian Daolia's rhetoric akin to mere flatulence? None of those two held any respect for Qian Daoluo, and that little brat was inconsequential. As for Yun Guang, had he regarded Qian Daoluo with any seriousness, he would not have acted as he did. By heavens, this realization brought forth two ancestral figures. What significance did Qian Daoluo, the Grand Offering, possess? Chapter 28. Commencement. In light of these events, disciples of the Haian sect heed the command. Upon hearing their leader's decree, the disciples swiftly arranged themselves into a triangular formation. While Tang Tian hovered in the air, a surge of power flowing into his body from below. The Haian sect had been established for so long. Surely, it possessed some formidable strategies. The formation's enhancement for Tang Tian is beyond dispute. At this moment, his aura is even more formidable than that of Yun Guang. The spirit hall shall pay dearly for its transgressions. Tang Tian's visage is now imbued with a murderous intent, rendering him almost unrecognizable from mere moments ago. Enough talk. Behold the ninth soul skill, earth-shaking tremor. As the words left his lips, the bell in the hands of the 5 offerings surged dramatically in size, producing a thunderous sound that flattened all in its wake. Observing this, Tang Tian immediately unleashed his martial soul avatar and executed the ninth soul skill, the Haiyan strike. Empowered by the formation, Tang Tian's strength has reached terrifying heights. The colossal Haiyan hammer forcibly shattered the assault from Zhenyu, continuing its relentless advance towards him. Zhenyu scoffed, dismissively stating, "At this speed, unless a fool willingly steps into its path, there is no chance of being struck." Yet, in the next heartbeat, Zhenyu was struck by the reality of the situation. The Haiyan hammer's speed suddenly accelerated, hurtling toward him in an instant. Zhenyu's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, "What on earth is this?" Fortunately, the timely intervention of Qian Jun, Jiang Mo, and Yun Guang provided Zhenyu with crucial moments to evade the impending blow. If this strike were to be received, it would undoubtedly not be without consequence. Truly, is he worthy of being the leader of the world's foremost sect? Zhenyu remarked. Tang Tian coldly replied, "Compared to the spirit hall, such hollow titles hold no significance." Haha, Tang's sect master possesses such self-awareness. Perhaps you should take your own life. Zhenyu laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian's expression darkened considerably. Let us speculate. How long can this formation endure? Tang Tian did not respond to Yun Guang. Instead, he unleashed the Haiyan 9 absolutes along with his soul skills towards Qian Rinxian. Observing this, Qian Rinxian felt a twitch in his eyelid. What was it with everyone wanting to strike him? Was it impossible to enjoy a fair game? Your actions leave me quite helpless. Naturally, Yun Guang could not stand idly by and thus unleashed his 9th soul skill, Radiant Light. This time, his 9th soul skill was not a group attack as before. Instead, he released a dazzling beam of light that not only intercepted Tang Tian's strike, but also veered towards him. However, this attack posed no threat to Tang Tian, who effortlessly deflected it with a swing of his Haiyan hammer. Then I shall not hold back. Light domain. Yun Guang activated his domain, and with a graceful wave of his hand, countless light arrays manifested in the sky, which then began to incessantly launch beams of light, targeting both Tang Tian and the Haiyan structures. Qian Rinxian was genuinely curious about the various forms of her 9th soul skill, or whether she had merely tapped into the abilities granted by the activation of her domain. In this radiant domain, Qian Rinxian felt a wave of warmth, tentatively estimating that it might have some restorative effect on his soul power. The 100,000-year soul ring in the domain could be considered a remarkable configuration for Yun Guang at this juncture. To be candid, Qian Rinxian perceived Yun Guang as exceptionally formidable, far surpassing Qiang Sanji. Should the angel god permit those outside the Qian family lineage to inherit, Yun Guang would undoubtedly have a significant opportunity to ascend to divinity. Alas, there are no ifs. Without divine attention, Yun Guang's innate talent would render her, at level 99, an unparalleled Douluo, the pinnacle of humanity. Tang Tian, however, was not as contemplative as Qian Rinxian, for he was currently beset by discomfort. Yun Guang's domain diminished his soul power and weakened him in various aspects, leaving him perturbed. Moreover, these light formations incessantly harassed him, persistently launching attacks. Although he could fend them off, the structures and disciples of Haiyan school were not so fortunate. These light formations were truly vexatious. Striking them merely caused one to pass through, with no effect, while they could inflict harm effortlessly and seemed to seek out disciples beyond the Haiyan school's formations. Tang Tian and the disciples within the formation need not worry due to their strength and the formation's peculiarities. Yet, Those outside lacked the resistance if they were not above Soul Sage, rendering them essentially defenseless. The formations could err countless times. While one misstep for them could spell disaster, such inequity was infuriating. Witnessing the disciples of Haotian school fall one after another, Tang Tian exclaimed in anger. Do the Spirit Hall members only know how to slaughter the weak? Hearing this, Jin Yue retorted, Are you truly foolish? Then, bolstered by the domain's enhancement, he charged directly at Tang Tian. With his martial soul manifested and his ninth soul skill unleashed, he declared, Tremble before me. Tang Tian bellowed in response, You insolent wretch. Great Samurai Hammer, exploding ring. Grasping the colossal Haotian hammer, he struck down upon Jin Yue. A thunderous boom resounded, and Jin Yue was forcefully driven into the ground. Observing this, Yun Guang could only hold her forehead, bemused by this individual's antics. With a spurt of blood, Jin Yue managed a laugh, saying, What? That felt exhilarating. In the eyes of Chen Shien, this scene suggested that the individual possessed no peculiar inclinations, which was rather peculiar indeed. The mimicry of Jin Yue was being healed by the realm of light. One must acknowledge that Yun Guang could indeed be considered a versatile warrior. Truly, it is imperative for Master Tang to witness what true slaughter entails, purging the profoundly sinful souls to grant them liberation. As Yun Guang spoke, several elders instantaneously vanished from their positions. Tang Tian's pupils constricted, and he immediately sought to prevent their departure. However, several attendants directly obstructed his path. This drove Tang Tian into a frenzy, as he bellowed, Have you truly no shame? To unleash a tidal Douluo to commit slaughter? Chuckled. We are merely upholding the safety of the continent. Although your sect has fallen, once the soul is purified, it may find peace. Shouldn't you, Tang Zhongzhu? Feel joy in that? Ah, Yun Guang, you are truly mad. You all deserve to perish. I will make you regret this. With the formidable might of the great samurai hammer, Tang Tian launched an assault upon Qian Renshue. He envisioned that by eliminating Qian Renshue, the grandson of Qian Douluo, it would be sufficient to instill regret in them. Tang Zhongzhu is merely a bully who preys on the weak. Qian Renshue retorted, Do you truly believe you can harm me? Do you think we do not exist? A thunderous explosion resonated as Yun Guang and the other three attendants combined their strength to counter this formidable strike. In this clash, the ground was marked by deep ravines. Apart from Yun Guang, the other devotees were not faring any better. Chapter 29, Self-Detonation. Indeed, the might of the Tang sect master is formidable. Yet how long can such power be sustained? Utter nonsense. If they do not retreat now, they shall be left with irrevocable consequences. On another front, the Grand Elder found himself besieged by 4 elders, unable to fully unleash his potential. Why should we persist with a solitary peach when we can unite? Truly, a despicable and shameless individual. You have spoken too much. Prepare to silence yourself forever. The duality stasis domain. The ninth soul skill, Wrath of the Savage Bear. The ninth soul skill, Shadow Dark Panther Strike. In that fleeting moment of stasis, the Grand Elder approached the brink of death. The assaults of the Phantom Panther and the Demon Bear were imminent, yet he could not break free from his bindings. In this dire predicament, a voice resonated, the ninth soul skill, shattering through the multitude. The Haotian hammer descended with ferocity. Although it halted the Demon Bear, the Panther was evidently swifter. About to strike the Grand Elder's head, one blow would suffice to extinguish his life. At the last possible moment, a figure tugged at the Grand Elder, saving his life. However, the Phantom Panther still claimed a victory, not by taking his life but by severing his left arm. The Phantom Panther carelessly tossed aside the severed arm, remarking, So close, what a pity. Is there still a tidal Douluo among you? Inquired the Demon Bear. A Grand Elder of level 94, and a second Elder of level 92. Quite the unexpected turn of events. After speaking, the Demon Bear charged at the two. Witnessing this, the other 3 also unleashed their soul skills. Boss, are you all right? What? It's just an arm. When have I ever claimed otherwise? But these little demons perish. The 2 summoned their utmost strength. The Demon Bear, leading the charge, was the first to bear the brunt of the onslaught. After 2 powerful strikes, he was sent flying. This circumstance was unforeseen. The ninth soul skill, Withering Petals, strewn across the ground, hearts shattered upon the fall of flowers. The ninth soul skill, Shadow Dark Panther Strike. The ninth soul skill, Hellish Apparition. Haha, come forth and witness the might of the Haotian hammer. Break for me. Alas, they were neither Tang Hao nor Tang Tian. Such individuals could unleash devastating force in battle, a feat beyond their capabilities. Yet, these 2 elders could not conjure such explosive power, and one was already wounded. How could they possibly match the combined strength of the 3? A thunderous sound erupted, and a terrifying shockwave surged forth, toppling the individuals present. As the smoke cleared, the once even ground had vanished, leaving only a gaping pit. In this confrontation, the three elders of the Spirit Hall emerged victorious. However, the Grand Elder was grievously injured by the hellish wraiths, leaving one of his legs severely incapacitated, just as the second elder attempted to assist him. An unforeseen turn of events occurred. The previously flung demon bear surged back with astonishing speed, and in an instant, it seized the Grand Elder by the head and violently slammed him to the ground. The Grand Elder coughed up a mouthful of blood and promptly lost consciousness. This strike was empowered by the sixth soul skill of the demon bear, rendering the Grand Elder half-conscious. It was only natural that he was knocked unconscious. Just as the second elder was about to retaliate, the demon bear lifted the Grand Elder's head and soared into the air. Surrender the elder. The second elder endeavored to suppress the fury boiling within him. Haha, splendid. The demon bear bellowed. In the next moment, the demon bear astonishingly crushed the Grand Elder's head, causing a cascade of crimson and white liquid to rain down from the sky. The Grand Elder's lifeless body plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Elder! The second elder cried out in despair. As he caught the Grand Elder's body, just as he was about to set it down, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo attacked without honor. One from the left and the other from the right. You shall pay for this. The second elder shouted furiously. One hand cradling the Grand Elder's corpse while the other wielded the Haian hammer. The scene, to be frank, is rather eerie. The second elder cradles the headless corpse of a man, his robe stained crimson with blood. In this moment, he resembles a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell. In the next instant, the second elder ascends, the Haian hammer in his grasp suddenly enlarging as he brings it crashing down upon the two. The Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo, having witnessed the impending strike, deftly altered their course to evade the blow. The Haian hammer merely struck the ground with a resounding thud. As the demon bear soared higher than the second elder, it unleashed its ninth soul skill, targeting his head. Observing this, the ghost leopard launched an offensive from the left, while the Chrysanthemum Douluo initiated an attack from the right. Meanwhile, the Ghost Douluo positioned himself below, prepared to strike. Even if the second elder managed to evade the combined assault of the three, he would be unable to escape his onslaught. This time, it can be said that the plan is flawless. Regardless of how the second elder chooses, he is destined to be struck by an attack from one of the elders. Given the current circumstances, should that strike land, he would either perish or be left severely wounded. If he were to be left in such a state, death would be his only recourse. It is indeed a predicament without resolution. Unless the second elder suddenly erupted into a wild laughter, and amidst his mirth, he proclaimed, "Heaven seeks to annihilate our Haian sect. The outcome of this battle is destined to be a loss for the Haian sect, regardless of the circumstances. The three titled Douluos of the sect are fated to perish, alongside the Grand Elder. Even if the sect master manages to repel the Spirit Hall, the moment that formation is activated, his life will be forfeit. What then shall the Haian sect do without its three titled Douluos? Even if they succeed in warding off the Spirit Hall this time, how can they ensure there won't be a next? Even if they hide, how long will it take to restore their current status and strength? From the very beginning, there has been no hope of victory. Thus, he resolved that if death were to come, it must be dignified and meaningful. Closer, closer, let us embrace our demise together, the second elder fervently cried within. The three others sensed something amiss as the second elder showed no resistance. Suddenly, they seemed to realize something, and simultaneously shouted, "Retreat. He intends to self-destruct." "Huh, discovered. Then let us beseech the heavens to grant me the boon of taking your lives." The second elder roared. In the next instant, he detonated himself. Boom. The explosion of a 92nd level title Douluo, at such proximity, was powerful enough to obliterate them. Fortunately, the others reacted swiftly. The most severely injured was naturally the magic bear, who was knocked unconscious, his body a grotesque sight, unrecognizable as human. Following him were the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Leopard Douluo, both of whom were thrown to the ground but managed to rise slowly. However, both were in considerable pain, hunched over with numerous injuries and blood flowing freely. The Ghost Douluo, having not directly engaged, suffered the least. He merely lay on the ground, coughed up some blood, then stood and brushed off the dust as if nothing had occurred. "Yueguan, are you all right?" The Ghost Douluo inquired anxiously. "I'm fine, old ghost." Cough, cough. "Shouldn't we be more concerned about the magic bear?" replied the Ghost Leopard. With a sigh, he made his way toward the magic bear, lamenting the decline of the world. "I'll take the magic bear back for treatment. His injuries are quite severe." With that, The ghost leopard departed with the magic bear in tow. Yu Guan, perhaps you should also seek the aid of a healing-type soul master. I can manage here, said the ghost Douluo. No need. There are no formidable healers among them, and the effect would be minimal. The magic bear, however, may be in peril. We were indeed careless this time, but the magic bear's tough skin should see him through. The ghost Douluo could only silently wish for the magic bear's recovery, as they were not equipped to provide healing themselves. These Haian sect individuals truly deserve their fate. Old ghost, let us strike together. Who would join you? Although two titled Douluos were absent, under the leadership of the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo, the carnage continued in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, Tang Tian was still entangled with the four offerings, engaged in a fierce struggle that seemed inextricable. This was primarily due to the offerings relying on a strategy of attrition. Determined to prolong the confrontation, they believed that Tang Tian had already reached his peak and were aware that his tactics came at a cost. Thus, they thought that simply dragging things out would suffice. Regrettably, the formation was rather peculiar. Tang Tian found himself in a position of passive endurance, outnumbered 4-1, with the initiative entirely beyond his grasp. At that moment, he seemed to sense something. He had already learned of the deaths of the first and second elders. The four offerings remained oblivious to the fact that Tang Tian was also biding his time, for this flawed formation ensured that whether he emerged victorious or not, the ultimate outcome would be death. Although the formation could elevate Tang Tian's power to the 99th level, this supreme strength required a measure of time to manifest. It was imminent, just a little longer. Once the formation reached its full potential, Tang Tian's strength would ascend to that of a peerless titled Douluo. The person he most yearned to eliminate was Chen Shien, not merely because she was the weakest and easiest to defeat, but also to instill regret in Qian Daolu and the Spirit Hall, as she was destined to be the future pope of the Spirit Hall. However, Chen Shien had long been taken far away by Elder Yin Feng to observe the battle, and even if Tang Tian reached his zenith, it was unlikely he could defeat her. His plans to sacrifice a future pope and several offerings to honor the spirit of the Haian sect could not come to fruition. For some reason, Tang Tian seemed to have overlooked what would happen even if he triumphed. If everything unfolded as he envisioned, even in victory, Qian Daolu would obliterate the Haian sect. After all, during this period, Qian Daolu could be deemed an absolute invincible force on the continent. Tang Chan was in a state worse than death, and Poseidon had been thwarted at Sea God Island. Even with the Star Doe Forest harboring the Emperor Heaven and the Silver Dragon King, how could they dare to unleash their full power? Yet Qian Daolu was different. If provoked, he would surely demonstrate what it meant to be an angelic messenger, what it meant to enact divine judgment. Elder Yin Feng could indeed assist. But he merely remarked, "Young master, my mission is to safeguard you. The four offerings will manage the situation. Furthermore, with my abilities, my involvement would likely be of little assistance and might even complicate matters for the four offerings." Upon hearing this, Chen Shien simply noted, "It appears that Sect Master Tang also seems to be seeking to stall for time." Thus, the four offerings had decided they could no longer afford to prolong the confrontation. What is this wave called? Master Tang, the Haian sect is destined for annihilation. Why persist in this futile struggle? How laughable. The Haian sect is already on the path to destruction in my hands. Let us awaken you then. Ninth soul skill, Dragon Breaking the Heaven Strike. Executed in tandem by Qianjun and Jiangma, their collaboration transcends mere arithmetic. It is not simply 1 + 1 = 2. With two dragon spiraled sticks, one on the left and one on the right, one above and one below, they simultaneously launched their assault on Tang Tian. Their movements were not only swift but also nearly flawless in their synchronization. The dragon shadows materialized upon the dragon spiraled sticks, causing the long staffs to expand severfold. Their overwhelming presence akin to that of a true dragon emerging into the world. As the staff swung, the resonant roar of the dragon echoed, intertwining with the dragon shadows, giving life to the dragon spiraled sticks. Cursed be it. This dragon's roar is disrupting Tang Tian's mental focus, diminishing his vigor and reaction time. As Tang Tian shifted his position to evade Qianjun's assault and confront Jiangma, he did not anticipate that Qianjun would forcibly redirect the attack back at him. At this moment, he must bravely withstand the ninth soul skill of both Qianjun and Jiangma. Break! Tang Tian bellowed, enlarging his Haian sect weapon several-fold as he confronted the duo. Qianjun and Jiangma exchanged disdainful smiles. Then, Jiangma's figure vanished, while Qianjun boldly charged forward. The clash between Longying and Haian sect was instantaneous, yet it failed to inflict any harm on Qianjun. Meanwhile, Jiangmo reappeared behind Tang Tian, executing a swirling motion with the dragon staff before launching an attack. This strike, transforming from ethereal to corporeal, landed heavily upon Tang Tian. He was sent crashing to the ground, coughing up blood, with numerous bones fractured and his internal organs severely injured. The 8th soul skill, sealing the world. The Jinyue bell in Jinyue's grasp expanded dramatically, soaring into the sky and descending to ensnare Tang Tian within its confines. Jinyue's 8th soul skill was indeed a controlling technique. The one suppressed by the Jinyue bell would not only endure mental assaults but also find it exceedingly difficult to escape, and he could also unleash his 9th soul skill, shaking heaven and earth. Such a manifestation of the 9th soul skill is indeed the most formidable. However, this time, he is not the primary attacker. His sole responsibility is to temporarily restrain Tang Tian. Master Tang, it is time to conclude. The 9th soul skill, Radiant Light. Suddenly, all the light formations vanished. Yet a colossal light array emerged in Yun Guang's hands. Subsequently, a dazzling golden beam erupted from within, obliterating all that it touched. The radiant strike of Yun Guang had been charged for quite some time, and this was indeed her full-force release of dazzling light. At this moment, it seemed that Tang Tian would be reduced to nothing but ashes. The golden beam pierced directly through Tang Tian, who was ensnared by Jin Yuling. And with a resounding boom, a vast circular pit appeared on the ground, the golden light instantly penetrating the entire mountainside. The mountain itself was cleaved open at an angle from top to bottom, creating a passageway. However, it was somewhat unstable. The mountain trembled as if it might collapse at any moment. On the other side, Douluo and Gu Douluo could naturally sense this. The old ghost had already dispatched most of his enemies, and it was clear that the mountain was no longer safe. Those with weaker abilities should retreat first, and they needed to inform those below to withdraw a bit further back. Following Douluo's words, some of the weaker individuals began to retreat. Once they had notified the others below, they would retreat again to avoid being crushed by the mountain. Chapter 31. The true pinnacle, surely he must be dead, Chen Shien murmured. In fact, when Yun Guang's 9th soul skill struck Tang Tian, Jinyu had already unleashed the seal of the world, meaning Tang Tian had taken the full brunt of the dazzling light with his physical form. The group fixated on the enormous pit, yet after a long time, there was no sign of Tang Tian. He must have perished. However, the 4 guardians remained on high alert. Just as Yin Guang was about to suggest that Zhen Yu check if Tang Tian had fallen below, a voice suddenly echoed. Yin Guang, you wretched being. You all deserve to die. How could this be? He is not dead? Zhen Yu exclaimed. A figure slowly ascended into the air. At this moment, Tang Tian was unrecognizable. His entire body devoid of unblemished skin, a veritable mass of blood and flesh, a description that scarcely captured his current state. The master of the Tang clan truly possesses remarkable means. Yun Guang spoke slowly. Haha, let us die together. Retreat, he may self-destruct. Hearing this, Tang Tian sneered disdainfully, exclaiming madly, let me show you what it means to be divine. The others were struck with terror, and Yun Guang immediately darted to Qian Renxian's side, pulling him to flee. Run, Qian Jun cried out. Whether he was truly divine was debatable, but it was evident that he was now intent on a desperate to contemplate the matter. How might we safely proceed with our actions? Presently, Tang Tian has ascended to the unparalleled rank of a 99th level Douluo. If I were to shield Sister Yun Guang from a strike, would she possess the confidence to eliminate him? After a moment's hesitation, Yun Guang declined. Do not entertain such thoughts in my current state. I cannot contend with a frenzied 99th level Douluo. Even though his soul power is only momentarily amplified, a 99th level is still a 99th level. And Tang Tian undeniably stands at the pinnacle of this continent. Where do you think you're going? The Grand Void Mage interrupted. And the blood-red Haian hammer sent Zhen Yu plummeting from the sky, causing him to crash down the mountain, likely leaving him gravely injured. Fortunately, the ghost Douluo caught Zhen Yu, but at that moment, Zhen Yu had lost the capacity to continue the fight. What in the world? This is truly madness. Zhen Yu managed to utter before losing consciousness. The ghost Douluo hoisted Zhen Yu onto his back and fled without a backward glance. Meanwhile, Tang Tian did not pursue them. Instead, he directed his attention towards Yun Guang and Chen Shien. Damn it, I've been under constant scrutiny these past few days, he mused. Upon witnessing the scene, Qian Jun and Jiang Imo attempted to intervene. As they surged forward, they were met with Tang Tian's mighty Grand Void Meijian, which struck with a resounding bang, sending both of them crashing to the ground, seemingly unable to extricate themselves. Qian Renxian turned to look. The sight was so disheartening that he began to question his existence. Good heavens, why does Tang Tian still possess only 9 soul rings? Is this explosive ring a mere illusion? Or does this formation not only elevate his soul power to the 99th level, but also possesses the astonishing ability to create infinite explosive rings? Just as Chen was about to inform Yunguang, he heard the voice of the third elder, Master. Allow me to intercept him. Yunguang immediately halted Yin Feng, stating, if you go, it will be tantamount to delivering yourself to death. His target is Xiao Xian. You must leave at once. But such actions would place you and the young master in greater peril, Yin Feng began, yet was swiftly interrupted by Yunguang. I have already made myself clear. You must retreat and avoid unnecessary sacrifice. I can handle this. Yin Feng wished to protest further, but upon meeting Yunguang's resolute gaze, she was compelled to veer aside. This scene was witnessed by Tang Tian, who could not help but mock the situation. How ironic that the esteemed servant of the Spirit Hall, the son of the Pope, has been cast aside. Yunguang retorted, Fool, are you courting death? With a mighty swing of the great samurai hammer, the fearsome Haotian hammer surged forth. Yunguang, recognizing the imminent danger, braced himself defensively. Nevertheless, he was still sent flying, yet he clung tightly to Chen Shien, crashing against the stone wall with a resounding thud. In a selfless act, he used his own body as a cushion to prevent any harm from befalling Chen Shien. Prepare to meet your end. Tang Tian unleashed another round of explosive attacks toward the two. Given Tang Tian's current prowess and the relentless onslaught, even if Qian Daolu were present, he would have to evade the oncoming danger. Yunguang narrowly evaded this strike while holding on to Chen Shien, who felt utterly powerless. Believing he was merely a burden to Yunguang. No, there is still hope, Chen Shien whispered. Sister Yunguang, what are your thoughts on our earlier discussion? Yunguang smiled upon hearing this and replied, Certainly. I am eager to witness the absolute defense beneath the divine, and also to demonstrate my true strength to you. This statement left Chen Shien momentarily stunned. What did it mean? Hadn't he already exerted his full strength? Was there still room for restraint? The great samurai hammer unleashed the explosion ring once more. To be honest, Yunguang had gained some experience and was swiftly evading while inquiring. What else can you do besides the explosion ring? Tang Tian paid no heed to Yunguang's words, relentlessly continuing with the explosion ring. Even Yunguang could not evade it entirely, being struck to the ground several times. The only one unscathed was likely Chen Shien. Tang Tian's soul skills proved ineffective. His combat style revolved solely around the relentless swinging of the Haotian hammer and the continuous explosion ring. After a while, while dodging the great samurai hammer's explosion ring, Yunguang was struck once again. This time, however, Chen Shien was inadvertently sent flying. Fortunately, having undergone training, he sustained only minor injuries, resulting in some difficulty in movement. In a state of panic, Chen Shien cried out, Sister Yunguang, save me. To ensure authenticity, he even shed a few tears. And one must admit that he felt his acting skills were commendable. At that moment, Chen Shien resembled a frightened child, utterly helpless and only able to cry. Tang Tian seized the opportunity, bellowing, You little brat, perish, as he prepared for the great samurai hammer's 9 rings to explode simultaneously. A terrifying force surged forth, prompting Yunguang to scream no. At that moment, the Haotian hammer had reached an unparalleled level of terror. The power of the 9 rings explosion was at its zenith, capable of overwhelming even the 3 unparalleled Douluos, posing a risk of severe injury or even death. To be honest, Chen Shien felt a twinge of fear. This strike was incredibly powerful, especially as he had never witnessed a divine being in action, leaving him uncertain of how it compared to a goddess' abilities. He promptly summoned the 12-winged angel spirit, a divine angelic silhouette appearing behind him. Upon witnessing this, Tang Tian grew increasingly excited. 12 wings? The Qian family possessed the 6-winged angel spirit, so this little fellow's future promised immense power, and he could kill him right now. Struggling in vain. The Spirit Hall shall regret your actions. As the Haotian hammer was about to descend upon Chen Shien, in that fleeting moment, the 12-winged angel transformed from ethereal to corporeal, cradling Chen Shien within its embrace. The wings began to close, and a flash of golden light enveloped the surroundings in a sacred hue. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Yet he remained confident. How could a mere 6 or 7-year-old child possibly withstand his explosive power at level 99, cradled within the angel's embrace? Chen Shien only felt a wave of warmth, though he found his position somewhat awkward. As the Haotian hammer collided with the 12-winged angel, a wave of terror surged outward. Yunguang, undeterred, had already made her decision. Her figure gracefully ascended into the sky. The initial phase of her technique was subtle, merely requiring someone to draw attention. And once Tang Tian was lured in, there would be no escape for him. Yunguang placed the Book of Light against her chest, and 9 soul rings began to merge with it. Wings of light unfurled behind her, and luminous formations materialized around her. Upon the final 10,000-year soul ring integrating with the Book of Light, Yunguang's eyes transformed into a radiant gold, her entire being enveloped in a dazzling glow. With a delicate lift of her hand, the Book of Light vanished, replaced by a colossal golden array above her, capable of eclipsing the heavens. Feeling an impending danger, Tang Tian sought to retreat, not out of fear for his life, but because he recognized the futility of attempting to vanquish Qian Ringshuan. In the clash between the Haian hammer and the 12-winged angel, he had gained no advantage whatsoever. He resolved to change his approach. However, it was too late. Yunguang's cold voice echoed ominously. Golden arrays began to manifest around Tang Tian. "Get away," he exclaimed, attempting to shake off the array encasing him, but it remained steadfast, as if fused with his very essence. As he prepared to flee, the other arrays swiftly closed in, ultimately ensnaring him within a vast golden crucifix. Meanwhile, Qian Ringshuan, held in the embrace of the 12-winged angel, beheld this scene. Presently, he was under the effect of his second soul skill, divine protection, which had yet to dissipate. To be frank, he found himself questioning everything. Yunguang bore an uncanny resemblance to a 6-winged angel. The next moment deepened his bewilderment as Yunguang's form began to fade, only to be replaced by a 6-winged angel, identical to the one associated with the Qian family's martial spirit. What on earth was happening? Did the original text include this? What was Yunguang's situation? Was it possible that the divine favor of the angels extended beyond the Qian family? Or had the ancestors of the Qian clan committed some hidden transgressions? Now, Qian Ringshuan felt as though he was grasping at shadows, devoid of advantages. Overwhelmed by a sense of impotence. Damn it, in a few years, I will confront Tang San and let him experience this sensation of helplessness. In the next moment, a sacred sword began to descend from the luminous array enveloping the sky, identical to the angelic sword. The 6-winged angel received the sword, and a voice imbued with sanctity resonated. "Purify, O soul laden with transgressions. Angelic judgment." The 6-winged angel grasped the holy sword firmly with both hands, pressing downward. Beneath it, Tang Tian found himself directly below the cross. The golden holy sword descended slowly. Tang Tian wished to struggle, yet all efforts proved futile against such overwhelming power. As the sword pierced through Tang Tian's body, it seemed to inflict no harm. He let out a boisterous laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, merely? No, no, no. I implore you, in my life." His shifting demeanor was starkly contrasting, revealing the profound agony he was enduring. Tang Tian continued to writhe, yearning for death. For the pain was indescribable, a torment that struck at the very essence of his soul. The holy sword continued its descent, gradually penetrating Tang Tian's form, eliciting a series of anguished cries from him. As the sword fell, it appeared almost ethereal, seamlessly passing through the mountain without causing any visible damage, truly miraculous. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted. The holy sword vanished, and the cross ignited in golden flames. Ultimately, amidst his agonized wails, Tang Tian completely dissipated, leaving no trace behind. The golden cross gradually faded, and just as Qian Ringshuan believed it was over, the mountain gently trembled. In the next moment, the entire mountain vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed, with no sound to mark its departure. Qian Ringshuan stood momentarily bewildered. And then the figure of Yunguang appeared, though she had succumbed to unconsciousness and began to plummet from the sky. Fortunately, the effect of the soul technique had dissipated by then, and with the angelic presence bestowed upon him, Qian Ringshuan swiftly soared after Yunguang, ultimately catching her without misstep. As he cradled Yunguang in his arms, he descended gracefully, adopting a princess carry. Meanwhile, beneath the angelic statue, Qian Dalu slowly opened his eyes, gazing into the distance, and murmured, "Yunguang, what on earth are you up to?" In an instant, Qian Dalu vanished from his location, resolved to uncover the truth. Regretting his decision to let Yunguang take the lead, she must be acting recklessly. In the air, Qian Ringshuan reflected on the events. Relieved that he had not hindered the mission this time, having restrained Tang Tian and granted Yunguang a chance, ultimately catching her as she fell unconscious. It became clear that he was not entirely without merit. Had he not participated in this endeavor, the outcome might have been dire. He vowed that next time, he would ensure he could stand on his own, refusing to feel powerless as he had in this instance, when others stood in his way. In the distance, the onlookers from the spirit hall witnessed this terrifying spectacle, swallowing hard in response. Many of the angelic deity's devotees knelt in reverence, commencing their prayers. Qian Ringshuan swiftly ascended towards the rear. "Young master, What has happened to the revered one? The fiery phoenix inquired, while Chen shook his head, subsequently indicating that matters of expertise should be handled by professionals. Deeply concerned for Yun Guang, Chen silently prayed for her well-being. Chapter 33, Conversation After a Prolonged Wait. A woman emerged and spoke, "Young master, elder, and great offering, there is no danger to life." The elder merely fainted from the depletion of soul energy and is expected to awaken in the coming days. "Thank you, Miss Yang," Chen replied with a smile. "It is merely my duty," Yang Yulei stated before subtly gesturing and departing. "Youth master, the injuries of the demon bear are rather challenging to treat." Upon hearing this, Chen recognized the gravity of the situation. Yang Yulei was a distinguished level 79 healing soul saint, and within a few years, she was likely to break through to soul Douluo, making her one of the most formidable healing soul masters currently. Let us return to Wuhuan City. Along the way, we shall have those soul masters continue to treat the demon bear. The injuries of us old fellows are not as severe as his. Our priority is to ensure his survival. Upon hearing Jinyu's words, the others present nodded in agreement before taking their leave. The one most severely injured this time was the demon bear, followed closely by Jinyue, as he had taken the brunt of Tang Tian's explosive attack. Several elders and worshippers were also affected, but after receiving treatment, they were nearly recovered and faced no significant danger. It was imperative to notify the nearest spirit hall, requesting personnel from their auxiliary and healing departments. Any assistance would suffice. Additionally, we must inform the individual within Spirit City to prepare the necessary medicinal supplies and mobilize spirit masters for rescue efforts. It seems that Yang, despite being an 86th level auxiliary spirit Douluo, may not be sufficient for this task. Suddenly recalling the 9-heart sea star from the original text, Chen mused that no one could rival its healing prowess. He suggested, if we could summon the 9-heart sea star, would that not simplify matters considerably? However, Yin Feng countered, "You may not be aware, but that old fellow Yirenxin does not harbor much goodwill towards us, and locating him will prove challenging. It would be more pragmatic to abduct him." Chen promptly dismissed Yin Feng's proposal, reasoning that it would be folly to worsen the situation by forcibly taking someone who already harbored a negative disposition. "Let us first seek him out and ascertain his whereabouts without disturbing the old man. We shall await the return of information," he continued. "Once I have regained my strength, I will escort the demon bear back. Yin Feng, you should take that little girl along, and the ghost elder should also bring someone. We can administer treatment while making our way back. This should expedite our progress." Upon hearing Ghost Leopard's suggestion, everyone readily concurred. They proceeded to discuss various other matters, such as the condition of the injured and whether any remnants of the Haian sect remained, as well as their gains. The operation could be deemed remarkably successful. Within the anti-Sky Haian sect, only Tang Hao and a few others remained, along with those imprisoned in Spirit Hall City. If we exclude any Haian sect members operating outside and remove Tang Hao and Tang San from the equation, the Haian sect has essentially been annihilated. On Spirit Hall's side, several hundred were injured, though most sustained minor wounds, nothing of grave concern. The most severe injuries were actually the result of friendly fire, with fatalities numbering fewer than 100. The families of the fallen would naturally receive compensation and preferential treatment from Spirit Hall. The most astonishing aspect, however, was the spoils. Though some items were scattered and lost during the chaos, the Haian sect's millennia of accumulated wealth yielded virtually nothing of value. The most significant acquisition was the secret manual of the chaotic wind hammer technique. It is fortunate that there was someone astute. The person who submitted it was directly promoted several levels, which brought him immense joy. Meanwhile, everything else vanished like smoke as a result of that move, the angel's judgment. Setting that aside, had the magic bear not been so severely injured, it could have been deemed a flawless operation. At the same time, on the other side, Chen Shien was nearing her breaking point. A few days prior, Genie had brought his granddaughter, Tianyu, to her, insisting that Chen Shien take care of her and provide some instruction, claiming that his granddaughter was exceptionally obedient. Chen Shien, seeing it as a mere trifling request, did not refuse, but the outcome proved to be utterly absurd. At times, Chen Shien genuinely questioned whether this individual was truly a girl. Her gaze and her incessant physical antics inflicted great distress upon Chen Shien's tender psyche. Although Chen Shien could certainly overpower her, one could not resort to lethal force. Moreover, it appeared that this troublesome girl had taken a liking to her. "Impudent girl, are you courting death?" Another one-sided battle commenced anew. "Your Holiness." A message arrived from the other side. "Very well, proceed." Bibi Dong replied, turning her attention to the intelligence in her hands. Meanwhile, along the road, the nearby spirit hall had dispatched several healing and support spirit masters. Although none were particularly powerful, they alleviated some of the pressure, allowing for the treatment of a few injured individuals. These spirit masters rotated in shifts around the clock, descending to recover their soul power when exhausted, only to be replaced by another, ensuring continuous treatment. It was indeed a taxing endeavor for them. At this moment, Chen Shien was sharing a carriage with Yunguang. According to their claims, he was to take care of her, which left him greatly perplexed. What precisely was he meant to do for Yunguang? Was he to assist her with bathing? Surely, that was a jest. 3 days later, having barely covered a third of the distance, it was likely that Gu Bao and his companions would soon catch up. Cough. Water. Upon seeing Yunguang awaken, Chen Shien hastily propped her up and had someone bring water. After taking a few sips, Yunguang remarked, "I nearly perished from thirst." Yunguang, wouldn't the cost of that move be rather steep? Chen Shien inquired, as he knew Yunguang's martial spirit had no connection to the angels. Even if her ancestors had some relation, the consequences of that angel's judgment were undeniably terrifying. Yunguang, unfazed, replied, "It seems that the old fellow, Qin Douluo, has told you nothing. Worry not, there is no cause for concern." Just as Chen Shien began to feel relieved, Yunguang continued, "It merely means that for a month, I will be without soul power and martial spirit, and I cannot employ that move for several years. There is nothing else to it." Upon hearing this, Chen Rinchuan's expression soured, his lips twitching. "You call this no cause for concern? For an entire month, Yunguang will be reduced to an ordinary person. In truth, I had not intended to use that move, for doing so would create a resonance with the angel statue, alerting Qian Douluo. However, primarily due to my radiant brilliance failing to vanquish that old scoundrel, I was apprehensive that another attempt would yield no fruitful results. Hence I resorted to a more drastic measure." Chen Shien, having regained his composure, earnestly remarked, "I must extend my gratitude to you." In contrast, Yunguang wore a rather peculiar expression and retorted vehemently, "Are you out of your mind? Why should we express thanks?" Chen Shien chuckled softly and chose to remain silent. It seems that his rapport with Yunguang was unexpectedly amicable, the reason for which eluded him. Now, he intended to inquire of Qian Douluo regarding Yunguang's true identity. He had begun to piece together some clues, surmising it had something to do with celestial beings, though the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. Chapter 34. The Evil Soul Beast Sect. Meanwhile, the news of the destruction of the Haian sect had yet to circulate, necessitating the Soul Palace to take decisive action. Under the highest decree, those responsible for the Soul Daily worked tirelessly through the night, penning articles without respite. Perhaps due to Chen Xian's ethereal disposition, the reform of the Soul Daily encountered minor discrepancies. For the majority, every coin spent required meticulous consideration. Even the most modest prices were deemed excessive. Consequently, despite the original pricing remaining unchanged, an additional free edition was allocated specifically for the impoverished. A matter of genuine poverty versus feigned destitution was another tale altogether. In truth, the level of education across Douluo continent was not particularly high, and for some, reading may pose a challenge. Thus, upon the suggestion of a sagacious individual, the Soul Palace invested heavily in the acquisition of recording crystals to lend a semblance of a news conference to their announcements. One cannot truly blame Chen Shien for the circumstances at hand. To speak candidly, he has grown up without a proper understanding of money, rarely engaging in personal purchases, with such instances being exceedingly rare. While the world is aware of the immense wealth of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, few recognize that the Spirit Hall possesses similar riches. Through the collective efforts of many, the Spirit Hall Daily came into existence. A few days later, news spread across the continent, as the Spirit Hall's projection crystals and the Spirit Hall Daily reported the annihilation of the evil soul beast sect, Haian Sect. Tang Hao conspired with a humanoid soul beast and bore a child, defying morality in the heavens. The former pope of the Spirit Hall attempted to intervene, but Tang Hao was lured by the humanoid soul beast, collaborating with the Haian Sect to incite conflict across the continent. The Haian Sect had already succumbed to corruption, becoming the evil soul beast sect, harboring numerous malevolent soul masters. The evil soul beast sect ambushed the former pope, who valiantly confronted them alone to protect the Spirit Hall and the world as populace, ultimately succumbing to grievous wounds. Subsequently, the responsibility of the Spirit Hall was to suppress the evil soul masters. The pope's demise did not linger in sorrow for long, as they swiftly organized a campaign against the evil soul beast sect, which harbored nefarious intentions. The charges were threefold: illicit relations with soul beasts, association with evil soul masters. In the ambush of the former pope, the spirit hall engaged in a fierce battle against the evil soul masters for 3 days and nights, exterminating them all. The captured evil soul masters were paraded across the continent, culminating in a public trial at the 2 great sanctuaries. Tang Hao, the son of the evil soul beast sect's leader, issued a supreme wanted notice, promising a reward of 1 million gold soul coins for any information leading to the capture of the culprits, and conferring the title of honorary elder of the spirit hall upon the informants. The son of the evil soul beast sect's leader, Tang Hao, would be eternally imprisoned in the eternal abyss. Note: the evil soul beast sect has been disqualified from the ranks of the 3 great sects, and their evil soul hammer symbolizes their malevolence. The decree of the former pope is rendered void, and the spirit hall will soon extend invitations to all factions on the continent to determine the new 3 great sects through strength. The people of the continent should contribute to the expulsion of evil souls, as the evil soul masters are our common adversaries. Anyone harboring such intentions opposes the spirit hall and the continent itself. Upon reading the spirit hall daily in hand, Chen Shien could not help but express admiration. What a remarkable talent! The content in this regard is merely a series of declarations. Yet the transformation of the Haian sect into the evil soul beast sect was entirely unexpected. Strangely enough, it seems quite fitting. The meaning is easily comprehensible. Yun Guang remarked with a smile, acknowledging the presence of numerous talents, particularly embellishing Qian Xuanji, and it is likely that Qian Douluo is now aware of our actions. However, his knowledge bears no significance. Suppressing the evil soul masters falls under the jurisdiction of the spirit hall. What audacity would he have to voice any objections? Yun Guang. Before Qian Rinxue could finish her sentence, Yun Guang interjected. It is a prison where various heinous individuals are confined, primarily intended for the evil soul masters. However, at present, it seems there are only a couple of cats and kittens inside. During this reselection of the lower 3 sects, it is likely that among the 4 sects, one titled Douluo will emerge from thin air. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue inquired, "Can we?" Meanwhile, in the Star Luo Empire, the Star Luo Emperor was seething with rage. After all, the Haian sect had been their ally, and the words of the spirit hall were hardly credible. Outside the window, a man in his 40s, clad in a tattered gray robe, swiftly opened the window and flew inside. "Who goes there?" "Little sister, it is I." Tang Hao could hardly believe that the person before her was her elder brother. The current Tang Hao appeared disheveled, his once handsome features now rendered pallid and haggard, as if he had endured some great hardship. His hair was in disarray, and a foul odor emanated from him, making him a stark contrast to the image of Tang Hao that had once resided in Tang Yuehua's heart. "Brother, the Haian sect is no more. Did you know?" Tang Yuehua's eyes instantly reddened, tears streaming down her face. Tang Hao exclaimed, "How can this be possible?" In recent days, Tang Hao had been living in hiding, utterly oblivious to the events that had transpired. Crying, Tang Yuehua handed him the Wuhuan daily. Tang Hao's complexion turned crimson, his eyes bloodshot, and he was filled with fury. The spirit hall is truly the epitome of evil, distorting right and wrong. Look at what this says. "I will go and destroy the spirit hall's branch to avenge our sect." He roared. "Brother, you cannot go. The people of the spirit hall are searching for you everywhere." Tang Yuehua sobbed. "Our family is gone. My beloved is gone. The Haian sect is no more. I, Tang Hao, will never coexist with the spirit hall. I must seek vengeance." Having said this, Tang Hao placed the sleeping Tang San into Tang Yuehua's arms and turned to leave. Tang Yuehua hurriedly grasped his arm, urging, "Brother, please calm down. Do not act impulsively. What you need to do now is to recover from your injuries and raise the child." "But I cannot swallow this humiliation." Tang Hao gritted his teeth in fury. "We must endure, brother." Tang Yuehua replied, wiping her tears with her sleeve, her eyes now exceedingly red and swollen. Tang Hao returned to his room and sat down, saying nothing further. "Is it worth it?" Tang Yuehua gazed at the infant in her arms. It was worth it. And the spirit hall had long been plotting. The Haian sect could never possibly harbor a malevolent soul master. Tang Yuehua merely shook her head and remarked, "The child you share with Haian is undoubtedly gifted. Perhaps he embodies our hope. Talent is often an elusive concept. And if it were within my power, I would wish for him to lead an ordinary life, peacefully traversing his days." An ordinary life? Tang Yuehua could scarcely believe her ears. The annihilation of the Haian sect was a deep-seated vendetta, a blood feud that could never be reconciled. And yet Tang Hao seemed to desire to evade it. From the very beginning, This child has borne the weight of deep-seated enmity. How could he possibly evade it? Has Tang Hao transformed now? Chapter 35, Communication. Tang Yue found herself at a loss. Were this man not her second elder brother, she would have berated him mercilessly. Yet, he is her beloved brother, and in her heart, she cannot deny that the fall of the Tang sect was partially due to Tang Hao's actions. Do not inquire further. The culprit is none other than the nefarious spirit hall. Brother, you should rest for the night. We will leave tomorrow and find a place to hide. Even within Heaven Do City, it is not safe, she urged. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao nodded. But hiding? Where could one possibly hide? And one must not entertain thoughts of revenge. Our elder brother is still in their hands. As long as he lives, there remains hope. Tang Hao nodded in agreement. After several days of travel, they finally returned to Spirit City, where jubilant cheers erupted, for they had vanquished the evil spirit masters and eliminated the greatest threat. Brother, take me with you next time, Qian Rinxue exclaimed, before directly leaping into Qian Rinxuan's embrace. Qian Rinxien, resigned, held her and began to comfort her. It is too dangerous. You do not possess my second soul skill. Be good. Qian Rinxue did not respond verbally, but instead played with Qian Rinxuan's golden locks. Such a strong bond between siblings. Alas, here I am, the one who protects him, with no one to offer me a hug. Hearing Yun Guang's words, Qian Rinxue blushed slightly, then reluctantly released him. She opened her arms and embraced Yun Guang, granting him a taste of the legendary brain cushion wave. TSK, one cannot help but admire the scenery of Spirit City. It is truly delightful and uplifting. However, the beauty of the moment was soon interrupted. Yun Guang, Xiao Xian, come see me shortly, Qian Dalu commanded. Before sweeping away with an air of displeasure, Qian Rinxien shook his head helplessly, foreseeing another impending verbal clash. By the way, brother, could you promise me something? What is it? You will know when we return. Please, dear brother, it is but a trivial matter. As she spoke, Qian Rinxue embraced him once more. All right. I promise you. Qian Rinxien relented. Immediately, Qian Rinxue jumped up joyfully, exclaiming, I will return to wait for you. Do not forget. With that, she bounced away, leaving the two watching her. To be honest, he found it hard to comprehend why she was so elated. What matter required her resolution? Who in this vast spirit city would dare provoke her? Let us go. Enough of this pondering. It is time to face that old fellow, Qian Dalu. Do you understand what you have done, Yun Guang? Qian Dalu thundered. Yun Guang replied nonchalantly, yes. I fulfilled the responsibilities of the spirit hall and upheld the glory of the angels. Utter nonsense, absolute folly. What nonsense? The evil spirit masters must be eradicated. This is the responsibility of the spirit hall and the oath of the angels. Do you, as an angelic envoy, intend to contravene the ancestral teachings? Yun Guang pays no heed to Qian Dalu's words. She remains unperturbed. Are you suggesting that I become a person devoid of integrity? Moreover, with Tang Chen's fate uncertain, should he discover that you have annihilated the Haian sect, given his temperament? Oh dear, you are simply being too timid. What worthless promises could possibly hold greater significance than your ancestral teachings? Furthermore, you are an envoy. Did you genuinely believe you had lost back then? If you were to fight with all your might, what concern is it of yours regarding Tang Chen? Why be afraid at all? The words spoken by Qian Dalu were undoubtedly infuriating. How could such matters roll off your tongue with such ease? Do you truly wish for my demise? Enough of this. I shall not dwell on you. Simply take care of yourself. Moreover, it is imperative to remember that I am the grand offering. In future endeavors. Could you kindly inform me beforehand? Shall I relinquish this position for you? Why not find a place to retire? You may confidently entrust the spirit hall to my care. Qian Dalu bellowed, get lost. How tiresome, you old fool. After Yun Guang departed, Qian Dalu spent considerable time calming his tumultuous emotions before finally addressing Xiao Xian. Grandson, do not misunderstand. It is not that I harbor resentment towards you. However, it would be wise to steer clear of the evil spirit masters. I care not for their authenticity, yet I must ask, why did you accompany them? Are you unaware of the dangers involved? Caught off guard by this inquiry, Qian Rinxien realized this scenario diverged from his expectations. He had rehearsed responses in case Qian Dalu questioned the legitimacy of the evil spirit masters. Nevertheless, it was paramount to offer sincere apologies and acknowledge his fault, for they were family, and conflict was unnecessary. Indeed, grandfather, you are correct. This time, I must admit my error. It shall not occur again. The next mission would likely involve exterminating the Blue Lightnings. And he mused to himself that having a titled Douluo on his side was not an unreasonable expectation, readily accepting blame while remaining steadfast in his ways. Witnessing Qian Rinchuan's genuine contrition, Qian Dalu felt somewhat relieved and remarked, Xiao Xian, my concern stems from a place of care. While your second soul skill may be invincible, remember that nothing is absolute. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise, what then? Qian Rinxian understood Qian Daoliu's worries, recognizing the truth in his words. After all, even his invincibility had a cool-down period, necessitating caution. You and Xiao Shui might consider attempting a martial soul fusion technique. Traditionally, our family has followed a single lineage. But this generation presents the unique opportunity of twins. The martial soul fusion technique requires a profound connection, mutual understanding, and absolute trust, typically found among couples or close kin. Thus, the potential for synergy between him and Qian Rinxue was feasible, yet the notion of true understanding was elusive. Oh, how I digress. Understood, grandfather. Nodding in acknowledgement. Qian Dalu saw no further matters to discuss, prompting Qian Rinxian to take his leave, as he recalled a promise made to Qian Rinxue. As he began to articulate his thoughts to Shuer, he was abruptly interrupted. Brother Qian, hello. Startled, Qian Rinxian found himself questioning whether he had wandered into the wrong place. Regaining his composure, he inquired, Ah, and who might you be? Hello, Brother Qian. I am Tianyu, and it is a pleasure to meet you, she replied, embracing him warmly. Truthfully, Qian Rinxian felt somewhat disoriented by the unexpected encounter when another voice pierced through the moment. Brother, expel her at once. Rubbing his temples, Qian Rinxian asked, What is the situation here? Brother Qian, I am the granddaughter of the second offering. Since my grandfather is in seclusion, I have come here to request you and Sister Shui to guide me in my cultivation. Qian Rinxian felt that his impression of Tianyue was acceptable for the moment, unable to comprehend what was troubling his sister. Nevertheless, he recognized that Qian Rinxue held greater significance and was pondering how to broach the subject delicately. Before he had formulated his thoughts, Qian Rinxue pulled him into the room and locked the door. What is the situation here? Meanwhile, outside, Tianyue was contemplating if she could first win over Qian Rinxian. Chapter 36. Dream awakens. Qian Rinxian sat leisurely on the bed, casually removing Qian Rinxue's hand as he spoke. What is this situation? Surely, you do not intend for me to expel her? Brother, you are truly perceptive. You have no idea. She is quite strange. The way she looks at me and behaves. Since grandfather Genie has entered seclusion, she has lingered here, refusing to leave. When I mentioned it to grandfather, he dismissed my concerns as mere overthinking. I implore you. With that, Qian Rinxue once again leapt forward to embrace him. All right. I shall step outside to have a word. At this moment, Qian Rinxian's thoughts were consumed with the notion that Tianwei might not be what she seemed. Yet, he found it somewhat peculiar. Could she be a time traveler? That is, Master Ma. Might there be something amiss with the brother of this snow sister? Noticing Tianyu's peculiar gaze, Qian Rinxian cleared his throat, feeling a touch of awkwardness. He sensed that Tianyu might perceive him as somewhat peculiar at this moment. With a calm demeanor, Qian Rinxian remarked, That was an accident. Shall we step outside to converse? Tianyu, perplexed, nodded in agreement and followed Qian Rinxian outside. Are you perhaps that? Qian Rinxian inquired. Upon hearing this, Tianyu's confusion deepened. She wondered why he spoke in such an odd manner. What does he mean by that? Observing the bewildered expression on Tianyu's face, Qian Rinxian realized she did not comprehend the intended meaning of that, or perhaps the term in this context lacked such connotations. This time, Tianwei was filled with even greater perplexity, appearing as if she were on the verge of speaking yet holding back, a picture of hesitant expression. Qian Rinxuan helplessly rubbed his forehead and inquired, Do you like her? Do you have feelings for Qian Rinxu? To be frank, this was quite an awkward situation. If it were not the case, it would lead to an embarrassing social demise. At such moments, one might as well seek refuge on another planet. Tianwei took a few steps back, her face pale with fear as she tremulously exclaimed, How did you know? Goodness, could it truly be so? Qian Rinxuan had only heard of such scenarios before, never having encountered them himself, but today he had gained a new perspective. Moreover, Genie had urged him to inform her, How could you possibly covet my sister? What a melodramatic twist of fate. What should this be called? The granddaughter of an elder has developed feelings for my sister. What should I do? It is quite urgent. However, being a child at heart, she should be easily persuaded. After some contemplation, Qian Rinxian spoke in a tone befitting an elder. This matter is quite apparent, yet your approach is undoubtedly misguided. Please enlighten me. Tianyu performed a respectful bow, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if on the verge of weeping. This left Qian Rinxian perplexed. Why must you interrupt me? Moreover, you expect me to instruct a girl on how to pursue another girl? My goodness, You have mistaken the person for this task. It is beyond my comprehension. If it were a boy, he might manage a few words. But wait, if a boy were before him, pursuing my sister? Would you choose a 40-meter-long sword or the judgment of an angel? The more he pondered, the more agitated he became, especially thinking of that shameless Tang San. But he had to first address the immediate crisis. Well, I am not well versed in this area, but currently your image in Shui's eyes is quite poor. She finds you somewhat disagreeable. You must not further tarnish your reputation. For now, refrain from bothering her and work on becoming less unlikable. Here, 1,000 words were omitted. Ultimately, after Chen Shien meandered through various topics and imparted some baffling advice, he finally managed to confuse the young girl thoroughly. I wish to take you as my mentor. Please teach me how to make Sister Shuai like me. Upon finishing her plea, Tianyu immediately dropped to her knees, ready to bow in homage. Chen Shien quickly grasped her, exclaiming, I was merely rambling. If you believe me, why must you kneel? If Jin Yi were to discover that his granddaughter had been persuaded to bow after just one meeting, he would surely come to admonish him. Chen Shien hastily added, This is a matter of orientation. I am powerless to assist. However, I can speak a few kind words. After an extensive discourse, he finally managed to dissuade the young girl. Although Tianyu returned, she remained plagued by confusion. What nonsense is this? Assisting her in wooing my sister is truly a brilliant idea. Moreover, he could not discern whether Tianyu was just a child at heart or genuinely serious. It was utterly exasperating. Unable to make sense of it all, he decided not to dwell further on the matter, simply informing Chen Shui that the issue had been temporarily resolved, before retreating to his room for slumber, as he had other matters to attend to the next day. He longed for his own bed. Chen Shien fell into a deep sleep. Though usually brimming with energy, he relished the act of resting. Gradually, he drifted into slumber. As dark purple light began to flicker. It has been a long time since we last met, Gu. Who are you? Chen Shien extended his hands, attempting to grasp the silhouette, yet it vanished upon contact. In the next moment, the scene shifted dramatically, the area filled with corpses. Save me, Chen Xianyu. The demonic thieves must be exterminated. The sword pierced through Xianyu's body, abruptly rousing Chen Shien from his slumber. However, before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, he realized that the room he occupied was unfamiliar. What was happening? Was it a dream within a dream? Hello there. It has been quite some time. Do you still remember me? It's over, perish. Chen Shien jolted awake once more, drenched in perspiration, feeling utterly miserable. Just as he attempted to rise, an odd sensation washed over him again. What are you doing? You might as well die. Can you not play? You're utterly incompetent. The clan genealogy defense war had commenced. After a considerable time, Chen Shien awoke again, this time bursting forth, gazing up at the heavens. The stars twinkled above as he felt the cool breeze in the air and inhaled the refreshing atmosphere. This time, he felt as though it could not possibly be a dream. Chen Shien pinched himself and felt pain. Indeed, it should not be a mere illusion. Suddenly, a hand rested upon his shoulder, startling Chen Shien into a jump. Just as he was about to react, he heard a soft sound, and his heart eased. Wasn't he this Chen Shui? What brings you out at such an hour? But brother, you haven't slept either. Chen Shui tilted her head and inquired. Oh, it's nothing. I just had a dream and wanted some fresh air. Then I shall keep you company. At the sight of Chen Shui's smile, a stir of emotion welled up within him, prompting the thought, is this truly a real world? Could it genuinely not be a dream? Chapter 37. Life is but a dream, snowfalls. Douluo is merely a novel, yet Chen Shui's eyes widened in terror at the thought of his memories. Memories? It seemed there was an issue with his recollections. Brother? What's wrong? Chen Shui shook Chen Shui's arm, regaining his composure. He looked at Chen Shui and offered a smile, saying, I'm fine, let us go back to sleep. However, upon returning to his room, Chen Shien clutched his head in anguish. Memories of 2 lifetimes, he found himself unable to recall the vast majority of events. Blue Star? Gu? Xianyu? So many things had been forgotten. Who were the ones that sought his demise? Now, Chen Shui's mind was a blank slate. While one's life does not record every detail, surely it should not be as absurd as this. Blue Star, the demon sect, everything that should have remained was inexplicably erased. What on earth is happening? Lost in thought, a wave of dizziness washed over Chen Shien, accompanied by an inexplicable sensation. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Slowly, he opened his eyes, the first sight being a white ceiling, accompanied by the pungent scent of disinfectant. Before he could comprehend the situation, the door swung open, and a voice exclaimed, What a miracle! Miracle? What miracle? As a figure approached, Chen Shien suddenly realized where he was. Had he somehow ended up in a hospital? Mr. Gu, we have notified your family. This is truly good news. How do you feel now? Please allow us to examine your condition. What do I feel? I want to curse. What is this? I have relatives? How come I don't remember? Memories seemed to flicker. There were, yet they eluded him. A headache surged. He sighed, not wanting to dwell on it. After a flurry of swift examinations by the doctors, they concluded, "You are in excellent health." What a strange occurrence. Darling, you're finally awake. A woman cried, embracing him. What? How can you accuse me of infidelity out of the blue? I don't recall being married. Chen Shien meticulously scrutinized the woman before him. While she was indeed attractive, he found himself devoid of any recollection of her. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Who might you be?" The woman appeared struck by lightning, stammering, "Husband, don't you remember me?" Chen Shien shook his head in response. "Doctor, what has happened to my husband?" After an extensive ordeal, the doctor eventually revealed that he had suffered from amnesia, a rather eloquent way of putting it. Following several days of relentless turmoil, Chen Shien gradually pieced together his identity and that of the woman. For instance, he was supposed to be called Gu Yechen, a name that left him inexplicably inclined to scoff. The woman was identified as Sowing. They had been childhood sweethearts and had inevitably ventured into the sanctity of marriage. One day, in a fit of frustration while gaming, he decided to purchase some alcohol, only to be struck by a vehicle, leading to his current state of being a vegetative patient. What sort of mind could conceive such a narrative? Ultimately, Chen Shien began to experience the full spectrum of human emotions. Here lies pain, affliction, and sorrow, encompassing every conceivable emotion. This turmoil has plunged him into a prolonged state of confusion. If this is indeed reality, what then was the past? Merely a dream? Is there truly such a thing as reincarnation? Or is it just a fleeting dream before the boy's demise? Chen Shien found himself engulfed in solitude for an extended period, attempting various methods to break free from this so-called dream. Its vividness was overwhelming. Every aspect felt as though it belonged to the authentic world. Ultimately, with the companionship of Sowing, Chen Shien emerged, a form of acquiescence, living through this life first, and if death were to come with no rebirth, then so be it. In the snowfall, two figures could be seen nestled together. Do you remember? On that fateful day of your 18th year, you confessed your feelings to me amidst the snow. At 20, I proposed to you in the same wintry embrace. By 25, you fell into a deep slumber, and when you awoke, you had forgotten me. Yet, I bear no resentment, for you remain by my side. Sowing caught a snowflake and softly murmured, "If we share this snowfall today, it is as though we have aged together in this world." As night descended, Chen Rinchuan's mind was awash with memories. "Brother Gu, will you promise not to leave me?" "I will." "Brother Gu, will we always be together?" "Indeed." "Hooray. I wish to be with Brother Gu forever." "Brother Gu, what kind of girl do you like?" "Brother Gu, don't go. I promise you. Am I finally Brother Gu's girlfriend?" The two embraced in the snow, echoing the tender calls of Brother Gu. He recalled those years of inseparability, where you were but a shadow, ever present. "Brother Gu, I am so happy. Brother Gu, I love you. Brother Gu, please be obedient." Every detail of their lives was etched in his memory. How blissful they were. He took her hand, a gesture that would last a lifetime, from childhood to adulthood, from school uniforms to wedding attire. For over 90 years of life, they had become one. "In you, I find myself. In me, you dwell. Gu Yechen, I love you." "I do too." In the snow, they departed from this world, their life's milestones forever intertwined with the falling snow. In the end, they were laid to rest together, sharing both life and death in eternal companionship. Such a love, unwavering until death. Has it come to an end? Ended, you say? Nonsense. Chen Shien fell into a deep slumber, as if his very being had departed from life. Time began to flow once more, and Chen Shien awakened again. This time with yet another fragment of his memory concerning Su Yingxue lost to him. Damn it, who was orchestrating this? Chen Shien found himself engulfed in contemplation. Everything felt so genuine, every sensation palpable. If this were but a dream, if it were a mere fabrication, then who could possibly achieve such a feat? Memories flickered in Chen Shien's mind, akin to scenes from a film, and he sensed that he had forgotten something of great significance. Yet he could not grasp what it was. Meanwhile, in another realm, a divine angelic apparition illuminated the space, yet the angel's form was half cloaked in darkness. As though being consumed by shadows, yet it continued to emanate a resplendent light. "Do not let me down. An ethereal voice resonated throughout the expanse. Gradually, a figure began to materialize within this realm. Drip. Chen Shien felt something wet upon his face, as if a drop had fallen from above. He glanced at his hand, and it was blood. This jolted him to alertness, and he sprang up, surveying his surroundings. Chapter 38. Life as a Dream. Hell, here lies an immense cavern, shrouded in darkness, where the very essence of water is absent. Nay, this is blood. Chen Shien slowly rises, finally discerning the true nature of this accursed place, where blood flows like a river, reaching up to one's knees should one dare to step into it. Fortuitously, he finds himself resting upon a high platform. Yet, how did the blood come to drip upon him? Scattered throughout are various corpses, not solely of humans. If there exists a hell on earth, Chen Shien feels certain it must be this very locale. What a wretched place is this? What could he possibly have forgotten? Snow? Blood? As he gazes around, his sight is met only with blood, an array of corpses, and what appears to be murals. The cavern, blood, corpses, and murals. What connection does this hold? A fragment of memory suddenly flashed through Chen Rinchuan's mind. Do not kill me, please, no. Echoed in his thoughts, followed by a harrowing scream. You shall face divine retribution. The figures within the memory appeared to be in abject terror. Were they frightened of themselves? What had they done? Chen Shien collapsed to the ground, clutching his head in agony, feeling as though his mind might explode. Remember, only one of you can survive. The strong live, the weak perish. Whatever it takes, eliminate them, and you shall become the new king. The masked figure in his memory had cast them into this abyss, and then it seemed he was rescued by someone. Together they wielded their blades, engaging in slaughter 10, 100. The count became a blur. They moved like emotionless machines, striking for the sake of striking. Until at last Chen Shien remained oblivious to what transpired in that final moment, yet he was aware that he had survived, and besides him, no other creature lived. But how had he arrived here? What had become of his name? What did the character Chen signify? The strange sensation in his heart, what was its origin? Before he could ponder for long, a resounding crash echoed. Chen Shien looked up to see the cave opening wide. No, it was not a fissure. The top revealed an operable door, opened by someone. Had the masked figure done this? In the next instant, a dark mist ensnared him, pulling him upwards. Before he could rise, a figure pressed their foot upon him and declared, "Congratulations, you have survived." Now. Next, the masked figure's eyes widened in disbelief as a black longsword pierced through his body, engulfed by dark flames. Chen Shien was bewildered by his own actions. It felt like a reflex. At the moment he was stepped upon, a mere thought led to death. Breathing in the fresh air, Chen Shien gazed upward. Was this the starry sky? Had he witnessed it for the first time? How beautiful it was. Where to next? He drifted like a lost soul, hunting beasts when hungry. Collapsing into sleep when weary, unaware of his actions, something felt amiss. He shouldn't be here. Master? How could anyone be present here? A man and a woman regarded Chen Shien, saying, "Little Xian, perhaps he is a spirit. After all, this is the domain of the demon sect. But master, he has risen." As the two individuals from the Chen Shien dynasty engaged in battle, the clash of demonic energy and Taoist principles commenced. Chen Shien, relying solely on instinct, found himself in a stalemate with the Taoist, ultimately puzzled as to why he refrained from slaying them. The Taoist, instead of retreating, chose to impart his teachings, sharing the essence of the Tao. In this manner, the Taoist transcended, while the young girl remained, devoted to guarding her master's tomb and fulfilling his final wishes. She vividly recalled that day when the man resembled a demonic deity, his instinctual and chaotic fighting style matching her master's prowess. Her master, the esteemed Xin Qingzhenren, was indeed at the pinnacle of power. Recognizing the potential threat posed by Chen Shien, Xin Qingzhenren resolved to stall him, for this was a great demon, devoid of intention. Did the girl, akin to her master, also begin to expound on the Tao? Yet, it appeared she had additional endeavors. Eventually, she placed her hand upon Chen Shien's head and gently spoke. Thus, Chen Shien unwittingly extinguished the lives of the two. He commenced his aimless wandering once more. Benefactor. Turning back is the path to salvation. An elderly monk began to accompany Chen Shien, incessantly uttering words that eluded comprehension. Turning back is the path? Are you urging me to return? Return where? To nirvana? To self-liberation? To reincarnation? The old monk, unable to endure for long, soon attained enlightenment. It seemed Chen Shien had fallen under the sway of the demonic sect, becoming an instrument for the fulfillment of ambition. Why pursue this path? His senior brother remarked. You, as the black longsword pierced his heart, and he attempted to utter, "It should not be you. Do you still remember me? You should call me Yun. Brother will surely shine once more." Memories of ancestors flashed rapidly. He saw everything yet grasped nothing. Light. Chen Shien let out a pained howl, swiftly turning to eliminate the members of the demonic sect. A century passed without him moving an inch as he succumbed to slumber, the place becoming known to the world as the abyss of demons, where a true demon lay sealed. Drip, drip, drip. This has exceeded the bounds of the rules. Do not be anxious. You must trust me. Though the difficulty has increased a billionfold, I can hardly contain myself. The radiance of angels dwindled to a final flicker of light. Is it about to end? You have transgressed the rules. Accompanying these words was a golden holy sword, which pierced through the figure. Understood. The memories of Chen Shien began to fade. He commenced his cycle of reincarnation once more, each time on the blue star. Each life filled with beauty. Within this endless cycle, he was on the verge of complete submersion. A glimmer of light flashed. Have you forgotten something? Forgotten what? Forgotten? Deep within Qian Rengshuan's heart, an unusual sensation emerged. Qian, angel, Qian Rengshu, what should I be called? Should it be Qian Rengshuan? The memories of Douluo and martial spirits surged forth like a tidal wave, bringing everything back. Dazzling light erupted, causing all around to dissolve into starlight. Golden feathers cascaded through this space, and a divine radiance illuminated the entirety of it, bathing everything in a sacred glow. At the center of this radiance, Qian Rengshuan slowly opened his eyes, golden wings sprouting from his back, filling him with a holy aura. With a mere wave of his hand, the divine light coalesced into a golden holy sword. The judgment holy sword surged forth toward a target. Aha, are you awake? A black light transformed from intangible to tangible, ultimately morphing into a creature with a human head and a serpent's body. Huandream effortlessly caught the sword with one hand and gently crushed it. Chapter 39. Life is but a dream. What is true? Qian Rengshuan calmly inquired, when did I begin to fall into this dream? Allow me to introduce myself, Huandream chuckled. I am the primordial illusion, the initial nightmare. Of course, you may also call me Huandream. From the moment that peculiar light flickered, the trial had already commenced. Had it not been for your martial spirit's salvation, you would have long been trapped in that eternal dream. Qian Rengshuan remained silent, raising his hand as hundreds of golden holy swords sliced toward Huandream. However, Huandream did not flinch. The swords passed through his form without inflicting any harm. Feudal, here, your power may grow, but do not forget, I am the god of this realm. As Huandream spoke, darkness consumed all light, plunging the space into absolute blackness. The radiance emitted by the 12-winged angel proved ineffective. Qian Rengshuan could see nothing and felt utterly lost. A peculiar light flashed. With a single strike of angelic judgment, Qian Rengshuan vanquished Huandream, successfully escaping the illusion and receiving his reward. Subsequently, events unfolded as he had planned. Tang San and the others created chaos, and under his relentless assaults, Tang San was utterly defeated, while the Spirit Hall unified the continent and eradicated Sea God Island. In the end, Qian Rengshuan unleashed the twilight of the gods, stunning the divine realm. However, he sensed something amiss, struggling fiercely. With the aid of the sacred light of the martial spirit, he once again broke free from the dream. Is there anything wrong with being immersed in a beautiful dream? Huandream questioned. Everything unfolds as you desire. Your life is so splendid. Everything is so wonderful. Is this not what you wished for? Qian Rengshuan replied, a dream is ultimately just a dream. A dream? Then tell me, what is the difference between a dream and reality? All your feelings, all your experiences, everything can be real. Can you truly distinguish between what is a dream and what is reality? Are you not, at this very moment, ensnared in a dream? When the illusory and the real intertwine indistinguishably, what then constitutes reality, and what is mere illusion? In this moment, Chen Shien finds himself utterly powerless, unable to discern the truth. The dreamscape has become so authentic that it defies belief. In the next instant, he shakes his head, discarding the terrifying notion, and launches into a frenzied assault. Yet, whether his efforts yield no effect or result in fleeting victories, they ultimately amount to naught but a dream. Breathless and overwhelmed, he is engulfed by an oppressive despair, an unending cycle of rebirth, leaving him bereft of any means to differentiate between reality and reverie. Chen Shien is consumed by impotent fury, gazing upon the familiar blue star, the life he once knew, teetering on the brink of collapse. Surrender. No matter how many times you strive, you shall never break free. The chasm is insurmountable, so why persist in this futile struggle? Angelic judgment. Judgment. Flash. Chen numbly swings the sword in his hand, again and again, as one layer of this dream shatters only to reveal another, a dream within a dream, ad infinitum. Each iteration is so exquisite, each moment so blissful, every single time. Is a perfect world not desirable? To be immersed in an utterly splendid realm, an endless euphoria, where one is the sovereign of all. Could this not be a dream worth pursuing? Yet, Qianrenchuan's resolve begins to waver. The horror is too profound, and he finds himself utterly helpless. If you reject even the most beautiful dreams, then succumb to the nightmares that await you. The dreamscape begins to transform, no longer depicting the blue star and the invincible journey through otherworldly realms. Instead, it manifests as his repeated demise beneath Tang San's Shura judgment under the Shura bloodsword. His own death, the demise of Bibi Dong, the shattering of Qianrenchuan's divine position, the 7 offerings facing their doom, the spirit hall paying the price with countless lives. Time and again, regardless of his actions, the outcome remains immutable. Qianrenchuan has attempted to slay Tang San directly. Yet the Shura god allows Tang San to be reborn anew. He has endeavored to sever Tang San's opportunities, yet the trio ascends to divinity. And still he cannot best Tang San, as the Shura demon's sword pierces through his very being once more. This time, Qianrenchuan did not desire victory. He merely sought for Tang San to spare Qianrenchuan, Bibi Dong, and some individuals from the spirit hall. He bravely intercepted that lethal strike, beseeching Tang San. Yet the sword fell, claiming a life. It was laughable, utterly ridiculous. The most tragic aspect was his awareness of it being a dream. Yet he remained unable to break free or alter the outcome. It was undeniably his own dream. He was indeed his own deity. Qianrenchuan proclaimed. God? How absurd. Merely you? To be referred to as a deity? Through repeated trials, Qianrenchuan gradually began to master the art of controlling his dreams. Amidst the endless cycles, through his relentless endeavors, he finally succeeded in slaying Tang San. He believed he had triumphed, only to be met with the mocking exclamation, ridiculous, which plunged his spirits into despair once more, for Tang San resurrected and ended his life again. Qianrenchuan was on the verge of madness. Purification. After bestowing himself with divine light, he commenced the destruction of everything around him. Dream? Then let him shatter it all, whether one layer or two, it mattered not. A figure emerged, the illusory dream enticingly uttered. Slumber is the ultimate conclusion. Everything can culminate in a perfect ending. Do you truly believe that? A mysterious voice resonated. Nothing is beyond alteration. A pair of golden eyes opened and inquired. What are you afraid of? Afraid of Tang San? Afraid of Azura? Afraid of the illusory dream? Why does your heart tremble? Did you not comprehend the distinction between dream and reality from the very beginning? What is a god? And who are you? Qianrenchuan gazed into the golden pupils. The sensation was both familiar and alien. He posed no questions, simply fixated on it. The golden eyes closed, vanishing from sight. Qianrenchuan observed his own hands. Was he indeed afraid? What had he come to understand? The illusory dream's figure materialized, about to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Qianrenchuan's angelic judgment. He looked at the illusory dream and declared, "It matters not. Let me test whether the you in this dream is genuine or not." The illusory dream widened its eyes, bursting into laughter, which swiftly faded into silence. As Qianrenchuan witnessed the illusory dream perish, he felt no surge of emotion but sought to calm his mind, to listen, to observe, to feel, and to cleave. One world after another, each presenting different conclusions, while the illusory dream continually met its demise, yet there was no semblance of change. But was that truly the case? Was the first awakening truly a dream? No. Was what he believed to be awakening not a dream at all? As that radiant light flickered, illusory dream. Are you truly you? Everything had commenced long ago, and was it not already predestined? The so-called illusory dream? Chapter 40. Life is but a dream. The angel shatters dreams. One must concede. You are formidable, so powerful that it suffocates, instilling despair, leaving me devoid of any glimmer of hope for victory. However, what is already a predestined outcome? What are you pretending for? Qianrenchuan transformed into a colossal 12-winged angel, a radiant holy light illuminating everything. Do you truly believe you have won over the divine? Do not indulge in fantasies. Wandering exclaimed. There is a saying you mentioned that holds some truth. Is this not merely a dream? Are you truly determined to proceed this way? In your past memories, there exists a genuine version of yourself within your dreams. That is your memory. Do you not yearn to uncover the entire truth? Your rebirth, your past life, It matters not. I seek not the past nor the future. The present suffices. I am Chen Shien, and I shall bear no other identity. Furthermore, what do you think of this technique called Angel's Dream Severing? The sacred voice of Chen Shien resonated. Also, I suspect I shall no longer desire sleep. Chen Shien bellowed in fury. The 12-winged angel raised the holy sword in hand, Angel's Dream Severing. The sword cleaved towards the heavens. A dazzling golden light erupted, enveloping the world in a singular hue, devoid of all color but gold. This strike transcended time and space. The holy sword pierced through the so-called dream, traversing the illusory realms, transforming the false into the real. Within the realm of illusion, Huandream erupted into maniacal laughter, allowing the holy sword to slice through the space and strike upon himself. Is this what they call destiny? It is utterly laughable, Huandream mused, gazing at the golden wounds upon his form. In the next moment, the wounds healed, and Huandream gradually transformed into human form. On the other side, after Chen Shien unleashed this strike, the entire world fractured like glass, revealing cracks that manifested merely as flowers in a mirror, the moon in water. With a sharp crack, the world shattered into countless fragments. Standing amidst the void, Chen Shien slowly closed his eyes. Congratulations, you have passed the first trial of the divine. Chen Shien glared at the glowing orb, exclaiming in frustration, "What nonsense is this trial? I shall not inherit this pathetic divine position. Can you not replace me with someone else and cease this torment?" The glowing orb chuckled, stating, "An unexpected occurrence. I shall refer to it as a rather unfortunate surprise." "You fool. What is this nonsense? Did I ever express a desire to undergo a trial? How can you say such a thing? Indeed, this was initiated by you. And there is an additional little surprise." The orb replied with a mocking tone. Suddenly, a screen formed in the air, composed of light, shimmering with an otherworldly glow, revealing the commencement of the divine examination. Gazing at the reflection of himself on the screen, Chen Shien fell into contemplation. What kind of malevolent deity is this? Do not be so disheartened. Come, give a smile. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Shien doubted his ears. It was far too familiar. Was this not the so-called Huandream? If that is the case, why not just kill me? Is this truly amusing? As the ethereal figure approached Chen Shien, she gently lifted his chin and whispered into his ear, "Dear little brother, what are you saying? Sister has come to reward you. Isn't this divine trial a bit peculiar? If memory serves me right, she should be sealed away, correct? Is your seal of such a casual nature that it allows her to emerge freely?" No. You must have misjudged. Such trivial matters should not be dwelled upon, the luminous orb remarked. In the next moment, a voice chimed. Ding. Congratulations on completing the first trial of the divine illusion. You have been awarded a boon. Your first soul skill enhancement is now 100%. A divine ring of souls, minimum 10,000 years. Life as a dream, affecting dreams, viewing dreams, dream creation, illusions, memory, mental impact, transformation from illusion to reality, etc. The trial of illusions has transformed into a special secret realm, unlocking the second trial of the divine ice. This was indeed formidable. Chen Shien could already perceive the alteration in his soul skills. Yet, could he truly wield this life as a dream? Would it drain him completely? It felt somewhat unfair. Why was there a minimum for the divine ring? Could it be used by others? Perhaps, just perhaps. That is hardly a clarification, he thought. And you? Could you keep your distance? Does little brother not like me? She teased, drawing patterns on Chen Rinchuan's back with her finger. He longed to give her a resounding slap. Did she not possess any self-awareness? You like me? The fact that I haven't retched upon seeing you is a kindness in itself. As long as you are happy. Chen Shien had ceased to ponder the true nature of this deity. He merely wished to depart. After all, the first trial was illusion, and the next was ice. Could it possibly be the same as this one? So long as he did not enter again, it should not activate. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Allow me to gift you something. No thanks necessary, the ethereal figure declared before vanishing without a trace. Damn, your gift. I'm afraid that if I accept it, I might be ensnared in an endless cycle. However, rejecting it was not an option. It was already in his grasp, resembling a doll. Noticing his confusion, the luminous orb elucidated. You may perceive this item as a puppet, though everything is random. For instance, you might summon a peerless Douluo without a martial soul. Merely 1-year-old. This explanation only deepened his bewilderment. What on earth was a peerless Douluo without a martial soul? And 1-year-old? Truly. It was as if the heavens had opened the floodgates of absurdity. Today was a roller coaster of extreme highs and lows. What are you exactly? And must this absurd trial commence without consent? Ahem. I did mention that this is an unfortunate surprise, came the response. Chen Shien paid no heed to the luminous sphere and vanished into this expanse of space. It seemed he had ventured too far. To be honest, disbelief washed over him. Returning to the real world, back to his own room, posed quite a significant dilemma. Since his return from the soul hunting, he began to delve into this enigma, entering that realm where the so-called trial of the gods commenced, and the illusion had already begun. Had he ever truly set foot in that so-called world? Upon his return, he found himself in the same place. Was it the power of the illusion that broke the so-called seal, initiating his trial, or was there no seal at all? Truly, there were pitfalls everywhere, leaving him in a state of despondence. Exhausted, he contemplated destruction. However, there was not an absence of gain. Should the memories from my dreams prove valid, the rewards could be immense. At the very least, the Haian sect would become significantly easier to navigate, and he would no longer fear missteps, directly eliminating that scoundrel Tang Tian. Yet, as he pondered this, acceptance eluded him. Furthermore, the most pressing issue arose. How splendid it would be, with 2 years remaining before Tang San's birth. Thus, the greatest flaw in his dreams lay in the fact that, at the age of 6, Chen Shien went to capture Haian. Why had he not perceived it? 2 years? Chapter 41. The ethereal holy butterfly. And then, should he utilize this puppet? What if it produced an infant? Who would claim responsibility? Should it yield a powerful being, could it not accomplish numerous feats, such as establishing one of the top 3 sects? Yet, his luck had never been particularly favorable. Such thoughts were ill-advised. It was more fitting to believe his fortune was indeed promising. But how to activate this contraption? That infernal thing of illusionary dreams seemed not to have imparted such knowledge. Chen Shien shook the puppet in his hand, tentatively uttering, "Transform?" He had strayed slightly from the subject when suddenly he thought to infuse it with soul power. Without hesitation, he commenced the transmission of soul energy. A burst of radiance flashed forth, and the entire puppet began to shimmer in a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of a lottery. The puppet expanded, ultimately reaching a height of 6 feet, and feminine features began to manifest. Finally, it fully transformed into a woman with silver hair and silver eyes. Her fair skin, stunning beauty, and long legs were undeniable. Soon after, Chen Shien sensed the woman's soul power surging wildly, escalating from nothing to a staggering level of 98. Remarkable. A peak Douluo at level 98, his plan was succeeding. As Chen Shien reveled in this thought, a silver-white butterfly materialized behind the puppet. Is this her martial soul? As the martial soul manifested, soul rings began to emerge one after another. Yellow, purple, black, 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 red, red. Remarkable. The so-called optimal combination proposed by the master has been utterly defeated. Truly, is it all random? The woman knelt down and said, "I pay my respects to my master." "No, there's no need to kneel. Please rise quickly." The woman slowly stood up. "Do you have a name?" The woman replied mechanically. "Name? This feels somewhat dull. Is this a technological creation or a fantastical entity?" His curiosity piqued. "What do you think of the name Silver Crown?" The woman echoed, "Silver Crown, Silver Crown." To be honest, he, being inept at naming, could hardly conjure anything better. Nevertheless, this name seems acceptable. "So, what is the name of your martial soul?" Never mind. What is your ability?" "Ability?" Silver Crown pondered for a moment, and then her 6th soul ring flickered. Suddenly, a spatial vortex appeared, and Silver Crown vanished, only to re-emerge from the swirling portal. Is it teleportation or instantaneous movement? After prolonged and amicable communication, Chen Shien finally comprehended Mion's soul abilities. The first soul skill could be considered a spatial barrier. The second is the wheel of space. The third is the void between. The fourth entails spatial compression. The fifth involves spatial cutting. The sixth is space walking. The seventh manifests as the true form of the martial soul. The eighth encompasses the spatial array and instantaneous movement, and the ninth pertains to spatial banishment and spatial marking. Accompanied by a domain, it must be said that it is exceedingly powerful, essentially, as long as Mion does not wish to perish. No one can bring about her demise, and even the mere act of perceiving her becomes a challenge. Space walking allows her to traverse within the fabric of space, while the eighth soul skill, the array, ensnares and constricts her foes. The most formidable aspects appear to be banishment and marking as the portal of space opens, drawing one inside, rendering escape impossible. The marking can be likened to a version of the flying thunder god from another realm. What shall we name this martial spirit? Perhaps Silver Space Butterfly? However, Silver Butterfly does not sound very appealing. Naming it is quite a challenge. Should we rename it Space Goddess Butterfly? No. Let us settle on Ethereal Sacred Butterfly. Thus, it is decided. From now on, you shall be known as Silver Crown, with the title of Space. And your martial spirit will be the Ethereal Sacred Butterfly. Silver Crown then concealed herself within the realm of space, utilizing teleportation to depart from the martial Soul City. Yet, due to the peculiar nature of the puppet, the two could still communicate. Now, what Qian Rengshuan needed to do was impart knowledge to Silver Crown and endeavor to teach her to communicate, for she was currently akin to a thoughtless automaton, merely executing commands. The remaining time would be devoted to enhancing his own strength. Through diligent effort, he had become quite adept at manipulating fire and light, mastering various abilities such as fireballs, light swords, and bows. His repertoire of skills was extensive. Moreover, he appeared to possess an extraordinary affinity for attributes. After all, the flames of the 12-winged angel were those of the sun, and light was indeed supreme. In the span of 2 years, both Qian Rengshuan and Qian Rengshu had reached the 31st level of soul power. Although, for some unknown reason, the third soul ring had only granted an increase of 1 level. Yet, an 8-year-old spirit master at the 31st level? If memory serves correctly, Tang San had only just surpassed 30 towards the conclusion of his 12th year. At this rate, by the time Tang San participated in the Soul Master competition, would he not achieve a title? However, as levels ascend, cultivation becomes increasingly arduous, so it is likely he may not attain a title. Notably, Qian Rengshu had a 10,000-year third soul skill, Angelic Dispersion, which dispels her negative states. Many soul skills could be classified as negative, such as control skills. His third soul skill, Angelic Sacred Prison, is a control-type soul skill that is undeniably formidable. In the past 2 years, numerous events have transpired. For instance, Tianwei, akin to a dream, is indeed a lily. Moreover, this individual possesses an innate soul power of level 9. In the span of 2 years, apart from troubling Qian Rengshu and herself, she has now ascended to level 15. However, she has not swayed Qian Rengshu's affections. Alas, the lilies of her homeland have yet to bloom. Yet, Qian Rengshu's gaze towards Bibi Dong appears somewhat peculiar. And it seems that Tianwei has struck up a rapport with Haian. What a realm of magical realism this is. It has left him utterly bewildered. Are all these individuals mere problem girls? Fortunately, he remains relatively grounded. His teammates are increasingly unreliable, rendering the team quite challenging to manage. However, Hu Laiana's affection for Tianwei is certainly preferable to her infatuation with Tang San, who has proven to be an ungrateful wretch. After all, in the original narrative, she was genuinely worried about the 3 cuts possessing a knack for espionage. Alas, it is all a consequence of love-stricken folly. The plot can now unfold. With the assistance of Floating Life and the Silver Crown Gang, fabricating schemes and promoting justice will become significantly easier. The Haian sect will remain blissfully unaware of its impending doom. Thus, fate begins to advance. He yearns for change and has exerted considerable effort, yet destiny remains unyielding. And he finds himself powerless to alter its course. With Qian Rengshu's presence, the Spirit Hall has undergone several transformations. For instance, 2 years ago, the Spirit Hall Daily was launched, offering a more comprehensive experience than that found in dreams. Even the impoverished can access snippets of news, provided they possess a recording crystal. Furthermore, he established an inspection hall, which routinely surveys various spirit halls. There is even a dedicated channel for complaints. The hall's leader is Yun Guang, whose authority is quite formidable. Since its inception, it has purportedly resulted in the demise of several hundred individuals. It is fortunate that he is the young master of the Spirit Hall, with the unwavering support of his grandfather and several elders. The voting was unanimously in his favor. Qian Douluo possesses veto power, which means that if he disapproves, no proposal holds weight. It can be said that Qian Daoliu's word is law. However, the 7 elders generally share a common purpose, aside from occasional, less than pleasant incidents. Chapter 42. The Origin of Fate. The plan has become impeccably flawless, and under various enhancements. The Evil Soul Beast sect has been solidified, its infamy spreading across the continent. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hall parades the Evil Soul Masters of the Evil Soul Beast sect throughout the land, making full use of them. The fear and hatred towards Evil Soul Masters have never waned. It remains uncertain whether Yu Shaojiang will continue to accept Tang San as a disciple. Considering Tang San's dubious heritage as a traitor's offspring and a descendant of evil souls, an identity that brings misfortune to all who associate with him. The Haotian hammer has also acquired a new name, one that exudes power, the Evil Soul Hammer. The recent downfall of the Evil Soul Beast sect bears distinct differences from that of the Dream Realm. For instance, before Tang Tian could even initiate the formation, he was utterly obliterated by Yun Guang's full-force strike. Throughout the ordeal, the most grievously injured was the Magic Bear, despite having been warned. It met its demise due to his self-detonation, once again resulting in a world solely afflicted by the Magic Bear's injuries. Moreover, since Yun Guang did not unleash his ultimate abilities, everything remained intact. Both the Haotian Nine Extremities and the Chaotic Cloak could still be cultivated. The only recorded mention of the Great Sumera Hammer is a single phrase passed down through generations of Haotian Douluo, which was anticipated. However, he did not wield a hammer. And few within the Spirit Hall excelled in its use, rendering the status of this secret technique somewhat awkward, as utilizing it alongside other elements could produce bizarre results. For example, could Qian Renshue execute the Chaotic Cloak Hammer technique with a sword? Thus, it is imperative to conduct research and see if any improvements can be made. Meanwhile, within the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, Sword Uncle, what are your thoughts on the Evil Soul Beast sect and those malevolent soul masters? Is there a collusion between humans and soul beasts? I have observed those evil soul masters, and indeed, their existence is real, but the entire situation is fraught with ambiguity, leaving one at a loss. The Evil Soul Beast sect is undoubtedly real. And there is a saying within the Spirit Hall that resonates well. Those who are not of our kind must have a different heart. What a pity. After hearing this, Ning Fengji shook his head. The crux of the matter lies in his unwavering belief in the unity of the top three sects, which now appears to be a farce. Especially since one of the new top three sects must include a member from the Spirit Hall. In Ning Fengji's view, among the lower four sects, there is only one sacred dragon Douluo, who also serves as an elder of the Spirit Hall. What significance does that hold? The idea of the top two sects sharing the same aspirations seems far-fetched. The Spirit Hall's power continues to grow, and the smooth reforms of such a colossal entity are astonishing. The Inspection Hall is merely the beginning, and the individual spearheading this reform is undoubtedly a threat. Most importantly, it has been approved. The Sword Douluo nodded and remarked, indeed, the reputation of the Spirit Hall has improved significantly. This cannot bode well for us. It is preferable to face a robust and capable opponent than a corrupt and degenerate one. Little Shien, let us depart. I have located Yi Renxin, and I truly do not understand your mindset. You wish to meddle in everything, and I must accompany you. Yun Guang lamented. This is sincerity. Is it not sincere of me to personally extend the invitation? A mere child, what sincerity is there? Without my presence, Yi Renxin would hardly believe you, Qian Renshue retorted. Exactly, it all hinges on Sister Yun Guang. Let us go. Let us go. Oh, we just returned yesterday. It is truly exhausting. On the carriage, Yi Renxin is offering free medical treatment in a small town. At our current pace, we should arrive in half a month. Will Yi Renxin leave ahead of time? Do not worry. Someone is keeping watch. Even if he intends to leave, we can certainly intercept him. Yun Guang spoke, and Qian Renxin nodded in silence, commencing his meditation and cultivation. A few days later, as night fell, Yun Guang suggested, let us dine here and rest for the night. Qian Renxin agreed with a nod. The group entered an inn, casually ordered some food, and after their meal, retired for the night. The following day, an unknown village was engulfed in a massacre. The pungent scent of blood and a malevolent aura began to permeate the air. However, the stench soon began to dissipate. On the carriage, Yun Guang furrowed his brow and remarked, something feels amiss. Let us halt for a moment. The coachman promptly brought the carriage to a stop. After disembarking, Yun Guang instructed, you wait here. Little Shien, do you wish to accompany me to investigate? Qian Renxin nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. For his martial spirit was that of the 12-winged angel, adept at confronting evil soul masters. Yun Guang, why would there be evil soul masters here? He inquired. You ask me? I am uncertain. We shall capture a couple later and inquire, while also having them investigate, she replied. The two soared towards the source of the ominous energy. After a considerable time, a small village came into view, and Yun Guang and Qian Renxin swiftly approached. Indeed, boss. What that person said was true. Is this the manifestation of immense power? One individual remarked while draining blood. Humph, such methods are heinous, yet for the sake of revenge. They are inconsequential. Suddenly, a sword of light struck, obliterating the blood drainer with a single blow. The leader's pupils constricted as he turned to face Yun Guang and Qian Renxin. Are you seeking death? Yun Guang hesitated momentarily before responding with a smile, intriguing, but evil soul masters deserve death. 9 soul rings materialized around Yun Guang as she gracefully lifted her hand, summoning a multitude of light swords in the air. Observing this spectacle, Shien, this is not mere commercial flattery. Yun Guang possesses remarkable talent, yet there are certain issues with Douluo that have resulted in his elemental control abilities being rather feeble. As Chen Shien soared through the air, he contemplated, have you decided how you wish to perish? What do you think of being sliced into 1,000 pieces? Although I've merely heard of it and have yet to experience it myself, it might be rather painful. The man swallowed hard. Is that little brat the one you speak of? The notion of being sliced into 1,000 pieces sounds exceedingly cruel, especially for a child. With the 6th soul skill, the prison of light, a square cage of radiance imprisoned him in place, rendering his attempts at attack utterly futile. Just as he uttered these words, 2 beams of light shot forth from the luminous prison, severing his arms. He exhibited no capacity for resistance, indeed. Was he not worthy of being called a title Douluo? An evil soul master should not exist in this world. Chapter 43. Shadows do not fret. Allow me to experiment with the 1,000 cuts technique. Additionally, I am quite curious about that individual. Do share. Yun Guang had not finished speaking when the man interjected. My name is Xingyu. A few months ago, my wife and daughter were harmed by those from the spirit hall, and subsequently, they took their own lives. I sought revenge, but I am merely a one-ring soul master. To be candid, I have little interest in such matters. However, if you recount details about that person, I might consider avenging you. Xingyu fell silent for a moment before continuing. On one fateful night a few months ago, a woman wearing a ghostly mask approached me, claiming she could grant me power, and I believed her. She then transformed me. I slept for what felt like an eternity, and upon awakening, I had become an evil soul master. That sensation was indescribable, and she urged me to grow stronger and seek out trouble with the spirit hall. A manufactured evil soul master seeking trouble with the spirit hall posed a significant dilemma. She had initially thought this would merely involve a few stragglers. Yun Guang, feeling helpless, inquired, did that individual possess any distinctive features? Was there anything particularly unique about her? She was a woman, adorned with 9 soul rings of black and gold. When she appeared, she stood upon a black gold vine. An evil soul master of title Douluo caliber should not have existed after that encounter. Suddenly, Yun Guang had a realization. The vine, the gold, the black gold, and the ghostly mask. Was her mask golden? Xingyu hesitated for a moment before nodding. Deep within Yun Guang's memory, a figure surfaced. Oh dear, this is serious. Very well, I can grant you a swift end. By the way, who is your enemy? Lord Xia, a high-ranking white-clad steward of the Spirit Hall, goes by the name Zhang Xiang. He has a notorious reputation for coveting the wives and children of others. Regrettably, I cannot personally take vengeance upon your foe. Before Xingyu could finish his sentence, Yun Guang raised his hand and swiftly ended his life. Yet he at least left behind a complete corpse. Regardless, an evil soul master is still an evil soul master, and your deeds are no less heinous. Yun Guang gazed coldly at the lifeless body and began to sense the situation surrounding Chen Shien. Surely, the master would avenge me. Chen Shien ended his life with a single stroke of his sword. Throughout this journey, he had not encountered a single living soul. The evil soul masters had slain 3 or 4 individuals, all of whom were pathetically weak, repeatedly uttering the same phrase, the master will surely avenge me. As Chen Shien pondered, a blood-red tentacle lunged towards him. With a casual flick, a golden barrier materialized in the air, followed by a deafening explosion, yet, apart from the sound, it served no purpose. Subsequently, the blood-red tentacle simply evaporated. With his 3rd soul skill, the angelic light prison, an immense cage of light ensnared the assailant, accompanied by agonizing cries. Ah, the divine power is indeed a formidable weapon against evil soul masters. One cannot help but wonder if these evil soul masters possess any intelligence. They dare to attack anyone they see, believing themselves to be easily trifled with. Can they not sense that overwhelming aura of holiness? Alas, it is beyond comprehension. Are there truly any survivors left? Am I destined to perish? Sister, I'm so sorry. She closed her eyes, bracing herself for the inevitable fate. Dead girl. You can run so well. Why do you not flee now? Wouldn't it be better to obediently accept death? Ning Yong unleashed his 3rd soul skill, Blood Spear. You are like my shadow. I shall name you Shadow. Promise me, sister, that you will survive no matter what, all right? Shadow. You must be strong and carry on my spirit. Memories flooded her mind, reminding her that she had compelling reasons to live. She had made promises that needed fulfilling. With an indomitable will to survive, Bai Ying dodged the lethal strike, though the blood spear still pierced her arm. Dead girl, hurry up and die. Zhang Xiang launched another blood spear, this time hurling 3 spears one after the other. As the blood spears approached once more, Shadow's pupils dilated. Was there any chance of survival this time? One blood spear struck her left leg first, causing her to collapse to the ground, utterly drained of strength. Unable even to lift her head, let alone rise. Shadow succumbed to despair, sensing only danger and death, devoid of any hope. Just as the blood spears drew near, Chen Shien stepped in front of her, effortlessly catching the blood spear, and with a slight exertion, it dissipated into nothingness. How warm. Shadow gathered all her strength to lift her head just enough to gaze at Chen Shien, wondering if it was he who radiated light. How comforting. Chen Shien, adorned with golden wings and flowing hair dancing in the wind, emanated a divine brilliance. Is this an angel? The figure hurled a bloodied spear and then turned to flee, leaving Chen Shien slightly astonished. Was this the most astute among them? Why not charge directly? Why flee? Nevertheless, Chen Shien dismissed such thoughts and promptly unleashed his first soul skill, gently wielding the sacred sword, which instantaneously cleaved the assailant in two with a golden sword aura. The shadow reached out towards the radiant Chen Shien. Please. Yet, she had evidently succumbed to unconsciousness. Alas, Chen Shien lifted the girl and gradually ascended towards the cloud's light. What a nuisance. Her injuries were severe, and they had no healing soul masters with them. If anything were to happen to her, that would indeed be dire. Amidst the haze of her fading consciousness, Sowing felt someone cradling her and instinctively murmured, "How warm." The diminutive physique harbors immense energy. The little girl appears to be of a similar stature to him. Chen Shien finds it hard to fathom the trials she has endured. It seems that the evil soul master of Soul Sect level pursued her for quite some time. Yun Guang, have you managed everything? Yun Guang gazed at the girl in Chen Shien's arms and replied, "It's nearly done. Let us proceed to the Martial Soul Branch Hall and see if we can find someone to treat her." Chen Shien nodded and added, "I have also captured someone. We may interrogate him to unearth some useful information." "No need. Everything necessary is already known. I trust you will handle that individual," Yun Guang interjected, referring to the evil soul masters with disdain. "Like you, a fabricated evil soul master." Chen Shien replied helplessly, "I believe I have repeated this numerous times. It is merely a resemblance. What I say is fact. Do you have any objections?" "I do," came Chen Shien's meek response. An awkward silence enveloped them. Chapter 44. Please do not abandon me within the Martial Soul Branch Hall of Sierra City. You are to go to Martial Soul City, bearing this token. Communicate the urgent matter. Evil souls have resurfaced, and we must spare no effort in uncovering their whereabouts. The man accepted the token and nodded, setting off at Yun Guang's behest. Yun Guang harbored no concerns regarding his potential misuse of the angel's order, for this command was not to be wielded lightly. "Lord Offering, you see. We have summoned all the healing-type soul masters in the city. I have truly done my utmost." Zhang Xiang wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. It is worth noting that he had offended some individuals, which led to his reassignment to this place. If he performed well today, a promotion and wealth would be within reach. Failure, however, would lead to dire consequences. Moreover, the person before him was the head of the supervisory hall, and he was infamous in Sierra City. Danger loomed large, yet he had never contemplated fleeing. Where could he possibly escape to in such a vast world? So, how's her condition? The situation is somewhat complicated. Her survival is uncertain. With that, Zhang Xiang lowered his gaze. Deep down, he began to speculate on the identity of the youth who was in the company of the third offering, especially with his golden hair and eyes. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as the young man had not disclosed his identity. "Zhang Xiang, I have heard some rather unsettling news on my way here," Yun Guang remarked as he approached the high seat. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiang was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Chen Shien exhibited little interest in the matter, stating, "I shall check on the girl first." With that, he turned and departed. With a thud, Zhang Xiang fell to his knees and declared, "I am fully aware that my actions leave me no chance of survival, yet the Martial Soul Hall has shown me immense kindness. I am willing to exhaust my entire fortune and face public judgment, sacrificing my life to alter the perception of the Martial Soul Hall among these people. It is quite intriguing. Since the establishment of the inspection hall, countless lives have been extinguished, yet none have exhibited the same level of enlightenment as you. What I assert is no mere jest. Wealth may compensate for the lives lost here, and death itself carries significance. I implore you, Master of the Hall, to spare my daughter. She is still young and knows not the weight of hatred towards the Spirit Hall, nor will she ever. How curious it is that someone like you has a daughter. I find myself quite intrigued by her perception of you. Furthermore, are you indeed a pedophile? Surely. The Master of the Hall jesteth. I am not so depraved, though my daughter does harbor a rather unfavorable view of me. Yun Guang remarked, regardless of your moral decay. You remain her father. What assurance can you provide? Zhang Xiang stuttered, unable to articulate a coherent response. It matters not. Prepare yourself to face judgment. Whatever you may say, your demise is inevitable. However, it cannot be denied that you possess a certain cleverness amidst this multitude. Your daughter is unlikely to perish. She will most likely be sent to the Spirit City for her education. Thank you, Master Xie. Thank you, Master Xie. Zhang Xiang exclaimed joyfully, bowing repeatedly. Yun Guang paid him no heed and vanished, leaving Zhang Xiang alone in the hall. He did not rise, but instead lifted his gaze towards the elevated seat. Upon receiving the news, he realized he had reached his end, yet he felt no fear. As death approached, an unexpected calm enveloped him. What is a clever person? After all, if he were truly astute, how could he have arrived at such a fate? From an ordinary individual to his current position as a high-ranking white-clad steward. It was merely the consequence of offending the wrong people. Power and desire, reflecting upon his life, it did not seem so dreadful after all these years. Perhaps it was not in vain. Zhang Xiang chuckled self-deprecatingly, shaking his head as he braced himself to attend to his final affairs. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxian arrived at the location where the girl was being treated. Upon seeing Qian Rinxian, a woman immediately stated, "My lord, the situation is rather grim, I fear." She hesitated. Knowing the cause, she was apprehensive that his wrath might lead to their demise. Did she truly believe he resembled a villain? Qian Rinxian donned a rather amicable expression and replied, "Fear not, we shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate." The woman appeared momentarily stunned before nodding in agreement. To be candid, in such a small town, there are few formidable individuals. Those with genuine talent have predominantly sought opportunities elsewhere. Qian Rinxian approached the girl, glanced at her briefly, and prepared to depart, for he had done all he could. At that moment, the girl unexpectedly grasped Qian Rinxian's hand, her voice frail as she implored, "Please do not abandon me, shadows will." Before she could finish, she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. The healing spirit masters wore expressions akin to encountering a ghost. How could she have awakened? According to their expectations, the girl should not have regained consciousness, which would only serve to undermine their professionalism. Fortunately, nothing was spoken aloud. Otherwise, one might fear for their very life. A voice cried out, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and save her." The crowd regained their senses and commenced treatment. Yet, the shadow's grip remained unyielding. Surprisingly strong, Qian Rinxian did not struggle excessively, allowing it to persist. However, this could not continue indefinitely. Could she remain stationary while being held like this? Sigh. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiang resolved to bid farewell to his daughter one last time. "Na, open the door. What are you doing here?" After a moment of silence, Zhang Xiang replied, "I came to see you and to give you a surprise." "No need," she retorted. "I just wanted to see you. And you can head to Wuhuan City now, to the Wuhuan Temple Academy." Seeing his daughter's reluctance to open the door, Zhang Xiang departed helplessly. Sunana had no intention of stepping outside. She had lived with her mother since childhood, and before her mother's passing, she had been sent here. Yet, she and Zhang Xiang resided in separate abodes. Her mother had labeled her father a scoundrel, and the truth had indeed proven this to be accurate. On the other side, after a lengthy interval, the shadow finally released its hold, allowing Qian Rinxian to exhale in relief. Had it persisted, he would have forcibly extricated himself. "Sir, this truly is a miracle. We never anticipated she would still be alive," a woman remarked, suddenly realizing her words. Nana Su witnessed the entire trial. Her emotions a tumultuous blend of complexity, leaving her uncertain of her next steps. Fortunately, the fact that she was the daughter of Zhang Xiang remained known to but a few. Otherwise, she feared for her very existence. Qian Rinxian was indeed present at the scene. As he watched Su Nana depart, a perplexing smile emerged on his face as he gazed upon the remnants left behind. With the arrival of night, Su Nana stealthily returned to the site to gather some of Zhang Xiang's belongings. It was merely some minced meat. Qian Rinxian silently observed her from a height, feeling somewhat helpless. He had originally set out to find Yu Rinxin, yet unexpected events had unfolded. Truly, the magic bear was to be pitied. After collecting everything, Su Nana stealthily departed, glancing around cautiously, but alas, no matter how vigilant she was, she could not perceive Qian Rinxian. Qian Rinxian chuckled softly, and a peculiar radiance enveloped him. Once the light dissipated, he had transformed into another person. Indeed, the ability of floating life is remarkably useful, particularly in dream weaving and metamorphosis, where he could assume the likeness of others almost perfectly. with few able to discern the difference. Regrettably, he had yet to grasp the concept of turning the ethereal into the tangible, with no progress made. Chen Shien, along with Zhang Xiang, followed Su Nana. She arrived at a secluded grove where everything was prepared. She had already dug a pit and gathered some of Zhang Xiang's belongings, which she placed into a box she had ready. As she placed the box into the pit, she remarked, "Mother always said you were clever. Are you truly clever? True or false, Sai?" She has lived a life of privilege since childhood, a life of affluence that was naturally afforded by Zhang Xiang. Thus, Su Nana did not voice any complaints and dedicated herself to her endeavors. Chen Shien observed Su Nana, pondering what his purpose was in this place. Was he merely here to observe her? Silently exasperated, he resolved that his presence should not be in vain, and having transformed himself, he decided to startle her. With determination, Chen Shien approached Su Nana stealthily. He gently tapped her shoulder, causing her body to stiffen momentarily before she swiftly leaped backward. In a flash, she drew the dagger she always carried, her gaze fixed warily upon Chen Shien. Overwhelmed by disbelief, she grappled with the reality that she had witnessed Zhang Xiang's demise. Yet here he stood before her once more. Su Nana inquired, "Who exactly are you?" "Daughter, I am your father. Do you not recognize me?" Fortunately, in the realm of illusion, even tone and voice can be emulated. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so formidable. You are certainly not him, for I detest his calling me daughter. Hence he never addresses me as such. Chen Shien awkwardly touched his nose, pondering how to proceed from here. Could it be that Su Nana is deceiving herself? However, it matters not. The pretense is over, and the truth is laid bare. Chen Shien dispelled the illusion, revealing his true appearance. Su Nana immediately manifested her martial soul and launched an assault against him. "My dear girl, there is no need to be so tempestuous." Chen Shien effortlessly intercepted her attack. "Is this your martial soul? I had assumed it was merely a dagger. Furthermore, Zhang Xiang's martial soul is not a dagger. So does this mean it is inherited from your mother?" Upon realizing her strike had failed, Su Nana withdrew without further engagement. Noticing her disinterest, Chen Shien remained silent, pondering. "Allow me to glimpse into your heart. Life is but a dream." An ethereal glow began to emanate. After a considerable time, Chen Shien discerned the answers he sought and subtly altered Su Nana's memories, simply causing her to forget him. Once his tasks were completed, Chen Shien departed. Chapter 46. Would you be willing to be my shadow? She felt a slight headache, but chose not to dwell on it. The following day brought good news. The girl had awakened and was no longer in a life-threatening condition. Only 3 individuals remained in the room, as the healing soul masters had been paid off and sent away. "Little sister, what is your name?" Yunguang inquired. The girl did not respond. Chen Shien seemed to recall something and hastily added, "Do not be afraid. We are not bad people. Your name is Shadow, is it not?" The girl nodded and replied, "My sister said I am like her shadow, so I am called Shadow." "What is your martial soul?" Yunguang asked. Having delayed for several days out of a sense that this girl possessed considerable talent, he did not wish to lose out. "My martial soul is Shadow. It allows me to hide within shadows, which is how I survived." As soon as Yunguang mentioned the cloud, interest sparked within him. It felt quite remarkable, indeed. He pondered about the innate soul power, questioning how much she possessed. "How old are you, Shadow? And what is your innate soul power?" The girl lowered her head and spoke softly, "I am 10 years old, and my innate soul power is only at level 5. Just a few days prior to the incident in the village, I obtained my first soul ring, and I am now at level 12. Yunguang found her martial spirit intriguing. Had she been born into a more favorable circumstance, her potential would undoubtedly surpass her current state. Although her talent held little significance for him now, the uniqueness of her martial spirit suggested she could serve as an enduring shadow, and it was worth a try. After all, only he knew what Chen Shien had done. He needed to gather some allies. Just as Yunguang was about to speak, Shadow, with a quivering voice, implored, "Please do not abandon me. I can be of great assistance. We would never forsake you." Chen Shien replied with a smile, "May I accompany you? I am very obedient." Shadow said, gazing at Chen Shien. In her memories, it was he who had rescued her in her moment of despair, granting her a second chance at life, a feeling incomprehensible to those who had not experienced it. The radiant and sacred aura emanating from Chen Shien left an indelible warmth in her heart, a sensation she would never forget. Furthermore, her sister had once mentioned that becoming a soul master was perilous in such a world, thus instilling in her a desire to follow Chen Shien. While Yunguang furrowed his brow, he chose to remain silent, awaiting Chen Shuan's response. Chen believed himself to be an exceedingly kind individual. There was no doubt about it. How could he not be? Therefore, he resolved to let her accompany him. Should he send her to the Martial Spirit Academy upon their return? He realized he had yet to visit it. Of course. Would you like to be my shadow? I shall call you Qian Inger. How does that name sit with you? Qian Inga felt a resemblance between him and her sister, recalling that her sister had once said the same. Will I be called Qian Inger from now on? I promise to carry your hopes and live well, ensuring you are never disappointed. She nodded, laughing as she said, So, I am to be your shadow now? I will henceforth be known as Qian Ingo? As she beamed, Qian felt an odd sensation he could not quite articulate. Upon closer inspection, Qian Ingo appeared quite lovely, with her short hair framing a delicate face. However, he quickly quelled any inappropriate thoughts. Chapter 47. Relentless persistence. Let us take a break. You shall accompany us tomorrow. Yun Guang suggested, casting a knowing glance at Chen. Understanding Yun Guang's unspoken words, Chen concluded his conversation with Qian Inger. I shall return shortly, and soon someone will bring some supplies and food. Chen smiled lightly and then exited the room. He followed Yun Guang to a location unfamiliar to him. Chen inquired, Is this a secret chamber? Indeed, came the reply. I had no idea. Furthermore, the term secret chamber is quite significant in the context of Douluo. It undoubtedly evokes the renowned secret chamber Douluo. This feeling is rather peculiar, thought Chen with a hint of concern. What have you brought me here for? Is Yun Guang going to turn into a pervert as well? Yun Guang seemed to sense his errant thoughts and promptly delivered a playful knock on his head. What are you thinking? Chen rubbed his head and replied, Nothing, really. Yun Guang adjusted her forehead, exasperated. Honestly, none of you are easy to manage. All your sordid affairs are left for me to handle. I truly do not understand your thought process. Upon hearing this, Chen felt a twinge of helplessness. It sounded as though he had committed countless misdeeds. After all, he had only once taken a dubious action against the evil soul beast sect. Perhaps his methods were indeed questionable, but it was just that once. He did not wish to engage Yun Guang in this discussion, for they were both on the same side, and every retort he offered would only result in her repeating that one phrase about being an evil soul master. It was infuriating, as he could not counter her claim. Thus, Chen remarked, Yes, it's all thanks to Sister Yin. Otherwise, I would be doomed. While he spoke these words, his thoughts betrayed him. Doomed, my foot. Qian Dalu and the other offerings wouldn't truly dare to harm me. In truth, it would be best to utilize that shadow as a tool. One should not invest too much hope and emotion into her, as such feelings could prove detrimental. Her martial soul is quite formidable. A mere first-ring soul master managed to evade an evil soul master of the soul venerable rank thanks to her martial spirit. This capability is particularly suited for clandestine endeavors, and if her subsequent soul skills align with my expectations, it would be even better. Chen stated, Is that all? Does it not hold significance? There are numerous clandestine matters, especially for someone like you. Someone must undertake them, and it cannot solely fall upon me and a few lowly subordinates. He murmured, I should be the good one, yet in your words. Before he could finish, Yun Guang interjected, Do you have an opinion? What? How could I? Everything you say is correct, absolutely correct. Hearing this insincere remark, Yun Guang shook her head in resignation and replied, Just ponder it yourself. After all, it's all for your benefit. Chen promptly slipped away. Yun Guang sighed. When he matures to become the Pope, I will have been one who has STR. I have waited far too long. This is the closest I have ever been to success, and absolutely no unforeseen circumstances must arise. Chen Shui, you all. The following morning, the group set out once again in search of Yurenqing. On the carriage, Yun Guang remarked, You need not worry about her. In just a few days, we shall arrive. When it comes to treatment, Yurenqing is truly unparalleled, especially being a 9-heart begonia. Moreover, she is nearly recovered, though her complexion is somewhat lacking. Xianinger concurred, and Chen offered an awkward smile. What more could he say? Within the small town, Yurenqing, you ought to know your place. We have yet to finish our performance, he boasted, only to be silenced by a resounding slap. How dare you speak to Master Yi in such a manner? Apologize at once. Initially, he intended to retaliate, but upon meeting his father's gaze and recalling the teeth he had just lost, he recoiled in fear. Master Yi, I apologize. I was in the wrong. Please forgive me. I am of an advanced age. My heart cannot endure such shocks. He wished to say more, but Yurenqing waved her hand dismissively and said, Enough. What is it that you all truly desire? Is the spirit hall filled with individuals like yourselves? That would be quite unfortunate. Master Yi, it is all a misunderstanding. Your esteemed reputation as a healer precedes you across the continent, and I hold you in the highest regard. I merely wish to invite you to a meal, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. I wonder if Master Yi would. The individual's demeanor was exceedingly humble. Although he had a soul sage accompanying him this time, granting him a temporary edge and strength, he also brought along Yi Lingling. Furthermore, the spirit hall wielded considerable influence, and he had no desire to offend them. Thus, he had no objections. With the objectives achieved, Lu Tao was naturally beaming with joy, showering compliments throughout the journey. Today, Lu Tao had expended a significant amount of resources on this meal, featuring an array of soul beast meat, much of which had been sourced from elsewhere. However, prolonging the meal was not a feasible solution, after all. One could only dine for so long before needing to devise another plan. Thus, both parties took their seats, each harboring their own thoughts. Yet, the situation escalated into absurdity. Lu Tao was reluctant to keep Yi Renxin, as that would surely offend him. The Yi family's reputation was formidable, and absent any directive from above, he had no intention of meddling. Truly provoking him would lead to a plethora of troubles. Although the spirit hall was powerful, Lu Tao lacked any substantial backing, rendering him inconsequential in the grand scheme. Consequently, he resolved to focus his efforts on Yi Renxin's granddaughter, for she was merely a young girl and likely easier to persuade. Yi Renxin, having fathered a daughter later in life, remarked, "Missy is yet to explore Noxie Town. Why not allow my granddaughter to show you around?" Luli, standing nearby, grasped her father's intentions and began to charm Yi Lingling, resorting to various flattery. "Come, let us have some fun for a while." In this manner, time continued to slip away. However, a child would inevitably tire of play, and the developments had surpassed all expectations. Prolonged amusement was unsustainable. After all, Yi Renxin, being a healer, found it quite normal to treat illnesses and save lives. Thus, his son Lu Hai suffered numerous injuries, while Yi Renxin himself nearly succumbed to an internal affliction, almost spitting blood from the strain. Moreover, the soul masters of the spirit hall sustained severe injuries, with healing-type soul masters seemingly vanishing, leaving hundreds reliant on Yi Renxin for salvation. Lu Tao exerted every effort, employing various lamentations and offering compensation for assistance. Chapter 48. A first encounter. Yet the nine-heart begonia lived up to its miraculous reputation. With so many people, the healing was swift. Don't blink, for it was soon accomplished. This left Lu Tao in a state of existential doubt. The injuries sustained by these individuals appeared rather exaggerated. After he slightly raised the prices, the wounds inflicted upon the soul masters became increasingly severe, with several on the verge of death. For them, the prospect of monetary gain combined with the assurance of specialized healing courtesy of the nine-heart Si Tang was too enticing to resist. As long as they remained alive, recovery was assured, and the more grievous the wounds, the greater the financial reward. As for the pain, the sight of golden soul coins dulled any discomfort. Yi Renxin wore an expression of profound distress. While saving so many undoubtedly incurred a toll, the primary source of his agitation stemmed from a sense of indignation. Do these individuals truly perceive him as a fool? How infuriating. The same group of people keeps resurfacing, and it is always the same few who bear the brunt of the consequences. It is utterly disgusting. After dealing with this batch of individuals, Yi Renxin immediately sought out Lu Tao. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. What are your intentions? Is there any merit in continuing this charade?" Master Yi jested. "It seems we have an excess of injured parties. Do you genuinely believe I am a fool?" Lu Tao, sensing the rising ire, calculated that the moment had nearly arrived. So he boldly stated, "Might I inquire if Master you could pause for a few days? Provide me with a reason." Lu Tao adjusted his head, realizing that his earlier efforts had been in vain. "Someone wishes to meet you." "Humph. If you had mentioned that sooner, I would have been willing to wait a few days." Upon this, Yi Renxin turned to leave, but Lu Tao hastily added, "There remains just one final group. Rest assured, there will be no further interruptions." This was merely an unexpected incident. Yi Renxin departed with a grim expression, while Lu Tao was left utterly disheartened, feeling that he had suffered a significant loss. "Ah, young lady, where are your family members?" Luli observed the group before her with caution. "I do not recognize them." Meanwhile, Yi Lingling innocently inquired, "Big brother, big sister, are you here to see Grandpa?" "Indeed. Can you lead us to him, Lingling?" "But Grandpa has mentioned." Qian Renxian gently patted Yi Lingling's head and replied, "Let us proceed." "Big brother, how did you know my name?" "Wait for me." Thus, Yi Lingling followed them, pondering how he came to know her name. Did he truly know where Grandpa was? Yet, Qian Renxian merely claimed to possess all knowledge. Humph, such an annoying person. It is evident he is deceiving children. With such abilities, is he truly human? Hey, can you not speak the truth? Chen Shien ignored her. And it was Yun Guang who remarked, little sister, you are so adorable. How about a hug from your sister? Humph, no, if you do not desire it. Then I am not particularly interested. Chen Shien shook his head, lamenting the quality of the people he encountered. As they journeyed onward, Yi Lingling became increasingly astonished. He truly knew. Can you speak honestly? When Chen Shien continued to disregard her, she dashed into the estate, which Lu Tao had provided. Grandpa, someone is looking for you. He even knows my name. Lingling had not disclosed that her grandpa was present. He has found the right place. Does he genuinely know everything? Silly child, someone must have informed him long ago. Yi Lingling nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 49. The opportunity to break the curse. So, you wish to see me, do you? The soul saint whispered, my lord, that woman is exceedingly formidable. Exercise caution. Yi Lingling waved his hand dismissively, replying, it's nothing to worry about. The group followed Yi Lingling into the main hall, where they took their seats as a servant brought in tea. Chen Shien took a sip and remarked, this is exquisite tea. Yet, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere, especially as Yun Guang shot him a glare. Had he misspoken? After all, he could not discern any distinct nuances in the flavor. A compliment was always safe. May I introduce myself? I am Chen Shien, the young master of the Spirit Hall. Unfortunately, I was interrupted by Yun Guang. He continued, I have come, of course, under the auspices of Master Yi's esteemed name. And I have a small favor to ask. Would Master Yi be willing to assist in the Spirit City? The Spirit City, you say? That locale serves as the stronghold of the Spirit Hall. Should I venture there, the prospect of not returning could be quite intriguing. Master, you need not fret. Recently, we eradicated some evil soul masters, and an elder sustained significant injuries, which is why I have sought your assistance. Yi Lingling pondered for a moment, feeling a twinge of anxiety. After all, the Spirit Hall had previously extended an invitation to him, which he had declined. Now, however, he found himself entangled in a bit of trouble. Yet, the Spirit Hall was not alone in this. All three major sects had approached him similarly. Thus, declining this time would be rather unwise. He finally spoke, the matter of the evil soul masters concerns us all, and I am willing to lend my aid. Seeing Yi Lingling's acquiescence, Chen Shien prepared to embark on another subject. Yun Guang, understanding the nuances, remarked, the following matter is somewhat sensitive. Yi Lingling comprehended and promptly instructed the soul saint and the servants to leave. However, Yi Lingling stubbornly refused to depart, and Chen Shien did not press the issue. For the forthcoming matter was indeed pertinent to her as well. Has Sister Lingling awakened her martial soul yet? Not quite yet. Does this imply there is none? Chen Shien remarked, the Nine Hearts Begonia is both a miracle and a curse. Only one heir can emerge from each generation. Simultaneously, there can only be two living spirit masters of the Nine Hearts Begonia at any given time. What exactly are you trying to convey? If I could facilitate the breaking of this ancestral curse, would Master you consider joining the Spirit Hall? Upon hearing this, Yi Ling's heart raced uncontrollably. Breaking the curse had been the aspiration of his family for generations, yet it remained unfulfilled, a task far from simple. Although the Spirit Hall is formidable, its benevolence is not to be taken for granted. Even if such a possibility existed, it would come at a cost that he doubted the Yi family could bear. Yi Lingling composed himself and replied, do you truly believe I would trust such claims? Naturally, Chen Shien had no certainty. It was merely a fanciful proposition. In this world, there exists a rare and miraculous entity, the celestial herbs. Such treasures are found only in the heavens, with mere whispers of their existence reaching the mortal realm. Different celestial herbs possess varied effects, even having the potential to evolve one's martial soul. When Sister Lingling's martial soul undergoes evolution, it will no longer be the Nine Hearts Begonia, rendering the curse utterly irrelevant. Yi Lingling calmly stated, this differs from what you proposed. Even if Lingling's martial soul evolves, it signifies her breaking the ancestral curse, not that the Nine Hearts Begonia of the Yi family has broken it. This perspective diverged from his initial thoughts. Yet he had contemplated it. The most ideal scenario would be for Yi Lingling's martial soul to evolve, ensuring that her descendants would never inherit the Nine Hearts Begonia. While Yi Lingling would refrain from having any more children, thus nullifying the curse, such a resolution would delight all parties involved. Yet, it appeared Yi Lingling still harbored desires for another child. One might say he was aging like fine wine. Hence, why did Chen Daolu not share this inclination? It seemed an alternative approach was necessary. Chen Shien cleared his throat and said, This is an excellent question, as it delves into a different realm of understanding. I wonder if Master Yi has ever heard of the divine? Yirenxin's pupils narrowed. He had certainly heard whispers of certain legends, yet believing them was another matter entirely. Moreover, the more one knows, the greater the peril. Even if deities existed, they would undoubtedly be the spirit hall's most guarded secret. Yun Guang nearly spat out his tea. This diverged from the plan. Was it truly wise to speak so brazenly? Chen Shien, however, seemed unfazed. Belief in celestial beings had dwindled significantly across the continent, rendering the existence of gods irrelevant to most. In fact, many no longer believed in deities at all. Truth be told, if one sought to gather faith, the presence of celestial beings would be essential. The spirit hall, alas, was steeped in sorrow. What do you mean? Yirenxin interjected sharply. There is no need for further elaboration. If you can facilitate Lingling's martial soul evolution and break the ancestral curse, I, Yirenxin, along with the Yi family, am willing to pledge our allegiance to the spirit hall for generations to come. However, this is contingent upon Lingling's martial soul evolving first. Chen Shien nodded in agreement. For it was indeed unrealistic to expect to gain something for nothing, having already made half of the effort. He contemplated whether to return to the spirit city and then venture once more into the sunset forest to discuss life with Dugu Bo. His mind wandered to the prospect of seizing the celestial herb. Surely, a journey at this moment would still be timely. Could the magic bear endure? Splitting into two groups was also a viable option. After their discussions, the group resolved to make preparations for their departure. Why do you always gravitate towards the secret chamber? One inquired. What do you understand? Safety. Indeed, you are correct, was the reply. Yun Guang, visibly irritated, questioned, what is the matter with you today? If Yirenxin hadn't interrupted, would you have divulged everything? Chen Shien immediately retorted, certainly not. I was merely toying with him, painting an enticing picture. It's all just bluster, after all. One day, that arrogance will be your downfall. Furthermore, the accumulation of faith did not necessitate secrecy. The angel god required belief. And for Shui to ascend further after becoming the angel god, faith was indispensable. Collecting faith in the name of an angel differed fundamentally from doing so in one's own name, a fact well documented by the Qian family. However, before he could finish, Yun Guang interjected, that is a divergence between you and Qian Douluo. If there is an issue, consult him. He is the divine envoy. Is that not different? My previous discussion with my grandfather revolved around this very topic, which you were also aware of. It is not the same, Yun Guang stated firmly. I truly wonder what your relationship entails, was a thought that fortunately went unheard by Yun Guang. Attaining divinity through faith is not necessarily a fortuitous endeavor. It is not that faith is toxic, but one's strength is inherently linked to the faith amassed. Is the faith god on Douluo based on this premise? The divine position he inherited should be formidable, yet it does come with its pitfalls. Nevertheless, the A-tier plan is to achieve divinity through strength, shattering the divine realm, thus naturally becoming a deity. The B-tier plan involves obediently inheriting the divine position, while C pertains to faith. Indeed, there is wisdom in being well-rounded. One should explore all avenues, for confidence is key. In Chapter 50, on the affectionate fool, Yirenxin first attended to Qian Ying's injuries, demonstrating her prowess as a 9-heart-sea butterfly, effectively restoring her health. Subsequently, the group set off through the night, with Yirenxin sharing a carriage with a soul sage attendant, while Chen Shien, Yun Guang, Yi Lingling, and Qian Ying shared another, a male accompanied by 3 females. The atmosphere throughout the journey was somewhat subdued, characterized by mutual silence, yet he was grateful for the opportunity to meditate and cultivate. After a relentless journey day and night, they finally returned to the spirit city, nearly a month having passed since their departure. Upon arriving, Yirenxin wasted no time and headed directly to the location of the magic bear. Observing the creature before him, he spoke gravely. Fortunately, someone has prolonged its life. Otherwise, my arrival would have been too late. Indeed, to save the magic bear, the spirit hall had mobilized a plethora of precious medicinal herbs, with old Yang and his entourage working diligently to sustain its life. This is largely due to the commendable healing abilities of Elder Yang's martial spirit. At that moment, an individual suddenly emerged from the grand hall. It was none other than the venerable Elder Yang Wuxing. This fellow regards Yirenxin as an idol, and as a result, it has become a matter for 2 professionals, so we shall not disturb their performance. This is my first visit to Wuhuan City. Could Brother Xian take me around? Yi Lingling gazed at the nearby Chen Shien. Chen Shien thought that since he had nothing pressing to attend to, he would agree. But first, they needed to find Chen Shui. Thus, he led Yu Lingling and Qian Ingyo in search of Qian Shui. Meanwhile, Qian Shui, Hulaina, and Tianyu were enjoying themselves, accompanied by two joyless figures, Xiaoyu and the overly devoted Yin. To be honest, ever since Qian Shien had taught Yin a lesson, his demeanor had improved significantly. He was in awe of Qian Shien, believing it would aid him in pursuing Hulaina. Out of pity, Qian Shien had advised him on several occasions, yet Yin remained stubbornly resistant to such counsel, which only served to frustrate Qian Shien further. He genuinely wished to study the workings of Yan's mind. It was simply baffling. In the original narrative, these individuals had spent over a decade together. Yet Hulaina remained indifferent to Yin, even disregarding Tang San. Ultimately, he was still a devoted admirer, and now he was even more audacious, pursuing a woman who also held no interest in him. Qian Shien, who had never been inferior to others in his life, found himself outmatched by Yin in this aspect. He would even concede to calling Yin the strongest, and would not hesitate to regard him as an elder brother, though he was not alone in his plight. As Qian Dalu, Flanders, and Tang Hao also shared a similar fate, it was perplexing. At least the latter two had come to terms with their situations, preserving a semblance of dignity. Qian Dalu continued to idolize Poseidon, despite the loss of so many lives at Sea God Island, still clinging to the notion of friendly coexistence. Ridiculous. Indeed. As for why he did not pursue Hulaina, Qian Shien thought it was pointless. She simply was not to his taste. Xiaoyu, where do you think I have faltered? Xiaoyu glanced at his good brother and, realizing the truth in his leader's words, shook his head and replied, to be honest, there are quite a few girls in the Wuhuan Academy. Why not consider someone else? Are you questioning my affection for Nana? After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyu slowly uttered two words, intellectually challenged. Considering you are to be my future brother-in-law, I shall overlook it. Why must I have such a brother? It was utterly exasperating. Chapter 51. The gathered company observing Yin nearby. Xiaoyu needed no further contemplation. He knew him all too well. Undoubtedly concocting schemes to win over his sister's affection. What a childish fellow, overthinking matters. Would it not be more fruitful to diligently cultivate his skills? After all, what is more rewarding than the pursuit of mastery? Perhaps as he matures, Yin will come to recognize the realities of life. It is truly bewildering. My dear brother-in-law, why on earth did I lose to a woman? How absurd. Yin is indifferent to Xiaoyu's insults, yet is utterly perplexed. Losing to a man would be comprehensible, though surrendering is not in his nature. However, to be defeated by a woman, especially against one of the same gender, leaves him astonished. Meanwhile, upon noticing that Qian Rinxue was absent, Qian Rinxian instructed Qian Inger to freshen up and borrowed a piece of clothing belonging to Qian Rinxue. Following that, he set out to find someone. Tianyu, cradling Hulaina and Qian Rinxue, was venting her frustrations at Yin. Noting that despite having given him a sound thrashing last time, nothing had changed, it was utterly ineffective. Hulaina nudged her hand, saying, "Stop it, will you?" Unexpectedly, Hulaina rolled her eyes. "Are we all here?" Hearing Qian Rinchuan's voice, Qian Rinxue dashed forward to embrace him. "Brother, you're back." She then regarded the two newcomers with suspicion, questioning how it was that he returned with two girls in tow after just a brief outing. Is this not the tale of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, only to pledge his devotion in return? Yet, could it not be deemed somewhat trivial? Shouldn't I take it upon myself to do something? Perhaps to showcase my standing, or more appropriately, to counsel my elder brother. Xiangud, the leader, acknowledged the greetings from the crowd, nodding in response while gently pushing aside Qian Rinxue to introduce Qian Inger and Yu Lingling to a few individuals. Upon hearing about Qian Inger's plight, the onlookers expressed genuine sympathy. He mused that a preliminary team had now formed. He and Qian Rinxue possessed the finest talents, followed closely by Hulaina and Tianyu, with Xiaoyu and Yin trailing thereafter. Once Yu Lingling's martial soul awakened, they would have the necessary support. And with Qian Inger consuming the celestial herb, her potential would surely rise to meet the team's aspirations. Truly a flawless arrangement. Is this configuration somewhat unfair to Tang San? It could certainly lead him to question his existence, and now he can no longer flaunt the Haian hammer. The name Evil Soul Beast Hammer is quite fitting. Qian Rinxin contemplated. Aside from romantic entanglements, this team is rather harmonious. Excluding Qian Inger as talent issues, it would be even more perfect. However, talent may be lacking. But with divine herbs to compensate, it would be advantageous to seize them one day and concoct a pill, which is far superior to merely consuming the herbs, and in greater quantity as well. So what name should be given? Nevertheless, the most pressing matter now is to venture out for a stroll. Although he cannot quite comprehend what is so enjoyable about it. Shall we go for a day of fun? Certainly, now grandfather will have no words to say. With brother Shien leading, let me tell you, Nana, I truly. Really? Tianyu replied, when have I ever deceived you? Yet, last time? Hulai was directly silenced by Tianyu. Most agreed, with only the solitary evil moon intent on training. However, after being struck by Yin, he was forcibly dragged along, thus reaching a perfect consensus. Nana, you must try this. It is absolutely delicious. Eye sparkling with effect. It truly is. Let me tell you, there's south another place that is particularly delightful. I only discovered it when I sneaked out last time. You snuck out again? If I tell grandfather Jean Crocodile. Upon hearing this, Tianyu immediately relented, saying, no, please don't. Sister Shui wouldn't treat me that way, would she? That remains to be seen. It depends on your sincerity. May I treat you to something to eat? Qianren Shui readily agreed, though in truth, Tianyu is the most impoverished of them all. As the granddaughter of the second elder, must she still borrow money? Is that reasonable? This predicament arises from Tianyu herself. While Jean Crocodile encourages her training, she often sneaks out to play, resulting in Jean Crocodile withholding funds from her. Qianren Shui, in turn, is Tianyu's creditor, and Tianyu has accumulated a significant debt to her, one she can hardly keep track of. However, both Qianren Shui and Hu Laina oversee her training, ensuring she does not escape with Hu Laina's presence. So, this means you're treating me with my own money? Big brother, that looks so beautiful. Following her gaze, Qianren Shien saw it was an embroidered piece, seemingly featuring the 9-heart sea begonia. He promptly purchased it and gifted it to Yilingling. Thank you, big brother. Brother, I want one too. No worries. Just causing more trouble. Though he said so, Qianren Shien still bought several more to gift to a few others. Evil Moon and Yin did not receive any. I suppose they do not need it. There are performances over there. Shall we go take a look? Is it a fire-breathing act? How impressive. What is so impressive about that? After my martial soul manifests, I can even manipulate magma. Shall I perform a demonstration for you? Hulaina gazed at him with a look of incredulity, while Yin continued to chuckle, likely due to Hulaina's attention on him. Next, allow me to take you to a delightful restaurant. My treat. Upon hearing this, Hulaina tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to stop pretending. Yin, unreserved, remarked. You're only borrowing money. It's best to refrain from that, to avoid adding to your burdens. I'm not refusing to repay, Sister Shui doesn't mind. What is your issue? I never said you wouldn't repay. I'm merely looking out for you. Why are you being so sarcastic? All right, cease the bickering. Hulaina intervened to mediate between the two. Ultimately, both merely huffed in response. The group enjoyed a cheerful meal, despite a minor disagreement that transpired along the way, which was of little consequence. Under the night sky, a half-moon hung at an angle, stars twinkling, and a gentle breeze swept through. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, causing passers-by to look skyward. Dazzling fireworks erupted above Wuhuan City, painting the sky in a myriad of colors, with the air filled with vibrant blossoms and the city aglow with countless lights. Qianren Shien suddenly remarked, is this considered a disturbance to the public? Brother, what a peculiar question. Is today a special occasion? So many fireworks. It seems someone is proposing over there. More than just one person is doing so. Come. Let us go take a look. Why are you so eager to join the commotion? Chapter 52. The Wedding What Proposal? This is merely a confession. With so many spectators, it only adds pressure to the individual. Look, the young man's face is flushed. Upon uttering these words, it seemed they had been overheard, causing the man to feel increasingly embarrassed, as though he wished to find a hole to hide in. Ah, it is indeed a rare instance of a woman pursuing a man, with the girl expressing her feelings. How curious it is that he, Qianren Shien, finds himself in such a situation. A certain individual pondered within, wondering if confessing one's feelings would lead to being together. Might I dare to hope? Meanwhile, within the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, a modest wedding was taking place, with the central figures being Ning Lin and Ning Qiu. Ever since his return from the brink of death, he resolved never to venture out again, opting instead for a life of tranquility. 2 years prior, upon returning to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, he had vocally condemned the evil soul beast sect, thereby elevating the status of the martial soul hall. Ning Qiu remained in a deep slumber for an extended period before awakening, yet as that esteemed elder had foretold, her right arm was rendered useless. This matter bears a striking resemblance to the dream of Qianren Shien, albeit rendered more tangible and seamless. Subsequently, he devoted himself to caring for Sister Ning Qiu, seizing a fortuitous moment to profess his love and propose, all in one splendid gesture. Sister Ning Qiu, I cherish you. My feelings for you have always transcended mere familial affection. I wish to be with you, not as siblings, but as husband and wife. The gentle breeze tousled Ningqiu's hair, strands brushing delicately against her face. She adjusted her hair and replied, I feel the same, but as the words left her lips, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she fled, leaving Ninglin in a state of utter confusion. After much effort, he discovered that Ningqiu was grappling with a troubled mindset. Having lost her right arm, she felt unworthy of him. In that moment, he was utterly bewildered. How could it be that the woman he adored also harbored feelings for him, yet was plagued by such insecurities? What basis was there for feelings of inadequacy? His own talents paled in comparison to hers, thus he too felt unworthy. If that were all, it would be bearable, but Ningqiu entered a state of self-imposed isolation, even contemplating suicide for reasons unbeknownst to him. Over the course of more than a year, he forsook his own cultivation, dedicating each day to support Ningqiu. Even if she sometimes chose to avoid him, his thoughts had shifted away from marriage. His sole desire was for her recovery. This turmoil also incited considerable anger from their parents, yet fortune favors the diligent. Through his unwavering efforts, Ningqiu eventually emerged from her struggles and accepted him anew. Today marks their wedding day, a long-cherished dream come to fruition. The ceremony unfolds at a leisurely pace. The wedding did not attract many attendees. Ninglin's closest connection within the Seven Treasures Glazed sect was merely Ningqiu, who shared a similar disposition. Thus, it was merely a procedural formality. I wish to be with you always. Indeed, we shall never part, not now nor ever. The two embraced, followed by a tender kiss. Their parents, naturally, were filled with joy. Ninglin had grown under their watchful eyes, while Ningqiu was their beloved daughter. They had long been a family. Now, the only thing left was to have a child. Although strength posed a challenge, the surname Ning was not an issue. They were merely a step away from a fulfilling life. Chapter 53. A family after a day of revelry. Everyone returned to their respective homes, seeking out their mothers. Though perhaps not with precision. This small team's predicament is rather significant. Qian Ingo is orphaned, and Yu Lingling has never known her parents since childhood. He likely understands the reason behind this. One cannot lose what one has never possessed. The tragic fate of the nine-heart begonia is thus predetermined, which may provide her with some solace. The trio of Xiaoyu, Yan, and Hulaina also lack parental figures. He and Qian Rinxue will eventually reconcile with Bibi Dong. But that is a matter for the future. For now, it is as if they have nothing. Coincidentally, Tianyu is also without a father. What a formidable team this is, with none of the 8 possessing a complete family, unable to muster even a single pair of parents. They could aptly be named the strongest orphanage. It's quite astonishing, when one reflects on this, to consider the inexplicable connections at play. Qian Rinxien is utterly drained from the lamentations. However, tragedy shall not unfold again. Qian Rinxue is not like her original counterpart, who was solitary from a young age. She has forged her own friendships, and in terms of familial bonds, she has Qian Douluo in him, who is indeed a competent brother. He would never engage in any ludicrous usurpation schemes. After 20 years of subterfuge, their efforts came to naught. And what perplexes him most is why Qian Douluo agreed to it. 2 decades of time and toil. Qian Rinxue ought to focus on her cultivation. Subsequently undertake the divine examination, and ultimately ascend to divinity. This is the best course of action. Practical experience can be sought from soul beasts and imprisoned soul masters. With Qian Douluo's mentorship, in the presence of the 7 offerings and the 9 elders and battles against formidable foes, there is no shortage of strength below. Resources are abundant. One could say that nothing is lacking. If he truly wished to orchestrate a coup, he could simply eliminate the princes of the Tiando Empire until only one remains, employing a few subtle tactics. Would that not be preferable? If Shui still wishes to survive? Let us not be absurd. One is born while the other perishes, leading to Shui Yi's premature demise. A flawless plan indeed. As Qian Rinxien continued to smile, he suddenly realized that Qian Inger and Yi Lingling were following him. He could comprehend Qian Inger's presence. After all, in this unfamiliar place, she could only turn to him. But Yi Lingling, does she not have a grandfather? This left him perplexed, prompting him to inquire, what is the situation here? Are you referring to me? Yi Lingling blinked in surprise. If not, then who? My grandfather mentioned he was a bit preoccupied and had yet to resolve matters, allowing me to stay with you. Is that acceptable? Indeed, you, Yirenxin, are remarkably trusting. Aren't you concerned he might be a person worse than a beast? However, it seems your faith lies not in yourself, but rather in your age. Alas, it is quite disconcerting. Nevertheless, there are plenty of rooms available, and accommodating 2 additional individuals poses no issue. Yet, Qian Rinxue regarded him with a hint of suspicion, causing him to feel a touch embarrassed, as if she were contemplating something ominous. In response, Qian Rinxian playfully gave her a light smack on the head, exclaiming, "Ouch. That hurt. My foolish sister. Your gaze carries an air of danger. What nonsense. It's you who feels guilty, humph. Why should I feel guilty? What on earth occupies your mind? Feel free to choose any room you like. Well, big brother, this place is magnificent, far superior to where I reside." This statement carries a hint of danger, fortunately. He is a person of integrity, not a deviant. All right, enough of this. Little one, it's time for bed. Humph, I am not a mere child. You do realize that if you don't sleep early, you won't grow tall, right? Is that true? Qian Wanshue chuckled and replied, "Big brother is just teasing you. I am not. Stop making wild claims." In the end, Yilingling believed Qian Wanchuan's words. After she entered, she discovered there were no blankets. So she poked her head out again. "Lingling, dear sister, please wait a moment. I will bring you a blanket shortly." Naturally, Qian Wanshue was aware that there were none. "All right. May I?" "No, we shall discuss it tomorrow." Qian Ingo hesitated, saying, "But I haven't expressed myself yet. What do you think?" Ultimately, Qian Inger conceded defeat. In truth, he treated Qian Inger rather well, for her martial soul, shadow, was quite peculiar. When her martial soul manifested, she could merge into shadows, traversing effortlessly through them and even passing through walls with ease. Additionally, she was impervious to physical attacks. Only elemental forces could harm her. Her first soul skill, Shadow Stealth, extended the duration she could remain hidden in shadows, among other enhancements. To be frank, it was quite formidable, which explained her prolonged evasion. However, the drawback was that while completely concealed, she was incapable of launching attacks, a concept he found difficult to comprehend. He wondered if subsequent soul skills could alter this limitation. Regardless, he decided to nurture her. After all, it wasn't a burden, and who knew what surprises might arise. After some contemplation, Qian Wanchuan remained awake. For the unsettling thoughts lingered in his mind, and he began to admire the starry sky. Meanwhile, in the Elder Hall, Yurenqin had arrived to meet a legendary figure. Qian Dalu. Truth be told, he was quite reluctant to be there. It was his first visit to the Hall of Martial Souls, and he found himself in the presence of this esteemed figure, fearing that once he was there, he would be unable to leave. However, he was powerless to resist. So he acquiesced. "I wonder what the esteemed elder wishes to discuss with me? I have heard from Elder Yun that little Xian seeks to win you over. As your elder, I too wish to meet you." Yurenqin internally cursed. This elder had long since faded from public view, and now he was being informed that he wished to meet him. Sigh, he had learned so much in just a few days. He was almost well acquainted with the power dynamics within the Hall of Martial Souls. During the rescue of the demon bear, he had even encountered a title that remained unknown to the outside world. From that moment, he realized he had two choices, either align himself with them or face unforeseen dangers, as the continent was fraught with peril and unexpected events were entirely plausible. Thus, he stated directly, "I have long admired the illustrious reputation of the Hall of Martial Souls, yet lacked the means to connect. This has been a lifelong regret of mine. Today, I humbly request the esteemed elder's consent for me to join the hall." Yurenqin, you truly have a way with words. The elder chuckled, amused. Yurenqin wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Meeting this individual was rather daunting. However, there is no need for concern, for the night is perfectly suited. And who knows, perhaps we shall become one family in the future. Qian Dalu even emphasized a particular word, delivering it with a notable weight. This left Yurenqin somewhat bewildered. How could they become one family? Is joining the Spirit Hall tantamount to becoming a family? What a jest. A family? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Could it possibly be Yilingling? That little rascal, Qian Rinxian, is the grandson of Qian Dalu. How could they be considered family? What other means could there be? Perhaps marrying off his granddaughter would suffice. Upon reflection, he found it to be an acceptable prospect. Chapter 54. A momentous matter. To wed Qian Rinxian would indeed be advantageous. He was well aware of the boy's talents, destined to become a formidable force in the future. Moreover, this union would facilitate a genuine integration into the Spirit Hall, allowing them to truly become one family. The benefits were significant, and the risks relatively minor. Considering that the Spirit Hall is recognized as the most powerful faction on the continent, was it not the case that the so-called upper three sects had been vanquished by the Spirit Hall? Alas, that was under the guise of justice. However, one must not solely focus on the benefits. Yurenqin held his granddaughter's feelings in high regard. Her affection was paramount. Naturally, a stronger partner would be preferable. especially since his granddaughter served as a support. Yi Renqin tentatively inquired, "Do you mean to suggest a marriage alliance?" No, brother Yi, you are being too rigid. Such a significant life event should naturally be a matter of free choice. Mutual affection is of utmost importance. How could we impose such a decision? This once again left Yi Renqin in a state of astonishment. Could it be that the foremost power on the continent truly had such progressive ideals while he remained mired in outdated notions? He was tempted to assert that family alliances were of greater significance, that love was inconsequential. Who truly cared about love? The family bestows everything upon you. One should be willing to sacrifice for the family. You enjoy all the privileges, and when it comes time to contribute, you shout for freedom and flee? That would infuriate both sides and could even lead to catastrophic consequences. Yet, in special circumstances, exceptional treatment is warranted. Whatever the esteemed leader says is right. Yi Renqin quickly exclaimed, "Indeed, indeed." As Yi Renqin looked on, Qian Dalu reminisced about his own past, recognizing the tears that accompany such reflections. He vaguely recalled the day he discussed marriage with Qian Renqin. What did he say? There was no need to revisit that. Qian Renqin had remarked, "But I've heard that on Sea God Island, there is a woman whom grandfather seems quite fond of. Why not simply bring her here?" In that moment, Qian Dalu had an epiphany. Love is magnificent, love is sacred, love is freedom. Qian Renqin quietly muttered, "What a sycophant, truly a lapdog." Though he did not comprehend the meaning of lapdog, he sensed it was not a compliment, leading him to admonish Qian Renqin sternly. Alas, falling for CC was the greatest folly of his life, yet he would willingly air time and again. This is what one calls true love. Nonetheless, he felt a pang of frustration. Why did CC have to develop feelings for that scoundrel, Tang Hao? Damn it. At that time, when he battled with him, he had not fought at full strength. After all, a divine messenger could not utilize divine powers. Was that fair? Fairness, indeed. CC, endowed with divine power and bolstered by the advantage of home ground, ultimately triumphed over the two of them. One must acknowledge that within the confines of the Soul Master City, regardless of Tang Chen's status, the divine power rendered him invincible in the skies, wielding his sword with reckless abandon. At times, he found himself able to comprehend the wisdom of his grandson's words. For instance, while a forcibly harvested fruit may not possess sweetness, it can still quench one's thirst. He felt a certain satisfaction in extinguishing the evil soul beast sect, though it left Tang Chen in a state of isolation, save for Tang Hao and his son. Should he manage to either drive Tang Chen away or bring about his demise, CC would undoubtedly be left heartbroken, and he would then have to console her, which seemed rather disheartening. Nevertheless, such thoughts were mere musings. After all, Qian Dalu had built a life of illustrious reputation. Yet it all crumbled due to his entanglement with one woman, leaving behind a trail of chaos and lingering troubles. He did not wish to depart this world without witnessing the growth of the siblings, their ascension to divinity, marriage, and progeny. Yet, some things are destined to remain unseen, such as the fate of a divine envoy, though he held no regrets. It was primarily the thought of those who would seek vengeance upon him that lingered in his mind, reminiscent of a certain merciless individual who traded life for life. Chapter 55, The Disappearance of Tang Hao. While returning to reality, Qian Dalu remarked, "The two children are still quite young. It would be best for them to nurture their bond gradually, allowing feelings to develop over time." He believed that his arrangement was quite astute, for the two children growing up together would inevitably cultivate some semblance of affection. Together, this should be effortless, and the innate talent of the 9 hearts begonia cannot possibly be subpar. Perfect, unbeknownst to him, as he gazes at the stars. Qian Renquin's significant life decisions have already been made on his behalf. Even if he were aware, he would scarcely be concerned, unless Qian Dalu were to become blind. Resistance would be futile against the insidious nature of an arranged marriage. What shall follow? Cultivation, testing the martial soul fusion technique with Qian Renqin, mentoring a few individuals, and then employing some strategies to provide Tang San with a taste of a hellish beginning. Strangely, the martial soul fusion technique resonates smoothly between him and Qian Renqin, yet they are unable to progress to the next stage or utilize it, which is quite perplexing, leaving him utterly bewildered about the situation. With the stars losing their allure, he decides to meditate and cultivate. Meanwhile, within the city of Tiando, a silver-haired woman surveys the landscape from her vantage point in the space. This figure is Yin Mian, tasked by Qian Renqin to capture Tang Hao, no matter where she hides, as long as she remains concealed. Tang Hao is allied with the noble families of Tiando to resist the Spirit Hall, spreading detrimental information, and her connections with Shui Yi are ambiguous at best. It would be challenging for the Spirit Hall to apprehend her openly, The excuse of a rogue soul master does not apply to her. While it is possible to forcefully detain her, it would invite unnecessary complications for someone unlikely to surpass level 10 in her lifetime. However, Yin Mian is different. She is aligned with the Spirit Hall, but answers only to him, and he alone is privy to this information. At the opportune moment, during the selection of the 3 upper sects, she can reveal herself under the pretense of eradicating remnants of rogue soul masters, thus offering a gift to the Spirit Hall. Whether she will face suspicion or encounter loopholes is a separate matter. After all, can they truly confront her? If Shui desires someone, he will demand a steep price. If not, she will remain imprisoned, leaving Tang San alone upon his emergence from the city of slaughter, a splendid plan indeed. It would also vex Tang Hao, considering that Tang Yuehua seems to harbor feelings for him. Truly, they are a family devoid of normalcy. Should she succeed, she would become the pioneer of virtue in this realm. Is the task from the master concerning a woman named Tang Yuehua? After meticulous instruction from Chen Shien, it appears that Yin Mian is ready to embark on her mission. She radiates a silvery luminescence, and in the blink of an eye, she seems to vanish from this world. Yin Mian begins her search for Yuxian, and after a brief period, she locates Tang Yuehua within a splendid 5-story building, which exudes an air of opulence and tranquility. The plaque bears the simple inscription, Yuxian. Without disturbing anyone, Yin Mian instantly materializes within the 5th floor. On the 5th level, only Tang Yuehua remained, her surroundings adorned with exquisite white jade tiles and various wooden artifacts crafted from ancient timber. Seated upon a specialized low stool, she faced a Qin platform, while Yin Mian stood silently behind her, unnoticed due to her presence in the ethereal realm. Tang Yuehua gracefully raised her slender alabaster hands and began to play. Melodic notes flowed from the silver-hued guqin, imbued with a tinge of sorrow and longing. Contrarily, Yin Mian, emotionless and unconventional, found no appreciation in art. Thus, she activated her 3rd soul skill, Void Between. Though she could not transport others, she could ensnare them within the void between and traverse the space herself. The void materialized slowly, forming a silvery cube that enclosed Tang Yuehua, who remained oblivious to her predicament due to the nearly invisible nature of the void. In the next instant, both vanished from their original location, only to reappear deep within a secluded forest. Tang Yuehua finally sensed something amiss, yet no amount of calling could breach the confines of her small prison. As if an invisible wall barred her escape. In a state of despair, she pondered the identity of her captor, hoping it was merely a case of extortion, or perhaps someone would come to her aid. Yin Mian, however, was unlikely to let her starve, as she would need to procure sustenance for her. It was then that Tang Yuehua discerned the identity of her captor. "Why are you doing this?" she inquired. Yin Mian reflected briefly before responding. "Because you are the remnant of an evil soul master. I capture you to rid the continent of its scourge. Is that reason sufficient?" Tang Yuehua was utterly stunned. Although the matters concerning the evil soul beast sect existed, only a few were aware of her origins, and Shui had shown no concern. Moreover, how could this individual place such unwavering faith in the Spirit Hall? While there were indeed evil soul masters colluding with spirit beasts, many factions on the continent did not fully believe in this narrative, particularly as the Spirit Hall moved with alarming speed, eradicating foes and presenting evidence, swaying public sentiment. Being a member of the Haian sect, she understood the Spirit Hall's fabrications. The notion of evil soul masters was a farce, a mere pretext for selfish pursuits by those in power. "I believe we can negotiate," she proposed. Yet, Yin Mian was disinterested in her ramblings, promptly imprisoning her once more and using spatial markers to return to Spirit City. Despite the capability for puppets and their masters to communicate remotely, Yin Mian chose to return, perhaps to demonstrate loyalty. Within Qian Rinchuan's chamber, though he was alone, a feminine voice resonated. "Master, everything is prepared, awaiting the selection of the 3 sects. And what of Tang Hao?" As anticipated, Tang Hao has settled in Holy Soul Village. I have previously mentioned, you need not refer to me as master. No, you are indeed the master. Yin Mian's insistence prompted Chen Shien to shake his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Holy Soul Village, is it Tangsan and Shaowu? Chen Shien pondered for a moment and remarked, "What do you think about establishing a rabbit slaughterhouse? Specifically for the tender-boned rabbits. Dishes like spicy rabbit heads would be quite delightful, wouldn't they?" In response to Chen Rinchuan's suggestion, Yin Mian simply stated, "Master, I do not comprehend." To which Chen Shien replied, "All right then, you may carry on with your tasks." While Yin Mian had indeed experienced a significant enhancement in her intelligence, she remained fundamentally different from a human. She belonged to the realm of fantastical creations rather than mere machines. Nonetheless, it was settled in a couple of days. A rabbit slaughterhouse would open in Holy Soul Village, improving the culinary conditions for Tang San, who had grown up eating rabbits, and simultaneously elevating the livelihoods of the villagers. Truly, what a benevolent soul I am. One wonders whether Tang San and Xiao Wu still hold affection for rabbits. And as for the Shura sword sheath, it might be better suited as a soul ring for either him or Qianren Xue. After all, soul beasts are ultimately soul beasts. Chapter 56. Authority as time passed. The disappearance of Tang Yuehua began to draw attention. The members of Yuxian were certainly bewildered by her sudden absence, prompting an immediate search. Gradually, news of her disappearance began to circulate. Emperor Xueya, in a fit of rage, found himself seething within the confines of Heavendo City. As the woman he had his eyes on vanished into thin air, exhibiting audacity beyond measure. Should he discover the perpetrator, they would soon learn the true meaning of cruelty. With Emperor Xueya's orders, a storm surrounding Tang Yuehua's disappearance was set into motion. In Holy Soul Village, the headline read, Yuxian Master Tang Yuehua missing. Gazing at the Wuhuan daily in his hands, Tang Hao felt an overwhelming urge to wreak havoc at several Wuhuan branch halls. For it was evident that such an act bore the hallmarks of the Wuhuan temple's malevolence. Who else would engage in such treachery? Yet he refrained. For the safety of his elder brother, his younger sister, and himself, as well as for Xiao San, he must endure. The frustration was unbearable. Tang Hao smashed the bottle of wine to the ground, simmering with rage. Each moment of restraint only fueled his anger, and with every step back, he felt he lost more. Why endure at all? Perhaps it was time to pay a visit to the Wuhuan branch hall and see if he could cause some destruction. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yunjia asked, "What do you think of my suggestion?" Yun Guang glanced at Qianren and then out the window, thinking to himself, "This is madness. Surely, one ought to provide a rationale, even for something seemingly trivial." He simply could not grasp Qianren's thought process. He had never even heard of Holy Soul Village before. As for reasoning, perhaps it could be considered a form of investment. Yun Guang found himself even more perplexed. He believed Qianren possessed many admirable qualities, yet wondered if this idea was a touch too eccentric. It's a trivial matter. You may decide for yourself. Holy Soul Village and slaughterhouses, do as you please. After all, who in Wuhuan City could possibly stop you? Coughing lightly, Yunjia jested, "You are the one in power." After all, "Oh, spare me," Qianren retorted. "I am not the Pope." Qianren merely smiled, remarking that though you are not the Pope, you surpass him in significance. The Pope may handle trivial matters, yet the weighty issues still rest upon your shoulders. With Yun Guang present, it seems that Bibi Dong's role as Pope is somewhat constrained. By the way, considering my treatment of your mother, you wouldn't dare to retaliate against me as you mature, would you? Have you two quarreled again? No. We engaged in a friendly exchange. She asserted her position as the Pope, to which I countered that I could depose her. She urged me not to be arrogant, and I advised her that that deity is not benevolent, which appeared to frighten her considerably. Whoever finds themselves in this situation would undoubtedly be both terrified and infuriated. Qianren remarked, "I am quite curious as to why you did not become the Pope." Yun Guang rolled his eyes and replied, "Initially, I intended to leave, seeking a breakthrough, which is why the papacy was never meant for me. Once I decided to stay, Bibi Dong had already ascended, and I chose not to contest it. Do you truly believe your relationship can be mended? Why not?" Yun Guang paused momentarily and asked, "Do you not harbor any resentment?" Upon hearing this, Qianren too was taken aback. Resentment for what? For Bibi Dong's demeanor, or for her actions? Yun Guang pondered the truth he believed he knew, feeling somewhat perplexed. Qianren found himself at a loss for words, but fortunately, Yun Guang diverted the conversation, saying, "What do you think about me crowning you in the future? Will the Pope be crowned? Can one crown oneself?" He thought to himself. Yet he recognized the distinction between thought and speech. Does it really make a difference who does it? Yun Guang chuckled, "That simply won't do. Identity, power, and status are all essential. I believe I am quite suitable for the role. I have faced all 3 generations of popes. With you, that makes 4. My strength is unquestionable. In terms of status, I hold the position of the 3rd high priest and a home master. Should I wish to elevate my standing further, perhaps one day I could become a grand elder of judgment. As for my identity, my surname is Yun, and our connection runs deep. Thus, what identity is even relevant?" Yun Guang retorted, "The divine says, what cannot be spoken is a secret." Qianren scoffed and muttered under his breath about the absurdity of secrets. "Do you have any objections?" Before Chen could respond, Yun Guang continued, "Speaking of which, it seems I have spent more time with you than your parents or even your grandfather." With a wave, Yun Guang departed, leaving Chen to reflect alone. It was indeed certain that he had spent more time with Bai Qianji and Bibi Dong than with Qian Douluo. He estimated it to be roughly comparable. Chen smiled faintly, gazing into the distance for a moment before preparing to establish a slaughterhouse. "Caring for children begins with me. Tang-san, I wonder if you enjoy rabbit meat, particularly that of the soft-boned rabbit. The Tang sect and Shu should be quite adept at preparing rabbit dishes." Chen mused with a strangely enigmatic smile. "Boss, do you think these soul coins are sufficient?" The proprietor swallowed hard. To be frank, the restaurants in the Soul Master City were plentiful, all of similar scale, with none standing out as particularly dominant. "My lord, I have a small request. Could you possibly accept fewer soul coins?" "Speak. I too possess a modest sum, and I hope to settle and establish a life here in the Soul Master City. Might I implore you to offer protection for my family? After all, life is of utmost importance. One can never predict unforeseen events." The demon bear, already in a foul mood, had been summoned by the young master to acquire a restaurant, a task unbecoming of a title de law. The young master insisted, and without doubt. He spoke harshly. "Do you believe that the Spirit Hall City is unsafe?" The man quickly clarified, but was interrupted by the demon bear, who stated, "As long as you reside within the Spirit Hall City, you are inherently protected. Do you understand?" The proprietor hurriedly wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, I understand. With that, he nodded eagerly. Thus, a Grand Spirit Hotel was established on the Douluo continent. After renaming it, he set his sights on the small village of Holy Spirit, located near Notting City, a place he would have to inquire about in order to locate. In recent days, Tang Hao has been wandering near the Spirit Hall branch in Notting City, and has even ventured into adjacent towns. He resolved to take action this evening. Under the cloak of darkness and a howling wind, it was a night for retribution. The Spirit Hall should brace itself for the fury of the Haian de law. He harbored no fear of exposure, for all witnesses had been silenced. However, this evening brought an unexpected twist. A rank 93 title Douluo had arrived. Presumably an elder of the Spirit Hall. To be candid, he could easily obliterate him with a single strike, but it seemed somewhat wasteful. Was the elder here in search of him? Tang Hao decided it prudent to lie low for the time being. The arrival of the demon bear was undoubtedly mission-driven. Under its command, a series of significant operations commenced. First, Notting City organized a rabbit capture squad specifically tasked with capturing rabbits to send to slaughterhouses and breeding farms. There was no need to fear extinction. Even without breeding, rabbits proliferated abundantly. Moreover, Shehun Village, Daihun Village, and Zunhun Village all initiated their own rabbit slaughterhouses and breeding farms, offering a comprehensive service. Although the scale of current breeding operations was modest, the future held great potential. The establishment of these farms was a directive communicated to him by Qian prior to the departure of the demon bear. This left Tang Hao considerably alarmed. When the Spirit Hall arrived at Holy Spirit Village, he nearly struck down with a hammer. However, did the Spirit Hall truly dispatch a title Douluo merely to establish a rudimentary slaughterhouse and breeding ground? It seemed absurd. Qian summoned the demon bear primarily to intimidate Tang Hao. After all, his elder brother was imprisoned in the eternal prison, and his younger sister was lost. What if he were to act rashly? Tang Hao would undoubtedly refrain from taking action against the title Douluo, for the repercussions of a shattered spirit ring were significant. If the demon bear were to escape, it would spell disaster for him. The consequences of slaying the demon bear would be even more severe. One could say his considerations were rather astute. In Notting City, rabbits were caught, and several villages slaughtered them, subsequently delivering the meat to the branches of the Spirit Hotel. With the first branch naturally established in Notting City, the feasibility of sales was not a concern. With financial backing, one could afford to be reckless. What if losses were incurred? What could one really lose? Thus, under the auspices of wealth, within a fortnight, this industrial chain took shape. The Spirit Hotel employed chefs lured by high salaries. While Qian possessed culinary skills, he was not a professional, yet some of his prior knowledge proved quite beneficial. Dishes such as spicy rabbit heads, stir-fried rabbit, and braised rabbit emerged to delight the palate. The sales at the Spirit Hotel were quite promising. Perhaps a rabbit feast should be organized one day. As for rabbit fur, it was entirely sold to others. However, due to the lack of skilled personnel at the slaughterhouse, the quality was somewhat lacking. Moreover, for the rabbits, poor handling was akin to torture. Those adorable rabbits were simply too precious. Once the demon bear completed its tasks, It departed. Was it not perilous to rob under the cover of darkness? Tang Hao stealthily followed a member of the spirit hall, and as the individual entered an alley, Tang Hao revealed himself, declaring, "Surrender your money, and I shall spare your life." Terrified, the man tossed a gold spirit coin and fled. Tang Hao did not pursue him. Robbing the spirit hall was, in his view, an act of righteous indignation, for the wealth of the spirit hall was ill-gotten and utterly corrupt. One gold spirit coin was indeed sufficient for him to indulge for quite some time. These individuals were truly despicable. A sip of wine and a bite of rabbit meat created a delightful experience, though regrettably, the wine was not of fine quality. Recently, rabbit meat had surged in popularity, and there was also a figure in a black cloak, a rogue who specialized in robbing the spirit hall. This caused considerable alarm, prompting the spirit hall to intensify its patrols. However, they failed to apprehend a single culprit, leading to the disgraceful headline in the Spirit Daily. Upon hearing the news of this notoriety, Tang Hao became less arrogant and somewhat subdued. Chapter 58. Invitation. Despite his newfound humility, he continued to ponder certain matters. Fine wine and rabbit meat filled his dreams, prompting him to resolve that the man in the black robe would once again emerge from the shadows to redistribute wealth and aid the needy. Within the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong remained notably silent, her fury simmering beneath the surface, while the two accompanying figures trembled in trepidation. Gu Yechen cautiously ventured, "Your Holiness, the three offerings have instructed me to convey their message. I am the true Pope of the Spirit Hall. Does she still regard me as the Pope? Furthermore, summon Chen Shien. I have matters to discuss with her." Exchanging a knowing glance with Yu Guan, the two seasoned partners understood each other's unspoken sentiments, recognizing the mutual frustration reflected in their eyes. These three individuals are indeed formidable ancestors. They cannot be wronged by anyone. Is the Pope not seeking their demise? Have they become deaf to my words? A terrifying aura emanates from Bibi Dong. The two swallowed hard and promptly departed. The ghost remarked, "The Pope is becoming increasingly fearsome." The specter disdainfully nudged Yu Guan. "Did I offend you? After all these years, please don't leave." The ghost then stated, "I shall seek out the three offerings. Take care of yourself." Ugh, truly a troublesome spirit. Why must the most difficult tasks fall to me? The relationship between Chen Shien and Bibi Dong is fraught with animosity, akin to fire and water. This predicament is indeed troublesome. Yu Guan, with a sense of resignation, shook his head, lamenting his misfortune. Within the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong sat, her gaze radiating a murderous intent, resembling that of a celestial being. In an unknown realm, the Rakshasa contemplated her heir and the information she had received. Suddenly realizing her blunder, there was a superior method available, yet her heir had been adversely influenced by her, leading to certain issues. Supporting her head, the Rakshasa pondered how to resolve this. Shifting the blame was no longer the optimal solution. Her heir was proving to be quite the clever one, as her eyes reflected unparalleled wisdom, unmistakably indicating her intelligence. However, there was no need for haste. In due time, summoning Bibi Dong to bring that individual should not pose a challenge, but she resolved to refrain from further influencing Bibi Dong, lest complications arise. Meanwhile, Gu Yechen successfully located the third offering, Yu Guan, directly stating his intent before departing. Observing the departing figure of Gu Yechen, Yu Guan's expression soured. "Honestly, Bibi Dong, are you unaware of my busy schedule? Regardless of your insistence, matters will remain unchanged. Day after day, this is becoming tiresome." Yu Guan felt compelled to engage in some persuasion with Bibi Dong. Elder Yu Guan, was not faring much better, as he had yet to encounter anyone. Upon finally finding Chen Shien, he conveyed, "Young master, the Pope has requested your presence." After speaking, Yu Guan assessed Chen Shien's demeanor, noting that she appeared unperturbed. Chen Shien's identity diverged from the original narrative, remaining a closely guarded secret within the Spirit City, known only to the elders and offerings. Chen Shien replied calmly, "What is the reason?" Chapter 59. Past events like smoke. Upon finishing this chapter, proceed directly to the next 3 chapters for modifications. Yu Guan paused momentarily before stating, "The Pope has instructed me to relay this to you." "Very well, I understand," Chen Shien responded. Yu Guan was unsure of what to do next. The message had been delivered, and now it was a matter of waiting for fate to unfold. Chen Shien contemplated why Bibi Dong sought her. Their relationship was strained, their encounters infrequent, and when they did meet, the atmosphere was rarely cordial. The prospect of an unsolicited visit was even more unlikely. Thus, the question arose, should she go or not? However, why dwell on such thoughts? Even if she were to visit, it could be postponed, After all, time was not on her side. On another front, Yun Guang arrived at the Pope's chamber. Your Holiness Bibi Dong, I wonder what pressing matters you require of me. Yun Guang's tone dripped with sarcasm. Yun Guang, no, you ought to address me as the third offering. Bibi Dong tightened her grip on the scepter and declared, Does Lord Yung Guang still recognize me as the pontiff, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, rather than you? At that moment, Yung Guang was struggling to suppress a smile. An endeavor not easily accomplished. Your Holiness, how many times have you uttered this proclamation to me? First and foremost, you must understand that the angel's decree supersedes the Pope's command. I am one of the three sacred offerings, while you are merely the Pope. Let us not dwell on that, for fear of bruising your pride. So, you summoned me merely to reiterate this point. Does that mean I am free to depart? Bibi Dong was on the verge of exploding with rage. What a farcical notion of the Spirit Hall's Pope. The three sacred offerings had completely sidelined her in matters of the Spirit Hall, rendering her position utterly meaningless. Is my plan truly so flawed? Have you gone too far? Upon hearing the latter remark, Yung Guang could no longer contain her laughter. The plan in question was one she had dismissed, a ludicrous scheme indeed. Bibi Dong, are you jesting? Your plan is utterly absurd. I could suspect foul intentions behind it, posing a threat to the heir of the Spirit Hall. The so-called conspiracy is nothing but a waste of time. You, Bibi Dong, a participant in the divine trial, how could you be so ignorant? Upon hearing Yung Guang's words, Bibi Dong's pupils contracted, a hint of murderous intent surfacing. Yung Guang paid her no mind and continued, Bibi Dong, this is the Spirit City, the sacred ground of the angelic faith, not a place where a malevolent deity can run rampant. Should you persist in your obstinacy, feel free to test the waters. With that, Yung Guang summoned her martial spirit, 9 soul rings materializing around her, and a multitude of light swords appeared in the air. Bibi Dong glanced at the display but refrained from attacking. Though she had unlocked the trial of the Rakshasa god, this was indeed the Spirit City. And she understood her own limits. The three sacred offerings jest. How could I possibly be that kind of person? She scoffed. Humph, Bibi Dong. I have never harbored animosity toward you. I have stated my admiration for you. Your plan was nothing more than a joke. In minor matters, you may act as you wish, for none will interfere, but in significant affairs, decisions must be made collectively. If you are dissatisfied, you may discuss it with Qian Douluo. My actions are all sanctioned by unanimous vote, and you have participated in these decisions. Why create such a spectacle? Lastly, allow me to remind you that angels are particularly sensitive to malevolent energies. Tread carefully. Halfway through her departure, Yung Guang added, Bibi Dong, the past is but a wisp of smoke. Some matters are truly behind us. Why torment yourself further? Yung Guang cast a final glance at Bibi Dong before leaving her alone in the Pope's palace. Past is smoke, you say? It is easy for you to speak. How can you comprehend my pain? Evil? What a laughable notion of angels. If such were the case, how could it come to pass? No one can impede my resolve. The myriad of families and angels ought not to exist. Bibi Dong's eyes transformed into a deep crimson. The Rakshasa hastily tempered her power, reflecting on this ant's mindset. Bibi Dong, I find your words to resonate profoundly. Past events are but wisps of smoke, dissipating into nothingness. Regardless, that individual has perished, and you are about to inherit my divine position. The voice echoing in Bibi Dong's mind left her utterly astounded. The Rakshasa of your would not have articulated such sentiments. Ahem, how shall I express this? I, too, am somewhat ensnared by circumstances, yet the matter of my divine status is indeed quite grave. Bibi Dong, you must wield power rather than allow power to wield you. Hatred will only lead you astray, culminating in a dire fate. This is all I can impart. Reflect upon it earnestly. I have already restrained my power, minimizing the negative repercussions for you. However, should you persist in your obstinacy, Rakshasa, you have been deceiving me all along, haven't you? Yet, the Rakshasa's voice remained silent, leaving her to ponder alone. Then why do you reveal this to me? No one responded. Letting go is far from simple. Bibi Dong gradually rose, surveying the interior of the papal hall, and realized she was truly a solitary figure. In this vast spirit hall, how many stand by my side? Qian Renxue is indeed aware of my presence, yet she refrains from entering. Once she does, what shall I call her? Mother? Sister? Or perhaps simply your name? Yet she found herself unable to take that step forward. After calming her emotions, Qian Renxue entered the Pope's chamber. At a glance, it appeared desolate, with only Bibi Dong standing there, deep in contemplation. Mother, is there something you seek? She attempted to address her with the same naturalness as her brother Qian Renxien, but she found it utterly impossible. Her brother had an unexpectedly thick skin. What did you call me? Mother? Qianren Shui immediately retorted, "No, you must have misheard." With that, she turned her head proudly, refusing to meet Bibi Dong's gaze. Yet, I do not believe I could be mistaken. No, absolutely not, Qianren Shui insisted, her urgency palpable. For a moment, both remained silent. What do you truly want from me? It was ultimately Qianren Shui who broke the silence. Bibi Dong pondered her so-called plan of usurping the throne. Realizing how cruel it was for a girl to spend her youth masquerading as someone else, her childhood should not have unfolded in such a manner. With a gentle tone, Bibi Dong replied, I originally had matters to discuss, but now they have dissipated. You may leave. Shall I take my leave then? Qianren Shui inquired tentatively. Bibi Dong nodded and softly urged, Go on. Though Qianren Shui was perplexed, she chose to depart. Chapter 60. Stirring clouds from all directions. One chapter is missing. Please refer to the modified 3 chapters. Lingjing nodded, indicating her understanding. The meeting has thus drawn to a close. 3 days later, within the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fingji and the Sword Douluo were holding a proclamation from the Spirit Hall, announcing the re-election of the top 3 sects in the Spirit Master daily. Indeed, it was quite convenient. As the 3 examined this intelligence, Ning Fengji felt an urge to confront the Spirit Hall, questioning when it became their prerogative to interfere with the affairs of the top 3 sections. Alas, being a man of refinement, he could not stoop to such actions. Ning Fengji possessed a demeanor that was both charming and graceful, exuding an air of amiability at first glance. However, since the demise of the Haian sect, he had worn a troubled expression, sighing heavily. At this moment, his countenance was grave as he declared, We must not allow the sacred dragon sect to successfully ascend to the top 3 sects. Otherwise, the fragile balance of the continent will be irrevocably shattered. The Sword Douluo. Chen Shien couldn't help but interject. But can we conjure a title Douluo to counter that so-called sacred dragon Douluo? Or perhaps suddenly summon a faction with a title Douluo? Ning Fengji's brow furrowed as he paced back and forth, exhaling a deep sigh. If we could collaborate with Yu Engine to stir up some trouble, our title Douluos would surely surpass that of a mere rank 91. His presence diminishes our standing. The Bone Douluo couldn't contain a chuckle. Fengji, your rationale seems rather far-fetched. Far-fetched? Is there a more viable alternative? Should we simply pray for a title Douluo to descend from the heavens? Ning Fengji retorted. Who knows? Perhaps a title Douluo might just fall from the sky. Ning Fengji shook his head, dismissing the notion. Such occurrences are but fanciful tales. He gazed into the distance, contemplating that if they could not prevent it, then the top 3 sects had a legacy spanning thousands of years, and now the strongest among them had fallen. What was the point of this endeavor? He hoped that Yu Engine possessed both physical prowess and astute intellect. In the depths of the mountains, In Mian had also received word from Qianren Shui regarding the selection of the top 3 sects, with the ethereal holy sect poised to become the new leader among them. A name freshly minted. Only In Mian was present, embodying the entirety of this nascent sect. Do not inquire further. The deputy sect master of a reclusive sect simply happened to be taking a stroll. As for who the sect master was, did you think you were entitled to such knowledge? Regardless, a peak Douluo of rank 98 serves as the deputy master, and the strength of the sect master is left to your imagination. With a little creativity, one might even envision the sect master as a deity. However, In Mian pondered how to achieve the grand entrance his master had envisioned. Should he unleash all special effects? He considered the scene of emerging from a dimensional space, instantly suppressing the surroundings, and then proudly proclaiming, all present are worthless. The top position among the 3 sects belongs to our ethereal holy sect. Who stands in favor? And who dares oppose? Indeed, these words were recently imparted to her by her master. Uncertain of his presence, she pondered whether he, too, could be deemed worthless. Alas, I am no longer a joyous marionette. Accompanied by Tang Hao, In Mian promptly returned to Spirit City, where the stage had already been set. Now, all that remained was for the audience to take their seats, and she, as the performer, could make her entrance. Chapter 61. Qishou 5 days later. Outside the imperial city of Tiando, at the entrance of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, the rising sun cast its warm glow upon 2 magnificent processions, which gradually made their way towards Spirit City. As they gazed upon the increasingly distant Tiando imperial city, each individual harbored their own thoughts. Representatives from various factions, along with capable spirit masters, were en route to Spirit City for this rare and momentous occasion that occurs only once in a millennium. The top 3 sects had remained unchanged for 1,000 years. With the annihilation of the evil soul beast sect, the top 3 sects would be re-elected. And now they would witness history unfolding. Within Spirit City, festivities began to unfold. In truth, little preparation was required, as the provision of a venue sufficed. Meanwhile, as night fell and darkness enveloped the land, the foremost carriage came to a halt. Dressed in azure finery, Ning Fengji and Douluo emerged. "Master Yu, as the sun has set, shall we establish camp here for the night?" Ning Fengji inquired, addressing the carriage. The second carriage, adorned with a dragon emblem surrounded by lightning, also came to a stop. The curtains were drawn back, revealing Yu Yechen, clad in a blue robe, who stepped down. "Master Ning, that is most agreeable. The robust and spirited individual before us is none other than Yu Yechen, the current patriarch of the blue Tyrannosaurus family. His soul power has reached an impressive level of 95. However, the soul hunting expedition has been curtailed. Let us first partake in some sustenance." "Excellent." Yu Yechen nodded in agreement. As the leaders of 2 prominent sects, both Yu Yechen and Ning Fengji are accustomed to a certain grandeur when venturing outside, ensuring that a chef is always in attendance. The chefs swiftly prepared a grand banquet. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, the surroundings were illuminated by several luminous orbs, dispelling the encroaching darkness. Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, and Yu Yechen sat facing one another, their gazes locked in a silent standoff. Yu Yechen broke the stillness with a troubled expression, voicing his concerns. "What shall we do about the selection of the upper 3 sects? Are we truly to allow the Zilong sect to ascend as the new upper 3 sects? The Sacred Dragon sect boasts a level 91 Sacred Dragon Douluo, making them seemingly indispensable in this situation, unless," Yu Yechen pressed on, "unless what? Unless a new title Douluo were to emerge from the heavens. Or we unite to orchestrate an unexpected outcome in the selection of the upper 3 sects. However, both scenarios are exceedingly challenging." Yu Yechen seemingly wished to retort, questioning the value of his own words. The position of the upper 3 sects must not fall into the hands of the lower 4 sects. Otherwise, the Wuhuan temple's influence would swell even further, yet at present, we may be powerless to prevent it. Ning Fengji had no intention of obstructing the situation. Recognizing the futility of such an endeavor, instead, he proposed an alliance. "We cannot alter the selection of the upper 3 sects. If the 7 treasures in the Blue Lightning clans were to form an alliance with the Tiando Empire, we would no longer need to concern ourselves with the Wuhuan Temple. Presently, the Wuhuan Temple is formidable, but an alliance could serve to restrain them. Should we also form a pact with the Xingluo Empire, the Wuhuan Temple would pose no threat whatsoever, and we might even launch a counter-offensive against them." However, Ning Fengji hesitated, pondering whether forming such an alliance would prove to be as simple as it sounded. Each faction harbored divergent interests and aspirations. The Wuhuan Temple had not truly driven them to a dead end, thus how could a united front be expected? Yu Yechen, though appearing robust, was not easily deceived. He recognized the difficulty in Ning Fengji's proposition. "Nevertheless," he remarked, "an alliance between our 2 sects presents no issue, but what of the 2 great empires?" Ning Fengji understood his apprehensions and hastily clarified, "I have already conferred with the Snow Knight Emperor, who has expressed considerable interest in this alliance." The Bone Douluo regarded him skeptically. When had Ning Fengji consulted the Snow Knight Emperor? He had been unaware. Yet, Ning Fengji had no intention of revealing his ruse. He was confident that Yu Yechen would not disrupt the plan, as the alliance was unlikely to materialize immediately. Thus, both parties began to negotiate with their own intentions in mind, gradually shaping the nascent form of a tripartite alliance. This tripartite alliance was conceived to counterbalance the Wuhuan Temple, marking a significant step toward Ning Fengji's goal. Upon returning, he would persuade the Snow Knight Emperor, while the Xingluo Empire was hardly a consideration, as the 7 treasures could not influence them. If any effort were to be made, it would be directed towards the Tiando Empire. Meanwhile, far away in the Tiando Imperial City, the Snow Knight Emperor sneezed, blissfully unaware that an alliance was being forged in his absence. As the journey to the Spirit Hall continued, the atmosphere between both parties lightened considerably, for they had devised a means to confront their challenges. However, whether this alliance could truly stand united through thick and thin remained an open question. At least, on the surface, it could be deemed an alliance. Half a month later, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, as the top 3 sects, arrived at Spirit City and awaited at the training grounds near the Hall of the Pope. This training area, approximately the size of several basketball courts, was paved with special stones and jade, emanating a faint, lustrous glow. At the forefront of the training ground stood a row of gilded seats, flanked by 2 rows of white jade seats on either side. At that moment, several individuals occupied the gilded seats, with the Pope Bibi Dong seated in the center. Alongside the 3 offerings of Yun Guang and 3 elders, all representing the visible strength of the assembly. To the left sat Ning Fingxi and the bone Douluo Gu Rong, while to the right was the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Gu Yechen. In truth, there were more seats prepared than needed, leaving many unoccupied. Surrounding them were various unnamed sects and individual soul masters, humorously referred to as onlookers, who occasionally cheered with exuberant remarks. Just as the gathering began to grow somewhat dull, the main characters of the day finally made their entrance. Leading the way was Tuobashi, the leader of the Holy Dragon Sect, followed closely by Gu Yechen, the leader of the Elephant Armor Sect, Yunyu, the leader of the Cloud Sword Sect, and Gu Luo, the leader of the Ghost Leopard Sect. Tuobashi was not adorned in the garb of a spirit hall elder today. Instead, he wore the ceremonial robe of the Holy Dragon Sect, a splendid garment of gold and silver, embellished with the emblem of the white-armored earth dragon and featuring a gem radiating a soft white light upon his chest. This signifies that today he is not merely an elder of the Spirit Hall, but rather the sovereign of the Sacred Dragon Sect. The positions of the upper 3 sects have always been the aspiration of the lower 4 sects, a goal pursued by generations of sovereigns. And today he shall fulfill the desires of his predecessors within the Sacred Dragon Sect. Chapter 62. Revisions. This chapter connects with the preceding 2 chapters, which were repeated due to censorship. Glancing back at Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue still could not comprehend her intentions, yet her confusion did not hinder her departure. Perhaps her grievances should not be perpetuated. She remained curious about the Rakshasa. Thus, a new plan was to be devised. Can the upper 3 sects still be deemed as such if only 2 remain? Yun Guang was in a foul mood, and when she felt this way, she sought to vent her frustrations, often at the expense of others. In truth, Yun Guang had never disclosed a particular truth to Qian Rinxue, that the eternal abyss housed indeed a few evil soul masters, specifically a couple of large and small cats, with one large cat being quite formidable. However, Yun Guang was unaware that Qian Dalu had already informed him of this matter. The entire eternal abyss is constructed underground, consisting of 10 levels, each a realm unto itself. The 10th level holds but a single prisoner, under the watch of 2 titled Douluos. Presently, there are only 3 titled Douluos within the eternal abyss. Tang Hao is confined to the 1st level, primarily due to his incapacitation. Oh, is that not Tang Hao? It has been a few days. Has he truly deteriorated so? Was he not wailing just the other day? Yes, master of the 3 offerings. Tang Hao despairingly closed his eyes. By the way, let us employ a specialized healing soul master for his treatment. Yes, master of the 3 offerings. Such is the fate of those with loose tongues. The last person who incessantly prattled like her found death to be an extravagance. Yun Guang descended layer by layer. At the entrance of the 10th layer sat 2 elderly men. Respect must be shown. After all, they had devoted their entire lives to this place. After exchanging greetings, Yun Guang entered, dismissing the person who had been following her. On the 10th layer, all the rooms lay desolate. Only in the deepest chamber was a solitary figure confined. Special iron chains entwined around his body, having fused with flesh and blood. Is he dead? Yun Guang mused as she observed him. If you haven't perished. How could I? One could discern his frailty merely from the sound of his voice. So, our last encounter was a century ago, was it? This time, Yun Guang remarked with a smile, a few days ago, I encountered an acquaintance, one with a significant connection to you. As her words fell, the chains began to tremble, producing a clattering sound. What exactly do you wish to convey? Each word was enunciated with a palpable intent to kill. I merely sensed familiarity to confirm if you were the daughter of an old acquaintance. Yun Guang scoffed, looking for death? What can you do now? Are you attempting to intimidate me with your murderous intent? The trembling of the chains intensified, creating the impression that they might snap at any moment. Recently, an amusing incident occurred. The entire sect of Haotian was composed of evil soul masters and was eradicated by me months ago. Yet, to this day, I have yet to locate where these 2 have concealed themselves. Blood-red mist emanated from his being. Enough of this, cease your prattle. I find it utterly distasteful. What? Do you have something you were reluctant to confront? Then why didn't you eliminate Qian Dalu? Her demise is indeed something I wish to avoid throughout my life. But Qian Dalu is merely a coward. You have yet to die. How could you possibly judge Qian Dalu? In this world, nothing ever proceeds smoothly. Just step outside. Have you done so? Upon hearing this, Yun Guang chuckled and retorted, and what about you? I believe that individual is your daughter. It appears she has chosen your path, and that path leads only to death. Your situation is rather peculiar, which is why you are confined here. The holy light moon god Vine should not be referred to as the holy moon in conjunction with you. I am curious, if she is indeed your daughter, why did you not have children back then? Or is it that you are uncertain and have come to inquire of me? Of course. After searching for so long and finding nothing, Yin Guang's candor exceeded his expectations. He chuckled, his voice raspy. Shall I reveal this? The spirit hall will undoubtedly not spare her. To put it plainly, after my love affair with Yue, she became pregnant. However, our offspring are not entirely human, but rather a soul beast. Thus, Yue left Sheng Yu in a certain place. Yet, you might not have anticipated that she mutated, not only tainted by evil souls, but also becoming an artificial evil soul master. Should she now be referred to as an evil soul beast? I surmise you wish for me to spare her life. However, she is not merely an evil soul master, but a manufactured one. And you must grasp the implications of this. You truly do understand me. In the next moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as he knelt and implored, I beseech you. You may incapacitate her, but grant her life, will you? Even if she were to attain the unparalleled rank of 99 level Douluo. It would bear no significance to the spirit hall. She is human, not divine. The chasm between mortals and deities is unfathomable. And this is something you comprehend better than I. A 99 level Douluo, yet still an evil soul master, would undoubtedly pose a considerable dilemma for the spirit hall. Yun Guang could not acquiesce and turned away, leaving behind a mere remark. Perhaps, it depends on the circumstances, and after all. She did declare her intent to seek trouble with the spirit hall. He felt a surge of despair. Why had his daughter chosen the path of an evil soul master? More importantly, why did she wish to confront the spirit hall? Was it due to their oppression of evil soul masters? Or was it because someone had revealed to her that Xing Yu was her mother, and that her parents perished at the hands of the spirit hall? If it were the latter, it is indeed chilling to contemplate. The number of individuals privy to this knowledge could scarcely exceed 5. If this were the case, who divulged such information? Those who bore witness to their demise, one of whom was even slain by his own hand. In this world, there should be no one who truly knows the truth. Having once been the most formidable among the evil spirit masters, I now find myself merely clinging to life. Though I hope I am overthinking it. As night falls, within the Elder Hall, nearly 20 titled Douluos gather. With such a formidable assembly, merely stomping one's foot could cause a tremor, yet they remain astonishingly silent. Qian Dalu glanced around and declared, since everyone is present, let us commence this meeting. As the meeting began, Yun Guang lightly tapped the table and remarked, you have been investigating that woman for quite some time. And all you've written is that she is a female evil spirit master? Are you jesting with me? Continue sending people, double the effort. We must ascertain her whereabouts. Any clue will suffice. Please refrain from providing useless information. The attendees remained unresponsive. Yun Guang had no intention of pursuing the matter further. After all, everyone knew one another. It was merely a FAA day, but his frustration was genuine. The last time he felt such exasperation was a while ago. All right, next, Qian Dalu said softly. This time, there were over 40 individuals reported. Those deserving of punishment would be dealt with, and those who needed to be paraded would be paraded. It must be said that this was all thanks to the collective efforts of those present. However, do you not think the Hall of Judgment sounds more pleasant than the Hall of Supervision? Qian Dalu cast a sidelong glance at Yun Guang, who naturally noticed, but chose not to respond further. The elders appeared somewhat embarrassed. How could there still be over 40 fools among them? Is common sense truly absent? Now that everyone has spoken, it is my turn. Bibi Dong addressed the group. When she received no response, she continued, next, we must address the most crucial matter. The evil spirit beast sect cannot be tolerated. Although it has vanished, one of the 3 upper sects must not be absent. Furthermore, would it not be better to support one of our own? The old papal decree has become invalid, and the new one is yet to be established. Shall we simply wait indefinitely? Jin Ao glanced at the Holy Dragon sect and remarked, so, it seems there will only be one Holy Dragon sect left, as it is the sole sect among the lower 4 with the title Douluo. If that is the case, we must establish another lower sect. Consequently, let us invite all forces on the continent, for the position among the 3 upper sects is naturally claimed by the strongest, thereby eliminating any disputes. The 7 Treasure Glaze Tile sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the Holy Dragon sect, the Elephant Armor sect, the Windsword sect, the Ghost Leopard sect, and various other factions, including Soul Saints and Soul Douluos, can observe, while only titled Douluos may participate. Note, in the original text, only the Elephant Armor sect was mentioned. I have taken the liberty to invent a few additional ones. Please do not contest this. Daolu nodded. Let us proceed as you suggest. This time, did I not reject over 10 of your proposals? Daolu remained silent, choosing to close his eyes, out of sight, out of mind. Ling Jing contemplated for a moment and said, if all the forces on the continent are present, and we set an ambush here, simultaneously attacking the 7 treasure and blue lightning, would that not be? Daolu shook his head, stating that the disparity between the Spirit Hall and the 2 great empires lay not in the Soul Masters, but in their military forces. Engaging in conflict now would merely prompt a swift alliance between them, which was of no benefit. It seemed that some thoughts aligned with his own. As for Bibi Dong, Daolu had no desire to acknowledge her. Ling Jing nodded, indicating her understanding. The conference has drawn to a close. 3 days later, within the 7 treasures glazed tile school, Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo held in their hands a proclamation from the Spirit Hall, announcing the re-election of the top 3 sects in the Spirit Master daily. It was quite convenient. As they perused the information, Ning Fengji felt an urge to confront the Spirit Hall, questioning when it became their prerogative to interfere in the matters of the top 3 sections. Alas, being a person of refinement, he could never stoop to such behavior. Ning Fengji's demeanor was that of a suave and gallant gentleman, the kind that one might easily perceive as benevolent. However, ever since the fall of the Haian sect, his expression had transformed into one of worry and despair. With a grave countenance, he remarked, we must not allow the Holy Dragon sect to succeed in ascending to the top 3 sects. Otherwise, the fragile balance of the continent will be irrevocably shattered. The Sword Douluo, Chen Shien, could not help but interject. But can we conjure a tidal Douluo to counter the so-called Holy Dragon Douluo? Or perhaps an unexpected force with a tidal Douluo will emerge. Ning Fengji furrowed his brows, pacing back and forth, before releasing a long sigh. If we collaborate with you, Yuanjin, our tidal Douluo from the top 3 sects would surpass that of a mere level 91. He diminishes our standing. The Bone Douluo chuckled. Fengji, your argument seems rather forced. Forced? Ning Fengji retorted. Is there a more viable strategy? Or should we simply pray for a tidal Douluo to descend from the heavens? Who knows, Fengji? Perhaps a tidal Douluo might indeed fall from the sky. Ning Fengji shook his head, dismissing such notions. Such occurrences are but fanciful tales. Ning Fengji gazed into the distance, pondering that if they could not prevent it, then so be it. The legacy of the top 3 sects spanned millennia. The strongest had faltered first, leaving them in disarray. He silently hoped that Yu Yuanjin possessed both physical prowess and an astute mind. In the depths of the mountains, Inmian had also received word from Qian Rangshuan regarding the selection of the top 3 sections. The ethereal holy sect would undoubtedly ascend as the new leader of the top 3. This sect had only recently been established. Within the entire sect, only Inmian existed, a mere shell of an organization. Do not inquire further. The deputy sect master of this reclusive sect was merely out for a stroll and fortuitously timed his appearance. As for who the sect master was, did you possess the right to know? Regardless, a peak Douluo at level 98 served as the deputy, while the strength of the sect master was left to your imagination. With a bit of creativity, one might envision the sect master as a deity. However, Inmian pondered how to showcase the grandeur that his master desired. Should he unleash all special effects or something else entirely? To endure the pains of a puppet that should not be born. Casting a glance at Tang Hao, who was playing the piano, Inmian envisioned a dramatic entrance, stepping forth from the void only to instantly dominate the scene, declaring proudly, all present are but trash. The top position among the 3 sects shall belong to our ethereal holy sect. Who is in favor, and who against? The words spoken by the master were freshly imparted, leaving her uncertain of his presence. If he were indeed present, would that render him contemptible as well? Alas, I am no longer a joyful marionette. Accompanied by Tang Hao, Inmian swiftly returned to Spirit City, where the stage had already been meticulously prepared, awaiting the arrival of the audience, so that she, the performer, might finally take the stage. 5 days later, outside the imperial city of Tiando, at the entrance of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, the rising sun cast its golden rays upon 2 grand processions of carriages, which gracefully made their way towards Spirit City. As the imperial city of Tiando diminished in the distance, each individual harbored their own thoughts. Other factions, particularly those with substantial strength, were also en route to Spirit City. For this event was a once-in-a-millennium spectacle. The 3 upper sects had remained unchanged for a millennium, and with the demise of the Evil Soul Beast sect, a re-election of the 3 upper sects was underway, positioning them as witnesses to history. Within Spirit City, the festivities commenced with fervor. In truth, little preparation was necessary, as the mere provision of a venue sufficed. On the other side, as dusk descended, darkness began to envelop the earth. At this moment, the foremost carriage came to a halt, and out stepped Ningfengji, clad in a resplendent azure robe, alongside Bone Douluo. Master Yu, the hour grows late. Shall we make camp here for the night? Ningfengji addressed the carriage. The second carriage, adorned with a dragon motif surrounded by lightning, also came to a stop. The curtain was drawn aside, and Yu Yechen emerged, donned in a flowing blue robe. Master Ning, that is entirely agreeable. The robust figure, full of vitality and possessing well-developed limbs, is none other than Yu Yechen, the current patriarch of the blue Tyrannosaurus family. His soul power has reached an impressive rank of 95. However, the soul-hunting expedition has been curtailed. Let us first indulge in some sustenance, he declared. Very well. Yu Yechen nodded in agreement. As the leaders of two prominent sects, both Yu Yechen and Ningfengji certainly would not lack in grandeur when venturing outside. And a chef would undoubtedly accompany them. The chef swiftly prepared an extravagant feast, and after satisfying their hunger, the surroundings sparkled with several luminous orbs, dispelling the darkness. Ningfengji, Gu Rong, and Yu Yechen sat facing each other, their gazes locked in an intense exchange. Yu Yechen broke the silence first. His expression grim as he inquired, "What shall we do about the selection of the upper three sects? Are we truly to allow the Zhilong sect to ascend as the new upper three sects?" The Holy Dragon sect boasts a level 91 Holy Dragon Douluo, making them the obvious frontrunners, unless, Yu Yechen pressed on, unless what? Unless a new title Douluo descends from the heavens. Or we unite to create an unexpected outcome in this selection of the upper three sects. However, both of these scenarios are exceedingly challenging. Yu Yechen felt a pang of frustration, wondering what difference it made to voice such thoughts. The position of the upper three sects must not fall into the hands of the lower four sects. Otherwise, the Wuhuan Temple's influence would expand further. Yet it seemed we could not prevent that at present. Ningfengji had no intention of opposing this, for he was not foolish, if they could not halt it. Then an alliance was the way forward. The selection of the upper three sects is beyond our control. If the Seven Treasures and Blue Lightning clans form an alliance with the Tiando Empire, we need not concern ourselves with the Wuhuan Temple any longer. Currently, the Wuhuan Temple is formidable, but an alliance could restrain its power. Should we also forge an alliance with the Xing Luo Empire, the Wuhuan Temple would pose no threat. And we might even launch a counteroffensive against them. However, Ningfengji had yet to express a crucial thought. Forging an alliance is not a simple endeavor. Each party has distinct interests and pursuits, and the Wuhuan Temple has not truly cornered them, making unity among the factions exceedingly difficult to achieve. Yu Yechen pondered deeply. Despite his robust appearance, he was far from foolish. Ningfengji's eloquence was not lost on him. He recognized the inherent challenges. Yet, he remarked, "There is certainly no issue with an alliance between our two sects, but what of the two empires?" Ningfengji was well aware of his concerns and promptly reassured him. "I have already conferred with Emperor Shui Yi regarding the alliance, and he is quite interested in this matter." Only Gu Rong regarded Ningfengji with a peculiar gaze. He wondered how Ningfengji could speak such fabrications without his knowledge of any prior discussions with Emperor Shui Yi. Nevertheless, Ningfengji sought to persuade Yu Yechen, knowing he would not undermine the plan, as the alliance was unlikely to materialize immediately. Thus, both parties engaged in discussions, each harboring their own thoughts. And a nascent form of a tripartite alliance began to take shape. This alliance, intended to counterbalance the Wuhuan Temple, was precisely what Ningfengji sought. With half of his objective achieved, he planned to persuade Emperor Shui Yi upon his return, while he had never truly contemplated the Xing Luo Empire. As the Seven Treasures could not influence them. Even if they wished, it would be the Tiando Empire's endeavor. Meanwhile, far away in the Tiando Imperial City, Emperor Shui Yi sneezed, unaware that an alliance was being formed in his absence. As the journey to the Spirit Hall continued, the atmosphere among the parties lightened, for they had discovered a means of resistance. However, whether this alliance could truly stand united through trials and tribulations remained a question, at least on the surface. An alliance was still an alliance. Half a month later, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, as the top three sects, arrived at Spirit City and awaited near the training grounds adjacent to the Hall of the Pope. This training ground, roughly the size of several basketball courts, was paved with special stones and jade, emanating a subtle, lustrous glow. At the forefront of the training ground stood a row of gilded seats, flanked on either side by rows of white jade chairs. Seated upon the gilded seats were several individuals, with the Pope, Bibi Dong, at the center. Accompanied by the three offerings, Yun Guang, and three elders, these constituted the visible power. To the left sat Ning Fingji and Bone Douluo Gu Rong, while to the right was the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Gu Yechen. Truth be told, there were an abundance of seats, many of which remained unoccupied. Surrounding them was a multitude of unnamed sects and some soul masters who had come to spectate, colloquially referred to as onlookers, who would occasionally cheer with enthusiasm. Just as the gathering began to feel a tad languid, the main figures of the day finally made their grand entrance. Leading the procession was Tuoba, the master of the Sacred Dragon Sect, followed closely by Huyen Zhun, the master of the Elephant Armor Sect, Yunyu, the master of the Cloud Sword Sect, and Gu Luo, the master of the Ghost Leopard Sect. On this day, Tuoba was not clad in the garb of a spirit hall elder, but adorned in the ceremonial robes of the Sacred Dragon Sect. A magnificent ensemble woven with threads of gold and silver, embellished with the emblem of the white-armored earth dragon, and a gemstone radiating a soft white light gracing his chest. This signifies that today he is not merely an elder of the Spirit Hall, but rather the esteemed leader of the Holy Dragon Sect. The position of the top 3 sects is a dream cherished by the lower 4 sects, and each successive leader has strived toward this goal. Today, he shall fulfill the aspirations of the Holy Dragon Sect's predecessors. However, a sense of unease lingered within him, for he had been advised to prepare himself psychologically, as the position of the top 3 sects had long been earmarked for someone. The reason for this counsel was naturally due to Tuoba, she being the 9th elder, who had no intention of betraying his own, thus allowing him to brace for the inevitable and avoid any profound disappointment upon discovering the truth later. Bibi Dong rose slowly and declared, "The evil soul beast sect has violated taboos and acted against the heavens. It has now been eradicated and expelled." She continued, "Thus, we shall reselect the top 3 sects today, and the outcome now rests in your hands." Hearing these words, Ning Fengji felt a jolt of apprehension. To act against the heavens? He was at a loss for words, considering this was the spirit city. Following this, Hu Yinjin, Gu Luo, and Yunyu took their seats on the right side of the white jade throne. In the training ground, Tuoba summoned his martial spirit, and the 9 soul rings appeared in succession, preparing to showcase his prowess and secure a place among the top 3 sections. Of course, barring unforeseen circumstances. How could one not expect an unexpected twist today? Yun Guang rose and cast a glance in a certain direction, pondering, has he not yet made his appearance? As the chief confidant of Chen Shien, she was privy to all his plans. When that particular individual arrived, he would undoubtedly declare that all present were worthless. She decided to stand and distance herself, for she had only heard tales of that mysterious figure, and today she would finally see him. A faint smile graced her lips as she thought, "Let me see who you truly are." 7th soul skill, true form of the white-armored earth dragon. The dazzling white-armored earth dragon roared to the right. "I am Tuoba, the leader of the Holy Dragon Sect, titled the Holy Dragon. Who dares to challenge me?" Regrettably, it was not night, or else the spectacle would have shone even brighter. Inside, Hu Tingjin and the others remained remarkably calm, quietly observing their old friend's display. Though they appeared serene, a pang of envy stirred within them. We longed to join in, but alas, our strength as soul Douluo pales in comparison. The head of the onlooking sect exclaimed, "Wow, how impressive. Is this the power of a titled Douluo? Even from such a distance, I can feel that terrifying aura. Truly formidable." Another spectator remarked, "So, is there even a need for selection in this top 3 sect contest? Clearly, he is the only holy dragon Douluo present." As these words were spoken, those around him began to gradually distance themselves. Such remarks are not to be taken lightly. The leader of the second-rate sect remarked, "Regardless of the era, the 3 prestigious sects have always been guarded by titled Douluo. We are merely here to witness this moment. A rare occurrence that comes but once in a millennium. We are all witnesses to history." The sentiments expressed by the second individual were rather compelling, igniting an inexplicable fervor within those surrounding him, creating a palpable excitement. However, while others may have thought so, Yu Yuanjin held a different perspective, seated to the right. He too felt the resonance of that fervent shout reverberating within himself. What is this? A provocation against the world's foremost beast martial soul? As the patriarch of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, it is imperative for me to step forth and impart the true meaning of the world's supreme beast martial soul. Since this is a selection for the new upper 3 sects, it is essential that strength commands respect. Today, allow me to test the prowess of this sacred dragon Douluo." Upon concluding his statement, Yu Yuanjin immediately unleashed the true form of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, as a colossal dragon wreathed in lightning manifested before him. He charged directly at the white-armored sacred dragon. The onlookers surrounding the scene were filled with excitement. They had initially believed there would be no battle of titled Douluos. Yet here they were, fortunate to witness a clash between such formidable power in their lifetime. Let me demonstrate to you what it means to be a dragon. Teach me what a dragon is, Tabashi retorted with a twitch of his lips. Where is your dignity? A level 95 challenging a level 91. The outcome is as clear as day. Why do you exude such arrogance? Dragon ascendance, thunderous explosion. Above Gu Yechen, a vast expanse of blue-black thunderclouds materialized, unleashing a multitude of lightning strikes that transformed into serpentine thunder dragons, surging towards Tabashi. The confrontation was far from over as Gu Yechen unleashed the fury of thunder and charged forward. With his 8th soul skill, Dragon's Breath, and his 6th soul skill, Earth Dragon Shield, alongside the 5th soul skill, Earth Dragon Body, he fortified his defenses. The white-armored Earth Dragon was primarily defensive. Enduring for a while should pose no issue, especially since the majority present were allies, and he could not simply watch as he was battered, for he was an elder of the Spirit Hall. Several thunderous dragon strikes collided with the Earth Dragon Shield, producing a resounding boom and a dazzling blue radiance. Gu Yechen deftly evaded the dragon's breath and, in one swift motion, shattered the Earth Dragon Shield with a claw. He then executed Thunder's fourfold leap, coupled with the paralysis from the Thunder Dragon, resulting in a dual paralysis effect. The outcome was commendable. At the very least, Tabashi was suffering. Gu Yechen unleashed several soul abilities simultaneously. Tabashi quickly dodged, but then braced himself to receive a blow from Gu Yechen. The ground beneath Tabashi fractured in a web-like pattern, with the fissures extending over several meters. Bibi Dong subtly gestured to a few elders, and 3 of them, understanding her intent, were about to speak when an unexpected event transpired. A visible white wall suddenly emerged, trapping both Gu Yechen and Tabashi within its confines. Tabashi recognized at once that this was beyond his capacity to break and chose to surrender. In contrast, Gu Yechen was undeterred, with lightning coursing chaotically around him. The onlookers were taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. And then ripples appeared in the air as a woman materialized from within. At first glance, the woman was breathtakingly beautiful, captivating to the point of astonishment. Silver Crown was about to speak when he noticed Yun Guang's pupils slightly dilate. With a mere gesture, several light swords shot into the air, halting mere inches from the woman, immovable and suspended. With a flick of her finger, the light swords vanished into thin air. To be frank, this unexpected development left Silver Crown utterly bewildered. This was not part of the rehearsal. Should he continue reciting his lines? Meanwhile, Chen Shien was equally astonished, unable to comprehend Yun Guang's intentions, as this was not how the script was supposed to unfold. In an impromptu script alteration, Silver Crown, receiving cues, stated, "I mean no harm. Why must the light Douluo act thus?" Yun Guang remained silent, merely observing her. Ning Fengji and his companions were stunned. Was it possible that a wind Douluo truly descended from the heavens? "Fengji, did you not summon her?" Ning Fengji did not respond. Instead, he pondered the identity of this enigmatic figure, someone he had never encountered before, appearing out of nowhere. After much struggle, Gu Yechen finally managed to shatter the white wall. Silver Crown, with a hint of derision, remarked, "Is this what they call the #1 beast martial spirit? It is nothing but a farce." Chapter 64. A mere insect. The impact of these words was utterly devastating. For Gu Yechen, the honor of his family surpassed all else. The blue lightning tyrant dragon could not be insulted, and the glory of the world's foremost beast martial soul was beyond reproach. With dragon claws, wings, legs, and horns, he unleashed a resounding roar as his entire being transformed into a dragon. His power had now reached its zenith. The 9th soul skill, True Dragon's Fury, resonated through the heavens. The wrath of the dragon, the might of the thunder dragon unleashed. 9 colossal thunder dragons, under the augmentation of his dragon transformation mastery, exuded an unparalleled terror. They surged towards Yin Mian, the air crackling with thunder and flashing with lightning, as if the very weather had shifted in response. Yin Mian, with a serene smile, stood motionless, exuding an aura of absolute confidence. The onlookers could hardly believe she was foolish. Such audacity could only stem from unwavering self-assurance. In the next moment, a spectacle unfolded before their eyes. The 9 thunder dragons passed through Yin Mian's form as though she were but an ephemeral shadow, a mere illusion. Perhaps the blue lightning tyrant dragon should consider a name change to the blue lightning tyrant bug, for they were unworthy of the term tyrant. After uttering these words, a silver-white butterfly materialized behind her as 9 soul rings began to manifest one by one, enveloping the surroundings in an overwhelming aura. Was she truly rivaling the pinnacle of title Douluo at level 98 or the unparalleled title Douluo at level 99? The configuration of 1 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 2 red soul rings left the spectators in awe, though the Spirit Hall and the 7 Treasure Sect remained unfazed. In truth, only the Spirit Hall felt a tinge of surprise. A bystander remarked, "Is such power and configuration genuinely achievable?" Yet, another thought crossed their minds. If she had only now activated her martial soul, what then accounted for her previous abilities? In an instant, Yin Mion's figure vanished. And the next moment, Yu Yechen too disappeared, only to reappear at Yin Mion's former position. This unforeseen event has once again astonished the crowd. Yu Yechen attempted to escape, only to realize that no matter how he tried to soar away, he would inevitably return to this very spot. 8th soul skill, spatial formation. 5th soul skill, spatial severance. The silver-white walls ensnared Yu Yechen once more, and within the confines of these white walls, a white light array and white gears relentlessly assailed him. Countless wounds marred Yu Yechen's body, rendering him unable to defend himself or break through the white wall, leaving him to endure the onslaught passively. In the next moment, his right arm was severed, reduced to mere powder before vanishing completely. Once the white wall dissipated, Yu Yechen fell helplessly to the ground, a shadow of his former self. Not only had he lost his right arm, but his body was also covered in injuries and blood, resembling a mere specter of gore. It was truly disheartening to realize that the so-called number 1 beast martial spirit was so feeble, unable to withstand such a trivial degree of assault. Henceforth, the title of the supreme beast martial spirit shall belong to the ethereal sacred butterfly. Who stands in agreement, and who in opposition? What are your thoughts on the blue insect? At this very moment, Yu Yechen is feigning unconsciousness and cannot respond, a sheer disgrace indeed. One day, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus shall reclaim the title of the foremost martial spirit in the world. For now, it is best to continue the charade. Go find Chen Shien and have him come to treat the lord of the Yu clan. A soul master swiftly departed. All eyes in the arena are now fixated on Yin Mion. Chapter 65, The Ethereal Sacred Sect. The thoughts of those present vary greatly. Ning Fengji's intention is quite straightforward, to exert every effort to win her over. As for the previous trifold alliance involving Yu Yechen, that was merely a statement made inebriated. How could such utterances hold any weight? He understood that Yin Mion had already offended both Yu Yechen and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, leaving no choice but to sacrifice one over the other. Naturally, it would be the weaker of the two who would be cast aside. Ning Fengji was astute enough to grasp this. However, he had no desire to antagonize the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, thus he needed to adopt a more subtle approach, one that could not be overtly expressed. Are you here to partake in the selection of the 3 grand sects, my lord? If not, who has granted you the audacity to act so presumptuously within the Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong cast a glance at Yun Guang, somewhat perplexed by his thoughts. However, given the nature of their relationship, she refrained from inquiring further. Yin Mion chuckled and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yin Mion, the current vice master of the ethereal sacred sect, known by the title of Space. Having recently emerged, I have come to participate in the so-called selection of the top 3 sects, for it is indeed laughable that the foremost beast martial soul is merely a worm. Ethereal sacred sect, ethereal sacred butterfly? Indeed, it is something entirely unheard of, so obscure that not even the ancient texts bear any record of it. How deeply hidden can it be? This reflects the collective sentiment of all present forces." As silence enveloped the crowd, Chen Shien approached leisurely, casting a glance at the individual sprawled on the ground. At first, he failed to recognize the unfortunate figure of Yu Yechen. How had he fallen to such a lamentable state? Yet, words were futile. Chen Shien commenced his healing process, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. Delicate white petals descended from the heavens, landing upon Yu Yechen and merging seamlessly with his being. Was it not merely a rumor? It appears that the Jiaoxin Haian and the Yu family have fully integrated into the Spirit Hall. In terms of support, Jiaoxin Haian is the sole entity capable of posing a threat to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, yet it is destined to remain a mere threat. As fate would have it, is there still anyone contesting for a position among the top 3 sects? My Holy Dragon Sect relinquishes its claim to this exalted status. So does the Cloud Sword Sect. The Ghost Leopard Sect follows suit. The Elephant Armor Sect too surrenders. Witnessing the collective renunciation, Bibi Dong nodded and proclaimed, "Since all have withdrawn, I hereby announce the Ethereal Holy Sect as the new top sect. The Spirit Hall recognizes the top 3 sects as the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, the Ethereal Holy Sect, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Your Holiness, I do not believe the ethereal holy sect will be subordinate to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Ning Fingji understood her intention and resolved to deny Yin Mian the opportunity to speak. He declared, "The Seven Treasures glazed tile school willingly concedes to the position of second among the top 3 sects, acknowledging the ethereal holy sect as the foremost among them. Recognizing the supremacy of the world as premier beast martial soul. When one does not sever ties, chaos ensues. Once Ning Fingji made his decision, he would not waver. As for the blue lightning, let them consume insects." Yin Mian turned to Gu Yechen and inquired, "Has that insect been cured? If not, then let it be. I shall send him to the heavens directly, skipping even the burial rites, for there shall be nothing left of him." Gu Yechen was well aware that Yu Yunjin was merely feigning, and that his treatment was largely a charade. He refrained from addressing Yu Yunjin's internal injuries, knowing that Jushin Haitang, in full force, could restore severed limbs. However, he chose not to intervene. Gu Yechen was astute. He was a man of honor, serving the Spirit Hall as an esteemed elder, soon to be a hall master. What connection did this you have with the Spirit Hall? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was at odds with the Spirit Hall. Healing him would only create a nuisance. Assisting an adversary? Surely not. While he possessed the benevolence of a healer, discernment was essential. He spoke directly, "The condition of sect master you should be nearly satisfactory by now. Yet, given my advanced age and diminishing strength, I find myself rather incapable of providing effective treatment." Such statements truly treat some individuals as fools. Presently, the external injuries on Yu Yunjin have nearly healed, leaving no visible wounds. However, the blue insect, speak up, or I might truly send you away. The other factions feigned ignorance, as it bore no relation to them, while the Spirit Hall was the most delighted. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon was willing to concede that the foremost beast martial spirit in the world is the ethereal sacred butterfly. Isn't this the conclusion you sought? If it had been this way from the outset, how could it have turned out so tragically? Next time, do not be overly arrogant. One may possess strength, yet that does not equate to arrogance. Bibi Dong remarked, "If this is the case, the top 3 sects shall be led by the ethereal sacred sect, followed by the 7 treasures, with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon in the last position. May I inquire what emblem your esteemed sect has inscribed upon the Pope's decree?" Initially, the Pope's decree bore 6 emblems, each representing a title Douluo. Another concern of Qian Renshue has come to a close. The original Spirit Hall, seemingly devoid of reason, not only failed to annihilate the Haian sect, but also allowed the emblem to persist, a decision indeed dictated by talent. After suffering a defeat, they were still obliged to promote others, as if fearing the world remained unaware of Haian's overwhelming victory over the Pope. Now, with the Haian sect gone, the emblem on the Pope's decree shall be changed, and the reliefs in Spirit City must likewise be altered. Naturally, it shall be the ethereal sacred butterfly, Silver Crown stated. "Very well, the new Pope's decree will be crafted in 3 days. I kindly ask the representatives of the top 3 sects to remain in Spirit City for this duration." Noticing no dissent, Bibi Dong prepared to announce the conclusion of this selection among the top 3 sections. However, at that moment, Silver Crown suddenly interjected, "It has come to my attention that the evil soul beast sect is devoid of morality and engages in all manner of malevolence. Thus, the eradication of evil soul masters is a collective responsibility." With a graceful lift of Silver Crown's hand, a figure materialized in the arena, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than Tang Hao. This Tang Hao is a remnant of the evil soul beast sect. Let her contribute to the continent. Tang Hao's heart was ashen. This was indeed the stronghold of the Spirit Hall, and with her 9th level soul power, how could she possibly escape? A collective astonishment arose among the spectators. Tang Hao was actually affiliated with the evil soul beast sect? What ulterior motives lay hidden in the Tiando imperial city? It is no wonder that few were aware of Tang Hao's true identity. Yun Guang chuckled. "Thank you, esteemed Silver Crown. You two have upheld the safety of the continent. Safeguarding the continent is our duty." Upon hearing this, the corners of some mouths twitched. Such eloquence was commendable, leaving the unaware to believe it was genuine. However, to voice such sentiments would be tantamount to courting death. 3 days later, the incident spread across the continent, heralding the ethereal sacred sect as the new leader among the top 3 sects, boasting the world as foremost beast martial spirit, having decisively defeated the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, and maintaining the safety of the continent. It could be said that the ethereal sacred sect had reached its zenith upon its inception, especially with a powerhouse like Silver Crown merely serving as the deputy sect master. One could only wonder how formidable the entire ethereal sacred sect truly was. Countless individuals yearned to join. As for why no one harbored doubts, This is indeed a suspected peerless Douluo. How could it possibly be false? Chapter 66. The reason it is deemed suspect is due to the unique nature of the Silver Crown martial soul, which renders its soul power somewhat exceptional. No one can ascertain its exact level. They can only make a rough estimation, which falls around the 98th or 99th rank. After obtaining the papal decree, the representatives of the three upper sects returned to their respective sections. Typically, a representative would send an individual, and certainly not the sect leader. This time, the situation deviated from the norm, as the illustrious Yin Mian awaited in this very place, and thus Ning Fengji found himself present as well, leaving only Lan Dian as a mere supporting character. Over the span of 3 days, although Ning Fengji yearned to approach Yin Mian, he refrained from appearing overly eager, lest it jeopardize the negotiations. After all, Ning Fengji was a seasoned strategist. He pondered how Yin Mian perceived the Spirit Hall. With the intention of gauging Yin Mian's stance towards the Spirit Hall, he contemplated the possibility of discussing matters further with the sect leader. While Yin Mian might falter in certain aspects, Chen Shien was relatively competent, and Ning Fengji merely sought to ally with her against the Spirit Hall. However, Yin Mian's character had only recently emerged, and the Spirit Hall's reputation was not entirely tarnished, at least in the eyes of the common folk. Yet, to the nobility, the Spirit Hall was regarded as a malevolent force. Yin Mian mused, "The Spirit Hall, you say? Based on my experiences over the past few days, it seems rather acceptable." Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji recognized the futility of his efforts. How could he persuade her to join him against the Spirit Hall if her impression was favorable? Nonetheless, he knew he must not display his discomfort too openly. What one sees may not always reflect the truth. Especially considering the brief span of a few days, this matter runs deep. Ah, the depths are too profound for you to grasp? Yin Mian remained silent, prompting Gu Rong to exclaim, "The Spirit Hall can be described as having insidious ambitions, rampant and unrestrained." This left her somewhat speechless, as it diverged from what Chen Shien had anticipated. Nevertheless, from our perspective, the Spirit Hall is formidable, yet poses no significant threat to us. With the power of the spatial martial spirit, if we do not court danger, we shall not meet our demise. Furthermore, we are a hidden sect, and I have come out this time under the radar. The Spirit Hall cannot possibly discover us. Our interests do not significantly conflict with theirs, particularly since I am the only one exposed. Moreover, the sect master Ning merely wishes to enlist the support of the ethereal sacred sect, Silver Crown remarked. Chen Shien decided to abandon the pretense and play his cards openly, eager to see how the conversation would unfold. Ning Fengji shook his head, letting out a sigh as he spoke. The Spirit Hall is powerful. Even the former top 3 sects have been annihilated. We are left with no choice. I have always advocated for unity among the top 3 sections. Upon hearing this, Silver Crown laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Sect Master Ning, that is the finest joke I have heard in days. The leader of the Blue Insect clan was thoroughly defeated by me. Do you seriously expect them to set aside their grievances?" Although Ning Fengji felt a tinge of embarrassment, his demeanor remained unaltered. "In certain extraordinary circumstances, I believe, brother, you could indeed set aside his biases," he asserted. Silver Crown interjected, "Sect Master Ning, we are all astute individuals. To speak candidly, we have no conflicts with the Spirit Hall. Why then must we form an alliance?" With that, Silver Crown's figure vanished, leaving behind a parting remark. "Sect Master Ning, I forgot to mention that my position as Deputy Sect Master is due to my sister being the Sect Master." Ning Fengji fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 67. Why? As for the identity of Silver Crown's sister, Chen Shien gave it little thought. After all, the entire sect was fabricated, and losing 1 or 2 individuals mattered little. Would they even be able to expose the truth? If they could not locate the sect, how could they unmask me? He had no intention of bringing the ethereal sacred sect into the fray. Transforming a living person was absurd, and utilizing it merely to deceive others was all that mattered. However, an alliance was undoubtedly necessary, though the manner in which it was formed held great significance. Currently, there was no conflict between the 2 parties, and agreeing outright felt somewhat disingenuous. While there were indeed justifications for such an agreement, like preemptive measures, it was not the right time. Details needed to be refined before proceeding. If the sister is the sect master, does that imply her ascent to the role of deputy sect master was merely a matter of connections? In the ethereal sacred sect, there must undoubtedly be formidable individuals surpassing Yin Mian. Similarly, Yin Mian's sister is undeniably powerful beyond measure. Otherwise, how could one expect agreement when a sect leader is occasionally constrained? In summary, if Ning Fengji were to comprehend this, he would realize that the sacred sect is far stronger than he had previously imagined, which further solidifies his resolve. The need for alliances is imperative, currently. There may be no conflict, but that does not guarantee a lack of discord in the future. The ambitions of the Spirit Hall will not permit the existence of a sacred sect that is excessively powerful and beyond their control. No one understands the Spirit Hall better than he does, thus he remains confident that they will ultimately unite. At this juncture, Mian must embark on another mission, coincidentally encountering Tang Hao and subsequently overpowering him with ease. Meanwhile, Tang Yuehua has been detained, though not imprisoned in the eternal prison at this moment. Yun Guang and Chen Shien are interrogating her. Madam Tang, I suggest you speak freely. Otherwise, what awaits you are some rather cruel tortures. Bah! What do you expect me to say? I repeat, I am unaware of anything you inquire about. Is that so? Yet you are the daughter of the sect leader, the Moon Pavilion Master, and the consort of Shui. If you do not know, who would? Yun Guang declared, pointing his sword at her. Tang Yuehua retorted furiously. Then go seek Shui. Does the Spirit Hall only bully a frail woman? Ah, I have yet to lose my temper. Why are you already angry? Moreover, how dare you? Chen Shien questioned, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Yun Guang decided to cease the interrogation, thinking it best to leave such matters to the professionals. However, Chen Shien gestured for him to stop, stepping forward to address Tang Yuehua. Greetings, elder sister. I am Chen Shien. The demon-like Tang Yuehua abruptly interrupted him, which greatly displeased Chen Shien. Do I resemble a demon? He thought, incredulous. That cannot possibly be. Since you were so uncooperative, why ask further? Let us unleash our ultimate technique. The dream of floating life allows for the forced examination of memories. As for what ensues post-examination, is there not a subject for experimentation at hand? As the saying goes, practice reveals true knowledge. Chen Shien placed his hand upon her head and invoked the dream of floating life, though Tang Yuehua remained oblivious to his intentions. The unfolding events would soon reveal their significance. However, it is evident that this situation is not a favorable one, and regrettably, the struggle proves to be futile. A strange brilliance emerges, and upon opening his eyes, Chen Shien appears to possess a divine perspective, enabling him to witness the entirety of Tang Yuehua's life. Fast-forwarding through its moments, if one were to compare, it is akin to watching television. The external light does not disturb Chen Shien, it merely waits in silence. After a prolonged observation, he feels an undeniable sense of emptiness, as if he has gained nothing of substance. Tang Yuehua harbors no secrets from him. Her body reveals all, rendering the notion of secrets utterly absurd. She remains oblivious to the hidden truths of Haian Sect, the whereabouts of Tang Chun, the defensive distributions of Tiando, and the affairs of the Tiando royal family. The relationship with Shui is merely a one-sided affection, devoid of any tangible connection. Thus, what has been achieved? Yet, it seems unnecessary to dwell on that. It is akin to witnessing a grand performance, indulging in fantasies of the Douluo realm. Should one consider altering her memories? Perhaps employing her as a pawn? This would indeed maximize her utility. However, it is paramount to ascertain whether Shui will make a sound, as this would indicate the arrival of true love. Shui, do not let me down. Having seen what should not have been seen, yet having witnessed everything that ought not to be, Chen Shien decided to withdraw, feeling an odd sensation. An idea struck him, and his face flushed slightly. Yun Guang sensed she had stumbled upon something significant and deemed it necessary to correct the wayward youth, as light would guide him forward. Did you gaze upon that which you should not have? Chen Shien instinctively felt a sense of danger. This was something that could not be admitted. I am not. I did not. Do not let your imagination run wild, he vehemently denied, launching into a series of refutations. The glint in Yun Guang's eyes conveyed a menacing signal, and Chen Shien realized that if he did not leave promptly, he might find himself in peril. Shuer is looking for me. I must take my leave, he stated hurriedly before dashing out. Yun Guang swiftly caught up, grasping his clothing and exclaiming, Do not rush. Do not rush? Are you intending to provoke me into a frenzy? You truly are something else. Youngji, I believe what you are doing is inappropriate. This is akin to bullying a child, which is utterly wrong. Be wary of me. Yun Guang firmly pinched his ear, saying, Enough with the useless chatter. Is it not evident? Is it not appealing? At your age, you should not entertain such trivialities, lest you cultivate a habit of peeping. She continued to lecture him with a barrage of remarks, both relevant and irrelevant. Are you questioning my character? Moreover, my viewing of memories was entirely above board. How can it be deemed as theft or voyeurism? He initially intended to reason with her, but quickly realized he was outmatched in that arena. Forget it. I shall concede. If it happens again, I can assure you I will be well prepared. Tang Yuehua fainted after being forcibly subjected to a memory examination. To facilitate observation, she was confined to an opulent single room, as there was little chance of escape for someone with the soul power of level 9. The intention was to monitor any potential aftereffects while awaiting the arrival of Shueye or others who might redeem her. If no one came, it seemed Tang Yuehua would be doomed to remain in the eternal prison forever. Chen Shien regretted allowing Yimian to leave her there. Had he known, he would have prevented it. Now, with such thoughts, he found himself ensnared by his own decisions. Chapter 68. Endurance beyond measure, steady and unperturbed, unafraid of the circumstances. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Tiando Empire, Shueye learned of Tang Yuehua's predicament. Frankly speaking, Tang Yuehua had become a hot topic, a veritable liability. Why is a soul master who will never surpass level 10 considered a danger? The answer lies in the fact that all information regarding Tang Yuehua had been sensationalized by the Spirit Hall and splashed across the newspapers. Terms like traitor's sister and remnant of evil souls had become common parlance, making her infamous throughout the continent. Previously, few were aware of her true identity. Allowing her to maneuver discreetly, the reason he had refrained from taking forceful action against her was due to the Haian sect. Shueye yearned to cultivate a relationship with the Haian sect, and now he felt emboldened. He had initially planned to act in a few days, but unforeseen events had transpired. Now, if he wished to bring her back, he had to consider the sentiments of the populace. He was no fool. To the nobility, Tang Yuehua was expendable, merely a figure for high society gatherings. Thus, a woman possessing only beauty and limited utility in a specific field was hardly worth the exorbitant cost required for her rescue. Yet the Spirit Hall's propaganda was truly vile. Was this the destructive power of language? The lies propagated by the Spirit Hall had become accepted truth. With the masses fully deceived by the distortion of facts, it was imperative to impose restrictions. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall's assertions would become uncontested truths. However, Tiando lacked the capacity to exert influence over every corner of the continent. Unlike the Spirit Hall, Tiando's reach extended only to its own region, and even there, Shueye's commands sometimes fell on deaf ears. Furthermore, the royal family's reputation and credibility were not particularly robust. Could the populace truly ally with Ningfengji? The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School refrained from intervening as well, recognizing its limited influence. Despite being one of the top 3 sects, it was still merely a sect, and none could rival the Spirit Hall's extensive reach across the continent. Consequently, Shueye sent envoys to invite Ningfengji for a discussion. On another front, Tang Hao was engulfed in regret, tormented by the consequences of his actions. Because of himself, because of his choices, he had lost everything. What on earth was he doing? Gazing at the figure of Tang San in his arms, thoughts of the tormented souls of Hao Tian clan, Ayin, his father, elder brother, and younger sister flooded Tang Hao's mind, solidifying his expression with unwavering determination. He must seek vengeance, to strike against the distant Spirit Hall, while ensuring that he does not unleash chaos upon Nodding City or its surroundings to avoid detection. Nevertheless, the risks remain formidable. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he gathered a modest sum of money, entrusting old Jack with the care of Xiao San. Since old Jack had arrived not long after Tang Hao, he had looked down upon him, perceiving him as a grown man behaving like a child, perpetually indulging in drink and drifting through life, bound to meet an early demise. Tang Hao declared, "If I do not return, please take good care of Xiao San for me. I beg of you." This revelation left old Jack utterly astonished. He had merely believed that Tang Hao was away for a few days due to some pressing matters, yet it had escalated to a matter of guardianship. "What on earth are you up to?" Without uttering a word, Tang Hao prepared to kneel, but old Jack hastily restrained him. "What is the meaning of this?" Tang Hao replied, "I have seldom knelt before anyone in my life. I implore you to grant me your consent." Old Jack quickly responded, "Enough, enough. Your father may be inadequate, yet he is your child, and it is your duty as a father to care for him. I can assist you." Tang Hao comprehended old Jack's implication, yet he pondered whether he could truly return alive after undertaking his mission. Although he had uttered some expletives, he accepted the responsibility of looking after Tang San without paying heed to old Jack's insults. After entrusting the child to old Jack, Tang Hao departed the village and soared into the distance, vowing that this time, blood would be repaid with blood. Though he could endure, there was a limit to his patience. He had no choice but to strike at the branch hall, for his earlier words to old Jack were merely precautionary. Should he perish, let little San live a peaceful life, devoid of hatred. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire, 2 figures sat within a grand hall. May I inquire what your majesty has summoned me for? The Snowy Knight Emperor inquired coolly. I trust that Sect Master Ning can discern the peril posed by the Wuhuan daily? Ning Fengji naturally grasped the Snowy Knight Emperor's intent, which could be distilled into two possibilities. Was the Emperor seeking to suppress the Wuhuan daily, thereby vanquishing it from Tiando? Or was he contemplating emulating the Wuhuan daily to establish a Tiando version? Sect Master Ning, you must understand that the former is inconceivable. To erase the Wuhuan daily, one would need to eradicate the Wuhuan temple. The Xinghua Empire has also launched the Xinghua daily, and without the financial backing from the Xinghua Empire, it would have perished long ago with scant readership. Tiando would fare no differently, the Snowy Knight Emperor lamented with a wry smile. Ning Fengji now comprehended. This was merely a request for financial support. He had refrained from involvement due to the lack of profit potential. The Xinghua Empire, after all, was under the control of the Dai family, possessing a title Douluo. The Tiando royal family, reliant on the nobility, was vastly inferior in comparison. While the Tiando royal family undoubtedly had wealth, the Snowy Knight Emperor was reluctant to squander excessive funds, seeking to involve the Seven Treasures glazed tile school instead. How clever of you. Snowy Knight, you have indeed changed. Fortunately, I am not your true subject. You truly exploit your allies when in need. Ning Fengji maintained his composure, stating, the Wuhuan temple's presence spans the continent, an advantage we cannot hope to match. Moreover, there are other reasons I cannot disclose, as it would not be beneficial for anyone. The Snowy Knight Emperor fell silent, prompting Ning Fengji to continue. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school could collaborate with Tiando to establish a Tiando daily, which would be the most advantageous choice for us. Ning Fengji articulated his thoughts, stating that if he remained silent, Shui would inevitably speak, making it more prudent for him to voice his opinions first, as the outcome would remain unchanged. The fortunes of the Seven Treasures were intrinsically linked to Tiando, rendering the monetary aspect trivial, given that it was ultimately derived from Tiando's coffers. Ning Fengji awaited the Emperor Shui's response. With a smile, Shui remarked, Master Ning, it would be more fitting to call it the Seven Treasures daily. Following this, their conversation meandered aimlessly, filled with inconsequential banter. Observers might have thought them to be a united sovereign and minister, exuding profound trust in one another. Tragically, as Ning Fengji served as Shui's right-hand man, the original narrative forcibly awakened Shui, resulting in a depletion of his vitality, which in turn instigated apprehension within the Tiando royal family regarding the Seven Treasures, plunging their relations to a frigid state. Moreover, post-hunter soul, Ning Fengji, a cunning old fox and a shrewd merchant, had provided considerable assistance to Tiando and Tang San's faction. Investment, akin to gambling, had its risks. Although Ning Fengji had made some prudent bets, he had also erred, leading him to conclude that fate governs all, and not even the slightest detail is within human control. In another realm, Yin Mian had arrived at the Holy Soul Village, only to discover that Tang Hao had vanished, leaving an elderly man watching over Tang San, rendering her utterly perplexed. Yin Mian found herself in a state of helplessness. Having failed her master's mission, she felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Nevertheless, she swiftly relayed the intelligence to Qian Renxue. Upon hearing the news, Qian Renxue suspected that Tang Hao had likely succumbed to temptation, prompting her to instruct the various spirit hall branches to bolster their defenses, ensuring that any developments be reported immediately. Should we eliminate him if Tang Hao makes an appearance? Qian Renxue inquired. Sister Yun, does this even require my input? Yun Guang chuckled. I've simply grown accustomed to your ways. You can be quite devious, treating people as mere pawns. With a light-hearted tone, Yun Guang continued, in truth, both killing and sparing him have their merits. Slaying him would avenge us and elevate the spirit hall stature, while allowing him to live might drive Tang Hao to madness, compelling him to employ unscrupulous means to achieve his goals, ultimately leading to a divine presence that would propagate our faith. After Qian Renxue concluded her thoughts, an extraordinary radiance enveloped her, and as it dissipated, she transformed into Yun Guang. Qian Renxue touched her face and asked, Sister Yun, do you find me beautiful? The sound, the demeanor, the gaze. There is an unmistakable aura of that kind of person, truly infuriating. Qian Renxue, are you courting death? Yun Guang's fury reached its zenith. Had it been anyone else, she would have slapped them without hesitation. Observing Yun Guang on the verge of an explosion, he hastily apologized. Sister Yun Guang, you are my dear sister. I was wrong, truly wrong. This was nothing but an accident. With that, Qian Renxue transformed into the likeness of Haian. Yun Guang's emotions softened slightly as she remarked, if you dare to impersonate me again, with that shameless voice and those actions, do you believe I won't break your legs? I believe, I absolutely believe. It will never happen again, Chen Shien vowed, insisting that this time was indeed an accident. Yun Guang circled around the Haian that Chen Shien had become, clearly intrigued, and then made a startling move, lifting her skirt. This is quite the predicament for Chen Shien. What on earth? Are you out of your mind? Fortunately, he was quick on his feet and managed to avoid her grasp. But I can't help but wonder, is everything truly real? Is there a tangible sensation? How could there be such a transformation of life forms? What I possess is merely a facade, a manifestation altered by a peculiar force, merely resembling the real thing. Nevertheless, Chen Shien puffed out his chest and continued. You can feel this. It's quite solid, though I myself am at a loss as to how it was achieved. Yun Guang furrowed her brow and, in the next moment, delivered 2 swift slaps to Chen Shien. Are you some kind of pervert? Don't let this turn you into one. Her words came out haltingly, clearly unsure of how to express her thoughts. Am I really perceived as such in your eyes? That's rather disheartening. Yun Guang chose to ignore him and warned. I advise you not to use this ability to transform into a woman and engage in bizarre activities with yourself. That would be utterly inappropriate. Chen Shien was at a loss for words, bewildered by the poor image he seemed to project. So what is your plan? And how do you know what Haian looks like? The plan is rather straightforward, he replied. When Tang Hao makes his appearance, you will eliminate him, cornering him to a dead end. Then I will transform into Haian, manifesting to influence him, compelling him to abduct ordinary people as leverage against us. Ultimately, to save lives, we will release Tang Hao and also set Tang Yuehua free. As for how I know Haiyan's appearance, that is a secret not to be divulged. But do you not find it magnificent? The Spirit Hall is willing to make concessions for the sake of these ordinary people. Do they not feel gratitude towards the Spirit Hall? Yun Guang appeared somewhat perplexed, expressing her thoughts differently. Why complicate matters? Why not just kill him? Allowing him to escape will only tarnish the Spirit Hall's reputation. Chen Shien shook his head. We will document the incident with a recording crystal. Once you make your entrance, you will severely damage the Spirit Hall, while Tang Hao, in a desperate struggle, will threaten you with ordinary lives. We will ultimately concede, and our reputation will remain intact. Coupled with extensive publicity from the Spirit Hall daily, we will only gain a favorable reputation, and Tang Hao will no longer pose a threat. You can decide as you wish. I am indifferent, Yun Guang remarked with a shrug. Of course, the details will require careful consideration. To be honest, I wonder if there are critics in this alternate realm? Perhaps they would berate the Spirit Hall. If so, how might one deal with such critics? Yet, Tang Hao is still oblivious. With spatial abilities, Silver Crown began to search for Tang Hao, yet thus far, he had found nothing. Meanwhile, Qibao and Tiando collaborated to launch the Qibao Daily, which was fully operational in the Tiando region, albeit with modest sales that could not be compared to the thriving Wuhuan Daily. Ning Fingji remarked that everything was as he had anticipated. Losses were inevitable, and Qibao and the Tiando royal family would be squandering their resources in vain. Thus, he remained unperturbed. On a moonless night, fraught with danger, Tang Hao observed the Wuhuan branch from a distance, perceiving its inhabitants as weak insects. He would strike each with a single blow, and soon, it would be time for vengeance, to offer the blood of the Wuhuan temple as a tribute to the spirit of Haotian's sect. Gradually, Tang Hao's figure faded from sight. Wuhuan temple, await your reckoning. 2 guards clad in Wuhuan temple uniforms patrolled, blissfully unaware of the imminent peril. Surely, that Tang Hao cannot be foolish enough to show himself. If he does, he will find no escape, one muttered. Who knows? Let us hope he does not appear here. After all, he is a titled Douluo. How could we possibly contend with him? Although Wuhuan temple would avenge us, our lives would be forfeit, a steep price indeed. Nevertheless, even if we perish, our families would be cared for, ensuring a life free of worry. Life is but a series of such matters. Just then, before he could finish his thought, he was reduced to a mist of blood, shocking those around him. However, one guard, still composed, drew a signal flare, preparing to launch it, only to meet the same grim fate as his companion. Yet, the flare successfully soared into the sky. Chapter 70. The grand performance begins. Tang Hao glanced upwards at the crimson flare, cursing under his breath. He could easily have destroyed the signal, but it was too late for that. The slaughter must commence. Along his path, Tang Hao had already claimed the lives of more than a dozen, yet it was insufficient. Tang Hao, surrender now. We have reported to Wuhuan City. Elders will come to apprehend you. It is not too late to retreat, one of the guards implored. Tang Hao replied coolly, do you know who I am? Suddenly realizing something, he understood that Wuhuan temple must have been informed. Despite his black cloak, who else could it be but himself? With merely 3 soul rings, why court destruction? Court destruction? Yet I shall not retreat, Sun Chung declared earnestly, unleashing his most powerful third soul skill towards Tang Hao. Haha, how amusing that you dare to strike first. Very well, prepare to meet your end. After uttering his words, the Haotian hammer was hurled towards Sun Qing, who instinctively closed his eyes. In that moment of impending doom, an unexpected figure thrust him out of the hammer's strike range. Yet, he himself would forever remain in a state of eternal slumber. Rising from the ground, Sun Chung roared in fury. Did I not instruct you to flee? What on earth is wrong with you young ones? Sun Steward, we cannot abandon this place. Leave at once. You are not needed here. As an old man unburdened by ties, why do you return? The moment he spotted the signal flare, he urged the people of this branch to escape. Stripping off the Soul Hall uniform as he exited, Tang Hao, not recognizing anyone, found it improbable. It was truly moving, yet since they had come, they might as well stay. A shadow attempted a stealthy attack, only to be obliterated instantly. Tang Hao gazed at the Soul Hall branch before him, an unmistakable disdain dancing in his eyes. This shall be your grave. The colossal Haotian hammer smashed down upon the Soul Hall branch, reducing it to ruins. As countless cries of anguish filled the air, Lord City Master, shall we not intervene? With a fierce glare, the City Master retorted, if you wish to court death, I shall not stop you. But the Soul Hall branch has been destroyed. If we do nothing, what if the Soul Hall seeks retribution? The City Master pondered this dilemma and added, take a few people to put on a show, run a few laps, and shout some slogans. As for Tang Hao, lives had been lost, and the hall shattered. Though not all perished, it mattered little. Fleeing was paramount. Exploiting the information gap, they would strike another location, leaving the Soul Hall personnel bewildered. After Tang Hao departed, several individuals crawled from the debris, most of them maimed and battered. Yet it was nothing short of miraculous that they had survived. Days later, the news of this incident spread across the continent, and Tang Hao's notoriety had become beyond description, with insults hurled at him that spanned generations. The direction taken by Yin Mian was opposite to Tang Hao's. Otherwise, such tragedy would not have ensued. Among the deceased, those with families had their loved ones discreetly relocated near the Soul City, ensuring a life free from worry. Albeit at the cost of their lives, a sacrifice few were willing to accept for their kin. Subsequently, the Soul Hall initiated a sweeping search. While Yin Mian, also Br Chen Shien, found himself somewhat perplexed by the peculiar tone of Yun Guang. It was truly puzzling, as they were enveloped in a void, seamlessly transported into another realm, marked for instantaneous relocation, a flawless arrival. To be candid, having Sister Yun Guang involved seemed rather excessive. For Tang Hao was at most at the 9th or 10th level. The explosive ring of the profound essence was indeed formidable. It was through this very ring that his prowess defied all logic. Yun Guang remarked earnestly. Chen Shien chuckled and replied, but we are here to orchestrate a performance. And even if he unleashes the full force of the 9 rings, my capabilities surpass his in sheer absurdity. Upon hearing this, Yun Guang smiled and chose to remain silent thereafter. By the time they realized it, they had already found themselves within the confines of Yanqi City. Chen Shien suggested, to ensure our safety, let us first conceal ourselves within this realm. It would be regrettable if our leading man were to flee in fright, and we would be compelled to trouble Yin Mian for additional trips. The meticulously constructed stage is set, with both actors and audience in place. The only missing element is the protagonist, and then the grand performance can commence. As the sky outside deepens into darkness, Chen Shien cannot help but remark, for Tang Hao, does the distinction between day and night truly matter? He specifically chooses to act under the cover of night. Indeed, with his prowess, the time of day holds no significance. Perhaps this is what you refer to as a sense of ritual? Chen Shien chuckles. Surely it cannot be so. Meanwhile, Yin Mian remains merely a soulless automaton. Finally, in the dead of night, Tang Hao is prepared to take action. What a feat it has been. In this late hour, will my impersonation of Yin be visible to him? I would assume that a titled Douluo's vision would not be so poor, and besides, I am here. To this, Chen Shien agrees. Step by step, Tang Hao approaches, his eyes betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. He has arrived. Our protagonist has finally taken his place. Yet, unbeknownst to Tang Hao, the individuals within this split hall are all criminals, each deserving of the gravest punishment. It is a privilege for them to lend their strength in their final moments. This time, Tang Hao resolved not to engage in lengthy conversations as he had previously. Instead, he intended to strike directly, leaving destruction in his wake. Should any survive, it would merely be their fortunate fate. The sooner he completed this task, the sooner he could proceed to the next. The colossal Haian hammer descended upon the spirit hall branch, and with a thunderous roar, the entire edifice was reduced to rubble. This is rather unconventional, isn't it? Why did you strike so abruptly? Moreover, while he was patrolling outside, he deliberately altered his memory. Yet now it proves to be of no use, and he must revert back, which infuriates him. Nevertheless, it matters not. Just as Tang Hao turned away, a blinding radiance erupted, illuminating the entirety of Yinchi City as if it were midday. It was swift, exceedingly swift, leaving no room for evasion. Tang Hao had no choice but to unleash his martial soul's true form and brace himself to withstand this formidable strike. The radiant strike of Yao Shiji Guang was executed with all of Yun Guang's might, perhaps retaining merely 20% of his strength. The collision between the light beam and the Haian hammer unleashed tremendous destructive force, reducing everything in the vicinity to ashes. The nameless criminals, failing to engage in dialogue with Tang Hao as per the script, met their demise. Such was their fate. Chapter 71. Despair. Although Tang Hao's hammer detonated impressively, it was insufficient to counter the brilliance of Yao Shiji Guang. The light beam surged forward, unstoppable, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced through Tang Hao. As the beam dissipated, droplets of blood trickled from the wound on Tang Hao's left arm, which had already been obliterated into dust. Tang Hao's expression was grave. He realized that the likelihood of his downfall today was exceedingly high. You, a remnant of the evil soul, defy the natural order. Why must you go against the heavens? Are you seeking death? Yun Guang remarked coldly. Defy? My love for Haian is genuine. Yet he, driven by selfish desires, indiscriminately slaughters the innocent. My Haian sect has never harbored evil soul masters. It is your spirit hall that fabricates lies and distorts the truth. You proclaim yourselves as righteous while engaging in heinous acts, revealing your wicked ambitions, Tang Hao retorted in fury. Yun Guang remained unfazed by Tang Hao's words. Had he not found value in Qian Rinxue, Tang Hao would have already met his end. Tang Hao's eyes were bloodshot, and as he laughed maniacally, he continued, Heaven? Am I the one defying the heavens? Or is it your spirit hall that elevates itself to the status of heaven? You have taken countless lives, disregarding existence itself. And now you presume to be divine. I, Tang Hao, shall shatter this so-called heaven. Yun Guang replied with indifference, Heaven? To you, my spirit hall is heaven. Why should a mere title Douluo seek his own demise? As his words fell, a golden cage enveloped Tang Hao in an instant. The domain of light unfolded, and several holy swords converged into a colossal sword, resembling an impending judgment. Desumi hammer. Detonate. The clash between the Haian sect and the holy sword unleashed a colossal wave of energy that rippled through the surroundings. The holy sword shattered into countless fragments. As the Haian hammer hurtled towards her, Yun Guang remained utterly unfazed. After all, she was not one to fear the likes of the feeble Qian Xuanji. A myriad of luminous formations materialized in the air, from which beams of light erupted in abundance, rendering the so-called explosive rings a mere jest. The previous holy sword, though striking in appearance, was, as Qian Rinxien had claimed, only temporarily powerful. True allure is everlasting. Thus, she feigned a display, only to discover the sword's fragility. Yet, perhaps it was her own inadequacy. Had her control and strength ascended to a higher echelon, the Haian hammer would have been obliterated. Tang Hao, on the other hand, was quite keen to flee. The dense array of light formations and Yun Guang left him with little choice. To run was to leave behind something significant, and to remain was to risk his life. Like a man possessed, Tang Hao recklessly engaged with Yun Guang, yet after several exchanges, he bore numerous wounds. While Yun Guang remained unscathed, radiating a dazzling brilliance in the air. The inhabitants of the city had largely awakened, for such a cacophony made slumber unrealistic. Those in proximity fled frantically, terrified of being crushed if they lagged. The city lord began to curse the two combatants inwardly, exclaiming in frustration, There are plenty of remote places. Why must you brawl in this small town? It is utterly perilous. Yet, he found himself unable to confront either of them. One was Tang Hao, the other Yun Guang, both formidable figures. The city lord resolved to prioritize his own safety. Let them clash as they wished. Tang Hao, why persist in such futile resistance? Yun Guang and Tang Hao had conversed for quite some time. Why such ease in their dialogue? It was simply because she was there to perform. The great Sumera hammer. Explosive ring. The strike provided Tang Hao with a precious opportunity to flee. As he turned and ran, Yun Guang rapidly pursued him, taunting, Tang Hao, you are nothing but a coward. I killed your father, disabled your elder brother, and annihilated the Haian sect. What purpose does your continued existence serve if you can only run away? While fending off Yun Guang's relentless attacks, Tang Hao continuously reassured himself that survival meant a chance for the future. He must endure for greatness to be achieved. Yet, what other options remained? Now that he was fleeing, Chen Shien could no longer stand idly by. A thunderous sound erupted from the sky as Haian made her dazzling appearance. Haian had strategically positioned herself along Tang Hao's inevitable path. What was this inevitability? It was the result of Yun Guang forcing him to traverse that route. The Holy Sword and the Light Array launched a frenzied assault against Tang Hao, occasionally conjuring a radiant prison that threatened to drive him to madness. With a powerful swing, Tang Hao sent the Holy Sword flying, and by a remarkable twist of fate, it soared directly towards Haian. Haian, frightened, collapsed to the ground as the sword approached. Tang Hao inadvertently caught a glimpse of her, a moment that would haunt him forever. The figure bore long blue hair and an appearance strikingly similar to Haian, exuding an unmistakable aura. Tang Hao instinctively cried out, "Haian, danger!" At that moment, he was revitalized. Fleeing was no longer an option. He rushed to protect Haian, fully aware that she had already perished. Yet she resembled her so closely that he could not discern the difference. He would not allow Haian to die before his eyes. Lifting Haian into his arms, he began to depart, casting a tender glance at her, which caused Chen Shien to feel a wave of nausea. Had he known, he would have acted differently. Haian spoke softly, "Thank you." Tang Hao, feeling a surge of emotion, remained silent as Yun Guang charged at him once more. "Tang Hao, you truly are a sentimental soul, yet it all seems so coincidental. Are you at ease with this?" Tang Hao's heart raced. "You speak nonsense," he retorted with a laugh. "How fortuitous that you remain at level 89, stuck for so long, while still wandering about with a pregnant soul beast. Isn't this information a revelation from you? You are the very one responsible for the soul beast's demise. The world is indeed rife with coincidences." Hearing Yun Guang's words, Tang Hao felt a wave of despair wash over him. If he had not been wandering with Haian, the subsequent events would never have unfolded. He had never forgiven himself. Yun Guang sensed that Tang Hao had not grasped the underlying implication and swiftly delivered another blow. A soul master is on the verge of a breakthrough, and his sights are set on his own wife, knowing she is a soul beast. To achieve this, he deliberately spread rumors to attract hunters, ensuring that his wife would be sacrificed for him. "What do you think of this tale, Tang Hao?" he asked. Tang Hao roared in response, "You lie. I have never thought this way. It matters not. After all, your words hold no weight. Moreover, 100,000 years soul beast has been sacrificed for you. Yet you have only attained the rank of 92. Truly, you are a waste." Tang Hao's heart was in disarray. He had never entertained such thoughts. Yet he lived perpetually in a state of self-reproach. At that moment, a radiant light burst forth, striking Tang Hao directly, and he fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, Yun Guang unleashed a brilliant strike known as Radiance of the World. With a wounded leg, Tang Hao believed he could not evade this blow. As he rose to endure the impact, Haian slowly stood up and pushed Tang Hao away. In the process, she was consumed by the light, turning to ashes. Chapter 72. The Heart's Desire. With Haian's disappearance, Tang Hao was left utterly stunned, frozen in place, his eyes vacant as if he had succumbed to death. At this juncture, Chen Shien began to harness the full potential of his ability, life as a dream. The influence had already commenced when Tang Hao embraced him, though it was not apparent at that moment, for he was indeed a titled Douluo. Despite his current weakness, this time his martial soul was formidable, and everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. An extraordinary luminescence flickered, pulling Tang Hao into a painful reverie, while Yun Guang observed with curiosity etched upon his face. Chen Shien, though perturbed by this, could not afford to be distracted. As the brilliance intensified, Tang Hao became enraptured in the meticulously crafted dream that Chen Shien had woven for him. Sometimes, even when aware of the illusion, one chooses to believe, such is the nature of humanity. The transition from paradise to despair is indeed the most harrowing experience. In the dream, they were free from the influence of the spirit hall, thus Haian did not perish, and the two returned safely to the Haian sect. Some members of the sect recognized Haian as a spirit beast, but remained silent, united in purpose and resolute against external threats. Within this esteemed sect, the loving couple held a grand wedding ceremony. Subsequently, Haian gave birth to Tang San, and the family embarked on a blissful life, unrestrained by societal norms. This narrative, perhaps, incited envy in Chen Shien. However, if such was the case, what was left to play for? Everyone might as well return home. The story was poised for a twist. Tang Hao declared tenderly, "Haian, I love you," only to be reminded of their child's presence, eliciting an awkward laugh from him. Just as he prepared to speak further, a tremendous explosion erupted. The ground shook violently, a testament to the immense power unleashed. Haian. Wait for me. I shall return shortly, he urged. Haian nodded in affirmation. The massacre at the Haian sect was about to unfold once more. Following Yun Guang's devastating strike that incapacitated the sect, profanity abounds, and when Tang Hao stepped forward to intervene, he was struck so severely that even his parents could hardly recognize him. The detonation of the rings? A simultaneous explosion of 9 rings? Before you can unleash your destruction, I am capable of incapacitating you. However, Tang Hao is indeed Tang Hao, the father of Tang San, and thus possesses certain distinctions, even in such dire circumstances. He successfully executed the explosive 9-ring technique, unleashing a force potent enough to level a mountain and inflict grievous harm upon his allies, resulting in the demise of countless disciples of the Haian sect due to his actions. This brought him to the brink of collapse. Yet, the true devastation was yet to come. Tang Hao was rendered utterly powerless and subsequently bound to a crucifix. All remaining disciples of the Haian sect were captured and brought before him, lined up in a long queue, awaiting their impending fate. Countless disciples endured excruciating torture in his presence, ultimately meeting their end at the hands of Tang Hao himself. Who could comprehend the weight of such a feeling? One that had never been experienced before? Tang Hao was on the verge of madness. His sect, the Spirit Hall, oh, how they have forsaken humanity. Turning away from their own kin. With each disciple of the Haian sect who perished by his hand, he found himself powerless to alter the course of events. Forced to witness the unfolding tragedy, even becoming the perpetrator of such horror. This sense of powerlessness. If given another choice, Tang Hao might not return to the Haian sect. Nor would he wander the continent with Haian. If he had chosen to retreat to a secluded place, would all of this have been avoided? Perhaps then. All would reach a satisfying conclusion, and tragedy would cease to exist. As he pondered the essence of life, a woman approached him. Haian, no, please, I beg you. Spare her, release her. Do whatever you wish to me. Yet his pleas bore no weight. Before his very eyes, Haian endured torment, subjected to inhumane suffering. A brutal violation of humanity. Tang Hao could not shut his eyes. He could only watch, a testament to the cruelty of the heart. Adu, you wretches. You deserve to die. How dare you? A fury born of helplessness surged within him, tears cascading without restraint. After enduring unspeakable agony, Haian collapsed into his arms. Gazing at the broken form of Haian, he remained powerless, just as before, a mere shadow, helplessly witnessing the unfolding tragedy. Do you yearn for power? In your frailty lies your impotence. It is weakness that begets tragedy, that incites tears, for weakness is the original sin. A voice, demonic in nature, echoed in Tang Hao's ears, relentlessly tempting him, as if to drag him into an abyss. Suddenly, the voice took a sharp turn, replaced by one of sanctity. Do you dare to confront your own heart? What are your true feelings buried deep within? A gentle radiance emerged, revealing another version of Tang Hao. Do you truly love her? She is but a soul beast, merely a soul ring. No, you speak nonsense. Nonsense? You are fully aware of her nature as a soul beast, yet you act recklessly. Your soul power is but a step away from the title of a titled Douluo. Can you truly reject 100,000-year soul ring? You suppressed your soul power, seeking to inform the Spirit Hall, wishing to use their hands to sacrifice Haian. You never loved her. She was merely a soul ring to you. Yet upon learning of her pregnancy, you are filled with regret. Gaze into your heart. Tang Hao, this is the truth. Tang Hao knelt, cradling his head in despair. Another voice continued. Tang Hao, you are not alone in your cowardice. The Haian sect is filled with cowards, a group that preys on the weak and trembles before the strong, hypocrites to the core. Your child will be just like you. The voice incessantly echoed in his ears, dismantling his mental defenses. You all deserve to die. Yes, they all deserve death. Do you wish for revenge? Do you desire for others to experience your suffering? As events unfold, they align closely with Chen Shien's expectations, progressing with unexpected ease. To seek vengeance, one must possess strength. To achieve vengeance, survival is paramount, enduring until the moment of great accomplishment, enduring until one is invincible. Thus, a seed is quietly sown, awaiting the opportune moment to take root and flourish. In the realm of reality, Tang Hao has grown indifferent to the veracity of power. He has compelling reasons to survive, even if it requires unscrupulous methods. Isn't the Spirit Hall the self-proclaimed emblem of justice? With such grandiloquent slogans, let him put the Spirit Hall to the test and see just how righteous it truly is. Chapter 73, A Gamble for Life. If he wishes to live today, he must resort to any means necessary. Does the distinction between reality and illusion hold any significance? Suddenly, the sound of slicing air fills the atmosphere as several dazzling beams of light descend. Tang Hao leaps into the air, shattering each ray with powerful strikes. Observing this scene, Chen Shien ponders why he does not evade. Does this seem more heroic? After obliterating the beams, Tang Hao swiftly alters his course towards a more populous area. With Yunguang trailing him leisurely, enduring considerable hardship in this demanding performance. As Tang Hao deftly dodges while soaring, he soon locates his desired destination. With a mighty swing, countless structures crumble into ruins, the force directed at a distant target. Hovering in the sky, Tang Hao exclaims fervently, "Isn't the spirit hall self-proclaimed as just? Should you make another move, these people below will perish because of you." As he speaks, his murderous intent materializes, accompanied by the suppression of soul power, deadly to the ordinary folk. Most collapse to the ground, incapacitated, a foul stench permeating the air. Indeed, the members of the evil soul beast sect are all alike, devoid of humanity, utterly abhorrent. No, you cannot even be deemed human. You are worse than beasts, especially you. Traitor. Tang Hao, in a frenzy of laughter, covers his face with one hand while wielding his hammer to strike downward. Witnessing this, Yunguang curses, "Damn it." Under the protection of the light prison and the beams, the lives of the onlookers are preserved, primarily because Tang Hao has shown restraint. Otherwise, the residual force would have been enough to terrify them. "You distort truth and morality, mercilessly slaughter," Yunguang added. "You traverse the continent, consorting with soul beasts. Regardless of what the evil soul master sect may undertake, how could you possibly comprehend it? It is merely your own delusion." Tang Hao seemed to realize he could not best Yunguang in argument, and ceased to engage further. Suddenly, a colossal phantom of the Haian hammer materialized. As Tang Hao wielded the hammer and struck downward, the ordinary folk below were so terrified they had lost the ability to flee, most closing their eyes in prayer, beseeching the spirit hall for salvation. "Please, mother, I do not wish to die. Fear not, that esteemed soul master will surely rescue us." The Haian hammer hovered ominously just 3 meters above the terrified crowd, and Tang Hao declared, "Release me, and free my elder brother and third sister, or I shall demand the entire city accompany me in death." Yunguang retorted furiously, "You are utterly devoid of conscience, a paragon of inhumanity, worse than a beast. How dare you speak so grandly? If you had not pursued me so relentlessly, I would not have been driven to this extreme. You are the root of all this calamity. If lives have been lost, it is by your own hand." Her anger had reached a boiling point, and she struggled to suppress the urge to eliminate Tang Hao, repeatedly reminding herself to adhere to the plan. "Nonsense. Your twisted reasoning is utterly incomprehensible." As for Yunguang's words, Tang Hao remained unfazed. No matter how she spoke, his sole desire was to survive. Only by living could he exact his vengeance. "What then is your decision, esteemed Lord Yunguang of the Spirit Hall?" The final remark was uttered with an exaggerated loudness, revealing a sinister intent. Yunguang fell silent, appearing to contemplate deeply. Why not simply eliminate him? "The esteemed 3 offerings, you must hasten your decision, lest this madman be driven to act irrationally." "Are you threatening me?" Yunguang fixed his gaze on Tang Hao, as if preparing to strike at any moment. "No, I merely speak a truth. Am I not a madman now?" Gazing upon Tang Hao's repulsive visage, Yunguang resolved to expedite matters. The sooner it was done, the sooner he could conclude this ordeal. Yet, negotiation was still necessary. "Release these innocents, and I shall allow you to depart. As for Tang Yuehua and Tang Xiao, their fates are not mine to decide. My only authority lies in permitting your escape." Tang Hao's countenance darkened instantly, his voice laced with fury. "Are you jesting? They must all be freed, or the entire city shall perish alongside me." Behind Yunguang, a multitude of sacred swords and arrays of light manifested, the threat implicit and undeniable. Witnessing this, Tang Hao refused to be intimidated, swinging the Haian hammer with defiance. "Do you wish to compare our speeds? Compare? Had I not come to kill you, you would have been finished from the outset." However, reflecting upon the precarious situation, she withdrew her offensive, stirring a wave of emotion among the ordinary people. Yet, Yunguang remained silent. Tang Hao's patience waned, his irritation mounting. "What is the purpose of this delay? I shall ask you once more, will you release them, or not?" The murderous intent in Yunguang's eyes felt almost tangible. If gazes could slay, Tang San would have perished countless times. Nevertheless, observing Tang Hao's growing impatience, she reached a decision. One may be spared. As Yunguang uttered these words, it felt as though the very essence of her strength had been siphoned away, nearly causing her to falter. Meanwhile, Tang Hao scrutinized Yun Guang, seemingly attempting to discern the truth behind her facade. Yet, her performance was so convincing that no trace of pretense was detectable. Is this the final verdict? Tang Hao pondered internally, weighing the choices of agreement or dissent. While grappling with the challenge of discerning authenticity, how can you assure me of my release, rather than striking once I have distanced myself? Furthermore, what guarantees do you offer for my elder brother and third sister? Yun Guang replied, you must choose to trust, for you have no avenue left to retreat. And I can swear by the reputation of the Spirit Hall that if you release them, I shall uphold my promise. If your skepticism persists, then I have no further words to offer. Tang Hao fell into deep contemplation, if only. Alas, what purpose does such speculation serve? With no retreat available. He could only take a gamble, wagering on Yun Guang's fidelity to his word. Entrusting one's life to another is, to be frank, an exceedingly foolish endeavor. Yet it is the only recourse available to Tang Hao. He must gamble with his very existence. Tang Hao spoke. I hope you will honor your promise. Otherwise, the 1,000-year reputation of the Spirit Hall shall be buried by your hands. Justice. Chapter 74. The finale. Naturally, I, Yun Guang, have always been a man of my word. Releasing those individuals will indeed allow you to depart. However, which will you choose between Tang Yuehua and Tang Xiao? Tang Xiao possesses considerable strength, while Tang Yuehua has some connections in Tiando. Whether I can leverage that now is a different matter entirely. Emotionally, the bond between the three siblings has always been strong, particularly with Tang Yuehua, who harbors ambiguous feelings for him. Whichever he chooses will inevitably leave the other feeling betrayed. A sense of guilt envelopes his heart, yet reality dictates that he can only select one. So, whom shall he choose? He understands that prolonging this discussion is futile. This should be the limit. Tang Hao found himself ensnared in a painful dilemma. After a prolonged silence, he sighed deeply and, with a pained expression, declared, Release my elder brother. Simultaneously, he silently apologized to Tang Yuehua. Her abilities were too feeble, and according to his assessment, she might lose her life. Whereas her prospects in the Spirit Hall might be somewhat more favorable. Such self-deception may bring a semblance of comfort. A peculiar smile appeared on Yun Guang's face. Upon seeing that smile, Tang Hao felt a sudden pang of dread in his heart, sensing that misfortune was imminent, and indeed, it was. Is it true? Yet now, Tang Xiao has been rendered powerless, reduced to a mere shell of his former self, imprisoned in the eternal abyss, with no hope of escape. Are you dreaming? Tang Hao clenched his fists, struggling to suppress his anger. Brother, I shall avenge you, but who shall I release now? Tang Hao had once been formidable, more useful than Tang Yuehua, and had a higher chance of survival. Such was his selfish desire. Could you not simply tell me that I could only free the third sister? But you did not inquire. Yun Guang taunted. He harbored a thought. Since his life was already at stake, what was one more gamble? Then let me release my third sister. Yun Guang nodded. Now, let us attend to the matter at hand. I hope you will honor your promise. With that, Tang Hao soared into the distance, his speed defying mere words. Just as everyone began to breathe a sigh of relief, believing salvation was at hand, a colossal hammer hurtled towards them. Its ferocious force was sufficient to annihilate them 100 times over. Despairing cries erupted from the crowd, many cursing Tang Hao. Tang Hao, you wretched fool, may you meet a dreadful end. You, cursed soul, how is it that the Soul Beast sect has not been obliterated? And why do you still linger in this world? These individuals, driven by a sense of impending doom, found the courage to express their frustrations. At this juncture, it was the turn of the creators of order in the mainland, the guardians of peace, the illustrious Spirit Hall, to intervene and offer salvation. Suddenly, Yun Guang appeared before the crowd, exerting all his strength. In essence, it was a spectacle of dazzling effects. The brilliance alone sufficed. A radiant light emanated, as countless formations of light coalesced to form a colossal protective array. In the next moment, Yun Guang's aura underwent a profound transformation, his hands crossed before his chest, while an ethereal angelic silhouette emerged behind him. The sacred light cascaded over the entire Yinchi city, enveloping it in a glow as resplendent as that of the sun. How comforting! Is this the legendary angel? Has a deity descended to rescue us? Are these the fabled angelic beings? We are grateful for your kindness. To be candid, a fleeing individual turned back to unleash a soul technique, and it felt as though the world were on the brink of destruction. Yet, how did this angelic visage come to be? Why does this descendant of the divine seem utterly oblivious? Is this reasonable? When questioned, Qian Dao Lu would merely smile enigmatically, shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, Chen Shien was no fool. he harbored some conjectures. The Haian hammer made contact with the light array, and in an instant, it was consumed. Subsequently, the light array vanished, and the angelic silhouette transformed into a gentle starlight, showering down upon the gathered crowd. This performance is sufficient. In a couple of days, he shall assume a new identity, or rather, return to his original one. The figure of Yun Guang has also vanished without a trace. The survivors, having endured the calamity, express their heartfelt gratitude and faith. An unnamed city lord contemplates that joining the martial soul hall might be quite advantageous. However, he is a citizen of Tiando in life and will remain a ghost of Tiando in death. He intends to hold the position of city lord until retirement, after which he can indulge in a life of comfort. It is better to avoid unnecessary troubles. Turning significant issues into minor ones and then rendering them inconsequential has been his modus operandi for many years. In essence, this is merely a muddled affair, after all. By the time the next successor arrives, the current one will have already departed. However, today's events have escalated significantly, and the duel between two factions has likely made the city notorious, complicating the Lord's position. It is indeed a source of considerable distress. In a discreet corner, 3 individuals were engaged in a clandestine scheme. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft symphony that echoed through the forest. What do you think? Am I remarkable? Indeed, you are splendid. The inquisitive gaze of Silver Crown glimmered with a thirst for knowledge. I believe we can omit that segment concerning Haian, Cloudlight remarked, puzzled. Why is that? Silver Crown echoed the question with curiosity. How can one articulate this? It is rather difficult to express. Perhaps it is best left unsaid. Regardless, you should heed my words. Would I deceive my own? I am, after all, a good person. Yun Guang regarded Chen Shien with a peculiar gaze. A good person, indeed? He orchestrated everything, leading to the deaths of thousands. To his enemies, he is undeniably a demon. Yet, to his own, he is indeed a benevolent soul. Chen Shien cast a sidelong glance at Yun Guang and exclaimed, "What is that look you have?" He merely felt that Yun Guang was correct. He is a good person, an extraordinary one at that. Although Yun Guang emphasized the term good person, it did little to alter the essence of the matter. While Tang Ritian may engage in murder and arson, saving the wretched is Chen Rinchuan's domain. Is he not a good person as well? Though he did not take direct action, such minor details are inconsequential. By the way, what are you planning to do with Tang Yuehua, if released? Given Tang Hao's actions and reputation, along with the evil soul beast sect, she may have no protection and could be killed. Mentioning this caused a pang of discomfort for Chen Shien. The notion of Tang Yuehua possessing 9th-level soul power is astonishing, and her domain is undoubtedly quite useful. Although the divine herbs may change, there are still many within the spirit hall. How could they fall to an outsider, unless he were to be rendered foolish? Which is clearly improbable. You should take the time to protect Yin Mian. After all, she has now become a pawn in this game. If she were to be slain, it would be a significant loss. Yin Mian expressed her complete willingness to assist. Chapter 75. Intervention. The crux of the matter lies in promotion. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. They must work tirelessly to ensure that the entire continent is aware of Tang Hao's remarkable achievements. Naturally, I cannot toil without recompense. I have been suppressing the urge to eliminate him. It is evident that Yun Guang is quite irate. Chen Shien pondered for a moment and inquired, "What happened with your angel? Was that strike truly so formidable? You haven't sustained any injuries, have you?" He felt it unlikely. To his surprise, upon hearing this, Yun Guang burst into laughter, embracing Chen Shien and declaring, "It is quite simple. As long as one possesses sufficient mastery over light, creating a falsehood is hardly a challenge. This is akin to forging a holy sword, perhaps even more futile than the sword itself, as it possesses no offensive capabilities whatsoever." After saying this, Yun Guang conjured a miniature angel, adorably small and utterly charming. Witnessing this, Chen Rinchuan's lips twitched in disbelief. How could he have been so foolish as not to deduce this? After much contemplation, he realized he had merely concocted scenarios in his mind. "What troubles you?" "I'm fine. I just wish to be alone," Chen Shien replied, gesturing to leave. However, he was halted by Yun Guang's grip. "Who is Jingjing? When did you find her?" "It's hard to tell. You seem so diminutive," Chen Shien expressed, feeling utterly disenchanted. "I'm exhausted. Let it all come to an end. Perhaps I should simply relocate to another planet," he lamented. At this moment, Yin Mian was at a loss as to what course of action to take. Should she intervene to rescue her master? The situation did not appear perilous, yet her master seemed profoundly unhappy. She yearned to be a joyous little puppet. But this was clearly not the conduct befitting such a role. Chen cast a glance at Yin Mian, noticing her lack of response, and then shot her a sidelong glance, making exaggerated expressions. Yin Mian chose to ignore it, believing it best not to engage in such matters, as she was merely a puppet. Goodness, this puppet is utterly unreliable. Has my intent to return been so blatantly overlooked? Ideally, I would prefer a replacement indistinguishable from a real person, he mused. I mentioned I wish to be alone, and yet, you have not clarified who Jingjing is. Jingjing is merely a state of tranquility. Chen suddenly realized he had been ensnared in a web of confusion, and the issue did not lie there. He quickly clarified. You misunderstood. My desire for Jingjing refers to my wish for silence. Then why not express it plainly? I almost believed you had lost your mind. When did your image deteriorate so dramatically? Enough. I was merely teasing you. Do not overthink it. There is no need for such wild imaginings. Oh, overthinking can lead to trouble? Wouldn't you agree? Yin Mian? Tang Hao, grievously wounded, had escaped, but at the cost of his left arm, suffering several explosions of his rings, leaving him in a state of utter despair. The previously manageable internal injuries had now worsened considerably. If he refrained from further combat, it might be tolerable. But should he engage again and detonate his rings, he would not need an enemy to slay him. He would do the job himself. Yet, vengeance still beckoned him. Lost in thought, Tang Hao plummeted from the sky, landing in a most undignified manner, though fortunately from a height not too great. With a cough of blood, he slowly rose to his feet, trudging forward. However, he walked unsteadily, as if at the brink of death, likely to collapse and never rise again. He pressed on, driven solely by the fervent desire for revenge. I still have scores to settle. I cannot perish here. Damn it. How could this happen? Why does everything deviate from my design? How dare a mere mortal interfere with the divine plan? Is it you, Chen Shien? What is it that you possess? Fate has been disrupted. The Douluo continent must return to its rightful path. In Shura's heart, the Haian sect should not perish. Tang Hao should not be on the brink of death, and the spirit hall is destined for annihilation. Now, all deviations from the intended course shall be rectified by him. Tang-san, do not let me down. Beside the Azura, there was evidently no one present, yet the ominous sound of destruction reverberated. Azura, you are the divine king of justice. Do you not comprehend that you cannot arbitrarily interfere with the mortal realm? I did not interfere. I merely corrected the mistakes. What fault lies within that? On the contrary, it is you who interferes with my correction of errors. Damn it. I truly wish to unleash a storm of destruction upon that face of yours. How can you possibly possess such shameless audacity? He has endured destruction for such an extended period, yet this is but a fraction of what Shura has experienced. His audacity is likely sufficient to withstand the tempest of annihilation. Shura, you ought to comprehend that sentiment, that resolve. I advise you not to deceive yourself. Of course, should you perish, I may consider assisting in the search for a successor. No need for thanks. With that, the embodiment of destruction vanished. Disinterested in further banter with such a character. When the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will inevitably be crooked. It is likely that his chosen one is not of commendable nature. We are all sovereign deities, who can truly conceal anything from one another. Although he was unaware of the entirety of Shura's plans, such matters had become irrelevant. He sought destruction, yet yearned for an heir. No, he wished to include his wife, so they could depart in leisure. Shura, you are merciless. Do not blame me for being unjust. I hope you do not let this anger consume you. He is the god of justice. How could he interfere with the mortal realm? This should merely be seen as rectifying an error. How could there be any wrongdoing in that? You speak the truth, Ashura. Upon this thought of destruction, a faint smile appeared. Little Green, I have splendid news for you. In the lower realm, Tang Hao lay in a state of near death when an immense force surged into his body. Under the influence of this power, Tang Hao was miraculously revived, all his hidden injuries healed, and his severed limbs were restored. The only lamentable aspect was that he did not achieve a breakthrough. As Tang Hao regained consciousness and felt his wounds completely healed, he could not help but exclaim, "How is this possible? What on earth is happening?" After a prolonged period of emotional turmoil, he ultimately accepted this reality. Although the identity of the perpetrator remained unknown, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous event. However, he resolved not to take any further action. Instead, he would seek out San Mei and then lie in wait, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the spirit hall at a critical moment. Tang Hao soared into the distance. In the ensuing days, Tang Hao's name once again echoed throughout the continent, becoming a household name. A few days later, within the Spirit City, the Master reported, "It aligns closely with your expectations, though there is an unsettling aura about it. The specifics are: Qian Rinxue merely nodded upon hearing this. Is it truly so? Shura, you cunning one. At that thought, he clenched his fists. How shameless. Just like Tang San, if not more audacious, directly intervening in the mortal realm. Today, he finally grasped the meaning of the saying, those who are not of the same family do not enter the same door. Yet, why had the Shura of Haian Sect refrained from taking action? It was worth noting that Tang Chen still lingered in the city of slaughter, if he so desired. The Haian Sect would not face annihilation. What could be the reason? Chapter 76, Interference in this Douluo continent. Who else could it be but Shura or the sea god? Aside from these two shameless figures, there were no others. The spirit hall was merely a stepping stone. Qian Rinxue would never accept such a fate. Once he ascended to godhood, it would be the twilight of the gods. Now, if I eliminate Tang San, will there be a Tang 4, Tang 5, or Tang 6? Qian Rinxue pondered aloud. Such troublesome matters. Yet, this would not deter him from eliminating Tang San, despite lacking a system. It seems I have triumphed over Silver Crown. Master, you are truly formidable. Qian Rinxue chuckled. Formidable? The game has yet to truly commence. We are still but pawns, while the players may change. Enough of that. Have you located the individuals and the place you were tasked with finding? Silver Crown promptly replied, I have not found the person, but I have located the place. Which matches your description perfectly. There are numerous flowers and plants. It must be the Eye of Ice and Fire. She added, there is also a tidal Douluo present, though he is rather weak. Additionally, I sense that something lies buried beneath, though I cannot ascertain what it is. Qian Rinxue smiled. What else could it be? Merely the corpses of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King. It is the residual energy from these bodies that has given rise to the current Eye of Ice and Fire. In a few days, that place shall bear the surname Qian, while Tang San will not gain a thing. The poisoned Douluo, a disgrace to titles. Yet he could leave you with nothing but your title. This is no idle boast. The city slaughter was indeed formidable, resulting in the deaths of countless individuals, not all of whom were soul masters. However, those who perpetrated the slaughter were still aware of the consequences, while others merely shrugged it off. He is not a good person, yet he has never engaged in such acts of slaughter. Reflecting on this, he found himself increasingly distressed. If he was suffering, then others must share in his anguish. For who would prefer solitude and misery when collective suffering seemed more bearable? Perhaps he ought to give that solitary figure, Dugu Bo, a few well-deserved blows, not to the point of death, but enough to leave him half dead. Repeated visits would suffice. In Mian paused momentarily before inquiring. Shall we still seek those individuals? Yes, but they are not our primary target. We shall leave it to fate. It is likely that only in the City of Carnage can we encounter them, yet your presence there would bear little significance. Soon after, ripples of distortion emerged in the space, and Mian vanished from sight. Gazing at the chessboard, he quietly muttered, ultimately, I cannot overturn the board. Big brother, you promised to teach me today. The voice of Yilingling interrupted his contemplation. However, regarding Yilingling, this girl had been completely abandoned by that old rascal Yurenxin, leaving him at a loss. Moreover, Yunguang had informed him that the two old men, Qian Daolu and Yi Rinxin, were together, chuckling merrily, which could hardly bode well. Qian Rinxin knew this grandfather rather well. Their collaboration and incessant laughter hinted at mischief. Yunguang's words seemed to hold some truth. As he opened the door and beheld Yilingling, his mind began to piece together the peculiar behavior of the two elderly men, leading him to a vague conclusion that this could not be a mere coincidence. Seeing that Qian Rinxin was ignoring her, Yilingling waved her hand in front of him. Xian Gu, what's the matter? Nothing, just thinking of something joyful. Yilingling tugged at her clothing and inquired. What joyful thing? He felt that Yilingling's charm had faded. Her barrage of questions was quite overwhelming. Today I shall teach you, which is why I am so happy. He replied, revealing a joyful smile. Is it true? Is it really? Yilingling exclaimed, leaping with delight, her innocent eyes pleading for honesty. He chuckled, of course. It is true. With joy, Yilingling grasped Qian Rinchuan's hand and eagerly pulled him outside. The two figures, one tall and one small, cast elongated shadows, their dark silhouettes intermingling in a picturesque tableau. There's no need to run so fast. Hello, Sister Shui. On this road, I unexpectedly encountered Qian Shui. What are you all up to? Today, Brother Xian is going to teach me something quite remarkable. Oh, what is it? Qian Xian explained, it's nothing much. Just some martial arts techniques and agility training, merely to strengthen the body. Upon hearing this, Qian Shui furrowed her brow. Can she really manage at such a young age? Were you not also training with me when you were small? Running about every day, leaping and bounding, full of energy, Chen retorted. Speaking of which, Chen became quite spirited. You had no self-awareness when you were little. Don't let this little girl be led astray by Wang Yuan. The crux is that one's physical constitution cannot be generalized. She is a support type, whereas I am not. What kind of absurd rhetoric is this? If you can't articulate your thoughts, it's better to remain silent. Please, brother, wait for me. I want to join as well. Then keep up. Generally speaking, support types indeed possess poor physical constitution, and their combat capability is virtually negligible for a soul master. Thus, some support types may hesitate to have a partner who is a strong attacker, as it could lead to awkward situations due to that constitution. These factors may not significantly enhance your combat prowess, yet they do possess certain advantages. After all, once healing is initiated, there is a balance of gains and losses. Primarily, agility, physical constitution, vitality, and mental strength are crucial, with martial arts techniques coming last. After all, survival is paramount for output, and if one moves skillfully, the opponent cannot land a hit. A robust constitution ensures that your body remains in good condition, while increased mental strength enhances control, reflexes, and perception, providing numerous advantages. In melee combat, lacking a good constitution renders martial arts techniques ineffective. Do you understand now? Yi Lingling listened intently, though she appeared somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, she was earnest, wishing to grow stronger. She nervously pinched her hands and said, "Yes, I understand." Yet, her demeanor exuded a lack of confidence. Chen Shien gently patted her little head. "It's all right. Even if you can't remember, it's no trouble, for I am here." Yi Lingling revealed a faint smile, her tension easing. Observing the harmonious interaction between the two, Chen pouted slightly and muttered under her breath, "What a joke. Lingling is far more obedient than some people." What does he mean by that? Is he implying he is disobedient? What do you mean? You're being disrespectful, not even addressing me as brother. Humph. You don't act like an older brother at all. Chen patted her head. All right, I admit my fault. You were quite well behaved back then. Humph. As if I would care. Although her personality has changed, it hasn't altered too drastically. Occasional sibling squabbles are perfectly normal. However, Chen speaks the truth. He has not forgotten how Chen urged him to teach her earnestly, along with some matters that are rather inconvenient to discuss. At the outset, there is no need to exert excessive effort or push oneself to the limit. Such actions could be detrimental to the body. Indeed, let us take a break and enjoy a meal together. As he grasped Yi Lingling's hand, Chen also extended her own. Chen chuckled helplessly, pondering the absurdity of their age. Chapter 77. My heart silently observing the trio, Dalu could not help but exclaim, "Ah, how splendid! In my youth, I never fathomed how long I could endure." Yurenchin's voice resonated from behind him. "Esteemed elder, your health is quite robust, and as a peerless Douluo, your lifespan is remarkably long. How could you?" Indeed, a millennium is an extensive lifespan, yet no matter how prolonged, I shall never witness what I yearn for. Such is the nature of destiny. After uttering these words, Dalu shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further, and Yurenchin refrained from inquiring about the cause. They have been getting along well. As long as there are no significant issues, it aligns with our expectations. Little Shien will resolve the matter of the 9-heart sea pearl. With hands clasped behind his back, Yurenchin gazed into the distance. The Yi family has toiled for generations for this. If only Lingling could liberate herself from the ancestral curse, the sorrow of the 9-heart sea pearl should come to an end. However, such resolutions are easier said than done. When it comes time for action, Dalu remained silent. The silhouettes of the two gradually faded away. Lingling will soon awaken her martial soul, won't she? Yi Lingling suddenly fell silent. Her mood dampened as she replied, "Yes, but soon she regained her vitality. I shall become a great soul master, just like my mother and father. And I will surely unravel the ancestral curse." Observing the smile on Yi Lingling's face, Chen found himself momentarily entranced. Regaining his composure, he gently reassured, "You will indeed." Yet, there was something he did not express. Furthermore, Yi Lingling's mother was not deceased. However, her demise was imminent. As the bearer of the 9-heart sea pearl martial soul, her mother must sacrifice herself for Yi Lingling to awaken. How many could truly accomplish such selflessness? He had vowed to break the ancestral curse of the 9-heart sea pearl. Chen was a man of his word, and thus, the endeavor would commence with Yi Lingling. The plan would need to be expedited. Whether consuming celestial herbs would be beneficial was uncertain to him. yet it mattered little. Your celestial herbs are of no consequence to my elixirs. That night, within Qian Rinchuan's chamber, a keen observer would discern the presence of two individuals. Aside from Qian Rinxian, who could the other be? Of course, it was Qian Inger. During the evening hours, the pursuit of knowledge became more accessible, and she had come to seek guidance. Quite earnestly. Esteemed sir, I find myself somewhat perplexed. Qian Inger spoke cautiously. Do you not find it peculiar, sir? What should one address you as? Qian Rinxian shook his head and said, You can call out anything. There is no need to be so formal. I am quite easygoing and not overly concerned with rules. Indeed, Qian Rinxian has always believed himself to be quite approachable, though his personality may not be readily apparent. Unlike certain predecessors who traversed realms with an imposing aura, exuding coldness and perfection in every aspect, he does not dominate or overshadow others. He is perhaps more of a gentle soul, radiating a sunny disposition that evokes a sense of kindness. Whether it is Qian Daolu, Yun Guang, or several other esteemed individuals, he refrains from dictating their actions, merely offering suggestions without adopting an air of superiority. He embodies the image of a talented junior, displaying politeness and respect, particularly with Yun Guang, who often challenges him. He rarely retaliates and takes reprimands in stride, maintaining a cheerful demeanor without much concern. However, when Qian Rinxian chooses to deceive, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. He may appear jovial, yet when he strikes from behind, it becomes quite entertaining. In truth, he exercises considerable control. Otherwise, it would be difficult to imagine that beneath an unassuming exterior and gentle nature lies the capacity for lethal intent, even in indifference to life itself. At first glance, one may struggle to articulate his essence, and even upon deeper understanding, one may find it equally challenging to encapsulate his complexity. This can be considered a form of detachment. Qian Rinxian harbors his own suffering, intertwined with a tenderness or perhaps a sense of redemption deep within his heart. Why Yishi recalls that the youthful boy once possessed such sentiments as well. Qian Inger remained silent, hesitant to disturb him. Upon regaining his focus, Qian Rinxian displayed a harmless smile. Cultivating one's spiritual consciousness is no simple task. It is a matter steeped in complexity, fundamentally tied to innate talent. Yet, there is no need for excessive concern. After a moment's contemplation, he added, In a few days, I shall write it down for you and explain it personally. For now, focus on other practices, as your primary efforts should be directed towards enhancing your soul power. Qian Inger nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Qian Rinxian began to instruct her in a hands-on manner. Do not lose focus. Take it seriously. Qian Inger, blushing, nodded and said, I apologize. It was not my intention. It's all right. Just be more mindful next time. Yes, I understand. Well then, it's getting late. You should rest. Staying up late is not good, especially for you. As Qian Inger descended from the bed and approached the door, she suddenly remembered, Please take care of yourself as well. After watching her depart, Qian Rinxian laid back on the bed, indulging in his customary reverie. This is essentially an obligation he must fulfill, primarily due to the effects of the initial trial. He has not slept for several days, burdened by psychological shadows, and it is utterly repugnant. However, soul masters are still human, not divine beings, especially since he remains quite feeble. Fortunately, he possesses qualities that set him apart from the ordinary, likely a result of his cultivation of focused energy and spiritual essence. The long night stretches on, devoid of a beloved companion. Ah, what a heartfelt sentiment. In the realm of dreams, he harbors no desire to relive the events, even if they were mere fabrications. Yet, it seems that Qian Rinxian has forgotten something. The starry sky at night is so resplendent. Tonight, he will not be the only one kept awake by insomnia. In the sunset forest, these toxins hold no value for Silver Crown. However, they prove quite effective against those of lesser strength. As waves of distortion ripple through the air, Silver Crown gradually melds into the fabric of space. When she reemerges, that old toxin expert will likely find himself in a state worse than death. At this moment, Dugu Bo is utilizing this location to cultivate, attempting to suppress the venom coursing through his veins. It is indeed ironic that a master of poison has fallen victim to it, endangering his entire family. Yet he remains utterly unfazed. For some inexplicable reason, today he feels a sense of unease, an ominous premonition that something is about to transpire. This feeling intensifies with each passing moment. What could possibly be the cause? Chapter 78, The Tragedy of Poison. In an instant, the void materializes. And by the time Dugu Bo realizes something is amiss, it is already too late. He finds himself ensnared. Despite numerous attempts, he cannot escape. His ninth soul skill, phosphorescent divine light, represents his most formidable technique, a full display of his power. The terrifying venom spreads outward, yet regrettably, no matter how potent it is, it fails to inflict any significant damage. The void swallows the poison's effects, rendering them almost negligible. Unless Dugu Bo possesses overwhelming strength to break free, he will remain trapped for eternity, reliant solely on his toxins. This assault has enlightened Dugu Bo to the reality that, with his current capabilities, breaching this barrier is unlikely unless he exerts every ounce of his power. Who dares to confront me, Dugu Bo? Might I be granted the honor of your presence? Alas, Silver Crown remains unresponsive, leaving him to endure a relentless onslaught. Fifth soul skill, spatial cut. Eighth soul skill, spatial array. The silver array and white gears relentlessly slice through Dugu Bo. Although he manages to fend off a few, the onslaught is relentless and merciless. Suddenly, the gears penetrate the array, multiplying from 1 to 10, and then from 10 to 100, nearly overwhelming him into unconsciousness. Cursed fate. This is infuriating. Without having laid eyes on the individual, one is already fated to suffer greatly. Truly, he must have encountered an extraordinary streak of misfortune. In the depths of despair, Dugu Bo sensed that today might be his last, yet he could not fathom having offended such a formidable adversary. He was certain he had committed no wrong, and the impending demise felt profoundly unjust. Cursing under his breath, he resolved to fight with all his might, urging his companions to abandon all hope. Now prepared to risk everything, Dugu Bo unleashed his array of formidable techniques. The eighth soul skill, time stasis. The ninth soul skill, phosphorescent divine light. The soul bone technique, Medusa's gaze. He pleaded, I bear no enmity towards you, esteemed one. Might you grant me mercy? I, Dugu Bo, shall repay your kindness manifold. Uncertain of any actual grievances, he uttered these words, for what else could he say? The trio of powerful soul techniques struck the barrier, seemingly without effect, just as despair threatened to engulf him. A sharp crack echoed, and the barrier shattered like glass. Dugu Bo was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his senses, prioritizing escape from this wretched place. However, just as he prepared to flee the setting sun forest, he exulted, I am free. Yet, before he could finish, a sudden twist of fate ensnared him once more. Recognizing the familiar silver barrier, Dugu Bo understood he was trapped again. Might I request an audience with you, esteemed senior? I believe I have not offended you, but should I have, please enlighten me. After a prolonged silence, no one responded. Infuriated, Dugu Bo slumped to the ground, inwardly extending unfriendly sentiments towards the mysterious figure's progenitors, wishing them good health. How utterly considerate and delightful such words are. Having lived for so long, he had never felt so utterly powerless. The last time he experienced such humiliation was during the pursuit by the formidable Zhu Hua. Yet, that time lacked this overwhelming sense of helplessness. Though he had fought back then, at least he had known whether he faced a human or a ghost. This time, he was merely a plaything, completely at the mercy of his assailants, utterly in the dark. Might you elucidate where I have wronged you? Once again, only the voice of Dugu Bo echoed in the air. Just as he contemplated uttering another word, the barrier was lifted once more, and he found himself back in the place of his cultivation. His angry curses reverberated through the forest. He was indignant. Who was he? He was the poisoned Douluo, Dugu Bo. Thus, Dugu Bo ran back yet again, as expected. Observing his ceaseless attempts to escape, he found himself trapped in a cycle of futile endeavors, running and returning repetitively. After 152 attempts, Dugu Bo lay on the ground, vacant-eyed and motionless, resembling a lifeless body, utterly drained. Now he no longer ran, choosing instead to lie still upon the earth, resigning himself to whatever fate awaited him. Death, after all, could be a form of liberation. As time trickled by, Dugu Bo waited anxiously. Why had the adversary not yet struck? This was unexpected. He had already surrendered to his fate. Why was there no action? Was he to be reduced to a fool in this waiting game? Dugu Bo, known for his rebellious spirit, would not have succumbed so easily had he not been driven to the brink. No one desires death, and he was no exception. He still had a granddaughter to think of, and he resolved to try once more, just once. In an instant, a surge of survival instinct propelled Dugu Bo into a rapid escape, but before he could get far, a silvery barrier ensnared him once again. Some experiences, after repeated encounters, become commonplace, much like Dugu Bo's current situation. He closed his eyes, preparing himself to awaken back in his original position, a grim acceptance settling in. Oh, The madness was creeping in. Despite his relentless curses, Silver Crown remained unresponsive, content to inflict torment instead. If it were not for her master's orders, she could have easily dispatched this green-haired fool with a single strike. She had never encountered such an inept title Douluo, even inferior to the blue insect. It must be said that Dugu Bo, indeed, lived up to his title. After enduring such relentless trials, he had finally come to terms with reality. Now, he understood that this was solely a torment designed for him, yet he still needed to recover from his injuries before facing further punishment. What would happen if he chose not to heal and simply gave up? That was a thought worthy of a mere chuckle. Amidst the continuous torment, Dugu Bo resigned himself to his fate. The following day, was it raining? Brother, what are you up to? Nothing much, just taking a stroll. Humph. Can't you share your plans with your sister? Qian Rinxue smiled gently. There is much to tell. Humph. Qian Rinxue gently nudged him and said, let us go. Who cares? I will return with a surprise for you. A grand surprise. Will you also be giving gifts to girls, brother? But do you truly understand the essence of surprise? Observing her mischievous demeanor, Qian Rinxue disdainfully replied, you little brat. What do you know? Do you wish to experience the affection of an elder brother? Pooh. I know far more than you think. I won't converse with you any longer. Was it fright that drove him away? What, then, will the elder brother bring back? Yulingling inquired, her sparkling eyes wide with curiosity. Halfway through his steps, Qian Rinxue turned back and replied, a magnificent surprise, one that I am certain Lingling will adore. As will the others. The other person naturally let out a hum. She hasn't left yet, eavesdropping here, yet Qian Rinxue made no effort to expose her. Chapter 79, truly delightful. Qian Rinxue held an umbrella in one hand, with the other resting behind his back. Strangely enough, it felt rather fitting. The rain had lessened, suggesting it wouldn't last much longer. As he extended a hand, raindrops fell upon it. While he immersed himself in this profound moment, an unexpected visitor arrived. Are you so idle? Should I find something for you to do? With that, Yin Guang placed a hand on his shoulder. Qian Rinxue exhaled deeply, closing his eyes as he replied, you wouldn't understand. But if you don't say anything, how would I? Yun Guang responded, puzzled. To truly understand is to not require words. Hence, you still do not comprehend. Yun Guang was at a loss for words, observing the silence between them. Qian Rinxue reveled in the satisfaction of the moment. So this is the pleasure derived from such behavior? He began to grasp the thought processes of certain individuals. Indeed, practical application is essential. I believe it is time for us to depart. After all, we have significant matters to attend to. As Qian Rinxue let out a long sigh, Yun Guang could not help but mutter under his breath, what a nuisance. However, he refrained from pursuing the matter further, for there were indeed pressing tasks at hand. Recently, he had not encountered any significant affairs at the Spirit Hall, after Silver Crown had just dealt with Dugu Bo. It would be a shame not to engage him in a conversation about life. Yet, it was not merely a beating, it was more of an instruction. The Dugu Bo's comprehension left much to be desired. While Qian Rinxue was lost in thought, ripples suddenly appeared before him, and a pair of delicate white hands emerged from within. One hand grasped Qian Rinxue, and the other grasped Yin Guang. As a flash of white light enveloped them and drew them in. Each time they entered this manner, an odd sensation washed over him. It's my fault, master. Qian Rinxue quickly waved his hand. No, it's merely reminiscent of someone, which is why it feels so peculiar. Yin Guang interjected. Who else could it be but her? Damn, another problem arises. He could hardly confess to Yun Guang that the person in question was a mere figment of his imagination, a relic from long ago. Yet, how could he be here if she truly did not exist? Never mind, it was not his place to ponder such thoughts. They were here to procure the celestial herb. And the sooner, the better, perhaps it might enable Sister Yun Guang to ascend to level 99. Silver Crown immediately initiated spatial movement, and during this journey, both parties fell into silence. Dugu Bo lay sprawled on the ground in a despondent state, embodying a sense of hopelessness. In truth, he could have escaped at this moment, considering Silver Crown was busy retrieving Qian Rinxue. Yet, Dugu Bo was gripped by an all-consuming fear, one that penetrated to the very marrow of his bones. He had endured torment for too long. Perhaps this was his fate, as he had relinquished himself and could hardly blame others. Ah, if it is the sensation. The sound, someone has arrived. Oh heavens! Oh earth! I, the solitary Bo, have returned once more. Instantly, Dugu Bo sprang to his feet, dusting off the dirt from his attire, and proclaimed, Youngster, this time I shall graciously forgive you. Now be gone. Quite the audacious fellow, wasn't he? Just moments ago, he appeared utterly despondent. Yet now he has regained his spirit. Truly, he lives up to his title as the conqueror Douluo. Qian Rinxue, leaning on her umbrella, revealed an innocuous smile and remarked, Sister Yunguang, someone has told me to leave. How rather arrogant of him. At this moment, Dugu Bo finally noticed the blonde woman beside him. He felt utterly inadequate today, a stark contrast to his usual prowess. However, was there a possibility of a different outcome? Just as he pondered this, Yunguang made his move. Radiant golden light illuminated the entire forest, causing countless birds to take flight, while numerous holy swords materialized around Dugu Bo. He swallowed hard. About to speak when he heard, Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yunguang, the third elder of the Spirit Hall and the head of the Inspection Hall. I am a peak Douluo at level 98, with the title of Radiance. A terrifying aura emanated, primarily directed towards Dugu Bo, who felt its weight acutely. Chuckling awkwardly, Dugu Bo forced a smile, utterly at a loss for words. He felt as though he had encountered the worst luck of his life today. Meanwhile, Chen Shien, wearing a smile, remarked, I am rather ordinary and unremarkable, simply Chen Shien, the young master of the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo's face twitched involuntarily. He truly had no idea how to respond, feeling as if misfortune had befallen him for 2 straight days. Oh, were you 2 gentlemen instructing me a couple of days ago? He ventured. Instructing? Dugu Bo thought, surprised at the audacity of the statement. Nevertheless, Chen Shien seemed to hold him in high regard. Well, that may be so, but it is of little importance now. What matters today is you. You have 2 choices, to die or to submit. Which shall it be? Do not rush. I am a reasonable person. Everything must be consensual, never forced. Dugu Bo cursed inwardly, having silently condemned the 2 men 100 times over. He was infuriated. He couldn't fight back. So he could only vent his frustration in his mind. Do you seem to disagree? Chen Shien shot a glance at Yunguang, who immediately understood. Dugu Bo was about to face dire consequences. A flash of light revealed numerous wounds appearing on his body, and he found himself imprisoned in a radiant cell. His situation utterly pitiful. Chen Shien continued to smile. So, have you made your decision? It must be voluntary and sincere. We never force anyone. Dugu Bo genuinely wished to twist the little devil's head off, wanting him to understand the meaning of consent. How absurd it was for him to smile and speak of willingness after having locked him up and inflicted such torment. Well, before he could finish, Chen Shien interjected, if you refuse, that's perfectly fine. This desolate mountain wilderness is quite picturesque, with delightful scenery and excellent feng shui. Dugu Bo quickly realized that refusing meant only one thing, death. The conversation was riddled with implications, relying on others to decipher its true meaning. He straightened his posture and declared, I, Dugu Bo, will never ally with evil, even if it costs me my life or leads me to eternal damnation. I shall resolutely combat the forces of evil. Therefore, the righteous and illustrious Spirit Hall has always been my aspiration. I am grateful for the young master and the third elder's kindness. I promise not to fail my mission, to spread light and justice across the continent. His words were filled with deep emotion, almost bringing tears to the eyes. Truly, he was a remarkable individual, and Chen Shien was almost swayed. However, it was somewhat awkward. Have you always been this eloquent? Dugu Bo spoke earnestly. Young master, all that I utter is from the depths of my heart. Should there be the slightest hint of falsehood, may the heavens strike me down with 5 bolts of lightning, and may I meet a wretched end. Yet, what he truly thought remained a mystery to Chen Shien. Gazing at the sky, Chen Shien mused, the heavens do not seem to favor me today. Or perhaps the pinnacle of deception lies in convincing oneself of the lie. If I could wield thunder, I would certainly bestow upon Dugu Bo a taste of its might, compelling him to be more cautious. As for now, he still yearned to chastise Dugu Bo a few more times. However, it was regrettable. In the novels of yore, the protagonist would often come to the rescue, while he himself would remain unscathed. Is that not infuriating? One must be subdued or eliminated, after all. He is merely Dugu Bo, of little use yet too valuable to discard. Nevertheless, it seemed he still had a purpose. After all, he had been begrudgingly accepted as one of their own. A firm hand coupled with a sweet reward would create a perfect balance. Was it to remain this way? You must have a granddaughter, named Dugu Yin, if I am not mistaken. She should still be quite young. Dugu Bo's heart raced. Indeed, my lord. Do not be anxious. I am a benevolent man. If you perform well, I can provide an antidote for you and your granddaughter, ensuring that the Dugu clan will no longer suffer from poison. Is it truly so? Dugu Bo's voice trembled. Chen Shien cast a glance at him. Do you doubt my words? For some inexplicable reason, That gaze instilled a sense of unease in Dugu Bo, prompting him to hastily clarify. No, it is just that I am so overjoyed. Thank you for your grace. Observing his forced smile, Chen Shien discerned his lack of belief. With a dismissive glance, he questioned, is that truly the case? Let me inquire. Do you not experience an itching sensation beneath your ribs before a storm, gradually intensifying? It should occur twice, once around noon and once at midnight, lasting no less than an hour each time, given your current state. Additionally, during the dead of night, around the third watch, do you not suffer from a stabbing pain in your head and heart, accompanied by full body spasms for at least half an hour? I need not elaborate on the agony of that experience, do I? Am I correct? It is rather ironic that the poisoned Douluo, Dugu Bo, renowned for his mastery of poison throughout his life, ultimately fell victim to it himself. How amusing it is it not? You, how do you know? Dugu Bo could no longer contain his astonishment and instinctively shouted out. It felt as though he were revealing the greatest secret he harbored. A truth known solely to him, yet now it filled him with dread. Chen Shien continued, you can consider this a family curse. Your son perished because of it. And you too shall meet the same fate, as will your granddaughter. What do you believe will become of your family in the end? As Chen Shien spoke, Dugu Bo's countenance grew increasingly grim, akin to the discomfort one experiences after consuming something vile. At this moment, he had no choice but to believe. With a face twisted in anguish, Dugu Bo knelt and pleaded, I beseech you, young master, save her. I, Dugu Bo, am willing to entrust my life to the spirit hall, with no reservations whatsoever. Oh, were your previous words mere falsehoods? Dugu Bo, rather unperturbed, replied with an unwavering calmness, I speak nothing but the truth. Ha, a crafty old fox. If he were to believe that, it would indeed be a miracle. Although Dugu Bo had endured considerable torment, he was, after all, a titled Douluo, and his mental fortitude was formidable. His thoughts were quite straightforward. The higher powers were distant, and while he would comply, his sincerity remained uncertain. However, the situation had changed, since Chen Shien could save both him and Yen. Genuine intent was imperative. Dugu Bo had always been a man of his word, never one to jest. Then, young master, what is your method? That depends on your performance, does it not? Why the sudden urgency? No, not at all. Chen Shien, however, was unconvinced. If salvation were at hand, would one not feel anxious? Do not rush. I am a man of my word, unwavering and sincere. Dugu Bo stifled a smile, yearning to express his willingness. Yet to do so would betray his own dignity. You were pursued by the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo, were you not? Indeed, my lord. But I was fortunate enough to be rescued by Shui Xing. He maintained his address to Dugu Bo as a sign of respect, for they were not well acquainted. He was amiable, but only towards certain individuals. Should Dugu Bo misconstrue anything, it would not bode well. Subordinates must adhere to their roles. Thus, you have allied yourself with the royal family? Not entirely. Shui Xing saved my life, so our relationship is somewhat closer, rendering me a guest in the royal court. Chen Shien discerned his meaning. He was affiliated but not wholly committed. What if I were to command you to kill Shui Xing? Dugu Bo trembled at the thought. He had always acted according to his own preferences, yet he was a man of his word, and promises were sacred. To kill Shui Xing would be unthinkable. Yet, he still uttered, then let it be done. In order to safeguard the lives of himself and his granddaughter, he felt compelled to act in such a manner. Better to lose a friend than a monk. He could only utter an apology. A mysterious smile emerged on Qian Rengshuan's face. Such a person could be trusted to a degree, yet caution was warranted. As a royal guest, he must surely possess knowledge of certain secrets, particularly concerning several princes. What do you mean? You have fully integrated into the royal family. From this day forth, you shall be a royal guest. However, should any prince depart from Tiando or venture elsewhere, you are to report back to me. Someone will seek you out. Dugu Bo felt as though he had grasped matters that were not meant to be known. I understand. The current narrative of Douluo had encountered significant issues. Qian Rengshuan's objective was to implement a complete transformation, for princes were simply too many. Retaining one or two would suffice. With Qian Rengshu no longer masquerading as Zui, how would she maintain control over Tiando? Naturally, she would rely on him for that. And he owed a debt of gratitude to a certain dream. The most outstanding candidate appeared to be the second prince, though his name eluded him. He only recalled Zui and Shuebing. The second prince seemed to have met with sudden poisoning at the time of his designation as crown prince. Was there any doubt? It was undoubtedly the work of Qian Rengshu. He must have been merely 12 years old at the time. He would not take on a disguise, nor would Qian Rengshu. Instead, They would produce a puppet, a figure under his control. However, the princes were still quite young, rendering this plan merely an idea, one that would soon require execution. Let us first target the second prince. Your poison should be undetectable by the majority. Once, there existed a clan of notable repute, but alas, it was destroyed at the hands of Qian Rengshuan. Should one act against a prince and be discovered, it would certainly lead to a catastrophic outcome for Tiando. One prince and a titled Douluo, indeed, since it was Gu Yechen who saved you. It is only fitting to repay that debt. I am not devoid of reason. In the original tale, Gu Yechen had a close relationship with Xu Ebing. Thus, elevating Xu Ebing to the throne would be a fitting act of gratitude. Chapter 81. Improper relations. You truly are cunning. Indeed, the feeling is mutual. Yun Guang chose not to pursue the matter further. Tell me, if I were to retain only one prince, would Shuya discern anything amiss? Dugu Bo pondered for a moment before hesitantly replying. Shuya is, after all, the emperor of Tiando. Although Tiando may not be as formidable as Xinglua, Shuya is no fool. It may not end well. Not end well? He relies on conjecture? Without evidence, it would be slander. Perhaps Xinglua might accuse me of harboring ambitions for the Spirit Hall. Demanding a coalition? Even if Qian Rengshuan held disdain for Tiando and Shuya, he would have to exercise caution. There is no need to eliminate them all. We shall first poison the second prince, followed by Shuya. Let us wish this Emperor Shuya a swift demise. It is preferable to use a slow-acting poison on Shuya. One that cannot be detected, Yun Guang added. In the eyes of these two, where was the presence of Emperor Shuya? What does the title of Great Emperor signify for the two of them? The Snowy Night is of little consequence, merely a triviality that they hardly regard. The military can intercept and even eliminate those with bestowed titles, yet that merely leads to entrapment, striking against the royal family, and then escaping is rather effortless. Especially for the Tiando. Were it not for the alliance of Tiando and Xing, alongside the unified efforts of the three great sects, it would not bode well for the Spirit Hall. However, the formation of such an alliance is not a simple endeavor. To put it plainly, the alliance exists solely because they cannot contend with the formidable might of the Spirit Hall. Only by uniting do they stand a chance at survival. Alternatively, should the Spirit Hall weaken to a significant extent, yet neither scenario holds true presently, the entire continent maintains a fragile equilibrium. The interests of the three great sects and the two great empires are currently misaligned, rendering any so-called alliance impossible. An alliance fraught with internal discord cannot truly be termed an alliance. Even if it were to materialize, it would pose no real threat. The Spirit Hall merely needs to uphold this delicate balance, providing them with the illusion that the Spirit Hall fears them. And Qian Renshue represents the ultimate trump card. While the deities of Douluo may not rival those of some fantastical realms, they are more than sufficient for these mortals. It would undoubtedly be a one-sided massacre. As for ascension to godhood, is there truly an edict against interfering with the lower realms? If memory serves correctly, one can indeed remain on the continent for a time post-ascension. However, it may not even require Qian Renshue to attain divinity. Yet, it is imperative to remind Dugu Bo of a certain matter. Otherwise, when he extinguishes the blue lightning, will he also need to eliminate Dugu Yin and Dugu Bo in the process? Dugu Bo, how old is your granddaughter? She has only recently awakened her martial soul. At this time, one should not have attended the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, and even if one had, it is unlikely that they would have made the acquaintance of that individual. What was their name again? Regardless, they are not yet lovers. Thus there remains a considerable scope for maneuvering. Do you wish for him to go to the Royal Academy of Heaven Do? Dugu Bo was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Qian Rengshuan would pose such a question. What do you mean by that? My meaning? If your actions were to be exposed, then your granddaughter would find herself in jeopardy. Moreover, should an improper relationship arise, along with unwanted entanglements, might I ask if I should intervene? He did not divulge the entirety of the Spirit Hall's plans to Dugu Bo. At this juncture, he did not possess such trust in him. Although he was familiar with Dugu Bo's character from the original narrative, this was a tangible world where caution is the mother of safety. Currently, it was solely through strength and the act of saving him that he was able to gain his allegiance. Trust would have to be built over time. Subtle hints were the only recourse available. You are aware of improper relationships, are you not? Yun Guang's tone was rife with teasing implications. Qian Rengshuan was equally unyielding. I am privy to much more than you might imagine. How could I not be aware? You are oblivious to far more than you realize. Ah, indeed. Qian Rengshuan chose to disregard her and turned to Dugu Bo, asking, what do you think? I believe your assertions hold merit. Yet one cannot expect Yin Yin to remain in the Sunset Forest indefinitely. Besides the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, there are stop. Why must you confine yourself to the Academy? Although the Academy provides a simulated training environment, do you not acknowledge who you are? While you may be a titled gatekeeper, you are nonetheless a title holder. Your mindset should be more expansive. How does one achieve such expansiveness? Dugu Bo felt a twinge of embarrassment, uncertain of how to respond appropriately. Observe me. I have never set foot in the Spirit Hall Academy. Yet does that influence anything? It affects nothing at all. You, the young master of the Spirit Hall. Of course, Dugu Bo muttered under his breath. You are likely unaware of my age, are you not? Take a guess. Dugu Bo scrutinized Qian Rengshuan thoughtfully, estimating a number, 9. Qian Rengshuan chuckled. Close. Then 10? He genuinely wished to scoff, yet restrained himself. 8. Dugu Bo was not particularly astonished by this revelation, as age is merely a number. What is there to be surprised about? The subsequent inquiry was of paramount significance. What level of soul power do you believe I should possess at this age? Dugu Bo contemplated, as most would assert that such matters are entirely dependent on innate talent. Lacking talent, no amount of effort would suffice. How could the young master of the Spirit Hall lack talent? Although he had never heard of the name Chen Shien, it was inconceivable that a worthless individual could be deemed a young master, commanding the obedience of a pinnacle Douluo at level 98. Consider the 10th level. Some are born with it, while others toil for many years to attain it. Presently, he must flatter appropriately, taking into account the innate full soul power. At the age of 8, one typically ascends merely a few levels of soul power each year. Adding his own efforts, would he even reach the 20th level? The words spoken were, in truth, so implausible that even he could scarcely believe them. Would they not appear excessively contrived? Might they offend the young master of the Spirit Hall? Just as Dugu Bo was lost in contemplation, Qian Shien spoke up. Level 31. This level is not entirely absurd for him, as he possesses innate rank 10, complemented by the divine bestowed rank 10, which equates to approximately 5.5 levels per year. However, for someone like Dugu Bo, this notion is utterly preposterous, shattering his worldview. If he had been sipping water at that moment, he would undoubtedly have spewed it out. Cough, cough, how is this even possible? Dugu Bo repeatedly muttered to himself. Overwhelmed by the magnitude of this revelation, he never considered that Chen Shien would deceive him. For what purpose would that serve? He initially believed his own progress was already astonishing, only to discover that reality surpassed even his wildest expectations at the age of 8, a staggering 31 levels. Why not ascend to the heavens? Do not be surprised. This is what true genius looks like, is it not? Dugu Bo paused for a moment, acknowledging the validity of this perspective. Indeed, such talent is unprecedented, if not unparalleled. So, is Yin Yin headed to the Spirit Hall? This left Qian Rengshuan momentarily perplexed. What relevance did this have to the Spirit Hall? He had not entertained such notions at all. Chapter 82. The Dual Pot. Although this diverged somewhat from his initial thoughts, it was not a significant issue. Tell me, if the royal family were to discover that the granddaughter of a royal guest was at the Spirit Hall Academy, what do you suppose they would think? There are no walls impenetrable to rumor. The consequences could be dire. While the logic was sound, Dugu Bo did not share the same sense of urgency. He seemed to possess a slight ulterior motive. No impenetrable walls? That is merely a sign of insufficient strength. Young master, you are the prime example. Before Qian Rengshuan could respond, Yunguang interjected on his behalf. That depends on one's status, does it not? If we speak of confidentiality, none are more stringent than Qian Rengshu. He may appear on stage, but Qian Rengshu surely operates from the shadows. Until one ascends to divinity, one remains hidden. This is also a form of protection, though it all hinges on one's perspective. As for the matter concerning Duguian, it could be considered later. Presently, there were more pressing matters at hand. Were it not for you, I might have nearly forgotten your purpose for being here. Dugu Bo's face was also etched with confusion. And what might that be? The ice and fire yin-yang eyes and the celestial herb. Upon hearing this name, Dugu Bo felt it sounded rather formidable. Yet he remained oblivious to its significance. Celestial herb? Is it still merely a plant? What utility does it possess? Qian Rengshuan regarded him with mild bewilderment and rephrased. This celestial-grade medicinal herb is said to exist only in the heavens. How often does one encounter it in the mortal realm? Such a statement undoubtedly elevates one's prestige, exuding an air of magnificence upon first hearing. After a brief passage of time, the gathering arrived at the fabled Eye of Ice and Fire, a coveted battleground for protagonists. The most astonishing sight was the central lake, with one half a milky white and the other a vivid crimson, arranged in a distinct yin-yang pattern, clearly demarcated. Between them lay a spring, where two contrasting streams of water converged, creating this extraordinary spectacle. Chen had long been prepared and exhibited little surprise. Perhaps the only one among the four who felt a modicum of astonishment was Yunguang. Amidst the milky and crimson springs, peculiar flora thrived, bestowing a touch of vitality to the scene. One plant, exhibiting an icy blue hue, boasted leaves with 8 prominent angles, emanating a palpable chill. The other, resembling a fiery red cabbage, was an extraordinary herb radiating intense heat. The 8-angled ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, though possessing opposing effects, both harbored toxins. This was the first miraculous herb Chen had encountered. I trust you will not engage in futile endeavors, though this place is indeed peculiar. Our primary aim should be the celestial herbs. Do you not wish to satiate my curiosity? Chen scrutinized the surroundings and decided to select a few specimens for explanation. Different herbs possess unique effects, enhancing physical constitution, augmenting soul power, and facilitating martial soul evolution. With negligible side effects, though one typically could only consume a single type. The solar holy flame flower, reputed to be infused with divine blood, embodies the essence of light and fire, making it exceptionally suitable for you and Xiaoxue, potentially enabling you to transcend to level 99. The purple gold heavenly dragon fruit, containing a trace of dragon blood and possessing supreme golden attributes, is ideal for grandfather golden crocodile and Tianwei, sufficient for their martial souls to evolve. The celestial chrysanthemum, when consumed, enhances one's fortune, invigorates the limbs, and fortifies the body, with Douluo's martial soul being this very herb, should he partake. The Qilua tulip, which absorbs the brilliance of heaven and earth along with the essence of the sun and moon, is quite fitting for Yi Lingling. The heartbreak red, a treasured divine herb among celestial plants, is steeped in legendary tales of love that move the heavens. However, it is a rare specimen that chooses its master, requiring the harvester to hold genuine affection for their beloved. Though Chen merely selected a few specimens, the revelation was already remarkable. Dugu Bo's joy nearly grazed the ground, filled with regret for having guarded such a treasure without knowledge. Yunguang, too, exhibited an unusual blush, lightly patting his chest. Let the single herb be for Xiaoxue. I have no need for it, and with your talent, it is likely you do not require it either. Should it evoke emotions or not? Selflessness, even though it is not for him. Is not reaching the 99th level what you have always desired? Are you truly willing to abandon it so easily? Now, Yunguang has calmed down, no longer filled with fervor, and casually remarked, I can achieve it on my own. Even if I cannot, it matters not. For do I not have you? Do I still have you? Chen felt a peculiar sensation within, yet found himself at a loss for words. He replied languidly, do not forget, I am adept at alchemy, so indeed, I am still here, and there is something for everyone. Pray tell, our great genius Chen. From whom did you learn alchemy? Did you acquire it without a teacher? Thus, I urge you to study diligently and read extensively. Within books lie the answers. Yunguang scoffed. Do you believe I would? If you wish for me to believe, then I would say you believe. So do you believe? Chen turned to face Yunguang. The word believe was but a whisper, almost inaudible to him. However, Dugu Bo found himself contemplating anew. He felt that Chen was indeed correct, and he too ought to read more. If he were to read more, could he perhaps learn to detoxify himself? Does this not resemble a duopod? Chen suddenly thought of this, and honestly, he felt a twinge of desire. Yunguang appeared momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how Chen mind worked in such a peculiar manner. What exactly is a duopod? The matter is difficult to elucidate, and thus it shall be left unexamined. We shall simply bypass it. Observing the celestial herbs near the eye of ice and fire, Chen felt a profound sense of loss at Tang San's wastefulness. One must ponder, how could a member of the Tang Sect, known for its toxic arts and treachery, possess the Xiantian treasure record, yet fail to document the alchemical process? To consume the herbs directly is far inferior to the art of alchemy. Crafting elixirs not only increases their quantity, but also preserves their efficacy. Surely, this method surpasses mere consumption. Yet another reason has surfaced. As for how he came to practice alchemy and recognize celestial herbs, it was all derived from dreams. Dreams so vivid they were almost haunting. The current dilemma lies in whether to practice here or return home. This location, the Eye of Ice and Fire, serves as a natural alchemical furnace. Although he possesses no actual furnace, true masters forge ahead without reliance on such artifices. Time to gather herbs. How does one properly harvest the solar crown sacred flame flower? There is nothing particularly complex about it. avoid damaging the flower's core. Just take care with the petals. However, one must be cautious, as the flower radiates intense heat, which could incinerate an unprepared individual. Yun Guang nodded, enveloping himself in protective energy. Chapter 83, The 8th Second Alchemy. Even with the soul power barrier, the heat was still overwhelming. And more critically, it was an assault on the mind. The heart fire is quite uncomfortable. Yun Guang exclaimed anxiously. I can't hold on to this for long, can I? No need. Just store it in here, came the response. And what about this peculiar mushroom, the heavenly chrysanthemum? Harvested the same way as the solar crown flower. And this one? Just follow this, then that, and then this procedure. Oh, understood. After half a day's foraging, all the celestial herbs were finally in Chen Shien's possession. Yet one issue remained before he could commence alchemy. He shook the red flower of heartbreak in his hand and asked, Does anyone wish to give it a try? Why not you? Chen Shien gazed at Yun Guang as if he were foolish. At my age, what experience do I have in matters of the heart? It's not as though bloodshed would suffice. Do you understand what true sincerity is? Then I shall pass. I have never loved a man in this lifetime. But it doesn't he have to be a man? In truth, love knows no bounds of age, gender, or race. Thus, love is both magnificent and sacred. Chen Shien declared earnestly. Whether he himself truly believed those words was a different matter altogether. Yun Guang stared at Chen Shien with a look of disbelief before taking the heartbreak flower. He gazed vacantly at the seemingly ordinary blossom in his hand. The flower, no larger than a palm, resembled a peony, yet its stem was anchored to a large stone, adorned with white petals streaked in blood red, presenting a unique beauty. He looked towards the distance, eyes closed, as if lost in thought, and a single tear rolled down his cheek. As Yun Guang channeled her soul power and stirred her vital essence, her ruby lips parted, and a spray of fresh blood fell upon the petals. In that fleeting moment of bloodshed, her mind was flooded with visions of an extraordinary woman, gentle to the extreme, her resolve unwavering. Despite this steadfast determination, the heart-wrenching red of the longing flower trembled violently, seemingly on the verge of shedding its petals. Ultimately, however, it proved disappointing. The heart-wrenching flower ceased its quivering, betraying no signs of falling. Yun Guang sighed despondently. It appears my feelings are not as you envision. Chen Shien shook his head gently. There is no need for such despair. Who can truly elucidate the nature of love? After a moment's pause, Yun Guang remarked, You bear a striking resemblance to her. She then extended the flower to Chen Shien. Captivated by her smile, Chen Shien found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, Chen Shien glanced at Dugu Bo, but noted his hair was not quite right, a peculiar shade of green, and thought otherwise. What about you? Would you care to try? Dugu Bo shook his head. I possess enough self-awareness to know that I would utterly fail. It is best left to you. As for him, had he truly ever loved anyone? Though his memories were somewhat marred, the essence of love had previously seemed utterly ludicrous to him. Nonetheless, the realm of Douluo was rife with infatuation, brimming with romance, where lovers often clashed in passionate discord. Gazing at the heart-wrenching red flower, Chen Shien couldn't help but reminisce about the past dreams. What truly is love? A wave of bitterness washed over him, prompting him to strike his own chest with his hand. The crimson blood splattered onto the heart-wrenching flower. Yet the dreams lingered in his mind, leaving him to ponder the nature of reality. What is genuine? What of the ephemeral emotions? This time, the poignant longing of the red Xiangxi Duanchong swayed more violently, teetering on the brink of falling from the stone, yet ultimately lacking that final push. As if bound by an invisible knot of the heart. Is it merely acceptance in the end? A century of experiences pales in comparison to a single dream. What does reality even signify? It appears that none of the four of us are destined for love. This flower is not meant for us. If it cannot be plucked, then it shall remain untouched, waiting for its fated admirer, which is indeed somewhat regrettable. If memory serves, those celestial herbs in dough air possess a semblance of intelligence, even capable of transformation into human form, given their considerable age, though the details elude him. Thus, he tentatively inquired, why not utter a word? And gave the Xiangxi Duanchong a vigorous shake. Yet the flower remained unresponsive, exhibiting no signs of sentience. This should not be the case, after all. This herb has existed for at least a millennium, if not longer. How could it possibly lack knowledge? What then of those plants in dough air? Yun Guang awkwardly bowed his head, genuinely perplexed by this peculiar being, whose antics oscillated between the absurd and the serious. Remarkably strange indeed, especially during conversations. It often seemed as though he was not addressing the same issue at all, abruptly shifting to an entirely different topic. Do you think this would be a surefire success for a devoted admirer? Yun Guang mused, astonished. What about that little brat, Chen Douluo? Chen Shien nodded in agreement. Recognizing that a devoted admirer, once committed, is utterly unwavering in their devotion. Yin and Chen Douluo exemplified this phenomenon. For them, their goddess could do no wrong. And perhaps these two fools might genuinely succeed in plucking the Xiangxi Duanchang. Why don't you let that little brat give it a try? As for Chen Douluo, it's best if he refrains, lest it become too distasteful. Why? I don't comprehend. Why so many questions? You're just a child. Even if I explained, you wouldn't grasp it. But unless you articulate it, how can I understand? Even if I do, it wouldn't change anything. Only by voicing it can you ascertain whether I comprehend or not. Observing Yun Guang's indifference, he felt an urge to exclaim, it is merely trivial matters, undoubtedly concerning matters of love and affection. Surely, it must be a melodramatic romance. How thrilling. Ah, this infernal curiosity. He suddenly realized the presence of an outsider, concluding that such intimate matters would be best discussed in private. Chen Shien swiftly adopted a serious demeanor. I am prepared. We may commence alchemy. Observe closely and learn well. You fool. Yun Guang muttered under his breath. What did you say? Nothing. Just proceed with your practice and let me witness your skills. Very well. With the ethereal presence of the 12-winged angel, three potent forces, sacredness, radiance, and flame, enveloped Chen Shien. A crimson fireball cascaded from his hand into the seething spring water below, and upon their convergence, the water erupted as if on the verge of explosion. In a flurry of concentration, Chen Shien skillfully guided his soul energy, conjuring a mesmerizing spectacle reminiscent of a dragon drinking from a stream. The water ascended gradually, intertwining in a graceful dance. Under Chen Shien's deft control, it coalesced into a vast, hollow sphere. He then retrieved several snow silkworms and spiritual mushrooms, casting them into the orb before employing a unique technique to envelop it in flames. The sphere erupted in a veritable tempest of boiling energy, resembling an impending explosion. Yet, Chen Shien remained remarkably composed. Perhaps a hint of trepidation flickered within him, but it was negligible. Will this truly succeed? I sense a lack of safety in this endeavor. Let us hope it does not detonate. He paid no heed to Yun Guang. For a novice in alchemy, unwavering focus was paramount. Divided attention would spell disaster. A fragrant aroma wafted from the sphere, igniting a spark of exhilaration within Chen Shien. This was a novel experience for him. Just as he prepared to advance to the next step, the previously boiling sphere surged into a more violent tumult, fissures appearing ominously. This is not good. Despite his efforts to stabilize it, the anticipated failure loomed large. As he had feared, a charred scent soon permeated the air. Is this a failure? The sphere plummeted into the spring, generating a colossal splash, leaving behind only the scorched remnants of the pill in the air. Chen Shien approached to inspect the aftermath. Discovering a solitary remnant, at least it had not been a total loss, a small fortune amidst misfortune. He discarded the remnants and charred remnants into the spring, while retaining a solitary spirit mushroom pill, emanating a gentle white glow and a delightful fragrance. Thankfully, the spirit mushrooms and snow silkworms were merely modest finds, not particularly rare treasures. This also explains why he refrained from attempting to refine the celestial herb for the first time. The risk of failure was simply too great. Now, he hesitated to practice further, fearing a repeat of the previous mishap. This time, he was not distressed, but the celestial herb certainly was. Curious, Yun Guang inquired. What effects does this remaining one possess? It nurtures the core and enhances vital energy and resilience. He almost blurted out, but suddenly recalled Dugu Bo. Here, try this. It might elevate your soul power by a level. Yet, Dugu Bo was no fool. He sensed he was being used as a test subject, and he hesitated to decline. Ah, well, Dugu Bo glanced aside and quickly revised his response. Of course, I appreciate the young master's generosity. What accounts for such a stark contrast in attitude? It was undoubtedly due to Yun Guang showcasing her swordsmanship. Did you witness how the sacred sword danced through the air, swirling and soaring? Wouldn't that instill a sense of fear? Dugu Bo, however, merely felt a sense of resignation. No, this was a form of dedication, voluntary at that, with a mix of trepidation. Dugu Bo consumed the semi-finished elixir. He had intended to say, young master, but before he could finish, a surge of potent soul power began to assail his body. He promptly settled into a meditative posture, channeling his soul power to refine the elixir. Upon witnessing this, Chen Shien felt a sense of relief. At least it was not poison. Does this elixir enhance soul power? Perhaps, he replied. You seem utterly oblivious to the matter. And you haven't posed 3 questions either. Will this enable him to break through? Yun Guang also sensed the situation. Not quite, but it might help stabilize his recent breakthrough. Did he just achieve it? Yun Guang merely shook her head. Then they could only await Dugu Bo's own revelation. They observed as his aura intensified, reaching what appeared to be the 90th level. However, after a moment, it deflated like a punctured balloon. What is happening? Half an hour later, Dugu Bo finally finished refining the elixir. His soul power remained at the 91st level. I had expected you to reach the 92nd level, he remarked, his expression slightly grim. The elixir turned out to be more ornamental than effective. Despite the impressive surge of soul power, its utility was minimal for a titled Douluo. Moreover, given his elevated soul power, the elixir's efficacy diminished. Nonetheless, he expressed, "Thank you, young master." No need for thanks, it was a trivial matter. The experiments have been conducted. Now we turn to the matter at hand, with only success permitted. As the sun descends in the west, its silhouette gradually blurs, leaving behind a trace of golden-red twilight. Chen Shien employs his old tactics once more, as the scorching spring water transforms into a sphere, suspended in midair. He then introduces the celestial herb, enveloping the sphere entirely in flames, rendering it akin to a radiant sun. After refining 2 vials of elixir, he begins to feel a sense of fatigue. Indeed, this is truly exhausting. Chen Shien places the Qilua pill and the Qirong pill into the Xuanxue ring, intending to rest for a while before continuing the alchemical process. Otherwise, the likelihood of an accident is significantly heightened. Is this what you call fatigue? Come and try it yourself. You would feel the same. What is my level? And what is yours? If your skills are lacking, that is simply your own limitation. Fine. Regardless, I am not a title holder, so you may say whatever you wish. Chen Shien responds, seemingly indifferent. Do you always produce 3 pills when refining? It's not merely a guarantee of 3. That is the most stable outcome. There is a chance I might even yield 5, but that poses great danger. One misstep, and everything could be ruined. Yun Guang nods slightly. Not bad. I shall refine the sun-crowned sacred flame grass into a pill shortly. Once you consume it, you may very well break through to level 99 here. Yun Guang weakly queries, is it really that easy? I cannot say for certain, as I am not you. This is merely a feeling. In any case, you are only a hair's breadth away. Even if you do not fully achieve it, you will be closer to becoming the unparalleled Douluo at level 99. This will make your eventual breakthrough easier. It is simply a matter of time, short or long. All right, I appreciate your kind words. But can you guess what my first action will be once I break through? Chen Shien ponders deeply for a moment before boldly suggesting, to give my grandfather a good thrashing? This is not mere conjecture. Rather, it revolves around a melodramatic love story where the emphasis is not on romance or narrative, but rather on the sheer absurdity of it all. How about you share the intricacies of your relationship, or perhaps refrain from confronting him? After all, he is of considerable age and life is not easy. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits. It is not as if I intend to engage in a life and death struggle with him. If that were the case, it would have happened long ago. And my intentions would merely be to provoke him. Chen Shien found himself at a loss for words. It is indeed puzzling what misdeeds have led a woman to linger in such thoughts for so long. Am I then complicit in his wrongdoing? Not quite. He could manage without you, and my aim is not to eliminate him. Qian Dalu was already aware of my past intentions to end his life, which he seemed to take in stride. Ironically, I had believed he was oblivious to it. What a thrilling tale it has turned out to be. Even more exhilarating than I had anticipated, suggesting that the conflict was indeed quite severe. His insatiable curiosity is maddening. I am eager to uncover the truth. So, when will I be granted this knowledge? Perhaps when you are a bit older, Qian Daolu may eventually reveal it to you. Such clandestine matters are certainly discussed only within the confines of Silver Crown's domain, as it is imperative that Dugu Bo remains oblivious to them. Chapter 85, Ice and Fire. The hours slipped by until midnight, leaving only the option of overtime to complete the tasks at hand. In this alternate realm, it seems I have willingly accepted this fate. The crimson orb radiates a unique glow amidst the darkness, both eerie and alluring. To be honest, in the dead of night, this place, shrouded in obscurity, is punctuated by a striking red light, an inexplicable oddity. This is the vermilion dragon pill, intended for the second offering in heavenly joy. As for whom to bestow this fragrant pill, I remain uncertain. I have yet to decide on the recipient of the celestial orchid pill. The phoenix transformation pill shall be given to Yin, the devoted admirer, while the narcissus pill and the solar crown pill are meant for you and Schwerer. The vision pill is suitable for Hu Laina, as it serves to enhance her mental faculties. The blood poison pill, however, could be fatal for the one who consumes it. Those spiders are also venomous. The Netherworld Ghost pill can be allocated to Ghost Douluo and Inger. This is not the entirety of it. In summary, this endeavor has yielded satisfaction for all. Several offerings, along with Chang Luo and a few others, will receive their due share, which is commendable. And what of you? Oh, I almost forgot to mention, have you ever heard of the ice-fire alchemical body? Immune to both water and fire. Yun Guang detected a significant flaw, the ice-fire alchemical body? Then how is it that you have achieved immunity to both water and fire? What about ice? Ah, this is perplexing. I cannot fathom it, who knows? The name is merely for reference. Qian Rinxue believed this was insufficiently rigorous and added, as ice and fire merge, do they not transform into water and fire? Thus, immunity to both water and fire is indeed plausible. This explanation seems plausible, yet I remain somewhat unconvinced. Qian Rinxue extracted the Xianbing pill and the Liehua pill. Swallowing them almost instantaneously, the elixirs dissolved upon contact, leaving him without a hint of flavor. Within mere breaths, their effect surged forth, causing Qian Rinxian's body to tremble. A layer of icy blue began to rise from beneath his feet, threatening to encase him in ice, soon followed by a surge of fiery crimson. The juxtaposition of ice and fire, blue and red, presented a spectacle both peculiar and captivating. Aware that delay was not an option, Qian Rinxian knew he must plunge into the spring without hesitation. With a resounding splash, he leaped into the icy flames of the spring. Yun Guang, observing with trepidation, found herself at a loss for words. Glancing at the pills in her hand, she resolved to wait until Qian Rinxian emerged safely before partaking. Such recklessness, she silently implored. You must emerge unscathed. Submerged in the waters, Qian Rinxian endured considerable discomfort. Though formidable for his age, he was still merely 8. The extreme cold and intense heat clashed violently within him, neither yielding to the other, inflicting significant harm upon his body. His awareness of the spring and the outside world waned, a testament to the potent effects of the Xianbing pill and the Liehua pill. While another might have succumbed to unconsciousness, he persevered through the agonizing sensations, a truly exquisite torment, vowing never to repeat this experience. What is this? Is this all there is to it? Qian Rinxian shouted inwardly. The waters of the ice and fire duality spring also stirred with his entry, though this turbulence was short-lived, returning to a tranquil state as if nothing had changed. As time slowly passed, the moon waned and the sun rose, only to set again. Yun Guang remained fixated on the spring, her regret deepening. It had been 2 days and nights. Could anything have gone awry? Why hadn't she intervened to stop Qian Rinxian? Cursed be her inaction. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxian continued to grapple with his ordeal. Comparatively, Tang San had only endured for a day and a night. How could he possibly be less capable? It was merely a trivial setback, truly insignificant. In the abyss of the ice and fire duality spring, though shrouded in darkness, the atmosphere was fraught with extreme cold and searing heat. The divine had fallen. Yet their lingering might remain palpable as the colossal dragon carcass coiled within, radiating icy blue and fiery red luminescence. Have you made your choice, little Bing? What if you don't? How long must we wait? 10 years, 100, 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 years? How much longer can we endure in our current state? The Fire Dragon King fell silent, acknowledging the truth in little Bing's words. Yet that individual was ultimately human, and the exertion of their power would mark a final gambit. Should they fail, it would not be long before they truly dissipated into the ether. We do not place our faith in him, but rather in the one who stands behind him, do we not? What we must do is merely to draw him onto the chariot of the Soul Beast clan, no matter how dire the circumstances. Can it truly be worse than our current plight? There is no turning back now. Annihilation of our clan? If we remain passive, the Soul Beast will inevitably reach that grim fate. Why not take a chance? Victory would bring collective joy, while defeat can be regarded as an early end. If you are unwilling, then let me bear the burden of this sin alone. He understood that Xiao Bing spoke the truth. Yet he ultimately found himself unable to take that step. Seeing that he had yet to make a decision, the Ice Dragon King let out a long sigh, and his power returned. With a single resonant roar, it seemed as though everything would be frozen in time. An ice-blue dragon silhouette emerged from the void as the Ice Dragon King cast one last glance at him. Divine power surged forth as if it were of no consequence. Fire Dragon King, you have finally made your choice. What? After all these years of knowing each other, how could I abandon you? The Crimson Dragon figure solidified from its ethereal state. Let me accompany you in this final struggle. At that moment, Chen Shien remained submerged in the water, feeling quite uncomfortable. He truly wished to unleash a torrent of expletives. No, it was the soul beast he wished to curse. He could feel the summons of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, or rather, their intent to draw him towards them. The ice blue and fiery red young dragon kings circled around Chen Shien, as if eager to enter his very being. How brazen it was to invade another's body upon their first encounter. Nevertheless, the power of angels also surrounded him in protection, and for a moment, both sides became entangled, unwilling to yield to one another. The formidable advantages of a powerful martial soul are evident. However, this has left Chen Shien in a state of distress. When celestial beings engage in combat, it is the mortals who suffer. Most importantly, he has no desire to entangle himself with soul beasts. Nor does he subscribe to the notion that those not of our kind must have malevolent intentions. In this world, power reigns supreme, irrespective of whether one is a soul beast or a human. Furthermore, he has previously mentioned Tang Hao and Tang San. If he were to associate with soul beasts, would he not become a traitor? Yet, is it possible to adopt a double standard? After all, humans often display such tendencies. How many can truly claim to be paragons of virtue? Continuing down this path is not a viable solution. Perhaps a conversation is in order? Chen Shien pondered within his mind. It seemed the angel understood his thoughts and responded directly. Bathing Chen Shien in the two small dragons in divine light, a power both profound and enigmatic. The sound of something slicing through the air echoed. After a brief exchange of glances, the two dragons entwined and began to spin. Their speed escalated until their forms vanished, creating a colossal whirlpool of blue and red, which appeared poised to engulf everything, drawing Chen Shien into its depths. In a daze, Chen Shien rose to his feet after experiencing a wave of intense vertigo. He coughed lightly a few times and uttered, "What an extraordinary place. Humans, have you finally arrived?" Following the direction of the voice, he beheld a winged ice dragon gazing at him with an oddly friendly demeanor. The surrounding environment was peculiar, with ice crystals and flames spreading everywhere. Yet he felt neither cold nor heat, a truly remarkable phenomenon. He casually touched the flames, which ignited upon contact, yet he felt no warmth. It was indeed fascinating. "Human, do not be excessively unreasonable," the Fire Dragon King remarked, clearly irked, as those who play with fire often possess a volatile temperament. "Apologies, I beg your pardon. I am still trying to comprehend the situation. This place is quite extraordinary. May I ask how you are both addressed?" Chen Shien was well aware that these were the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, but when it came to feigning ignorance, he was adept. The Ice Dragon King glanced at the Fire Dragon King, seemingly seeking his approval. However, the Fire Dragon King had already consented and would not oppose him at this moment. The Ice Dragon King felt a sense of relief. The individual possessed a martial spirit of an angel, undoubtedly a descendant of hers, and thus had some understanding of the divine, the Ice Dragon King mused. Consequently, she resolved to unleash her full power from the outset. Long ago, the Dragon Clan reigned supreme in the realm of the gods, with the Dragon God as the true sovereign. He permitted humanity to enter the divine domain. Yet humanity grew discontented, inciting discord with the intent to seize control over all. The Dragon God was formidable, but at that time, we too faced internal strife, ultimately proving unable to withstand the might of several divine kings. With the fall of the Dragon God, nearly all deities of our Soul Beast clan perished, including myself and the Fire Dragon King. The words spoken by the Ice Dragon King are undoubtedly true, albeit with some discrepancies in the details. So what now? You cannot merely regale me with a tale, can you? The irascible Fire Dragon King interjected, "Human, this is not a story." Chen Shien, wishing to avoid provoking him further, replied, Yes, it is not. I misspoke. We wish to propose a transaction, one that would be mutually beneficial." "What transaction?" "With the aid of soul bones, essence, divine spirit, and divine core, I shall assist you. Should you ascend to divinity, you would then lend a hand to the Soul Beast clan once, and further improve the current plight of the soul beasts. Endless hunting will only hasten their extinction. Regardless of the outcome, you would incur no loss. To be candid, this is nothing short of a trap, whether for the Soul Beast clan or the Dragon clan. Take Yuna as an example, regardless of her romantic inclinations. She cannot prevail, not to mention that the ruler of the Soul Beast is entangled with one who is infatuated. Our esteemed Tang God King has made his intentions quite clear. His original goal was merely to vanquish Shura, the sea god, and the Rakshasa, alongside some of their subordinates. Naturally, should there be any dissent, that would be an entirely different tale. Entangling with the Soul Beast clan is tantamount to opposing an entire pantheon. How can you assert that I would not suffer loss? That is quite audacious of you. Please do not be angered, he continued. Your so-called dragon god, despite being formidable, has perished. What use would adding me serve? Human, you do not comprehend the intricacies at play here. You need only tell me if you agree. The allure of a million-year-old soul bone, particularly one from a first-level deity, is indeed tempting. Yet, how peculiar is the notion of harboring the soul bones of a soul beast within one's own body? Chen Shien cast a subtle glance towards the mountain-like carcass. The intertwining remains of the crimson and ice-blue dragons formed a taiji symbol, stretching over several thousand meters. It was undeniably magnificent. Yet, he was hesitant to board the war chariot of the Soul Beast clan, for he believed that when deities clash, mortals suffer. He harbored no faith in the absurdity of mortals slaying gods. What is a mortal? Those ordinary individuals devoid of martial souls. Are they to slay gods? What distinction is there between that statement and a mere fart? He would rather believe the world could explode than accept such a notion. However, if there were a system to grant extraordinary abilities, that would be a different story. With a system, even if it were to challenge the divine, he could entertain the idea. By the way, how long can you two elders persist? The Ice Dragon King fell silent for a moment before responding. Not much longer. We must forcibly burn our divine spirit and essence to maintain form, and if we are to draw you in, should you refuse, it will not be long before we truly dissipate into the cosmos. This predicament is quite challenging. He contemplated whether to extend this boon to others, thus making the conditions more negotiable. He truly did not wish to engage and could argue that it was not for his own use. Although this might be slightly shameless, it was of little consequence. If I were to express my unwillingness, would you allow me to leave? We shall not threaten you. Yet we lack the surplus strength to escort you away. This is scarcely different from a threat, is it? The tempestuous Dragon King emerges once more. Human, do not be ungrateful. Am I truly ungrateful? Clearly, it is a trap. Who would willingly leap into it? One must be cautious, lest they falter. In this day and age, is it still impossible to speak the truth? Humanity, what are your thoughts on this matter? I am known as Qian Ringshuan. May I inquire about your names? Very well, then, what is your consideration, Qian Ringshuan? Observing that the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings were disinclined to discuss names, he refrained from pressing the issue further. However, he pondered the question of whether he could partake without cost. Yet, this thought remained unspoken, for he feared that the two Dragon Kings might harbor intentions to eliminate him. This predicament has ensnared him. Even if he wishes to depart, he finds himself unable to do so. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Qian Shien finally conceived of a brilliant solution, that soul bone, which I am unable to assimilate. For my martial soul inheritance possesses a certain peculiarity. In this context, he is undoubtedly unafraid, for his martial soul is unlikely to betray him. The Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King are clearly aware of its uniqueness and are not taken aback by this assertion. They simply state that soul bones can be bestowed upon those dear to you, while our essence can elevate you to greater heights, regardless of the circumstances. You shall not incur any loss. In summary, it all boils down to the fact that there is no loss to be had. This left him at a loss. Engaging would mean being bound to the chariot of the Soul Beast clan. He was uncertain of the confidence held by the two Dragon Kings in ensuring his compliance. Yet, given their audacity to wager, they must possess some means. Of course, Chen Shien was unaware that the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King had no actual means to constrain him. They were merely gambling, not on his adherence to promises, but on the reliability of the divine presence behind him, a true deity and a future god who would not renege on their word. In essence, they had staked everything. The two Dragon Kings would naturally refrain from disclosing this to him. Why do you trust me? Are you not afraid of breaking your promises? Human, should you dare to breach your vow, I shall slay you, the Ice Dragon King stated coolly. By then, we would both be dead. How could you kill him? The Fire Dragon King stammered, his crimson face growing even more flushed. A thunderous roar from the dragons reverberated throughout the underground. Mind your own business. Chapter 87. What is faith? The Ice Dragon King nodded, acknowledging the Fire Dragon King's strength, deeming it beyond his concern. The Fire Dragon King soared directly before Chen Shien, unleashing a tremendous roar. The resulting shockwave nearly toppled Chen Shien, his hair swirling wildly in the wind. Human, are you courting death? Chen Shien calmly tidied his disheveled hair and simply tied it back. You two have such disparate temperaments. One is tempestuous and foul-tempered, while the other exhibits immense patience. With your manner of speaking, who would ever agree to anything? The Fire Dragon King, feeling indignant, roared once more, though this time not directed at Chen Shien. It seemed more a means to intimidate and vent his frustrations. At this juncture, there was little recourse but to acquiesce, for it appeared Silver Crown could not arrive, which was perplexing. Meanwhile, the connection between Silver Crown and Chen Shien remained unbroken. Otherwise, Yun Guang would have already leapt in search of Chen Shien. What on earth could be keeping him? I do not know. The master mentioned a minor inconvenience, yet not a matter of life-threatening danger, assuring you not to worry. Not to worry? How could one not be concerned? Damn it. Silver Crown failed to fully grasp Yun Guang's emotional turmoil, for she was ultimately an emotionless puppet. No matter how human-like a puppet may appear, it can never embody true humanity. What is it like to be human? Emotion? Heart? The voice was too soft for Yun Guang to comprehend clearly. What did you say? Yin Mian shook her head and replied, nothing. Is there truly no danger? You have asked this countless times. I have reiterated that there is no danger as well. Why do you continue to inquire? You do not understand. How could you possibly understand? After Yun Guang spoke, he disregarded Yin Mian and began to pray earnestly, the divine angel shall surely. While Yun Guang was engaged in his devout prayers, Yin Mian contemplated whether she could descend, yet regardless of her attempts, she remained unable to proceed. Unless she were to leap into the lake and see if she could swim across. Meanwhile, Dugu Bo was laboriously cultivating in a cave somewhere. Collaboration is possible. But we must discuss the specifics, do we not? This single opportunity to act must surely have a target. If you expect me to annihilate all gods in one fell swoop, that is beyond my capabilities. There must be some limitations in place. Furthermore, regarding the improvement of the soul beast living environment, I cannot simply prevent others from acquiring soul rings, can I? You need to provide a clearer objective. Mere words hold little value. Perhaps it is not impossible for you. Upon hearing the Ice Dragon King's words, Chen Shien was momentarily taken aback. Not impossible? Well, you certainly have a high opinion of me. Should I be grateful for your trust? As it stands, soul beasts should no longer ascend to godhood. This time, you must alter that. I trust you possess the strength to do so. As for the survival of soul beasts, the discord between humans and soul beasts is indeed irreconcilable. As long as it is not excessively unreasonable, it is acceptable. Useless hunting will only hasten the extinction of both soul masters and soul beasts, which is not beneficial for humanity either. Chen Shien understood this principle, yet executing it proved challenging. The soul spirits of Hua presented both advantages and disadvantages. And in time, soul beasts faced imminent extinction. Unless he were to modify his cultivation methods or the means of acquiring soul rings, changing the situation seemed implausible. A sudden inspiration struck Chen Shien as he pondered a novel method for acquiring soul rings through faith in deities. There is indeed a connection among the three. The Ice Dragon King inquired, "May I ask you something?" "Feel free to ask. I shall speak candidly." Faith and divinity are undeniably intertwined. Yet this bond is only essential for certain gods. For instance, the sea god and the angel god rely on faith to attain godhood, making faith particularly valuable to them. Had the sea god been able to disseminate faith across the continent in his time, he undoubtedly could have become a divine king. And the same applies to the angel god. The power of faith possesses numerous wondrous applications. Your idea may indeed be achievable. And I sense you are on the right track. I must admit, you are quite remarkable. Oh, is the Fire Dragon King just a stubborn, prideful one? However, Chen Shien chose to ignore this remark, as more pressing matters lay ahead. Thus, once bound by faith, is it truly impossible to sever the connection? The notion that faith is toxic arises from the question, what leads one to believe that mortal can alter the divine will? Deities may be elevated through faith, yet they remain impervious to its assimilation. Moreover, the idea that mortal prayers could sway the divine is a fallacy. The chasm between the divine and the mortal is insurmountable. However, it is crucial to acknowledge that faith indeed wields influence over power. The toxicity of faith should not concern you. In essence, the power of faith is merely a tool, and mortals are but instruments, incapable of effecting change upon the divine. Should faith ascend a deity without an increase in followers, the resultant power will inevitably wane, leading one into an inescapable predicament. Reliance on faith for divine elevation binds one to faith itself, creating a vicious cycle. Only the divine can effectuate change among the divine. This is a truth you must grasp. This is quite intriguing. At least one need not worry about being assimilated by faith, nor must one become a deity in the hearts of others, thus avoiding significant troubles. However, the issue lies in strength. True power is derived from within. Hence, inheriting a divine position may indeed be the most prudent choice. But can what is inherited truly belong to oneself? He has an unsettling feeling about his divine status, yet he cannot articulate the source of his unease. Chen Shien does not believe himself to lack a special identity. After all, what justifies his existence over 3 lifetimes? Is it merely his handsome appearance? Regardless of whether it is a unique identity or not, he has no regrets, for even as a pawn, one possesses value. And is he not living quite well as this pawn? A pawn need not be devoid of the potential to become the master of the game. Thus, we may now discuss the next question. Can my humble form withstand your essence? The Fire Dragon King chuckled. If it cannot, then so be it. Little fire. The Fire Dragon King lowered his proud head, seeking a place to lie down, his crimson wings enveloping his form. It is hard to believe that this Fire Dragon King is still a. Others may falter, but you are the exceptional one. Especially since Little Fire and I shall assist you. So, might you be called Little Ice? You may refer to me as such. Who would have thought that among the 9 great Dragon Kings, 2 bear such casual names? What of the other 7 then? Such a casual name. Can the Dragon God be referred to as Little Dragon? The Silver Dragon King is still recuperating, I presume. Chapter 88, The Initial Angel. However, prior to this, he harbored a particularly curious inquiry. Dear seniors, has my ancestral angel god already? Oh, are her descendants still awaiting her? Naturally. The ancestor is the progenitor of the Qian family, a legend and a source of pride for them. The Qian family has always held faith in their ancestor. We have been waiting all along. Though Chen Shien did not deceive her, even in the face of the angel god's disappearance, the Qian family remained steadfast in their wait, unwilling to accept the truth. Your tone has already betrayed your skepticism. The angel god. The Ice Dragon King's expression grew somber, as if lost in contemplation, taking a long while before he spoke. She was quite formidable, yet excessively proud. Her downfall was inevitable, especially since she bore no significant disdain for soul beasts, rendering her an outcast among the profoundly hypocritical deities. In truth, she perished before the turmoil in the divine realm. We even contemplated rescuing her back then. The icy blue pupils fixed upon Chen Shien. Do you wish to uncover the truth? Naturally, Chen Shien replied with unwavering resolve. Alas, the Ice Dragon King sighed deeply, his vast form beginning to stir, eventually lowering himself to the ground. The angel god suppressed the continent's evils, sanctified by the faith of its people. Yet she became bound to that very faith. Moreover, she had offended that old wretch Poseidon. In terms of strength, she was not inferior to him, perhaps even superior. But the divine artifact he wielded was mightier still. Poseidon quelled the oceans, sanctified by the faith of sea soul beasts in the vast sea itself. It is almost laughable how he garnered the devotion of numerous soul beasts, truly a most shameless being. The sea god sought to extend his influence to the continent. For if his faith permeated the land, he could ascend as the new god king. Fortunately, Poseidon on land was no match for the angel god, alas. She too failed to vanquish him, thus sowing the seeds of future calamity. To sever one's prospects and obliterate their path is a grudge that warrants eternal enmity. Reconciliation between them is utterly impossible. I had already cautioned her back then, yet how could one as proud as she heed the warning of a mere relic? Barely stronger than her, who relied on a divine artifact. Allow me to elaborate further. The Fire Dragon King raised his head. From the moment she ascended to divinity, she comprehended that faith was not merely a testament to strength, but also a shackle. Thus, she endeavored to shatter those chains, seeking to reclaim her might. Free from the constraints of faith and ambition akin to dreaming. Nevertheless, the angel god was unwilling to relinquish her aspirations, for which she sacrificed everything. In truth, she even managed to conjure forth certain entities, a testament to her prowess, yet unforeseen calamity struck. No god knew where the angel and the Rakshasa had ventured. The Ice Dragon King's claw gently rested upon Chen Shien's shoulder, yet that vile creature, Shura, proclaimed that the angel god had willingly succumbed to depravity, seeking to devour the Rakshasa god, ultimately leading to the demise of both deities. Aside from those involved in this affair, no other god grasped the truth. However, those with strength understood that Shura was merely spouting nonsense. With the might of the angel god, even if she yielded to the Rakshasa, victory was unattainable for the latter. This was an unequivocal conspiracy. Whose hands do you believe orchestrated their downfall? The accounts of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King largely aligned with his conjectures, with little deviation. Yet, what role did the sea god play in this affair? Could you divulge the name of my ancestor? The Ice Dragon King firmly declined. Since your surname is Qian, it would be best for an elder from your family to enlighten you. Xiaobing, I have already mentioned that I would speak, yet you managed to finish my words. However, I can still share an intriguing fact with you. The divine essence of angels and Rakshasas vanishes entirely upon their demise, which is rather an unusual occurrence. This particular circumstance renders certain deities in the divine realm unable to ascend directly. Angels remain angels, and Rakshasas continue to be Rakshasas. Yet, the most intriguing aspect lies not in this fact, but rather in the gift once bestowed by the angelic deity upon the young being. This gift is remarkably unique. As the angel may have fallen, yet the gift itself remains aglow. Do you suppose the angel has perished? However, amidst the chaos that ensued in the divine realm, that precious item was ultimately destroyed. Otherwise, it could have been presented to you, the Ice Dragon King elaborated. Fascinatingly, Chen Shien seemed to grasp the distinction. The concepts of falling and dying are not synonymous. For instance, both the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King have fallen yet continue to cling to existence, not having succumbed to death. Nevertheless, angels belong to angels, and Rakshasas to Rakshasas. What, then, is the nature of divine inheritance? Although it may have been predetermined, it is not devoid of divine influence. It is likely that his ancestor has not truly perished. One must commend such a figure worthy of worship and reverence, indeed. His own mother, Bibi Dong, has inherited the Rakshasa divine position. Perhaps the Rakshasa has not met their end and can unveil the ultimate truth through Bibi Dong. At that point, everything would change. Thank you, esteemed elders, for your enlightening words. Oh, young one, it is merely a trivial matter. I have a premonition that your future achievements will surpass hers. Then I shall take the Fire Dragon King's auspicious words to heart. Having conversed at length, it is time to attend to matters of significance. As the Ice Dragon King's voice faded, the colossal corpse began to tremble violently, and a radiant ice blue and crimson light erupted from within. As the brilliance dissipated, two diamond-shaped cores floated before Chen Shien. One core was entirely ice blue, while the other emanated a fiery red, exuding an enchanting blend of cold and flame. Indeed, you may refer to me as the Water Dragon King. My powers predominantly manifest in these two elements. These divine cores are already designated, and my personal desire is for you to entrust them to a soul beast. Though you may bestow them upon anyone, as long as they possess comparable talent, one should be able to smoothly ascend to the first level of divinity. Though the 9 Dragon Kings are all at the pinnacle of the first divine level, my prowess places me among the elite. Perhaps I could even strive for a divine king rank, yet all is entrusted to you. Young one, should you accept benefits without fulfilling your duties, I shall not let you off lightly. Chen Shien naturally sensed the shift in the Fire Dragon King's demeanor and address. Fear not, for I, Chen Shien, am a man of my word. What I say, I shall uphold, with no room for deceit. Very well, young Fire. All of our 9 Dragon Kings have fallen, and their remains may not even reside on the Douluo continent, yet I still hope you can seek them out. Understood. Though he initially wished to avoid entanglements. The adage rings true, when one cannot resist, one must embrace. His martial soul harbors no opposition, so why contest? After all, it benefits him as well. Let us glimpse the future of the Soul Beast clan. I entrust everything to you. Chapter 89, The Fall of the Ice and Fire God's Little One. Do not go back on your word. Otherwise, that shall not happen. Chen Shien steadied his emotions and declared, I will attempt to see if I can preserve your souls. That would indeed be the finest option. Haha, no need to try. This is our fate. To have found you to inherit all that we possess is already a great fortune. May the soul beasts. As Chen Shien's words faded, a dazzling brilliance of icy blue and fiery red erupted forth. The corpses of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King emanated a breathtaking force. The remnants of the 2 Dragon King's souls began to swirl around Chen Shien, as ice and fire elements filled the entire space. The dual energies of red and blue surged fervently towards Chen Shien's body. With the influx of energy, the 12-winged angel martial soul radiated a resplendent light. As the energy began to be absorbed into the angelic essence, the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King had not yet perished. They would only truly depart once they had completely entrusted their souls and essence to Chen Shien. This bears a resemblance to a sacrifice. Yet it is not quite a sacrifice. Everything is entrusted to you. The Fire Dragon King took the initiative, with the dragon soul and essence fully entering the body of Chen Shien. At this moment, the Ice Dragon King emitted a thunderous roar. The resonating dragon cries reverberated from the depths of the earth to the surface, where Yun Guang and Yin Mian, standing beside the duality of ice and fire, naturally heard them. Will everything truly be all right? Certainly. Have faith that the master will undoubtedly be safe. Yunguang paid no heed to her thoughts, desperately wishing for no mishap to occur. You scoundrel! As the dragon roars echoed, the ice elements began to wildly converge, and the Ice Dragon King transformed into a colossal ice crystal. With a resounding explosion, the ice crystal shattered, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman emerging from within. Her long, ice blue hair, expressionless blue eyes, snow-white skin, and astonishingly long legs presented an image of breathtaking allure. This left Chen Shien in a state of bewilderment. It seemed that the Fire Dragon King had perished, yet here, he had transformed into a human being. The Ice Dragon King flew before Chen Shien and embraced him directly. Oh my, you bear a striking resemblance to her, yet you are not her. Did she not mention that fate would unfold through you? Foreheads touching, Chen Shien felt a chill permeate him. In the angelic divine examination, you may find what you seek. The truth lies therein. And our divine core can assist you in locating the other 7 Dragon Kings. Moreover, my divine core can resonate with the angels to a certain extent. The Ice Dragon King's delicate hand lifted, and 2 shards of ice fell upon the divine core. Even if you extract it later, it will not be sensed by the divine realm. Why? Chen Shien began, but the Ice Dragon King interrupted, fully aware of his impending inquiry. I understand your doubts, but I shall remain silent. You feel nothing now, do you? This is my way of neutralizing the energy from the little fire. Otherwise, I fear you might not endure it. You should be grateful to me. Chen Shien nodded dully, uncertain of how to respond, feeling rather awkward. A resounding dragon's roar jolted him from his discomfort. Memories began to flood his mind. The roar of myriad dragons echoed, exuding unparalleled power, a glimpse of grandeur. During the upheaval in the divine realm, the 9 dragon kings commanded authority, and the immense dragon god was the true sovereign of the realm, radiating a spectrum of colors, exuding an oppressive aura, and wielding a ferocious strength that could slay a level 1 deity as easily as one would a dog. A kaleidoscope of brilliance and diverse divine techniques clashed. The might of a clan stood against the divine realm. The final sword of judgment appeared as if it could carve the heavens and suppress all. Was the dragon god powerful? Indeed, immensely so. Had it not been for his own issues, the divine realm might still have been under the dominion of the dragon clan. Yet, was Douluo not filled with irregularities? If the current dragon god was slain by the god king and the dragon clan were once the lords of the divine realm, then what of the 5 great god kings at the inception of the divine realm? Both of them are somewhat unfamiliar with the matter, hence there may be errors. Later, it became a voluntary sacrifice by the dragon god, the 18 divine kings, and the elevation. These are undoubtedly correct, all part of the subsequent developments. This is not merely a breach of established lore, it is a complete overhaul. Furthermore, is the power of the Destruction King a true super artifact or a pseudo-super artifact? The answer appears to be both, which is rather amusing, is it not? And what of Xiaowu's mother? Did she perish at the hands of Bibi Dong or in the Forbidden Zone? 27 or 49. In the past, there were posts lamenting that there were hundreds of bugs within the light combat system. Living in such a world makes one fear becoming a bug themselves. I have never witnessed such absurd discrepancies before. It is unclear whether to critique or lament. One might struggle to keep pace with the rate of discrepancies. When Chen Shien finished reviewing all the fragments of memory, the fusion was nearing its conclusion. May you break the chains of fate. I shall walk alongside you, and I will watch over you. With these words, the Ice Dragon King embraced Chen Shien once more, this time with great intensity, as if wishing to merge him into his very being. The pressure was overwhelming, and he found himself reluctant to continue. The Ice Dragon King, however, paid no heed, holding him tightly. Dragon wings unfurled from the Ice Dragon King's back, enveloping both of them. Do not be afraid. We have reached the final moment. The cold seeped deep into the bones, causing Chen Shien to shiver uncontrollably. The Ice Dragon King encased himself and Chen Shien in ice, with massive ice blocks floating in midair. Surrounding them was a strange energy. From this moment, she surrendered all to Chen Shien, after which she would perish. Her energy surged towards Chen Shuan's body fervently. Fortunately, his angel martial soul was no ordinary entity, and under its suppression, ice and fire did not repel each other, but were gradually absorbed. Though Chen Shien wished to transform the remnants of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon into soul-like entities, he was at a loss as to how to achieve this and could only stare blankly. Nevertheless, possessing a formidable martial soul had its advantages. as it had already proven itself to heed his commands. What do you believe would happen if they were to become soul entities? The angel martial soul merely flickered, leaving Chen Shien uncertain of its meaning. Regardless, he had done all he could. He would do his utmost and leave the rest to fate. Whether they would become soul entities mattered little to him. He would not force it. The consciousness of the Ice Dragon King gradually slipped into oblivion. Had he finally met his end? Everything had concluded, only to begin anew. You were right, but I have no regrets. Chen. Chapter 90. Chapter 89. Total Annihilation? Perhaps it was a mistake from the very beginning, yet the divine will never concede to its errors, whether it be the haughty you or the proud dragon clan. It merely reflects a lack of power. What fault is there in that? I have arrived, hoping to reunite with you in the afterlife. Holy light, golden feathers drifted gracefully, as the sacred illumination enveloped the soul of the Ice Dragon King. Just as she yearned to open her eyes, a pair of hands cradled her face. Little Ice. It has been so long. The Ice Dragon King opened her eyes to behold that gentle smile, tears cascading from the corners of her eyes. From the moment he arrived, an unsettling feeling lingered. It had indeed been a long time. She displayed a contented smile and ultimately embraced the Ice Dragon King. The Ice Dragon King, too, relished this sensation, wrapping her arms around her waist. She casually caressed the immense wickedness. Well, little Ice, you seem quite like a young girl. She took the Ice Dragon King's hand. I shall lead you to a place to witness the future that belongs to us. Within the realm of the divine, magnificent temples rose from the ground, countless beings evolving therein. Little Fire, have you come as well? Where's this place? What is truly happening? Thousand Little Ice. This is an accident, not meant for us, though it belongs to him. But who am I? This diverges from my original plan, yet if there exists a superior plan, should it not be employed? Her face illuminated with a satisfied smile. Little Ice, we have not lost. The plan has already commenced. The supreme future is predetermined, and we shall become the new. The Ice Dragon King seemed to comprehend, observing all that transpired within the trial chamber, feeling that supreme power, believing this to be her most prudent choice. In truth, had Chen Shien been present, he would have unraveled many mysteries, particularly concerning the illusory trial. He had long believed that the power manifested in dreams was illusory, yet that power originated from her. Everything within the dream was far from false. The strength of angels, the judgment of angels, all were power she wielded, and the illustrious contributions of this ancestor regarding the illusory trial were monumental. Meanwhile, the external Chen Shien remained oblivious to the events unfolding within the divine realm, still enraptured by a profound sense of fulfillment. However, the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King had entrusted everything to him, yet curiously, his soul power did not surge. It was all claimed by a benevolent divine being, possibly leaving not a single drop behind. Nonetheless, other enhancements were surely forthcoming. Time flowed inexorably, and the clouds upon the ground grew increasingly frantic, leading to a confrontation with them. Why are you obstructing me? Cloudlight exclaimed, striking with a sword that met only emptiness. You must descend. It may lead to death, but the master shall not falter. Please trust in the master. Yun Guang responded with action. Countless arrays of light and beams swirled chaotically in terms of the holy sword. Yun Guang directly unleashed the technique of 10,000 swords returning to their roots, overwhelming everything with a sheer numerical advantage. Tens of thousands of attacks inflicted no harm upon the silver crown, or rather, as long as she refrained from revealing herself, no one could inflict damage upon her. Each time Yun Guang attempted to descend, the silver crown would pull her back. Why can't you rein in your emotions? I have already assured you that nothing will happen. How could you possibly comprehend when you are not human? At times, humans are drawn to engage in certain actions, even when they are fully aware of the consequences. Dugu Bo. In the celestial clash, mortals suffer if Yun Guang cannot contend with the silver crown. Can he not withstand Dugu Bo? Poor Dugu Bo. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Chen Shien, was on the brink of awakening. At this moment, the atmosphere was profoundly silent, as the ice and fire elements within the space began to dissipate. The crimson and icy blue lights flickered upon the ice crystal, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Cracks began to appear on the ice crystal, multiplying with each passing moment, until with a resounding crack, the crystal shattered. In that instant, Chen Shien activated his martial spirit, golden wings unfurling to elevate him to the realm of the aerial sovereign. One must immediately take a moment to reflect upon the changes that have transpired within oneself. This sensation is not unbearable, however, once it is truly felt. The profound darkness of the Qianren Xuandu envelopes one entirely. Were the Fire Dragon King and the Ice Dragon King deceiving him, or had they truly sunk to such depths? The entirety of two first-level gods seemed to toy with his soul power, while others found it increasingly arduous in the later stages. Yet, these two deities had propelled him to level 35? An ascent of 4 levels? He almost forgot that he had also consumed 2 celestial elixirs. Reflecting on this, it seemed all the more absurd. Is this not a bizarre spectacle? Fortunately, the immunities to ice and fire have been acquired, which could be deemed a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. However, such absurdities surely warrant an explanation. Rather than attributing it to the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King being mere figments of imagination, he finds it more plausible that someone has pilfered it. As for the identity of the culprit, that remains a matter of speculation. It is truly outrageous that even this must be contested. Chen has procured the divine cores of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. While these artifacts are visually striking and emanate an aura of power, they serve no practical purpose. Yet, at the pinnacle of divine rank, to whom should these treasures be entrusted? Within the Spirit Hall. One must possess talent and a favorable rapport, yet such individuals are few and far between. Perhaps the Flame Phoenix Douluo? That sycophant Yin? As for those who wield ice, it seems there are none available. However, has he not fallen into a misconception? Must these artifacts strictly align with their wielder? What connection does blue silvergrass have with the sea? Is Tang San's attribute truly suitable? Yet, could there be a possibility? The blue silver emperor possesses remarkable vitality and adaptability. It would not be far-fetched to assert some connections. When considering these two artifacts, the most fitting recipients would undoubtedly be soul beasts. The Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor ascended to divinity through the Ice Dragon King, which poses no issue. As for the divine core of the Fire Dragon King, there must be fierce beast adept in fire manipulation. Currently, it cannot be bestowed. Although the Ice Dragon King likely wishes for him to hand it over to a soul beast, some form of connection must be established, if not a strong bond. Then at least an absence of enmity. Thus, further observation is required. Ruffling his hair, he suddenly realized, goodness, why has my hair grown again? Instead of growing taller, it seems to be growing longer. His hair had already reached waist length, and at this rate, in another 2 years, it might even drag on the ground. Once he exits, he intends to trim it a bit. Nothing too drastic, just back to its original state. He bears no aversion to long hair. He has simply grown accustomed to it. Sensing the power within, Chen casually waved his hand, summoning ice elements to coalesce into an ice mirror before him. Gazing at his reflection, it is an understatement to describe his appearance merely as handsome. He possesses an allure that captivates both genders. His striking beauty is excessive. Dressing in a skirt would render women obsolete. Yet, as a man, he feels a tinge of panic. He was already striking enough, and this enhancement has become quite overwhelming. Harnessing elemental power, he fashioned a simple hair tie, neatly gathering his hair into a ponytail. After all, he usually wore it down, unbound, and as long as he was handsome, any hairstyle would be manageable. The more he stared at his reflection, the stranger he felt. Hastily, Chen shattered the ice mirror, fearing that further contemplation would lead to absurdity. It was truly a surreal sight. Chapter 91. How to Become an Exceptional Mage. Chen shook his head, casting away all the bizarre thoughts that had invaded his mind. It was utterly horrifying. Ice ball technique. With his ice staff, Chen effortlessly drew a circle, sending an ice ball soaring forth. Fireball technique. This holds true as well, however. Is it not a tad excessive to wield an ice staff to conjure fireballs? Surely, some incantations are required to evoke a more profound sensation, are they not? As for the origin of this ice staff, it is crafted in accordance with the designs of certain ones etched in my memory. I have now become a proficient sorcerer, adept in various forms of ice magic, ice orbs, ice blades, ice swords, ice pillars, ice explosions, and ice spears, an array of wondrous creations at my disposal. Yet, the method of activation appears somewhat flawed. In this scenario, one should not activate their martial soul, unveil their soul rings, or vociferously announce their soul ring abilities before engaging in combat. This has nearly nothing to do with the soul master. His mastery over the ultimate ice and ultimate fire can be achieved even without unleashing his martial spirit. Has this transformed into a mage? Is it due to the fact that the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King are soul beasts? The two Dragon Kings did not choose to become spirit rings. Rather, they directly bestowed all their power upon him, truly enabling a mortal body to bear the might of the divine. This thought stirs a subtle excitement within. However, Upon closer reflection, one might discern numerous issues. It is a pity that the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King are likely deceased. Otherwise, one could have inquired about the creation of souls. The process seems to lack clarity and relies heavily on personal endeavor. Chen Shien, lost in his musings, casually demonstrated several spells. Should he consider becoming a melee mage? He is capable of casting holy light and wielding dual swords, vanquishing any deity in his path. Yet, perhaps not. Chen Shien believes that embodying a ranged artillery is the true romantic ideal for a man. The allure of overwhelming firepower is irresistible. In the fray of battle, he envisions himself unleashing a torrent of elemental devastation from the rear, an exquisite scenario indeed. Under the blanket of fire, none would escape unscathed. Melee? No. Ranged is the way to go. A distinguished mage must master the art of bombardment. The allure of soul bones is undeniable. The temptation of a million-year-old soul bone is profound. It is not merely a matter of limited experience, for how many soul masters possess such treasures? He has witnessed angelic armaments, and 10,000-year soul bones are not unheard of, yet a million-year one is a first in his life. When the moment calls for excitement, one must embrace it. Life should be filled with joy. Just as he approached the remains of the two Dragon Kings, 3 soul bones soared forth from the corpses. Witnessing such an eager display from soul bones is unprecedented, likely connected to the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. Presently, he remains human, a pure blood at that. He has inherited power without the lineage, thus lacking the half-human, half-yellow essence akin to Tang Hao, who possesses the bloodline of soul beasts. Nevertheless, inheriting power is still a form of inheritance, albeit with significant distinction. The 3 soul bones consist of the left arm bone of the Fire Dragon King, the right arm bone of the Ice Dragon King, and the external soul bone of the Ice Dragon King, accompanied by a pair of wings. This combination is rather commendable. However, whether or not to merge the soul bones depends on the specific soul in question. The attempt to fuse the soul bones yielded a rather straightforward conclusion: utter rubbish. It seems that there exists something more suitable for him within his divine assessment, though that infernal trial is undeniably perilous. Even though he cannot merge the soul bones, he can still absorb the power contained within them, which is quite advantageous. Nonetheless, it is also time to depart. He has lost track of the days. And Yun Guang must be quite anxious by now. At this moment, Yun Guang is engaged in a standoff with Yin Mian, neither willing to concede ground. As for Dugu Bo, he is experiencing a touch of misfortune. We can cease this futile quarrel. I shall go fetch our master. Really? Yin Mian immediately initiated spatial teleportation. Just as Chen Shien was engrossed in his game of ice hockey, a hand was placed upon his shoulder. You're here. Did Sister Yun Guang cause any trouble? No. She was merely concerned for you. She attempted several times to come find you, but I intercepted her, thus her mood has soured somewhat. Very well. Let us not allow her to worry any longer. After casting one last glance around, he contemplated burying the remains of the 2 Dragon Kings, for the sake of rest and peace. However, given the thousands of meters of corpses, he realized he could not possibly dig such a vast grave in his current state. He resolved to return and give them a proper funeral once he grew stronger. Yin Mian pulled Chen Shien into the spatial realm, and in merely a few breaths, they returned. As soon as they touched the familiar ground, before he could utter a word, Yun Guang enveloped him in her embrace. Oh, this cursed wickedness! Were you seeking death? You remained in there for 13 days. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Next time, 13 days, he had felt nothing at all. And now, feeling refreshed, it was a rather chilling thought. Yun Guang had much to express, yet in that moment, she found herself at a loss for words. All her sentiments condensed into a single phrase: it is enough that you have returned. Indeed, their shared state continued, but as time passed, Chen Shien began to feel a tad awkward. A little child would not have any such feelings. It was merely a simple sense of embarrassment, almost comical. Could you perhaps release me now? Yun Guang, without a hint of embarrassment or blush, naturally let him go. It sounds as though I were particularly concerned for you. In truth, he wished to assure her that there was no cause for alarm, yet upon observing Yun Guang, he deemed it unnecessary to voice his thoughts for some times. Knowing the truth can induce worry. Behold my new ability. With a flourish of his hands, Chen Shien conjured a vividly lifelike ice dragon, which soared into the sky, embodying the essence of ice and freezing everything in its path. This strike directly drained 1/3 of his soul power. In fact, his soul power was greater than that of an ordinary soul master, which underscores the immense cost of this attack. This object can only be utilized a maximum of 3 times. However, With his control, he could transform it into a diminutive ice dragon, thereby reducing consumption. The ice dragon soared into the sky, eventually vanishing from the sight of the onlookers, a testament to its impressive altitude. Do you not require a martial soul for this ability? Yun Guang had not witnessed him activating his martial soul. This is precisely why I have lingered here for so long. There lie the corpses of 2 deities beneath us. And perhaps the legendary herbs bathed in divine blood are not mere myth. Are you certain? Deities? Yun Guang felt a twinge of disbelief. To ensure safety, Chen Shien cast a knowing glance at Yin Mian, who promptly understood his intention. He swiftly transported the 2 back to their domain, heading towards the martial soul city. Within his chamber, Chen Shien retrieved the divine cores of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, referring to them as the Ice God and the Fire God, respectively. Yun Guang comprehended that this was genuine divine power. Your fortune is remarkable. Sister Yun Guang, this artifact can elevate one directly to the pinnacle of a first-level deity. It is akin to a single step to divinity. Do you not desire it? I do. The allure of becoming a deity is tempting, yet I trust you. If it were possible, you would not need to inquire of me. This statement struck him like a bolt, sending a jolt to his heart. It cannot be said that it is entirely unsuitable. There must be some divine considerations involved. Given your innate talent, there should be no significant issues. However, the gravest concern lies in the fact that this pertains to a soul beast, a deity of the dragon clan. Should you accept, the celestial realm may very well. This was also a notion that had just occurred to him, although the Ice Dragon King did not explicitly state it. Could acceptance truly allow them to evade the scrutiny of the divine realm? To utilize this object, one must either ascertain the ability to surpass the divine realm or possess the means to contend against it. He is exceedingly cautious and values his life, exhibiting no desire to take risks. Chapter 92. What constitutes shame in light of this? Why present it at all? Is it not merely to demonstrate that I have achieved something? Yet, the most significant gain is not this, as it is currently of no use. Qian Rengshuan unveiled the external soul bone of the Ice Dragon King. Truth be told, it should be classified as an external soul bone. But the condition for absorption necessitates the presence of a soul ring, and the Ice Dragon King has long since perished. Thus, this item seems rendered useless. This million-year external soul bone, I have aptly named the wings of the ice deity. A million years? Yun Guang exclaimed. Calm down, calm down. It lacks a soul ring. What use is it now? Yet, Yun Guang was not concerned with this. Is this the extent of your desire to boast? Do you comprehend the allure of soul bones? 100,000 years has nearly become a legend, and you fail to grasp the significance of a million years? Whether brother or father, even those closest to you cannot be trusted. How can you place such faith in me? He had not anticipated Yun Guang's remarks. Or perhaps for him, a million years was merely that, nothing extraordinary. Qian Rengshuan, have you truly listened to me? But you are a trustworthy person. You would not betray me. Would you? Betrayal? I have never pledged my loyalty to you. How can one speak of betrayal? True, but I have faith in you, Sister Yin. Refrain from your boastful tendencies. One must always keep something in reserve. Do you not understand? He knew this, yet he was no longer the unencumbered solitary individual he once was. I recognize that Sister Yun is looking out for me. Is it wrong for me to have erred? Had it been anyone else, they would have seized the opportunity by now. Although he possessed a commendable temperament and was not an overly forceful individual, did this not insult his intelligence? No. I trust you. Sister Yun trusts me as well, but that does not imply I am a fool. Would I flaunt before a stranger? That is excessive. Is this not a metaphor? I know you are not foolish. Then, does this external soul bone serve no purpose? More or less. Although I have not absorbed a soul ring, inheriting its power should suffice. Others may not be so fortunate. I initially intended to gift it to you. However, I have a backup, the bone of the left arm from a million years. Your gains from this expedition are indeed substantial. Naturally, do you desire this soul bone? To Qian Rengshuan, there was no need to conceal such an item from his own. No thanks, 200,000-year soul bones are just right for my arms. I have no interest in other parts, as they are too lowly to pique my interest. What of the other offerings? You need not inquire. Even if they lack soul bones, they will claim otherwise. This is an indisputable fact. They will ensure you retain it for your use. Chen Shien expressed his agreement, stating that the several offerings could not be swayed by mere soul bones, even if those bones were millions of years old. Such matters must not be disclosed to others. A careless slip could lead to complications. Of course, I trust you are not so foolish. Or why not absorb it yourself? This situation is somewhat exceptional. Hence the thought of gifting it. Yun Guang gently tousled his long hair. After this outing, his hair had indeed grown remarkably, if it weren't for the angelic armor. It would suit Xiao Xue quite well. However, the angelic armor is truly the most fitting for her. As for the younger generation, they appear to possess commendable character. At least loyalty. Otherwise, it would be better to keep it as it is. Do you find my hair amusing? Yun Guang remarked while toying with a handful of his hair. It is quite amusing. You never tie your hair. Why not allow me to style it for you? This truly frightened him. He was genuinely concerned that Yun Guang might style his hair in an odd manner. He hurriedly declined, saying, "No, I'm perfectly fine as I am. You go on with your business. Why should we be polite to each other?" Yun Guang directly embraced Chen Shien, forcibly pressing him onto the bed. "Are you going to style your hair on the bed?" Chen Shien replied with an expression of helplessness. "Isn't it more comfortable here? It won't affect anything. Just don't move around. Really, I don't need my hair styled. You carry on with what you're doing. I've already said, don't move." Chen Rinchuan's lips twitched slightly. Indeed. His character was quite admirable, as he did not storm out but instead complied. "Just please don't create any bizarre hairstyles. Do you not trust me?" "I'm just a bit anxious. How could I not trust you?" "It hurts. Be gentler." "Is this how you do it? Your hair is too long, you know? Quit moving. Just bear with it for a moment." He truly couldn't fathom why she suddenly wanted to style his hair. Then he noticed that Yun Guang's long hair was simply tied back. He began to worry that this might lead to trouble. He admitted to himself that he was somewhat skeptical of Yun Guang. "Why don't you style your own hair nicely?" "Me? It's simply because it's easy and convenient." Chen Shien let out a somewhat awkward laugh. "This is somewhat unconvincing." After enduring a long wait and considerable torment, he vowed that if Yun Guang ever styled his hair again, he would consider himself a dog. "Do you see how it looks? Is it appealing?" Chen Shien stood before the mirror with an expressionless face, experiencing for the first time in his life the humiliation that ignited a flicker of anger within him. Gazing at his reflection adorned with twin ponytails, he found himself at a loss for words to articulate his feelings. "You spent half a day to create this twin ponytail for me? Are you jesting?" Yun Guang seized one side of his hair, exclaiming, "Isn't it quite lovely? It feels delightful too. Go on, touch it for yourself. Moreover, it possesses a unique charm, elevating your appearance to an entirely new level. Aren't you grateful to me? To be honest, this friendship is as fragile as a boat that can capsize at any moment. Do not contact me again, for I fear trouble." "Don't. Are you truly angry?" Observing Chen Rinchuan's silence, Yun Guang felt a twinge of panic. She had merely intended to jest. His reaction was rather excessive, and she resolved not to pull such a prank in the future. An apology was in order. "I was wrong, truly wrong. Please forgive me." Seeing Yun Guang pouting, an apology made Chen Shien feel as though he had achieved a small victory, although he knew it was not entirely the case. "I was genuinely mistaken. I beg you, forgive me, and I shall not behave this way again. Do you still wish for another opportunity?" "Absolutely not." "Very well. You may leave. It is not a major issue. Go rest. For tomorrow you must refine the elixir. Is everything all right? Have you forgiven me?" Yes, it's nothing." Truly forgiven. Yun Guang departed with a light heart. Yet Chen Shien sensed an underlying strangeness. Chapter 93, Detoxification, Part 1. In truth, there was no need for him to return, yet Silver Crown's abilities were simply too advantageous to disregard. He had not been boasting. He merely wished to present a gift. And he was well aware of whom to trust and whom not to. Lying on a bed, Chen Shien tossed the divine core of the Fire Dragon King in his hand, knowing that such news would surely infuriate the Fire Dragon King. What if I engaged in some exchange with the Little Silver? He speculated that he was likely now a partner of the Soul Beast clan. However, that was merely a thought. The treacherous nature of that place was full of peril. Even if the Silver Dragon King were injured, he was still a deity. And Chen Shien did not dare to gamble. What if someone attempted to seize him? A level 99 peerless Douluo, achieving godhood at level 100. Perhaps that was not entirely out of reach. With Yun Guang's innate talent, reaching level 99 was entirely feasible. It was merely a matter of time. And now, with certain shortcuts available, the benefits were undeniable. Today, within this secret chamber, she would break through to level 99. If successful, the continent would witness its fourth peerless Douluo. Should she fail, there would always be another chance. I shall begin. Upon finishing her words, Yun Guang settled into a cross-legged position and produced the Solar Crown Elixir. She could feel the surging potency of the medicine within, and with a deep breath, she consumed it in one swift motion. The effects of the elixir quickly manifested. Her body oscillated between hues of crimson and gold, alternating in a mesmerizing display. Do all medicinal pills possess a hint of color? It remains uncertain. In this secluded chamber, only 3 individuals were present: he, Yin Mian, and the alchemizing Yun Guang. Whether Qian Daolu was aware of their return remained a mystery. Nonetheless, Yun Guang was intent on delivering a surprise. Yet, this surprise carried the potential to transform into a fright, as engaging in such battles at their age was no trivial matter. At that moment, mysterious patterns began to surface upon Yun Guang's body, intertwining until they ultimately formed an expansive design resembling the sacred solar crown flames. Why should it form such a pattern? Certainly, some areas were obstructed by her garments, which were quite formidable in their own right. Even the Fire Dragon King had failed to ignite them. Typically, if one were to consume an elixir, it would require 2 to 3 days for proper assimilation. Yet Yun Guang could not hope to refine it in such a brief period. How fares Yin Mian and Dugu Bo? Not well. He suffered a beating. But he is not dead. Was it Yun Guang's doing? Indeed. With a clear objective in mind, I set out to concoct an antidote while simultaneously instilling a sense of fear in him. Come, accompany me to procure a soul bone, and afterward, we shall seek out Dugu Bo in the Sunset Forest. Naturally, Qian Rinxuan knows precisely where the soul bones are stored. He can obtain them at his leisure. However, at this juncture, soul bones hold little significance for him. There is no necessity to acquire an exceptional one, as these items are exceedingly rare. Qian Rinxue casually selected a left arm bone that was approximately a century old. Gazing at the soul bone in his hand, he mused. Is a century truly worthy of a title Douluo? Yet, he quickly recalled the twin spirit masters, whose soul bones had only recently come into their possession. In the original narrative, they had not even possessed a single soul bone. Thus, what could possibly be deemed inadequate? Let us proceed. Master, shall you not report this? Report to whom? I have already informed myself. Upon my return, I shall mention it to grandfather. It is hardly a matter of great import. Let us go. Silver Crown ceased further inquiries and placed his hand upon Qian Rinxue's shoulder, channeling his soul skill to initiate a spatial teleportation. Within the Sunset Forest, Dugu Bo was recuperating. The memory of that day's cloud light instilled a sense of trepidation within him. The Hall of Spirits is nothing but a den of lunatics, a band of madmen. Grandfather, was it the Hall of Spirits that harmed you? When Yin Yin grows up, she will avenge you, will she not? Revenge is not the answer. What grievance could there possibly be against the Spirit Hall? Moreover, this is merely a superficial injury. It is not as if we are sworn enemies. No. Grandfather is perfectly fine. You must refrain from making reckless statements in the future, especially regarding vengeance. Do you understand? However, grandfather did not teach me this way before. Speaking of which, Dugu Bo felt a twinge of embarrassment. In the past, even though he held a titled rank, there existed a notion of shame associated with it. It was permissible to put on a facade before his granddaughter and instill a sense of fear. As for how he had instructed her previously, to phrase it pleasantly, he advocated for avoiding unnecessary conflicts. To put it less charitably, it could be described as a tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong. In this regard, a certain lake expressed a shared understanding. The Soul Master, though dauntless, was not merely a good Soul Master. One could only admire the profound awareness exhibited here. While the granddaughter of Dugu Bo engaged in psychological counseling, ripples manifested in the air. Upon witnessing this, an ominous premonition welled up within him. Qian Rinxuan emerged from the midst, startling Dugu Yin considerably. Grandfather, how marvelous! The young girl exclaimed excitedly. Why is there yet another little girl? I already have enough around me. Will this not lead to misunderstandings? Qian Rinxuan lamented. I am certainly not a pervert. Who is he, grandfather? Dugu Bo inquired. This is the young master Yin Yin of the Spirit Hall. I forgot to mention that we are also affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Despite her youth, Dugu Yin was perceptive. She whispered, did you not say that all those from the Spirit Hall are villains? The title Douluo, ma being, could indeed communicate over distances. Yin Yin, do not speak further. I shall explain more later, Dugu Bo replied. Although curious, Dugu Yin was obedient and not a mischievous child. Have you completed your plotting? The young master jested. As for those trivial matters, I am here to detoxify you and incidentally, to exert some control. While he understood the detoxification aspect, the nature of this control piqued his curiosity. The young master implied that he possessed no profound techniques or exclusive methods for Dugu Bo and his kin. He could replicate Tang San's methods if needed. This toxin is rather straightforward. The first method is merely to disperse it. However, The extent to which your strength may diminish post-dispersion remains uncertain. Dugu Bo was inclined to curse him. He had no idea how much his strength would wane. But he was certain it would not remain at its previous pinnacle. And the second method? The second is even simpler. I will prepare some medicine for you to take over the course of a year or half a year, and that will suffice. As for the third, it involves embedding soul bones throughout your body, thereby containing the toxin within them. This should ensure safety, and perhaps even enhance your strength. Of the three methods, only 2 or 3 were truly feasible. And the control? Qian Renchuan's face instantly brightened with a benevolent smile. It merely involves placing a small device upon your heart. A minor technique that poses no threat. It is beneficial for both of us, serving to prevent any betrayal from your end. Dugu Bo was confident in his integrity. Yet he recognized that Qian Renxian harbored doubts. Having read the original text, he was aware of Dugu Bo's character, yet he still desired an additional layer of security. Chapter 94, Detoxification, Part 2. Although Dugu Bo's character was somewhat reliable, he lamented that Qian Renxian did not trust him. This is what one might call stability. However, whether his little tricks can ensnare the titled Douluo remains a question. This is merely the first experiment. But what of my granddaughter, Yin Yin? As for her, it is even simpler. Her martial soul has only recently awakened. Unlike you who has already attained the title Douluo. With a single pill, everything could be resolved. And perhaps she might even transform from a serpent into a dragon. Strangely, the thought of the Dream Master crossed my mind. Yet, consuming this pill would mean she becomes one of the Spirit Hall's people. I would take her to Spirit City, serving as a sort of bargaining chip. What do you think? I am not fond of coercing others. He was tempted to suggest that the last sentence could be omitted. Very well, my life, Dugu Bo, is now devoted to the Spirit Hall. Qian Renxian retrieved 2 pills from the soul-guiding device. This is the beaching pill, crafted from the beaching Xiaoluo grass. Its effects are most beneficial for those with serpent martial souls, enabling her to overcome the deficiencies in her martial soul. The other is the Zijin Tianong pill, which contains the bloodline of dragons and may offer her a slim chance of transformation into a dragon. Which do you believe is more suitable for her? The 2 elixirs are beneficial for Dugu Yin, prompting him to inquire, is it permissible to consume both? Certainly, came the calm reply from Qian Renxian. A faint smile gracing his face. I am merely curious to see if this truly leads to one's demise. The dragon lineage has always been associated with immense power. If a serpent were to transform into a true dragon, to what heights could it ascend? Yet, that remains a mere possibility. What if it were to fail? Is it worth pursuing that slender chance? Yin Yin, the choice lies with you. Will you embrace the serpent or the dragon? In truth, a serpent may not necessarily be inferior to a dragon. The words of Qian Renxian were not deceitful. Indeed, the world of Douluo leans more towards the depiction of Western dragons. This is not to imply a lack of strength. For dragons adorned with wings are also deities of creation. Can one truly claim they are weak? The crux of the matter, it seems, lies in public perception. Evil and goodness. Who would willingly engage with something that seeks to consume them? Is it not absurd? Naturally, in the truest sense, the truly powerful dragons are few. The rest merely possess a genetic advantage, yet that is where their superiority ends. Even among serpents, there exist formidable beings. In Douluo, he was uncertain of the serpent's strength. But in other realms, such was the case. After much contemplation, he casually mentioned several mythological serpents, which were indeed quite formidable. Yet only one truly stood out. The world-devouring serpent, the eternal serpent, the underworld serpent, the ascending serpent, Xiang Lu, and the 9 offspring. Have you heard of them? Dr. Dugu shook his head. It is only fitting that you have not, for these comprise nearly all the mythological serpents he was aware of. As for the strongest among them, he was unsure, though the most fearsome name undoubtedly belonged to the world-devouring serpent. Perhaps you could become one of them, potentially surpassing certain dragons in strength. Dr. Dugu hesitated, torn between speaking and remaining silent. He truly yearned to express that he had not heard of any of those names you mentioned. Is this truly a fabrication to deceive Yin Yin? Although Dugu Bo harbored such thoughts, Dugu Yin held a different perspective. Is that so? Splendid. I must confess, I have a particular fondness for snakes. Thank you. Dear elder brother. Yin Yin, address him as young master. Thank you, young master. Dugu Yin accepted the beaching pill and swiftly consumed it, the medicinal effects manifesting promptly. The process of refinement was serene, unlike the others who bore varying hues. Shall we now discuss your issue? Soul bones are exceedingly rare. Might I request 2 or 3 at once? Dugu Bo pondered, reflecting on his lengthy existence and realizing he had previously overlooked this. Very well. I shall grant you a 500-year-old mandala snake left arm bone. The emergence of a snake's left arm bone was indeed remarkable, illustrating that the world is diverse. And so too are the creatures within it. Thank you for your gracious gift, young master. A 500-year-old soul bone, though seemingly modest, is a rarity few can claim. Even titled Douluo lack such treasures, and most significantly, it serves the purpose of detoxification rather than mere enhancement of power, which is the true source of his delight. Although Shien was not a mind reader, he could surmise the essence of the situation. I shall procure some medicine for you. In the meantime, focus on refining the soul bone and direct the toxins into it. With that, Shien turned to leave, genuinely intent on finding the necessary herbs. Having previously concentrated solely on the celestial grasses, once again, I wished to test the formidable Dugu Bo. Although he arrived alone, this was merely a fade, after all. His entrance was that of a titled Douluo, and one cannot arbitrarily bestow upon him a debilitating aura. The ice and fire yin-yang well is indeed a treasure. Yet its formation stems from the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. With the complete demise of these majestic beings, how long can this precious sight endure? Sitting cross-legged by the ice and fire yin-yang well, Shien couldn't help but lament. Perhaps in a century or a millennium, it shall cease to exist. No, it will persist. Though the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings are no more, I remain. Indeed, my master speaks the truth. Let us gather some herbs. I shall concoct elixirs. The spring water of the Ice and Fire yin-yang well began to boil vigorously, and under Qianrenchuan's command, part of the spring water soared into the air, gradually transforming into a dragon. Ultimately, the extreme cold froze the water, morphing the water dragon into an ice dragon. Although the appearance of the Fire Dragon King is somewhat peculiar, it serves as a token of respect. Statues of the two Dragon Kings were erected beside the Ice and Fire yin-yang well, and in this unique environment, that could endure for several years, if not decades. This shall serve as a monument for you. The issue regarding soul beasts is beyond my current capacity to resolve. I can only wait for the future, perhaps. Not long after, Yin Mian returned with a plethora of herbs, a veritable cornucopia of varieties. Much like the previous time, Shien began to manipulate the spring fire for alchemy. Unlike before, however, this time he combined the herbs into a singular concoction. In no time, the fragrant aroma of the herbs wafted through the air, indicating that, barring any significant complications, the elixir was nearing completion. Fortunately, this time no mishaps occurred, and the potion was successfully concocted. Master, what purpose do these serve? Open your mouth. Yin Mian obediently complied, and Shien tossed an elixir into his mouth. Experience it for yourself. A surge of potent soul power surged wildly within Yin Mian, yet before it could assert itself, he swiftly suppressed and refined it. Master, this elixir is of little benefit to me, but it may prove useful for those with slightly lower soul power levels. Indeed. For those who may never transcend to the title Douluo level in their lifetime, or for those who are on the cusp of doing so, this could be a valuable asset. However, consuming a few will render its effects negligible. After concocting another batch, Shien calculated the time. It was time to return and check on the grandfather and grandson duo. Chapter 95. The Return of the Heavenly Serpent Emperor. At this moment, Dugu Bo had also reached the pinnacle of his life. He had never felt such exhilaration. Merging with that soul bone and channeling poison into it, such sensations are beyond the realm of words. It was utterly euphoric. Moreover, his soul power had astonishingly ascended to level 92, a truly unexpected delight. The skies have cleared, and the rain has ceased. Dugu Bo feels a renewed sense of capability. Meanwhile, Dugu Yin undergoes a remarkable transformation, her face and arms adorned with a multitude of serpentine scales, even sprouting a tail, presenting an alarming visage at first glance. Dugu Bo is deeply concerned about the potential misfortunes that may befall his granddaughter, yet he finds himself at a loss regarding what actions to take, paralyzed by uncertainty. The anxious Dugu Bo was in a flurry, while Shien strolled back leisurely, taking the opportunity to admire the scenery along the way. Upon seeing Qianren return, Dugu Bo rushed forward, exclaiming, "Young master, what has happened to Yin Yin? Surely nothing is amiss?" Qianren focused his gaze and noticed that she had nearly transformed into a serpent. Would consuming a divine herb truly lead to such peculiar changes? In light of this situation, he found himself at a loss for what to do, merely acknowledging that those who understand would comprehend. It should be fine. Perhaps this is merely the evolution of her martial spirit. He himself found it somewhat hard to believe. Now everything rested upon the solitary efforts of Dugu Yin. Consuming this elixir posed no peril. At most it would result in mere failure. Rest assured, there was absolutely no threat to life. Upon hearing these words, Dugu Bo felt a wave of relief wash over him. "How fares your situation?" he inquired. In response, "Young master, it has progressed unexpectedly smoothly. My soul force has astonishingly ascended to level 92. However, integrating the poison into the soul bone will truly require a considerable amount of time. It is only natural, otherwise. Do you aspire to reach the pinnacle in a single stride? This is your medicine, sufficient for a month. 1 pill a day will suffice. Should it run out, someone will deliver more." Chen Shien tossed the small porcelain vial towards Dugu Bo, who hastily caught it, recognizing its preciousness. Indeed, it pertained to his very life. "How have you fared in your inquiries regarding the princes?" Although the time was brief, Dugu Bo, with his connections to the royal family, had gleaned some insights. The eldest prince, Shuai, now 8 years of age, is rather unremarkable, lacking any particularly outstanding traits. The second prince, Shui Luochuan, however, possesses extraordinary intelligence, garnering considerable support. The third prince, Shui Feiyu, at just 7 years old, boasts an innate soul power of 9th level, and the royal family harbors great expectations for him, hoping he will one day attain the title of Douluo, a noble honor reserved for the royal lineage. The fourth prince, Shui Bong, merely 5 years old, seems to exhibit no exceptional qualities. I sense that the throne will likely be inherited by either the second or third prince. One is exceptionally intelligent, while the other possesses remarkable talent. Do you imply that such intelligence and talent may pose a threat to the nobility of Tiando? If they indeed harbor ambitions, the noble class may find themselves in dire straits. Allow me to assume the role of the benefactor, Chen Shien remarked calmly. Dugu Bo understood the implication of these words. Tiando differs from Xingluo, where the emperor holds firm power, for in Tiando, the knight emperor is inextricably bound to the nobility. This is also the original work, revealing the rationale behind the Spirit Hall's choice of the Tiando Empire, where power is remarkably decentralized. However, who would dare to let Qian Renshue infiltrate? With such talent, she would be more suited to focus on her cultivation rather than play the role of a mere undercover agent. Nevertheless, Qian Renshien feels a twinge of disappointment, realizing that his sister harbors a little secret and is even keeping it from him, which is somewhat disheartening. Moreover, for reasons unknown, Qian Renshue has gradually transformed into a reclusive individual, spending her days in solitude, leaving him puzzled about her activities. Just as he contemplates these assorted thoughts, Dugu Yin has also absorbed a medicinal pill. So soon? Yin Yin, summon your martial spirit and let me witness the changes. Grandfather, why the urgency? Isn't this a bit too exciting? Dugu Yin promptly conjures her martial spirit, now referred to as the Emerald Phosphor Serpent. The Emerald Phosphor Serpent is entirely green, with crimson eyes and red patterns adorning its serpentine form, the most striking feature being its pair of wings, which bear a red diamond pattern at their center, while the tip of its tail is exceptionally sharp. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Dugu Bo exclaims thrice, still yearning for more. Their family's martial spirit is indeed the Emerald Phosphor Serpent, classified as a rare martial spirit, capable of cultivation, for instance. His martial spirit has evolved into the Emerald Phosphor Serpent Emperor. Yet, Dugu Yin's martial spirit surprisingly imparts a feeling of suppression upon him. It is widely recognized that the quality of martial spirits is categorized as waste, ordinary, rare, top tier, and super tier. They are unaware of the divine level. The so-called top 3 sects are merely top tier. They may possess slightly more strength, but their might primarily stems from secret techniques, such as the Haian 9 absolutes and the explosive ring, which are nearly unstoppable. Super tier martial spirits include the Holy Dragon, burdened by the Great Sage, the 9 treasures, and the Space Sacred Butterfly, aside from which there are none. In the true sense, only 2 divine-level martial spirits exist on the continent, the Angel and the Sea God, representing the pinnacle of martial spirits. As for those who were struck down by the hammer, it can only be said that they were inadequate. Perhaps the ancestors of the Qian family would lament that their descendants have become somewhat lacking. For Dugu Bo, this is an immense honor. Their family has produced a super-tier martial spirit, and her descendants may inherit this extraordinary gift. He is so exhilarated that he finds himself at a loss for words. The leap from rare to super-tier martial spirit is truly remarkable. On this occasion, Dugu Bo knelt down, pleading, "Young Master Xie, grant me my life and bestow upon me the opportunity to ascend to the heavens. I, Dugu Bo, shall vow to follow the Spirit Hall and the young master unto death." Perhaps it was at this very moment that Dugu Bo truly became willing to pledge his unwavering allegiance. If he possessed a system, his loyalty would surely be at its zenith. Today, you have expressed this sentiment twice. However, I am still somewhat skeptical by nature. Nevertheless, I shall heed the young master's command. Chen Shien summoned forth the angel spirit, enveloping the two of them in a sacred aura. A beam of holy light casting down upon Dugu Bo. And then, nothing further transpired. In truth, there was little more to it. One could discern it upon reflection. Dugu Bo felt intently within himself and discovered that there was indeed nothing amiss. Thank you for your trust, young master. Of course, Chen Shien would not divulge that he initially believed he had failed, only to find success later on. He sensed that it must have been another power that enabled his triumph, such as the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. His methods for controlling others had been thoroughly perfected, to the extent that even a titled Douluo would be oblivious to any anomalies, with but a mere thought. Their heart could be shattered, leading to their demise. Truly, it was ineffably marvelous. Chapter 96. The fourth peerless Douluo of the continent keep an eye on their movements. Once they depart from Twindo City, inform Yin Mian, and she will seek an opportunity to act. If the timing is right, she may even strike within Twindo City. Now, Dugu Bo felt less anxious and readily agreed, though the name Yin Mian seemed somewhat familiar. After receiving Qian Rinchuan's instructions, Yin Mian presented herself to meet Dugu Bo, which enlightened him to the unfathomable depths of the spirit hall. Isn't this the head of the newly established upper three sects? No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity upon hearing the name. It all makes sense now. At this moment, Dugu Bo realized that the so-called upper three sects were but a farce, truly pathetic in nature. He comprehended everything now. Yet it was infuriating to acknowledge that he was on the same side. You have already acquired your first soul ring. What a pity. Otherwise, it could have been a millennium. With newfound knowledge, Dugu Bo felt little turmoil regarding the first soul ring being a millennium. In terms of abnormalities, could there be anyone more extraordinary than the one before him? A mere millennium was insignificant. Nonetheless, he still felt a twinge of regret for Yin Yin. If the first soul ring were a millennium, how powerful would she become? Gu Yechen, would you be willing to accompany me to Spirit City? Gu Yechen found herself in a state of inner turmoil. Having lost her parents at a tender age, she was raised solely by her grandfather, which made her reluctant to venture too far away. However, Dugu Bo had expressed his desire for her to go, and her grandfather would undoubtedly not oppose this. Moreover, she had saved her own kin, and it was her martial spirit that had evolved. Thus, she ought to express her gratitude to the young master. Surely, a person with such a captivating smile could not be malevolent. How beautiful he was. Perhaps donning a little dress would allow her to call him brother? Dugu Yechen mused quietly. If Chen Shien were to learn of her thoughts, he might wish to strike her on the spot. I am willing to accompany the young master to the Spirit City. Uttering these words seemed to drain her of all her strength. Very well. There is nothing else to attend to here. Simply fulfill your role. After all, you are a royal guest elder, and should your presence be required, Yin Mian will inform you. Upon finishing his statement, Chen Shien departed with Yin Mian and Dugu Yechen, leaving Dugu Bo as the sole inhabitant of the vast sunset forest. A new chapter in life was about to commence. Now, Dugu Bo needed to address a pressing matter. Previously, he had assisted Shuexing due to her act of saving him, yet he had not attained the status of a true royal guest elder. He now sought to create an opportunity for Shuexing to persuade him once more, allowing him to acquiesce gracefully, resulting in mutual satisfaction. However, this was not a matter that could be resolved in haste. Before long, the trio returned to the Spirit City. Concurrently, Qian Daolu seemed to sense something amiss. Is it happening sooner than I anticipated? Yun Guang, have you indeed reached that stage? Although Yun Guang had undergone her breakthrough in a concealed chamber, her presence could not be entirely masked. While others might remain oblivious, it was not so for Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu. Bibi Dong, too, was not idle. Within a short span, she had gathered individuals of potential utility. Although they might not possess overwhelming strength, their presence was not detrimental. Presently, she could be regarded as the weakest pope in history. The aura of Yun Guang's breakthrough was detected by her, the inheritor of the divine. Bibi Dong was engulfed in a conflict of emotions. Ever since Luo Cha had imparted his words to her, she had become ensnared in a web of indecision. Her mind perpetually occupied with matters that had plagued her for countless years. Yet, without Luo Cha's influence, she found herself returning to a semblance of normalcy, devoid of vengeful thoughts and deep-seated obsessions. Upon their return, Chen Shien immediately knocked on Chen Rinchua's door. Brother, what is it? Is something amiss? Qian Rinxue yawned and rubbed her eyes, clearly still groggy from sleep. Look at yourself. Your hair is disheveled, and you haven't bothered to tidy up. You lounge about all day. And what of you? You two are quite the sight. Suddenly, Qian Rinxue's eyes sparkled with realization, as if she had stumbled upon a new world. She was incredulous, closing her eyes and reopening them. I almost thought I was dreaming. What's this? Brother, why have you brought back another young girl? Surely, you don't have some peculiar preference, do you? Indeed, as younger sisters grow up, they tend to lose their charm. Qian Rinxue hastily interrupted him, saying, I know what you're about to say. You may leave now. Noticing that Qian Rinxue still wanted to speak, she continued, enough of this trivial matter. You can only dazzle children with your nonsense. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Farewell, my dear brother. With that, Qian Rinxue pulled Dugu Yin aside and shut the door. Should I perhaps teach this adorable sister a lesson? My foolish sister has already caught on. It is best to retreat. Inside the room, Qian Rinxue gazed curiously at Dugu Yin, inquiring, what is going on? Why are you following him? Dugu Yin pondered for a moment before recounting everything she had learned over the past few days, acknowledging that there were some things beyond her knowledge. As Qian Rinxue munched on snacks, she listened, occasionally furrowing her brow. Are you going to eat? I'm not hungry anymore. One need not be famished to indulge. These are merely snacks. Dugu Yin cautiously accepted a piece, savoring its delightful flavor. Qian Rinxue tugged at a strand of her hair, questioning, is it green? Does it not look good? No. It looks quite nice, though it may not be appealing in certain aspects. Yun Guang had been cultivating for a bit longer than usual, already 4 days had passed. It was likely that he was on the verge of breaking through to the 99th level, heralding the arrival of the continent's 4th unparalleled Douluo. The first 3 were renowned as invincible in earth, sky, and sea. What title should Yun Guang be bestowed? Perhaps invincible on land. After all, Tang Chun is barely hanging on. As he contemplated his title, a powerful aura surged forth, and he understood that Yun Guang had succeeded. He immediately hurried to the secret chamber. Qian Daolia's thoughts shifted, and he vanished from his location. Bibi Dong tightened her grip on the scepter, murmuring, Yun Guang. Grandfather. Little Qian. Is that miraculous herb truly a treasure that has brought you this far? Sister Yun Guang could have achieved this even without the herb. Qian Dao nodded, never doubting this fact. The miraculous herb was something Qian Rinxien had informed him about a few days prior. After all, there was nothing to conceal. Though the medicinal pills had yet to be distributed, Qian Dalu had intended to surprise you, but it seems he was discovered after all. Cloudlight slowly rose. 9 soul rings encircling her, an overwhelming aura radiating outward. She had ascended to the exalted rank of a 99th level ultimate Douluo. Now the 4th individual on the continent to achieve such a pinnacle. She stood at the zenith of human combat prowess, the highest realm attainable by mortals. Beyond this lay the domain of the divine. Her current stature was solely the result of her own efforts, albeit with a slight advancement. Chapter 97. When will the grudges end? Cloudlight disregarded Qian Daolu, embracing Qian Rinxien instead. Thank you. Last time you mentioned that we need not express gratitude between us. Do you remember? Last time? I recall. Then no thanks are necessary. Qian Daolu promptly cleared his throat, indicating his presence, questioning the propriety of the situation. Cloudlight met his gaze with calm determination. It is time to resolve our grievances. Have they not already been settled? Qian Daoliu's expression darkened, revealing a contemplative sadness that hinted at a sorrowful tale. Perhaps, but the obsessions in my heart remain unyielding even after all these years. I have not moved on. Hence I propose we engage in a duel, just as we did many years ago, to sever all ties once and for all. Very well. Qian Daoliu's response was succinct, and he vanished from sight, though his curiosity lingered about the nature of their grievances. What exactly is the source of your conflict? Rest assured, it is not a matter of life and death, merely an inability to let go. Even after all this time, I still cannot forget. Let this be the conclusion. With that, Cloudlight stated resolutely, I will depart now. Let us see if you can keep pace. We have fought once before, and this time, I shall completely sever all connections. This time, her resolve was unprecedented, but did she truly regard her merely as a sister? Only Yun Guang harbored the answer within. With astonishing speed, Yun Guang soared into the air, closely followed by the 2nd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th offerings. It could be said that the true elite combat power of the Spirit Hall had emerged in full force. Qian Rinxue, suppressing his urge to curse, thought. Although his martial spirit was formidable, such audacity was unfathomable. How dare he hope to catch up with two unparalleled Douluos? Silver Crown, keep pace with me, and remain undetected. He instructed, intent on stealthily following and observing, for this might unveil the truth. If he were present at the scene, perhaps the two would cease their discourse. The departure of the 7 offerings might elude the notice of others, yet it could not escape Bibi Dong, the Pope. She was eager to uncover the reason behind their exit, as these 7 old fellows rarely ventured out, save for Yun Guang. However, she refrained from pursuing them, for that would indeed be awkward, and presently she had more pressing matters to attend to. Running so far, yet expecting me to chase after you. You truly hold me in high regard. In an empty mining area, Qian Daolu and Yun Guang faced each other in midair, while the remaining offerings gathered below. They were not there merely to spectate. After all, everyone was already aware of the situation. Their primary purpose was to mediate and ensure safety, lest genuine conflict arise, which would spell trouble. Take it easy, everyone, Genie said. I believe this matter need not resort to violence. Let us all remain calm. There is nothing that cannot be resolved. Indeed, was it not already settled? Yun Guang shot them a glare, commanding silence. They fell into silence, knowing full well that provoking the level 9-9 was unwise, especially under the current circumstances. Heh, Qian Daolu, it seems they do not believe in your strength, one remarked. Is it possible they doubt you? He added, mainly, they fear you might unleash your true wrath. After all, I can still restrain you. Indeed, Qian Daolu. Are you aware of someone's assessment of you? He claims you are, in fact, a coward, and I must say, I find his words quite accurate. You trembled before Tang Hao, you quaked before the divine examination, you yielded before that wretched woman, and before Haian Sect, you even contemplated nonsensical promises. At Sea God Island, thousands of spirit masters from my spirit hall were buried, and 2 titled Douluos perished, all due to your foolish love, reducing yourself to a sycophant, merely uttering a phrase to dissolve hatred. Qian Daolu, you truly are magnanimous. Should the ancestors of the Qian family be aware, they would surely be enraged to the point of death, lamenting such a disloyal descendant. When has the Qian family ever produced a coward like you? Qian Daolu remained unfazed, for he had indeed retreated time and again. These events were known to the offerings, regardless of how many years had passed. He calmly stated, everything is in the past. There is no need to give birth to new hatred. Your magnanimity is remarkable, but what of the thousands of soul masters who perished in loyalty to the spirit hall? What do their families think? Must they pay for your so-called love? When did my spirit hall become this way? She died there. That is a day I can never forget. My sister is gone, yet you have grown fond of her murderer. That woman was your wife. The hatred for a slain spouse is truly laughable, especially since she was my sister, my last remaining kin. Qian Daolu, you deserve to die? This was all bellowed by Yun Guang, who then charged forward with his sword drawn. Qian Daolu sidestepped, and as Yun Guang aimed to strike, she summoned multiple holy swords to fly toward him. The agility of an angel was formidable. Qian Daolu evaded these attacks with ease. 6th spirit skill, Cage of Light. Countless golden chains surged toward Qian Daolu. The golden cage ensnared him, yet he remained unperturbed. A futile trick. With a flourish, he invoked his 5th spirit skill, the Holy Sword. A sword forged from sacred flames materialized in his grasp. With a powerful swing, the Cage of Light shattered instantly, and he dismantled the encroaching chains with successive strikes. Yun Guang rushed towards him at blinding speed, aiming to slash, but Qian Daolu raised the Holy Sword before him, parrying the blow. The two engaged in a fierce duel of swordsmanship, unfavorably for Yun Guang. The sound of clashing blades rang out, clang, 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 with every strike. Qian Daolu deftly countered Yun Guang's attacks. While Yun Guang commanded elemental control, so could Qian Daolu, having been taught by Qian Renshua. However, he chose not to employ it, deeming it unnecessary. Are you not going to fight back? Or do you feel guilt? Can someone like you even feel remorse? If you did, how could you come to favor that harlot Poseidon? You are also a wretch. She murdered my sister, and she is your wife. She bore you a child. And this is how you treat her? I thought your journey to Sea God Island was for vengeance, yet you turned around and fell for that wench. Do you possess any humanity? You scoundrel. Moreover, she has never cared for you. You are merely a lovesick fool. Why the silence? Have you no words left? Accompanied by Yun Guang's roar, the domain of light unfurled, manifesting countless luminous arrays in the air, with beams of light hurtling toward Qian Daolu. In the face of such relentless assault, Qian Daolu's expression remained tranquil as he stated softly, 8th spirit skill, punishment of the angel. Behind him loomed a colossal ethereal angel, its hands cradling a heart, and in that fleeting moment, the entire space ignited in flames. With a sweeping motion, Qian Daolu commanded the fire to transform, countering the assault from Yun Guang. Hidden within the confines of space, Qian Rinxian felt an ominous premonition. Chapter 98. The pinnacle of light inflamed. The truth he uncovered diverged significantly from his initial assumptions. He had believed that the disturbance stemmed from an evil soul master, even concocting a scenario where Yun Guang was ambushed. Nevertheless, he decided against voicing his thoughts, deeming it unwise to articulate such notions. According to Yun Guang, his grandfather's wife, Yun Guang's sister, perished during the assault on Sea God Island. Subsequently, his grandfather traveled to Sea God Island and unexpectedly fell in love with the perpetrator, conveniently erasing his hatred and issuing a decree forbidding any further hostilities towards Sea God Island. Truly, he is quite the scoundrel. How long has it been since his wife's demise? And yet he has already shifted his affections to her murderer. Yun Guang finds himself at a loss for words to critique his grandfather's actions. What more can be said? This is undoubtedly a melodramatic family saga, isn't it? The disparity between his imagined truth and reality is staggering. This marks his first miscalculation, and it is indeed a most egregious one. Most notably, should he not refer to her as Aunt Yun Guang? The intricacies of this relationship are quite profound, and despite his prolonged musings, he failed to perceive this connection. Oh my goodness, what a colossal misunderstanding. Me, on familiar terms with Auntie? Goodness, he ought to hasten to pen a book. Perhaps he could ascend to the status of a literary great. He feels the title lacks sufficient melodrama, yet he cannot conceive of anything more sensational. How could such a dramatic affair unfold within his family? Generations of melodramatic tales. How many episodes could this yield? One might fear it could lead to dire consequences. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the battle escalated into a fierce climax. Yun Guang positioned the Book of Light before her heart, cradling it with both hands. Subsequently, colossal arrays of light materialized above her, harboring a terrifying power that seemed poised to annihilate everything. Upon witnessing this initial move, Qian Rinxian immediately sensed impending doom. The last time he encountered such a phenomenon, it had resulted in utter obliteration. Is this not the judgment of angels? I can hardly believe it. Did you not say you would not strive desperately? I was foolish to trust you. M9. He felt a twinge of regret, realizing that the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Just as he pondered whether he could intervene, Yun Guang stirred. The Book of Light emitted a beam of radiance, which, upon passing through the light array, expanded exponentially, soaring into the heavens as if to pierce the very sky. In mere moments, the beam began to transform, shifting from golden to a dual hue of gold and crimson, ultimately coalescing into a colossal sword of resplendent gold and the true fire of the sun. The colossal sword is estimated to measure around 500 meters. Should it strike a person, it would likely send them into oblivion. Witnessing this scene, Qian Rinxian involuntarily swallowed hard, astounded by the sheer magnitude of power displayed. When did Yun Guang acquire such a formidable technique? Is this exquisite flame a gift from the Corona pill? Qian Daolu, do not perish, for you have created your own soul skill. The arrival of the Corona. The space and atmosphere beneath Yun Guang shattered like a fragile mirror, collapsing entirely. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxian released a sigh of relief. At least it was not a life-threatening maneuver. Has this soul skill just been conceived? Qian Daolu, who had maintained an impassive demeanor until now, felt his eyelids flutter several times, and his lips twitched, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Yet he remained capable of handling the situation. 7th soul skill, true angel form. Angelic domain. 9th soul skill, angelic holy light. This strike, even the formidable Qian Daolu must take seriously, and he intends to withstand it head-on. At this moment, Qian Daolu is on the verge of reaching his peak state, confident that he can not only endure but also counterattack. The six-winged angel brings its hands together in a gesture of prayer, unleashing a colossal golden beam that surges forward. In response, Yun Guang's self-created soul skill, the Coronation of the Sun, manifests as a 100-meter giant sword, striking towards Qian Daolu with unstoppable force. The collision of these two attacks occurs in an instant. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous wave of energy radiates outward, scorching the earth to an inky black. The ground becomes a treacherous landscape of craters and countless fissures, and the resulting shockwave conjures a massive tornado that sweeps across the terrain. While the surrounding temperature begins to rise precipitously, the power displayed here is indeed formidable. Meanwhile, the several devotees have activated their martial spirits for self-preservation, distancing themselves from the heart of the battlefield and soaring towards the horizon. Is this not a bit excessive? No, As long as it does not reach that threshold, everything remains trivial, inconsequential. No one will sustain injuries, merely a warm-up. The individuals are acutely aware of what the threshold mentioned by the golden crocodile entails. Should the situation ever escalate to that point, they would be left to fate, hoping for the blessing of the divine. Two overwhelmingly potent attacks continue to collide, and then, unexpectedly, Yunguang takes an astonishing action. She disregards the principles of martial ethics entirely. Her ninth soul skill, Radiant Light, unleashes a colossal golden beam aimed directly at Douluo. At this juncture, Douluo finds himself in a precarious position, indeed. The disparity between the current Yunguang and the previous one is staggering. He had initially overestimated her, yet now it seems he has gravely underestimated her. This self-created soul skill has caught him off guard. However, he remains unperturbed, for it is improbable that she would truly seek to harm him. This is merely a release of pent-up frustration, a trivial matter. Yet, he is reluctant to face the radiant light head-on. Can he not evade it? Douluo swiftly darts to the right, and without him, the angelic sacred light falters and is swiftly cleaved by the descent of the corona. Although the angelic sacred light is breached, its remaining power is minimal, striking the ground in a straight line and cleaving it open, forming a vast chasm. The radiant light, however, detonates, creating a massive pit that plunges 100 meters deep, with the residual force affecting Douluo as well. Nevertheless, shielded by the 6 wings of the angel, he sustains no injuries. Thus, after all this commotion, the only entity genuinely harmed is the earth. Not a single piece of land remains intact. How tragic this is. Yunguang, enough already. This has gone on long enough. Enough, you say? Nonsense. Douluo retorts with exasperation. Your consumption is significantly greater than mine. I could outlast you, making this battle pointless. You coward, stop being timid and confront me head-on. Yet, Yunguang pays no heed to his counsel, having just reached level 99. How can she possibly compete with his foundation? He remains on the defensive. It would be wiser for her to solidify her position instead. This time, it was the golden giant's sword that responded to him. Douluo once again blocked it with his wings. I have already stated, let it come to an end. There is no need for this to continue. Oh, so you wish for it to end? What do you think of my proposal? Whether you seek vengeance for those thousands of soul masters or for my sister, we must go to Sea God Island. Poseidon, in the depths of the ocean, is truly invincible. Neither I nor Tang Chun can match him, nor can you. Going there would merely lead to unnecessary casualties, devoid of any meaning. Well, even so, the previous agreement to refrain from invading Sea God Island must be rendered void. If we cannot kill Poseidon or the 7 sacred pillars, then let those sea soul masters pay in blood for their debts. Douluo rubbed his temples. The 99th level Yunguang was undoubtedly a nuisance. She had already mentioned this in their previous battle, but she had decisively dismissed it. Alas, Chapter 99, the conclusion. He knew that no matter what he said, it would be of no use. Hatred cannot be extinguished with mere words. In the battle at Sea God Island, his wife, Yunguang's sister, perished. From the moment Yunguang learned of this news, the flames of vengeance became impossible to extinguish. He had long been mentally prepared for this. In the past, Yunguang never concealed her murderous intent. Her eyes betrayed a deep-seated hatred and a thirst for blood. Even audaciously declaring her intent to kill him and have Sea God Island pay for her sister's death. Over time, she learned to endure, concealing her murderous intent and hatred. But to him, there was no distinction. He had never cared about Yunguang's true desires, or perhaps it was guilt that compelled him to continually retreat. She was, after all, Yunguang's last remaining kin. Yunguang was gradually growing and changing. In the end, her murderous intent faded with time. She inherited her sister's wishes, and everything had long dissipated, leaving only the hatred for Sea God Island. She was no longer the person she once was. The decision to refrain from invading Sea God Island was not solely due to his love for Cici, but primarily because of the Sea God. The Spirit Hall could never stand against the deity. If only the ancestors were still around, it would be a different matter, but given the circumstances of the ancestors, Yunguang, facing a god, had no chance of victory. A god? We would not be targeting the core forces of Sea God Island, merely some sea soul masters. How could the magnificent sea god concern himself with the deaths of mere ants? 1,000 years ago, the sea god ascended to divinity through faith. Do you think he cares for those who regard him as their belief? Even if he did, would he dare descend upon the Spirit Hall to annihilate us? If he had the courage, he would have done so long ago, rather than waiting until now. Moreover, The grievances between the angel clan and the sea god can be traced back even further. What wrongs have we committed? Yun Guang was indifferent to this. Yet she could not sway Qian Daolu. It seems that a battle is inevitable. Countless holy swords soared through the air towards Qian Daolu. In response, Qian Daolu unleashed his soul skill. The clash of light against light ultimately transformed into scattered glimmers, dissipating into the vastness of the universe. Yun Guang engaged Qian Daolu in close combat, yet his primary objective was far from this. Qian Daolu, do you genuinely believe that Poseidon holds any affection for you? To her, you are merely a sycophant of utilitarian value. While you cherish her as your eternal luminary, she perceives you as nothing more than a mere dog. As a devotee of the sea god, her impression of the spirit hall is one of avarice, selfishness, and malevolence. How do you think she views you? A high-ranking elder of the spirit hall? What perplexes me the most is why you insist on being a sycophant. Do you harbor feelings for her? If not, why not seize her and subdue her, turning her into your servant? You would possess her body, and as for her heart, do not even aspire for that. Wouldn't that be a mutually beneficial arrangement? Are you not demeaning yourself? Qian Daolu appeared momentarily dazed by these words. Is this truly how Sisi perceives him? At that moment, Yun Guang seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful kick, sending Qian Daolu flying. Struggling to regain his balance in midair, Qian Daolu was met with another strike from Yun Guang. You foolish imbecile, Qian Daolu. Accompanying the words was a fist that landed squarely on his back. Yun Guang, are you calling for your mother? By the way, that Tang Chun remains elusive, yet she is still willing to wait. Reflect upon your worth. You are insignificant. If she held even a fragment of affection for you, you would not find yourself in this predicament. Do you not comprehend this, Qian Daolu, you sycophant? Ninth soul skill, radiant light. Ninth soul skill, angelic holy light. In this encounter, it is evident that Qian Daolu holds the upper hand. Be cautious. I need not your concern. Yun Guang narrowly evaded the angelic divine light. A perilous feat, is that not sufficient? Aspiring to divine ascendance is an admirable goal, yet such faith must be fiercely contested. If one does not strive, will it simply descend from the heavens or be graciously bestowed by the sea god? Xia Xue may directly inherit the position of the angel. Yet are you oblivious to the animosity between the angels and the sea god? Once she ascends, the sea god island's demise is inevitable. This is beyond your ability to prevent. The angelic lineage is not limited to you alone. My Yun family is also included. Should the ancestors of the Qian family learn of your actions, they would have long expelled you from your ancestral home. Do you still believe you are worthy of the surname Qian? Are you serious in asserting that Qian Daolu must not infringe upon the sea god island? Yun Guang's objective today is simple, to make Qian Daolu aware of the situation. She knows that an assault on the sea god island is not feasible at this moment. It is merely to prepare him psychologically. Meanwhile, Qian Daolu contemplates that continuing this conflict holds no significance, and indeed, Yun Guang's words ring true. If Qian Ruxue ascends to divinity, all issues will resolve themselves. Yet, he remains reluctant to harm Sisi. At that time, let us cease this. I understand what you mean, but not now. You comprehend that, do you not? Yun Guang offered no response, instead delivering a swift kick. All right, now that I feel relieved, let us converse. Qian Daolu dusted off the non-existent dirt from his garments and replied calmly, very well. However, for the sake of the two children, let us preserve some dignity for each other to avoid making life difficult, and you ought to reflect on this. Do not persist in being a sycophant. In the end, what do you truly gain? Foolishness. Qian Daolu's demeanor remained tranquil, concealing his thoughts from all. Thus, after an entire battle, no injuries were sustained. Yet they significantly contributed to the devastation of the environment. This momentous battle has drawn to a close. Upon returning to the Spirit City, the 7 esteemed elders have embarked upon a new round of disputes, primarily revolving around the discord between Qian Daolu and Yun Guang. Ultimately, after considerable effort and tenacity, Qian Daolu managed to persuade Yun Guang to agree that the matter of non-intrusion shall be left to the decision of the siblings Qian Rinxue and Qian Rinxian. Once Qian Rinxue ascends to divinity, this development indicates that Qian Daolu has begun to waver, realizing that the two of them could indeed obliterate Sea God Island. However, the uncertainty surrounding Poseidon's fate remains. For now, they dare not act, thus awaiting Qian Rinxue's ascension, a resolution that Yun Guang finds satisfactory, as it aligns closely with her initial intentions. The meeting that determined the future objectives has concluded, and it seems as though everything has returned to square one. With nothing having changed, Qian Rinxian stealthily retreated to his room, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the day's revelations. A series of knocks at the door interrupted his musings. Upon opening the door, Yunguang inquired, "So, has your curiosity been satisfied?" He muttered under his breath, "It would have been better to remain uninformed." "Indeed. Knowing only brings annoyance. Your grandfather and that fellow, what was his name again?" Chen Shien, well aware of whom he referred to, quickly reminded him, "It's Yin." "Ah, yes. That's the one." They are remarkably similar, both being sycophants, a concept utterly incomprehensible. Not only that, but both of their objects of affection harbor no feelings for them. They have both fallen for someone surnamed Tang, or rather, now Helena has developed feelings for someone named Tian. He silently mused, finding the situation increasingly absurd. "Is that all there is to it? I came to check on you, fearing you might be upset. Can I truly be angry with my great-aunt? This family." Before he could finish his thought, he sensed a faint, ominous aura. Indeed, the topic of age remains a perennial taboo for women. Chapter 100. A tragedy named Destiny. Early the next morning, Mian began to report to Chen Shien, focusing on Tang Hao and Dugu Bo. "Just keep an eye on them. Our third brother is a true ally of justice, though I wonder just how pure his intentions are." Overall, the situation remained within his expectations, with the only unforeseen element being Shui Yi and his potential to be a sycophant, though he may already be one. Following the previous incident, he found himself at a loss for words to describe Tang Hao. And never would he have anticipated that Shui Yi would be willing to accept Tang Weihua. Either it is true love, or it is mere sycophancy. In this realm of Douluo, the pervasive scent of love, albeit often one-sided, lingers in the air. It is time to attend to serious matters. Lingling, today marks your awakening of the martial soul. One can discern the melancholy in Yi Lingling's voice. As the heir of the Nine Hearts see Tang, she is acutely aware of the significance of this awakening. The martial soul, acquired at the expense of a beloved person's life, is a price she would rather not pay. Yet, every awakened soul of the Nine Hearts see Tang shares this sentiment, yet remains inescapably bound to their fate. The burden of the family also rests heavily upon their shoulders. Such is the decree of destiny. Now, let us proceed. Lingling's martial soul may not necessarily be the Nine Hearts see Tang. I have promised to help you break free from your fate. Do you not believe me? Lingling has faith in Brother Shien. A sweet smile graces Yi Lingling's face. Is their relationship truly harmonious? At present, it seems quite amiable. In the original narrative, he appeared rather aloof. But now he seems more approachable, perhaps because he is spending time with her? How curious, it almost feels like a nurturing game. Although there are no laws regarding such matters in Douluo, it is still rather unsettling. Perhaps I should propose this idea in a few days, to ensure the protection of children, just in case one encounters any deviants. The awakening of Yi Lingling's martial soul was naturally presided over by Yi Renqing. Witnessing the event were he, Qian Renque, Tian Yu, and Hu Laina, along with Qian Inger. As for Yin and Xie Yu, one was diligently practicing the art of devotion, while the other was engaged in his own training. Yin was on the verge of succumbing to madness, prompting Qian Renqien to contemplate sending him outside to experience the world, perhaps in search of his destined partner. Qian Renqien had already dispatched someone to summon them. Otherwise, they would miss out on the forthcoming elixirs. Day after day, he only brings trouble. In a spacious hidden chamber, a few individuals have gathered. The spirit hall may lack in certain aspects, but it is replete with secret rooms, especially one that simulates a training environment, indeed vast. Lingling, do not be disheartened. This is a trial we, the Yi family, must endure, just as grandfather did. Yi Renqing gazed at Qian Renquen, seemingly seeking his counsel. And he understood her unspoken concern, though uncertainty lingered in his own heart. The 9-star begonia can only be inherited upon the death of the previous generation, and coincidentally, Yi Lingling's parents had met with misfortune years ago. Her father perished, and as the bearer of the 9-heart begonia spirit, he could not be saved. The crux of the matter lies here. Both Yi Renqing and Yi Lingling's mother are present, and the awakening of the spirit may very well be jeopardized. The celestial herb, Qiluodan, should possess the efficacy to facilitate the evolution of Yi Lingling's spirit. However, Qian Renquen's desire for her to consume it without the spirit raises doubts within him. To take the celestial herb prematurely could affect the awakening of the spirit, a scenario devoid of precedent, and should it fail, the consequences are altogether unknown. Qian Renquen is not a selfish individual, nor has he ever contemplated unilaterally deciding Yi Lingling's fate. Her future ought to be hers to determine. After exchanging glances with Yi Renqing, he felt compelled to reveal the truth. Yi Renqing nodded in agreement. Yet, Yi Lingling, being so young, is this not too much to bear? Lingling, Do you wish to consume the Qiluo Dan as a gamble or choose an alternate path? Ultimately, he refrained from disclosing the truth, which was also Yu Renxin's choice. For Yi Lingling, her parents have long since departed. Her knowledge of them stems solely from Yu Renxin's narratives. Having never seen them in life does not equate to a lack of emotional connection. For the nine-heart begonia, what has never been possessed cannot be lost, without loss. There is no sorrow, such as the way of things. Yu Renxin has traversed a similar path. Concealing the truth about the alternate path is also a form of deception. Even kind-hearted lies are still lies. Yu Lingling has been nurtured on a benevolent falsehood since childhood, and this instance concerns her mother's life. The truth may bring sorrow. So it may be better to dwell in the realm of lies. Yu Renxin wishes for Yu Lingling to awaken the nine-heart begonia first, and thereafter consume the Qiluo Dan, believing this to be the most prudent approach. It could also shatter the fated cycle of the Yi family. Yet at the cost of Yi Lingling's mother, his daughter. If it were possible, he would willingly sacrifice himself, but alas, he cannot. To force Yi Lingling to ingest the elixir as a gamble, or to conceal the truth, one must be chosen, is it not? One path is ephemeral and elusive, while the other is tangible. Yi Lingling stared blankly at the elixir in Qian Rengshuan's hand. Brother Shien has always accompanied me, and I am quite happy, even if it has not been long. Grandfather seldom shares tales of my parents. Typically, it is only when I persistently inquire, and often during moments of his impatience, that he divulges anything. I understand that he wishes to spare me from delving too deeply into sorrowful truths. He describes my father as handsome and my mother as beautiful, recounting their meeting as a profoundly romantic narrative, akin to a heroic rescue. Yet, in reality, it was my mother who saved my father. Perhaps this is fate at play. Their love was not characterized by fervent passion but rather blossomed gradually over time, eventually resulting in my existence. A tragic accident claimed their lives, leaving them to reside solely within the confines of stories and my imagination. They are depicted as kind, gentle, patient, and magnificent. This is the entirety of my impression of them. Initially, I had no knowledge of the ancestral curse of the nine hearts begonia, but perhaps it is destiny that beckons me to act impulsively. The fate of the nine hearts begonia should not be so grim. I refuse to accept the notion that my mother sacrificed her life for it. This may disappoint my grandfather or my mother, who might label me as willful or immature. Yet I am quite aware and obedient. It is merely this once that I wish to test my faith in Brother Shien. Yi Lingling paused momentarily, a sweet smile gracing her lips, her mouth curving like a crescent moon. Can grandfather forgive my impulsiveness? I truly wish to try. Yi Renxin, understanding her intentions, realized he had underestimated her comprehension. The primary concern, however, lay elsewhere. In Chapter 101, The Divine Bequest, within Yu Lingling's understanding, her parents were deceased, despite the existence of superior choices and safer paths. Why did they choose to gamble? In truth, there was no necessity for her to make a choice, for her parents were gone, and the awakening of her martial soul was inevitable. Yet now, everything has changed. Is this choice truly the right one? Yu Renxin found himself at a loss for words. Should he accuse her of immaturity? He was at a standstill because the truth was not as it appeared. For Yi Lingling, the awakening of her martial spirit was inevitable, as this was the truth she had come to know. Taking the elixir early was merely a gamble, a way to validate her thoughts. Even if she were to fail, her martial spirit would still be the nine-heart sea lotus. The primary reason for her gamble was her reluctance to accept this martial spirit. Yet, everything felt profoundly unequal. Yi Renxin was filled with anger. Although he had consented to her choice, it diverged sharply from what he had envisioned, primarily due to his own arrogance and presumption that he understood Yu Lingling sufficiently. Your mother is already deceased. Why must you awaken your martial spirit first before shattering the ancestral curse? Must you truly place yourself in peril? Is such a choice not foolish? If your mother were aware of your self-deprecation, what would she think? You aspire to alter the fate of the Yi family, but how can you achieve that? By letting a child take the risk? It is utterly ludicrous. Yi Lingling remained silent, unable to fathom why her grandfather was so enraged. This choice posed no threat to her life. Even in failure, there would be opportunities for a second chance. Yet, her grandfather's demeanor unsettled her, though she still wished to uphold her decision. Grandfather, I believe there is no harm in trying. The nine-heart sea lotus was obtained at the cost of my mother's life. I truly. Yi Renxin refrained from further comment. Unless he revealed the truth, nothing would change. It is what it is. Each generation bears its own fortune. I am old, and since you have made your choice, I shall respect it. Pursue whatever you wish. As he uttered these words, he appeared significantly aged. It was hard to fathom that such sentiments were expressed by a mere 6-year-old child. Yet, in a world tinged with fantasy, a precociousness was not beyond comprehension. Wasn't it so that at 8, he had annihilated a sect, leaving families shattered and lives extinguished? In comparison, Yi Lingling's situation seemed trivial. However, he felt a twinge of regret. The information they possessed was not balanced, leading to this choice. In truth, had he remained silent, this choice would not have arisen, and Yi Rinxin would not have divulged the truth. Even a false truth compelled Yi Lingling to gamble on an elusive future. Does this choice truly hold significance? At this juncture, he appears to be the most foolish of all. The only solace lies in Yi Lingling's refusal to exchange her life for the 9 Hearts begonia. The situation has become rather absurd at this point. Yi Lingling accepted the elixir from Chen Shien. Gazing at it in her hand, she had resolved to defy fate. Understanding that one must sacrifice something to gain anything of worth. Stepping into the meticulously arranged hexagonal formation, she was uncertain whether she could successfully refine the elixir or awaken her martial soul. Yet, she was willing to attempt it. Yi Lingling placed the elixir in her mouth and swallowed it gently, then focused her mind. The gentle potency of the medicine swiftly began to take effect within her body. Without causing excessive pain, Lingling concentrated, striving to avoid distraction. Beads of sweat formed on Yi Lingling's forehead, clearly indicating that her current state was somewhat amiss. A warm essence permeated her being, yet there was simultaneously a discomforting, oppressive force, as if something was being suppressed, leading Yi Lingling to a moment of understanding. The two opposing forces began to cancel each other out, and Yi Lingling gritted her teeth, enduring the agony. Amidst a cascade of golden light, the power of the Chilua tulip began to manifest in earnest, and a phantom of a flower appeared before Yi Lingling, though it remained unformed. Furthermore, a pattern of the Chilua tulip emerged on her brow, emanating fragrant waves that spread into the surroundings. This will not awaken a mesmerizing fragrance of exquisite beauty, will it? Chen Shien finds himself somewhat troubled. Next time, he vows never to repeat this. The ethereal shadow of the 9-Heart begonia gradually solidifies, seemingly on the verge of complete manifestation, yet it always seems to lack that final touch. This situation has left Yurin in a state of anxiety, filled with regret. Alas, perhaps this is the essence of humanity, an inevitability that all must face. In the divine realm, within the forest of life, the ancient being known as the god of destruction inquires, "Little Green, have you made your decision? Even if I refrain from intervening, she shall succeed without any unforeseen occurrences. However, it is different. If you, Little Green, take action, then the success shall be attributed to you, creating a bond of benevolence. Moreover, we shall not bear children. Should our powers be inherited, this would alter the course of fate." At this moment, the god of life observes Yi Lingling, whose martial soul awakening has reached its final stages. She too would succeed in her absence. She comprehends the implications of Little Purple's intentions, yearning to glimpse the essence of Chen Shien. However, upon a mere attempt, she encounters an overwhelming force, even without harboring any malice. Is it derived from a stronger world? The god of destruction perceives Little Green's wavering resolve and hastily advises, "Indeed, deities cannot meddle in the mortal realm, but what of our successors? The Azura has cast aside all semblance of dignity. What do we have to fear? Furthermore, our involvement need not be direct. We could bestow fortune upon that individual without any repercussions. Her character is, by nature, indifferent to schemes and rivalries. Yet, as a wife, she stands unwaveringly beside Little Purple, supporting him in all endeavors. Even if she does not assist, she shall never sabotage his efforts. However, should the god of destruction truly err, she will not hesitate to intervene. As it stands, this matter cannot yet be deemed erroneous. The life prayer ritual commences. Divine energy radiates as light envelopes the forest of life. Golden radiance emerges, a symbol of auspiciousness. Little Purple, I understand now, she affirms. The verdant gown sways without wind, and a green divine halo materializes behind her. The purest essence of life emanates from her, as strands of life force traverse from the divine realm to the Douluo continent. The essence of life is imperceptible to the naked eye and beyond the reach of human sensation. It signifies a disparity in realms and underscores the divide between mortals and deities. Presently, Yi Lingling feels considerably better, and the awakening of her martial soul is on the verge of completion. Unbeknownst to anyone, the life force has entered her being, and the supreme divine power begins to enhance her physique. Moreover, the life force commences to merge with her martial soul. The originally formidable 9-Heart Seapenny undergoes yet another transformation. If the previous 9-heart CPNE could attain the status of a super martial soul by consuming the Chiluo Dan, it is now infinitely close to becoming a divine-level martial soul. Chapter 102. The Sacred Lotus of Life. Although the martial soul is in the process of merging, no apparent changes are observed. Among the gathered individuals, only Chen Shien senses the anomaly. Is it the angelic god? There is neither interference nor any reaction. How intriguing. This can be interpreted in two ways. She is the god king, while the angel god is merely a first-tier deity. The angelic figure cannot possess the powers of the angel god, and it is perfectly normal not to perceive even a fragment of her strength. After all, she is the god king of life, merely a divine image. Even in the spirit city, she is but a divine representation. However, if considered from an alternative perspective, it becomes intriguing, the aspect that the god king of life finds fascinating. Nevertheless, she does not genuinely seek to probe deeper. Since assistance has been rendered, it is only fitting to see it through to the end. The power wielded by the god king of life begins to intensify. Radiant life force spreading throughout the forest of life. The pink petals begin to solidify, as depicted in the manga. At this moment, Yi Lingling is devoid of any sense of suffering. Instead, she is enveloped in a warm, comforting sensation that is utterly intoxicating. Divine power sweeps over the 9-heart begonia, an intangible force dispelling certain flaws and shackles. This is the might of divinity. In unseen places, the invisible chains binding the 9-heart begonia shatter. Henceforth, the sorrow of the 9-heart begonia will truly come to an end, and the title of the continent's foremost auxiliary spirit will be poised for a transfer. Moreover, Yi Lingling radiates a soft pinkish-white glow. As the light emanates, she becomes sanctified. Petals of pink and white begin to fall from the sky. From the spirit, a formidable power emerges, evoking an impression of invincibility, considering that this spirit is not intended for combat. Ultimately, everything returns to its original state. And a pinkish-white lotus appears in Yi Lingling's hand. Splendid, splendid indeed. Yi Renxin recognizes this as a success. Yi Lingling has broken the ancestral curse. Unbeknownst to him, the 9-heart begonia is now free from the curse, all thanks to a benevolent deity. The individuals present genuinely rejoice for Yi Lingling, though Qian Rinxue's expression is peculiar. He is unaware whether the others have sensed it, but the quality of the spirit is evidently amiss. To be frank, if the spirit granted by Chiluo Yijingxiang had elevated Yi Lingling to a super spirit, he would not be so astonished. Yet, the spirit has evidently surpassed that of a super spirit, verging on the divine level. Are there spirits on the Douluo continent that can rival hers? To be candid, since his arrival, those around him have, to varying extents, been somewhat peculiar. A divine-level spirit can only be bestowed by the gods. System anomalies are another matter. Yi Lingling has clearly ascended, yet has not genuinely attained the status of a divine-level spirit. She is merely a step away from it, though he cannot articulate what that missing element is. Currently, Yi Lingling's spirit may be inferior to that of the angel, but it is certainly not wholly deficient. If she were to achieve her complete form, she would undoubtedly surpass both the angel and the sea god, though she would still be unable to outmatch him as the angel, even in her present state. She can rightfully be regarded as possessing the third divine-level spirit on the continent. It remains uncertain which deity has taken an interest in Yi Lingling, intervening forcefully in the mortal realm. Indeed, the plot of the original work seems to be unraveling, though the overarching direction likely remains unchanged. This sense of uncertainty is truly unsettling. Brother Xian, are you unhappy? No, I am quite content. Lingling, you have truly succeeded. The tragedy of the 9 hearts begonia has not repeated itself in your case. Brother Xian, you and grandfather are deceiving me, aren't you? If my parents are truly deceased, then this choice is entirely unnecessary. Whichever option it may be, it is ultimately the same and devoid of significance. Indeed, my actions this time were far from commendable, yet the outcome is favorable, and that suffices. Did you foresee this? Yi Renxin's voice quivered slightly. Grandfather, although I may not be particularly astute, the sensation during my martial soul awakening cannot deceive me. That suppression indicates my parents are alive, correct? The current Yi Lingling could hardly contain her joy. She had encountered Qian Rinxian, the one destined to alter her fate. Her martial soul had evolved. Her parents were not dead, and her life was now complete, her dreams realized. She faintly recalled that day when Qian Rinxian claimed to know the future. She had initially doubted him, but now she was willing to believe. Yi Renxin's emotions had nearly settled, and he calmly stated, "Your father perished to protect your mother." Your mother is currently within the martial soul city. Is that true? My mother is here? Yes. With Yi Renxin's affirmation, Yi Lingling felt as though she might soar with joy. Today marked the happiest moment of her 6-year existence. Just as she pondered rushing out to find her mother, she remembered the vastness of the martial soul city. She could not possibly search for her slowly. Yi Renxin discerned her thoughts and promised, I will take you there shortly. What is the state of your martial soul? My martial soul should now be called the life-sacred lotus. Previously, the 9 hearts begonia. Regardless of the number of soul rings, provided area of effect healing. However, the life-sacred lotus can perform both single-target and group healing, along with possessing remarkable life energy. Furthermore, there exists a domain, the life domain, which enhances soul power, increases healing abilities, accelerates recovery speed, and promotes plant growth. This is extraordinary. Each ability is divine. When one truly attains a divine martial soul, how formidable will these capabilities become? The future is indeed promising. Yi Lingling rushed over to embrace Chen Shien. Though her shorter stature made the gesture somewhat awkward. Brother Shien, thank you. It is nothing. This was my promise from the beginning. Chen Shien gently ruffled her hair. Yi Renxin chose not to interrupt them. Rather, he felt a sense of satisfaction, his smile harboring a hint of mischief. Once Yi Lingling had her fill of the embrace, she exclaimed, Grandfather, take me to find mother. To find mother. Very well, let us go. Yi Lingling set off, but Chen Shien remained lost in thought. Contemplating the life-sacred lotus, the very words life evoked the image of a goddess. Yet, would she engage in such rule-breaking acts? Why the urgency in bestowing divinity? Is divinity merely a form of constraint? Those deities seem eager to depart. Alas, the old troubles remain unresolved, and now a new dilemma arises. Within the estate where Yi Renxin rests, a lovely woman anxiously awaits the outcome. She paces back and forth, revealing her unease. Lingling must succeed. In truth, she has only met Yi Lingling a few times, too apprehensive to approach further or acknowledge her. Yet, sometimes, maturity unveils the truth. Just as her anxiety peaks, the sound of footsteps approaches. She hastily rushes forward and encounters Yi Renxin and her granddaughter Yi Lingling. For a moment, their gazes lock, leaving them at a loss for words. Yi Lingling bursts into tears. Mother, why are you crying? I am merely overwhelmed with joy. You have succeeded, haven't you? Yi Lingling's voice trembles. Yes, no need to worry about the ancestral curse any longer. Come here, let me embrace you. Yi Lingling leaps into her mother's arms. Mother, please don't cry. All right, I won't cry anymore. She is a mother who has never had the chance to meet her child. How many can truly comprehend such anguish? This scene has unfolded countless times in dreams, and now it has finally come to fruition. Unconsciously, she exerted herself, fearing that this might all be an illusion. Yet, fortunately, everything has concluded. Although there were no grandiloquent declarations, the essence of it all was manifest. Chapter 103. My sister Qianren Shui possesses the demeanor of a divine monarch. In the divine realm, within the forest of life, Little Green, the first step of the plan has succeeded. Thereafter, everything will be manageable. Yes, but the Life God King did not reveal everything. Well then, with this step completed, I will find it much easier to proceed. Though I still require your strength to realize my plan. Little Purple, I understand, but have we truly erred? Little Green, if there is a mistake, it rests on my shoulders, not yours. Moreover, I am absolutely certain that I will not falter this time, nor ever. You remain unchanged, Little Purple. The discourse within the divine realm bore no relation to Chen Shien. On the other side, Yi Lingling reveled in the joy of the mother-daughter reunion. Boss, Nana, it's good to see you again. Yesterday, I brought you some snacks, but you weren't around. I left them at the door. Did you enjoy them? Xiaoyu subtly distanced himself, wary of contagion. The third generation of Douluo, Chen Shien found himself at a loss. He genuinely lacked experience in handling such matters. Unless he forcibly altered memories, such tactics should not be employed against one's own. Boss, why did you summon us? Yin suddenly recalled that it was Chen Shien who had called them and hurriedly inquired, Yes, what is the matter? Or perhaps you merely wished for me to meet Nana. Though there are quite a few people here, including that insufferable woman, this was certainly Yan's inner thought, which he dared not voice. To be honest, when you call me boss, I feel a bit flustered. Would you not return to your rebellious self? Did you not once say that girls prefer gentle, sunny, handsome, and patient boys? What do you think of me? He whispered, leaning closer. Chen Shien felt somewhat speechless. He had merely spoken casually. He himself was a solitary figure. Yet here was someone who genuinely believed him. Nevertheless, Hulaina's affection for Tang San was also rooted in looks. The competition was not particularly favored. Your shortcomings lie in appearance and strength. It is no fault to be enamored with beauty. The error lies in desiring the unattainable. I believe you should focus on enhancing your strength. Yan's martial spirit was renowned as an ancient one, a dual attribute flame lord of fire and earth. While his performance may not have been stellar, encountering a formidable opponent left him at a loss. This transformation Phoenix pill is for you. It will enable a qualitative leap in your strength, though your martial spirit may lose its earth attribute in favor of pure fire. Really? Is it true? Can I possibly deceive you? Boss, I'm not good with words. All I can say is thank you. Very well. Consume the elixir and commence your cultivation earnestly. Yan, having received the elixir, found a secluded spot to sit cross-legged, tossing the pill into his mouth, closing his eyes, and embarking on his transformation. My beloved sister, this is the crown elixir I meticulously prepared for you, perfectly suited to your needs. Do express your gratitude to me. Yes, thank you, esteemed brother, Qian Rushue replied, taking the elixir and retreating to a hidden location to commence her refinement. This is the most suitable purple gold celestial dragon elixir for you. Take it and refine it, with the hope that your martial spirit may transform into a dragon. Thank you. I shall not disappoint you. Tian Yu smiled softly and then accepted the elixir. This is the Netherworld Ghost Elixir. It will elevate your innate talent and significantly impact your martial spirit, sufficiently compensating for the time lost. Thank you. I will not let you down. Chen Inger blushed slightly. This left Qianren Xian feeling perplexed. Hulyina, your primary ability lies in enchantment. Mental strength is crucial for you, and the Wanchuan pill can enhance your mental prowess. Nothing could be more fitting. Thank you. As for Xiaoyu, he too was uncertain which elixirs would best suit him. Yet the miracle chrysanthemum would suffice. This neutral-grade celestial herb invigorates the body, enhances blood circulation, and can cultivate an indestructible physique, perfect for you. At this point, Qianren Shui, Yi Lingling, Qian Inger, Tian Yu, Hulyina, Dugu Yen, Xiaoyu, and Yin had all consumed their pills. In the upcoming Soul Master competition, they would all embody villainy. And Tang San's mindset would likely unravel. While everyone was engrossed in refining their elixirs, he found himself at a loose end. The greatest solitude in the world is that of invincibility. The heights are indeed chilling. He was not merely posturing, after all. Who among the younger generation on the continent could rival him? If one were to make a claim, it would likely be Qianren Shui, who had inexplicably gained enhancement. Had she squandered her potential in hiding? This left him utterly baffled. Today, after delivering the elixirs to the younger generation, the 6 elders would be next in line in a couple of days. With over 20 titled elders from the Spirit Hall, he could not possibly deliver to all. He would have to select a few or exchange his contributions instead. Yet all of this would be decided in due course. With nothing else to occupy his time, Qianren Xian resolved to cultivate. He could not afford to squander his years. Yi Lingling was still engaged in conversation with Yiling. Yi Renxin chose not to interrupt the mother-daughter duo and quietly withdrew. Outside, he basked in the gentle breeze, absorbing the atmosphere, a subtle smile gracing his face. The 9-heart begonia might vanish, and thus, Lingling and her descendants would no longer share such a fate. How splendid! A single tear trailed down his cheek. Father, grandfather. Yi Renxin wiped his tears, yes. Observing his daughter and granddaughter, their family felt united at last. Reflecting on Qianren Xian's arrival in his life, he had initially held doubts. Yet time had passed swiftly, and everything felt dreamlike. Father, come in. It has been too long since we gathered normally. All right. Though life had resolved the issues surrounding the 9-heart begonia, they lacked martial souls and thus could not fully appreciate it. As night fell, Qianren Shui exhibited extraordinary phenomena. Being the most dynamic among them, holy light emanated from her, transforming her into a being of pure radiance. With wings of light forming behind her, a divine power that instilled a sense of comfort. Qianren Xian opened his eyes, realizing that his sister was indeed exceptional, far surpassing her original portrayal. The ethereal image of an angel materialized behind her. This left Qianren Xian utterly bewildered. Was this not Qianren Shui's martial soul? What was unfolding here? Under the influence of a peculiar power, coupled with the extraordinary effect of this divine herb, Qianren Shui underwent a breathtaking transformation. Resonating with an utterly sacred force, enveloped by the sanctified light, Shui began to harness her strength, until ultimately only the radiance surrounding Qianren Shui remained. In a moment of unconscious invocation, Qianren Shui summoned her 6-winged angel martial soul. Chen Shien meticulously counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How did it transform from a six-winged angel to an eight-winged one? 6 wings denote a first-level deity, and now with 8 wings, does that not imply he must exclaim, I am the sister of Qianren Shui, possessing the aura of a divine king? In chapter 104, where everyone is elevated, according to his calculations, what would 12 wings signify? Furthermore, is this celestial herb truly so formidable, or has the elixir become more potent upon refinement? If he were to consume a corona pill, could he possibly ascend to 14 wings or even 16? It is simply unimaginable to envision having 14 or 16 wings protruding from one's back. The imagery must be extraordinarily peculiar. Qianren Shui has also awakened, and her first inquiry is directed towards Qianren Shien. Brother, is your elixir truly this powerful? Qianren Shien knew how to respond and decided to brush it off. Perhaps it is due to the differing physiques of individuals. However, feeling that this was insufficient, he added, it is my sister who possesses extraordinary talent, blessed with unparalleled grace. Brother, your eloquence today is commendable. I have always been articulate, and I never deceive. Qianren Shui could not suppress her laughter, a melodious sound that, to Qianren Shien, was not entirely pleasing. Enough with the laughter. Now that your martial spirit has transformed into the 8-winged angel, did you feel anything peculiar just now? 8-winged angel? Qianren Shui exclaimed. Keep your voice down. Remain composed. Ah, yes, composed. Composed, indeed. She exclaimed, what? I, Qianren Shui, the 8-winged angel, surpassing my ancestors, how delightful. She then proceeded to perform several odd gestures. Observing the uncharacteristically exuberant Qianren Shui before him, Qianren Shien felt that the aloof persona he once knew had vanished, replaced by a rather amusing version of his sister. The contrast was striking, almost unbearable to witness. What are you doing? Won't you feel embarrassed if others see you like this? Are you not concerned about losing face? I should document this. It will become your lifelong embarrassment. You dare. Qianren Shui retorted. I wouldn't dare, but do at least consider your image. Just the two of us. Why bother with appearances, right, brother? She purred playfully. Ah, yes, yes. But brother, what does societal death mean? Qianren Shien explained, societal death, in its entirety, refers to the experience of public embarrassment, particularly when one behaves in a disgraceful manner in front of friends, making it impossible to hold one's head high or engage in normal conversation. For instance, if what you just did were to become widely known, you would be teased endlessly. Upon hearing this, Qianren Shui immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. The thought alone was mortifying. You absolutely cannot tell anyone, she warned, her tone threatening. All right. I shall remain silent. I understand your joyous sentiment, but please refrain from such odd behavior in the future. It could lead to quite the embarrassment. I understand. No need to elaborate further. After this brief yet chaotic exchange, Qianren Shui returned to her usual self. Earlier, you mentioned feeling something strange. You still haven't answered me. What constitutes a strange feeling? Something that feels abnormal, something that doesn't usually occur. Qianren Shui pondered her sensations while refining the medicinal pill. It felt very pleasant. And then that was all. Oh, I almost forgot. My soul power has reached the 34th level. Only a 3-level increase, but it is commendable. Most of the effect must have been devoted to enhancing your martial spirit. Was there nothing particularly unusual? He suddenly recalled the legend of the Corona sacred flame flower. If that were the case, it could indeed be explicable, and there would be no surprise regarding Yun Guang. The second to complete the refinement was Qian Inger. Upon opening her eyes, her immediate reaction was to search for Qianren Shien, and only upon seeing him did she feel a sense of relief. Qianren Shien, having noticed her gaze, responded with a warm smile. This caused her cheeks to flush. Qian Inger summoned her martial soul and softly spoke. My soul power has reached level 19, and my martial soul has undergone certain changes. The duration spent in the shadows has lengthened, and some flaws may have disappeared. The effect of my first soul skill, Shadow Veil, has also transformed. Not only has the duration increased, but I can also summon 2 shadow blades. Overall, it is quite satisfactory, considering that my soul power has progressed from level 12 to level 13. Qianren Shien envisioned a path for her as a complete assassin, concealing her presence and striking with lethal precision. Concealment is manageable. Her martial soul allows her to traverse shadows effortlessly. The key lies in masking her aura, rendering opponents unable to react or activate their martial souls, thus delivering a fatal blow. Qianren Shien has already devised future soul skills for her. I should be able to break through to level 20 in the coming days. Very well. Then let us dedicate ourselves to training, and in a few days, I will take you to seek a soul ring. She blushed and embraced Chen Shien. Thank you, brother. It seems anyone can hug you. Isn't that absurd? Just look at how strangers can't dare to embrace me. Indeed, indeed. Later that night, a tremendous roar echoed through the air, startling Tianyu. My legs are nearly numb. Guess what my soul power is now? And you can also guess mine. Came Hulaina's voice. Nana, let me embrace you. Tianyu exclaimed as she hugged Hulaina and affectionately ruffled her hair. All right, stop showcasing your affection here. Let us discuss your situations. I'll go first. My soul power has reached level 20. You might be disappointed with my martial soul. It has transformed into a dragon, but I should give it a new name, Golden Crocodile God or Ancestor of 10,000 Crocodiles. Which do you find more appealing? Currently, it could be referred to as the hand-ripping blue lightning tyrant dragon, but on reflection, there doesn't seem to be a more renowned name. Though there are two others, yet they cannot compare. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up with that name? Besides, if you are the ancestor of 10,000 crocodiles, what does that make your grandfather? How do you reckon your ancestors would feel? In terms of martial soul, you've effectively become their progenitor? Well then, I shall stick with Golden Crocodile God. Becoming a super martial soul is indeed commendable. Tianyu placed her hands on her hips, exuding confidence. Are you certain? Chen Shien inquired. Of course. Hulaina tugged at Tianyu, signaling that it was her turn. My mental strength has significantly enhanced, and my soul power has reached level 18. However, I sense residual medicinal potency within me. As for my martial soul, its changes are minimal, though its allure has intensified. For Hulaina, this was already commendable. Although Chen Shien wished for her martial soul to transform into the nine-tailed fox, the celestial herb had no bearing on such matters, and he was powerless to intervene. One cannot simply conjure forth an indestructible body like that of the evil moon King Kong. Nor can one attain the soul power of level 19 without effort. The most significant transformation has likely been Yan's, whose earth attribute has indeed vanished, sublimating into the essence of ultimate fire, thereby becoming a true Lord of Flames, which is undoubtedly a positive development. It would be more fitting to refer to him as a fire elemental now, and his soul power has also reached level 19. In a couple of days, the entire group will embark on the quest for soul rings. Chapter 105. The Angelic Conflict, Part 1. Thank you, my esteemed leader. I now feel an unprecedented strength, capable of defeating 10 versions of my former self. The concept of a universal measurement has emerged. 10 of myself clearly illustrates just how powerful Yan's has become. Indeed, ultimate fire is formidable, yet one must persist. The others present are not inferior to you. Of course, one should now be addressed as the Lord of Flames. Doesn't that sound more imposing? Personally, I find it quite splendid. The medicinal pills have undeniably played a significant role today. Those present here may not boast of much else, but they can certainly claim titles, and at that time, the Spirit Hall will gain a formidable new batch of title Douluos, promising a bright future ahead. Seizing Tang San's opportunities is exhilarating. What of the Shrek 7 monsters? Without the divine herb, aside from Tang San, Oscar, and Xiao Wu, the rest have merely achieved mediocrity. Ning Rongrong will remain at the 7th ring for life, incapable of resolving the evil fire, while Dai Mubai and Zhu Shiqing are doomed in the struggle for the throne, of course. This scenario assumes that Shura ceases to grant them advantages. However, according to that unreliable orb, Shura seems to have bestowed the continent's fortune upon Tang San, introducing an element of uncertainty. Alas, all of this can be blamed on Shura, that malevolent old coin. Brother, it has been quite some time since we last sparred. Let us engage in a proper match today. Are you certain? Chen Shien replied earnestly. Indeed, allow me to challenge your authority today. Very well. It has indeed been a while since our last duel. I vaguely recall it was some time ago. The redundancy of such statements momentarily left Chen Shien taken aback. Brother, your words often contain peculiarities. Let us see if you can catch up to me, brother. With that, Chen Shien dashed ahead, declaring, I shall not wait for you. Little girl, how unchivalrous. Yet he did not pursue her immediately. Instead, he ambled forward, allowing Chen Shien to wait a little longer, an opportunity to cultivate her patience. Truly, I am a commendable brother. Shall we go and observe? I would rather take a nap. Humph, why slumber for long in life when one can rest eternally in death? The onlookers gazed at the evil moon with bemusement. Such words sounded utterly strange. This remark had been made when a certain Chen Shien jested about the evil moon, and at the time, He had not anticipated that it would be remembered. If something were to happen to him, would he not bear some responsibility? In an open expanse, Qian Rinxue anxiously awaited her brother, Chen Shien, in the sky, yet he was nowhere to be seen. This was perplexing. Had she truly become so formidable? No. The truth was evident. Her beloved brother had likely not even summoned his martial soul to pursue her. She was no longer the Qian Rinxue of old. With this realization, she descended gracefully, patiently awaiting Qian Rinxuan's arrival. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxien conversed leisurely with his companions, their pace neither hurried nor sluggish, but rather pleasingly relaxed. After a considerable time, they finally reached the vast arena. "Brother, you have kept me waiting," she remarked playfully. "Do not fret. In terms of speed, I concede the victory to you," he replied with a chuckle. The eight-winged angel, a martial soul of profound sanctity, materialized behind Qian Rinxue after the faint sound of divine prayers. Its aura surged toward Qian Rinxien like an overwhelming tide. 3 soul rings, purple, and black, manifested around Qian Rinxue. Sensing the intensity of this formidable presence, Qian Rinxien raised an eyebrow. The current Qian Rinxue was incomparable to the one he had faced 2 years prior. Her advancement was undeniable. In this realm, no one else of her age could rival Qian Rinxue, nor would there be in the future. Embracing the lofty divine power, Qian Rinxien smiled slightly as the 12-winged angel enveloped him, golden wings unfurling behind him, transforming him into a paragon of sanctity. 3 golden soul rings gradually emerged beneath him, and in terms of presence, he had surpassed Qian Rinxue, especially with the resplendent golden hue of his rings. Neither party yielded ground. Yet Qian Rinxue understood that in this contest of aura, she had already been bested. With a swift flutter of the wings behind her, she propelled herself closer to Qian Rinxien, gathering golden light in her hand as a radiant golden holy sword appeared. With a graceful flourish of her arm, she swung the golden blade towards him. Qian Rinxien did not evade. A golden holy sword materialized in his grasp as he countered her strike. The 2 swords clashed, intertwining in a dazzling display. Qian Rinxue exerted all her strength into her sword, leaning slightly forward, while Qian Rinxien matched her effort. Yet, as he unleashed his full power, Qian Rinxue's sword was sent flying, causing her to stagger back a few steps. With a charismatic flourish of his sword, Qian Rinxien quipped, "You are lacking." "Who is lacking?" Qian Rinxue retorted, deliberately diverting the topic, as she too executed an elegant sword flourish. "Is that what I meant?" he pressed, a teasing glint in his eyes. "Or is it not?" Qian Rinxue summoned several holy swords, directing them towards Qian Rinxuen, while also activating her second soul skill, Angel's Wing. The golden wings enveloped her. Yet the feathers and holy swords inflicted no harm. However, she did sense the dissolution of her soul power. "You can dissolve me, but I can also do the same." Countless holy swords and chains materialized in the air, encircling Qian Rinxue. She deftly evaded them, seeking an opportunity to counterattack Qian Rinxuen. A perfect moment. Qian Rinxue's first soul ring glimmered, a golden aura coalescing around her fist, while a light shield enveloped her. She surged forward towards Qian Rinxuen with remarkable speed. Alas! Just as her fist was about to make contact, a golden chain ensnared her foot, preventing her from advancing even a fraction. As Qian Rinxuen contemplated using the chains to fling her away, Qian Rinxue shouted, "Third soul skill, Sacred Dispersion." The chains vanished instantly, and her fist was poised to strike him. In the blink of an eye, 2 wings converged before Qian Rinxuen, and her punch landed squarely on the wings, causing them to tremble slightly. A testament to the force behind her strike. "Do you wish to mar my visage?" Undeterred by the thwarted blow, Qian Rinxue initiated a close combat engagement with Qian Rinxuen, employing the metal fist technique. Qian Rinxuen was also proficient in close combat, though he often preferred to abstain. The 2 exchanged blows in a fierce exchange, each landing solid H this time. It can be said that the contest is evenly matched. Chapter 106, The Battle of Angels, Part 2. Is it possible that the realm of Gung Jinquan is not beneath mine? Could it even surpass it? My dear sister, you truly have surprised me. I am delighted to earn the acknowledgement of my brother. Alas, it seems I have somewhat squandered my time. Let me see how far you can go. As soon as the words left my lips, Qian Rinxien charged forward with his sword drawn. Be cautious, Schwerer. Before the sword could reach its target, Qian Rinxue already sensed an overwhelming coldness. She dared not underestimate the situation, raising her golden sacred sword before her. Qian Rinxien's blade struck hers with a resounding clang, causing her sword to freeze instantly, shattering into fragments with a sharp crack. How could this be possible? Before she could regain her composure, that chilling sensation enveloped her hand. The third soul skill, divine dispersion. Brother, your strikes are indeed ruthless. How can you say that? I have always exercised restraint. My previous strike was deliberate, allowing you ample time to react. A smile graced Qianrenshui's lips. Indeed. She felt a sense of gratitude towards her brother. A hue of icy blue began to manifest on Qianrenxian's sword, gradually consuming the golden hue, transforming it into an extremely frigid blade, pulsating with the essence of ultimate ice. Caution is imperative now. Qianrenshui nodded in agreement. The onlookers were utterly astonished. How formidable! The leader is incredibly powerful. Is this truly the extent of his strength? Sister Shui is no weakling either. Tianyu remarked. It can't possibly be, can it? The crowd fell silent, pondering how terrifying an all-out effort from Qianrenxian would be. In truth, even he was uncertain, had he ever truly unleashed his full power? Moreover, this was merely a spar between siblings, so how could one resort to their utmost strength? As the spectators marveled, the brother and sister engaged in fierce combat. Clang, 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 clang. Sword after sword was frozen and shattered. Qianrenshui could barely defend herself, and this was only possible because Qianrenxian granted her some reaction time. At this moment, Qianrenxian's movements were nearly obscured by the icy blue streaks. Despite his incredible speed, he still refrained from attacking with full force. Otherwise, at this pace, delivering 10 strikes in a second would be effortless. What was the purpose of this approach? Perhaps it was to appear dashing, and beyond that, it brought him immense joy while showcasing his strength. Brother, stop flying. You're moving too fast. It's not as if you're here to fight me. Such unnecessary exertion is meaningless, so why pretend? Qianrenshui exclaimed, her radiant golden light enveloping the vast expanse, transforming it into a realm of shimmering gold. Meanwhile, amidst the chaotic movements of Qianrenxian, he suddenly felt a sense of suppression, his speed diminishing. The entire space was saturated with divine energy, which surged into him, attempting to dissolve his soul power. Is this the angelic domain? Yet, this sensation feels overwhelmingly potent. Has your domain advanced further? Otherwise, such an effect could only be achieved upon manifesting the true form of one's martial soul. Brother, your guess is indeed accurate. Now, within my angelic domain, I need not unleash my martial soul's true form. I can enhance my abilities by 30% while simultaneously diminishing my opponents by the same measure. As for the other effects, they are self-evident. A sensation of confinement enveloped him, rendering him immobile. Qianrenxian was compelled to remain stationary. His martial soul's quality undoubtedly surpassed that of Qianrenshui, yet at this moment, he lacked the capacity to breach the angelic domain. After all, it is a divine realm. And unless he were to unleash his own domain, engaging in combat would be futile. It is akin to his utilization of his second soul skill, whether active or passive. He stands invincible. This renders the encounter rather uninteresting. Brother, your ice power was originally absent as well. If we are to speak of dullness, it is you who lacks intrigue. Indeed, at present, I find myself merely enduring blows in place. You could also activate your domain. No matter. Come forth and reveal the extent to which you can force me. Having received Qianrenshian's affirmation, she prepared to hold nothing back. A golden-red radiance erupted from her hands. In her left hand, she wielded a golden holy sword, and in her right, a crimson sword forged from the essence of blazing fire. Light on the left. Sacred flame on the right. Qianrenshui, brandishing 2 holy swords, charged toward him with astonishing speed, reminiscent of his own past swiftness. Slicing through the air with a flurry of strikes, leaving behind a tapestry of intertwining golden and crimson trails. In contrast, Qianrenshian, grasping an ice sword, parried all of Qianrenshui's assaults with utmost velocity. The clash of blades resonated in a symphony of metallic sounds. The extreme heat of the fire intertwined with the frigid chill of the ice, creating a dichotomy of blazing warmth and biting cold. An enchanting spectacle that left the onlookers feeling the strain as they distanced themselves from the heart of the battle. Is this truly the scene of a soul master's duel? Seizing the moment, Qianrenshui positioned her golden holy sword to intercept Qianrenshian's ice sword, while her right hand thrust forth the holy flame sword. Qianrenshian's pupils constricted as an ice wall materialized instantaneously. The holy flame sword struck the ice wall, generating a thick mist, and Qianrenshui followed with a punch from her angelic charge, yet the wall remained unbroken. Realizing her strike had failed, she ascended rapidly into the sky and unleashed her angelic feathers, golden plumes transforming into razor-like blades that descended upon him. The feathered blades fell like a rain of swords, prompting Qianrenshian to summon another ice wall, upon which the golden feathers embedded themselves. This ice wall obscured his vision, allowing Qianren Shui to launch several holy sword strikes at him before swiftly maneuvering to his rear. She first employed the angelic feathers, casting her sword with her left hand, executing the angelic charge, and delivering a sweeping strike with her right. This sequence flowed seamlessly. Your attacks merely serve to divert my attention. While the ice wall indeed obstructs my sight, I have previously imparted to you the importance of mental focus. At times, mental acuity surpasses mere visual perception. This is why I remain unfazed by the obstruction of my view, a testament to my confidence in my own strength. Thus, I urged you to earnestly study. The golden feathers descended in a sweeping wave. If struck, they would at least leave a small wound. However, Chen Shien did not turn his head but swiftly sidestepped, evading the incoming holy sword. Subsequently, an ice wall emerged, once again intercepting the feathers. Just as she contemplated changing direction, the ice wall abruptly melted into water. Observing this, Qianren Shui launched an attack, yet Qianren Shien effortlessly seized her left hand with his bare hand, deftly disarming her sword with the other. Intending to pull her into his embrace, Qianren Shui, however, forcefully pushed against his chest with her foot, striving to escape. In truth, he could have forcibly drawn her closer. Yet he chose to let her go. Nevertheless, he had a backup plan. Golden chains swiftly ensnared her, binding her tightly, rendering any struggle futile. Angel dispersion. In the face of such formidable power, the chains vanished once more. Chapter 107. Victory indeed. Throughout their confrontation, neither had employed particularly exhausting soul techniques. Their clash was primarily a contest of their respective abilities. Qianren Shui hovered in midair, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her expression grave, as if she had resolved to make a significant decision. Then she raised her delicate hand. The ultimate fire began to converge wildly, elevating the surrounding air temperature. A massive fireball manifested in her palm. Does this count as a self-created soul technique? Qianren Shien remarked. What you wield is merely control over fire, yet it may be deemed as such. In that case, I may possess many soul techniques in the future. You speak as if I lack such abilities. Qianren Shien extended his hand, and the ultimate ice began to coalesce within it, soon forming a colossal ice ball. Mirroring her creation, let us see which prevails, ice or fire. Qianren Shui hurled her fireball, and he reciprocated with his ice ball. The collision of ice and fire in the air produced a magnificent explosion, their contrasting hues of icy blue and fiery red intertwining, sending shockwaves outward. On the ground, flames ignited on one side while ice crystallized on the other, creating a spectacle of fire and ice. Fortunately, we fled far enough. Otherwise, we might have perished from freezing or burning. That seems unlikely. I trust the leader will surely rescue us. Truly formidable. In comparison, we seem utterly inept. Why would you compare yourself to such a freak? Isn't that inviting suffering? That is indeed a valid point. The ice ball and fireball began to melt into one another. Yet Qianren Shui benefited from the amplification of the angelic domain, while he faced a diminishment of power. In this comparison, it was indisputable that Qianren Shien was at a disadvantage. The fireball completely melted the ice ball, with the remnants of the fireball surging toward Qianren Shien. This left Qianren Shien in a state of disbelief. The Ice Dragon King was undeniably at the pinnacle of first-level deities. This ultimate ice stood at the apex of the world. Even the two from the far north could not surpass him. The angel god was a first-level deity. Yet Qianren Shui was no longer merely that. Her extreme fire was indeed formidable. It would be more accurate to say that her domain was exceptionally potent. In this clash, his defeat was undeniable. Although immune to fire, his garments could still be consumed by flames, and he held no peculiar inclinations toward such outcomes. Qianren Shien erected an ice wall to deflect the fireball, genuinely caught off guard by her prowess. It seemed his brotherly affection had waned, leading him to overlook her transformation. Now preoccupied with a new love, he had forgotten his sister, which left her feeling quite heartbroken. Before he could respond, a flurry of holy swords and feathers surged toward him. I can outlast you, and this battle must reach its conclusion, she declared. Indeed, it should conclude. But victory will be mine, dear brother. You have grown complacent. With her first soul skill, Angel Assault, the holy swords and feathers struck Qianren Shien's wings. In response, he activated his own first soul skill, wielding his longsword, sending a wave of sword energy hurtling toward Qianren Shui. Faced with this onslaught, she was compelled to forego her attack. Third soul skill, Angelic Sanctum. The ethereal figure of an angel manifested, encasing Qianren Shui within a cage of divine power. It must be said that engaging in combat under the angelic domain was indeed troublesome. Disperse, angel. Disperse. Qianren Shui found herself momentarily stunned. Brother, your soul skill is truly unique. Although I can disperse it, the cost will be substantial. Do you still refuse to concede? Brother, you may have forgotten one crucial detail. My soul rings were acquired alongside yours. The angel's feathers may have diminished your defenses and speed by 60%, eroded your soul power, and imposed the suppression of the angelic domain, yet your strength remains formidable. I find myself unable to endure much longer, with my soul power nearly depleted. Qianren Shui's assertions were indeed accurate. The toll from these factors had undeniably reduced his capabilities. Thus, it was time for this battle to conclude. As her words fell, a golden light flickered around Qianren Shien. You used your wings to shield yourself from the angel's feathers, but can you fathom how many marks you now bear? Qianren Shien paused, sensing a foreboding power. Had he truly forgotten this? Boom. In that critical moment, Qianren Shien enveloped himself in a layer of defense, swiftly encasing himself in ultimate ice. The golden light erupted upon the crystalline surface. An unending cacophony of explosions ensued, resounding thunderously. Fortunately, it is the ultimate ice. Otherwise, it would have been shattered long ago. Hitting a single mark 5 times, a deluge of feathers struck his wings, an innumerable quantity he had not counted. Though he estimated dozens of marks adorned his body. Had he been careless towards his sister? It is fortunate that they are siblings, not mortal enemies. Alas, this is mere triviality. Had they been adversaries, he would have unleashed his second soul skill long ago, summoning a domain where the ice dragon would assail him relentlessly, bombarding him with an array of attacks that would leave him utterly bewildered, unlike the current scenario where he merely exchanges blows with Qianren Shui using a sword. Once the explosion subsided, the ice crystal bore only a small dent. Otherwise, it remained unscathed. In total, there were 20 explosions, each feather that struck counted as 1. And he was hit by 100 feathers. This is the consequence of not evading. Qianren Shien withdrew the ice crystal and dispelled his defenses, primarily fearing an internal detonation. At this moment, Qianren Shui had also freed herself from the angelic holy prison. So, should we continue? The only response he offered was a gentle punch. Qianren Shui embraced him and said, Brother, you no longer accompany me. You leave without taking me with you. You promised you would never abandon me. After a long struggle, the burden was once again cast upon him. It was expected that Qianren Shui would grow up and become independent, yet she still blamed herself. Is this the hardship of being an older brother? I had thought you had matured. Upon hearing this, Qianren Shui gently pinched him, conceding, this time, consider it a victory for you. I shall not contest it. She released him, landing gracefully on the ground, as if I wished to compete with you. Nonetheless, I appreciate my dear sister for granting me this triumph. As long as you know, I shan't let you win next time, she replied. Will there be a next time? He inquired. Of course, she assured. Shall I allow you to win then? Qianren Shien mused. I might contemplate it. Qianren Shui chuckled, adding, if you can no longer best me, would I feel disheartened? My sister has grown stronger. Why would I lament that? When did I become so fragile? Understood. Thus, after an extended battle, a conclusion was finally reached. Qianren Shien emerged victorious, a result that had been anticipated. Brother, I am hungry. Me too, chimed in another. And I. Let us proceed to dine. Chapter 108. No one understands me better after their meal. The group returned to rest, undeterred by the daylight. Brother, aren't you going to sleep? No, I am not tired. Yet one cannot forego sleep indefinitely. That is why I encourage you to diligently cultivate your mental focus. What level have you reached? Qianren Shui replied softly, the 3rd level. Good, keep striving. And what level have you attained, dear brother? A secret. Once you reach the 10th level, I shall divulge it. What? There are 24 levels in total, and I must reach the 10th? That is quite challenging. Besides, I am curious about what my mental prowess will be at that stage. After reflecting on his own progress, Qianren Shien responded, with closed eyes. One can still perceive the world, observing every detail. Mental power can transcend the intangible, manipulating the tangible. And there are abilities that you will comprehend once you reach that point. Brother, what happens at the 24th level? I do not know. Brother, please tell me. Qianren Shui pouted, clinging to Qianren Shuan's arm. However, he genuinely had no knowledge. He had only reached the 18th level of this peculiar cultivation technique, never having ascended to the 24th. How could he fabricate an answer? Wait until I reach the 24th level, and I shall inform you. So, you have not mastered it to the end? Do you perceive me as a deity? In my eyes, you are indeed a divine being. With that, Qian Rinxue embraced him from behind, burying her head in the crook of his neck. Brother, you have not spent time with me in ages. When we were younger, you would always revolve around me. Are you not the one orbiting around me? Yet, you frequently weep, leaving me to console you in the end. If you did not torment me, I would not shed tears. Moreover, should it not be your duty to comfort me when you are the one who causes my sorrow? Qian Rinxien felt the warmth of her breath, igniting a ticklish sensation within him. He gently nudged Qian Rinxue, saying, "Could you refrain from burying your head in my neck? It is rather ticklish. You were once afraid of being tickled?" she inquired. "Indeed. I never realized it before. I feel somewhat deprived now," she continued. "In the past, when I was ticklish, you would deliberately tickle me. Now I discover you are also sensitive to it. How unfortunate." In response, Qian Rinxien found himself at a loss for words. How could she possibly outplay herself in their childhood games? While he pondered this, Qian Rinxue launched a surprise attack, her hands darting to his armpits and commencing a tickling assault. Caught off guard by this ambush, Qian Rinxien exclaimed, "No, stop, please. Don't tickle me." He quickly seized her mischievous hands. "Quit fooling around." Qian Rinxue remained silent, simply relishing their shared moment. "In a couple of days, will you take them to obtain soul rings? I wish to accompany you. You venture out without me, while Sister Yunguang is always by your side. I can't help but feel a twinge of envy. I thought you had become a recluse, staying indoors and sometimes ignoring me," Qian Rinxien admitted with a hint of embarrassment. "I was angry, yet you failed to notice, not even coming to console me. You only realize it when I mention it. You are truly a big fool. If I am a big fool, then you must be a little fool, right? There are only big fools, not little fools. Very well. I am a big fool, and you are not a little fool. You too are a big fool." Qian Rinxien nearly erupted in laughter. "Brother, do you believe I will bite you?" she teased, opening her mouth in a mock gesture of biting. "No, I was mistaken. You have won. I, Qian Rinxien, am indeed a big fool, am I not? Uffed, ha ha ha, brother." The girl buried her head in his side, her laughter ringing like silver bells, melodious and delightful. However, Qian Rinxien soon sensed something amiss. She laughed so heartily, yet why was there drool? "Cease your laughter, brother. Don't move about. Let me wipe it off." With that, Qian Rinxue used the sleeve of her garment to dab at him, inquiring, "Do you find my saliva unsightly?" Faced with such a perilous question, Qian Rinxien knew he must tread carefully. Any response suggesting disdain would surely displease her, leading to a tempestuous quarrel that would jeopardize their relationship. Thus, he understood he must assure her of his lack of aversion. After a brief yet intense moment of contemplation, the answer slipped from his lips. "Of course, I do not mind at all. Brother, are you deceiving me? This is indeed a life and death question, and one I cannot possibly answer incorrectly. How could I deceive you?" In such a moment, Qian Rinxien might even turn the tables on her. "How could you not trust me? This is what one calls applying knowledge to practice. Please refer to him as Master Qian and listen to the applause." Qian Rinxue was clearly taken aback by the question. She may not have anticipated that Qian Rinxien would pose such an inquiry to her. Her mind raced, striving to uncover a flaw, a decisive strike. How could I possibly doubt my brother? I believe you are attempting to divert the topic, brother. If you truly believed in me, you would not pose such questions. Thus it is you who harbors doubts about me, is it not? Indeed, his level of understanding appears insufficient. Unlike certain masters, he has failed to deliver a decisive blow, showcasing a battle of wits and eloquent discourse. Yet, could it be that Qian Rinxue is merely bearing the burden? Regarding this matter, Qian Rinxien wished to convey that no one comprehends Qian Rinxue better than he does. She is undoubtedly shouldering it forcefully. "Brother, did you not express that you would not mind? I am rather exasperated." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxien felt a sense of foreboding. A misstep at this juncture could render all his previous efforts futile, and it seemed he had unwittingly been led astray by Qian Rinxue. The hard-won initiative he had fought for had once again slipped through his fingers. How infuriating! Was his understanding truly so lacking? However, under these circumstances, he could not afford to ponder for too long, lest Qian Rinxue sense something amiss and perceive a lack of sincerity. After a brief contemplation, Qian Rinxien offered his response. "Feel free to express it. I certainly do not mind. But how can little Shuer demonstrate her trust in her brother? It is impossible to prove, yet if you believe in me, brother, you would not require proof. Thus it remains that you do not trust me." Qian Rinxuan's expression became somewhat awkward. Had he once again fallen into a trap? After all this commotion, it turns out that the novice is indeed himself. However, he can still apply what he learns, provided he learns swiftly. Thus, you cannot defeat me. I certainly believe in you. Yet you must also trust that I would not pose such a question to myself. This cannot continue. If Qian Rinxue were to speak again in such a manner, it would devolve into an endless cycle of entrapment. This would be detrimental to all parties involved. Indeed, he must put an end to this discourse. While Qian Rinxue is still contemplating her words, Qian Rinxian interjects, "Do not dwell on it. I undoubtedly trust my dear sister. You have been at this for quite some time, and you must be weary. It is time for you to rest, as staying up late is harmful to your health." Staying up late is indeed detrimental, yet I have been awake all night, Qian Rinxue countered. Then staying up all night is even more inadvisable. Hurry along to bed. Quickly now, cease your embrace. Under the weight of her brother's authoritative presence, Qian Rinxue reluctantly acquiesced to his wishes. The farce has come to an end. Chapter 109, So Enchanting. Although the farce has concluded, greater troubles have already arrived. Just as Qian Rinxian intended to return to his room, he was unexpectedly detained by Qian Rinxue. Puzzled, he turned to her and inquired, "What is it?" "I wish for you to stay with me for a while and tell me a story, just as you used to do to lull me to sleep," she replied. Observing the smile on Qian Rinxue's face, he realized that often he had been presumptuous, merely a mortal after all. The young girl before him, in need of reassurance, had always been so. He believed she had grown independent, yet he was unaware that her anger stemmed from his neglect. Her dependency on him seemed unchanged, while he had inadvertently overlooked Qian Rinxue's feelings. At this moment, the ability to delve into the human heart reveals its true significance, unlike him, who remains oblivious to the girl's feelings. Upon seeing that Qian Rinxian agreed, she felt an undeniable joy for Qian Rinxue from that moment onward. Qian Rinxian became the most pivotal figure in her life. The two most important individuals to her were Qian Rinxian and Qian Douluo. From that day forth, she was determined never to be abandoned again, nor to lose her cherished loved ones. Returning to Qian Rinxue's room, the atmosphere was imbued with the essence of youth. He realized that little had changed since his last visit. The arrangement of the room seemed to be as he had left it, with the small gift he had given still resting on her bed. Everything remained as he remembered. "I treasure all that my brother has done." Suddenly, he sensed that Qian Rinxue's feelings might be somewhat profound, perhaps bordering on an unhealthy attachment. Yet, there were no overt signs to suggest such a notion. It must be his overthinking. Alas, without the power to read hearts, he could only speculate about Qian Rinxue's true thoughts. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue had entered a small chamber, donned an adorable set of pajamas, and lay on her bed, snug under a little blanket, patiently awaiting Qian Rinxian to weave her a tale. He sat beside her, pondering which story to tell. His memory failed him, leaving him with only a few scattered tales to choose from. After ruminating for a considerable time, he finally conceived a splendid idea. Clearing his throat, he was poised to deliver an impassioned narrative when a series of knocks interrupted him. Although perplexed, Qian Rinxian decided to answer the door. As he opened it, a petite figure leapt into his embrace, her hands encircling his neck. He instinctively caught Yulingling, preventing her from falling. "Brother Qian, thank you. If it weren't for you, my martial spirit would have been the 9-heart Si Tang." Her voice quivered with emotion. "All right. You've already expressed your gratitude. There's no need to repeat it. Besides, our bond is strong, and I promise to help you. It was simply the right thing to do." "No, it's different." Qian Rinxian chose not to argue, instead asking, "Lingling, did you come here just to say that?" Yilingling's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red. Clearly embarrassed as she stammered, "I saw you and Sister Shui come in, and I thought to thank you. And, well, I wanted to suddenly." Her face grew even warmer as she seemed to recall something. Observing this scene, Qian Rinxian, not being foolish, could surmise her intentions to some extent. "So, are you here to ask me to play with you? I was about to tell Sister Shui's story. Perhaps you would like to listen as well?" His words lacked depth. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue did not outwardly express any discontent, though internally she felt a twinge of discomfort. However, it was not overwhelming, as she held a fondness for Yilingling. But was it permissible? She observed that Qian Rinxue was speaking, not Qian Rinxian, and after some contemplation, she realized who held authority in this situation. Of course, it was permissible. However, "I shall take a rest, and perhaps Lingling should also repose for a while." "Is that true?" "Indeed. Sister Shui is truly kind. After all this time, it turns out he was merely a pawn." Today, he experienced significant emotional turmoil and felt quite disheartened. After gently placing Yilingling on the bed, she changed into a different outfit, appearing quite adept, as if this were not her first time. Chen Shien sat on the edge of the bed, cleared his throat softly, and began to narrate with great emotion. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful princess named Snow White. Just how beautiful was she? It is said that her skin was whiter than snow. She resided in the palace, never having encountered the outside world. It is rumored that the king entrusted the national treasure, the gourd seeds, to her. However, the princess had a wicked stepmother who, envious of her beauty and the treasure, disguised herself as a benevolent old woman to deceive Snow White, stealing her treasure and giving her a poisoned apple in the process. Ultimately, she encountered 7 dwarfs, who rescued her. The dwarfs sought the mountain deity to save Snow White. The mountain deity proclaimed, "Gather 7 gourd seeds to summon the gourd warrior and rescue the princess." The 7 dwarfs embarked on a quest to collect the gourd seeds. In the end, they summoned the gourd warrior, who resurrected Snow White, but the tale does not conclude here. The gourd seeds scattered across the world, and Snow White once again collected the seeds, inadvertently dropping them into a river during her journey home. The river deity inquired, "Young lady, did you drop a golden seed, a silver seed, or this ordinary seed?" Snow White replied that it was an ordinary seed. In light of her honesty, the river deity decided to grant her all the seeds. Snow White planted the gourds and, through great effort, nurtured them until they flourished. "Mother, mother," accompanied by the repeated calls of mother. The 7 gourds were about to emerge into the world when the wicked stepmother, with her malevolent magic, seized them. The malevolent stepmother kidnapped Snow White, threatening the 7 gourds, who were yet to be born and lacked power. To avoid her wrath, they willingly relinquished their strength, and in return, the stepmother released Snow White. Meanwhile, no one knew the stepmother's true intentions, but the mountain deity summoned the 7 dwarfs. In ancient times, a great demon wreaked havoc across the land, causing immense suffering. A brave and righteous goddess defeated the demon and sealed it away. The blood of the gourds served as the key to unlocking this seal. The wicked stepmother unleashed the demon, aiming to dominate the world, while the 7 dwarfs received the power of the mountain deity and entrusted their strength to Snow White. Snow White drew forth the transformation device from the depths of the kingdom and proclaimed, "Gunalara Black." The goddess of the night emerged, successfully vanquishing the demon and sealing it once more. Yet, no one understood why the goddess chose not to slay the demon. Chapter 110. Thoughts on the publication? What can I say? This book has been written somewhat hastily, with numerous shortcomings. Some may appreciate it, while others may not. However, I am grateful to every reader who has made it this far. As a novice, I often struggle to express my thoughts as I wish, and I appreciate your understanding. I also thank each reader who has cast their vote. Your support means a lot to me. I have some ideas for the subsequent plot, but if you have suggestions, feel free to share. Perhaps they can be incorporated. Regarding the protagonist, let me clarify. There will not be a single female lead. There will certainly be updates with 2 chapters, but I typically write as I go. My motivation has been lacking, and my condition has not been optimal, but I will strive to adjust quickly. Chapter 111. A new understanding. Telling this story to him has been quite taxing, as I sift through the memories in my mind, reshaping them into something coherent. There may be a slight sense of dissonance, but that does not apply to Qian Ruxue and Yi Lingling. As long as it lulls someone to sleep, it can be considered a beautiful tale, perhaps fitting as a bedtime story. During the storytelling, Qian Ruxue's delicate, ivory-like hand grasped his, and even in slumber, she did not let go. This left him feeling quite helpless. He was unable to leave and found it exceedingly bothersome. Chen Shien adjusted the blanket, tugging it upwards, and withdrew his hand. It seemed he would have to wait until she awoke today. This process was undoubtedly a torment for Chen Shien. Today, he had come to a new understanding of these 2 individuals, having never encountered anyone so adept at tossing and turning in their sleep. Have you ever seen someone kick the blankets away with a single thrust? Have you witnessed the incessant shuffling back and forth? It was as if, instead of peacefully slumbering, these 2 had transformed their rest into a dance, spinning and kicking in a dizzying display. It had become a considerable hassle for him. The blanket had changed hands several times, leaving him bewildered by the boundless energy these 2 possessed, completely restless in their sleep, as if they were 2 entirely different people. If given the choice, he would have preferred to be out battling. This was an unbearable strain on his spirit, a source of profound discomfort. After what felt like an eternity, the 2 finally roused from their slumber, having slept soundly until the following morning, a feat that was quite impressive. At last, you're awake. Brother, a hug, please. I too desire a hug. Is it that I've opened the door wrong? Why are you both behaving so oddly? Qianren Shui, like an octopus, clung to him. Brother, I'm hungry again, and I wish not to move. Yi Lingling joined in the fray, but most of the space had been claimed by Chen Shien, leaving her with little room to maneuver, forcing her to merely stare in discontent. Observing her dissatisfaction, Chen Shien offered a gentle pat on the head, an act reserved for those with whom one shares a certain intimacy, or at least a modicum of affection. Otherwise, one might find themselves on the receiving end of unwelcome remarks. Should one possess an extraordinarily handsome visage, it could be quite advantageous. After soothing the two for a while, they finally relented, though Chen Shien still had to prepare a meal for them. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Upon awakening, it was as if these two had transformed into entirely different beings. Yet, he had been present throughout, and nothing had transpired that he was unaware of. After toiling for some time, a sumptuous breakfast was finally presented before them, featuring congee meticulously brewed with the meat of soul beasts and medicinal herbs, alongside various health-enhancing supplements and delightful delicacies. In truth, breakfast need not be overly lavish, a sentiment previously expressed by Chen Shien, advocating for moderation. However, should it be more extravagant, the two would not be unwelcome, as such opulence would indeed provide a sense of comfort. The three dined with a certain elegance, not too slow, yet not rushed, maintaining a normal pace interspersed with laughter and conversation. After the meal, Chen Shien let out a satisfied burp. "Brother, I still feel quite lethargic. I wish to sleep again. Is it a matter of eating and then sleeping? Are you a pig? Even if I am a pig, you are an enormous one, no? You should be classified as a supersized pig." Chen Shien spoke with an air of pride. It was puzzling how she could maintain such arrogance under her shameless demeanor. He truly found himself at a loss with Chen Shien. Thus, the group continued to dawdle, lingering for quite some time. By the time they prepared to leave, it was already noon. "I felt as though I had come to a renewed understanding of you all today. Does that feel good? What a ridiculous notion. Oh, come on. Don't be angry. I'm not angry. Do I appear to be someone who exhibits anger?" After pondering for a moment, Chen Shien realized that in these past few years, she had indeed never witnessed Chen Shien lose his temper. With an innocent smile, she remarked, "Brother, you are truly wonderful." Yi Lingling chimed in, "Hee. Brother Shien is the best. Just knowing that is sufficient." However, Chen Shien suddenly recalled Dugu Yechen. He wondered where she had gone after entrusting her to Chen Shien. But would inquiring about it now make him seem emotionally inept? A bunch of youngsters, why concern themselves with so much? Just a few days ago, I brought Dugu back, didn't I? Where have you misplaced her? Brother, it's rather impolite to think of other girls in front of me and Lingling. Chen Shien looked perplexed. He merely asked a simple question. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling feigned indifference, though whether she was truly unconcerned remained unclear. Chen Shien was merely teasing him and had no intention of pursuing the matter further. She added, "I simply had a brief chat with her. But I found that snake to be rather insidious, and its green hair is rather unappealing. So, I let her on a bit. She should be researching now. However, I also sent someone to summon her, so she won't be absent. This is quite acceptable. Look how stunning Lingling and I appear together." After she spoke, she elegantly tossed her hair. "Ah, I must inquire, how did this conversation veer into the realm of appearances? Perhaps it is your insidious bias at play. How could it be possible that those who indulge in treachery are devoid of virtue? Many are indeed lowly scoundrels, if memory serves. You were the one who told me such things. You once insisted that I should eliminate such individuals without hesitation." Chen Shien paused momentarily, reflecting carefully on whether he had indeed uttered those words. He recalled that perhaps in his youth, he had spoken of our pure and noble Tang San. However, Chen Shien had taken note of all that he said. "If you were so astute, why then do you find yourself enamored with that wretched creature? Likely, it is due to the overshadowing aura of demotion that clouds your judgment, not to mention the sea goddess interference. After all, what sort of delightful being could possibly emerge from that trifling 3 livestream? Should you encounter someone with blue hair who appears somewhat decent, wielding a martial spirit of blue-silver grass combined with a hammer, do not hesitate to summon assistance to deal with him." Chen Shien felt this precaution insufficient and added, "I believe it is best for you to remain within the spirit hall. Indeed, as long as I am accompanied by my brother, I can thrive anywhere. But it must be with you." Chen Shien did not understand the reasoning behind his words, yet she never felt the need to delve deeper. Whatever her brother asserted, even if incorrect, she would heed his words and act accordingly. At times, she even found solace in relinquishing thought, content to be a joyful little girl. As long as Chen Shien was by her side, this behavior required no justification. It was simply because he was her brother. However, what merit does Tang San possess to garner affection now? Is it merely his appearance post the awakening of his spirit-beast bloodline? Chen Shien, with his charm that transcends gender, possesses strength that surpasses that of Tang San and Chen Shui. Unless he reveals those formidable hidden weapons, even 10 of them would not suffice. Nonetheless, those hidden weapons are indeed valuable, as few can craft soul-guiding devices, and authentic soul-guiding tools are rare, reliant on the sun and moon. Thus, for the sake of peace across the continent, entrusting such items to him is prudent. The trio strolled and conversed, gradually making their way to the Garden of Clouds, a place of intriguing origins, for it is either undocumented or perhaps too daunting for anyone to disclose. Yet, with a name like the Garden of Clouds, the answer is all too apparent. Who else could it possibly signify? There is no need to ponder changing its name. Chapter 112, The Strongest Team, Part 1. Have they still not arrived? Has the newcomer failed to show up as well? Are we the only ones foolishly present? Is tardiness now the spirit of our team? Should we perhaps delay our arrival next time? Is this truly late? I cannot even ascertain what to call it. But our leader would surely articulate it. Therein lies the distinction of our leader. Dugu Yin hesitated to approach, feeling somewhat intimidated, as she was only acquainted with Chen Shien and Chen Shui. For now, she was captivated by the breathtaking beauty of the Garden of Clouds. It is indeed splendid here. She intended to first admire the scene, waiting until she could behold Chen Shien before stepping out, thus creating a perfect moment. Dugu Yin crouched down, inhaling the fragrance of several blossoms. They were indeed delightful. Her hand gently brushed against a few flowers, leaving their scent lingering on her skin. She rose slowly, gradually beginning to dance, her graceful form soaring through the air. Meanwhile, after much deliberation, Chen Shien, Chen Shui, and Yi Lingling finally arrived. Brother Xian, it seems that there is only one type of flower here. Yes, all the flowers here are starlight flowers, also known as Yunxin flowers, cultivated for a single individual. Is that true? That person must be incredibly fortunate, as many must admire her. In response to Yi Lingling's words, he could not agree. If it aligned with his own conjecture, how could one speak of happiness? Brother, how do you know what I am unaware of? Chen Shui posed a probing question. To this, he could only reply that those who understand will grasp it, while those who do not may find it difficult to articulate, for it involved profound complexities. You must seek your own understanding. How am I to do that? Thus, I am more astute than you. What nonsense. Greetings, Sister Shui, young master. Dugu Yin inexplicably emerged from somewhere, unfamiliar with Yi Lingling and uncertain of what to say. Have you adjusted well these past few days? Quite well. Sister Shui has informed me of numerous matters to heed. I've wandered about and gathered some information. Wuhuan City is truly vast and prosperous, with the majority being soul masters. Before arriving, she held some skepticism regarding the sacred land of soul masters. After all, no account could compare to first-hand experience. Upon witnessing it with her own eyes, she comprehended that the sacred ground of soul masters was indeed deserving of its reputation. Just get accustomed to it. Young master, was what you said earlier true? Were you referring to the Yunxin flowers? I merely guessed and spoke offhandedly. Do not take it to heart. Ah, brother. How could you dare deceive me in Lingling? That is why I assert you lack wisdom. You would say such a thing about me? The bond of siblings has surely diminished. You should take care in the future. Do not say that. I was only jesting. I too was merely jesting with you. Observing the playful banter between the two, a gentle smile graced Yi Lingling's face. In the center of the garden, boss, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting for quite some time. You are perpetually tardy. Chen Shien vehemently disagreed with this statement, retorting, is this not the first time? When have I ever been repeatedly late? Perhaps the time before last? Is that not a baseless accusation? I was late for the first time, mind you. Then I must have erred in my recollection. He wished to offer an explanation. After all, this delay was entirely due to Chen Shui and Yi Lingling, having no connection to them. However, after casting a glance at the two, he dismissed the thought. Presently, the most gifted individuals of the younger generation had gathered here. Chen Shien, Chen Shui, Yi Lingling, Qian Inger, Tianyu, Hulaina, Dugu Yin, Xieyu, and Yin. It could be said that the combined talents of these 9 individuals represented the pinnacle of the continent. This team can be described as lacking nothing, truly perfect. If one were to insist, perhaps they could not muster a pair of parents. Even if there were deficiencies, it matters not, for their absolute prowess can crush all adversaries. Whether in soul battles or grand competitions, a commendable name is essential. Should we not bestow a name upon our team? Tianyu inquired. How about the super invincible team of the continent? Yin suggested with a hint of exasperation. Perhaps you should first consider your own intellect? Yin wished to retort further, but was halted by Xiaoyu. Humph, I shan't hold it against you. Oh. The name Super Invincible Team of the Continent has quite a nostalgic ring to it, one that transcends mere adolescent fantasies, Tianyu pondered, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Chen Shien interjected directly. No need to hold back. Share your ideas freely. How about the Invincible Beautiful Girl Squad? Though her voice was barely audible, the assembly caught her words. That pales in comparison to my Super Invincible Team of the Continent, Yin countered. I did not speak falsely. Which among us is not beautiful? Nor did I err. Who among us is incapable of victory? Enough, enough, cease this bickering, Hu Laiina interjected, bringing the dispute to a close. Chen Shien preferred the title Super Invincible Team of the Continent over the Invincible Beautiful Girl Squad. Yet, why must Invincible be included? Reflecting upon it conjured an image of the Invincible Beautiful Girl Squad from the Spirit Hall, a name that felt utterly humiliating, a direct assault on the soul, surely. Nothing could be more potent than that. Were there truly no viable suggestions? It was unexpected that these two were so bereft of creativity. The name Golden Generation was certainly not of their own making. Do you have no more credible ideas? Yilingling softly proposed. What about the Starry Squad? Holy Light Squad. Holy Squad. Qian Inger exclaimed in rapid succession. I find both of those quite agreeable. However, what do you all think of the Angel Squad? With no further objections from the others, it was decided that the final name would be chosen from Qian Rinshue's Angel Squad, Qian Inger's Holy Light Squad, and the Holy Squad. After a rather mild discussion, the name was finally settled, Angel Squad. With Holy Squad as a backup, though she could not fathom the need for a backup. I too am quite inept at naming. Ultimately, the introduction concluded primarily with Dugu Yen. You two have consumed a medicinal pill, correct? Yes, my martial spirit has transformed into the phosphorescent empress. Is she the granddaughter of the titled gatekeeper, Dugu Bo? Hu Laiina shot a glance at Tianyu before clarifying. Do not take offense. She did not mean it that way. It's just that she can be rather blunt. It's quite all right. I am not overly concerned, and what she said does hold some truth. After this, she came to realize that her grandfather's strength was indeed not particularly formidable. Although it was somewhat excessive to openly criticize someone else's grandfather, Tian Wei offered her apologies. Her intentions were not malicious. It was merely that upon discovering that Dugu Yen was the granddaughter of Dugu Bo, her impression of that poisoned Douluo was tainted by notions of disgrace associated with the title, the so-called gatekeeper of the title, and the belief that while she could not defeat a titled Douluo, she could render them powerless. However, she refrained from voicing the latter thought, as it carried an air of insult that could jeopardize future interactions. Nevertheless, Dugu Yen seemed largely unfazed. Chapter 113, The Mightiest Team, Part 2, Boss. Take a look at this, Yen exclaimed as he activated his martial spirit. With fiery red hair and crimson eyes, flames erupted from his exposed skin. Resembling a being of fire, he enveloped his fists in flames, demonstrating a series of powerful punches, each strike ignited with fire, a testament to his prowess. After delivering his final blow, he proudly declared, From now on, please call me Fire Fist Yen. Do you wish to be punished, Fire Fist? Chen Shien mused silently. Is this all you've been practicing? Yet, he found Yan's display to be a promising concept. If every punch he delivered were accompanied by intense flames or divine power, the might of his golden fist would surely elevate to unprecedented heights. Perhaps they could even create an entirely new style of martial arts, one that belonged solely to them. Upon hearing Qian Rinshue's words, the others felt a wave of enlightenment wash over them. Pursuing this line of thought could lead to significant breakthroughs. Meanwhile, Qian Shien felt his vision paled in comparison to hers. He had not considered the idea of transformation or creation, though he acknowledged that someone had to take the initiative. The Haian 9 Absolutes was a technique that could be intertwined with chaotic hammering methods. If these could be combined with their punches, the possibilities were thrilling. He felt as though he had reached a new understanding. Who among them could rival his mastery of power control? Ice and fire, light and divinity, he had already delved deeply into these elements. In truth, I am not so formidable, Yen remarked. The credit primarily goes to the boss. For that pill has significantly enhanced my control over fire. I can manipulate it at will. He then commenced a demonstration, shaping the flames into various forms that danced across his body. I can now envelop any part of my body with fire without harm, which is a testament to my martial spirit's capabilities. The flames around Yen surged with intensity, completely enveloping him and transforming him into a being of fire. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Moreover, my first soul skill, Hell Lava Burst, has now evolved into Hellfire. This profession has the potential to transition into that of a mage. The mastery of control demonstrated here surpasses that of others who have played with fire for many years. However, if this were indeed the case, the joy derived might not be as blissful as one would hope, or perhaps it could be even more delightful. It is not entirely his fault. The blame primarily rests on Yin, whose words led him astray. So, is it true then, the Flame Sovereign? This title certainly seems fitting. Though perhaps Lord of Flames would be more appropriate. No, in this regard, I believe both the boss and Lady Shui are more suitable. I can only flaunt my skills in front of others. Your martial spirit possesses remarkable strength. In terms of fire-based martial spirits, it is likely that no one else can match your level of control. Yin glanced at Hu Laiina, only to find her disinterested, which left him somewhat disheartened. However, after indulging in a bit of self-motivation, he quickly regained his spirits. Is that so? Yet, I feel I must continue to strive for improvement. Qian Rengshuan, of course, noticed Yan's subtle gestures, but matters of the heart are not easily swayed. It appears you shall be my ultimate rival. Although we may not have enough time to acquire a second soul ring. Indeed, the Academy's grand competition is but 3 days away. We certainly won't make it in time. This time, we shall shine the brightest among all. The Academy's grand competition? Brother, should we not join the festivities? What festivities? If you attend, won't you simply wreak havoc? Am I not still a child at 8 years old? Indeed, indeed. However, Qian Rengshu had also lost interest in participating, which allowed the three to breathe a sigh of relief. For they were genuinely outmatched. Shi Yue summoned his martial spirit, the Moon Blade. 2 crescent-shaped blades, crimson as blood, were gripped firmly in the center by his hands. Dugu Yan's heavenly serpent was also summoned. Meanwhile, Hu Laiina sprouted a fluffy, large tail, which Tianwei couldn't resist reaching for. What are you doing? Hu Laiina blushed and playfully swatted Tianwei. Do you still feel it? After my martial spirit manifests, I can hardly feel my tail. I am quite curious about what that sensation is like. It merely tickles a bit. Yours is an alligator, mine is a fox. Can we really compare? Aren't they all beast martial spirits? Enough of this banter. Aren't you going to summon your martial spirit? It would be good for us to understand each other, as we shall be a team in the future. Tianwei pouted. I think my martial spirit looks unappealing. I am covered in scales and have a large tail dragging behind me. My hair changes too, while you all seem free of such concerns. Why worry so much? Strength is what truly matters. Look at me. I transform into a fiery figure. Handsome, isn't it? After saying this, Yin demonstrated his transformation. Wow, you really do look impressive. I can hardly see your face anymore. After teasing Yin, Tianyue finally summoned her martial spirit. A vividly lifelike golden giant crocodile appeared behind her. Unlike the original golden crocodile king, her martial spirit was now larger, more radiant, and more regal. I find your martial spirit rather beautiful. Upon the manifestation of their martial spirits, the atmosphere became rather ordinary. Yilingling cradled her heart in her hands as delicate pink petals began to fall, followed by the emergence of the sacred life lotus in her grasp. The essence of life surged forth, a sensation that Qian Renxian felt most profoundly. Qian Inger possessed the most intriguing martial spirit. Her spirit was merely the shadow cast upon the ground, which, having already existed, became more tangible upon its summoning, as if it were on the verge of coming to life. In contrast, Qian Renxian and Qian Renxue did not summon their martial spirits. Tianyu, Yin, and Xieyu were all formidable attackers, while Hu Laiina specialized in control, Yilingling in healing, and Qian Inger in agility. As for Qian Renxue and Qian Renxian, they were capable of everything except healing. When their domain was activated, it provided more support than any auxiliary system, making them versatile warriors of remarkable prowess. Subsequently, the group began to share their insights, exchanging thoughts from all perspectives, while Qian Renxian found himself with a new task. Dugu Yin had yet to cultivate her technique. Although not widely disseminated, it was certainly no secret among their circle. While she had been given medicinal pills, they were but one-time uses, unlike the technique that could be inherited. Thus, it was essential to test this knowledge, and what better way to do so than through friendly exchanges? After a cordial discussion, Qian Renxian imparted his knowledge to Dugu Yin, allowing her to practice at her own pace. Despite the seemingly harmonious conversations among the group, a closer observation revealed a distinct pattern. Women conversed with women, and men with men, with him being the only one capable of navigating both circles. Yet, this was hardly a matter of concern. Approaching Yin and Xieyu, Qian Renxian inquired, "What rewards does your academy offer for the competition?" "Boss, don't you know?" Yin replied, "The rewards are glory and resource advantages. and many titled individuals will be in attendance that day. Upon hearing this, Chen Shien understood. It was likely the moment when Bibi Dong took an interest in Haian, though now she was inseparably mingling with Tanu, who had taken the initiative to visit the Martial Spirit Academy. It was evident that the path to apprenticeship might not unfold smoothly. After a series of seemingly trivial exchanges, the dialogue continued. "Boss, will you come to watch in 3 days?" Yin asked. "I will," came the response, "and I look forward to showcasing my prowess." Yin, too, was eager to display his skills. Casting a glance at Haian, Chen Shien mused that as long as she was present, a mere glance from her could render Yin utterly defunct in battle. His victory was hardly a possibility. Nevertheless, Chen Shien chose not to divulge this truth. For a sycophant seldom listens, and it was unnecessary to dampen his enthusiasm. Watching him stumble could prove entertaining. "Mind your own business," he thought. Chen Shien gently patted his shoulder before making his way towards Yulingling. "Ah, how envious I am of the captain, who can engage in conversation so effortlessly. Regardless of the company, have you ever considered that the issue may lie within yourself? What issue could I possibly have?" Xiaoyu shook his head in resignation, choosing not to elaborate further. Even if he were to approach, the reason for his ease in conversation would be quite straightforward. It stems solely from their camaraderie as teammates in their amicable relationship. The reason Yin struggles to connect is painfully simple. He is not well-liked, neither by Tianyuan nor by Haian, which adversely affects the entire group. Haian is not a fickle woman. She neither initiates nor rejects, nor does she accept. Her sister has made her stance abundantly clear, outright refusing him. Yan's relentless pursuit could be likened to the age-old adage that a good woman fears a clingy suitor. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, Haian remains indifferent to him. If only he had devoted the energy spent on gifting Haian to his training, he would have undoubtedly become immensely powerful by now. Perhaps Haian's rejections were not sufficiently resolute. After all, they have known each other for several years, forming a trio. Chen Shien could only muse that in the realm of romance, individuals mature earlier, and embarking on relationships sooner is hardly a matter of concern. It is entirely comprehensible. Observing Yulingling and her companions, he found himself rather conflicted. It is worth noting that the trial had granted him a divine soul ring. Yet he found it entirely unusable, as he had long since acquired his soul abilities. The so-called soul ring merely serves as a key, without any bearing on the potency of his soul skills, making it most suitable for gifting. This soul ring could indeed be bestowed upon Chen Shien or Yulingling, with Qian Inger also being a potential candidate. However, he is not a saint, and will inevitably harbor personal desires. The one he truly cherishes and who is closest to him is undoubtedly Qian Shien, although he is aware of Qian Douluo and Yi Rinxin's ulterior motives. Their relationship has yet to reach that critical juncture. When it does, they can address it then. Given Qian Xiue's current soul power, she will require some time to attain her 4th soul ring, during which this divine gift will remain dormant. Of course, a minor issue arises. When Qian Rinxue needed her 3rd soul ring, why did he not present it? This was because their timelines for acquiring soul rings diverged. Qian Rinxue wished to surprise herself, a surprise that ultimately cost her the divine soul ring. Qian Rinxue's words interrupted his contemplation. "Brother, Lingling's martial soul is truly formidable. When compared to the so-called number 1 support martial soul on the continent, the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, Lingling is practically overwhelming." He is aware that in the original text, Ning Rongrong stated that if it were not limited to 2 individuals, the title of the strongest on the continent would have long since changed hands. Curiously, he inquired, "How do you know this?" Tianyu then revealed her delicate, fair arm. Although it was quite attractive, he pondered its relevance. He subsequently asked tentatively, "Did you experiment on yourself? Did you really deduce that?" She showcased her abilities, explaining, "I tried it on myself a few times, and while Yulingling lacks a soul ring, her healing abilities are astonishing. Wounds heal in an instant. How severe could your injuries be? Surely, they weren't that significant. I merely scratched myself lightly with my claws. Even if I were bolder, I wouldn't dare inflict more pain on myself." He marveled at her resilience, noting her self-harm without uttering a sound. "You are truly impressive. Please refrain from such actions in the future." Indeed, there is a wealth of talent among us, he mused, though he couldn't fathom why Yulingling's face flushed slightly. And the others laughed, possibly with ulterior motives. He sensed that their conversation delved into unusual territory, yet, as a man, he deemed it inappropriate to inquire further into such private matters. "Lingling, I have sent someone to search for your soul ring. A millennium should suffice, correct?" "Yes. Lingling will not disappoint Brother Xian." "Ah, Why does everything seem to lead back to disappointing him? He thought, bemused. Young lady, something seems off. Then followed a lively exchange, culminating in the group deciding to take a stroll before awaiting the Academy's grand competition in 3 days. On their way back, Qian Rinxue naturally clasped Qian Rinchuan's hand and playfully winked at Yilingling. Instantly, Yilingling's face turned crimson. She fidgeted with his hand, contemplating an action yet hesitating, leaving her in a state of turmoil. Qian Rinxian, oblivious to her fidgeting, merely noticed her flushed cheeks. He thought to himself, your face is as red as a teapot. However, upon observing Yilingling's hand, he grasped the situation. He was not like those foolish protagonists in novels where women act wildly while men feign indifference. Yet, it was not solely Yilingling who piqued his interest. Beside her was the keen-eyed Qian Inger. He realized that the primary concern was not Qian Rinxue, but rather the unusual feelings harbored by Yilingling and Qian Inger towards him. Yilingling, still young and likely confused, seemed bewildered by the circumstances, while Qian Inger was evidently not naive. He is still able to perceive these subtle differences, unlike certain male protagonists, where the female lead's feelings are so overt that they become almost imperceptible. It remains a mystery whether they are genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. Were it not for the protagonist's halo, they would have long been met with dire consequences, to their utmost regret. After much contemplation, he has refrained from taking any action. He is not a perverse beast. Yet, how is it that at such a tender age, he finds himself amidst such a tumultuous battlefield of emotions? This is utterly absurd. The drought leads to death by thirst, while the floods claim lives by drowning. Qian Rinxue briefly gazed at Yilingling, then shook her head, glanced at Qian Inger, and shook her head again. Finally, she turned her attention to Qian Rinxian, leaning in and whispering, scoundrel. Qian Rinxian, perplexed, wondered how he had earned such a title when he had done nothing wrong. Wasn't this an insult to a good person? Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. The moonlight cast its gentle glow upon them. Although the journey was not far, it felt like the most distant distance for these few individuals, each harboring their own thoughts. Upon reaching their lodgings, Yilingling ultimately lacked the courage to speak up, primarily due to her mother's words that left her in a daze, uncertain of her own thoughts. Good night, Lingling, Inger. Good night, Brother Xian. You too, good night. The two swiftly retreated to their respective rooms. Would the scoundrel meet a gruesome end? It was all mere speculation, yet the way you spoke made it sound credible. Good night, you troublesome sister. Qian Rinxian closed the door behind him, while Qian Rinxue softly remarked, now that's more like it. Good night, brother. Chapter 115, The Grand Competition of the Academy, Part 1. He was somewhat aware of their circumstances. It seemed Yilingling must have been informed by someone. For how could a young lady comprehend such matters? Although this was a realm of romance, it felt rather small, laden with unmentionable complexities. Yet, a saying rings true. Relationships must be nurtured from a young age. Another saying distinguishes the charming as childhood sweethearts and the less appealing as mere neighbors, which holds a degree of truth as well. Their bond could be aptly described as a match of talent and beauty. In the subsequent days, Qian Rinxian took it upon himself to instruct both Yilingling and Qian Inger, with the occasional appearance of the enigmatic Dugu Yechen. He even met with Yilingling and Yi Rinxin, the father-daughter duo, who appeared to regard him as a prospective son-in-law, leaving him utterly speechless. One might assume there was a pressing concern for their daughter's marriage. Moreover, Yin had secretly sought him out, likely intent on clandestine training to astonish everyone. He shared all that needed to be conveyed and taught. Now it was merely a matter of how far this individual could advance. Yet, the underlying truth remained. As long as Hulaina was present, victory would remain elusive. In this lifetime, my existence has been rather unadorned. Occasionally, I amuse a couple of little ones and playfully tease Qian Rinxue. If only a certain individual would refrain from appearing. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, an irksome voice emerged. Isn't that Xiao Xian? After just a few hours apart, you seem so joyful. What delightful news do you have? Do share it with me. How old am I this year? 8, you say? Yun Guang was somewhat perplexed. Why the inquiry? And how old are you? Are you unaware that one should never inquire about a woman's age? Yet, you, who seek me out daily as if I were but a child, do you not have your own cultivation to attend to? I have already reached the 99th level. You must have dreams and aspirations. Transcending to the 100th level and becoming a deity is not merely a fantasy, Qian Rinxuan passionately proclaimed. What do you mean, transcending to the 100th level? Is it not you who stands before me? By the heavens, you truly leave me speechless. Do not fidget. Allow me to give you a gentle pinch, he said with a playful tone. Sister Yun Guang, you are here as well. Yu Lingling exclaimed in surprise. Ah, little Lingling. Since that momentous battle, Yun Guang's spirits had lifted considerably. She spent her days playfully bothering Qian Douluo, inquiring about Poseidon and her ancestral lineage, exchanging a few choice words about the sea god island and the sea god, and then offering prayers beneath the angelic divine elephant. If the angelic being still lived, she could surely bring a smile to its face. After concluding her various endeavors, she would seek him out for some joyous recreation. He truly could not fathom how someone of her stature could act so childishly over the past couple of days. Regrets in life often commence from a singular moment, and he was no exception. On the third day, it was once again the day of the Martial Spirit Hall Academy's grand competition, and the trio had prepared themselves early to attend. Qian Inger decided to remain behind to cultivate. This marked their inaugural visit to the Martial Spirit Hall Academy. And as the heir to the Martial Spirit Hall, it seemed rather absurd that she had never set foot in her own family's institution. They were, in essence, embarking on a discreet excursion. Upon their departure, he noticed that Qian Ruxue and Yu Lingling were waiting for him beneath an umbrella. Curiously, he glanced at the sky. There were no signs of rain. What is the meaning of this? Brother, we are girls, and the sun is particularly fierce today. We must shield ourselves from tanning. Is it not normal to use an umbrella? Indeed, it is quite normal. With that, Qian Rushuan produced an exquisite icy blue umbrella from the Xuanxue ring, radiating an air of elegance and grandeur. Brother, you are quite the connoisseur of leisure. Discretion, discretion, if you hold an umbrella. Is it too much for me to lean on one as well? Not at all. However, after walking halfway, he felt an odd sense of illness and promptly stowed the umbrella away. Brother, why have you put it down? Because I feel it unnecessary to lean on it any longer. The Spirit Hall Academy, as a nurturing ground for talents of the Spirit Hall, is situated beyond the mountains of Spirit City. This location was chosen to facilitate the construction of numerous simulated training environments to assist soul masters in their cultivation. Among the faculty are even formidable beings of the soul sage rank, including those at the level of the soul Douluo. The resources and effort that the Spirit Hall invests in this academy are astronomical, and it has produced countless powerful individuals. Regardless of whether one hails from a commoner or noble lineage, as long as there is talent, opportunities abound. This is the first time Chen Shien has stepped into this esteemed institution. Today's academy competition seeks to identify the strongest contender from each of the 3 levels of students. The most formidable individuals naturally receive preferential access to resources, and others who excel similarly benefit, for they possess wealth and influence. Yin, Sheiyue, and Hulaina are all part of the junior division, which encompasses levels below the second ring, including the second ring itself. The intermediate level consists of Soul Respect and Soul Sovereign. In fact, the Soul Sovereign is considered to have graduated. The advanced level is rather unique and can be likened to high school or university, or perhaps to those who choose to teach within the academy. Currently, the Martial Soul Hall Academy is bustling with activity, teeming with people. They too have utilized connections to gain entry, and such an advantage is hardly excessive given their status. Under the arrangements of the higher-ups, they find themselves in a rather special location, one where they can observe the outside world while remaining unseen, akin to a VIP viewing area. Additionally, there is another individual present, Tianhua. Will you not participate in the grand competition? Primarily, there is nothing that captivates my interest. Resources? What do I lack in terms of resources? Glory? I hardly care, and besides, what sense of accomplishment is there in tormenting a group of novices? Thus, I have set a modest goal for myself, aiming for an even split with Sister Shui. You have indeed set quite a lofty objective. Tianwei smiled gently and replied, Is it not rather modest? If my goal is you, then that would indeed be lofty. Very well, I shall wish you success in achieving this modest objective. Qian Ruxue is also beaming with joy. I certainly will not remain stagnant while you advance. As you progress, I too will make strides. Your target seems rather challenging. Fortunately, it is not about winning, but merely about managing a tie. The central playground is indeed bustling with a considerable crowd. Of course, this is an annual grand event, and the Pope is expected to be present today. If my memory serves me correctly, Sister Yun Guang is also supposed to attend. I sense there is some tension between the two of them. Tianyu appears to be in deep thought. To say they are merely at odds is an understatement. Upon mentioning the Pope, Bibi Dong, Qian Rushue's spirits visibly dampened, and she instinctively clung to Qian Rushuan. Tianyu immediately realized her misstep and was about to apologize when Qian Rushuan preemptively stopped her. An apology would serve little purpose now. And even if she refrained from speaking, Qian Ruxue would encounter Bibi Dong soon enough. The discomfort would remain inevitable, merely hastened. Yilingling sensed Qian Rushue's unease, but felt at a loss as to what to do, so she merely observed the two. Qian Rushuan gently caressed Qian Rushue's head, suggesting, "If you feel unwell, we can leave. It is not a significant matter." Qian Rushue buried her face in his embrace and mumbled, "It's nothing. I just want to hold on." Very well. Ultimately, the knots in one's heart are difficult to untangle. The ethereal Qian Rinxue in my embrace remains inscrutable in her thoughts. Chapter 116, The Grand Competition of the Academy, Part 2. The Academy was teeming with people, all eagerly awaiting the arrival of the main event. A procession of figures was steadily approaching. The first to catch the eye was undoubtedly the Knight Order of the Temple, clad in silver armor, wielding colossal swords, exuding an air of authority and solemnity. Following them, 10 cardinals, second only to the Platinum Bishop, made their entrance. These 10 cardinals ascended the platform, taking their positions on either side, surveying the crowd before proclaiming loudly, "His Holiness the Pope has arrived." Upon hearing this proclamation, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with fervent faith. Though the angelic deity had been absent for many years, their belief in the Spirit Hall and in the Pope had never waned. This faith would ultimately converge upon the angelic figure. The roar of the crowd echoed through the heavens. To them, the Pope represented the pinnacle of belief. Although Bibi Dong had been elevated to her position, her name was renowned. A figure emerged slowly from the golden radiance, donned in a resplendent golden gown, crowned with a purple gold diadem, and holding a scepter adorned with a myriad of gemstones, radiating brilliance alongside her majestic crown. Chen Shien observed the cloud-like aura behind her and began to comprehend that this golden light was likely artificially enhanced. Was this not a forced display of grandeur? Bibi Dong gracefully ascended the platform, and this time, Yun Guang honored her by choosing not to position himself before her, maintaining a respectful distance behind, though perhaps a tad too close. Yet such nuances were trivial. The crowd knelt on one knee in reverence, proclaiming loudly, "We pay our respects to His Holiness the Pope." The shouts resonated like thunder. No need for such formality. With Bibi Dong's melodious voice, her soul power began to radiate outward. Instantly, all movement ceased. Her presence rendered the kneeling gesture unnecessary. Yun Guan conveyed telepathically, "Bibi Dong, your strength has increased once more. Yet, do you believe they kneel willingly, or are they compelled to do so? I dare not say much, but surely a significant portion kneels of their own accord. Which is more paramount, the Pope's authority or the hearts of the people? I hail from humble origins, and I cannot compare to the three offerings. How much do they truly understand of the world's suffering?" The world's suffering? Bibi Dong mused. Here at the Spirit Hall Academy, few would truly be deemed to suffer. And such hardship does not exist within the confines of Spirit City. You should venture to the Heaven Do or Star Luo to witness for yourself. Those who dwell in the lower strata will enlighten you on what constitutes genuine human suffering. The three offerings speak wisely regarding this matter, but Bibi did not refute. Her origins informed her that Yun Guang spoke quite accurately about the situation in Wuhuan City. Furthermore, during this grand competition among academies, she indeed wished to cultivate public sentiment and bestow upon herself an image of approachability. However, it seemed she had misjudged certain details. Once the two took their seats, the duo of Hu Hua and Haji also settled down beside them. If one were to inquire as to who possessed the most distinguished and captivating aura, it would undoubtedly be Douluo, Yue Guan. His skin was as tender as that of an infant, and every aspect of his appearance and demeanor exuded an alluring charm. Despite being male, since the three offerings had achieved their breakthroughs, they basked in their newfound glory. Even I, as the Pope, find myself overshadowed by your radiance. Oh, not at all. I have merely engaged in trivial antics, he replied modestly. A shadow flickered in Bibi's eyes for her. Qian Daolu had elevated her to the position of Pope, and the 6 elderly men had refrained from meddling in affairs which she deemed fairly satisfactory. However, the predicament lay with the third offering, Yun Guang, who had previously indulged in minor schemes, but now unabashedly consolidated power under the name of Qian Rinxue, leaving her to ponder whether this was not excessively arrogant. This left her utterly bewildered. Qian Daolu, the Grand Elder, seemed more like a mere ornament, while others brazenly amassed power without his intervention. Did he truly have no concern that the Spirit Hall might fall under the influence of the Yun family? What Bibi Dong failed to realize was that, for Qian Daolu, there was no need for pretense among family. His reluctance to appoint Yun Guang as the Pope stemmed not from jealousy or reluctance, but from a fear that Yun Guang might elevate himself to such a position, rendering the others insignificant, with only the voice of the Spirit Hall resonating in the world. Particularly concerning Sea God Island, he might even act recklessly. One could argue that he feared Yun Guang's unpredictable actions. As for Yun Guang's pursuit of power, Qian Daolu remained indifferent. Even if he were to undermine Bibi Dong, it would not matter significantly. Yet, in truth, Yun Guang was far from foolish. The two were engaged in a subtle power struggle on stage while the crowd below had already commenced the competition. For them, this contest was essentially a display of innate talent. After a prolonged period of battling, none had yet emerged to meet their expectations. At this moment, after a prolonged wait, Yin finally made his grand entrance, stepping into a time that was rightfully his. He faced off against a boy of similar age. Yin, a level 19 first-ring assault-type soul master, wielded the formidable Flame Sovereign as his martial spirit. Announcing his martial spirit and level was a gesture of respect towards his opponent, who, in contrast, was merely a level 14, possessing the martial spirit known as the Blade of Fire. This attribute is similar. Does it not simply come down to who is stronger? When the ultimate fire encounters ordinary fire, is it not a scenario of overwhelming superiority? As the opponent unleashed their soul skill and struck towards him, Yin effortlessly caught it with one hand and sent them flying with a single punch. If this battle had not been wasted on introductions, it would likely have concluded in mere seconds. Bibi Dong glanced at a list in her hand, which noted a level 14 spirit master with the spirit of Flame Lord. However, this child's introduction was markedly different. Achieving level 19 at the tender age of 8 is truly remarkable. Yun Guang scoffed, dismissing it as mere theatrics, claiming ignorance of the world. Bibi Dong clenched her fist, realizing that the third enshrined possessed far greater experience, unaware of even more prodigious talents. Innately possessing level 20, Bibi Dong gripped her scepter tightly, as if ready to unleash her wrath, yet ultimately restrained herself. In contrast, the performances of Xiaoyu and Hulaina were even more impressive. Xiaoyu wielded his crescent blade with agility, evading his opponent's attacks before swiftly closing the distance, his blade poised threateningly at the adversary's throat before they could react. It could be said that he dispatched foes with a single strike. None could withstand the force of the crescent blade. Hulaina, shrouded in mystery, was the most terrifying presence to the younger combatants. Once she activated her spirit, simply standing in their midst rendered them utterly incapacitated. The enhancements from her spirit eyes and concentration were unimaginable, allowing her to eliminate opponents with alarming efficiency. "Do you find me beautiful, handsome?" Hulaina teased, her finger resting on her lips, her tail swaying enticingly. Every gesture exuded an alluring charm. Her mastery of the fox spirit's abilities was evident, rendering her nearly invincible unless faced with a direct counter. The trio had engaged in combat for less than a minute. Most of the time was consumed by introductions before they swiftly dispatched their foes. Bibi Dong regarded Hulaina with keen interest. Recognizing her exceptional innate spirit power at level 9 and her prodigious level 19 at just 7 years old, she was undoubtedly destined for greatness. Bibi Dong had begun to form a strategy, believing she had identified the 3 strongest contenders. Yet, should anyone defy her expectations, it would signify the emergence of an even more extraordinary individual. Chapter 117, The Chaotic Battle. If the junior division was already so intense, how could the intermediate and advanced divisions lag behind? They were bound to be even more spectacular. The visual spectacle promised to be overwhelming. The battlegrounds of the intermediate and advanced divisions were marked by heightened ferocity. After all, while one might possess a single spirit ability, others wielded 2, 3, or even 4, enhancing their capabilities in the overall spectacle. Ice pillars, fireballs, wind blades, lightning strikes, and torrents of water surged chaotically through the arena, creating an awe-inspiring scene given the number of participants. Blades, spears, swords, halberds, axes, whips, hammers, and a myriad of weaponry clashed in a cacophony of sound, showcasing a stunning array of martial prowess. However, when it comes to innate talent, none among the juniors, intermediates, or even the advanced ranks could rival Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin. After all, with a single potion consumed, one's fate is determined by oneself, not left to chance. How could one possibly keep pace without a significant advantage? After a prolonged and intense battle, only a handful of combatants remained on the field. The time for respite had arrived, soon to be followed by the final chaotic melee. The true moment of reckoning. Yes, a melee, not a one-on-one duel. The reality of the situation was far from that. One might find oneself facing several opponents at once. However, genuine warriors possess the prowess to emerge victorious under any circumstance, their capabilities unmatched by others. During the intermission, Qianren Shui managed to regain her composure, albeit with some difficulty. Yet, she noticed a peculiar glint in Bibi's eyes, reminiscent of someone from the past, though no one else seemed to perceive it, leaving her thoughts shrouded in mystery. Chen Shien casually had someone prepare a selection of fruits characteristic of Douluo. Would you care for some? Brother, feed me, she teased. How old are you? Still acting like a child? He replied, bemused. No, I insist that you feed me. Tianyu chimed in, imitating Chen Shui's tone in a playful manner. Ugh. Why are you so annoying? Am I not just mimicking your speech? Tianyu retorted sweetly. Brother, I also want you to feed me. Sister, you won't be upset. Will you? She glanced at Chen Shui. Chen Shui couldn't help but laugh. The absurdity of Tianyu's tone was irresistible, especially when paired with her exaggerated gestures. Are you courting death? She laughed. Yilingling added softly, Brother Xian, I am but 6 years old. I am still a child. He understood her implication, once again. He had become a mere tool, truly trapped in a cycle of servitude. Thus, he fed both Chen Shui and Yilingling while Tianyu stood by, glaring at them. She seized a fruit, biting into it fiercely, as if she intended to devour them whole. After savoring a piece, Chen Shui gleefully flaunted it to Tianyu, exclaiming in an exaggerated tone, It's absolutely delicious. Truly delightful. Are you envious now? Yet, Tianyu, in her pride, chose to ignore her. Once the brief turmoil subsided, 3 colossal arenas below were designated for the preliminary, intermediate, and advanced divisions, respectively. Nearly 100 participants gathered, with over 30 in the preliminary round alone. Given the nature of the melee, many had formed alliances, with the most formidable being the trio led by Hulaina. They stood at the center, surrounded by vigilant adversaries, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Subsequently, 5 youths unleashed their martial spirits, Lightning Leopard, Battle Tiger, Azure Wolf, Spear, and Shortbow, each boasting a spirit power level of 19. The boy embodying the Lightning Leopard was the first to launch an assault, crackling with energy as lightning surged around his claws, aiming to knock the formidable Xiaoyu down. However, Xiaoyu deftly parried the strike with his moonblade. The Lightning Leopard boy declared confidently, My lightning can be conducted. The power of lightning coursed through his claws and into the body of the malevolent Yu, who immediately cried out in shock, rendered incapable of self-sustenance. Upon realizing he had so easily dispatched one foe, his moment of triumph was abruptly interrupted as Yin, with a fiery fist, sent him flying. Yet, the young man's thunder leopard martial spirit was not without merit. Just as he was about to be hurled away, he executed an intricate maneuver that stabilized his form, allowing him to leap back into the air, simultaneously extinguishing the flames engulfing him. Enough pretense, your act is as transparent as glass, he thought, sensing the ploy to lull him into complacency. Look, it has worked. You sent him flying with a single punch. With a wicked smile, you swiftly launched his moon blade. Although he had been sent airborne, he had returned with remarkable agility. The moon blade hurtled towards the individual wielding the spear martial spirit. Instead of retreating, the spear wielder advanced, thrusting his weapon to deflect the moon blade. With a resounding clang, the spear met the blade, the tremendous force forcing him back several steps, causing his weapon to tremble slightly. The blood-red moon blade returned to Yu's grasp, yet he possessed 2 blades. The second one soared towards the assailant who had just attacked him. The Thunder Leopard youth leaped to evade, but little did he know that the moon blade, mid-air, would curve back, once more hurtling towards him. This strike was destined to hit, yet the bearer of the Azure Wolf martial spirit unleashed several blades of wind, forcefully deflecting the moon blade. In this coordination, none were harmed. Stop watching the show. Let us first deal with those 3 before we engage further. An arrow was released, effortlessly neutralized by Yan's flames. The onlookers around, eager for the spectacle, activated their martial spirits, the yellow soul rings illuminated, and an array of soul techniques surged forth. This must be struck, yet it is far from amusing. Hulaina, embodying the demon fox spirit, illuminated her first ring, a mysterious glimmer igniting in her eyes. Am I beautiful? Accompanied by this query, her mental prowess surged forth, amplifying her enchanting abilities to their zenith. A group of novices, utterly oblivious to the concept of mental strength, stood no chance against her allure. In an instant, several pairs of eyes transformed into heart shapes, tongues lolling out as they emitted a series of silly chuckles. Only 4 youths managed to retain their composure, albeit slightly. Yin and Xiaoyu seized the fleeting distraction of the battle tiger spirit and charged forward, intent on eliminating him. The young archer activated his first soul ring, unleashing a volley of arrows, their whistling slicing through the air as they hurtled towards the duo. Meanwhile, the blue wolf launched a barrage of wind blades. Yin countered with flames, colliding with the arrows, while Xiaoyu, wielding a crescent blade, deftly deflected the wind blades. Their coordination was nothing short of impeccable. The archer and the blue wolf attempted to persist in their obstruction, but Yin and Xieyu's speed was overwhelming. Before they could even react, their teammate had been eliminated. Damn it. Yin, be careful, Xieyou shouted. In an instant, the thunder leopard appeared behind him, paw outstretched towards Yin's back. Yin smiled faintly as intense flames erupted from his back, surging outward. The thunder leopard youth was momentarily taken aback, yet managed to evade thanks to the agility of his spirit. Xieyou charged at him, while Yin turned to address the onlookers. With a clang, he intercepted a crescent blade with his paw, yet the faint electric force from the thunder leopard proved ineffective against Xieyou. As another crescent blade approached, he kicked Xieyou in the chest, sending him stumbling back several paces. This maneuver allowed him to leverage his strength to escape, propelling himself directly towards Hulaina. He perceived Hulaina as the strongest yet most vulnerable of the trio. Should he close the distance, he could compel her to withdraw from the battle, even if enchanted. Hulaina stifled a laugh with her hand, her tail absorbing his strike. With a swift enchantment, followed by a few punches from her golden fist, he collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Thus, our thunder leopard youth was eliminated. Chapter 118. The enchanting manifestation. The arena initially boasted over 30 participants. But after Hulaina and Yin's decisive actions, only 9 remained. Of these, only those wielding long spears, short bows, and the blue wolf exhibited any semblance of combat ability. The others posed no threat whatsoever. The 9 exchanged solemn glances, surprisingly synchronized as they directed their attacks towards Yin. Determined to eliminate this red-haired imp first, wind blades, lightning, arrows, long spears, roars, swords, daggers, clubs, and feathers, 9 varieties of assault surged towards Yin in rapid succession. Faced with the combined might of 9, Yin was not so arrogant as to believe he could withstand it all. To do so would undoubtedly result in injury, and sustaining harm would hinder his ability to fight further. This is an existence he absolutely cannot tolerate. Now, with temporary allies by his side, Xieyue hurled a crescent blade, dispersing the lightning before charging towards the gun-wielding youth, while he himself advanced to confront the approaching swordsman. With a deft footwork, he evaded blow after blow, skillfully maneuvering back and forth, playfully toying with his opponent. Damn it, the man exclaimed, visibly exasperated. Is dodging all you can do? Are you even a man? Xieyue responded through action, parrying the sword with the crescent blade, while his other hand swiftly unleashed a punch, landing 2 strikes on the man's chest, leaving him gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Hulaina used her tail as a shield, blocking the wind blades directed at Yin, leaving him deeply moved. Indeed, the devoted always find ways to touch their own hearts. Yin's fists, enveloped in intense flames, clashed with the long spear thrusting towards him. He slightly turned his body, seizing the spear with one hand, the flames consuming the weapon, threatening to engulf the wielder as well. The opponent, not foolish, sensed the extraordinary heat emanating from the flames. Such unbearable warmth could not be mistaken. Should it ignite, it would surely spell disaster. Instantly, he relinquished his grip and leaped backward, while Yin extinguished the flames on his fist and charged forward. The two engaged in a flurry of punches and kicks, but with the enhancement of the Gungjin fist, Yin clearly held the upper hand. After exchanging a few blows, the man succumbed to Yan's might, a punch landing squarely on his back, sending him crashing to the ground. I showed mercy. Do not be ungrateful. This is merely a competition, not to the death. Otherwise, I would have kept the flames raging, Yin thought, reflecting on how he had indeed exercised restraint, showcasing a significant transformation from his former self. I understand, the man replied, acknowledging Yin's mercy. Rising to his feet, he rubbed his chest and back, coughing a few times. Though reluctant, he voluntarily stepped down from the arena. Lil Wolf, do you truly care for me? He teased. Haha. I can't help it. Under the formidable enhancement of mental fortitude, how could these individuals possibly withstand the onslaught? Hulaina flashed a cunning smile, delivering a swift kick that sent one opponent tumbling off the platform. Though he received a blow, he sustained little injury. Xieyue also triumphed over the swordsman, the archer, and the feathered assailant, flawlessly achieving a 1-against-3. With only 4 adversaries remaining, Yin boldly declared, "Will you continue your futile struggles?" The others tightened their fists, but ultimately bowed to the reality of their predicament. I concede, they murmured in unison, their expressions dimmed as they descended from the stage. Next would be the battle among the 3 of us, wouldn't it? I truly hope for your victory, Xieyue stated earnestly. I do not require your leniency. I shall win through my own strength. With Nana around, how could you possibly prevail? Xieyue harbored no illusions about Yan's ability to defeat his sister. I am not that kind of person, Hulaina remarked calmly, gazing at Yin. I will not employ charm or your affections against you, as that would be unfair. Moreover, I have no desire to win by exploiting your feelings. Nana, you still care for me, he asserted. I have already stated that I will not harbor any affection for you. Please call me Hulaina, not Nana. Very well, he conceded. Let us return to our previous state. Yin nodded, and the two began to restore their soul power. Hulaina, while refraining from using charm against Yin, was nonetheless engaged in the recovery of her soul power. Although their current strength could only sustain the use of their martial soul fusion technique for a brief period, it would suffice to contend with Yin. This victory is destined to belong to the siblings. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, while restoring his soul power, contemplated that utilizing the martial soul fusion technique would be too much of an advantage over Yin. Moreover, given that he does not truly care for victory, their years of companionship have fostered a bond. Although Yin may be somewhat unreliable and overly sycophantic, he possesses his own merits. If possible, I hope you can unleash your full strength. Only then will it be a mark of respect towards me. After all these years, do you still not understand me? Xiaoyu smiled slightly. Well then, let me see just how formidable you truly are. The attention of those on the high platform was almost entirely focused on these three individuals, as they had captivated the gaze of the entire audience today. Glory was theirs to claim. I have fully recovered. So have I. Then let us begin. Yin, level 19 Assault System Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul Flame Sovereign. Xiaoyu, level 19 Assault System Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul Moon Blade. 2 golden soul rings shimmered around them. The two figures charged toward each other, initiating a contest between the Azure Steps and the Metal Fist. This martial art is quite remarkable. Indeed, it remains uncertain whether these two youngsters are utilizing a family legacy or have created their own technique. If the latter, their future is boundless. They harbored no dark intentions to forcibly take something from others. Such a treasure would undoubtedly be a closely guarded secret, and they would not dare to demand it. These three individuals have undoubtedly caught the attention of significant figures. Even if they have not, they would not dare to act. Should they attempt to do so, Yunguang would not hesitate to sever their claws. This situation is destined to foster a profound sense of belonging to the soul hall among them. In the future, as they grow stronger, it is certain that they will accept apprentices at the martial soul shop. With the passage of time, everything will become easier to discuss. The two combatants in the arena continue their fierce exchange, trading punches, each strike landing with palpable force, leaving the outcome indecisive for the moment. Their fists collided with a resounding thud, and they both retreated 10 paces, signifying an inconclusive contest. The first soul skill, Hellfire, ignited a crimson flame around Yin, which then coalesced into a fireball, hurtling towards Xiaoyu. In response, Xiaoyu launched 2 crescent blades, executing a flanking maneuver against Yin. After casting the blades, he swiftly activated the Azure Profound Step to evade the impending attack. Rather than attempting to deflect the crescent blades with his flames, Yin chose to dodge adeptly and rapidly close the distance towards Xiaoyu. Unwilling to be scorched by Yan's flames, the two engaged in a rather amusing chase, with one escaping and the other in pursuit, akin to a bird frantically flapping its wings in an attempt to flee. In this confrontation, Xiaoyu faced a formidable challenge. Unless he could deliver a decisive blow to Yin, the latter, empowered by the ultimate fire, was unlikely to be defeated. The moonblade narrowly brushed past Yin, severing a lock of his crimson hair, which danced away on the breeze, its final destination unknown. Xiaoyu wielded the moonblade, striking at Yin several times. Yet he consistently failed to land a hit. Instead, it was Yan's ultimate fire that enveloped the battlefield, leaving Xiaoyu drenched in sweat from the overwhelming heat. Such a course of action is utterly unacceptable. Yin, I apologize for having to reveal the true prowess of our sibling bond. Sister, brother. Yin instinctively grasped their intentions. He propelled himself off the ground and launched a fiery kick towards Xiaoyu in an attempt to thwart him. Xiaoyu retaliated by hurling a moon blade in his direction. In a collision with Hulaina, an enigmatic crimson light enveloped them, and simultaneously, the red glow erupted, engulfing the arena. The crimson light flickered, revealing a figure whose gender was indiscernible, adorned with crimson hair and wielding 2 enlarged moon blades. This was the martial soul fusion technique, Enchantment. Chapter 119, Victory. It is, astonishingly, a martial soul fusion technique. The individuals on the high platform, who had previously remained composed, now exhibited signs of distraction. The fusion of martial souls has always been synonymous with immense power, with notable examples including the spectral white tiger, the supreme dragon serpent, and the exceedingly rare trinity of the golden iron triangle. Additionally, the control types such as the two-phase stasis domain stand out. The Wang Flag Quartet, being exceptionally rare quadruplets, possessed the unique ability to merge, resulting in formidable strength. The two children, merely 7 or 8 years of age, not only display exceptional talent but can also execute martial soul fusion techniques, rendering their future prospects unimaginable. Even the least among them could undoubtedly contend for the title of a spirit master. An eerie red mist began to permeate the arena, within which sensory perception was diminished by 50%, soul power was suppressed by 50%, and even the speed of movement was curtailed by 50%. Such domain-type skills, in certain respects, rival those of true domains. Currently, the enchanting figure may be comparable to a spirit sovereign or spirit sect, though the duration of this effect might pose a challenge. The enchantress relentlessly pursued Yen, who found himself in a precarious predicament. The effects of the red mist were particularly vexing for him. Had it not been for his swift reflexes and the assistance of the Azure Profound Step, he would have already been defeated. However, he could not endure for much longer. A sound of slicing air echoed as the enlarged moon blade whirled rapidly towards him. Yin hastily leapt to evade, fully aware that the evil moon could manipulate the blade. Surviving this encounter would not guarantee safety from the next. In the midst of his dodge, the ultimate flame transformed into multiple fireballs, hurtling towards the enchantress, elevating the temperature in their wake. The enchantress spun another moon blade to deflect the fireballs while simultaneously directing the other blade towards Yin once more. Yin executed a perilous maneuver, bending low to avoid the attack. Although the enchantress managed to obstruct the fireballs with her rotating blade, the flames clung to the moon blade, igniting a fierce blaze. Feeling the intense heat, the enchantress, left with no choice, hurled the moon blade away and summoned the other back. Learning from this encounter, she refrained from directly engaging Yan's attacks. Instead, she swiftly approached him, accompanied by the constriction of red light, maximizing the pressure on him. The moon blade swung toward him, while Yan pivoted, unleashing a fiery punch aimed at the enchantress's chest. The enchantress swiftly retreated, sweeping at Yin with the moon blade, leveraging the advantage of length. Yin manipulated the flames to morph into a longsword, propelling it towards the enchantress. She evaded gracefully and remarked, "Yin, you cannot win. How much longer can you endure? Blades are merciless. Concede. There is no need to continue." The voice, ambiguous in gender, resonated. "I will prove myself to Nana." Yin retorted, "You need not prove anything, Yin. Even if you did, it would be futile. Why do you not heed my counsel?" Meanwhile, the esteemed figures on the high platform observed the scene with keen interest. Although the red mist obscured their vision, for individuals of their caliber, the mist posed little obstacle. The ensuing battle took on a rather mundane tone, as the enchanting figure wielded her crescent blade and crimson mist to pressure Yin, whose flames were rendered ineffective, thus devoid of purpose. The first soul skill, Hellfire, compelled the enchanting figure to instinctively evade, only to realize that the skill was not directed at her, but rather unleashed upon the ground. The flames erupted upon contact with the earth, spreading outward and ultimately encircling the area, creating a series of fiery walls. Yin employed this tactic to buy himself a moment of respite. Observing this spectacle, the enchanting figure hesitated to approach, resulting in a stalemate. "Why bother? How could you possibly understand?" Yin roared, his fury augmenting his presence. Deluded and obstinate, the enchanting figure retorted, her voice lacking any clear gender. Her soul power was nearly depleted. This would be a final gambit, win or lose, life or death, all left to fate. Yun Guang sensed the gravity of the situation. Was this reckless overextension of one's martial spirit not a gamble with his own future? Was it truly worth such trivial matters? Bibi Dong too recognized the peril. And as they prepared to intervene, Yan's aura suddenly diminished, akin to a deflated balloon. He had initially intended to push forward, but recalling Qin Renshui's words, he opted to relinquish his efforts. "Come, let us settle this with one decisive blow. Do you dare?" he challenged, a whisper meant only for himself. Then, he unleashed his first soul skill, Hellfire, channeling every ounce of his soul power into this singular strike. After this, he would possess no strength for further combat. Everything hinged upon this moment. Transforming into a figure of flames, he surged toward the enchanting figure. She spun her crescent blade, infusing it with her remaining soul power. A fiery aura accompanied her, resembling the manifestation of a fire deity, while the eerie crimson mist enveloped her, creating an atmosphere of profound strangeness. The collision occurred in an instant. The crescent blade, imbued with a crimson glow, met the flames, intertwining their energies until a spectacular explosion ensued. As the flames dissipated and the crimson light faded, a silhouette was hurled backward. Just as Bibi Dong prepared to act, she realized Yun Guang had already moved ahead of her. In a flash, Yun Guang appeared behind the figure, revealing it to be Hu Laina. Meanwhile, on the arena, Yin lay unconscious, having succumbed to his injuries. In a state of panic, Xiaoyu looked toward her sister, relief washing over her upon seeing Hu Laina unharmed, only to then collapse herself, losing consciousness. Yun Guang. Is my brother all right? Hu Laina's voice was laced with weakness. He is fine. Thankfully, you have shown restraint. Otherwise, I would have been forced to intervene, Yun Guang replied. After receiving the answer she longed for, Hu Laina too succumbed to the darkness. The battle concluded with all three participants rendered incapable of continuing. However, the ultimate victor was Xiaoyu, for he was the last to succumb. This has disrupted Bibi Dong's original plans. She intended to publicly announce her desire to take on a disciple. But now, in a state of confusion, how could she articulate such intentions? Moreover, it seems that a few individuals among Yun Guangzhong are familiar with each other. Curse be this wretched woman, why must she intrude upon every endeavor? Even in her pursuit of a disciple, she feels compelled to intervene. Meanwhile, Yurenxin calmly observed the unfolding events, taking a sip of tea, preparing to tend to their injuries. Since arriving at the Wuhuan temple, he has been paradoxically idle yet occupied, a conundrum indeed. Yurenxin approached the platform, summoning the 9 Hearts Begonia, with a flicker of his soul ring. He activated his area-wide healing abilities. In no time, the injured individuals were nearly restored, though recovery does not imply consciousness. The trio had slightly overexerted their soul power. With some rest, they would be fine, nothing serious, and they would awaken in a couple of days. Subsequently, the battles between the intermediate and primary divisions concluded, prompting Yurenxin to unleash a few soul skills to provide them with further healing. Ultimately, the victors were Xiaoyu, Yu Yun, and Wang Tian. Under the watchful gaze of faculty and students, as well as the higher-ups of the Wuhuan Temple, they were awarded prestigious honors. Even Xiaoyu received recognition, although reclining. It did not diminish the significance of his accolade. He simply need not rise to accept it. Certain resources would subsequently be allocated to them. Victory does not always correlate with the greatest talent. Those who demonstrated commendable aptitude would also be granted resources, creating a mutually satisfying arrangement for all parties involved. Brother, shall we go observe them? Tian Yu had already dashed out, burning with anticipation. We can go shortly. If we venture there now and happen upon Bibi Dong, it would be rather awkward, wouldn't it? Qian Rinxue has only just managed to regain her composure. Such a confrontation would only serve to distress her further. Ultimately, it is he who bears the burden of discomfort. Besides, why would we go before they have reached a place conducive to recovery? Are we to assist in their transport? Chapter 120. A fog arises after escorting the two to a resting area. Yun Guang returned. Bibi Dong glanced at him, cautiously inquiring, third offering, do you know that young girl? Hu Laina, perhaps? To some extent, yes. May I inquire as to the purpose of your question, Your Holiness? The third offering collected his thoughts, while Bibi Dong provocatively regarded Yun Guang. Have you already begun to recruit from the younger generation? It would be wise not to let power cloud your judgment, otherwise the consequences may be far-reaching. Yun Guang pondered the audacity of Bibi Dong's words. Your Holiness, it is you who has been blinded by hatred and power. My intentions are for the sake of the Wuhuan Temple and for Xiao Xian. Ultimately, the power will belong to him. Our paths diverge here. And this is why I can act with abandon while you remain untrusted. Trust, in truth, is the result of generations of accumulation. Having spoken, she contemplated leaving. Yet upon glancing at the comparison, she felt compelled to articulate further. Even if I am not advocating for Qian Rinxin, I can still act without restraint. Your Holiness may venture a guess as to the reason, though I wager you shall not discern it. Observing the smile upon Yun Guang's face, Bibi Dong felt a profound discomfort, one that eclipsed even her own gains. The grand competition is nearing its conclusion, and she must now inspire the future of the Spirit Hall with her words, as has been her custom in the past. In the opulent lounge, Tian Yu has arrived at Hu Laina's bedside, visibly shaken. As the speech outside comes to an end and the crowd begins to disperse, Qian Rinxian, Qian Rinxue, and Yi Lingling also come to take a glance. Tian Yu, why are you in such a rush? Isn't it obvious? My people are in trouble. Shouldn't I be worried? Ah, your people, such eloquent phrasing. When Yin awakens, I shall ensure he pays for this, she declared, clenching her small fist. And how do you intend to make him pay? Will you strike him once more? Such brutishness, resorting to violence, is the most primitive solution. Then what sophisticated solution do you propose? Chen inquired. Thus, I am indeed a rather crude and unsophisticated individual. The words prompted laughter from both Yu Lingling and Chen Rinxue. Chen Rinxue, chuckling, remarked, I thought you possessed some remarkable strategy, yet after all this time. This is what you present? What else could there be? The trio remained unaware, realizing their continued presence here bore little significance. However, Tian Yu wished to stay and tend to Hulaina, though she was uncertain what assistance was truly required. In a remote village, a voice, cool and refined, yet tinged with a magnetic allure and a hint of raspiness, echoed, You promised us that after aiding you, you would spare our lives. Indeed. A gentleman's word is his bond, yet I am no gentleman. As the voice faded, dark golden plants ensnared them, casting them aside with ruthless precision, men to the left, women to the right. Even in death, one must cue properly. To be my experiment is a privilege, came the voice, accompanied by a sinister smile and a crimson glow. Ah, the spirit hall will surely annihilate you. The evil spirit masters will meet a wretched end. Your demise shall be far more tragic than ours. Hundreds of lives coalesced into a blood-red orb. Cradling the orb, she savored its essence, yet it was insufficient. Damn the spirit hall, I shall bide my time. And soon you shall regret ever setting foot in this world. Beneath her cloak, her visage remained obscured, save for the ominous mask adorned with a spectral glow, and the black golden flora that surged skyward. Eyes opened wide, a cacophony of howls pierced the heavens, while the mask emitted a chilling laughter, indistinguishable between human and ghost, striking fear into the hearts of all. Soon, the ultimate victor shall be I. Await me, spirit hall. As Chen Shien and the others journeyed halfway, Yunguang gravely intervened, pulling him aside. What is the matter? Is there something you cannot disclose? Yunguang, his expression solemn and serious, replied, Do you recall that small village? The sole survivor has now perished, and another tragedy identical to that village has emerged. The evil spirit master has returned, more ruthless than before. The spirit hall has ruled out foul play in his death. How did he die? It seems improbable that he was murdered here, so is it suicide? Yurenxin mused. Perhaps he frightened himself to death. Such a tragic fate is indeed pitiable. What must one have witnessed in life to scare oneself to death? I believe one individual is responsible, she emphasized. We should now have 3 incidents, yet only that one offers any real leads. Let us seek out Yurenxin's encounter. It appears that fortune does not simply favor the prepared. If all 3 are the work of the same person, why was there no trace of the evil spirit master initially? I do not know. What clues did you manage to uncover back then? You have not conveyed much to me. Isn't it time to share a little? A ghostly mask, 9 black and gold soul rings, black golden vines. Beyond this, there is no further news. Really? I have an instinct that you are still withholding something from me. I have always felt quite accurate about such things. Chen Shien stated earnestly. Indeed, there is more, but a meeting will commence shortly. I shall inform you afterward. In this incident, we will deploy all our resources for investigation. Do refrain from venturing out, should you decide to, ensure you summon me. Understood. A meeting was convened, with the true powers of the spirit hall gathered. The purpose of this assembly was straightforward. It concerned the evil soul masters. Following this meeting, a search party was swiftly established, comprising a minimum of 2 soul saints and 1 soul Douluo, collaborating with various subordinate branches to conduct a full-scale search. Such actions elicited a tremor in the outside world. However, despite the extensive deployment of soul masters, aside from discovering a few more victimized villages, no significant findings emerged, as if the perpetrators had never existed. Within the city of Tiando, an individual clad in a hooded cloak, their features obscured, navigated through the bustling crowd. Halt. What is your business? A captivating voice resonated. You appear suspicious. Kindly remove your hood. Without hesitation, the figure lowered their hood, revealing a face that, while not breathtakingly beautiful, was nonetheless quite lovely. Is there anything else? No, but why on the hood if there is nothing to hide? It's not discrimination. Your appearance suggests you are not engaged in virtuous deeds. Your counsel is indeed sound. However, it has simply become a habit. Very well, proceed. We do not intend to trouble you. Understood, it is all part of the job. She replaced her hood and continued towards her destination. Boss, regarding this evil soul master and the individuals we find suspicious, what can we truly investigate? Isn't it simple? Just go through the motions. Do you genuinely intend to seek out the evil soul masters? Just inquire among those who wear hoods and masks. It's sufficient. Their affairs are of no concern to us. Indeed, evil soul masters would not dare to approach here. They would rather remain hidden. As she walked, hooded, she admired the splendor of Tiando City. This facade of prosperity will not endure much longer. Allow me to shatter this hypocritical grandeur. Chaos is imminent. A typical evil soul master would not dare to be so brazen, yet she was unperturbed. If she wished to depart, no one could detain her. And the aura of evil soul masters was easily discernible. Yet, from within to without, her essence resonated as that of an ordinary soul master. Who could possibly uncover her true identity as an evil soul master? Watching the spirit hall from a distance, she gradually refined her plan in her mind. Consider this surprise as a gift to welcome you. I do hope you appreciate my present spirit hall. Her silhouette gradually faded into the darkness, as though she had never existed. Chapter 121, The Pinnacle of the Evil Soul. After an extensive search, the spirit hall had yielded no results. The major factions remained on high alert, their vigilance heightened, leaving one feeling utterly defenseless. Now, it relies solely on you. Rely on me. I am at a loss as to how to proceed. No, the current evil soul master bears significant connections to a group from many years ago. Although that group of evil soul masters was eradicated, one remains imprisoned within the eternal abyss. It is thanks to him that we can capture the evil soul masters all at once, and he is quite perceptive. Otherwise, he would not have reached the rank of a level 98 evil soul master, the strongest among them at that time. Chen Shien began to understand. Are you planning to take me to meet him? To allow me a glimpse into his memories? This is quite daunting for me, as a pinnacle Douluo. I have never attempted such a thing, and I feel a tinge of anxiety. But what if it fails? Do not worry, failure is not an option. Bringing you along is merely a precaution. You will only need to intimidate him. He will divulge the information we seek. Very well, since you have stated it. I cannot refuse. This is his first visit to the eternal abyss. A truly eerie place that could surely lead to a lingering sense of melancholy for anyone who dwells here for an extended period. Upon arriving at the first level, he encountered an old acquaintance. Tang Hao now appeared more vibrant, his exterior seemingly improved. Yet, the state of his inner psyche remained a mystery, as this grim environment harbors numerous unsettling elements, leaving one to wonder whether he could withstand it. He waved his hand dismissively, but Tang Hao showed no inclination to respond. Is this the toll that reality exacts on one's spirit? One cannot simply yield to reality. One must embrace audacity. Yet, Tang Hao continued to ignore him. Upon reaching the 10th level, after exchanging pleasantries with the two elderly men at the entrance, they proceeded inside. I have returned. Your daughter truly knows how to stir things up. Her abilities far surpass your own in their prime. So what? Is the extraordinarily powerful spirit hall afraid of her being alone? You were once a malevolent spirit master, navigating the world solo. Do you even believe that? Not a chance. Why bring a child to seek me out? His voice bore no trace of emotion, resembling that of a machine. A glimpse into your memories. Just to ensure you speak the truth. I already know what you are going to ask. What do you think about keeping her confined here? I find it quite unwise. If she possessed your awareness, it might be another matter. You've already deduced much about my abilities, the soul-devouring shadow blade, a born malevolent spirit master. My martial spirit conceals the aura of a malevolent spirit master. If you fail to detect it, it implies she has inherited my powers. I wish to know where the soul sage you placed your daughter. All I know is that it was near the extreme north. The specifics elude me. Does Saint Yu not trust you? Yun Guang inquired, somewhat puzzled. It's not a matter of trust, but rather a precaution. Just like now. The current circumstances validate her concerns. Meanwhile, Chen Shien gazed with interest at the man bound in chains, a new thought forming in his mind, an exceptionally clever idea. Is this your son? He blurted out unexpectedly. Do not jest, that is Chen Shuiji's child. She had intended to scold further, but with Chen Shien present, she refrained. How about granting her a chance at life? You are so certain of our victory? I have witnessed most of your strength, as it stands. You are a peerless Douluo of the 99th rank. Even if my daughter were to become matchless, what of it? If I do not divulge this information, you would eventually uncover it yourselves. It would be more prudent to negotiate for her life. He spoke with a calm demeanor. Considering your past, if I could best you and capture you alive, I would bring you both together. If not, your daughter may not survive. Please, I implore you. She is my only child. This time, he abandoned his composure, his tone laced with desperation. Given the circumstances, you might as well pray that your daughter's strength is not overwhelming. Upon finishing his words, Yun Guang grasped Chen Shien and attempted to depart. He exclaimed, wait. I believe the true danger does not lie with my daughter. Most of those aware of her existence are long deceased. That initial group perished without exception. Logically, the truth has been buried, and she could not possibly know the cause of our demise. Yet, the question remains, why does she seek vengeance against the spirit hall? This is what you should clarify, for the true puppet master behind this is far more terrifying. My daughter's name is Sheng Yuyu. Hearing this, Yin Guang paused. Could it be that a soul beast had revealed this to her? That notion seemed as absurd as my current attainment of the 99th level and my successful escape. It appears that the complexity of this matter has surpassed all expectations. If this is indeed the case, what could the motive for vengeance be? If it stems from hatred, then who could have whispered such truths? It seems the stakes have doubled. Thank you for your warning. It proved somewhat useful. It appears your daughter has also become a pawn in this game. With that, the two departed. After an extensive period of contemplation, he found himself still somewhat perplexed. In truth, Yin Guang had no need to drag him along. He played no significant role in the proceedings. What was there to be frightened of? Nevertheless, this journey was not devoid of value. Encountering a level 98 evil soul master, whose aura remained indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, was indeed a substantial gain. To confine such potential was a considerable waste. After all, there are countless opportunities in life to shine and make an impact. With this individual by his side, one could deftly evade blame and navigate any endeavor with ease. An evil soul master capable of both destruction and salvation. What an extraordinary paradox. I can't shake the feeling that you are contemplating something rather ominous. This startled Chen Shien. Could this truly be the intuition of a woman? How terrifying it is. No. What thoughts could I possibly have? You must be mistaken. He recalled what Yin Guang had mentioned earlier about souls and thus inquired, is his wife also a soul beast? Indeed, the holy light moon god Vine, 100,000-year metamorphosed soul beast, constitutes my 9th soul ring, which was offered to me in sacrifice. Not offered to him? Certainly not. These two are far more discreet than Tang Hao and his companions. Aside from him, no one is aware that the holy moon is a 100,000-year soul beast in its transformed state. Unlike that fellow Haian, whose news spread like wildfire. They dare to roam freely, which is quite impressive. Meanwhile, the holy moon and I have secluded ourselves in a small corner, living like an ordinary couple, with no one privy to our past, utterly mundane in every sense. Yet, an evil soul master remains an evil soul master. In his youth, he committed numerous misdeeds. But fate led him to encounter the individual who would change his life. It is precisely due to his youthful transgressions that the spirit hall has perpetually pursued him. By a stroke of chance, they discovered his striking resemblance to the evil soul master in a small village. A covert operation ensued, resulting not only in the apprehension of the former evil soul master, but also in the fulfillment of a soul master's dream, a 100,000-year soul beast. Everything stemmed from mere coincidence. The holy moon believed I sacrificed as a condition, although he had committed wrongs in his youth. He also understood which individuals were not to be trifled with. In a stroke of serendipity, he saved someone, which inadvertently led to the eradication of that batch of evil soul masters, thus achieving atonement through merit. Consequently, he has remained imprisoned in the eternal prison. Perhaps this is the cyclical nature of cause and effect. Is the cycle of cause and effect truly this way? He murmured, regarding this individual. He had formed a preliminary assessment and conceived an initial notion, yet the specific execution would require additional time. If he were to follow his thoughts entirely, Tang San might already be preparing to question the meaning of life. What are your plans moving forward? In the vicinity of the extreme north, there is indeed considerable territory. I must admit, the holy moon possesses remarkable foresight. That desolate place is devoid of human presence. I intend to dispatch a few titled Douluos to lead a search for several days, hoping to uncover something of value. I cannot allow her to lead us by the nose indefinitely. Furthermore, following the incident involving Tang Hao, we must also undertake certain measures, mustn't we? So, who might the puppet master be? Chapter 122, The Manifestation of Miracles at present. No one knows the whereabouts of the enigmatic Saint Yuyu. Nor is anyone aware of the mastermind orchestrating these events. Everything remains shrouded in a veil of mystery. However, with the emergence of powerful figures from the Spirit Hall, the desolate and barren northern wasteland is poised to witness a flicker of vitality, a vitality belonging to humanity. Within the city of Tiando, the hooded Saint Yuyu has been observing for several days, her plans nearing fruition. She is filled with an exhilarating sense of anticipation that is beyond the comprehension of others. Intriguingly, the plan for destruction is also unfolding within this same time frame. How serendipitous it is, indeed, that such coincidences can inspire grand tales. A few days later, Xiaozi, are you prepared? Yes, nearly. I have specifically set the parameters for those under 10, ensuring that those aged 10 are excluded. The opportunity for divinity is tantalizingly close. Who among the gods would be as benevolent as we are? Very well, everything is in place. Let us prepare to descend divine miracles. Today is a splendid day, with clear skies, a perfect omen. Not far from the spirit city, twin columns of light surged into the heavens, intertwining in hues of purple and green. The terrifying power emanating from them sent shivers even through the tidal Douluos. This was a force that transcended humanity. Instantly, the gaze of the entire continent was drawn to this miraculous event, and the spirit hall, being the closest, could not remain unresponsive. Teams of individuals hastily advanced toward the source of the light. Bibi Dong, I sense the presence of divinity. There, the legacy of the gods lies. And I can feel something peculiar about this legacy, though its true nature eludes me, a power that feels strangely familiar. Ruosha, why do you appear once more? As the inheritor of my divine position, may I not observe your condition? I am genuinely concerned for you. Beings of my benevolence are rare, so cherish this. Very well. But you used to be so aloof. Why do you now seem like a sycophant? I preferred your former, more detached demeanor. Bibi Dong, I am a deity, who has given you the audacity to address me in such a manner. Ruosha's tone grew increasingly serious. Yet, Bibi Dong was no longer the naive fool easily intimidated by Ruosha. Oh great deity, do you dare to defy me? If so, come and end my existence. Mere words are futile. Who cannot speak boldly? Bibi Dong's courage had swelled significantly. However, Ruosha chose to ignore her completely. Ruosha? Ruosha the divine. Ruosha Luo. Sha. Surely, as a deity, you cannot be so perturbed? Are you agitated? I am not agitated, you insolent wretch. I remain unfazed by your presence. I recall our first encounter. Filled with resentment, malice, and a desire to annihilate everything, it astonished me greatly. In all my years of divinity, you are the first to embody such a dark essence. More akin to an evil god than I. Is that a compliment? A compliment? If you continue down this path, you will truly become a malevolent deity. Do not be deceived by the title of evil god that I bear. I have not committed any heinous acts to bring about the world's destruction. It is merely that a certain divine monarch perceives me as wicked, and his assessment may indeed be more fitting for you. Do you aspire to become an evil god? Do you harbor ambitions of annihilating the world? What leads you to believe that with the strength of a mere first-tier deity, you can bring about such devastation? One strike of judgment would leave you bewildered. Do you not believe it? Reflect on this in your own time. The Rakshasa, having spoken, chose to disregard her. Yet her frustration was palpable. Within the depths of the Rakshasa's secret realm, the Rakshasa deity gradually materialized. Goodness, in this day and age, being a god is exceedingly arduous. Were it not for your commendable offspring, what value would you hold, Bibi Dong? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? The more I ponder this, the more infuriated I become. Damn it, angel deity, the gravest error of my life was placing my faith in you. Do not compel me to resurrect prematurely, otherwise, I shall shatter your divine statue and bring you to your knees. No, for the sake of resurrection and revenge, I must endure. As a deity, how could I stoop to quarrel with a mere mortal? Such behavior would diminish my stature. The Rakshasa continuously engaged in self-hypnosis, but the efficacy was limited. Within the entirety of the Rakshas's secret realm, her divine power surged unchecked. Were there any living beings here, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. Suddenly, a thought struck her. What audacity! How can these individuals dare to call themselves divine monarchs? A shameless assembly, how utterly disgraceful. They flock here for the spectacle, devoid of any sense of propriety. I am truly astounded. The so-called rules are indeed laughable. The current Rakshasa has come to comprehend whose miracles were once prevalent, a congregation of the shameless. Yet, in terms of cunning, she still holds the upper hand. How is this divine examination even initiated? No one knows better than she. The members of the Spirit Hall have also arrived near the beam of light, while the representatives of the two great empires would require some time to reach this location. Such curious power. Is it truly insurmountable? This space is saturated with a unique force, shrouded by a luminous barrier. Without meeting the requisite conditions, entry is utterly impossible. How did these conditions arise? Naturally, it was through experimentation. From soul skills and martial spirits to the distinctions between genders. He had spent an entire day without yielding any results. Perhaps we should attempt based on age. Very well, it matters not to add one more. After a series of assessments, the final age was determined to be below 10. Entering and exiting poses no danger, yet the inner realm is self-contained, its vastness unknown. Should a prodigy perish within, it would be a tremendous loss. As for being mere cannon fodder, several offerings, elders, and the Pope were still debating whether to seal off that area for exclusive possession, as it rightfully belonged to their spirit hall. They argued heatedly. While news of their discussion spread, Sheng Yuyu felt as though the heavens were favoring her. The continent's attention was captured, presenting her with the finest opportunity. However, concerning the divine, perhaps this was not the opportune moment. She must bide her time. Little green, why are they so timid? Why do they not approach? Little purple, allow me to guide them. Days later, Qian Dalu was fervently praying beneath the angelic deity. At that moment, a sacred voice resonated in his mind. Qian Dalu, send them to the divine scythe. Therein lies their destiny. Ancestral master, is it truly you? Have you not vanished? Why do you finally respond to me now? Qian Daolu was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. The divine voice echoed once more, my situation is peculiar. Do not inquire further. Let Qian Rinxian and the others go. He will understand. Understood, ancestor. Do you require? Yet, no matter how fervently Qian Daolu called, the angelic deity remained unresponsive. Ah! These descendants truly provide no peace of mind. Since her ascension, she had never lost her emotions and had cared for her family well, despite the so-called rules constraining her. The golden phantom began to wane, as if it might vanish at any moment. It cannot last much longer. It must be expedited. The phantom dissipated into nothingness. Meanwhile, the life god king was not idle. After all, Yilingling's martial spirit was connected to her, and a simple guiding force could be exerted. A life force gradually began to draw Yilingling towards it. Under the influence of the life god king's power, Yilingling felt an unsettling sensation, as if she were compelled to return to the place where the light pillars soared. She sensed that something of immense significance awaited her there, and failing to pursue it would lead to lifelong regret. Her martial spirit also behaved oddly, inexplicably drawn towards a certain direction. Everything was guiding her to that place. Resolute, Yilingling decided to seek out Qian Rinxian to explain her situation. Lingling, what do you mean? Do you wish to go? Indeed, that sensation is remarkably peculiar. Nevertheless, the desire to go is overwhelming. Very well, I shall accompany you. Presently, Yilingling's condition undoubtedly substantiates his prior conjectures, which, to her, is undoubtedly a fortuitous occurrence that Qian Rinxian could not possibly hinder. Chapter 123. Rules and Companions. Just as Qian Rinxian intended to converse with Qian Daolu, they unexpectedly encountered the latter, who was hastily arriving after receiving a divine oracle from the angelic deity. Perhaps this encounter is a stroke of fate. Grandfather, why the urgency? Is there some significant matter at hand? In Qian Rinchuan's memory, this marks the first instance of Qian Daolu displaying such disarray, indicating that something momentous has transpired. Though he has exhibited moments of distress before, Qian Rinxian had never witnessed them, rendering this a novel experience without doubt. Xiao Xian, let me tell you. Our ancestor has manifested once more. She is still with us. She has not forsaken us. Is it true that the angelic deity has not turned away? Does the current situation mirror that of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King? Has the God King indeed roused the angelic deity? Or is it something else entirely? The plot has deviated significantly. Indeed, the mainland is a tangible realm. The absence of narrative does not imply that events will not transpire. Each individual follows their own trajectory, with everything unfolding in real time. Recent occurrences have caused him considerable distress, spiraling beyond his control. The sensation of being manipulated is quite unpleasant, even if it is orchestrated by the divine. Now, he finds himself in a contest against the gods, having even outmatched them. What did the ancestors convey? Qian Dalu promptly stated, the ancestors instructed you to proceed to the divine site, where opportunities await you. They also mentioned that you would come to understand this. Hurry along, or shall I escort you? No, he replied. The ancestors referred to you in the plural sense, which certainly includes more than just myself. I shall summon them all first, and then we will go together. Very well, you are correct. The decision rests with you. I shall return to my prayers. Qian Dalu hurriedly arrived and then swiftly departed. The angelic deity responded to him, leaving a profound impact. Previously, they were unable to venture forth due to uncertainties. Who would assume responsibility should they fall? Thus, their ascent was naturally hindered. However, the current directive necessitates their personal undertaking of the journey. This situation is indeed intriguing. The celestial deity must possess some knowledge, and there should be minimal risk this time. However, if the celestial deity remains unharmed, why would they wish to discomfort their descendants? This notion is rather unfathomable, as they seem preoccupied with engaging in a battle of wits against the divine. It is prudent to first enhance one's strength. Chen Shien swiftly summoned 9 individuals. Given that several days have passed, Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin have long since recovered. Now, a minor issue has arisen. That beam of light you all must have seen, do you believe there is a deity within? Yes, I believe whatever the boss says, Yin promptly replied. If you truly believe that, you would have already distanced yourself from the role of a sycophant and not be in such a dismal state, he continued. Brother, do you mean we should venture forth together? I also trust Brother Xian, Yi Lingling added. Indeed, there is joy in taking advantage of opportunities. And seizing the divine's offerings brings even greater delight. What does seizing opportunities mean? It simply refers to benefiting from advantageous situations. Then let us proceed. If there are advantages to be gained, we must not let them slip away. The Tiando and Xinglua factions also dispatched individuals overnight. However, given their pace, they would struggle to catch up with even the warmest of excrement, let alone ensure entry, especially since the information remains undisclosed. In the end, their efforts may prove fruitless. This time, the group included Chen Shien, Yi Lingling, Chen Shui, and several others, totaling 9 individuals present. Meanwhile, Yun Guang, Yin Feng, along with Mo Xiong and Gu Bao, were merely there to ensure their protection, safeguarding against any unforeseen events, as safety remains of utmost importance. This ensemble can be described as extraordinarily luxurious, apart from him. No one else in the world possesses such an arrangement. After a brief journey, they arrived within this valley, where a peculiar luminous barrier obstructed their path. Yun Guang reached out to touch it, only to feel as though he had encountered a solid wall, impenetrable to the slightest degree. Chen Shien attempted to probe it as well and astonishingly found his hand able to penetrate directly through, experiencing an eerie sensation as if his hand no longer belonged to him. Truly, is this the handiwork of the divine? Yun Guang pondered slowly. Once we enter, proceed with caution. Do not be overly careless, for there may be hidden dangers within. Your soul technique is merely subordinate to the divine. Rest assured, Yun Guang. There will be no peril. Even if there is, it is surely something we can handle. The 9 individuals began to step into the luminous barrier, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Above them, a flock of crows soared through the sky, among which one crow emitted a faint black aura, ultimately transforming into black smoke and disappearing without a trace. All the circumstances here have already been observed by the distant Xing Yuyu in the city of Tiando. Yun Guang. Her tone was laden with malice and hatred. The plan was set in motion. The divine realm. They had finally gained entry, which was no small feat. Destruction was rendered speechless upon hearing the words of Shura, who accused him of meddling in the mortal realm and abusing his authority, accompanied by a multitude of superfluous remarks. He found himself utterly perplexed, struggling to comprehend how Shura could be so brazenly shameless. Did he possess no sense of dignity at all? Who knows? In any case, his implication is that you must be punished. Otherwise, wouldn't the rules become mere child's play? I find this matter quite amusing. Amusing, indeed, having lived for so long. I have come to reevaluate him. I initially believed I had overestimated him, yet it turns out I had underestimated him. I truly wish to unleash a cataclysm upon him. Such trivialities shouldn't warrant such extremes, but if you lack a valid reason, it becomes rather difficult to deceive. The voice of destruction inquired. Reason? He, as a demonic being, enables mortals to reincarnate, bestowing the fate of the Douluo continent upon a single individual. Is this not a display of greater prowess than my own? Moreover, after much effort, Life and I have finally chosen an heir. However, both Xiaolu and I lack a place of inheritance on the mainland. Is it excessive for me to establish a realm of succession for her and bestow a divine trial? Once matters intertwined with the essence of life, especially concerning the heirs of 2 divine monarchs, the situation becomes rather intricate. While interference in the mortal realm is prohibited, it is essential to recognize who establishes the rules and who adheres to them. Furthermore, the god of life may not meddle in the lower realms. But is it problematic for me to select an heir? Not at all. There is absolutely no issue with that. You 2 have chosen an individual as your successor? Indeed. Is there a problem with that? Such extraordinary talent must be unprecedented, unmatched by any who came before or will come after, to warrant your attention. Moreover, is it permissible for 2 divine monarchs to share a divine position? I find myself quite curious about this. The talent may be somewhat ordinary, yet the dual divine status is a trivial matter that our dear Green can effortlessly resolve. As for the matter of Shura, what do you intend to do? What else is there to do? I cannot simply confront him with violence. Merely hurling insults would be beneath my dignity. He has evaded his crimes under the pretense of seeking an heir, so it is hardly unreasonable for us to do the same, is it? Unhappy? Let him come and discuss it with Green. And what of the Divine Council? What can they do to us? Even if they intervene, the three of us will merely stand together again, engaging in a war of words over trivial matters, which is indeed somewhat infuriating. However, how did you persuade the god of life? What do you mean? Green and I are united in marriage, and we have not violated any rules. We have merely selected an heir and arranged for him to undergo a divine trial, along with presenting him with some gifts. How can that be construed as interference in the mortal realm? Right? How can that be perceived as interference in the mortal realm? A wave of joyous laughter erupted in response. Shura, on the other hand, remained indifferent to the situation, as his discord with destruction was not a recent development. Occasionally vexing him provided a small amusement in his life. Nevertheless, his spirits remained low, for everything unfolded contrary to his expectations. That accursed Chen Shien, along with the Hall of Martial Souls, now sought to intrude upon the domains of life and destruction, compelling him to seek allies. Yet, Shura's audacity continually challenged his understanding. When the opportunity arises, he would undoubtedly ensnare Shura in his schemes. Chapter 124, Quite Safe. The few individuals who entered the divine realm were once again awestruck by the vastness of this celestial expanse. This realm diverges significantly from the concept of a small world. The majority of small worlds are characterized by their inherent instability. In contrast, this expansive domain not only stretches infinitely but also exudes a remarkable stability, brimming with vitality. The wonders within appear boundless, teeming with the essence of life. Endless mountains rise majestically, lush trees sway gracefully, and an array of vibrant flowers, alongside various plants, emanate their unique vigor, collectively forming a breathtaking tapestry. Is this the supreme force that belongs to life? Truly, it is the deity that wields the power of existence, bringing forth a world teeming with vitality. Observing others, they do not experience the typical darkness that characterizes other tales. There is no disorienting whirl that leads to the scattering of companions, followed by the protagonist's journey of slaying monsters, rescuing damsels, and countless displays of bravado, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of life. Boss, this place is vast. Which direction should we take? Brother, if we lose our way, will we be unable to escape? That seems unlikely. Lingling, do you sense anything? The greatest benefactor of this opportunity must be Yi Lingling. It is prudent to consult her, if she is unaware. Then one might as well contemplate an exit. A certain intuition guides me, leading me to believe that the direction I sense is indeed correct. As the crowd gazes toward the direction indicated by Yi Lingling, the understanding dawns upon them. This merely signifies moving forward. Very well, let us proceed. But remain vigilant of our surroundings to avoid any potential dangers. Although Chen Shien trusts in his ancestors and believes that the Life God King would not orchestrate anything excessively perilous, there exists another entity known as the Destruction God King should he decide to impose trials. The occurrence of casualties would be entirely plausible. As the group advances, unexpected events indeed unfold as anticipated. Violet mist gradually envelopes them. They launch their attacks, yet cannot impede the mist's advance. This violet haze, associated with destruction and referred to as Little Purple, unmistakably bears the mark of its creator. Once the violet mist completely surrounds the group, further progress halts. It is not lethal upon contact, nor is it toxic. Rather, it saturates the entire space, obscuring vision and forcibly draining their soul power. One could say it is rather tolerable, at least it is not a highly toxic substance nor one that embodies annihilation in its entirety, thus remaining within manageable limits. However, this display seems unnecessary. It is perplexing to comprehend the intentions of these deities. Is it to instill a sense of gratitude in Yi Lingling for the divine's elusive nature? As they continue onward, the violet mist thickens, ultimately rendering visibility to mere inches, leaving only a haze of purple that breeds unease. Schwerer, Lingling, do not stray apart. One urges. Have faith, brother, another replies. Following Brother Shien will lead us true. A delicate balance persists amongst the group, preventing their separation. Yet the depletion of soul power intensifies. If this continues, they may not endure for long. Aside from Yi Lingling, Chen Shien, and Chen Shui, whose soul powers are notably robust, the other 6 suffer greatly, as they are merely a cadre of soul masters barely reaching level 20. Among them, Chen Shien possesses a slight surplus of soul power, exceeding the ordinary 35 levels. Chen Shui similarly holds a marginal advantage, while Yi Lingling remains impervious to depletion, effectively making her the sole designated survivor. She is destined to reach her goal without concern. Chen Shien and Chen Shui, with their ample resources, need not fret. The true misfortune lies solely with the other 6. Can you endure? Chen Shien inquires. I am well. We shall persevere, comes the response. I will not let you down. Chen Shien, at a loss for words, finds it perplexing that every matter seems to implicate his own disappointment, as though he were coercing them, evoking a sense of manipulation. I merely assist you in honing your bodies and soul power. No need for gratitude. Destruction gazed upon Chen Shien and his companions. Just as they believed this was the sole trial, the sound of howling wolves echoed through the air. With a thunderous roar from the deep purple wolf king, countless wolves manifested instantaneously, rushing toward the group. Be cautious, wolves are approaching. Brother, we can all hear it. We are not deaf. But can you see them? This left them momentarily speechless. The ominous purple mist obscured all vision save for its own ghastly hue, truly repulsive. In such moments, the significance of concentration becomes apparent. It is time to practice diligently. The 12-winged angel emitted a sacred aura behind Chen Shien, a faint whisper of prayer resonating as divine light radiated outward. Upon contact with the purple fog, the light momentarily dispelled it. Although visibility remained limited, it was certainly preferable to total darkness, leaving one uncertain as to whether it was a suppression or a deliberate act. Witnessing this, Chen Shue summoned her martial spirit as 4 purple wolves lunged at her. Brandishing her holy sword, she charged forward, plunging it into the skull of one wolf, while another met its end as she hammered it into the ground with an angelic strike. With a swift throw of her sword, she ended the life of the last wolf. The remaining 2, undeterred by death, pounced towards her, yet she retaliated with a fiery punch, engulfing one wolf in flames until nothing was left. The other met a similar fate, reduced to mere ash. Was there not even blood? The 4 slain wolves transformed into a soft green light, attempting to merge with Chen Shue's body. Hesitant about the potential danger, she instinctively resisted. However, the green light emanated a life-affirming essence, providing a comforting sensation upon proximity, indicating it was likely not a perilous substance. Purple intertwined with green, destruction turned to renewal, a jest. Perhaps, but was this not the quintessential formula of leveling up through monster slaying? Chen Shien dispatched a few sword energies towards the wolves, cleaving them in twain. Before the gentle green light surged toward him, he offered no resistance, allowing the light to enter his being. The sensation was mildly pleasant, though it quickly faded. This essence, devoid of blood upon its demise, appeared to be an energy construct rather than true life. Slaying these wolves seemed to enhance one's physical constitution, albeit subtly. Yet, quantity could lead to a qualitative change, given sufficient accumulation. Chen Shue, upon hearing this, ceased her resistance. Indeed, as Chen Shien had suggested, without their practice of the Qiang scripture, the enhancement would have been markedly more pronounced. Yet, even a slight improvement was still an improvement. Can you manage? Chen Shien inquired. Just as Xiaoyu cleaved through another wolf with ease. In disbelief, he remarked, this creature is astonishingly weak. I feel I could vanquish it without my martial spirit. He then hurled 2 crescent blades, which spiraled through the air with unstoppable force, swiftly claiming the lives of 4 or 5 wolves in an instant, as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Meanwhile, the Wolf King seemed oblivious, continuing its calls to summon more wolves. Brother, if we do not eliminate the Wolf King, will it not be able to summon endlessly? In that case, can we not continuously harvest these luminous essences? How does this resemble the phenomenon of grinding in games? Perhaps, but let us not confront the Wolf King just yet. Meanwhile, the others, unable to contain their eagerness, plunged into the pack of wolves, resulting in a chaotic slaughter. Chen Shien fully embraced the role of a long-range artillery, unleashing a relentless barrage of holy swords upon the wolf horde, with each blade capable of vanquishing a single purple wolf. Isn't this simply an act of unrivaled mowing? A pure offering of benefits? What could these 2 divine kings possibly seek? Is Yulingling truly of such significance? Chapter 125. Unrivaled Mowing. This battle was undeniably an utterly unjust confrontation, a one-sided massacre of unparalleled brutality. Yet, there was a conspicuous absence of gore and chaos. The purple wolves, upon being slain, simply perished and transformed into green light. After enduring a prolonged slaughter, Yin, Xiaoyu, and Hulaina found themselves utterly devoid of soul power, their physical stamina utterly depleted, collapsing to the ground like lifeless beings, devoid of any semblance of dignity. Although their physical resilience had been enhanced, it could not be instantly restored, for it was not their recuperative abilities that had been fortified. In my lifetime, I have never felt such exhaustion. Neither have I, but how exhilarating it is. If I weren't too fatigued to continue, I wouldn't rest at all. Who knows when such an opportunity might arise again? All right, you two should converse less and focus more on recuperating. Nana's words held wisdom. Yu cast a weary glance at Yen, his frustration mounting with each passing moment, prompting him to turn away in resignation, even as they lay on the ground. The purple wolves dashed past them, oblivious, as though blind to their presence. Do you think this pack of wolves is simply foolish? Or could it be that they lack any semblance of intelligence? Yu gasped, contemplating. It is not just a possibility, it is an absolute certainty. They scarcely qualify as living beings. Logically speaking, Yilingling possessed little combat prowess, yet the purple wolves behaved like actors. Upon her mere touch, they would dramatically collapse, showcasing the art of yielding their lives to the fullest. The others could readily discern this, yet Qian Rinxue remained silent. What was there to say? Thus, Yilingling was undoubtedly the most at ease among them. Even if she did nothing, these purple wolves would inexplicably meet their demise, ultimately transforming into green light, thereby enhancing Yilingling's physical constitution. This can be described as a blatant display of power. It appears as though divine intervention has granted them an unfair advantage. What is this called? A favor, perhaps. Qianren Xian and Qianren Shui tirelessly engaged in battle, while the Wolf King exerted considerable effort, howling loudly to summon a pack. Yet it remained uncertain how long the slaughter would continue. Initially, Qianren Shui would dash forward, taking down a small purple wolf with a single strike. However, as time passed, she adopted Qianren Xian's approach, standing firm and unleashing a barrage of attacks, demonstrating remarkable speed and efficiency, far surpassing her close combat prowess. The Wolf King summoned a horde of purple wolves, yet within mere moments, both ranged artillery obliterated them, the summoning speed utterly unable to keep pace with the carnage. Qianren Xian remarked with a smile, "There is sheer delight in unleashing unstoppable force. Can anyone claim to enjoy this as much as we do? Even if one does nothing, they still reap rewards. That is what true enjoyment is." "Indeed, my brother speaks wisely," she agreed. The two continued their conversation while awaiting the Wolf King's next summoning. However, after some time, they sensed something amiss. "Brother, could the Wolf King be feigning weakness? It should have summoned by now. They had dispatched so many foes, and the timing of the summoning had always been precise. Yet now, it felt entirely incorrect." Before Qianren Xian could respond, a brilliant violet light erupted from the Wolf King, accompanied by a thunderous roar. As the purple light dissipated, the Wolf King appeared to have undergone a transformation, its form now twice its previous size, adorned with crystalline structures. Two towering crystals jutted from its back, and its tail bristled with purple spines, the tips sharpened like a scorpion's, culminating in a diamond-shaped crystal. Before either could comprehend the situation, the newly transformed Wolf King initiated another summoning. "Be cautious, something feels amiss," Qianren Xian urgently warned. The Wolf King shimmered with violet light as purple mist began to coalesce, gradually taking the shape of wolves, albeit distinct from actual wolves. Yet, as the purple light illuminated the area, a pack of lifelike wolves emerged, indistinguishable from the Wolf King itself. If one were to insist on a difference, they would find none. The pack of wolves appeared to possess far greater combat prowess than their predecessors. However, it soon became evident that this assumption was profoundly misguided. With a single stroke of her sword, Qian Rinxue cleaved the seemingly evolved and strengthened creature in twain. The severed halves of the wolf transformed into a vibrant green light, exuding a life force even more potent than before. Consequently, the Wolf King howled for an extended period, seemingly transformed by its evolution, yet ultimately revealed to be merely an impressive fade lacking in substance. This marks the commencement of the second phase, as we continue to deliver the wolf heads. It is an extraordinarily simple mode. Upon witnessing this scene, Qian Inge felt her dizziness dissipate and her fatigue vanish. She activated her martial soul summoning. With the first soul skill unleashed, shadow blades sprouted from her hands, which she wielded with grace, akin to a beautiful dancer, each strike embodying the fleeting essence of life. Meanwhile, Hulaina and the others also regained their vigor, charging forth with renewed energy, activating their unparalleled abilities to commence their relentless onslaught. The brutality of their actions was far from elegant. Let me demonstrate what timeless elegance truly is. With his words, divine light began to converge wildly, and a vividly lifelike holy sword materialized above everyone's heads. It fell. The holy sword crashed down upon the wolf pack, unleashing a terrifying force, and in a brilliant flash, all but the Wolf King were instantly obliterated. Such was the power that cleared the battlefield in a single stroke. This is what is meant by elegance that never fades. "Brother, I believe you may have a misunderstanding regarding these two words. Is that so? For the next wave, you may take your turn. I shall refrain from intervening. He had already claimed enough lives in this round. There was no need for further slaughter. A brief respite before the next wave. Qian Inger gazed at him with admiration, her expression beyond the capacity of words to convey. 5 minutes slipped away in an instant. Has the duration of this summoning been extended? The second wave of wolves appeared in an instant, and this time, Chen Shien chose to observe rather than engage, exuding an air of leisure. As wave after wave of wolves emerged, the stamina of the group once again dwindled, and now it was time for Chen Shien to make his entrance. This time, he transformed into an ice sorcerer of unparalleled might. The sheer essence of ice spread outwards, freezing everything in its path. One by one, the wolves were encased in solid ice, and in no time at all, the entire pack lay frozen. With a mere thought from Chen Shien, the ice shattered instantly, dispatching the wolves in a single strike. This is what one calls efficiency. Your monster slaying is far too sluggish. When will I possess such power as the boss, capable of incinerating entire swathes of foes in a single blow? It is truly disheartening to only take down a few at a time. What can you do to compare with him? Among the 9, Yu Lingling currently enjoys the utmost comfort, requiring no effort at all. It is essentially just Qian Ruxue and Qian Rushuan, while at the back, naturally, is Dugu Yechen, who specializes in toxins. Without delving into the extent of her abilities, it is evident that she is capable of dispatching foes far more swiftly than the others. The wolves, despite their seemingly formidable appearance, are woefully weak. After Qian Rushuan has eliminated several waves, the Wolf King enters its third transformation phase, which is surprisingly less dramatic than the previous ones. There are no dazzling lights or extravagant displays. He begins to suspect that the Wolf King is on the verge of collapse. The crystal that previously adorned the Wolf King's back starts to expand rapidly, taking the shape of wings. With a series of crackling sounds, a pair of colossal purple crystal wings materializes behind the Wolf King. A single horn sprouts from the Wolf King's head, pulsating with faint purple lightning. Furthermore, its fangs have become sharper, crackling with electric currents. The sense of oppression in this third phase is undeniably more intense than before. The wings and the currents are astonishingly lifelike. However, judging by past behavior, it seems that the Wolf King would merely summon a group of subordinates akin to himself to meet his end. Yet, it appears that Chen Shien has miscalculated. With a mournful howl echoing through the air, lightning began to surge around the Wolf King, radiating outward, enveloping him in a dense shroud of electrifying energy. He moved with the speed of lightning, leaving behind a striking purple afterimage. Chapter 126. The lifelong pain of Yu Yechen. While the events unfolding within the miracle remain unknown to those outside, it does not imply that nothing is occurring. A full day has elapsed since Chen Shien and his companions entered, and Yun Guang and her group are anxiously awaiting their return. Several uninvited guests have arrived in the meantime. The Heavenly Do Imperial family, 7 Treasures, Blue Lightning, and Star Luo. These powerful factions signify the utmost importance they place on this miracle. Why have you come uninvited to the territory of the Spirit Hall? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, might this be construed as a provocation against the Spirit Hall? How shall you respond to such provocation? As Yun Guang's words resonated, for title Douluo summoned their spirits, and 27 soul rings materialized around them, creating a magnificent spectacle. The vivid red hue among them exuded a unique aesthetic appeal. Among the Heavenly Do, 7 Treasures, Blue Lightning, and Star Luo, there were only 3 title Douluo present: the Poison Douluo Dugu Bo, the Bone Douluo Gu Rong, and the Arm-Lost, Thunder, Douluo Yu Yechen. Isn't that the Arm-Lost Douluo Yu Yechen? How dare he show up again? Was it his left arm or right that was severed last time? My memory is rather poor. I hope you won't hold it against me. Yanfeng intentionally provoked Yu Yechen, as even if he had forgotten which arm it was, the man stood before him now. How could he not recognize him? Isn't that the Poison Douluo? Did the Chrysanthemum Douluo not frighten you to death last time? Did your soul power of 92 level up out of sheer fright? Upon hearing these remarks, Dugu Bo wore a face of consternation, silently lamenting. Aren't we on the same side? Why must you belittle me? Little did he know that while he mocked Yu Yechen, the tables would soon turn to his own predicament. At such a moment, refraining from retorting would undermine the dignity of the Poison Douluo. Yet, his prowess does not permit him to be overly arrogant, especially since they are comrades. It serves merely to bolster mutual trust. In contrast, Yu Yechen found it difficult to maintain his composure, suppressing his anger to the point where he felt it might cause internal injury. His remaining hand was clenched tightly, making audible sounds as he gripped. Just as Yin Feng intended to interject with a touch of sarcasm, Yun Guang spoke up. Are you all here to challenge my spirit hall? Her imposing presence exuded an overwhelming pressure, felt most acutely by the bone Douluo and the poison Douluo, as the majority of the tension was directed towards Yu Yechen. A rank 99 peerless Douluo is not to be trifled with. However, as long as she refrained from vocalizing her breakthrough or unleashing her full power, none would be aware of her advancement, for many had not experienced the might of a rank 99 and could only speculate that she had made progress. Yet, what could mere speculation achieve? Surely, this miracle cannot solely belong to your spirit hall, can it? Do you fear not being besieged by the continent should you seek to monopolize such marvels? The poisoned Douluo and the severed arm Douluo remarked. Gu Rong added. The spirit hall has always been so domineering. The soul master representing Star Luo felt a surge of confidence and emerged to assert his presence. The intentions of these four parties are quite evident. They merely wish to probe the miraculous occurrences, though this marvel cannot truly be attributed to the spirit hall. It undeniably lies within their territory. Ultimately, it matters not to whom it belongs, for it is in their domain. Should it fall into the hands of the Heaven Do or Star Luo, the spirit hall would undoubtedly intervene, albeit with a few titled Douluos leading the charge. If we disregard Yun Guang, a 3-on-3 contest would still yield an unpredictable outcome. Nevertheless, they remain audacious, for the spirit city is in proximity. And even if a conflict arises, they possess the means to prolong it, potentially exhausting their opponents. The miracle may not rightfully belong to us, yet it resides in our territory, and none of you from the spirit hall have sought our counsel. Yun Guang carefully scanned the groups before her, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The majority of these individuals appeared too youthful for the task at hand. Only a select few seemed to meet the criteria. Yet it would be unwise to concede so readily. After all, they had little else to occupy their time, so they engaged in this verbal sparring, waiting to see who would crack first. The back and forth was reduced to mere repetitions, with the most anxious among them being Yu Yechen. He incessantly referred to the blue insect and the one-armed Douluo, both of which represented profound personal anguish for him. Who could endure such taunts? He was no dragon king, capable of enduring such slights for years on end. Yu Yechen summoned his blue lightning tyrant dragon, electricity crackling around him, exuding a formidable presence. Goodness gracious! What a display of power! Is that not the renowned blue insect? However, I find the name rather unappealing. Blue bug or waste would be far more fitting, he jested. Are you seeking your demise, Yin Feng? Yu Yechen retorted angrily. The one-armed Douluo truly is intimidating. How could a mere woman like myself stand a chance against you? Yin Feng replied, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded Yu Yechen. Yet, the luminescent tome in her grasp and the 9 soul rings encircling her radiated an undeniable aura of intimidation. Yin Feng possessed a soul power of merely 90 levels, while Yu Yechen, the former owner of the continent's most illustrious beast spirit, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, boasted a soul power of 95. Capable of easily suppressing Yin Feng even with one arm severed. Had it not been for the numerical superiority of her side, he would have already engaged. Why has the one-armed Douluo lost his bravado? I stand before you. Do you dare to confront me? If you possess the courage, let us duel, he challenged. Pray tell, has your mind faltered? What do I have to gain? You strike me, and I shall duel you. How does that sound? He laughed. Indeed, he truly is but an insect. Why bother tormenting him? The magic bear chuckled heartily. The words of the ghost leopard likely carry deeper implications, and those who understand, truly understand. After several rounds of bombardment, Yu Yechen was infuriated, his anger palpable, while his teammates showed no inclination to assist him. It was not that they were unwilling to help. Rather, Poison Douluo was at a loss for words. Bone Rong found it hard to interject, and the Star Luo Soul Douluo was even more at a disadvantage, being the weakest among them. Although he represented the Star Luo, his role was merely symbolic. Subsequently, Poison Douluo and the Star Luo Soul Douluo invoked the names of the Snow Knight Emperor and the Star Luo Emperor to assert their dominance, plunging the environment into chaos once more. After prolonged contention, a certain individual's message arrived, rendering further debate unnecessary, as the crowd could not enter. And those who did were no match for Chen Shien and his companions. Ultimately, they reached a pleasant consensus. All members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon could come. Star Luo readily agreed, as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon had no ties to them, and there was little risk of offending them. However, for the Tiando and 7 Treasure factions, the situation was more complex, and they remained contemplative. The Spirit Hall is truly overstepping its bounds. one exclaimed, as the soul rings on his body flared to life, seemingly on the verge of taking action. Yet, after a brief exchange of glances with Bone Rome, he understood the necessity of maintaining appearances. Lightning erupted from him, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, yet nothing followed. After some further bickering, Gu Yechen, cornered and left with no choice, begrudgingly acquiesced, even to the point of being emotionally devastated, suffering internal injuries from his anger. Meanwhile, the other three factions began to approach the miraculous barrier, though it remained uncertain whether any members of the Blue Lightning faction were present. However, after a series of attempts, they found themselves with nothing to show for their efforts, returning empty-handed and frustrated. "Did you all uncover anything?" one inquired. "It seems that you are destined to remain disconnected from the divine." Everyone who had come to test their fate had been met with silence, signifying their fruitless endeavor, a wasted journey. Gu Yechen had already departed, concerned that lingering any longer might lead to trouble. Poison Douluo and Bone Rong suspected that the spirit hall harbored some knowledge, yet any inquiries would be met with silence, rendering the effort futile. Ultimately, aside from the Blue Lightning faction departing first, the three groups found a place to rest before leaving, untroubled by fears of retaliation from the spirit hall, which had yet to descend into complete madness. Chapter 127, The Surge of Evil Spirits, Part 1. With the departure of Dugu Bo and Bone Rong, there was no longer a titled Douluo left in the city of Tiando. One sword Douluo posed no threat. Even if three were to confront her, she would remain unafraid. Such was the confidence derived from her strength. Thus, the plan commenced. Who would not be frightened by that sinister voice? On a dark and windy night, under the ominous moon, the sinister Shyu, cloaked in shadow, approached the Wuhan temple located in the celestial realm. In the dead of night, apart from a few guards on watch, the place was eerily desolate. The black golden mist surged around her, and like a wraith, she drew near to the guards. Just as they were about to raise an alarm, they froze in place, their eyes instantaneously turning pitch black, their bodies enveloped in swirling dark energy, resembling malevolent soul masters. Yet, this strange phenomenon lasted but a fleeting moment. Soon the black golden mist dissipated, restoring the guards' eyes to their normal hue, banishing the dark aura. Shyu moved as though she were in a realm devoid of life, stepping into the Wuhan temple. Who goes there? Naturally, there were others within the temple. "Ah, I am here to liberate you. Your sins require purification," they murmured in disbelief. However, they quickly recognized that this individual was no benevolent figure and immediately summoned their martial spirits, unleashing their soul techniques upon her. Shyu responded with an ominous laugh, a sinister cackle that echoed through the chamber. The multitude of soul techniques struck her but were effortlessly repelled by a shimmering barrier of black golden energy. "Creating too much commotion could jeopardize my plans. So I would appreciate your silence," she intoned. No sooner had her words faded than the black golden mist reemerged, spreading with unimaginable swiftness throughout the Wuhan temple. "Do not breathe." Though uncertain of the correctness of his warning, one of the guards hastily cautioned. Almost immediately, as if possessed by the same malevolence that had overtaken their fellow guards, their eyes darkened, and they too succumbed to the enveloping mist. The platinum bishop of the Tiando temple, Salus, was responsible for all matters within this domain. He had been diligently meditating in his secluded chamber, having been ensnared at this level for many years, a routine practice for him. Yet, unexpected chaos had erupted. With a soul power level of 89, Salus burst forth from his retreat, his white beard fluttering wildly in his haste. As anticipated, turmoil reigned within the temple, and several soul saints and soul kings rushed in. "Bishop Salus, let us act together," one called out. Salus responded promptly, "Lu Qi, you must flee at once. This individual is beyond our capacity to confront. Issue the highest alert and notify the Tiando royal family immediately. Request assistance from Sect Master Ning and the Sword Douluo." He discreetly conveyed his plan to Lu Qi through a mental transmission, not wishing to raise alarm. Before Lu Qi could protest, he was silenced by a fierce glare from Salus. "Bishop Salus, it is a pleasure to see you. Your reputation in Tiando City is rather tarnished. I suppose I shall rid the world of evil," Shyu taunted. "Rid the world of evil? Compared to my past, which was marked by mere indiscretion, I have committed no grave wrongs. That was long ago. I no longer dare to tread such paths. You, however, embody the greatest malevolence. Evil soul masters are to be vanquished." "I'm most curious as to how you discern my true identity," she inquired. "Although there is no aura of the evil soul master surrounding you, who else on the continent could possibly rival your arrogance? At this juncture, the only instigator must be the evil soul master." "What does this imply?" Salus offered no response. As 8 soul rings appeared systematically on his body, his martial spirit manifested as a ring blade, its silvery sheen reminiscent of his hair and beard, perfectly rounded. 7th soul skill, true form of the weapon spirit. The silvery environment suddenly expanded, now filled with spikes, becoming even more lethal. 1st soul skill, strength. 2nd soul skill, power. 3rd soul skill, strike. 4th soul skill, divide. 5th soul skill, silver ring pierces the void. Salus's first 3 soul skills served to enhance his abilities, while the 4th allowed him to split his ring blade into 5, and the 5th further amplified the damage. 5 ring blades launched attacks from various angles, whirling rapidly and converging upon Shang Yuyu in an instant. Meanwhile, 10 soul kings and a soul saint activated their martial spirits, unleashing their most formidable soul skills against her. Shang Yuyu neither dodged nor flinched. A layer of black golden light enveloped her form as the ring blade struck, generating sparks upon impact. Yet, they could not inflict the slightest harm upon her. The onslaught from the others arrived almost simultaneously, their attacks amalgamating into a colossal explosion and cloud of smoke. Curiously devoid of sound, Lu Qi sensed the precariousness of the situation. Seizing the opportunity while Shang Yuyu's vision was obscured, he dashed outside to relay the news. He emerged unscathed, believing he had escaped, only for the black golden mist to transform into a crow and fly towards him. Without hesitation, Lu Qi produced a specialized device. And with a swift sound, the sky was marked by a crimson warning symbol. All affiliated with the martial soul hall must heed this call, serving as a notification to Tiando and the 7 treasure sect that a grave matter had arisen. Whether they choose to respond is their own affair. Do you comprehend why I allowed him to leave? Salus remained unfazed by his words, continuing to launch a fierce assault upon her, yet to no avail. The mist's purpose, aside from controlling you, can you fathom what else it serves? How long can your strength endure? Your sole intention is to alert those outside, but can they truly perceive what lies beyond? You must exit quickly. 8th soul skill, ring blade chain slash. The 5 ring blades grew larger once more, then ferociously descended upon Shang Yuyu. However, the 10 soul kings exhibited a discernible change. One of them had blackened eyes, exuding dark energy. Run. The remaining members of the group dared not linger, hastily retreating. 9 colossal black golden vines erupted beneath them, ensnaring the 9 individuals, while the black golden mist surged violently into their bodies. Salus, Bishop, save me. Bishop, help. You shall pay for this. Saint Yuyu paid them no heed, as colossal vines surged towards Salus. Despite his utmost efforts with the ring blades, he was unable to sever them, revealing the terrifying nature of this defensive force. Reluctantly, he darted about within the sanctum, causing widespread destruction, with massive holes appearing in the walls. This is the sensation, yes, this exhilarating feeling, flee, ha. The chilling laughter, the cries of despair, and the cacophony of destruction echoed throughout the temple. Could it be that he was utterly incapable of overcoming this raven? Just as the raven was poised to take Lu Qi's life, disbelief filled his gaze. Suddenly, golden petals materialized, dispersing the raven. The words of the 3 esteemed offerings rang true, a perilous power indeed. Utilize your soul energy to shield yourselves. There is no need for your notification, for I have already dispatched someone. A neutral voice resonated. Subsequently, the chrysanthemum Douluo gracefully descended from the skies, holding the magnificent chrysanthemum aloft. Though the action appeared ordinary, it exuded an unusual charm, a hint of allure. Accompanying the chrysanthemum Douluo were 50 soul Douluos. Indeed, you heard correctly. A staggering 50. He caressed the magnificent chrysanthemum, proclaiming, "Let us confront this sinister soul master." Yes, within the temple, Saint Yuyu emitted an eerie laughter. I have underestimated humanity, and I have underestimated the spirit hall. But do you truly believe that such a meager number can detain me? Mere humans. How can ants comprehend the vastness of the heavens? Chapter 128, The Surge of Evil Souls, Part 2. What a mere human. What an ant that cannot fathom the heavens. Miss Saint Yuyu, your arrogance is quite pronounced. Even facing titled Douluos and surrounded, Saint Yuyu remained unfazed. It was the mere utterance of her name that unsettled her. In her understanding, aside from a select few, no one knew her name. How do you know? A murderous intent laced her tone. If you wish to know, surrender and accompany me to the spirit hall. Rest assured, your life will not be taken. What? This is the most ludicrous joke I have ever heard. How did the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo separate? Alone. You, a mere 95 level, why seek your own demise? As the voice faded, the black golden mist surged wildly, coalescing into forms resembling various creatures, in sync with the flicker of her first S. An utterly terrifying force bore down upon the members of the Spirit Hall. Sensing this overwhelming power, Douluo realized he had grossly underestimated it. Sheng Yu was undoubtedly a peerless Douluo of either level 98 or 99. And it was beyond the capabilities of these individuals to contend with her, let alone capture her. The several soul kings previously ensnared by vines bore eyes indistinguishable from ordinary humans, yet emanated a sinister aura unique to evil soul masters. Their martial spirits exuding an unmistakably malevolent essence. Douluo comprehended that this was the very power of the black golden mist, transforming individuals into evil soul masters. A phenomenon they were utterly powerless to counter. Those affected outside by her influence had now all transformed into evil soul masters, revealing the true peril of Sheng Yu. If they could incapacitate, they would. If they could restrain, they would. If not, they could only send them on their way. Upon hearing Douluo's words, a shiver ran through the hearts of the others, yet they understood this was a lamentable necessity, and that their priority was not to eliminate their own. Each individual found their respective adversary, and fortunately, several of the Spirit Hall's soul Douluo remained unaffected, some soul saints and soul kings, albeit peculiar in their evil mastery, were of a lower rank and thus could be subdued, preventing unnecessary casualties. Perched upon the vines, Sheng Yu looked down upon them with haughty disdain, proclaiming, "Isn't the Spirit Hall always committed to eradicating evil soul masters? Shouldn't all evil soul masters deserve death? Why do you hesitate when it comes to your own? Is it possible that your so-called campaign against evil soul masters is merely a fade? Shall I show mercy and assist you?" The only response to her taunt came in the form of rings, blades, massive swords, and petals, an onslaught of attacks. Yet, facing what appeared to be an overwhelming and formidable barrage, Sheng Yu merely waved her hand, effortlessly deflecting the assault with the vines. Subsequently, beams of black golden light erupted from the vines, sweeping toward them with unerring precision. Douluo leaped to evade, believing he had escaped, only to discover that the beams relentlessly pursued him. The vines, it seemed, followed him wherever he fled, rendering escape nearly impossible, as the beams maintained a near 360-degree pursuit. One unfortunate soul, caught off guard, was pierced through by a beam, meeting an irrevocable demise. Sheng Yu raised her hand to summon forth more vines, each coalescing with black golden radiance, which then transformed into beams that surged forth in a deadly sweep. The beam of light was not merely a fleeting strike, rather, it was a controllable force, reminiscent of certain formidable bosses. The dark beam swept across the surroundings with relentless vigor. The interior of the Spirit Hall had already suffered substantial damage, and this beam penetrated it directly. It swept erratically, perhaps originating from the left, only to strike violently to the right. This beam cleaved through everything in its path, like a colossal sword. After numerous strikes, no matter how well the Spirit Hall was constructed or the quality of the materials used, it could not withstand such relentless assault. When the speed of light finally severed the last colossal pillar, a resounding crash echoed, and the entire Spirit Hall trembled precariously before collapsing entirely. The collapsed Spirit Hall of the martial soul inadvertently crushed several malevolent soul masters. Those who stand here now possess considerable strength and could not have been buried by the Spirit Hall. Nevertheless, this incident symbolizes the power and prestige of the martial soul hall. This provokes immediate destruction. Who could endure it? Douluo first activated his 7th soul skill, the true spirit of martial soul, and then exclaimed, 9th soul skill, withering blossom, a ground strewn with wounds, petals fall as hearts break. 7th soul skill, true body of the weapon spirit. 8th soul skill, judgment of the great sword. 8th soul skill, shadow of the flowing light. 8th soul skill, blood charge of the demon wolf. In an instant, countless individuals unleashed their martial soul true bodies, employing their most formidable offensive capabilities. Previously restrained, could they still hold back now? The air was filled with petals, great swords, demon wolves, flowing shadows, fire, and creatures both avian and terrestrial. An array of assaults surging towards Sheng Yu. The entire area was imbued with a peculiar hue by these soul skills. Humanity, in its ignorance, displays a certain fearlessness. And you are the epitome of such ignorance. As her words resonated, a swirling, dense black golden mist materialized, condensing into a vividly lifelike colossal dragon that soared into the sky. Its scales gleaming with a lifelike sheen. The dragon flapped its wings, conjuring a tempest in its wake. Ultimately, as the dragon opened its maw, a black golden breath erupted forth, rendering all beneath it as mere insects. Every soul skill was obliterated by the dragon's breath. Disperse. The dragon, commanding its massive head, pursued Douluo with its breath, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Finally, the dragon swung its head violently, its breath slicing through the earth, creating a vast chasm. Subsequently, the dragon closed its mouth, as if its grand move had entered a cool down. Meanwhile, Sheng Yuyu was not idle. Dozens of vines shot forth, emitting black golden beams in indiscriminate fire. The beams trailing Douluo numbered only a handful, while those pursuing him were relentless, and Douluo found himself regretting his presence. For the power was utterly unhinged. For beams converged upon him, one of which he could not evade. Was this to be his end? Yet, he cast all his soul skills in a desperate attempt to resist. Old ghost. At this critical juncture, Salas shouted, "Elder Ju, be careful." Salas rushed forward, pushing Douluo aside, and in doing so, sacrificed his left arm. "Salas, you?" Douluo exclaimed in disbelief. "The spirit hall needs Elder Ju far more than I do." Douluo was genuinely astonished. He had never anticipated Salas would demonstrate such resolve. Salas promptly lost consciousness, but with a physique typical of a soul Douluo. It was improbable for him to faint. However, a wisp of black golden gas coiled around his wound. What a touching spectacle. Sheng Yuyu emitted a melodious laugh. Yet no matter how sweet it sounded, to the ears of the onlookers, it was the laughter of a devil. Second soul skill, breath barrier. Fifth soul skill, sudden chill of the cold blossom. Sixth soul skill, golden stamen radiating dawn. Eighth soul skill, radiance of flowing light. The ninth soul skill, chrysanthemum withered. Wounds strewn across the ground, flowers fall and hearts break. Each petal, resembling a crescent blade, whirls rapidly to form a colossal golden tornado. A cacophony of soul skills is unleashed, and a terrifying power blossoms forth. The unnamed soul Douluo warriors unleash their assaults, yet it is all in vain. I yearn to witness the despair etched upon your faces, for that sensation brings me immense delight. The black golden mist deflects all attacks effortlessly. Now it is my turn. What shall you use to defend against my next onslaught? Chapter 129, The Surge of Evil Souls, Part 3. A series of horrifying sounds reverberates as the black golden dragon emits a thunderous roar. The reason for Saint Yuyu's audacity lies in her awareness of having been exposed. If one does not flaunt their confidence now, when would they? However, with the delayed arrival of the Tiendo and 7 treasure forces, if this continues, for the sake of survival, the chrysanthemum Douluo must flee toward the Tiendo royal family, lest they perish here. With hands clasped to her heart and soul rings shimmering, Saint Yu's numerous massive vines began to transform into slender tendrils, frantically growing in all directions, ultimately converging upon her. A trickle of energy flowed from these vines to Saint Yuyu. The chrysanthemum Douluo sensed the immense power. There was no doubt that a direct hit would be fatal, and few present would survive. Take the injured and leave, he urged. Yet Elder Ju understood the predicament in Tiendo City, densely populated. He did not finish his thought, but the implication was clear. Are you foolish? When did we send them a message? Is the commotion here not loud enough? Where are the Tiendo forces? Have they all perished? And what are the 7 treasures? No one remains, and we cannot flee? Our mission concludes here, neither success nor failure. No, to be precise, we have indeed succeeded, so we may depart, understand? Understood. Elder Ju, came the reply. The chrysanthemum Douluo lifted Salas and soared into the distance. Why do you flee, people of the Spirit Hall? Were you not so boastful? Come, let us continue this grand spectacle I have prepared for you. Beneath the ghostly mask, Saint Yuyu's visage twisted, obscuring her humanity. Countless vines ensnared the surroundings, weaving a vast cage that imprisoned the very fabric of this realm. This power allows Douluo to venture forth, yet time is of the essence, and there exists a scarcity of it for preparation. If he is in such a predicament, what of the soul Douluos? Shall they merely await their demise? In the face of an inescapable fate, let us prepare to fight valiantly to the death. Since we cannot retreat, let us dedicate ourselves to the Spirit Hall. My life has been devoted to the Spirit Hall, and today shall be no exception. Should anyone wish to depart, I shall not hinder them. The expressions of several soul Douluos present were markedly uneasy. They yearned to escape, yet found themselves trapped. Rather than succumb to despair, it would be wiser to strive for a noble legacy. In this dire situation, to refrain from fighting would be folly. Their names shall be inscribed in the annals of the Spirit Hall, commemorating their significant contributions to the suppression of evil soul masters, ensuring their eternal legacy and the benefit of future generations. As for the notion of solitude, to them, the Spirit Hall represents everything. A death in combat holds no fear. After a brief atmospheric buildup, not a single individual chose to flee. How profoundly moving. Then let you all perish here together, remarked Xing Yuyu coldly. Zhu Duoluo and the soul Douluos fervently drew upon their soul power, preparing for this final confrontation. Zhu Duoluo recalled his miraculous mushroom pill, having never encountered the extraordinary Qirong Tongdianju, though he had seen the medicinal pill and could exchange it for merits. He and Old Ghost were nearly equal in their contributions. He originally intended to return and consume the useful pills together with Old Ghost for a breakthrough. But little did he know that this promise would mark their final encounter. This achievement encompasses previous endeavors, allowing for a generous exchange for those who have sincerely contributed to the Spirit Hall, reflecting a commendable sense of humanity. The elixirs have been provided, though the details of the process shall remain undisclosed, with future effects to be acknowledged. After casting aside his thoughts, Zhu Duoluo unleashed his ninth soul skill once more, aiming to thwart Sheng Yuyu's gathering of power. However, the myriad petals seemed utterly ineffective. The vines entwined around Sheng Yuyu appeared almost sentient, effortlessly thwarting his ninth soul skill. To be candid, Zhu Duoluo found the current manifestation more akin to the nature of vines. The previous form, what was it called, demonic vines, had lacked the proper dimensions to ensnare several grown men. They were more colossal than the mightiest trees, merely resembling them superficially. Yet now, they had shrunk considerably, proliferating abundantly in a dense array. While their diminutive size reduced their defensive capabilities, they could still inflict damage. However, as soon as one was destroyed, another would sprout in its place. This meant that their defenses had weakened, while their regenerative properties had been augmented. They could not even subdue this cluster of vines, let alone confront Xing Yuyu. This marks the second most powerless moment in the life of Zhu Duoluo. It is often said that before one departs from this world, their life experiences flash before their eyes like a revolving lantern, and he feels that he is witnessing this phenomenon now. He sees himself as a child. Alongside his beloved sister, they depended on one another, sustaining their lives through the sale of flowers. His sister cherished flowers, and thus, he too developed a profound love for them, for they were the essence of his existence. Flowers are the domain of girls. And he shall never forget that fateful day when his sister passed away, his most helpless moment, where nothing could be altered. Thus, the flurry of petals became his weapon, transforming his attire, character, and spirit, fostering the belief that his sister was still with him, perpetually by his side. Flowers, too, possess a spirit. They embody the essence of souls. In the depths of his recollections, he pondered much, yet his sister never relinquished hope. Zhu Duoluo transmitted his thoughts. Hold on. I shall carve a path to freedom. He soared toward the weak point of the cage, petals swirling around him, coalescing into razor-sharp blades that severed the vines. Like meat being ground, the severed vines flailed chaotically, yet they continued to sprout endlessly. Had it not been for Sheng Yuyu's immobility, they would have perished long ago. With his ninth spirit ability, Chrysanthemum Withered, a heart in anguish, Zhu Duoluo unleashed his most potent strike, an attack that had undergone a transformation, stronger than ever before. With this newfound power, the swirling petals forcefully carved an opening in the vine cage. However, it was far too narrow to escape through. Yet, the petals did not cease their rapid rotation, emanating a soft glow. Meanwhile, reinforcements arrived from the outside. Yuguan, it has been a while since I've seen you in such a dire state. The voice of Jian Do resonated in his mind. Chen Shien of the Sword Path? The time has come. Brace yourself, or you shall bear the consequences. With his seventh spirit ability, True Body of 7 kills, the 7 treasures are renowned. The first grants strength, the second enhances Ning Fengji's support. 7 spirit abilities were unleashed simultaneously, elevating Jian Doluo's prowess to a formidable tier. What enables Chen Shien to engage multiple foes? It is indeed the augmentation from Ning Fengji, truly a testament to his illustrious reputation as the foremost support. Accompanying them were the 3 committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy and soldiers from Tiando City, surrounding the area completely. With their 9th spirit ability, Dual Slashes of Gods and Demons, the 3 committee members activated their martial souls, unleashing their strongest abilities. Jian Douluo transformed into a colossal 7-killing sword, striking the opening with immense force, creating a tremendous shockwave. The attacks from the 3 committee members soon followed, empowered to the fullest by Ning Fengji. Chen Xian's strength was now undeniably terrifying. A fierce explosion of power erupted upon the cage, with sword intent slicing through the air. Within the confines, Zhu Duoluo was not idle. Through the collective efforts of all, they indeed managed to create an opening. Zhu Duoluo, leading the two others, charged forth and shouted, "Run!" The soul masters of the spirit hall hastily emerged, carrying their teammates in their swift flight. The sword Douluo's expression grew grave. It was only at the moment the cage shattered that he truly sensed the formidable power within, a force capable of inflicting fatality, devoid of any jest. Without the need for reminders, he seized Ning Fingxi and desperately soared into the distance. The three committee members also made their swift exit. While they were able to flee, some individuals remained unable to escape. Chapter 130. The end of the evil soul. Saint Yuyu observed the nearly evacuated crowd, her frustration nearing a boiling point. Had she perused the novels, she would have comprehended that her previous actions exemplified the trope of the villain falling victim to excessive verbosity, as well as the notion that too many words can lead to disastrous outcomes. This time, she should learn her lesson, and in the future, there will likely be fewer words spoken. However, after preparing her soul skills for such an extended duration, a terrifying power manifested in a circular form, subsequently radiating outward. Wherever it passed, everything was reduced to ashes, obliterating all in its path. Fortunately, those outside had managed to flee swiftly, yet speed alone was not a safeguard. For Sheng Yuyu was far from immobile. Several colossal beams of light surged towards the soldiers, resulting in countless casualties and simultaneously carving a gaping chasm into the earth, its depth remaining a mystery. This display vividly illustrated Sheng Yuyu's destructive prowess. At this moment, she might very well be the pinnacle of malevolent soul masters in the contemporary world. Following the cataclysm, the ground was rendered into a vast pit several hundred meters deep, with all traces of the former landscape vanished, reduced to mere ash. Is this truly the so-called martial soul hall that suppresses malevolent souls? Such strength is merely superficial. My abilities do not reflect the weakness of the spirit hall, Douluo retorted. He chuckled, perhaps, but today you owe your fortune to these few individuals, Jian Daochenshin. 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, Ning Fingxi. You have thwarted my endeavors. What punishment shall you face for this? Your good fortune, however, becomes our misfortune. It is not detrimental. Your blessing, whose misfortune does it bring? One of the 3 members of the Education Committee remarked. Did I inquire of you? Who permitted you to speak? Several beams of light struck, leaving the committee members in a state of utter disarray, their hands gripping tightly until they turned pale. Yet, their efforts proved futile against the onslaught. Chen Shien flicked the ash from his white hair and remarked, what good can a malevolent soul master possibly achieve? Differences in stance render words meaningless. If you seek battle, then battle you shall have. What audacity to claim you can stand against me? Countless vines surged towards Chen Shien. Yet empowered by the sword intent and the assistance of Ning Fingxi, he unleashed his 8th soul skill, moving mountains and filling seas. The 7-kill sword emanated formidable strength, with sword shadows and sword energy intertwining, effectively thwarting the majority of the encroaching vines. Occasionally, a few that managed to evade his defenses were deftly dodged by him. Then he invoked his 9th soul skill, dual slashes of gods and demons. The colossal shadow of the 7-kill sword surged forth towards Sheng Yuyu with an ethereal grace. With a resounding clang, the sword's shadow seemed to collide with the most unyielding substance in existence. Yet it was merely the hand of Sheng Yuyu that had intercepted this forceful strike. A mere insect, she thought. But this power was undeniably superior to that of the previous chrysanthemum. The sword Douluo felt no elation, having single-handedly withstood a blow that could be considered a culmination of divine and demonic might at its zenith. Such formidable power. One begins to comprehend the might of the spirit hall. If the strength is not suppressed, allowing it to flourish, would it not turn the continent upside down? Particularly, the evil spirit masters are nothing short of lunatics. The game has concluded, and I must concede that my plan has indeed faltered, yielding no substantial progress. Nevertheless, it matters not. Let me bestow upon you a final gift. May you find joy in your endeavors. She spoke with the most cheerful tone, unleashing her most ruthless force. The breath of the black golden dragon was primed and ready, yet a mere breath would not suffice as a gift. The dragon exhaled a breath identical to the previous one, and undoubtedly the most unfortunate were the Tianqiu soldiers who had come to aid. A few beams of light, combined with this dragon's breath, resulted in countless deaths. They scarcely had time to utter a cry before being reduced to ashes within the dragon's breath. How could one possibly encapsulate such tragedy in mere words? Ning Fingxi suddenly felt a twinge of regret for involving himself. With such power, slaughtering them was akin to child's play. Should they seek vengeance against the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, would they not be forced to close their doors? In truth, the greater concern lay with Shui. The evil spirit masters cared not for titles of emperors. One could only wonder if Dugu Bo could safeguard him. The dragon's breath alone was certainly inadequate. Behold, the colossal dragon ascended into the heavens, its body rapidly expanding. Upon reaching its zenith, a resounding boom echoed as it exploded, scattering black golden needles towards the ground. Those struck by these needles, if of weak constitution, would instantaneously transform into evil spirit masters, while the stronger would endure torment. Furthermore, a black golden mist began to spread mercilessly. The members of the Douluo and others hastily employed their soul skills to fend off the needles, exclaiming, "This substance can turn people into evil spirit masters. We must flee." With that, they took flight. What? This is Tianshou City. If this substance spreads unchecked, what calamity awaits? The Sword Douluo and several committee members managed to handle the needles adequately. Once dispersed, they would vanish. However, the mist was another matter altogether. In an instant, all present envisioned the dire consequences that loomed ahead. I shall preemptively bless the entire city to transform into evil spirit masters. Surrendering to our embrace is the sole path forward. With that proclamation, Sheng Yu dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. The Sword Douluo and the committee members unleashed several soul skills, yet against the mist, their efforts merely scattered it slightly, with no lasting impact. Even if dispersed, it would swiftly coalesce once more. They were utterly powerless against this phenomenon, left only to witness its rampant spread unless it chose to dissipate on its own. But how many souls would be transformed into evil spirit masters as a result? Damn it. Quickly organize personnel to ensure that civilians and spirit masters steer clear of this area. Such actions can only be deemed a superficial remedy. Retreating endlessly leads to nowhere. Did she assault the spirit hall because you believe you can thwart such an entity? A member of the education committee proposed his whimsical notion. The elder of the chrysanthemum was momentarily taken aback, evidently struggling to grasp his line of reasoning. If you think we can indeed intervene, how could our people find themselves in such a predicament? Upon glancing at those who lay unconscious within the spirit hall, he realized he had posed a rather foolish question. The spirit hall was the first to suppress the evil soul masters and possesses the keenest insight into their nature. Does it truly lack understanding in this regard? Ning, are you not merely stating the obvious? I nearly perished today, and you query whether we comprehend the situation? Historically, most evil soul masters have strayed down this path due to issues with their martial spirits. Yet, despite the spirit hall's efforts over millennia, they have yet to encounter an evil soul master capable of transforming others into such. The elder of the chrysanthemum retorted with some irritation. Elder Chrysanthemum, your reproach is misplaced. I too have grown somewhat anxious. This situation is indeed pressing, and Ning Fengji has not engaged in a feudal contest with Elder Chrysanthemum, especially since he nearly met his demise today. After all, they owe their lives to him. This matter does not significantly impact certain soul Douluo or title Douluo. Perhaps time is insufficient, but prolonged exposure could prove unsustainable. After imparting the final message, Elder Chrysanthemum departed with his entourage, dismissing the concerns surrounding the so-called Heaven Do City. However, he added with a sense of foreboding, it is ultimately unwise. I shall enlist assistance to determine if there is a way to salvage Heaven Do City. The words spoken evoke an impression as though the city of Tiando is on the brink of annihilation. Ning Fengji, the Three Teachings Committee, and Chen Shien find themselves in a state of bewilderment, exchanging glances without a clear resolution in sight. All they can do is disperse the crowd. Yet, no matter how swiftly the evacuation occurs, some will inevitably be left behind. They have witnessed, with their own eyes, the horrifying transformation of ordinary individuals into malevolent soul masters. A metamorphosis as rapid as turning the pages of a book. Dark energy surged around them, corrupting their martial spirits into manifestations of utter malevolence. An insatiable thirst for blood rising within them, driving them madly towards the masses. Help, help me. Some of these malevolent soul masters may lose their sanity, while others may not. Yet, even those who retain their reason cannot resist the overwhelming desire. Their fate is undoubtedly death. However, if the obsidian and golden mist remains unresolved, does that mean we must annihilate all the inhabitants of Tianu City? This matter, naturally, reached Shuiyi, nearly causing him to lose his throne in fright. Chapter 131, The Turmoil of the Continent. She has already faced defeat. Is that not entirely expected? With her overwhelming arrogance and disdain for others, it would be unusual if she did not fail, and perhaps her failure is a blessing in disguise. She possesses formidable strength. How many on this continent can rival her? Yet, strength alone does not guarantee victory. If she wished, she could annihilate everyone present, but her pursuit of fleeting pleasures has led to her downfall. Ultimately, she did not eradicate them, which signifies her defeat. Pleasure cannot serve as an excuse. Why must you oppose me? What do you mean by resist? We harbor mutual animosity, yet remain intertwined. If given the chance, you would be the first I wish to eliminate. I feel the same. A man and a woman, cloaked in robes, conversed atop a mountain. The man remarked, with ghost Douluo present, capturing the sacred hall within Star Luo City will prove challenging. The woman retorted, eliminate him. And the problem is solved. Who among us cannot contend with him? The man continued, Dai Tian Feng and that Zhu fellow will also arrive. Once that Zhu Douluo conveys the news, reinforcements will undoubtedly converge here. They may either refrain from engaging or merely eliminate a few adversaries. Our plans to frame and incite war are far more complex. The woman scoffed, incite war? What a farce. She has already been exposed. Even if another evil soul master emerges, the first suspicion will fall upon her. I maintain that ridiculous plans should not be executed. But why does she not eliminate all those people? The man inquired. Ask her yourself. I'm off to seek some amusement. The moonlight cast a soft glow upon them. Perhaps the phrase, those who are pitiful must possess something detestable, and those who are detestable must bear a tragic plight, aptly encapsulates their essence. The woman gradually rose. Leaping from the mountain, you will meet your demise one day. The man's figure slowly faded from sight, leaving no one aware of their intentions. Meanwhile, news of the events in Tiando City spread far and wide, even featuring recordings of the battle. Naturally, these recordings were not comprehensive. Only the Spirit Hall possessed complete accounts. The shame of defeat was not paramount, as the recordings revealed the overwhelming strength of their adversary. Moreover, the Wuhuan Daily warned the entire continent to remain vigilant against evil soul masters and to be cautious of Xing Yuyu. It was advisable to flee upon encountering someone in a hood, especially if they wore a ghostly mask, an invitation to misfortune. The ominous black gold mist in Tiando City remains unresolved. Though its rate of spread has diminished, this suggests that it cannot propagate indefinitely. Were that the case, the entire continent would be at stake, and everyone should prepare for their demise. Within the Spirit Hall, an urgent meeting convened, attended by 3 titled Douluos who remained at the site of the miracles. While Yun Guang returned to participate in the discussions. Did you witness that battle? Having observed her, it is evident that she possesses remarkable strength, with abilities that closely resemble my own. However, given that she is her daughter, I am not particularly surprised. Yet, merely examining this matter leaves one uncertain of the specifics. What is your impression, Yu Guan? Following a session of treatment from Yu Renqin, Yu Guan appears to have improved significantly. At the very least, she is at level 98. And her combat style is decidedly unconventional, though she is undoubtedly comparable to a level 99 peerless Douluo. What then? Shall we do about those who have been coerced into becoming evil soul masters? Have they all been eliminated? The notion of peerless is indeed a weighty topic, currently. There are only 4 such individuals in the continent. If one of them resides among the evil souls, combined with her peculiar methods, the situation could escalate unless swiftly suppressed. None wish to revert to the dark days of yore. The recent battle resulted in numerous casualties, with dozens assimilated, which may seem minor. But this is primarily because not all members of the Spirit Hall reside within its confines. Many possess their own residences in Tiando City, mitigating the losses somewhat. The Spirit Hall has existed for such a long time. How can they normalize those evil soul masters? They seem to have no solutions, or rather, the mortals lack the means, as opposed to the divine. Would you care to attempt it? Yun Guang was, of course, referencing Qian Daolu. The angel's ability to counter evil soul masters is indeed significant, yet the means to restore them to normalcy remains uncharted. I shall endeavor to try, but the holy power is lethal to evil soul masters. Should they comprehend the disturbances caused by Qian Daolu, they would merely fear succumbing to death not at the hands of their foes, but by their own kin, which would be an egregious loss. As for those who perished in service to the Spirit Hall, the Hall has never neglected the kin of the fallen. Dying at the hands of one's own is hardly favorable. Are there any leads from the extreme north? They seem yet to arrive. Dispatch some personnel to assist Xing Luo, led by a titled Douluo, and let the Soul Douluo keep watch, Bibi Dong remarked calmly. One peerless being launching an assault cannot be deterred by merely a few titled Douluo, unless we mobilize a substantial force to encircle her, or unless Qian Daolu intervenes. Have Gu may return. There is no need for unnecessary sacrifices. Bibi Dong countered, what of the honor of the Spirit Hall? Should we flee in the face of battle? What would the people of the continent think of us? How else could they perceive it? Furthermore, if we do not report it? How many would be aware of the situation? Sending ordinary titled Douluo against a peerless being is tantamount to offering up their lives. Yun Guang spoke with composure. Moreover, what is her objective? If we fail to prepare in advance, the spirit hall in Tiando City will be entirely overrun by evil soul masters. And what purpose would she serve with them? Yun Guang surveyed the assembly. No one spoke, prompting her to continue. They would advance upon the Tiando royal family. The royal family's guest elders and several members of the teaching committee may indeed withstand Salus and his ilk, but at what cost in casualties? For a millennium, our spirit hall has suppressed the evil soul masters, yet within the sanctum itself lies a congregation of them, shaking the very foundations we have established over the centuries. While some may doubt this, there are those who will believe. Such uncertainty is a burden we cannot bear, and we remain oblivious to whether she has accomplices. It is impossible for us to shoulder this burden alone. We must issue the utmost warning to the continent. A level 99 evil soul master, suspected of having allies, is unpredictable and poses an extremely high danger. Let them be cautious, as we will seek to eradicate this peril from the continent once we find the time. Each person harbors their own selfish motives. Qian Daolu, Yun Guang, and the spirit hall all do. Currently, with Qian Rinxue and the others still absent, Yun Guang cannot genuinely venture forth to Douluo, awaiting a mere possibility. Moreover, Qian Daolu will not act unless absolutely necessary, for he has his own mission. Thus, unless there is absolute certainty, they will refrain from taking action. Yet, achieving such certainty requires time. Haste will not yield favorable results. The Heaven Do Empire has stated that we receive an ample amount of funds each year and expect us to address the matter of the mist, claiming it has arisen due to our actions, which further complicates our responsibilities. What does it mean that this has arisen because of us? Such audacity is astonishing, Bibi Dong remarked. However, a few gazes upon her were peculiar, though Bibi Dong remained oblivious to this scrutiny. In a strict sense, this matter indeed originated from the Spirit Hall. Had the Spirit Hall not captured the sacred phantom, and had the Holy Moon not offered a sacrifice, this incident would likely never have transpired. Yet, what is the harm in slaying a soul beast? Shouldn't evil spirit masters be apprehended? Some may foolishly believe that a transformed soul beast is akin to a human, but they are referred to as transformed soul beasts, not humans. Moreover, who among them would manifest soul rings and soul bones? Humans seek to hunt soul beasts, and soul beasts, in turn, will retaliate against humans. Regardless of whether one is human or soul beast, each party perceives the other as wrong from their respective racial standpoints. This is not a matter of good versus evil, but rather a distinction rooted in the differences between races. Perhaps some individuals or soul beasts possess the capacity for understanding, yet comprehension does not equate to forgiveness. Chapter 132. Thunderous Dominance. As the conference progressed, the members of the Spirit Hall began to take action. The entire continent was now aware of the emergence of a level 99 evil spirit master, and there were even accomplices involved. A moment's contemplation reveals the sheer magnitude of this threat. Evil spirit masters are a deranged lot. While some factions across the continent indeed harbor animosity towards the Spirit Hall, should they be faced with the choice of eliminating one or the other, they would invariably opt for the evil spirit master, for the former presents a semblance of normalcy, while the latter's danger remains utterly incalculable. This situation is primarily rooted in their ignorance of the circumstances surrounding the sacred phantom, which is further exacerbated by the latter's arrogance, frequently belittling humanity as mere ants. Who would remain unperturbed by such taunts? To be called an ant and simultaneously threatened with death, surely no one could find this normal. The factions are well aware of which poses a greater threat. Within the confines of Douluo City, the ghost Douluo has discreetly begun to withdraw his forces. The current plight of the Heaven Do Empire leaves Douluo in a state of complex emotions, both elated and anxious. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji displayed remarkable decisiveness. From the moment he laid eyes on the sacred phantom, he understood that this individual was beyond their capacity to confront. He promptly sought an alliance with Emperor Shuiyi, recognizing the potential benefits and drawbacks of collaborating with the Spirit Hall in this matter. As for Gu Rong and the others, they had yet to return. But dispatching someone now would still be timely and could save valuable time. Master Ning, I entrust all of this to you. It is an honor for Fengji to share the burden on behalf of His Highness. After exchanging a few insipid yet eloquent remarks, Ning Fengji withdrew, promptly dispatching someone to rendezvous with Gu Rong and the others. Ultimately, our scene reverted back to the realm of miracles. The movements of the Purple Wolf King resonated like thunder, swift as lightning. In an instant, it appeared behind Qian Rengshuan, raising its claw. imbued with the essence of thunder, to strike at his back. Yet, before contact could be made, the 12-winged angel emerged, activating its second soul skill. Despite the Purple Wolf King's formidable strike, it failed to breach Qian Rengshuan's defenses. In that fleeting moment, Qian Rengshuan retaliated with a swift sword strike, though the Purple Wolf King deftly evaded. Soaring into the sky, the Purple Wolf King prepared to harness its electrical power, only to be engulfed by a multitude of sword shadows, radiant, divine, and infused with the utmost fire and ice, striking it with overwhelming force. Nevertheless, the Purple Wolf King managed to withstand the onslaught, unleashing two massive orbs of lightning from its wings, hurtling towards Qian Rengshuan. Intriguingly, it sought to engage in a fierce exchange. It was the first time Qian Rengshuan encountered such audacity. With a mere gesture, countless swords materialized in the air, coalescing into a serpentine formation that surged towards the Purple Wolf King. Upon collision with the lightning orbs, a violent explosion ensued. The essence of fire concentrated in Qian Rengshuan's grasp, manifesting as a colossal fireball, which he hurled towards the Purple Wolf King. However, the creature was not foolish. It flapped its wings and evaded, its body crackling with electricity as it charged directly at Qian Rengshuan. Should you dare approach me again, I would be the laughingstock, he mused. With a flicker of his thoughts, a plethora of ice walls and interwoven chains sprang forth around him, effectively ensnaring the area like a celestial net. To breach this barrier, the Purple Wolf King would have to dismantle the ice walls and chains, and even if it succeeded, Qian Rengshuan would have long since repositioned himself. Who would stand idly by to be struck? Qian Rengshuan stood calmly upon the intricate golden chains, observing the Purple Wolf King. The creature began to gather a tremendous amount of thunderous power at its single horn. With a resounding boom, a terrifying divine lightning bolt surged towards Qian Rengshuan, piercing through the chains and ice walls in its path. The golden chains quivered violently, as if animated, lifting Qian Rengshuan to greater heights. The divine thunder could not veer off course, its destructive force quite formidable, yet it ultimately missed its mark. How could one allow the elder brother to bask in the limelight alone? Before the words had fully escaped, the assault arrived, fixating solely on Chen Shien. Completely oblivious to the presence of the young maiden, Chen Shui. This oversight resulted in a colossal fireball crashing down upon the Purple Wolf King. A searing force erupted against its violet form. In an instant, its body was grievously scorched, nearly obliterated, losing almost half of its corporeal form. However, energy began to coalesce, and the damaged half of its body would soon be restored, a faint purple glow emanating from the wound. Naturally, Chen Shien was unwilling to grant it this opportunity. Pillars of ice rose up, encircling the creature completely, ultimately sealing it within. Subsequently, countless ice spikes emerged from the pillars, piercing towards it. Although the Purple Wolf King attempted to resist, its diminished form lacked the strength of its prime, and this was the extreme of ice. It could only emit anguished howls as ice spikes punctured its body, leaving an array of varying-sized holes, while the extreme cold clung to the wounds, impeding its recovery. Sensing that the moment was ripe, the power of absolute cold was unleashed, filling the interior of the ice pillars entirely. And the Purple Wolf King was thoroughly encased in ice. Brother, have we succeeded? This entity lacks any semblance of life, rendering it impossible to ascertain its state of existence, as it hardly qualifies as a living being. Perhaps success has been achieved? Chen Shien felt a twinge of uncertainty. It is indeed fortunate for me. This is what one might call seizing the opportune moment. Certainly, just as other peripheral characters were eager to interject, violet lightning danced across several ice pillars, heralding the emergence of a colossal wolf formed of thunder, accompanied by a resounding howl that shattered the ice pillars, sending fragments flying in all directions. The immense silhouette of the wolf did not dissipate. The body of the Purple Wolf King began to mend gradually. Chen Shien could not help but feel a desire to jest, questioning whether this was a manifestation of celestial phenomena or something else entirely. The wolf's shadow differed from that of the Purple Wolf King in that it bore no violet crystals. It was composed purely of energy, akin to celestial manifestations or formidable martial spirits. Yet, despite its transformations, its power seemed to remain within manageable limits. The second soul skill, Angel's Feather. A flurry of feathers soared towards the Purple Wolf King, but striking the immense wolf's shadow proved futile. With another howl from the Purple Wolf King, a violet spear crystallized from the gathered lightning in the sky, hurtling towards the two with astonishing velocity, as if it sought to pierce through all. Although the speed was remarkable, it fell short of instantaneous movement. They were already significantly superior to their peers and of similar rank, and with focused concentration, Evading this assault was manageable. The Purple Wolf King unleashed a beam of violet light into the sky, conjuring a vast expanse of dark clouds that flickered with purple luminescence, emblematic of thunder. Subsequently, as if the thunder god were enacting judgment upon the world, countless bolts of lightning descended, saturating the entire space with a dense array of electric brilliance, seemingly poised to obliterate everything. This spectacle was somewhat terrifying. Fortunately, while it was somewhat taxing, even if struck, the pain was not overwhelming. The inflicted damage was not particularly high, and the Purple Wolf King ceased its attacks, prompting Chen Shien to ponder the legendary thunder body refinement, which indeed bore a striking resemblance. Meanwhile, individuals such as Hulaina, Xiaoyu, Yin, and Qian Ingo appeared somewhat distressed, while Yu Lingling opted for a rather unremarkable approach this time. Initially intending to fly over to protect her, Chen Shien was interrupted as Yu Lingling remarked, "This lightning seems to lack substantial power, yet it appears to enhance the physique." Having been struck several times himself, he confirmed that the force was indeed minimal, though it was undeniably intimidating to behold. It might be the thunder body refinement. Exercise moderation and do not exceed your limits, for I fear the consequences could be perilous. Enduring strikes to refine the body is truly a remarkable phenomenon. Chapter 133. Resolution. Do you finally comprehend my good intentions? Muttered the entity of destruction from the distant divine realm. Little Purple, I must credit myself for this. Within the miracle, Chen Shien began to confront the might of the divine thunder with his physical form. This unparalleled thunder was nothing extraordinary, as bolts of divine lightning struck him repeatedly. Purple electricity coursed across his body. A magnificent purple aura enveloped him, as if he donned a battle attire of thunder, resembling a deity of lightning manifest on earth. The strength of the others remained adequately balanced, not too powerful, yet not too feeble, maintaining the perfect equilibrium. The divine thunder seemed to possess an innate understanding of their physical strengths and weaknesses, providing them with an experience that was extraordinarily comforting, almost as if it were tailored specifically to them. As the divine thunder forged their bodies, Qian Rinchuan's frame resonated with a series of sharp cracks. Under such immense power, his Qiyang scripture was poised to advance further, though the extent of this enhancement remained uncertain. It appeared that the thunderclouds above were attuned to his aspirations. As countless bolts of lightning began to gestate within them, a surge of violet light pulsated, and streaks of thunder descended from the heavens, sketching intricate lines in the air. Ultimately, these lines converged with fervor, giving birth to a vivid and lifelike thunder dragon. This dragon, entirely composed of crackling lightning, bore scales that shimmered with a radiant purple hue, enhancing its formidable presence. With a thunderous roar, the lightning surged around the dragon, which charged directly toward Chen Shien, piercing through him from head to toe. Yet, he only experienced a tingling sensation that coursed through his body, a delightful comfort. The thunder dragon continued to traverse through him repeatedly, each passage diminishing the radiance of the lightning upon its form. Once the last vestiges of lightning dissipated, the thunder dragon would vanish, marking the conclusion of this extraordinary opportunity, accompanied by a final resounding roar, louder and more potent than any preceding. The thunder dragon surged towards him in an instant, erupting in a brilliant explosion, saturating the surroundings with an electrifying energy. This time, Chen Xian's hair stood on end, each strand bristling like that of a porcupine. The intensity of the impact was unprecedented. He even felt a twinge of pain, albeit within tolerable limits. It seemed that Chen Shien would remain in this state for a while longer. Meanwhile, Chen Shui and Yi Lingling had transformed into thunder dragons, and the last to undergo this transformation was Hulaina. Among the nine, the most amusing sight was undoubtedly Yan, whose hair had been most dramatically affected. With his red locks, he now resembled a nonconformist, truly embodying a renaissance of sorts. In truth, all their hair had been impacted. Yet one had to be chosen as the most comical. Naturally, Chen Shien was the first to conclude the thunder dragon transformation, feeling the enhancement in his physical strength, which had indeed increased, and remarkably by 2 levels. As the lightning dissipated, his hair settled back down naturally. He then glanced around at his companions and took a closer look at the Purple Wolf King, finding him rather striking. Approaching the Purple Wolf King, he reached out to touch the crystalline form, only to easily penetrate the layer of wolf shadow, contrary to his expectations. Touching the Purple Wolf King yielded only a chilling sensation, though the spikes on its tail were rather prickly. The most pressing question remained unanswered. After everyone completed the Thunder Dragon transformation, did the Wolf King vanish, or was it defeated before disappearing? Or did it trigger the 4th stage? But at this point, what would the fourth stage entail? A werewolf, perhaps? With nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to engage in cultivation. As Chen Shien began his practice, the sound of thunder echoed around them. By the time the final clap resounded, all 9 had successfully completed the Thunder Dragon transformation, now possessing strength that far surpassed their previous selves if they measured themselves against their former capabilities. They could now contend with 10 of their past selves. At this moment, it is essential to observe the transformation of the Wolf King. The shadow of the wolf dissipated. Yet the Wolf King remained, with thunder surging around him, releasing bolts of divine lightning. Encircled by crackling electricity, 9 beams of thunder emanated from his singular horn, each one directed towards them. Having undergone the Thunder Dragon's training, they had already regained their peak condition, while the Wolf King served as a sparring partner, allowing them to witness the extent of their prowess. Chen Shien was the first to strike, her fist enveloped in light and fire, as she launched a powerful punch against the oncoming thunder, completely obliterating it. Yin followed suit with a fiery fist of his own. While it could be considered a success since the thunder was vanquished, he too felt the sting of the lightning. Nevertheless, Yin, despite the pain, found himself in high spirits. Qian Inger, Xiaoyu, Dugu Yin, and Tianyu each dealt with the thunder in their own ways. The most disheartening in this encounter was undoubtedly Hulaina. The increased physical constitution bore little relation to her spiritual power, which remained intangible and elusive. "I will protect you, Nana," Yin declared, eager to rush forward. But Tianyu was already a step ahead, his crocodilian claws shattering the lightning into fragments. "You can't protect anything. It all relies on me." Glancing at Hulaina, he continued, "Isn't that right, Nana?" Yes, but brother." Xiaoyu intuitively grasped her meaning, and the two clashed together. In the realm of martial soul fusion, the seductive allure manifested once more, enveloped in crimson light and mist. The androgynous figure appeared alongside the red glow, wielding 2 massive crescent blades. As the crimson light flickered, the enchantress approached the purple Wolf King, the red mist diminishing its attributes, albeit slightly. However, when the crescent blades struck the wolf's body, they were thwarted by the purple crystal's defense, inflicting minimal damage. Observing this, the enchantress retreated, while Tianyu leaped forth, delivering 2 swipes to the purple Wolf King. Yet, it felt as though he struck the most resilient of surfaces, producing a metallic clang and even sparking. I previously saw Sister Shui effortlessly obliterate half of it. Now that I engage, it becomes evident that this foe is beyond our capabilities. Dugu Yin refrained from intervening, as his poison proved ineffective against the purple Wolf King. Qian Ing wielded her shadow blades, and Yin unleashed his ultimate fire, but their effects were rather negligible. Subsequently, it was time for Chen Shien to showcase his prowess. "Brother, how about we finish it with one strike?" "Certainly. Have you heard of the duality of ice and fire?" The two, one conjuring ice and the other fire, unleashed colossal ice and fire orbs that simultaneously crashed into the purple Wolf King. The wolf's body crackled with lightning, layers of defense accumulating around it. Whether it could withstand the onslaught remained uncertain. The extreme fire and ice elicited a violent reaction, resulting in a fierce explosion, with frost cascading to the left and flames bursting to the right, creating a breathtaking spectacle. It was indeed a sight of beauty, though one wondered if the purple Wolf King could appreciate such artistry. Likely it could not, for devoid of life and intellect, it held no capacity for admiration. Yet, once the chaos subsided, all that remained of the purple Wolf King was its head, its violet eyes fixed upon Chen Shien, before dissolving into purple mist. In the aftermath of the purple Wolf King's demise, the purple mist appeared to sense its passing, undergoing a transformation of its own. The mist began to coalesce, ultimately forming 9 distinct wisps, which then transmuted into a soft green luminescence. This radiance entered the bodies of the 9 individuals, and as the light permeated them, their physical prowess seemed to ascend to a new echelon. With such gains, our journey here was far from in vain. Indeed, one could only ponder the arduous cultivation required to attain this level. Who knows if such places exist elsewhere in the continent? If they do, how splendid it would be. Tianyu cheerfully remarked. Chen Shien confidently replied, "There are indeed some futures you might be able to reach." "Is that true?" Chapter 134, The Ancient Tree of Life. Why would I deceive you? However, it may differ somewhat from this place, and the difficulty will undoubtedly be greater, as this occasion may be rather unique. If it threatens your life, then perhaps it would be best to forego it. Tianyu felt a surge of joy from within. In truth, most individuals only receive rewards upon encountering the divine examination, which begins once they complete the assessment, Naturally, there may be rewards and risks throughout the process. The duo of life and destruction acted with remarkable grandeur, directly creating a small world. This method allowed them to enhance their own abilities, while for other deities, triggering the divine examination was a prerequisite. Who else possesses such audacity? Among the deities of Douluo, none are as miserly in their examinations as the goddess of Rakshasa. Whether rewards are given or not, one's strength and disposition must still be influenced by her, which is nothing short of a deceitful trap, truly a great injustice. Lingling. Where shall we go next? Yi Lingling attentively sensed the guidance of her martial soul, pointing left towards a lush, verdant forest, where even from a distance, the towering trees were visible. Brother, are there any strange creatures lurking within? Fear not. Even if there are, they would likely be similar to this time. Probably just offering some opportunities. Although Qian Renxue felt a tinge of worry, she was reassured by Qian Renchuan's promise. But if there are further chances, what might they be like? Will they resemble this experience? All right, Tianyu, why are you so talkative? Is my chatter bothersome to you? The two indulged in their customary banter, with Yin ultimately conceding. Nana, let us disregard him. Your abilities are rather limited. Yin muttered to herself. After this brief interlude, the 9 individuals proceeded towards the forest. At the center of the forest stood a colossal ancient tree awaiting their arrival, its trunk exuding a vibrant essence of life, symbolizing the radiant glow of existence slowly unfolding. Some soul beasts were even seen bowing before the ancient tree. Qian Renxian and his companions traversed smoothly to this location. With just a few more steps, they would fully enter the forest, currently positioned at its threshold. It is truly magnificent. Indeed, each tree could be regarded as a giant. Yet one cannot fathom the number within this forest. Surely there must be soul beasts here? It has been quite some time since we last ate. And the environment here seems to lack a distinction between day and night, always appearing the same. That is true, though the scenery and surroundings are rather pleasant. Yet, even the most beautiful scenery can become tiresome over time. Brother, in the realm of miracles, he pondered why there was not a single sun, and the reason eluded him, as did the mystery of why it still appeared to be day. This, perhaps, was the influence of divine power. Hulaina chuckled. After all you've said, are you merely expressing your hunger? Is there no sustenance within your storage soul guide? Ah, how silly of me to forget. Indeed, I should not have inquired about that. Shall we find a place to rest? With a playful wink at Qian Renxian, her intentions were unmistakable. Perhaps it would be prudent to delay our entrance, to avoid any lurking dangers. The group settled down to partake in a meal, while Qian Renxian ventured inside to scout the surroundings and ascertain if there was anything edible. It was not that he lacked provisions. He simply wished to discover if there were any peculiarities within. However, disappointment washed over him as he found no treasures akin to those described in novels, merely a few rabbits. Are these the soft-bone rabbits? I have heard tales of their prolific nature. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Qian Renchuan's eyes as he remarked, indeed, aside from the trees and flowers. It seems these soft-bone rabbits are quite abundant. Should you require more, I can procure a couple more. No need, Brother Qian, I cannot consume so much, one replied. Nor can I, another added. After a delightful meal, they continued on their journey. Not long after entering the forest, they were serenaded by the harmonious sounds of insects and birds, composing a magnificent symphony. This place felt remarkably unique. The breeze caressed them more gently than outside, as if imbued with a peculiar force. That force, he declared solemnly, is called life. Can this be interpreted as an incomplete version of the forest of life? If so, the legacy of the goddess of life may very well reside here. This should indeed mark the final destination of this journey, the legacy of the God King. However, life and destruction are intertwined, and their divine positions will likely be passed on to their spouses. It is not mere arrogance. The bestowal of this divine position upon Yi Lingling is probably not due to her extraordinary talents. Yet, no amount of speculation will suffice. The truth shall reveal itself upon arrival. As they ventured deeper, the sense of comfort intensified. Were someone to proclaim that residing here could extend one's lifespan, they would undoubtedly believe it, for in truth, this place indeed possesses the capacity to prolong life. Remarkably, not a single soul beast they encountered launched an attack against them. Instead, they offered reverence, treating them as if they were the lords of this realm. As time passed, they reached the heart of the forest, where stood an immense tree. Its trunk so robust that no number of people, be it 100 or 1,000, could rival its stature. The colossal trunk obscured the sky, stretching endlessly, while its branches were densely adorned with leaves, exuding a rich essence of life that surged forth continuously. It is truly unfathomable to imagine a tree having grown to such proportions. The vitality emanating from it, coupled with an unparalleled power, evoked a sense of awe that could only be understood through direct experience. A faint radiance radiated from the trunk as 9 branches, seemingly animated, gradually approached the 9 of them. Hulaina and the others remained enveloped in a profound sense of astonishment, unable to regain their composure. Yulingling, however, was the first to snap back to reality. Observing her companions in their dazed state, she felt no concern, and ultimately, along with Qianrenxue, prompted them to awaken. Her intention was clear, to place their hands upon these branches, an act of divination. Yulingling was aware of this because a gentle voice had echoed in her mind moments earlier. Divination? Are you certain? Yes, she affirmed, taking the lead. She placed her hand upon the branch, and soon, the others followed suit, closing their eyes. Brother, aren't you going to try? You go ahead. I'll observe for now, Qianrenxue replied, not pondering much further before resting her hand upon the branch. As they settled in, a gentle force enveloped them entirely, suggesting that this was not merely divination but a gateway to even greater fortune. Qianrenxue refrained from any provocative actions. This must be a projection of the ancient tree of life or something similar, certainly not its true essence. The true form of the goddess of life is the ancient tree of life, and the supreme artifact is also derived from it. The tree before them likely possessed its powers. After a casual inspection, he placed his hand upon the branch, and a radiant golden light enveloped him as the essence of life penetrated their beings. This is a moment of divine providence, a celestial transformation. After this fortuitous encounter, our divine trial shall truly commence. Once initiated, it shall be inexorable, though there remains a fleeting opportunity for regret. Little Purple, as your wife, I shall support you in all your endeavors, and this occasion shall be no exception. The 9 individuals placed their hands upon the technique strip. Initially, only Qianrenxien radiated a resplendent golden light, but now they all erupted with a brilliant golden glow. In an instant, the entire realm shimmered with golden brilliance, as if something momentous were unfolding. The soul beasts within the forest also commenced their grand pilgrimage. Chapter 135, The Level of Existence and Truth. The so-called ancient tree of life in the next generation is not genuine. It aligns precisely with Qianrenxuan's conjecture. This entity is, in fact, a manifestation of the life goddess's power. In pursuit of the inheritance of this divine position, she has expended considerable effort. The dual divinity is indeed beyond the capacity of ordinary beings to bear, especially when it involves her and the god of destruction. However, as the life goddess, with a certain price paid, all possibilities lie within her grasp. Yet, the timing is not yet opportune. Everything must await the conclusion of this ritual. This ceremony is, in essence, a significantly diluted version of the life prayer ritual, enhanced by the divine power of life, aimed at improving their constitution and illuminating their future. Yulingling, Qianrenxien, and Qianrenxue are undoubtedly 3 extraordinarily unique individuals. Within the enigmatic realm, behold, this is my descendant. The previous one was, quite frankly, lacking in prowess. I was still contemplating ways to assist, while they have already engaged with the goddess of life. What are you planning to do? Inquired the curious Xiaobing, perplexed. You see, I am the ancestor of the Qian family. I am the original angel, the deity of angels. Without me, the Qian family would not exist. And without Qianwan, he would not have life. Thus, it is I who bestowed life upon him. So, am I not correct? To summarize, everything Qianrenxien currently possesses is to be credited to her. Xiaobing was evidently at a loss for words, momentarily stammering, unsure of how to respond. That sounds a tad shameless. How can it be shameless? I granted him life. Is it unreasonable to collect a little interest? So, you absorbed all the divine power from me and Xiaohua? Isn't that absurd? I did leave a bit of your essence for him, didn't I? The divine power merely transformed into the purest form of strength alongside the essence. It did not enhance his soul power. What uses that soul power? With his talent. Enhancing his soul power using all of yours would be the most foolish course of action. He doesn't lack time. He will eventually have to thank me. Do you still wish to consume this divine power of life? No, I wouldn't compete with him for that. I am not a heartless ancestor. I merely wish to utilize his body for a time. Although this is a pseudo-life ancient tree, it possesses considerable power. If I take a bit more, I will share some with him. This is what one might call a win-win situation. Indeed, does winning twice equate to a win-win? Xiaobing silently scoffed. The golden 6-winged angel illuminated this space, while the Dragon King raised his head to glance at the sky before closing his eyes once more, returning to slumber. Meanwhile, In the outside world, more divine power of life began to surge towards Chen Shien from this pseudo-life ancient tree, which, although moving, did not overly concern the goddess of life. She regarded Chen Shien as exceptional. After all, prodigies are invariably unique. However, as a certain unscrupulous deity grew increasingly greedy, the goddess of life sensed an imbalance. She had already allocated the divine power within the ancient tree, yet Chen Rinchuan's actions were disrupting that equilibrium. What shall we do about Xiaozi? Perhaps you should invest a little more. Xiaolu? It appears that is the only option. He resembles an insatiable abyss. With the goddess of life's replenishment, the power of this pseudo-life ancient tree once again radiated brilliantly. Do you see? I told you to learn a bit more from me. It will certainly benefit you. I believe your demise is somewhat understandable. Did the Rakshasa fall victim to your schemes? Her gaze was composed, her face unflushed, and her heart steady, as she calmly remarked, how could that be? She simply brought her demise upon herself. After all, having been a deity for so long, if she were to inadvertently reveal a flaw with a casual remark, that would indeed be implausible. The power of life itself is truly formidable. If I could continuously harness it, I feel as though I could resurrect myself on the spot. To resurrect oneself right where one stands. If one keeps drawing from it endlessly, eventually others would cease to partake, and should discovery occur, that would certainly lead to quite the spectacle. Thankfully, this place possesses unique qualities. Rest assured, I will exercise caution. Am I truly so foolish? And so, she continued her clandestine indulgence. Previously, I had only known of those who exploit their elders, yet this is the first time I have witnessed one devouring her own progeny. And who knows how many generations have been consumed. Indeed, it is a marvel to behold. The Ice Dragon King silently reflected within. No one was privy to their conversation. And externally, although the angel god had shamelessly siphoned a modicum of power, the goddess of life had replenished it, thus their situation remained unaffected. The resplendent golden light continued to radiate, even more dazzling than before. His constitution was rapidly enhancing, but the most significant transformation lay not merely in this, rather. Their very essence of life was ascending to a higher realm, transitioning from mortal to divine. The goddess of life could not grant them immediate access to the so-called divine body, nor could she facilitate a genuine elevation in their life tier. However, she could certainly help them circumvent many detours in the future. Such foundational enhancement was the most arduous, impacting their talents and futures. Naturally, given their current conditions, their soul power and martial spirits would see various improvements. The present enhancement was nearing its culmination, with divine power flooding in. Chen Shien and his companions emerged as benefactors. A sentiment shared even by the angel god, as well as by the forces of life and destruction, thus engendering a delicate four-way benefit scenario. If one were to ascertain who relished the victory most, it would be difficult to determine, for each believed themselves to have triumphed. Within the bodies of the gathered, something seemed to snap, releasing a sensation of unparalleled euphoria. The goddess of life expended the most energy on Chen Shien and Yi Lingling, particularly on Chen Shien. Although this expenditure was trivial to him, it diverged significantly from her expectations. As the radiant golden light began to wane, the pseudo-life ancient tree emitted an even more brilliant golden glow, its entire form shimmering with golden luminescence. After flashing 8 times, the light ceased, indicating that the first 8 divinations were auspicious, leaving only Chen Shien unable to discern fortune or misfortune, yet this was within her anticipations. Ultimately, the pseudo-life ancient tree ceased to emit light, appearing utterly drained, its vitality diminished. Yet, this sacrifice resulted in a formidable enhancement for the 9 individuals. Chen Shien was the first to awaken, easily sensing the improvement in his constitution, alongside a rise in soul power, though his martial spirit remained unchanged. The changes in life tier, however, would take time to manifest. Next was Chen Shui, whose situation mirrored that of Chen Shien. Following were Tianyu, Hulaina, Chen Inger, and Dugu Yin, all experiencing alterations primarily in their constitution and soul power. Among them, only 2 saw changes in their martial spirits, Hulaina and Xiaoyu, siblings who, after consuming the elixir, noticed minor alterations in their martial spirits. However, today the goddess of life performed a kind act, directly enhancing their abilities. Hulaina did not transform into anything like a 9-tailed fox, but her mental prowess became unparalleled. Xiaoyu's moon blade could now be endowed with a divine title, such as Moon God Blade, though he preferred not to change its name. Overall, the gains from this experience were monumental, the kind that would evoke joyous dreams. Yi Lingling was the last to awaken, if her martial spirit had not yet reached the divine tier. Then the life holy lotus now unequivocally represented a true divine martial spirit, marking the third of its kind on the continent. Had it not been for Chen Shien, this martial spirit would undoubtedly claim the title of the strongest, as the other two were merely first-tier deities. Simultaneously, Yi Lingling exuded an indescribable aura, radiating a newfound nobility. However, it seemed that the divine trial had yet to descend. Chapter 136, Dual Divine Inheritance. Of course, the transformations in the trio did not end there. Aside from Chen Shien's unchanged appearance, the others had, to varying degrees, become more aesthetically pleasing. Just as they were savoring their transformations, an unforeseen event transpired. The pseudo-life ancient tree erupted with tremendous power, and the essence of life began to coalesce in the air, countered by a force of destruction. Green and purple each claimed half of the sky. Amidst the terrifying outpouring of energy, two figures emerged in the air. One donned a flowing green gown, possessing an exquisite visage, a gentle smile gracing her face, her hair a vibrant golden hue, exuding an invigorating aura that felt remarkably inviting. The other figure, in stark contrast, wore a purple cloak, with dark crimson hair standing sharply like steel needles, his eyes gleaming with a red light that immediately conveyed a sense of villainy. Chen Shien recognized them as the five divine kings of the god realm, life and destruction, a couple revered as some of the oldest deities. Their powers capable of manifesting as the supreme creative force. This brings to mind the turmoil of the divine realm. Our esteemed deity, the third brother, has discerned the cosmic secrets and devised a grand plan over millennia, which has inadvertently summoned the abyss. However, these matters are trivial, as the plan has ultimately succeeded. The contention between destruction and Tang San cannot be simply categorized as right or wrong. Tang San sensed an impending crisis but chose not to confer with others when questioned. He merely stated that the secrets of heaven are not to be divulged. His silence left destruction unfazed by his perspective. Destruction's philosophy is to expedite the expansion of the divine realm, casting its brilliance across the world. Consequently, he allied with life to resolve the turbulence. There was a possibility of a return, but the seeds of life and destruction were entrusted directly to Tang Wulin and Gu Yu, leaving the prospect of return shrouded in uncertainty. This can indeed be regarded as a deception. The fate of the Soul Beast clan is entrusted to the Silver Dragon King, and sooner or later, she will lead them to ruin. There are hardly any sane individuals among the women of Douluo. He still could not comprehend the rationale behind the Silver Dragon King's venture into the human realm, and even placed a seal upon himself. Before his contemplation could conclude, the goddess of life spoke. Greetings, fated ones. Here lies my divine trial of life and destruction. Should you succeed, you shall inherit divine status. Should you fail, it matters not, for the choice is yours. Is this not fate? Even a forced connection can be deemed a bond. As the goddess's words resounded, the ancient tree of pseudo-life suddenly adorned itself with mysterious patterns, half green, half purple, intricately covering its trunk, which rendered it rather unappealing. The group exchanged glances, uncertain of their next course of action, ultimately settling their gaze upon Qian Rangshuan. A divine trial of life and destruction? An assessment from two divine kings, which, even if not the ultimate trial, could yield immense benefits. The Shrek 7 monsters had certainly gained much from the sea god. Yet, what qualifies a first-level deity to compare with two divine kings? Naturally, Qian Rangshuan took the initiative, stepping forward to place his hand upon the tree's surface. Brilliant purple and green lights intertwined as an ethereal voice echoed in his mind. Life's 8th trial. First trial. Assist Yi Lingling in completing the divine trial of destruction's 8th trial. Reward pending. What a remarkable opportunity. Two divine kings' positions? It is not mere boasting. Is this not akin to single-handedly subduing Azura? To grasp the sea god with one hand? It seemed he need not exert himself further. He had indeed guessed correctly. Two divine essences converging, an absurdity unfolding, as the two divine positions had already been predetermined. You too, come forth. Ultimately, each individual received their respective trials, predominantly comprising the 6th, 7th, or 8th trials, with a variety of assessment content. Each person faced singular trials, for instance. Xiaoyu's first trial entailed destruction 1,000 times, with rewards of enhanced soul ring longevity and increased soul power. Some trials were earnest, while others were rather whimsical. The only one remaining was Yi Lingling, who at that moment was the center of attention, as she placed her hand upon the tree, in an instant. The powers of life and destruction surged wildly, transforming the pseudo-life ancient tree into a resplendent golden hue, with multiple beams of light soaring towards the heavens. In this small realm, a certain transformation began to unfold. The 9 trials of life, The first trial required one to treat another 100 times, with the reward being an extension of the soul ring's duration, along with a divine soul ring that enhances all aspects and provides a 10% affinity for life. The 9 trials of destruction, likewise, the first trial necessitated the completion of the first trial of life, yielding the same rewards, an extension of the soul ring's duration and a divine soul ring that enhances all aspects while granting a 10% affinity for destruction. The ethereal sound reverberated throughout the small realm. Remarkably, this seemed akin to a buy-one-get-one-free offer. Completing the 9 trials of life would concurrently fulfill the 9 trials of destruction. And Qianren Xuandu surmised the subsequent implications of this assessment. The divine bestowals were indeed quite casual. Upon completion of this trial, the divine soul rings were directly bestowed. 9 soul rings in total, a generous endowment indeed. What does the 9th trial signify? It heralds the emergence of Yilingling as both the goddess of life and the goddess of destruction, a duality of divine essence. Initially mere companions, the stark disparity of fate reveals itself, as one is destined for divinity. The 2 divine sovereigns observe this unfolding spectacle with smiles upon their faces. Yet, Yilingling's transformation was far from complete. The goddess of life drew forth a fragment of destruction as power, as a violet lotus gracefully descended from the heavens towards her. In tandem, the sacred life lotus manifested in her grasp, merging with the violet bloom, one representing life, the other destruction, together embodying her martial spirit, the divine martial spirit. The sacred lotus of destruction emerged as ethereal melodies resonated, marking Yilingling as a wielder of dual martial spirits, both of divine caliber. A symbol of the divine trial's initiation briefly graced her forehead before vanishing. However, the proceedings were not yet concluded. The goddess of life gently raised her hand, channeling a surge of power into Yilingling's being. Her soul force surged rapidly, ascending directly to the 20th level, an embodiment of divine soul power. Is this in alignment with the force of destruction? The greatest beneficiary of this divine marvel had now appeared. The goddess of life smiled, stating, "It seems our divine position shall soon be entrusted to you." Following this declaration, she approached Yilingling, scrutinizing her future successor. Yilingling felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. How many could maintain their composure in the presence of divinity? "Do not be anxious," the goddess of life reassured, her fingertip resting upon Yilingling's brow. A soft smile graced her lips, and she whispered something inaudible. Yilingling's cheeks flushed, as if she had heard something rather unconventional, yet soon regained her composure. "Is what you say truly so?" she inquired. "That is for you to discover," replied the essence of life and destruction, before vanishing into the ether. "Little Purple, do you believe she can fully harness our powers, perhaps even merge them into the force of creation? She should be able to command our powers." "But the force of creation, unless Brother Shien, Sister Life has mentioned that the matter concerning the 9 hearts begonia has been resolved, it will no longer consist of just 2. Had the problem been resolved without Yirenshin's awareness? Nonetheless, the implication is clear. With diligent effort, Yirenshin could indeed assemble a 9-heart begonia legion. Your grandfather must be laboring quite hard. Having aged, he still strives for the family's future." Yilingling's face flushed, as if recalling something. However, this calls for her sister's involvement. What did the 2 of them converse about? Qianren Xin could only speculate in silence. "Congratulations, Lingling, future deity." Under the playful jest of the crowd, Yilingling felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Well then, how do you intend to accomplish your first assessment?" Qianren Xin intervened to alleviate her discomfort. Chapter 137. Completion of the first assessment. The first assessment involves treating a single individual 100 times. My plan is to seek out my grandfather or mother for assistance after I go outside. If you approach your grandfather or mother, this treatment entails enduring 100 injuries first. My reasoning is this: whether you consult your grandfather or mother, they would need to sustain injuries beforehand, which complicates matters. The Martial Soul Hall has detained many individuals. Those confined can be treated with relative ease. By treating them once, you can quickly fulfill your requirement. In fact, it could be expedited further. Simply find 100 people, inflict injuries upon them, and have them line up for treatment. This way, you should be able to. This is correct. The previous method was excessively slow. First, let us ascertain whether it is indeed 100 times, and additionally, we shall explore to what extent it may be deemed sufficient. After speaking, Qianren Xian made a minuscule incision on his hand, realizing that he needed to treat it swiftly before it healed on its own. Although Yilingling lacked a soul ring, this did not imply she was devoid of healing abilities. For instance, Tang San's first soul skill, entanglement, could similarly ensnare despite the absence of a soul ring. As Yu Lingling unleashed her martial spirit capabilities, Qian Rinchuan's tiny wound miraculously healed in an instant. Only Yu Lingling could perceive the transformation, as it shifted from 100 to 99. It truly was possible. Subsequently, I will confirm with Tian Yue whether Qian Rinchuan has been bound. However, this is something anyone can accomplish as long as the required number of attempts is met. Shall I assist you in completing it? This is not a considerable amount. I shall refrain, for Brother Shien might be hurt. Is not 100 times already sufficient? Even the smallest wound is still a wound. What kind of injury is it? If you do not hasten to heal it, you will recover on your own. However, Yu Lingling disagreed, and he did not press her. Lingling, how shall we make our exit? Tian Yu casually inquired. After I accepted the divine trial, this small realm transformed into a secret haven, one that I could effortlessly manage my entrance and exit, though beyond that, my capabilities remain limited. However, I believe I will be able to achieve more in the future. I truly envy this place. It seems to have numerous applications. If I can merely enter, is it possible to cast other objects within? Upon hearing Tian Yu's words, Yu Lingling pondered for a moment before replying, I am uncertain. Very well, let us depart. There is nothing more to behold here. And I am unaware of how long we have been inside. As soon as her words fell, they were suddenly transported out, the abruptness of their emergence nearly startling several elders. At last, they had escaped. How many days have we been here? Yun Guang replied directly. It has been 7 days since you entered, and many extraordinary events have transpired. Really? What has happened? Could Sister Yun Guang enlighten us on this matter? Alas, to summarize, it can be expressed in but a few sentences. The invasion of the evil soul masters upon the heavenly Do Holy Hall, followed by the resounding defeat of the esteemed Zhu Douluo. Subsequently, the enigmatic Xing Yuyu rendered the vicinity a no-go zone, where intrusion could lead one to become an evil soul master. The Heavenly Do Empire seeks our assistance in dispelling the ominous mist, while the 7 treasures, Heavenly Do and Star Luo, have even proposed a discussion regarding the formation of a potential alliance. Rumors have begun to circulate that the entirety of the evil soul beast sect transformed into evil soul masters due to Shang Yuyu's influence. Indeed, the absurdity of such claims is striking. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxua felt as though she had been abruptly cast adrift from her own era. How could so much transpire in just 7 days? Isn't the evil soul beast sect simply the Haian sect? Are those wretched sect members unaware of the existence of evil soul masters among them? There exists a soul master wielding a hammer, and one wonders which imaginative genius could possibly forge such a connection. Thus, does Saint Yuyu bear the brunt of the blame? It is as it is. Your previous portrayal of the truly malevolent soul master diverges significantly from reality. Those who have witnessed it understand, while those who have not may be easily deceived. Regardless, the existence of the malevolent soul master is undeniable, and absolution is out of the question. Yun Guang conveyed this to Qian Rinxian telepathically. After relaying the message, he remarked, if Sheng Yuyu were to learn of this, she might be utterly bewildered. Is Sheng Yuyu truly that terrifying? Does she instill fear, even in the likes of the Tiando? Once you observe her, it will become clear. Sheng Yuyu then produced a complete version of the recording crystal, projecting a vivid scene into the air. Upon viewing, one would comprehend the extent of Sheng Yuyu's formidable power. When she stands, the black golden mist emanates, and who would dare approach? If this phenomenon were unleashed in densely populated areas, it would directly transform her into a creator of malevolent soul masters, posing a threat far greater than any encountered before. Their negotiating team was due to arrive today. Yet it was fortunate they remained unaware of certain truths. Otherwise, the situation would be quite intriguing. Let us return first and discuss further. Very well. Thus concluded their miraculous journey. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, the foremost task was not to rest, but to resolve the divine trial for Yi Lingling. Currently, Yi Rinxin and Yi Lingling were filled with exhilaration. With the ancestral curse lifted from the 9 hearts begonia, Yi Lingling had received the divine inheritance, acquired a second martial soul, and her soul power had reached the 20th level. It seemed almost dreamlike, akin to an explosion at their ancestral tomb. It was simply surreal. Qian Dalu shared in their joy, believing they were all family, and passing the divine trial had become paramount. Within the Spirit Hall, as the number of captives increased, a random woman was selected and brought to a secluded chamber. Yi Rinxin, Yi Lingling, Qian Rinxian, Qian Dalu, Yun Guang, and Yu Lingling were all present. We may commence. With Yu Lingling's declaration, Yun Guang directly inflicted a minor wound upon the individual, not significant, merely a slight injury, before the powerful abilities of the life-sacred lotus. Such minor afflictions were inconsequential, healing almost instantaneously. The process was to be repeated until it had been performed 100 times. The individual, blindfolded, remained unaware of the proceedings, merely experiencing intermittent discomfort followed by relief, only to endure the pain once more, in an endless cycle. While not excessively painful, the psychological toll was considerable, especially in the absence of sight. After a prolonged period of repetition, with a brief intermission, Yilingling finally completed the first trial. The first trial of the Life Divine Examination, healing one individual 100 times, rewarded with an enhancement in the duration of the Soul Ring, comprehensive improvements, and a Divine Soul Ring with a 10% affinity for life. The first trial of the Destruction Divine Examination, completion of the Life Trial, rewarded with an enhancement in the duration of the Soul Ring, comprehensive improvements, and a Divine Soul Ring with a 10% affinity for destruction. The second trial of the Life Divine Examination, dispelling evil, rewarded with comprehensive improvements, enhancement in the duration of the Soul Rings, and a Divine Soul Ring with a 10% affinity for life. The second trial of the God of Destruction. The completion of the second trial of the God of Life rewards with comprehensive enhancements, an increase in the lifespan of the Soul Rings, and a Divine Soul Ring bestowed by the gods,